Alright, you and I are diving into the end of the world. The sky is burning and the city is a total wreck. Massive ice pillars pierce through the shattered buildings. Everything was completely demolished by his own daughter. Right now, Se-Jun grips his weapon, walking through this bloody wasteland just to find his child. He stands face to face with his daughter, who is casually lounging on a freezing ice throne. Sharp ice sprouts everywhere you look. He calls out softly, "Koa, why are you doing this?" He looks up at her with eyes full of worry. In total contrast, Koa's face is arrogant and ice-cold. "So weak, Se-Jun. You actually want to play father and daughter right now?" He is totally helpless, unable to say a word. Before he can even try, she continues, "Or did you drag your body here to hunt me down, Mr. Hunter?" He stays silent, wondering, "Koa, will you really not change your mind?" He gently closes his eyes, searching for an answer. Suddenly, a loud shout echoes from behind. "Give it up, Se-Jun. That thing stopped being your daughter long ago. She is a monster." A white-haired old man speaks up, the legendary sword saint. Lee replies, "No, Koa is not a monster. She is still my precious little girl." The man gives him a sympathetic look, saying he won't force him to fight. Se-Jun says nothing and steps forward. All the soldiers around them move into combat formation. The sword saint yells to fall back. His eyes are dark but filled with absolute determination. He channels his energy, readying his weapon. Seeing it pointed at him, the old man asks, "What is this?" With a hoarse voice, he replies, "Forgive me, sword saint, but I didn't come to hunt Koa. I'm here to protect her." The old man looks at him seriously, saying he will have to kill him then. Se-Jun grits his teeth. "Now watch this part carefully. Over my dead body," he growls, as Koa's eyes fly open in shock. He knows he has completely failed as a father. Right now, he means absolutely nothing to either Koa or the legendary sword saint. He grips his weapon tight to face the sword saint. His eyes burn with resolve to protect his daughter. His heart is focused entirely on his child. Even if he dies, the sword saint unleashes a charging attack. He pushes his aura to the absolute limit and charges forward too. He tells himself he must protect his beloved daughter. He cannot stand by and watch her get killed. Both of them launch at each other, creating massive shockwaves that completely shred the ground. After an intense clash, he takes massive damage, and blood sprays from his mouth. Suddenly he collapses onto the icy ground. He stares up at the sword saint who just watches him. A flickering fireball is ready in his hand. Lying there, Se-Jun reaches out. Completely drained, his arm drops to the earth. Koa looks furious, slamming her hand against the ground. Jagged ice shoots upward as she unleashes an insane freezing aura, causing glaciers to erupt. Her eyes are tearing up, and pure rage makes her hair and clothes whip around wildly. She blasts a devastating ice strike at the enemy. At the same time, the system flashes a huge alert. Earth's final quest has begun. She floats into the sky, the system labeling her the final boss, Ice Witch Koa. Lying there helplessly, he weakly mutters, "I am so sorry, Koa." Right after he says that, the ground explodes. He falls through the void along with the shattered rocks. Staring at his precious daughter one last time, he thinks, "If only I could." He closes his eyes in deep regret, wishing to start over. The system suddenly displays a special hunter quest. You and I probably thought this was game over, right? Well, think again. The system triggers a special quest to change the future. Regression officially begins. Vivid memories from the past start flashing by. Scenes of him and Yuiwa back in school, dating, and even holding hands. He coldly rejected the baby. We see her holding their child, staring at him with furious, choked-up tears as she struggles. Then she dies. He holds Koa's hand in front of the grave, followed by the terrifying moment she gets kidnapped by strangers. We see Koa locked in a dark dungeon, her eyes filled with rage and endless hatred. Every single painful memory rushes right back, and finally, the regretful regression to the past is 100% complete. Inside room 1215. And trust me, we leave it here. His eyes snap open, back in the past. Stick with me, because you are about to watch a dead man wake up in a place he should not be. His eyes snap open as he remembers freezing to death on that snowy mountain. But wait, there is his smartphone, sitting right there on the bed like nothing happened. He grabs the phone to check the date and gasps out loud, 2025. Pure panic hits him. Did I regress? Looking in the mirror, he sees a version of himself that looks years younger. His eyes are wide, stunned, and totally confused. Impossible. He sits there wondering how he traveled back in time and what that weird system alert was earlier. Suddenly, the door swings open and a loud voice calls out. Se-Jun, are you home? He recognizes that voice. Could it be? He grabs his jacket and sprints out, yelling for them to wait. He opens the door to find the beautiful Yuiwa smiling with a small child. Hello, Se-Jun. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. We are diving into a wild regression story. Koa, say hi to Daddy. His eyes widen at the kid. A tiny girl looks up with huge eyes and a bright smile. "Hello, Daddy." He freezes, completely speechless. But then a phantom cry for help echoes in his ears. "Daddy." A system notification pops up. Yu Hua explains that even though it is sudden, this child is his daughter. The little girl just stares at him with innocent, expectant eyes. It hits him hard. Shaken, his mind flashes back to the panic of his past life. He points a finger at the kid in denial. "Sudden? Did you just call this sudden? You disappear for years and then just show up to tell me I am a father?" He laughs bitterly. "Are you trying to use this brat to threaten me?" Yu Hua tries to speak. He cuts her off, glaring at the girl with total suspicion. "Do you even have proof that I am her father?" He throws another accusation. "Could she be some other guy's kid? Until you can actually prove she is my flesh and blood, do not bother me." Realizing her dad was rejecting her, the little girl looks absolutely heartbroken. Memories hit him, the girl running toward him in pure panic. Her tear-filled eyes reach out, begging him for help. He clutches his head as his thoughts spiral out of control. "I rejected my own kid. I really was an absolute scumbag." He stares at the kid, just as a quest about Koa's 5 misfortunes appears. Now pay attention, Koa looks innocent now, but he remembers her as the evil villain who destroyed the world. He compares that future monster to the adorable toddler standing right in front of him. How could such a sweet little kid ever destroy the entire world? She must have suffered so much, but he has no idea what kind of tragedies are waiting for her. Looking back, he realizes they do not have a single good memory together from their first meeting. His mind drifts right back to that past timeline again. Those memories are just tragic moments and his own endless coldness toward little Koa. "I refused to be her dad and caused the death of Yu Hua. I took Koa in later, but the guilt was eating me alive. After she died, I worked myself to the bone day and night to pay off a mountain of debt. Koa was abandoned at home with nobody to care for her. I am the reason she became a dark witch. That poor kid could not even call me dad." Back in reality, he faces Yu Hua, who is surprised by his tortured expression. Yu Hua tries to convince him again that the child really is his daughter. Before she can finish, he says he believes her. She is shocked and blurts out, "Huh? Huge plot twist, right?" He smiles at Koa. "Let's go inside. You two must be exhausted after traveling all this way to get here." Se-Jun touches Koa's hat and reaches out his hand, promising to escort the little princess inside. The girl smiles bright and takes his hand. "And trust me, you and I need to see what happens next." "All right, you and I are watching a legend begin." Yu Uiwa taps the table, chin in hand, deep in thought. Looking back at yesterday, Lee-jun feels like a total stranger. The guy who was always a mess is cleaning. Plus, he's actually playing with little Koa, even if he looks a bit awkward since they just met. She stares at the drink he just served. Sitting across from him, she can't help but say it out loud. "It feels like yesterday you were just an immature kid. You really have changed a lot." He answers gently while focused on the tea. "We're human, right? We're supposed to change. Why keep this a secret?" he asks as she takes a slow sip. Yu Uwa closes her eyes, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Our breakup was anything but peaceful. Right after I left, I found out I was pregnant as you enlisted. At first, I was going to raise her alone, but life threw a few unexpected curveballs my way." Her voice is steady. He asks what happened, and she just nervously fidgets with her teacup. Slowly, she tells Lee-jun about the disaster that just hit her. "There was a terrible accident. My house burned to the ground and I have nowhere left to go." She looks at him, dead serious. Her tone gets heavy. "I'm not demanding you take responsibility. This was my choice." Lee-jun looks genuinely worried. "So, what's your plan?" She makes her request. "Let me stay here. I can't make a kid sleep in motels. If there's no room, the storage shed is fine." But before she can finish, he cuts her off. "Sure, whatever you need." He says it while playfully pinching her cheek. She can't believe what she's hearing. "What?" He just chuckles, standing up as he replies. "My place isn't huge, but I'll make room. Where's your luggage?" "Your luggage?" "Stick with me, because you and I know this redemption arc is just getting started." She is completely baffled by his current vibe, blurting out that all her things are still sitting out there. Lee-jun was never the type to just accept things easily. She watches him happily chatting with little Koa. "Hey Koa, is that book actually interesting?" Yu Uiwa honestly can't stop thinking about how much he's changed. He used to be an immature troublemaker. She was fully prepared for him to be bossy and difficult. Suddenly, a voice calls out to Yu Uiwa while she's sipping tea. She turns around and answers him softly. "Yes?" He hesitates, awkwardly pointing at his own face. "Maybe hearing this from me will feel a bit sudden, but you know, for our kid, should we just get married?" He actually smiles shyly despite the absolute madness. It hits her like a bolt of lightning. The drink she hasn't even swallowed yet, it sprays everywhere. She stares at him in total panic, wondering what on earth happened to him while they were apart. Meanwhile, he's just staring right back at her with those big, innocent eyes. She doesn't answer right away, burying her face in her hands as her mind spins in total chaos. I see she is completely dumbfounded. He believed the child was his from the very first day, inviting them in without a second thought. Now, he's proposing. Is this really the same Se-Jun? Yuiwa is completely confused by his sudden change in character. Watch closely, because his eyes scream desperation. If I don't speak up now, I'll regret it forever. He remembers everything that happened right before he regressed. The mistakes, the pain. I have to take total responsibility for what I've done. I promise to fix everything this time around. That empty, dark period after Yuiwa died made me realize just how important she really is to me. Suddenly, she calls his name, making him jump. He answers in a panic, waving his hands around. I'm right here, Yuiwa slowly explains. I only found you because I'm struggling, not because I still have feelings for you. He looks at her awkwardly. You're right. We didn't end on the best terms, so liking me would be weird. She quickly replies that his sudden talk about marriage has left her feeling seriously confused and overwhelmed. I'm grateful you're letting us stay, but let's discuss that idea later. He replies with a regretful nod. All right. Smiling, he tells her they'll do just that, while muttering to himself about his secret plan. He guessed she'd shoot him down, but he'll make her trust him again. Later, he calls her name. She answers while busy wrapping warm clothes onto little Koa. Glancing at them, he gives a warm smile. Trust me. You and I know raising a kid isn't cheap, and buying a house alone is basically impossible. All right, you and I are about to dive into this mess. As his inner voice screams, she simply replies, I have been thinking about a few options. I am planning to join a guild. Hearing that one word, his face turns dark with pure rage. This is it, the exact trigger for all her past misery, yet her voice stays incredibly gentle. I am going to become a hunter, which is exactly why I need your help. He furiously whips his head back around. Yua is warmly stroking Sia's little face while they chat, oblivious to the fact his heart is racing in sheer panic. Wait, we both caught that, right? This specific plot detail never actually happened before. 25 years ago, 10 years before our current timeline, a little girl was happily holding her relative's hand on a stroll. Suddenly she turns, eyes wide with shock. High above, a massive dimensional crack rips open, sending everyone into a screaming panic. Every single nation worldwide instantly collapsed under an unprecedented, world-ending natural disaster. From that massive void, a monstrous hand with terrifying iron claws swiped out desperately, trying to crawl into our world. Suddenly, endless hordes of nightmare monsters poured from these space-time cracks, bringing an absolute apocalyptic disaster upon all of humanity. The city was left devastated while a gigantic monster towered over a terrified woman. She hugged her child as their eyes widened in frozen panic. Brilliant streaks of light flashed, and she could only watch helplessly as the colossal beast crashed down, igniting a raging sea of fire. However, humanity wasn't wiped out. Mankind fought back, absorbing energy from those rifts to forge their own unique and powerful awakened abilities. These absolute badasses could finally slaughter those impossible beasts. They became known as hunters. Back in the modern city, Yua is clutching a stack of files while walking down the street. Suddenly she spots it. Standing right before her is an official Hunter Guild headquarters. She quietly thinks, I am finally here. She announces, this is the Night Guild contract. A voice immediately shoots back. Hold on a second. Are you seriously signing that? The bedroom door is cracked open, showing little Sia. She is sound asleep, hugging a tiny teddy bear. Meanwhile, out in the living room, Yua sits on the sofa, replying, not yet, but the benefits and bonuses are honestly insane, so I will probably agree. Sitting directly opposite her is Se-Jun, literally kneeling on the floor. He is intensely studying the contract on the table. Watching him sigh, she asks if something is making him hesitate. With his hand hovering over the paper, he analyzes it. Hunter contracts are packed with toxic loopholes that countless guilds exploit. He lifts the contract. The guilds take all the benefits. Trust me. You and I need to see how he dismantles this trap. Stick with me here. She gasps, totally panicking inside. If she drops this deal, how will she ever pay off her massive debts or even survive? He stays quiet, just watching her reaction as her face drops, caught between pure worry and absolute panic. He finally speaks up. Look, go ahead and sign it if you want. If it looks fine, do it. But the second you spot something shady like I warned, he pauses for a second. He taps his chest with a huge grin and says, let me show you how to become a real hunter. She thinks he has truly changed. She remembers the past. He used to act incredibly childish whenever they almost broke up. Sia's sweet voice interrupts her thoughts. Are you guys going to sleep? He sits right next to her, comforting. Mom and Dad need to talk for a bit. We will come in after you go to sleep. Yua stands by the door watching Se-Jun. He gently pats his daughter's head and says, I hope you have the sweetest dreams while we are awake. She replies, okay, good night, Dad. So adorable. Right in front of her is a gentle Se-Jun flashing a loving smile. She thinks he finally looks like a real father for once. Cut to a brightly colored ice cream shop. Sia leans on the glass counter, staring with absolute craving in her eyes. Se-Jun softly asks, "What do you want to order? Which flavor?" Sia immediately shouts, "Chocolate." Then he turns to the worker and says, "I will take 1 cone of the My Mom is an Alien flavor." Now pay close attention here. He suddenly realizes he knows exactly which guild contacted her and their every dirty trick. They bait new hunters with fat bonuses, locking them down to the guild, then enslaving them with massive lifetime debt. Before his regression, this exact scam ruined him. Trust me, you and I are going to enjoy watching him get his revenge. Alright, let's dive into the story of Yuahua's nightmare guild pressure. She struggled and died before reaching her full potential. Now, those dark memories are flooding Se-Jun's mind. Sia's tiny hands lift her mother's funeral portrait. She just stares at the photo in heavy, total silence. Then, a vision of adult Sia sobbing over that portrait appears. Yuahua's death was one of her 5 greatest tragedies. Thinking of this, his heart sinks. He looks at Sia, sees her fear, and asks, "Hey, what is wrong?" She replies, "Dad, is Mom really an alien? Is Mom an octopus? Wait, does that mean I am an octopus too?" Her little eyes fill with tears of worry. Hearing that, both he and the ice cream worker burst out laughing. Holding a massive chocolate cone, she mutters that these ice cream names are just too weird. He chuckles and agrees. "Yeah, they really are. Mom is an alien? Man, I love this chocolate flavor too." He remembers the worker thought Sia was so adorable that she gave her a literal mountain of ice cream. Hugging her treat, Sia happily says, "Thank you." Both adults are totally melted by her pure, innocent cuteness. Carrying Sia in his arms, he realizes she is this adorable thanks to her mother's perfect genes. Suddenly, she offers him her cone. He asks, "What is up? Does it taste bad?" She softly replies, "No, it's great, but I want to eat with you, Dad." His mind drifts back to the past. Sia almost never called him Dad before. He was always out, leaving early and coming home way too late. By the time he returned, Sia was always asleep. He never made any real memories with her. He abandoned her when she needed him most. You feel that too, right? She just cried all alone for her mom. He remembers the last time she called for him, begging, "Dad, please, save me," while reaching out her tiny hands. That was the exact moment those strangers dragged her away while she screamed for his help. She was yelling, "No, let me go." He was pinned into the dirt by the mob, unable to move, powerless to fight back. He could only scream his daughter's name in a moment of pure, crushing helplessness. Sia's cries for her parents echoed in his head. Then, he suddenly snaps back to the present. It is just little Sia in his arms, holding her chocolate cone. He realizes he never even knew she liked ice cream. He feels like a terrible father. He spent so little time with her, yet she patiently waits for him to share. Beyond just stopping the coming tragedies, he smiles warmly and says, "All right, thank you, Sia. I am going to make so many amazing memories with her from now on." Suddenly, a weird noise startles them. The broadcast speakers blast out a loud, piercing emergency warning siren. Hearing that sound, he holds Sia tight and freezes. In a panic, he spots a sudden dungeon crack forming nearby. He immediately recalls the standard hunter protocol. Usually, they predict these cracks way before they appear, guiding all the civilians to safety shelters first. Hunters should have arrived long ago, but this siren means a crack is literally forming right this second. An instant crack is impossible. This never happened before his regression. Now pay attention here. This is the epic cliffhanger you and I were waiting for in this regress timeline. He hugs her tight. One butterfly flapping its wings just triggered an absolute storm of chaos. History is shifting. A literal crack in the sky just appeared out of nowhere. These changes are his fault. Altering the future has dragged unexpected danger into their present. He clutches Sia tightly and sprints. But as he runs, an incredibly strange feeling hits him. Both of them look up with pure terror. He mutters, "Oh, damn it," as a massive rift opens. The sky tears open, glowing brightly. He wonders if he messed up time enough to cause this. A giant beast's foot slams down. A pitch-black bull with sharp horns and a blazing mane of fire appears. People panic and scatter everywhere, screaming at the top of their lungs in total fear. "Run!" Se-Jun sprints with Sia, feeling stressed. This never happened before his regression and he has no powers right now. His only option is to run. In his arms, Sia stares at the giant monster with terrified eyes. Sia screams out, "Dad, behind us!" He glances back as the beast violently lunges at them. He dives with her. "Trust me, we will see what happens next." "All right, you and I are diving into the exact moment every parent fears." Se-Jun slides back, shielding his daughter while asking frantically if she is hurt. Still shaking, she answers, "No." He points to an empty gap between 2 houses. "Koa, listen to me very carefully. Go hide in that space and do not step out until Dad calls you. She nods quickly, understanding the danger. He looks back in shock at the massive charging beast. Is this massive thing actually targeting me? That panting beast with fiery eyes, he is officially marked as prey. The monster winds up and charges completely mad. He groans. Here it comes. If only I had a real weapon right now. Glancing back, he spots a basic straw broom. Now watch closely, because with zero time to think, he instantly dives for it. The beast is already at point-blank range. From her hiding spot, Koa watches, terrified for her dad. Seeing his broom snap, she screams, "Dad!" The monster lunges in for the kill at lightning speed. He tries to block, but it is totally useless. The wood snaps in half. He desperately leaps backward, trying to get away from the charging monster. He lands perfectly, keeping his balance and gripping the broken broom handle, even without any energy wrapping his body. He is basically dead meat. Se-Jun stands tall, facing the monster head-on. No choice but to fight for survival using this pathetic broom spear. He points the jagged handle straight at the beast. There is nowhere left to run. It takes 5 minutes after the siren for backup to arrive. If he can just hold on, Koa lives. Sounds easy, right? But surviving 5 minutes against this thing is basically impossible. The monster revs up for another massive attack. Whatever the cost, he has to make his stand right here. The bull charges forward at extreme speed. He watches intensely, waiting for the perfect split second to strike back. He tells himself even if he gets completely drained or ripped to 100 pieces, he still has to pull this off. You and I both know a weakling shouldn't survive this. Before regressing, his total lack of magic meant he never even became a hunter. That weakness kept him far behind everyone else. It forced him to spend his past life living in absolute fear. Out of desperation, he memorized every monster encyclopedia. Knowledge is power. He knows every weakness. And the bull's weak spot? Its eyes. He just needs to hit that exact target with everything he has. Thoughts racing. He raises the broken stick, pouring all his energy into it. Se-Jun winds up. I won't let Koa suffer again. He hurls the handle straight at the monster's face. It flies fast, but his ordinary body lacks enough power. He honestly doubts that desperate throw even landed. He just stares in pure shock. It actually hit. The stick stabs directly into the monster's eye, making it howl in agonizing pain. He can't believe he pulled that off. Suddenly, Se-Jun notices sharp ice spikes erupting under the beast's feet. They completely block the monster's path. Wait, is that ice magic? The blinded beast roars out, going totally berserk. He covers his face as sharp ice fragments blast everywhere from the beast's rampage. The bull is furious now. The buildings are going to collapse. Wait, Koa. His eyes snap open in panic. He sees her standing there as the heavy walls on both sides start cracking apart. Utterly panicked, he screams her name. Debris starts falling as the crying girl begs for her mom. And that's the gut-wrenching cliffhanger where you and I have to leave it. But wait, stick with me here. She looks up and sees someone shielding her. It is Se-Jun, desperately holding back 2 collapsing walls. Blood is literally pouring down his face, but he completely ignores the pain. He just smiles down at her and asks if she is hurt. Little Koa just cries looking at him. Se-Jun gives her a warm look, whispers that he is relieved, and then collapses right on the dirt. Koa screams for her dad. He is entirely out of gas, but deep down, his survival instincts are screaming. Wake up, Se-Jun. You need to get Koa out of here right now. Suddenly, ominous shadows start creeping up right behind the two of them. The teary-eyed girl glances back. Someone shouts that the legendary Cretan bull caused this stampede. A rescue squad suddenly appears on the scene. One of them points out the civilians, barking orders to prioritize protecting them at all costs. Se-Jun spots the logo on their uniforms and recognizes the symbol. He can finally leave this to professionals. Relieved, he closes his eyes to rest, fully trusting the squad. All right, you and I are diving into a wild story. Yuehua bursts into the hospital, frantically calling for Koe. The little girl rushes over, hugging her legs while sobbing. Yuehua immediately panics, checking for any hidden injuries. The child hesitates, but Se-Jun speaks up from his hospital bed, his leg wrapped in a massive cast. He greets them with a gentle smile, assuring her that Koe is safe. The kid says Dad protected her. Tears well up in Yuehua's eyes as she looks at the man who saved her daughter. Seeing her cry, he panics and tries to jump up despite his injury. She just buries her face, sobbing. He scrambles to explain, worried he scared her too much. See? I can stand fine. We just wanted to tease. Koe snitches immediately, saying Dad made Mom cry. He just chuckles, asking if she is seriously getting this emotional. She glares through her tears, teeth gritted in frustration. Yes, I am crying, you absolute jerk. Later, under a beautiful starry sky, she thanks him with genuine emotion. His voice is soft as he replies. She is my daughter too, he reminds her. They are just chilling together on a bench in the hospital garden. While sipping their favorite sodas, she explains the situation. The kid is finally fast asleep. A kind old lady nearby offered to watch her, so she should be totally safe for now. Koi must have been terrified, so he is glad she stayed brave. He takes a sip and looks at her. Now pay attention, this is where things get weird. I need to ask you something important about Koi. He thinks back to the battle against the bull, where something truly bizarre happened during the fight. He cannot shake the memory of someone launching powerful ice magic during that absolute chaos. Honestly, he suspects it was Koi. As he asks, an image of the girl wielding a freezing aura flashes. He suddenly notices Yui Hua getting emotional, her hands literally shaking around her paper cup. He pushes for an answer, but she just grips her drink and fires back another question. Does that even sound logical? The poor kid can barely say the word magic, let alone cast high-level spells. She insists the girl is normal. He stares at her in silence until his heavy voice makes her flustered. Look me in the eye and tell me for certain it was not her. Yui Hua nervously fidgets with her soda can, her voice dropping into a plea. Se-Jun, keep this a secret. He looks at her dead serious. She is my kid. I would never do anything to harm her. I trust you. She suddenly remembers the day they first met. He had accepted her and Koi with zero suspicion. Just like how you trusted me back then, she thinks. She finally confesses the magic was likely Koi. Then she drops a bomb about the reason she found him. I told you my house collapsed on its own, but Koi actually leveled the entire place. She lost control of her intense emotions. If rumors spread, she will be in grave danger. She is terrified people will drag her daughter into some underground laboratory for cruel experiments. Hearing this, he reaches over, gripping her shaking hands. Do not worry, I will protect Koi no matter what. Yui Hua hesitates for a second. Have you ever considered that she might not actually be your biological child? Se-Jun is completely unfazed. Koi is my daughter. Even if she was not, I would never say otherwise. I know what you and I are thinking. Massive character growth, right? Yui Hua is stunned. Internally, he realizes these confident words are the exact opposite of his terrible past self. He was an absolute fool who rejected his own daughter countless times before. He grips the bench, drowning in regret over his past mistakes. She covers her mouth, giggling softly. Yui Hua leans in close, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Se-Jun turns bright red, heart skipping a beat. He panics inside. Are you crazy? You were a 40-year-old man. Now you are only 26. How can your heart be fluttering for a girl who is literally 12 years younger than you? He desperately suppresses those romantic feelings, squeezing his eyes shut. Get it together and focus. Catching feelings is strictly forbidden. He abruptly changes the subject to save his own dignity. Anyway, how is that guild situation going? She answers, discussing the messed up contract just like he predicted. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are diving in. She scanned every line, threatening to ditch the guild. She is beyond furious, spotting endless shady errors in her contract. Then she sighs, looking completely defeated. Yeah, I reached out to Big Game, but 0 guilds have called back. Honestly, I am at a total loss. He tries to calm her, promising to train the kid. Trust me, he says. I will teach her my top secret techniques. Hearing that, Yui just laughs. Top secret? Yeah, right. Soon they are standing in front of a super rundown, sketchy little workshop. Totally unimpressed, she speaks up. So, this is your big top secret place? He just nods calmly. Yep, there is a workshop hidden right here. Confused, she asks Se-Jun. Aren't real workshops usually in fancy malls or massive guild headquarters? He quickly explains that the prices inside those malls are absolutely insane. Plus, you have to join their guild just to use their gear. For now, just follow me. As they step inside, the walls are completely lined with all sorts of swords. Everything is perfectly organized and looks absolutely epic. Axes, heavy hammers, and sharp spears are displayed in flawless rows. There is even a unique shelf holding some incredible-looking bows. Yui looks around in pure awe, admiring everything. The little girl cheers out loud. This is so cute. Yui thinks, wow, this actually looks like a real workshop. Suddenly, a voice booms out. We got customers. It is an old guy with ridiculously huge muscles. Who is there? Turning to face him, Se-Jun smiles to himself. Perfect. We definitely came to the right spot. While stuck in that hospital bed, I finally sorted out my memories from before I regressed. Pay attention, because you and I need to watch this part. One specific name pops into my head. The man later known as the absolute greatest blacksmith in the world, Kang Shonil. He bows respectfully. Hello, sir. I am Se-Jun, a hunter. Yui quickly bows right next to him. Such an honor. I am Yui, also a hunter. Seeing her parents bow, little Koa widens her eyes and instantly copies them, shouting, Hello there, I am Koa. I am my mommy and daddy's daughter. Everyone flinches at her loud greeting, but the old man just bursts out laughing. Ha, you three really know how to make an entrance. My family name is Kang. First name, Kang Shonil. You guys can just call me Kang Chonil. Se-Jun starts talking. Well, Yui and I are both hunters, so before he can finish, the old man cuts him off. You need weapons? What kind? Se-Jun answers instantly. I will take a spear. Kang Shonil nods in pure approval. That is a solid choice. And what about the young lady here? Hearing that, she looks super confused. Honestly, she has zero clue what weapon she is even good at. I haven't decided yet. Do you mind if I look around? The old man just chuckles and waves his hand. Haha, sure thing. You have plenty of time, so pick carefully. Glancing at all the insane weapons hanging on the walls and shelves, Se-Jun says, Wow, you and I both know these premium dungeon materials are top tier. Seems like the perfect fit for a beginner. The blacksmith crosses his arms and replies, Hey, you seem to know an awful lot about weapons, don't you? Se-Jun plays it cool. I've only picked up a few things here and there. That is all. Suddenly, he notices Yui completely stressing out, totally unsure of what weapon to actually pick. Handing her a sleek bow, he suggests, Hey Yui, what do you think about this one? She just stares blankly at the weapon in his grip and blurts out, A bow? Se-Jun gives her a bright smile and breaks it down. Yeah, you have great focus, and your stamina is not bad either. I honestly think a bow would be a perfect match for you. She looks totally surprised. Am I really that good? Seeing her hesitate, Kang Shonil chimes in. You can always grab a sample model to test out first. Cutting him off, Yui shakes her head. No, I will trust Se-Jun and take this bow. He definitely has a reason for telling me to pick this. Looking back at Se-Jun, the old man clears his throat. All right then. Just so you know, you cannot get a refund if you change your mind, but you can always swap it for a different weapon. Se-Jun nods confidently. Sounds like a fair deal. Then he hands over the bill. Here is the total. Now you and I both know exactly what happens next. Seeing that massive number, they completely freeze. Yui lifts the bow up, clicking her tongue. This is way too expensive. He just laughs it off. Hey, do not worry. I have got this. I have some savings. All right. You and I are about to witness Yui's legendary journey. She grips her bow in shock at his promise to help her. Looking deadly serious, Yui speaks up firmly, promising to pay him back. Se-Jun tries to stop her, but her mind is made up. He says she does not need to, but she is stubborn about it. As they argue, little Koa just watches them, looking totally confused. Suddenly, Koa calls out for her mom. Yui asks what is wrong, and the little girl has something incredibly sweet to say. Since the gear is expensive, Koa offers to eat fewer snacks from now on. Hearing that from a child makes Yui feel absolutely terrible. She quickly reassures her, but deep down, Yui is worried. Koa never really opens up about what she is actually thinking or feeling. Her mind flashes back to a private conversation she had with Se-Jun outside in the hospital courtyard. People think she is just a kind, quiet kid, but Yui thinks she acts way too mature for her age. Kids should be selfish and throw tantrums sometimes. Yui worries she has not been paying enough attention to her daughter's needs. More than anything, she just wants Koa to be able to enjoy every little thing she actually wants right now. The entire group, Yui, Se-Jun, and the legendary blacksmith, just stare at little Koa in total surprise. Then, out of nowhere, the old man snatches the receipt right out of Se-Jun's hand. Good grief. He decides this old man needs to buy some snacks for Koa, then grabs a pen and scribbles something new down. Handing the new receipt back with a huge smile, he admits he really likes them, especially their incredibly adorable daughter. So, as a special treat, he gives them a massive discount. It is enough to make anyone smile, is it not? Staring at the new total, their jaws literally drop. This crazy price barely even covers the raw materials needed to make the weapons. The old man grins and asks if they are buying or not. He jokes that his wrist is about to fall off holding the receipt. Watch closely. Stick with me as we jump right back into the madness. They finish paying and thank the shopkeeper endlessly before the heavy workshop doors finally close shut behind them. The trio leaves in high spirits. Gripping his shiny new weapon, our main character knows they finally have the gear they need. Now they can execute the big plan. He calls out to Yui, causing her to jump and look over in surprise. He turns around with a huge grin and tells her to get ready to finally raid the dungeon. Training begins immediately. She sprints forward, pulling back the bowstring with her eyes locked on the target. She releases the shot, and boom, dead center. The arrow violently pierces the exact middle of the paper targets. It is stuck deep into the tree trunk. Glowing energy wraps around her arms as she draws another arrow for a second shot. She fires a literal tornado shot that flies incredibly fast, ripping clean through multiple solid trees. Her jaw completely drops. She is shocked she actually pulled that off. Suddenly, Se-Jun asks from behind if her arrow really just blasted through those trees. She wonders how long he and little Koa have been standing there watching her train. Koa calls out to her mommy while Se-Jun flashes a massive smile, holding up food for a snack break. He brought spicy rice cakes scooped into little cups, and honestly, they look absolutely delicious. As the three of them sit down to eat, Yui asks how he even found such a perfect, hidden spot for training. Se-Jun just gives her a super smug look. He is clearly proud of finding a place where nobody else is around. He tells her that is exactly why it is his top secret hideout. While saying that, he remembers this hidden mountain spot was his personal training ground before his massive timeline regression. He kept it hidden even then. His mind drifts back to their intense archery sessions over the last couple of weeks. He taught Yui the basics of combat, like channeling and gathering all her energy into a single, devastating point. Everything was prepared perfectly. They were finally ready to step foot into the dungeon. He sips his juice, staring at the targets. Now watch closely, because her talent is about to go off the charts. You and I are witnessing her true, overpowered potential. Every single arrow hit dead center. Se-Jun is truly impressed by her shots. He asks if this is really her first time using a bow. Even though he asks, he secretly already knows the real answer from his past life. Before he regressed, Yui was forced to use a sword by her old guild, despite having zero talent for it. She used to constantly break her blades mid-battle, but the literal second she picked up a fallen comrade's bow, it was an absolute game-changer. She immediately unleashed her true, insane potential. Back in the present, he asks how her training is going. She looks totally unconfident, but you and I know better. Not great. I tried gathering all the energy together exactly like you told me, but honestly, I only pulled it off once. Trust me, we are about to see if I can survive with these skills. Koei watches with giant, adorable eyes as the adults talk, then suddenly cheers. Mommy, I can feel the energy. Let me show you. He stares at the little girl, totally confused. What on earth are you talking about? Koei's face lights up as she says energy, and just to prove she is not kidding, she casually holds out her tiny hands and boom, a freezing ice ball forms. A baby using magic? Not going to lie. Seeing this for the first time is absolutely wild. They are both in pure shock. Se-Jun praises her for being so good, but tells her to let go because that energy is dangerous. Koei softly replies okay before casually tossing the huge ball of energy away. She even gives a cute little goodbye. The two of them watch Koei running around happily, but his voice drops with deep worry. He thinks they need to be way more careful now. She is anxious too, wondering who will look after Koei while they raid the dungeon. We obviously cannot take a literal toddler into a deadly war zone. Suddenly, a genius idea sparks. He gets completely hyped up. I have the perfect plan, so do not stress. Pay attention here, because even with my regression memories, some things just do not go my way. Turns out Se-Jun brings Koei straight to his own father's house. He is kneeling down while Koei nervously hides behind his back. He thought the old man would agree the second he saw her. The second he saw her. To break that incredibly awkward silence, he speaks up and loudly greets him. Hello, Father Duan. His strict dad sits there cross-legged on the floor, looking completely furious and terrifying. He already refused over the phone, but Jun never expected him to be this strict in front of Koei. After observing them in silence for a long time, the old man finally speaks up and asks whose daughter she is. He quietly replies, she is mine. His dad repeats the question, demanding to know who the mother is. Nervously, he answers that her mom is Yui, hoping the name triggers his memory. The old man pictures Yui as a polite girl. He clears his throat and grunts, then aggressively probes about the plans. He admits he already proposed, which makes his dad anxious for the actual wedding date. Scratching his head, he awkwardly admits he never said she actually accepted the proposal. Hearing that, his dad completely loses his mind with rage. He screams what as both Jun and Koei flinch at the shout. He tries to calm him down, promising to explain later before swiftly changing the subject. I came for a huge favor. Gently pushing Koei forward, he tells her this is her grandpa. Duan reaches out, announcing that he is Grandpa Duan. The little girl remembers how her parents always cuddle her, so she bravely steps up and presses her squishy face right into his hands, looking impossibly cute. She softly calls out Grandpa. He is completely caught off guard by her overflowing cuteness. Se-Jun finally drops the bomb. I wanted to ask if you could babysit Koei for me. His dad replies while still squishing her face. You want me to babysit all weekend? Trust me, you saw that look too. The real chaos is about to begin. He says he will find someone else, but his dad yells out that he never said he did not want to do it. At a jewelry shop, Yui rests her chin on her hand, looking pretty worried. She regrets not going along, but Se-Jun pops up to calm her down. He says his dad really likes her. She laughs, relieved, until the store clerk interrupts. Here is the custom strap you two asked for. He grabs the glowing stone and says thanks. Looking at the accessory, she asks if that is the stone Koei found. Yep, it is a light energy stone. Remembering the factory, he thinks about how she found it. Flashback to Kang Chonil, telling Koei to pick any gift she wants. She points at some junk on the floor and smiles, thanking him for the shiny thing. He was super confused. A shiny thing? But that was literally just a pile of trash he was throwing away. When he opened the box, he just laughed. "You have a great eye, kid. Look at this treasure. Light energy, you and I just witnessed a legendary find. Alright, you and I are diving into a world where magic stones detect raw power. Pay attention, hunters, this is how you track relics. So the price tag on this thing is astronomical." After leaving the factory, Koa hands it over. "Here, Dad, take it." He was totally confused. Why give this away? Koa innocently explains she just liked the sparkle and saw how much he wanted it. Hearing that, he was completely moved. "Thanks, kid." On the escalator, Yuewa's voice pulls Se-Jun from his thoughts. "Did you really come just for the strap?" He smiles, pointing at his chest. "Yeah, this specific strap is a rare find. We definitely need one of these before we step into the dungeon. Since we're here, why not look at clothes for Koa?" He thinks quietly, even though I'm actually here for a different reason. Suddenly, massive cheering from below grabs their attention. The crowd goes wild as Sun Soo-hyun walks down the red carpet. Fans are screaming their love as he flashes a bright smile. Someone shouts that his nose is sharp as Mount Everest. Another fan yells that his face is brighter than their future. Yuewa repeats the line, looking super confused. "Brighter than my future?" Se-Jun just nods. "Yep, that's Sun Soo-hyun for you." Se-Jun explains that he's the absolute superstar of the hunter world. He promoted his guild through a massive reality television show. He has insane celebrity status just because he's ridiculously handsome. She glances over to check his reaction. He looks pretty unwell to her, which makes sense since he got hurt saving Koa. Total hero move, but clearly still painful. He must be terrified of dungeons. Teasingly, she tells him not to worry. "Big sister will protect you." He snaps back, "Sister, my foot, we're the same age." Se-Jun is actually just stressed seeing that guy. Sun Soo-hyun is the Night Guild master, the same jerk who dumped all their debt onto them. Awa asks if they've bought everything yet. How much longer until their dungeon reservation time? Checking his phone, he says they have a little time left. But looking at that clock, trust me, something wild is coming. The clock strikes 1400 hours. Suddenly, the ground violently shakes, throwing everyone into pure, screaming chaos. She panics, wondering if it's an earthquake. He doesn't say a word. He just thinks it's finally here. Sun Soo-hyun glares at someone while Se-Jun calmly sips his milk tea, watching it all unfold. Suddenly, Awa panics, spotting something incredibly wrong below. A massive sinkhole just opened right in the mall. His eyes go totally dark. "Don't drop your guard for a second." He calmly tells her this is only the beginning. She turns back, super confused. "What do you mean by start?" But before he can answer, she completely screams out loud. The glowing system announces it loudly. A brand new dungeon has just been generated. From the dark sinkhole below, countless glowing purple eyes suddenly appear. The system blares out another alert. "Now you and I are in it, the special mission has officially begun." Spiders are swarming out. Se-Jun tightly grips his spear, and Awa gets ready too. She locks her bow in hand. They're fully prepared for war. The system identifies it the Pseudo-Bon Mall dungeon. The monsters march straight into the center. An absolute swarm of beasts fiercely attacks the entire shopping mall. People scatter in pure terror, screaming for their lives. And then, the dungeon doors slam completely shut. Someone in the panicked crowd cries out, "Why won't the doors open?" Their desperate screams echo into pure despair. "Let us out. Is anyone listening? Help us." Awa looks at him. "There are too many. Where should we go?" She gasps as he suddenly leaps down. She watches him and screams his name, Se-Jun. He hits the ground perfectly. Right in front of him, a man is completely surrounded by beasts, desperately screaming for someone to save him. He covers his face, too terrified to even look at the monsters attacking. Se-Jun swings his spear, slicing two beasts in half. He orders the guy to run to the emergency exit. "The hunters will meet you there." The man yells, "Thanks, and trust me, you and I are about to see what a real hunter looks like." He looks up, saying it's easier to crush these monsters if they regroup. She quickly agrees. Grabbing his weapon, he starts wiping out the monsters. Sun Soo-hyun yells, "Stay," completely focused. "Keep the formation." Suddenly, a panicked woman rushes out of nowhere and tightly grabs his arm. Terrified, she begs him to save her, but her pleading gets zero sympathy from him, just pure annoyance. Sun Soo-hyun violently shoves her away. From a distance, Se-Jun and Yuewa come running, gritting their teeth. "All right, stick with me, because this absolute scumbag is about to watch a girl face a monster alone." Out of nowhere, Go Yuan dashes in and slashes. One strike, and the beast is dead while Sun Soo-hyun looks awkward. Se-Jun stands there in pure shock. He recognizes her instantly and wonders why she is here right now. Go Yuan was a hunter who survived until the end times before he regressed, but she should not be here yet. No time for distractions. He orders the hunters to form a massive circle, keeping the terrified civilians safe in the center. "We are holding the defensive line right here." Se-Jun grips his spear with white knuckles. Focused and calm, He protects the survivors while the rest of the team aggressively wipes out the remaining monsters. Sun Soo-hyun carves through beasts, Yu-hwa fires arrows like a machine, and Go Yu-won delivers lightning sword strikes. Lee Se-Jun finishes the job with a flurry of spear thrusts. He stands amidst a literal ocean of dead monster bodies. All clear. They are dead. He walks over to Yu-hwa with a warm smile, asking if she is okay. She did amazing for her first fight. She smiles back, admitting she feels completely drained the moment the battle stopped. Now, watch closely here. Back at the guild office, the manager respectfully reports to the guildmaster about their progress. Passing over the files, the manager sighs. He really thought they had recruited a promising new hunter this time around. Apparently, she just dumped her contract and walked out. He has no clue where she even got her information. The master looks at Go Yu-won's file in silence. Meanwhile, Sun Soo-hyun offers a friendly hand to Yu-hwa. Thanks for the hard work. You were great. Before she can answer, Lee Se-Jun slides right between them like a wall. He grabs Sun Soo-hyun's hand with a smirk, introducing himself. The guy can only mutter his own name back awkwardly. Look at him, totally speechless. Lee Se-Jun can see right through his fake attitude. Suddenly, a scream rings out. A child is unconscious with a nasty bite from a venomous earth dragon. We need help fast. First aid only buys time. Without high-level healing magic immediately, this kid is in serious, life-threatening danger. The exit only unlocks if we clear the boss. We need a hunter to step up and end this. Sun Soo-hyun is stunned. He says they should wait because the exit opens automatically in 24 hours anyway. Are you really suggesting this small group should fight a dungeon boss right now? He explains the kid won't last that long, but the guy just crosses his arms and scoffs at his rookie attitude. I am guessing you are just a total rookie here. Sun Soo-hyun speaks with pure arrogance. I researched this dungeon first, so I have zero reason to listen to a novice. I am staying right here. The guards agree. Hearing them argue makes Yu-hwa frown, getting seriously annoyed. They need to do something. They should at least try to save as many people as possible. Meanwhile, the guards just stand around gossiping. You and I know this type, right? Lee Se-Jun remembers him stealing credit before the regression too. He only clears dungeons once the exits form. Yu-hwa treats the kid, telling him to just hang in there. Go Yu-won calls out from the back. She is coming along to help fight the boss too. They both look shocked. She smiles brightly, suggesting they introduce themselves. I am Go Yu-won, she says. Watching her, he realizes his memories were correct. Before his regression, she actually teamed up with Sun Soo-hyun. Seeing her join the rookies instead, Sun Soo-hyun sneers. He thought she was better than these pathetic amateurs. Do you really want to die? Go Yu-won snaps back immediately, telling him to quit with his garbage skills. She says he should just give up on being a hunter. Hearing that, his face turns dark with absolute fury. Lee Se-Jun jumps in. Everyone is ready. Let's clear this dungeon. They head into the ruins. Inside the collapsed mall, they spot glowing purple lights. She gasps at how gorgeous the view is. It is luminous moss. Lee Se-Jun explains it only grows in the darkest corners of these dungeons. Go Yu-won tells Yu-hwa she thought she was a veteran hunter, not an apprentice. Your skills are incredible. You flatter me, sister. Yu-hwa teases back. The atmosphere feels totally different with this new team. Trust me, you will want to see what is next. Alright, let us dive right back in. Go Yu-won watches them closely. These two are showing off skills that are way beyond any average rookie. Especially Lee Se-Jun. He is an absolute beast in combat, but he also has sharp judgment and top-tier leadership. Suddenly, alright, stick with me. You and I are about to watch this squad pick their leader before things get messy. Even though she can track clues and plan, Go Hyan admits she lacks the guts to actually lead the team. Yu-hwa stays polite, so she asks about Lee Se-Jun. Deep down, she knows he is the one for this. He looks like a natural-born commander. He feels her gaze and wonders if he should even look her back. He watches her, realizing this clever girl is testing him right now, trying to see his true, hidden power. He only wanted to show a bit of his skills. If she keeps digging, it will be super annoying. I am not that confident either, he says. But since you both passed, I guess I have no choice. He figures that acting overwhelmed by the leadership role will completely throw her off his trail for a while. It makes it way harder for her to figure him out. She smirks and leaves everything to him now. He nods. Deal. Now let's move. Walking ahead, he suddenly signals for the rest of them to stop. Now watch this part closely. We just stumbled upon the boss lair, a massive, terrifying crater in the earth. Sitting right in the middle is a huge purple blob. The squad immediately starts discussing their very next move. Go Hyan wonders if the final boss here is seriously just a giant, weak purple blob monster. It looks like a starter monster for rookies. He warns her not to get cocky because it is still a boss. She shrugs, saying it is just a big slime. Let's crush it. But he blocks her path right away. I am the commander. Wait for my orders. She looks annoyed but agrees to follow his lead for now. She channels aura into her legs. Since slimes react to vibrations, he warns her to be careful going down. Okay, she says. I will take the lead. Then with one massive leap, she lands in the boss pit. Meanwhile, Yu is carefully sliding down a rope. She asks if all hunters move like that all the time. He smiles. We cannot do that yet. But with enough solid training, maybe we will get there too someday. Suddenly, her grappling hook slips, sending her crashing down. He anxiously asks if she is all right after that fall. She says yes, but the impact caused a heavy vibration. The monster is right there. Go, Haiyan speaks up. Do not worry, she says. That slime is slow as molasses. But suddenly her eyes go dark, and he screams for her to dodge. The monster is instantly in front of her. Out of nowhere, it slams down a devastating heavy attack on her. He grabs her, pulling her aside just in time. Go Haiyan glares at the beast, calling it completely unbelievable. He stares intently, trying to figure out what is really hiding inside that massive, purple slime monster body. It rears its head up as sharp iron spikes suddenly erupt from its back. Is that really a slime? You and I both see it inside. That purple goo is a massive monster skeleton just waiting to kill us. Wherever it moves, the ground literally caves in. This thing is much heavier than it looks to the eye. The three of them hide behind a giant boulder and watch. It is absolute chaos across the entire battlefield. Se-Jun thinks it is just as expected. It is way more sensitive to motion than actual sight or sound. Everything is going exactly according to his plan. He remembers their strategy meeting from just a few minutes ago. He broke down all the math while the three huddled together, plotting how to kill this giant slime monster. Let's map this out. Slimes are weak to fire. Even for a second, that is our best shot at winning this. I will help break its outer membrane to expose the core. He uses a rock to draw the map. Beside him, 2 gas bottles and a lighter were fully prepped and ready for the big strike against it. We will handle breaking the membranes. You will be on guard and watching our backs for any danger. If things go wrong, provide cover fire and burn it to a crisp. Now, they are still hiding nearby. Still no real opening. He thinks if it keeps attacking, they will have no choice but to counter now. If they go all in now, their defenses will not last long enough to catch a lucky break. Go, Haiyan is losing her patience. She flexes her hands, ready to jump right into the dangerous fight. We just need to make that thing focus elsewhere. She smiles with total confidence at her teammates right now. I am the only one who can shake the ground. I will be in and out fast, trust me. Her hands gather aura and her legs begin glowing with intense energy. She is ready to move in fast. Go Haiyan kicks off the boulder hard to grab the slime's attention. Trust me, you and I are about to see absolute chaos unfold right now. Alright, you and I are watching a fight where endurance means everything. She shouts, I am definitely winning this, just as a massive slime lunges toward Go Haiyan. She glances back with a wildly arrogant, challenging smirk, clearly knowing she has the upper hand in this fight. She stomps both feet down, perfectly dodging the lunging monster. Alright, let's jump straight back into the madness. Dodging the blow, she watches the monster slam into the ground, triggering a massive explosion of smoke and thick dust. She realizes the beast is trying to smash their shield, but it just cannot reach where they are standing. Another heavy landing follows as she avoids the monster's next brutal strike. Go Haiyan's mind is racing, trying to find a way to take down this massive, stationary area of effect attacker. Honestly, that basically makes this giant beast nothing more than a trapped rat. Gripping her sword, she channels energy, wondering if slicing it open reveals the truth. Se-Jun is totally stunned. In that stance, Go Haiyan is perfectly positioned to draw her blade as an overwhelmingly intense aura explodes. She is using the absolute separation technique, the exact same skill Gohi used before my regression. The massive slime monster closes the gap, getting insanely close to her. It raises a gigantic hand high, bringing it crashing straight down toward her. She simply closes her eyes, feeling the movement. Then snap. Go Haiyan's eyes shoot open, glaring at the beast. She rips her sword out and unleashes a flurry of rapid slashes against the monster, completely dicing its body into tiny shredded pieces. Kicking off the ground with explosive force, Go Haiyan launches herself high into the air. Now watch closely, because you and I are seeing how Se-Jun's regression knowledge changes everything. Watching her fight this colossal beast, he remembers the past. Go Haiyan, the one who could effortlessly slice absolutely anything in half without even breaking a sweat. But this current Gohi is raising both hands, pouring raw energy into the blade with razor-sharp focus. With one brutally heavy downward strike, she cleanly cleaves the entire monster right down the middle. She is a hunter whose swordsmanship had many flaws before my regression, but her stamina is absolutely incredible. But look, her sword is corroding. After that slice, the monster is already starting to regenerate. She thinks to herself that its healing speed is just way too fast. And honestly, this probably won't be the last time her blade ends up looking like this. Staring at her blood-soaked sword as acid eats away the metal, Go Hee-yeon simply grits her teeth. A counterattack is too late, but suddenly, a glass bottle of oil comes flying straight at the beast. It was Lee Se-Jun. He lobbed it right at the monster. The bottle shatters, drenching the creature in flammable oil. It takes her a second to realize what happened. The giant monster is now completely coated in oil. He looks back over his shoulder to explain. For this specific slime, reaching the core is harder, and acid levels are way off the charts. Let's pause for a second, because you and I both know she is completely exhausted right now. Looking at the oily beast, she replies, easier said than done. We can't keep fighting like this. But thanks to you, I survived. He says she can thank him later, but they need to move. They both sprint away to put some serious distance between themselves and the beast. While running, she asks if that slime looks way more like a boss than normal ones. Lee-Jun jokes that it is only this mad because she pissed it off. She panics, asking what now. Even drenched in oil, there is absolutely no way they can get close enough to light it up. He just smirks and teases her about that whole fire thing. Suddenly, the monster lunges toward her blind spot. He urgently shouts a warning for Go Hee-yeon to watch her back, while Lee-Jun grits his teeth in anxiety. He was too careless. With the terrible condition of her sword, blocking that massive attack is basically impossible. Way off in the distance, Yu Hua is lighting up her bow. Seeing them in deadly peril, she draws back and fires a blazing fire arrow straight at the monster. Amidst their retreat, they watch the beast burst into roaring flames. Trust me, you and I are as stunned as Yu Hua. Alright, you and I are about to watch a girl become a legend. She grips her bow, remembering Lee Se-Jun's exact instructions. In a crisis, he needed her to provide cover and burn that monster to ash. An energy arrow ignites faster. She was shocked, but told him to leave it to her. This was literally her first time ever acting as the rear guard. Since she hadn't even finished her energy training, she was terrified of messing up, but he immediately stepped in to reassure her. You can do this. Lee Se-Jun calmly reminded her she already crushed training and survived that insane spider battle. Yuiha, just trust in yourself. Snapping back to the present, the slime is burning as its hidden core is finally exposed. He sprints at the beast, shouting that they must smash the core immediately. The burning monster's head seems to understand exactly what he just shouted. Its gooey chunks are furiously trying to fuse back together. Seeing this, Yuiha immediately reaches for another arrow. She channels her aura, locks onto the target, and fires without hesitation. Watch closely, this is the epic finale we wanted. Arrows multiply, bombarding the slime while Lee Se-Jun and Go Hee-yeon launch an all-out assault at the core. They refuse to let it heal. Even while burning, the beast launches flaming chunks of slime in a desperate counterattack. Go Hee-yeon and Lee Se-Jun channel raw aura into their weapons, preparing themselves for the final clash. They smash the fiery slime monsters. The flames shrink as its eyes glow. He leaps over its massive head, striking the core with insane force. Outside the dungeon, a massive crowd and reporters wait anxiously. News anchors report live from the gate blocking the massive Darien Mall. Families wait for news. The dungeon opens tomorrow at noon unless it is cleared. Grandpa Du-hwan holds little Koa, who softly asks where they are. He remembers Jun saying they had to visit a mall for work. Jun said it was the brand new Darien Mall. We will be right back. Pay attention here, the massive gate suddenly bursts wide open. Injured civilians stumble out alongside the hunter Sun Soo-hyun. Grandpa searches for his son's face. Suddenly, little Koa spots something. Her eyes light up with joy, screaming for her parents. He follows her pointing finger, totally stunned. Lee Se-Jun and Uiha walk out of the portal together, their tired faces instantly glowing with joy when they hear their daughter's voice. They drop to their knees and Koa sprints into a massive hug. They ask her in a panic how she got here alone. Watching the touching family reunion, Go Hee-yeon is stunned. She walks over and asks who the little one is. That is my daughter Koa. Go Hee-yeon gasps, asking if he is married. He stammers awkwardly. Koa turns to her and calls her a pretty lady, making Go Hee-yeon absolutely melt from the incredible cuteness overload. She frantically searches her pockets for a gift while Lee Se-Jun laughs. Another victim of Koa's charm. Koa hugs him tight and points into the crowd. Grandpa is right there, looking super angry. Lee Se-Jun chuckles nervously. That face means serious trouble. I am so dead. Back home, the TV blasts the news. A 6-year-old boy tells the reporter he was so scared, but it stopped hurting when they saved me. Grandpa smiles as they kneel before him. Hunters have bright futures, but they earn money for a very dangerous reason. Their lives constantly hang by a thread. He just rubs his tired face. I already suspected it, but both of them are awakened hunters. Trust me, we just witnessed the rise of 2 legends. It is only a matter of time. Alright, let's dive into a world where mystery heroes are the only thing standing between citizens and disaster. He is caught between pride and pure terror. Suddenly, a thought hits him. What about little Ko? He stammers that they can't just leave her home alone every time they go out hunting. Se-Jun completely freezes up. He hadn't thought that far ahead. He admits he has been worried, but they don't have a nanny. Silence fills the room until Do-won finally sighs. He will step up and help by watching over the little girl. Se-Jun gasps in shock, asking if his dad is serious. Grandpa just nods, calling her a sweet kid. He mentions he needs a private word. As Grandpa and Yoo-wah sit face to face, she nervously promises not to push marriage. He asks if she dislikes Se-Jun. She frantically waves her hands, denying it as a heavy silence fills the room. She blushes hard, admitting it is possible. Suddenly, warm memories of everything he has done for her family rush back. She gives a firm nod. Grandpa smiles, telling her the rest is just up to how the guy romances her. Caught off guard, she feels him squeeze her shoulder. He shows real sympathy for all the brutal hardships she has faced. He has heard about her struggle as a single mother. She really had to fight against the whole world alone. Recalling Se-Jun's phone call, he smiles. He knows her whole story and wonders why she was always so alone. This hits deep. The story is clearly building toward them, finally becoming a real family after all this time. Hearing his words, her painful memories flood back instantly. She begins to reflect on all the years she spent suffering. She blames her own stubbornness for the split. She and Se-Jun separated at the worst time, leaving her to raise the baby alone. She truly believed she could handle the entire world on her own. Memories of those brutal days hit hard. Working double shifts and odd jobs just to survive while paying off medical bills. Countless nights were spent crying quietly. She thought of him constantly, but then little Ko spiked a terrifyingly high fever. She snatched the girl up and sprinted straight for the hospital. Tears poured down as she sat by the hospital bed. Being a single mom was brutal, but she crushed every obstacle. Time flew by in a total blur. She almost called him, but her pride stopped her every single time. Eventually she gave up, thinking it was too late. Hand in hand, she and Ko survived every brutal curveball together. Then came a rare, peaceful day walking together and sharing some sweet ice cream. Seeing her daughter so happy with that treat was pure joy. But watch closely, because everything is about to flip. Suddenly, the ice cream drops. Massive, razor-sharp ice spikes erupt instantly from the ground beneath them. Jagged frost explodes everywhere around the terrified little girl. Crying hysterically, she bolts straight into her mother's arms as bystanders gather. Strangers begin to glare at them with heavy suspicion. Desperate to protect her kid, she drops down and grabs the girl's shaking hands. She begs her to make a crucial promise. Never reveal this dangerous magic to anyone, ever. Hearing this, little Ko just flashes a massive, innocent smile. Looking up, she adorably asks if it is a secret promise. Yoo-wah smiles gently and confirms that it is. They lock pinkies to seal the deal. A sacred, unbreakable secret shared only between a mother and her daughter. Snapping back to the present, tears stream down her face uncontrollably. The grandfather gently pats her shoulder to comfort her. He reminds her that Ko isn't just her daughter. She is also Se-Jun's child and his own precious granddaughter. He begs her to lean on the family. Trust me, she can't carry this impossible burden all alone. She can confide in him or Se-Jun when things get rough. He knows Se-Jun wants the exact same thing. Meanwhile, just outside, Se-Jun is chilling on the floor with Ko happily perched on his lap. They are busy grinding a mobile game. Seeing her mom walk out, the kid sprints over immediately. Yoo-wah frantically wipes her wet cheeks to hide the tears. Ko asks if she is crying. Yoo-wah forces a smile, denying it. Se-Jun looks clueless, wondering what his dad said to her. Spotting his dad, Se-Jun yells at him. His dad scowls back, calling him a brat and swearing he is innocent. Yoo-wah actually chuckles, stepping in to defend the old man. Clearing his throat, his dad asks about their next big move. Se-Jun just flashes a confident, cocky grin. Time to prep for the official hunter license exam. Suddenly, a vision of an apocalyptic ruined city flashes vividly. He is trudging through deep snow. The brutal, bone-chilling cold is piercing right through his skin with every step. He shivers in the freezing wasteland. Suddenly, he spots a figure ahead. Trust me, you and I aren't ready for what is next. Staring at her back, a bone-chilling suspicion hits him hard. Could it actually be her? All right, you and I are about to dive into a nightmare that turns into a total mystery for us. She screams, demanding to know why he failed to save her. He is paralyzed, unable to even move. His mind goes completely blank, unable to form an excuse. He stands there speechless, staring in absolute horror. Then her voice breaks, dripping with pure, heart-wrenching sorrow. She stares at her hands, radiating a freezing aura. Muttering about her misery, she suddenly screams in agony. She shrieks that she absolutely despises Se-Jun. Instantly, she aims her freezing hand at him. He panics as massive, razor-sharp ice spears shoot toward his face. Squeezing his eyes shut, he accepts his icy death. But then, a loud shout rings out for him. He snaps awake, eyes flying wide open. Still shaken by that insane nightmare, he hears Yu Yihua nearby asking if he is awake yet. The little girl agrees with a massive, beaming smile, telling him to wake up since the sun is out. He shoots up, rubbing his throbbing head in confusion. He asks Yu Yihua if he seriously slept that long. She just ignores him and orders him to go wash up. Now pay attention to this next part because his reaction here is about to tell us everything we need to know. Hearing that, he looks completely caught off guard. He scratches his head, wondering what he even dreamed about. Suddenly, his phone buzzes with a cheap service notification. He saved 320,000, but it warns him to be careful with his spending. Staring at the text, anxiety kicks in. They are seriously running out of money. He starts spiraling deep into financial calculations. Once they get that hunter license, they will finally have a real income. Until then, he needs to watch their shrinking budget. Cash is draining way too fast while he is lost in thought. He doesn't notice Yu Yihua is back. He just lies there mindlessly scrolling through his phone. Meanwhile, little Koi is lazily draped across his stomach, looking insanely happy. Suddenly, Yu Yihua's voice snaps him out of it, asking what they are doing. He pinches Koi's cheek with a grin, saying that as long as he is on a soft bed with his precious daughter, life is perfect. But hearing that cheesy line, she fiercely yanks the bedsheet, hilariously tossing both father and daughter straight onto the hard floor. "Get up, you two. You just finished eating." She glares at them while they sprawl perfectly on the floor. He just keeps staring at his screen, scrolling away as if nothing even happened. Let's pause. You saw that too, right? Even the strongest hunters still have to worry about paying the bills. The report shows a 1,000,000 won deposit from Go Haiyan. He screams in shock and asks Yu Yihua if she also received it on her phone. Scrolling through her own phone, her voice completely shakes. Yeah, what exactly is this? Her mind is racing with a million different questions. Suddenly, her phone rings and she answers it with a quick hello. "Hello, is this Go Haiyan?" She instantly replies back with a question of her own, asking if they received the money. On the other end, Yu Yihua immediately asks where in the world she got all this cash. Smiling at the sword in her hand, she explains it is just leftover cash they got from looting all the gear. "Since you two lack licenses, my guild members handled all the processing for you." Yu Yihua looks over at Se-Jun and repeats, "Looting gear." He explains that it is the process where they extract cores and gather all the useful materials from monster corpses. Then, Go Haiyan's voice cheers over the line. "Is Se-Jun there too? Did you get the money? Those monsters were nothing special, so we only got that small amount." Hearing her complain about the low amount, his jaw drops. 1,000,000 is a lot. She adds that a license pulls in way more. Looking at a flyer, she casually mentions the upcoming exam. "You guys saw the notice for the exam, right?" Yu Yihua replies that they are planning to take it this month. After all, the exam is meant to measure the skill levels of rookie hunters. The exam includes a written test, there is a massive practical combat test, and a final trial for them to become fully equipped. Once they pass this brutal exam and get licensed, pay attention. Watch closely, things are changing. Alright, you and I are diving into the moment our heroes get full hunter perks and official recognition. Go Haiyan's loud voice booms through the phone with the news. "That is incredible news. Just make sure you tell me as soon as you get that exam schedule. I will be there to cheer you both on while I look after little Koa." Hearing this, Se-Jun's eyes go wide in total shock. He thinks, "This Go-Hee is nothing like the woman in my memories. There is no way she has an ulterior motive, right?" He starts guessing her real goal, like maybe she wants to recruit them into her guild. Honestly, that is a tempting offer. They are literally one of the top guilds in all of Korea right now. "But wait, let's not jump the gun just yet," he replies. "Fine, sounds like a plan. I will update you when it's closer." He stays buried in his own calculations, realizing he finally does not have to worry about money anymore. Like they share some crazy telepathy, Se-Jun and Yu Yihua suddenly glance at each other. He mentions they still have time before the licensing exam. She gives a vague answer, and then they both turn their heads toward Koa and shout together, "Hey Koa, let's go buy you some new clothes." Hearing that, the little girl smiles brightly, looking absolutely adorable. Fast forward to the official hunter licensing exam facility. The little girl waves at her mom and dad while sitting comfortably in Go Haiyan's arms. "Hope you two ace this exam." They both turn back, flashing massive smiles, and waving right back at little Koa. Holding Koa close, Go Haiyan cannot stop praising her. "That new outfit is perfect, though anything looks amazing on our Koa." She happily suggests they head to the observation room to wait together. The girl gives an obedient okay. As they walk, Yu Yihua looks over and asks Se-Jun if he is actually ready. "You spent way too much time training. You prepared nothing for the written test, and it's too late to cram." He just flashes a massive, confident grin, telling her not to stress. "I will be fine, I already studied." Now, you and I both know what she's thinking. Is he bluffing? Inwardly, he is sweating. He failed this exact exam countless times before he actually regressed. Thinking back to his past life, he always scored a perfect 100% on the written portion. It was basically like using a cheat sheet. but since he lacked physical strength, he always failed the second round. The day he finally got his license, he looked completely miserable, proving just how brutal the whole process really was. He watches her intensely reading the files. Yu Yuiwa looks incredibly worried about her own chances. At this rate, she will definitely fail. He decides to provoke her. Hey, Yu Yuiwa, you want to make a bet? She immediately asks, a bet on what? Se-Jun crosses his arms with a teasing smirk. Let's see who gets the higher score. As for the prize, the loser grants one wish to the winner. You in? Seeing his confidence, she hesitates for a second. He must be really sure of himself. With an excited look, she yells that it is on. Their banter is electric as she thanks him in advance. He replies, the more you brag now, the more humiliating it will be later. She just fakes being scared. While they joke around, he falls into deep thought. Stick with me. Because his mission to protect Koa officially begins here. He remembers the painful image of Koa turning into a witch in the original timeline. If she truly had to suffer through all that misery in the dark future, he would much rather remember this smile. I will build a solid foundation to prevent those tragedies and ensure Koa keeps smiling forever. His eyes burn with pure, fierce determination. Meanwhile, at the Goryo Sword House, a subordinate reports that the licensing exam is about to start. The Sword Saint nods slowly. So, it turns out the big day is finally here. Let's head out immediately. The underling offers to prep the car, but the master stops him. It is not far. And that is where we pause. Trust me, you and I won't want to miss what happens next. A booming voice echoes across the training grounds, welcoming everyone who survived the chaos of the first test. Standing among the survivors who passed the first round are our main duo, Se-Jun and Yu Yuiwa. They completely crushed the written exam. Moving into the second phase without a single obstacle, the instructor points at a floating magic stone. As you can see, this arena is packed with artificial monsters built specifically for combat. Alright, you and I are diving into a world where training dummies are actually lethal monsters. You pass this test if you can hunt your target monster within the strict time limit without getting critically injured. Meanwhile, the higher-up examiners are watching your every move directly from the observation room. This is the perfect chance for supervisors to judge exactly how strong these fighters really are. Once the questions end, things explode. That magic sphere suddenly transforms, shifting insanely fast into a massive heavy-duty robot, while thick smoke blasts from its arms. The instructor announces that the first candidate from Team D is finally up to bat. A nervous contestant steps up with his sword and shield, but one after another, they get wrecked. The loudspeaker ruthlessly blares after every single match. Contestant number 5 failed. Bring in the next. Contestant 6 of Team D failed. Next up, Contestant 12. It is just absolutely brutal out there. After a whole wave gets wiped, the examiners start whispering. So far, not a single kid stands out. In that supervisor room, everyone is just heavily sighing. These fighters are getting disqualified in seconds. Now, stick with me, because this is where it gets wild. Some kids are too scared to fight, but then someone asks, is that the legendary Sword Saint over there? I honestly think this is the very first time he has ever visited the observation room. They are talking about the absolute legend with the long hair and crazy white beard, the Sword Saint. Ever since the rifts opened, he was the top-tier hunter who literally saved humanity from total destruction. He is the commanding boss of the infamous Goryo sword camp. Thanks to his legendary techniques, young hunters are leveling up and getting stronger every single day. He is the VIP everyone needs to watch, but the other examiners just go back to complaining. One groans about quitting, while another asks, who here is even qualified to supervise alongside the legendary Sword Saint? Why not just pick a member from his sword camp to be a supervisor and resolve this mess? His overwhelming presence is basically ruining the entire vibe of the exam hall right now. Seriously, why did a man of his stature even show up to this random test anyway? Rumor says his granddaughter, Hyun, begged him to come. She is a massive hot topic lately. Suddenly, from across the room, a young girl happily yells out, Sword Saint Grandpa, as he turns around. Over here, the girl who just called out to the terrifying Sword Saint is Hyun. The saint looks down, notices she is holding a kid's hand, and asks, who is this child? Hyun explains she is the daughter of a contestant and is babysitting while the mom takes the test. The Sword Saint glares down at the little girl with terrifying killer intent, looking absolutely stoic. Meanwhile, Rita Koa just stares back. You and I know what is coming, total panic, right? Instead, she breaks the silence and innocently asks if he is Santa Claus. Both are completely speechless. The Sword Saint leans in close and bluntly states, I am the Sword Saint, not Santa Claus. Even the stressed examiners cannot help but laugh at her cuteness as the old man softens his intimidating aura. Okay, I understand. I am Ka. They all turn to the window, watching the brutal exams. Hyun asks for his opinion on today's fighters. He bluntly replies, terrible. The only person who passed so far was mildly interesting at best. Suddenly, little Koa's eyes light up as she presses her face against the glass, spotting someone. Ah, it is my mom. Down below in the arena, Yua is taking her combat test. And wow, she is absolutely crushing the exam with total ease. After taking down the heavy monster with her bow, contestant 28 of Team D finishes in 16 seconds flat. A solid pass. She breathes a sigh of relief. Sweat still on her face, she high-fives Se-Jun. He says she did amazing out there. She smiles and replies that she trained insanely hard for this moment. Then she wishes him luck. Next, Se-Jun swiftly steps in front of the massive robot. He grips his weapon as a powerful battle aura erupts, dropping into a defensive stance. Trust me, you and I need to see how he wraps this up. Smoke billows violently from the massive robot's exhaust pipes. The examiner finally gives the signal, calling for contestant 29 of Team D to begin his combat test. Trust me, you and I are about to watch this mechanical beast lunge while Se-Jun doesn't even blink. The judges immediately start whispering, "Why is he just standing there? What are we missing here? Is he paralyzed by fear, or just preparing to unleash absolute chaos?" Pay attention, because even the Sword Saint realizes this guy is perfectly analyzing the battle in real time. The robot powers up, pulling back a heavy fist before launching a massive punch straight ahead. That crushing blow shatters the entire arena floor, but Se-Jun slides right underneath, easily dodging the impact. He already knows exactly where these training dummies are weakest. Drawing from his past life before regressing, Se-Jun quickly maneuvers into a perfect attacking position. Now standing right behind the massive robot, he remembers these golems have no armor gaps. But one look, and he completely figures it out. Target found. As the robot spins for another strike, the Sword Saint and Go-Hyun watch with intense curiosity. Most hunters know the fatal weak points are the robot's joints. But Se-Jun isn't aiming for those obvious spots. What could he possibly be planning? Now watch closely, because his next move is about to catch every single person off guard. Se-Jun literally climbs the machine and jams his spear into a tiny gap in the back. The robot reaches back to grab him, but he pushes deeper, prying the armor wide open with raw strength. As the spear drops, that strike completely loosens the robot's joint. Splitting it wide open, he easily slips his hand inside that gap and rips the core sphere straight out of its body. The judges are stunned. Even the Sword Saint and Go-Hyun can hardly believe what they just saw. The dummy core is out. Se-Jun just finished the mission in spectacular fashion. He leaps off as the machine short-circuits, twitching violently from the total loss of power. Landing gracefully, the massive robot crumbles into scrap behind him while he flashes a confident smirk. Instantly, the judges announce that he cleared the entire test in just 14 seconds. As he returns to the line, the other candidates watch in pure awe, especially one starstruck young man. Truly incredible. This young man is exactly who he was looking for. Inside the observation room, Go-Hyun asks if he isn't just totally extraordinary. The Sword Saint agrees, noting that while finding weaknesses is one thing, that strategy was pure genius. He watches intensely as a powerful aura radiates from Se-Jun's confident face. Later, at a high-end restaurant filled with amazing dishes, Go-Hyun says it's time to celebrate. They both stare hungrily at the incredible spread covering the table as she continues. You and I both know doing that test left everyone completely starving. She prepared this simple meal to congratulate them both, telling them to dig in and get comfortable, while Go-Hyun smiles and Eunha feels awkward. Go-Hyun just laughs it off, mentioning she already paid the bill up front. Once they become hunters, they can treat her back. Hearing that, Eunha is more determined than ever. Se-Jun watches their sisterly bonding, quietly thinking about the reality of the situation. He suspects she's dropping hints, trying to make them owe her a massive future favor. Maybe Go-Hyun has been suspicious of him this entire time. Every subtle move feels perfectly calculated, like everything is secretly going according to her plan because he saw through her using his regression. It isn't just his regression knowledge, but also the presence of the Sword Saint's own granddaughter. Since regressing, he often overreacts. Suddenly, Go-Hyun speaks up again. "Oh, Se-Jun," she abruptly asks, wanting to know exactly where those weapons were forged. That question catches him off guard. Introducing the blacksmith means the Sword Saint will find out. He will immediately go meet Kang Chonal, a legend from the first generation. Trust me, you and I are about to see the whole world finally learn the name of that legendary hunter. Alright, you and I are about to witness some wild events. Inside a quiet room, Se-Jun sits at his desk. He is busy scrolling through his phone when a mysterious figure suddenly appears right behind him. They hold out an ice-cold beer. That sudden freezing chill on his neck totally shocks Se-Jun, making him scream. Ah, so cold. That mystery person is actually just Uihua. She tells him not to jump, wondering if he was doing something super important. Blushing, Se-Jun looks at her and says he is just texting Go-Hyun about what she asked earlier this morning. He is introducing Kang Taeho to Hyan since she is planning to completely switch her weapons. She was incredibly curious about whoever forged their gear. Yui Hua just smiles as she watches him. Se-Jun worries about the butterfly effect, but stressing now is pointless, especially with Haiyan involved. Yui Hua suddenly asks him out loud. She is a good girl, right? Now, you and I are about to see if Haiyan is actually good or if her past self is still there. Despite his fear, Yui Hua insists there is no malice here, just pure goodwill. She is totally different from the hardened Go Haiyan, who went through hell in his past life, a complete personality change. Honestly, he thinks he can finally trust her. Se-Jun turns his computer screen around, and Yui Hua leans in to ask a question. Are you already looking up tomorrow's final exam? He nods, since they gave out the test location ahead of time. Just doing some digging. Gathering solid intel now means we can blast through this mission tomorrow with zero issues. Yui Hua fidgets with her fingers, looking incredibly nervous. Se-Jun. Her face turns bright red as she gathers her courage. Thank you so much. He is completely caught off guard. She keeps going, telling him he has done so much for her that she cannot even count every single favor. He takes a sip of his drink and asks, "First time I have seen you drink. Are you already drunk?" Embarrassed, she yells back, "Hey, I am being serious here." He just laughs, not knowing what she is even thanking him for. "Let's just ace this exam first. You can give me a proper thank you after we finish." With their skill levels, this test will be over in a flash. But deep down, he realizes something important. He cannot remember the last time he didn't have to calculate every word. Facing new events like this is wild. This never happened before his regression. Fast forward to a gorgeous sunny day at Mount Guanak. A group of rookies gathers deep in the forest. This is the ultimate final test, the official hunter license exam. They have to clear a dungeon with 2 random teammates. Now, pay attention here, this is where things get interesting. The system is tricky. Your final score depends entirely on teamwork and how much you actually contribute to the fight. Contribution levels decide if you get a reward drop. Grabbing that reward is the only way to pass this exam. Roll call begins. Candidate Lee Se-Jun. Here, candidate Hyomansu. He smirks and answers. Present. Next up, candidate Kang Taejo. He shouts confidently as the instructor steps forward. You 3 will work together to conquer this beginner dungeon as your official practical exam. You have exactly 3 hours. You are restricted to 1 weapon and can only use the gear we provide. I am giving you 30 minutes to strategize. Se-Jun glances at Mansu, trying to size up his new teammate. This guy is smugly waving his wand around like a show-off. Hyomansu must be a mage class. Mages are rare and highly respected. They get tons of hype, but honestly, he has no memory of this dude. Suddenly, the other guy marches right up to him and grabs his hand like a massive fanboy. I watched your last exam. Se-Jun thinks to himself, Kang Taeho. Now this guy I actually know. Before the regression, his name was famous. A badass hunter who ditched swords to fight, using only his bare fists. He cannot believe he has teamed up with the future Fist King. But will these 2 actually be decent teammates? You and I are about to find out if this team is a dream or a disaster. Se-Jun smiles. Hey guys, let's lock down our positions and strategy before heading inside. But when he looks at them, absolute silence. Nobody says a single word to help plan. Se-Jun sighs and tries asking them one more time for any ideas. Mansu is literally humming and checking his fingernails, while Taejo just stands there like an obedient puppy waiting for orders. Se-Jun facepalms internally. Great. It looks like he definitely has to play the party leader today. With their terrible plan ready, the 3 of them finally step through the gate as the instructor's voice echoes. Alright, you and I are jumping into the final test for Team 12. A system screen flashes mission start. Shared mission activated. Your objective? Conquer the Mount Guanak ant nest or die trying. Lee Se-Jun takes charge since nobody else has the guts. Hey ho Mansu, you are backline support for long-range magic. I will stay middle to command the flow and watch our flanks. Kangcho? You are our shield on the front line. I know what you are thinking, dungeons are scary, but wait until you see how this mage handles it. Hyomansu freezes at the entrance in total panic. Hold up. Are you 2 losers actually strong enough to keep me safe? Lee Jun turns around, visibly annoyed. Protect you? What are you talking about? We are not your personal bodyguards, man. We are here to pass an exam. Heiho Mansu snaps back, screaming about how valuable he is to the team. If I get 1 scratch, you are both dead. You 2 go first and make sure it is completely safe. Lee Se-Jun just rolls his eyes and walks off. Chiyo looks back, confused. Should we really just leave him behind? The leader simply shrugs. We have more than enough power to clear this first part alone. Let's just move. And just like that, the duo marches forward. They leave the cowardly mage trembling at the entrance like a kid. After an awkward minute of silence, Hyomansu finally snaps. Hey, are you really ditching me? Wait for me. Lee Jun pauses and glances back, but his eyes lock onto something flashy and loud hanging off the guy. It is a clunky, beaded bracelet on Mansu's wrist. Jun shakes his head, staring into the dark tunnel. Mansu, hand that jewelry over to the supervisor right now. If it rattles in here, every monster in this cave will track us. Faced with pure logic, Mansu just clutches his wrist and whines like a total brat. Do you know how expensive this is? What if that supervisor guy steals my precious high-level gear? Outside, the instructor hears everything and just cringes. Honestly, this annoying rookie drama happens every year during these beginner exams. You always get these greedy newcomers who care more about their bling than staying alive in a dungeon. Finally, the instructor yells in. The leader is right. So, what do you and I make of this rookie? Trust me, this mage is about to regret every single word he just said to the team leader. He clenches his fists, ignores the advice, and forces his way in. He screams, "Are you working with that supervisor? You are just trying to steal my points, aren't you? Hey, say something to me." But just as he lunges forward to grab Se-Jun's shoulder with violent intent, our main character shoots a cold glare and launches a high kick, stopping inches from the guy's face. That perfectly calculated strike is enough to scare Heiho Mansu half to death. He is sweating bullets. The guy stands completely frozen in absolute terror before losing his balance and heavily collapsing. His magic staff clatters onto the hard floor. Without hesitation, Jun aims his spear at the mage. The tension here is almost suffocating. Even the instructor is sweating. Pay attention, because you and I can feel the ice in Jun's voice. I am only saying this one last time. Put away all of that flashy, loud jewelry. Staring into those dead eyes, Heiho Mansu helplessly stutters in pure panic and obeys. Watching this whole scene unfold, the instructor thinks to himself. His movements were incredibly fast and natural. There was literally zero time for anyone to react. He even perfectly calculated the exact threat distance needed to break him. I heard rumors about a crazy applicant who crushed the written exam and cleared the practical in record time. It seems a truly terrifying and high-potential hunter has finally arrived. Meanwhile, Jun casually turns back. Let's keep moving. Kang Cho simply nods. Yes, sir. After walking for a while, Se-Jun scans the area. Something is wrong. We have been pushing forward for some time, but I have not spotted a single guard ant anywhere. Se-Jun stares at the purple moss on the walls. Even the food rock ants usually eat is completely untouched. Sometimes supervisors create emergency situations just to test how rookies handle extreme pressure. But this feels completely different. However, Tio's nervous voice suddenly snaps him out of his thoughts. Wait a second. There is something strange up ahead. Right in front of them lies a massive, deep sinkhole cratering the ground. A giant, dark pit. They creep closer to investigate. Now, watch closely. You and I are about to see something wild. I have never seen this during an ant nest raid. Whatever is down there, it is not a test. Alright, let's dive into this nightmare. A sudden earthquake strikes, and Heiho Mansu loses his footing in panic. Se-Jun spins around instantly. Mansu is already being sucked down into a massive, terrifying sinkhole. He clings to Se-Jun's weapon like a lifeline, his face turning ghost white from pure, unadulterated terror. Kang Tio rushes in to help, but Se-Jun barks out a sharp, urgent command. Mr. Heiho, do not move. But despite the heavy warning, the guy's legs keep sinking deeper into the sand. Something's pulling me, he screams. Se-Jun's eyes narrow. Pulling you? What exactly are you talking about? Right on cue, a massive, grotesque monster ant erupts from the shifting sand right behind Se-Jun. It unhinges its terrifying jaws, showing off rows of razor-sharp teeth. Mansu shrieks for someone to save him. Both Kang Cho and Se-Jun freeze in shock. Wait, is that actually a carnivorous ant? Suddenly, Heiho Mansu's sweaty palms lose their grip on the slick handle of the weapon. With his support gone, he plummets straight down, getting buried under the sand alongside that horrific monster ant. Only his muffled cries reach the surface. Without thinking twice, Se-Jun leaps into the dark abyss after him. As they slide down the sandy chute, Se-Jun yells that they are providing backup. Kang Cho shouts a confirmation. The instructor kneels at the top, panicking and desperately trying to stop them. Wait, hold on. Watch this part closely. We both know what happens next when the system finally flips the script. A spark flashes and the system activates. You are officially the very first player to enter this hidden dungeon. Special quest initiated. Hidden dungeon. Conquer the cave of the carnivorous ants. Kang Cho's hand snaps around Se-Jun's wrist, pulling him clear of the sinking sand. Are you all right? Se-Jun replies calmly while wiping his face. Thanks. Did you hear that sudden notification just now? Kang Cho nods. Yeah, I saw something popping up about a special quest. They both stand and look ahead. A hidden dungeon, Kang Cho whispers. They somehow stumbled into a super rare, hidden zone together. Stretching out before them is a massive, cavernous space draped in glowing, luminous moss. It grows wildly on every wall, shining blindingly bright near the entrance. They carefully scan their mysterious surroundings. I heard rumors about freak accidents during the exam, but I never expected to be in one myself. Se-Jun agrees. Yeah, look at the supervisor's face earlier. He was clearly just as clueless as we were. He thinks to himself that this ant nest dungeon never had a hidden area before his regression. Is this the butterfly effect? I know you're thinking it too. Suddenly, a dark echo rings out from ahead. Heo Mansu's pathetic wailing fills the air. Both of them flinch and look over at the sound. Kang Cho recognizes that voice instantly. What should we do? Se-Jun assures him that he will be safe for now. Ant monsters usually keep their prey alive for later. Kang Cho's voice goes up an octave from nerves. Maybe we should just wait right here until the supervisor finally shows up? Se-Jun shuts that down. The entrance locked the second we stepped inside. No one is coming to help us. Hearing that cold reality check, Kang Cho goes totally silent, sweating buckets from the sheer pressure. Se-Jun knows he's panicking. It is an uncharted dungeon, and they have to clear the whole thing alone. But there is a massive reason he is pushing forward, even if this feels like a gamble. My ultimate goal is simple. I am going to claim the insane first clear reward for beating this hidden dungeon. The elixir. After a dungeon is fully conquered, it handsomely rewards the victorious hunters in many different ways. But out of all the possible prizes, there is one that stands above the rest. If you clear this dungeon first, there is a chance to drop a legendary elixir. It is a massive stat booster, a legendary prize that literally every single hunter on the planet would kill for. He is diving headfirst into the fire like a moth to a flame. But with a Fist King and regressor knowledge, everything changes. His words clearly rattle Kang Cho. This place is a death trap, but they can't walk away. Even if it is dangerous, they have to step up and save him if they possibly can. Protecting people who are in absolute danger. Honestly, I think that is exactly what a real hunter should do. Everything turns sparkly as a hero is born. You and I both know things are just getting started. Alright, you and I are about to see Kang Cho get moved by Lee Se-Jun's bravery and his unbreakable ironclad will. Kang Cho doesn't hesitate to loudly shout his agreement. You are totally right, I am honestly embarrassed that I even hesitated. But Lee Se-Jun cuts him off immediately. Just talk to me normally since I am younger anyway. He quietly thinks, this guy is exactly like before my regression. Then, both of them turn to face the massive, dark cave waiting for them up ahead. Hey Kang Cho, I am handing the command over to you just like we planned so you can speak your mind freely. I will do just that. He and Kang Cho officially begin their conquest into the flesh-eating ant dungeon. A moment later, a pale rock ant crawls out. Kang Cho throws a massive punch, crushing the monster with explosive power. Lee Se-Jun stands right beside him, completely on guard and ready for anything. Kang Cho yells, "How can a dead ant body still move?" He replies, "Dead ants eaten by flesh-eating ants turn into zombies." Kang Cho instantly curses out loud, "Damn it." He was literally just wondering where those high-level ants went. Then, Kang Cho violently kicks another bug away. He thinks to himself, despite my initial worries, this battle is actually going incredibly well. I have never fought this easily. Now pay attention, because here is where it gets crazy. He wonders if he has some hidden power buff from dungeon anxiety. But suddenly, everything changes. Lee Se-Jun screams a warning from right behind him. Kang Cho instantly snaps his head back. Sure enough, they are ready to pounce. Kang Cho spins, punching the first ant before striking the second with lightning speed. He looks back at his partner, wondering to himself, is this all thanks to Lee Se-Jun? Kang Cho closely watches him fight against the surrounding swarm. He realizes whenever a surprise attack happens, Lee Se-Jun jumps in with his spear, calling shots to save them. He fights exactly like a veteran of 1,000 wars. Lee Se-Jun shouts, "3 on the left side." Right after that warning, Kang Cho snaps a look back and spots 3 targets actively flanking his side. Getting this insane level of backup from his teammate gets him totally hyped and ready to fight. Bring it on! He never once drops his guard against any of his immediate surroundings. Kang Cho mutters, this kid is seriously reliable. After the fight, Lee Se-Jun and Kang Cho keep pushing forward. He explains the demon ants probably use glowing moss to trap the rock ants for a snack. Hearing this wild information completely surprises him. What? I just thought the moss was getting thicker. Hearing that, Lee Se-Jun simply glances at the cave walls covered in glowing patches and finally speaks up. Exactly. If I am not mistaken, we are hitting the boss room soon. I bet Heiho Mansu is trapped inside. Kang Cho keeps walking and replies, even though Heiho Mansu is a jerk, I hope he actually survived. Stepping past the moss, I know what you are thinking, but just wait. They spot massive holes in the wall with Heiho Mansu's body lying motionless right underneath them. Right before their eyes, Kang Cho yells, there he is, that absolute jerk. Suddenly, Lee Se-Jun feels the cave floor violently shaking. Sand gets kicked up incredibly fast. Lee Se-Jun screams a warning for Kang Cho to dodge, but the massive ant already grabbed his leg with its pincers. It is too late. It erupts from the ground, dragging Kang Cho upside down into the air. Se-Jun readies his spear, yelling out in pure panic, "Kangjo!" He shouts back, "I am fine. I wrapped energy around my body, but I cannot hold on." Right then, Kangtio's energy-wrapped leg gets brutally crushed by the ant. Se-Jun dashes over and strikes the ant with everything he has, but its shell is too tough. He mutters, "This is bad." Unlike the armored golem, this monster is insanely solid. He quickly tries to calculate his next move. Let me think, what is a flesh-eating ant's actual weakness? I have memorized every detail about these monsters. Trust me, you and I will see that training pay off. After scanning the monster's physical traits, he instantly locks his eyes on the tiny antenna on its head. Se-Jun launches into the air, spinning his spear to slice across the massive ant with a powerful strike. Alright, stick with me because we are about to see Se-Jun handle an absolute monster. Finally, Kang Tae-ho is dropped completely free, crashing violently onto his back on the ground below. Se-Jun wonders what he just slashed as he visualizes his spear blade ripping through its eyes. Our main character slowly walks up right behind his partner's back. He asks if he is holding up, and Tae-ho, still shaken, replies that he is totally fine. He vows to keep fighting as they both stare down at the giant rock ant still breathing. Se-Jun commands his friend to listen up, explaining that they have to drag it out. Tae-ho is totally lost, wondering why they should pull it out instead of just dragging it. Se-Jun explains that hitting its eyes will not work, as they must strike its true weak point. He asks if his partner can do this, but then immediately insists that he must be the one. He knows he can, as Tae-ho flashes back to the insults and disappointment he faced before. A hunter fighting with bare fists? People called him reckless and told him to leave their teams. Leaders yelled that they could not command a style they had never seen in action. They mocked him for only relying on raw strength, asking if he was too dense for tactics. But Se-Jun was the first to acknowledge him with a smile and a handout. He told him his fighting style was awesome and called him the absolute best hunter. Instantly, his willpower ignites as Tae-ho stands up, his fists clenching as powerful aura erupts. He answers with certainty, trusting his friend completely before lunging forward with everything he has. He wraps his arms tight around the massive ant, stopping it from burrowing back into the earth. The beast screeches and thrashes, its insane force making Tae-ho struggle to anchor himself. Now pay attention here, his aura explodes as glowing veins pop up all over his arms. He stomps the ground hard, bends his knees, and utterly suplexes that monster out of the dirt. Its head slams down while its soft, squishy lower half is finally revealed to the world. Panting heavily, he can barely believe that the bottom half has no armored shell at all. Tae-ho shouts to Se-Jun that he cannot hold this position for much longer. Se-Jun's spear is already charged with energy as he praises his friend and slides forward. He smiles, knowing he is teamed with the future Fist King, and says it is enough. He leaps high into the air with his spear raised while the massive ant screeches in panic. In one clean dive, his spear slices that soft abdomen, instantly destroying the beast and its tail. The system announces they are the first to slay the carnivorous ant, completing the special mission. Se-Jun stands tall, while Kang Tae-ho just looks back in shock, his hands still tightly gripping the carcass of the dead monster. His partner gives him a massive smile, thanking him for all of his hard work. The system chimes with the first clear reward for conquering this hidden dungeon. Then we cut to the license center the next day. The clerk checks the files for Se-Jun and Yoon-hee, sliding over 2 cards. These licenses prove they are now official hunters, congratulating them on passing the final test. After everything, he finally became a real hunter, as he and Yoon-hee walk home together. Se-Jun wonders why the kid is pouting until Yoon-hee explains her candy was taken. But here is the crazy twist you and I need to watch closely. He freezes, wondering why the stone is blinking, and if the crack stopped the signal. He stares wide-eyed as Yoon-hee's handbag floats up, lifted by a completely unknown magic. She panics while Se-Jun watches in absolute shock as something is slowly pulled out. It is raw magic, casting a spell for a lollipop, exactly what the caster wants. He instantly locks eyes with his daughter, noticing her small body is actually starting to glow. Koa's magic seems way too strong to control, just like when the house collapsed, leaving Yoon-hee totally stunned as the kid yanks the candy over. You and I just saw a legend born. Wild, right? Alright, you and I are about to dive into a serious talk between Lee-jun and Yui-hwa while little Koa sleeps. Koa finally has her precious candy, clutching it tight while sleeping happily. Lee-jun asks, "What really happened that day?" Yui-hwa answers, "She kept asking where you were, and when I said she couldn't see you, she burst into tears." Then the house collapsed. Hearing this, Lee-jun is absolutely shocked. The reality of it hits him hard. So that is the exact reason why they came looking for me. For now, things are just hanging by a thread. But based on this, her power isn't just mage level, it absolutely blasts past your average magic user. Sure, she could become an absolute powerhouse later, but little Koa uses this insane magic totally unconsciously. It basically looks like her wild abilities run purely on her raw feelings. He speaks up, realizing her massive powers are dominated by raw emotions. Hearing this, Yuiwa gets instantly worried. What does that even mean? They both stare at the sleeping kid as Se-Jun explains it simply. Koa's wild mana is growing so strong that she might lose control. Yuiwa stutters, totally panicking. So, what happens to her now? At this rate, someone is getting hurt, and Koa is in real danger. He quickly replies that there is a way to fix this. Yuiwa jumps in surprise, while Se-Jun clenches his fists. He knew this day was coming. Before his regression, her powers exploded exactly like this. Back in his past life, he found her trapped in a dark room, completely frozen in fear. Now watch this part closely. She's kneeling as insane energy surges, freezing everything into deadly, sharp ice spikes. Koa slowly turns around, her eyes looking hardened and cold, while an overwhelming aura constantly erupts around her. He just didn't expect the awakening to happen this early. Honestly, her mana is so sensitive because the surrounding energy is thin. So, the fix is easy. Take her somewhere packed with massive amounts of mana. Yuiwa quickly thinks it over. Suddenly remembering something important, she freezes in shock. No way, she stammers, while Se-Jun boldly confirms it. The only places packed with mana are dungeons or battlefields. Bringing their kid there makes her furious. Are you out of your mind? That is way too dangerous. What if Koa gets hurt? Her shouting actually makes the sleeping kid flinch in pure discomfort. Yuiwa quickly drops her voice, glaring at Se-Jun. He nervously admits he doesn't want to bring her either. Even though she's destined to become the final boss right now, she is only 5 years old. But to prevent that dark future, he has to face this danger head-on. Se-Jun secretly thinks to himself, bringing Koa into a danger zone might change the future. Gently holding Yuiwa's hand, he apologizes. She sighs, knowing he definitely thought this plan through before deciding. He quickly clarifies the details. She won't actually fight any monsters herself. They are going to crush every single one for her. I know what you're thinking, guilds strictly own these dungeons, so how are they getting a kid inside? She completely agrees. No way they allow that unless they're crazy. But what if they knew the owner? Catching the idea, it hits him instantly. Se-Jun suggests a quick call for backup. Next morning, boom, they arrive at the Goryo Sword Mountain bus stop. The whole family stands before the giant entrance sign. Staring up at the stairs, she asks if this is really the Sword House gate. Suddenly, a shadow appears. She cheerfully calls out a welcome. Yuiwa turns in shock while Koa happily stares at the new arrival. The woman is none other than Hyeon. Koa instantly cheers. Pretty sister Hyeon calls her even cuter now. The girl tackles Hyeon for a hug. Yuiwa wonders why she's here. Se-Jun steps up, scratching his head. Hyeon, I really need a big favor today. She tells them to head inside before talking business. It's super close, just past a few stairs. They all look up the path and Se-Jun absolutely freezes. It's dozens of brutal little stairs waiting to break them. A few stairs, she said. Yuiwa is literally sweating bullets and Se-Jun turns pale. Both stand there speechless. It's been way too long. Finally inside, Koa happily squeezes her bear, while her exhausted parents look like they survived a boss fight. Those front steps were literally 3 kilometers straight up a mountain. Trust me, even a future final boss needs a nap after a hike like that. Alright, you and I are about to explore a place that's a total architectural mess. Modern rooms inside, but classic traditional Hanok architecture on the outside. Yuiwa whispers. Se-Jun. Who exactly is she? I never expected her to be the actual granddaughter of the legendary sword saint. Hyeon brings out tea, noting that rookie hunters these days don't even recognize greatness anymore. She never chased fame and definitely doesn't want it. She just smiles while setting the tray down. You guys came all this way for help, right? Pouring tea, they finally sit down to talk real business. Watching the little girl sleep, Hyeon gets serious. Wait, do you actually mean the dangerous Goryo Sword Mountain battlefield? He knows her guild trains there. It looks like things are definitely about to get really crazy in this place. Stick with me, you and I are diving back in as he snaps photos after getting the green light. Rifts come in 3 main categories. First, temporary rifts. These pop up, spit out massive monster waves, and vanish. Then there's corrosive rifts. These invade buildings, instantly turning the entire structure into a dungeon. Finally, eternal rifts, which are the total opposite of the temporary ones. They never disappear, just sitting there and spitting out monsters on a schedule. This makes up the battlefield, the massive danger zone here. So Se-Jun asks her, can we basically get exclusive access to this entire battlefield? Gohan immediately starts searching online. It might be kind of annoying if you guys have to share the zone with a bunch of rookies, right? Of course it's doable. Let me check for a shift where the rookies aren't doing their training. Hearing this, Se-Jun is stunned. Really? He's inwardly thinking, why the heck is this so easy? Go-Hyun just smiles. You introduced me to Mr. Kung Chung Chonil, so I obviously have to return the favor. He lets out a massive sigh of relief. Lee Sun was sweating bullets about getting rejected, but it all worked out perfectly. She quickly adds, "First, let me just go ask if we can enter the battlefield zone or not." A little while passes and Lee Jun starts getting anxious. Go-hee is definitely taking way too long. Lee Se-Jun figures the Goro area is pretty massive anyway, so it naturally takes a while to walk around here. Suddenly, a random woman cracks the door open and asks, is Lady Gohan around here anywhere? Lee Se-Jun spins around, totally caught off guard by a newbie rookie and some guy following right behind her. Lee Se-Jun answers back, "She actually stepped out a little while ago. Is something wrong?" The girl stammers awkwardly. She has a guest waiting." "So, what's going on?" "You and I should watch closely here." Lee Jun looks at the guy and literally chokes on his water. Sun Su Hyun. Why the heck is he even here? The dude clearly recognizes him too. I was just wondering who this was. "You're that contestant bunny kid, the one I ran into before." Right now, Lee Jun is feeling incredibly awkward about the whole situation. It's weird that this arrogant snob actually remembers his name. Sun Su Hyun tells the girl this is pretty useless if Gohan is busy right now. The girl replies, "I really think you should just come back another time. He got roasted by Gohan earlier, yet he still showed up judging by their totally awkward vibe right now. It definitely looks like these two just met." Sun Su Hyun then slowly shifts his cold gaze right over toward him. His face darkens completely as he mutters, "Right before I take my leave." Suddenly he shoots his hand out, pointing straight at a highly confused Lee Jun, while absolutely dripping with pure killer intent. "Contestant kid, step outside for a chat." Lee Jun is honestly just as annoyed by his trash attitude. A little while later, Lee Jun finally meets up with Sun Su Hyun under a random tree. His expression is super gloomy, locking his eyes onto Sun Su Hyun, while all the passers-by only seem to recognize the super famous hunter here. Oh my god, he honestly looks so insanely handsome, soaking up all the shameless flattery from his fan club. He actually starts running his fingers through his hair, acting just like some gorgeous K-pop idol. But yeah, that hype definitely isn't for Lee Jun. He just thinks, simply because I don't own this place, I can't kick him out. I literally have no right to kick him out. Sun Su Hyun finally breaks the silence. The massive completion reward for getting that first clear on the dungeon. "I came here to claim my cut." Hearing that absolute nonsense, Lee Jun is left completely baffled by his ridiculous claim for the reward. What was his contribution? You and I both know that's total nonsense. Stick with me. You are about to see Sun Su Hyun arrogantly claim that discovering a dungeon gives a hunter absolute authority. He is mad because even though he arrived late, our main character and Gohan cleared the place without his personal permission. To make matters worse, he says it would be a total disaster if rumors spread that the dungeon was conquered by mere rookies. Hearing this insane logic, Lee Jun's brain practically short-circuits. He actually says it out loud. What on earth is this guy even talking about? Don't all hunters have the right to raid a new dungeon? Lee Jun asks, but Sun Su Hyun just raises a hand and sharply cuts him off. He demands the loot, asking if a rookie really thinks they can argue with a high-ranking Night Guild leader like himself. He is a top-tier hunter, and he makes it clear anyone who dares defy him is in trouble. There is never a happy ending for them, especially not for no-name entry-level rookies with absolutely zero reputation. With that blatant threat right in his face, Lee Jun definitely feels the pressure. Suddenly, two passing girls spot Sun Su Hyun and instantly blush, obsessing over how handsome he is. He turns and greets them with a perfectly fake, camera-ready smile. But his face instantly drops when Lee Jun drops a massive truth bomb. "You looked pretty terrified in that dungeon." He freezes, forcing a calm expression, even though his mask just slipped, and asks if Lee Jun is finally showing his true colors. Now Lee Jun is furious. What is that supposed to mean? Who was the one dragging the whole team's morale down? We were in a life-or-death situation, and you were just desperately looking for an exit. Calling him a spineless coward makes Sun Su Hyun clench his fists as he shoots back a dark, deadly warning. He is losing patience with these little tantrums, he says. But Lee Jun is not backing down one bit. "Now I get why Gohan said it back then. You are simply not qualified to be a real hunter. Now watch this." Hearing that truth thrown right in his face makes his blood absolutely boil. Meanwhile, Gohan finally returns, bursting through the door with her usual energy, wondering if everyone has been waiting for her this whole time. She cuts herself off when she only sees the girl, and that is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are jumping right back into the madness to see exactly what happens next. Do not blink. Anhee asks where Lee Jun went, and someone tells her he went outside with Sun Su Hyun. Hearing this, she totally flips. Why is that scumbag even here? She wonders if they should just head to the Goryo sword facility. Meanwhile, Anhee is seriously stressing. Is he actually going to be okay? Once his intense training starts, the guy never takes a break. She even saw him studying the battlefield all night long. She is terrified he is pushing himself way past his absolute limits. Outside, weapons are drawn instantly. Lee Jun and Sun Su Hyun are ready to settle this right here in the courtyard. Lee Jun raises his spear, a massive aura exploding around him. Bam! He unloads 3 heavy strikes right at his opponent's sword, leaving Sun Su Hyun struggling to even fight back. As Li Jun barrages him with attacks, the guy is forced to stay purely on the defensive. He is completely stunned, thinking, how am I getting pushed back this badly by a mere rookie examinee? He is supposed to be the one attacking, but his hands are literally shaking as he grips his sword. This is insane. He is getting overwhelmed, even worse than his fight with the landlord. Sun Su Hyun grits his teeth in pure frustration. Li Jun pauses to read his face, thinking to himself, Sun Su Hyun, you coward. You absolute piece of garbage. Was he not supposed to be some legendary, arrogant hunter? Li Jun shifts his stance again for another strike, and Sun Su Hyun barely gets his sword up to block it. He realizes this kid is not just fast. His reflexes are unreal, and his spearmanship is incredibly agile and extraordinary to match. The guy is a monster. While Sun Su Hyun struggles to defend, he tries to wrap his head around it. This kid is just a rookie. There is no way he has 10 years of actual combat experience. He should not have these skills, so why am I being forced to fight so seriously against him? Their weapons clash together in an absolute frenzy of sparks. Li Jun swings his spear upward, knocking the sword away and forcing Sun Su Hyun to hold on for dear life. So what do you and I take from this? If this guy came after them for a reward, Anhee is definitely his next target. This manipulative snake is a massive threat to her. Worst case scenario, he is totally going to try and recruit her right into his own guild. If history repeats, everything shatters. Li Jun pushes off, and trust me, you and I need to watch closely because this is where it gets crazy. He lunges back at him. I need to finish this now, so he never even looks at her again. But suddenly, Li Jun is hit with massive dizziness. What? He completely collapses to the ground. Sweat pours down his whole body as he trembles from pure exhaustion. Li Jun wonders if he really pushed himself way too hard. Why the heck is this happening right now? When he tries to look up at Sun Su Hyun, his vision is distorted and totally out of focus. Sun Su Hyun looks down at Li Jun, who is miserably struggling on the ground. He bites his lip, realizing this guy was just recklessly charging him. I bet he drained his stamina by spamming mana. Man, I got super lucky here. But suddenly, Sun Su Hyun flinches. Wait, lucky? There is zero chance I am ever admitting to getting overpowered by some green rookie hunter. Maybe I should just permanently eliminate him right here and now. Making up his mind, he tightens his grip on his blade. He maliciously plans to cover it up as a tragic training accident. If I use money to silence everyone, I can escape this easily. With that dark thought, he raises his sword high, fully intending to finish Li Jun. We all thought he was done for, right? But hold on, at that exact second, the sword is violently knocked from his hands. It stabs into the dirt right behind the shadowy figure who just intervened. Sun Su Hyun is gripping his throbbing wrist on the ground while the absolute legend's booming voice rings out through the courtyard, stopping everyone in their tracks right now. Even though this place is meant for all kinds of intense training sessions, that sword you are holding has taken things way past the acceptable limit. Sun Su Hyun's face turns completely pale. The sword saint is furious, his terrifying aura exploding outward. Get the hell out of my sight right now. Right then, Hyeon and Eunha finally arrive on the scene, utterly shocked by what they see. They sprint over to the sword saint and Li Jun. Eunha yells his name while Hyeon asks if he fought the elder. The sword saint simply replies that he would never do that. Eunha rushes to his side, extremely worried. Are you okay? You look incredibly pale. Li Jun slowly forces himself up by leaning heavily on his spear. He says he is fine, just feeling a little tired. The sword saint then speaks up. Let's pause here. Backing your opponent into a corner is a valid tactic, but he just cornered himself instead. Suddenly, a memory of the sword saint from before the regression flashes by. Passion for training is great, but it fades. The current sword saint is completely different now. He continues his serious lecture. Resting is also a crucial part of training. If it were the battlefield, I would allow it. But not now. But you need to remember that resting is also a crucial part of training. If it were for the battlefield, I would allow it, but maybe we do that at another time. Eunha stammers a thank you. Li Jun looks over at her, happily getting head pats from Hyeon. He stays quiet, deep in anxious thought. The sword saint is not actually a malicious guy. Maybe I was just worrying for absolutely nothing about the events from before my regression. This version of him is actually different. The sword saint forces them to rest. Meanwhile, outside the gates, Sun Su Hyun is sprinting for his life. So what do you and I take from this? Even heroes need rest. 2 days later, let's jump back in. Heading to the battlefield, Eunha asks if he is doing okay. Li Jun grins confidently. Hearing that, Eunha finally relaxes. He still cannot believe he was out cold for 2 whole days. Li Jun stares dead ahead. Right now, a real battle is what matters most. Eunha asks if the battlefield seems less dangerous than the dungeon. Li Jun asks if she read his notes. She replies that she memorized them all. We should be able to clear this entire area without breaking a sweat now. But suddenly, deep inside the dark bushes, glowing red eyes lock onto them with pure killing intent. Slowly creeping up are mutated gorilla monsters. Se-Jun asks, "Where is Koi?" Haeyeon is watching her at the entrance. Se-Jun and Eunha immediately stand back to back. As the apes surround them, they can finally go all out. Let's end this fast. I miss my baby already, totally jealous of Haeyeon right now. To think she's playing with Koi. Meanwhile, Haeyeon is hanging out with her. Let's dive into a story where even a little girl's play can turn into pure, accidental magic. She introduces her new friends, Mama Bear, and the one wielding a stick is Papa Bear. Han just stares blankly at the moving toys. Seeing Koi play with these floating, magical teddy bears leaves Han completely frozen in a state of absolute confusion. Are these dolls moving by themselves? The little girl just gives a bright, innocent smile. And that bunny is Sister Han. After easily wiping out the monsters, Se-Jun checks his wrist stone again. Judging entirely by the light's energy level, there is nobody else alive or hiding in this area. From behind, Eunha rushes over. Se-Jun, my side is totally clear. He smiles back. Let's hide these bodies and go pick up Koi. They call out as they approach, making Han jump. Se-Jun and Eunha walk up. We're back. Did everything go okay while we were gone? Han stammers nervously. Yeah, it's not a huge deal, but I'm not even sure if I should ask this. Instantly, Se-Jun and Eunha freeze. Right there, Koi is happily playing with her magically floating teddy bears. Han finally asks if Koi is a wizard. Later, at that same spot, Se-Jun admits that the girl can actually use magic. They couldn't deny it anymore. Honestly, even if they told the truth about her powers, Han would never leak the secret out of malice. She thinks for a moment. So, it's best we keep this hidden, right? Se-Jun nods. Exactly. Or else she might get kidnapped because the magic tower is completely obsessed with energy research. That tower is a massive wizard organization. Now, I know what you're thinking. Why target a child? Well, wizards are incredibly rare here, and they have limitless potential to create absolute chaos. Even before my regression, for some crazy reason, they used their power to snatch Koi right away from me. The whole reason I'm stabilizing her energy now is to avoid their tracking. Han takes it all in. So that's why you two came to the battlefield today. I'm coming with you. We have no idea who else might be hiding out there, right? He blinks in shock. Wait, are you sure? If it's to protect Koi, this is nothing. 3 is way better than 2, right? Plus, I get to show off. After that, they head out together. Han, Eunha, and Se-Jun carry Koi right into the heart of the battlefield. Instantly, the little girl's eyes glow with magic. Koi still doesn't fully understand what's happening around her. She just sees beautiful streams of mana floating all around. Full of curiosity, she says everything looks so sparkly. Se-Jun wonders if she's seeing energy. Regular people can't see mana flowing. Koi just gives a bright smile. This place is great. I feel way better. But exactly at that moment, Se-Jun checks the stone on his wrist, only to anxiously realize that the energy light is rapidly fading out. He finally turns to Eunha and says it's definitely helping her. She breathes a massive sigh of relief. Let's stay here a bit longer. But suddenly, Se-Jun senses something is totally off. He catches a strange noise and instantly looks straight up at the ceiling. A blaring siren rings out. He recognizes that tone instantly. Se-Jun yells in panic for everyone to run to the exit as they sprint ahead. Running beside him, Eunha shouts, "Why is an alarm ringing while we're still inside the battlefield?" That is the sound of a new rift. But as they reach the entrance, a massive earthquake buries it in rocks, trapping everyone. Se-Jun can't believe his eyes. The exit is now nothing but a massive pile of broken rubble. Suddenly, the system blares a warning. The battlefield boss has finally appeared. Se-Jun freezes as everyone turns around. A massive shadow swallows them. Trust me, you and I aren't ready for this. An emergency quest triggers. Hunt down the rock mountain boss. This is the moment everything starts going completely off the rails. A massive mountain golem is currently glaring right at Se-Jun. He pulls Koi close and hugs her tight. That alarm meant a field boss just crashed the party. He quickly hands the kid to Eunha for safekeeping. She looks up, totally worried. Dad? He drops the jokes and gets serious. Eunha, you need to run and stay far away from here. You're the fastest here. I know you can keep Koi safe. He turns and locks eyes with the massive rocky boss. I swear I double-checked the timers. Field bosses are definitely not supposed to be showing up right now. Plus, field bosses never wander alone like this. It must be drawn to some insane source of energy. Se-Jun yells out as the golem raises its giant arm. It's about to strike. You all need to scatter right now. The beast slams its massive fist down immediately, blasting dirt and sand in every direction. As the stone monster smashes both hands down, the entire landscape gets violently uprooted and torn apart. Debris goes flying everywhere, but our hunters dodge. You and I just saw a miracle escape, but the fight's only starting. Stick with me, you and I are about to watch these hunters face a literal mountain. Golems hide cores deep. Throwing random attacks won't work. We won't leave even a single scratch on this massive rocky thing. Worse, we will just piss it off. Simply put, the only way to kill this beast is by smashing its core. Strategy locked in. Se-Jun instantly sprints at the golem. Right beside him, Han is charging in too. She flawlessly jumps onto its massive arm. Before the monster can react, Se-Jun quickly scans the area for a weak point. Han locks eyes with him, signaling to slash the neck. Se-Jun gives a quick nod. Message received. He keeps scanning, knowing these cores are usually hiding around the head or the neck area. Rushing in now would make them an easy target. They are waiting for the perfect opening. Now pay attention, because here is where their teamwork hits a whole new level. Han moves up the monster alongside him. They need to perfectly sync up their core-slicing strike. Both hunters raise their weapons, channeling aura into their blades. But suddenly, Se-Jun freezes in his tracks. Something is wrong. The ground starts shaking violently. Just as he is about to strike, he loses his footing. His spear accidentally slips out. It stabs the armor before he can pack enough punch to shatter the rock. He mutters under his breath, "An earthquake?" No, wait. This massive golem is shifting. In that exact second, the towering rock beast takes a massive step. The body quakes while Se-Jun is trapped on top, basically riding its head. Below, he spots a familiar silhouette desperately trying to escape. Oh no, it is Uni. She is holding COA tight, sprinting into the deep woods like her life depends on it. Se-Jun's brain races. This thing came here hunting for high energy sources. Was it targeting them this entire time? No time for a backup plan. The giant foot is already coming down. It looms behind Uni, seconds away from squashing them flat. But suddenly, chunks of rock and dust rain down from above. Han is completely caught off guard. She looks up. Se-Jun drove his spear deep into the skull just to draw aggro. Han screams, "Se-Jun, what are you doing? You are pulling all the aggro onto yourself." Se-Jun shouts back. "Before Uni gets flattened into a pancake, we have to finish it. Slash it right now." Hearing his desperate command, Han finally snaps out of it. Her eyes narrow with deadly focus. "I have to lock in. No rushing it or I'm going to miss." She closes her eyes, breathing deep. Pure aura circulates through her veins as she grips her hilt with flawless concentration, slowly drawing her sword. Intense killing, intent surges around her like wild electricity. "I must remember my training. Stay calm and strike perfectly." Han's eyes snap wide open. At this very second, an insane level of aura wraps her entire body. You and I both know she has only got one shot at this. Can she actually pull it off? She unleashes a brutal strike. One single slash severs the head. Explosive aura rips through the rocky crevices before the monster can even react. Han looks incredibly thrilled. Her eyes light up. "I did it. I finally took it down." But suddenly, Se-Jun zips over and grabs her, dragging her away in total confusion. What is going on? The top of the golem's head totally crumbles into loose, useless chunks of rock. Se-Jun holds Han tight as they surf down the crumbling body while she is screaming her lungs out at him. "What is your problem?" "I landed a perfect hit this time," he shouts back over the noise. "It is not dead. The boss is still alive and moving. The core is not in the head. It is hiding somewhere else. We have to find it quickly. It will just keep counterattacking and regenerating over and over. But where else could a core even be hidden from them? There is literally nowhere else." Suddenly, Se-Jun slams into a hard ledge, cutting off her entire sentence. When the two hunters finally sit up and wipe the dust off, they realize they landed directly in the golem's palm. Looking up, the monster has completely regenerated. It raises its other colossal hand high into the sky, ready to squash them flat. Se-Jun panics. Is this giant seriously going to crush us? There is zero room to dodge. Both are in a cold sweat. And that is where we leave them, trust me. You are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to see something absolutely wild. Out of nowhere, a massive arm made of ice grabs the golem's hands. Trust me, you won't want to miss what comes next. Our two heroes just stand there, frozen in pure confusion. What even is that? It is a giant teddy bear made of ice, just spawning right in front of them out of thin air. Let's rewind a bit. Uni finally lost the golem's aggro thanks to Se-Jun, and she is looking back completely stressed out. From this distance, they should be safe. Uni remembers that massive explosion from earlier when the golem's head just blew up. They only survived because of whatever caused that huge boom, but now those two are in serious danger because of it. As Uni sets Koa down, the little girl looks up. "Mom," she asks, "is that a bad monster? Are Dad and the bunny sister fighting it?" Hearing that, Uni stands up. "Yeah, that is why I have to help." Koa just clasps her hands together, super excited. "Then let me help too," the little girl says. And suddenly she starts walking straight forward into the chaos. Uni freaks out, but then she instantly freezes when her own breath suddenly turns into white mist. She is in total panic. I can actually see my breath. Beneath Koa's feet, A freezing trail of ice spreads out, radiating absolute zero levels of cold. Yuni stares at her kid. Koa's body is leaking so much magical aura that every single footstep completely freezes the solid ground. Now, pay close attention here. Koa reaches out her hands, slowly forming a tiny ice figure that perfectly copies that giant golem. She raises both hands and closes her eyes to cast. You can see the aura slowly building up right in her palms. When Koa opens her eyes, they're glowing with intense icy power. Instantly, an earthquake erupts, blasting sand and dirt backwards from where she stands. Yuni gets knocked back by the shock wave. Once the aura settles, she drops to her knees, looking toward little Koa with pure nerves. What just happened? She sees her kid just lying there, completely motionless on the freezing ground. Thick icy mist is still lingering around them. Yuni yells out for Koa and rushes over to pick her little girl up. "Koa, wake up!" But the kid looks like she's just sleeping soundly. Yuni finally realizes she is just out cold as she looks up. Right in front of them stands a massive shadow made entirely of solid ice. But weirdly enough, the giant ice block is shaped exactly like a teddy bear, the same toy Koa was playing with earlier. Cutting back to Se-Jun and Hyeon, they are completely stunned. Where did an ice teddy bear even come from? Is that magic? The golem slowly looks over. The bear's giant paw is pinning down its wrist, locking the monster completely in place. Se-Jun looks at Hyeon. The golem is locked down, so let's get out of here. She immediately nods back in agreement. They both jump off the golem's hand. Se-Jun watches and thinks to himself that this has to be some kind of powerful magical summon. Is Koa really the only person around here who could create high-level magic like this? The bear looks at them and gives a confident thumbs up. But a split second later, the golem ruthlessly punches it in the face. You saw that coming too, right? The poor ice bear goes flying backwards. Se-Jun and Hyeon are in total panic. It's just huge with zero actual fighting skills. The ice bear slumps against the stone wall, looking completely knocked out after taking a massive chunk out of its face. While it is still unconscious and defenseless, the golem raises its fist for another brutal strike. Se-Jun thinks it's about to be shattered. Suddenly, that giant fist gets blocked by a solid ice bat. They watch in absolute shock. The ice bear perfectly blocked the attack using a bat it made on the spot. It actually crafted a weapon to defend itself. Then, the bear counterattacks, swinging that bat at the golem and knocking its massive arm right back. It doesn't stop there. The bear takes a stance, repeatedly jabbing the bat into the golem's body and knocking rock chunks loose. Se-Jun is amazed. To think the whole situation completely flipped, just because of a single weapon. Hyeon calls out nervously to Se-Jun. He asks what's up, and she points at that ice teddy bear. It really looks like you. Koa named that bear after her dad, and now it is actually throwing hands with a boss. The bear can actually see exactly where the golem's core is. Its eyes flash as it targets the center chest. It raises the bat high and thrusts it straight in. The golem's core is shoved right through its rock-hard body by the sharp tip of the bat. The second that core pops out, it cracks wide open. Huge amounts of magical aura pour into the air. The pressure hits a breaking point, exploding right in front of them. They stare blankly as glowing core fragments scatter everywhere. Then, the system chimes in. You have successfully defeated the mountain golem field boss. Yuni watches the scene from far away. You and I just watched a kid clear an impossible quest while sleeping. Yuni is stunned, but the system confirms the win is theirs. Night finally falls. You and I are watching them head back to safety after absolutely crushing that monster. Se-Jun is on the phone with Hyeon. She promises to make sure Koa's link to the Rocky Mountain incident is buried. He's skeptical, but she fires back. I might not look it, but I am the Sword Saint's granddaughter. Got it, so quit worrying. Se-Jun just laughs and tells her he'll leave it in her hands. Yui bandages his face as he hangs up. This is where things start getting really intense for our family. She asks if he's hurt, but he just gives her a bright smile. It's just a tiny bump, no big deal. He thanks her, glancing toward the sofa. Yui whispers that their little girl is already out cold. She's totally exhausted. In the bedroom, little Koa is resting peacefully right next to her teddy bear. Creating that massive ice bear completely drained every bit of magic energy she had left in her body. She is completely out cold even after they made it home safely. It is absolutely wild to think she created a whole creature from scratch using pure magic instead of just summoning it. Normally, a summon calls out an existing divine beast, and the mage pays a steep price in mana. But Koa literally built a brand new entity using only her own energy. Summoning something versus creating it from nothing? That's two completely different leagues of power. His daughter might actually be the strongest person on the planet right now. Meanwhile, on the other end, Hyeon is chatting on her phone while walking down the stairs. Suddenly, she stops. Her phone drops as she stares in shock at a fancy car with two guards outside. She thinks to herself, wait, are those guys foreigners? They don't look like anyone he would ever know. Why are they looking for Mr. Goryo? Just then, the door opens and a smooth voice calls out for her. My security must have startled you. He steps out of the vehicle, leaning on a stylish walking cane. Pay attention here. This guy screams high society danger. He asks if they have a moment to talk. He looks incredibly sharp in a top hat and monocle. Let's cut back to Lee Se-Jun's quiet apartment. While Koa plays around with all her stuffed toys, her dad calls out her name. He asks, "Sweetie, do you remember that giant ice bear you made?" Hearing that, the little girl looks clueless. He wonders if she even realized she was creating that thing while she was awake. He goes silent, arms crossed in deep thought. How exactly did that crazy magic trigger? It's hard to believe that thing was pure mana because it was so stable. Suddenly, Koa speaks up. Honestly, I just wanted to yell at that big, ugly monster. She looks at him with total determination. Hearing this, Lee Se-Jun is caught off guard. His heart just completely melts at his daughter's adorable words. But out of nowhere, a loud knock echoes from the front door at this late hour. All right, stick with me. Because as he moves to answer the door, the phone in his pocket suddenly starts ringing like crazy at that exact same second. He quickly answers. Hyun sounds incredibly rushed and panicked on the other end. Lee Se-Jun, where are you? He walks toward the door while replying that he's at home. Sorry, we have a guest. I'll call you back. But she aggressively insists that he stays on the line. Wait a second. Lee Se-Jun, a high-level mage from the Magic Tower is looking for you. Hearing those words, his entire body freezes up completely. Hyun keeps explaining the situation. Apparently, when we hunted that mountain golem, a massive burst of energy fried their tracking radar systems. While she's talking, the guest outside keeps hammering away at the doorbell. Because of the system glitch, they're checking everyone near the battlefield and investigating them one by one. And that guy ringing the bell? It's that same creepy foreigner from earlier. And man, he is rocking a seriously sinister smile right now. Hearing her warning, his face goes dark as cold sweat starts pouring down his skin. He can't even say a word back, which makes her even more worried. She keeps shouting, "Hello, Lee Se-Jun. Are you even listening to me? Trust me on this. You and I are about to witness his worst nightmare coming to life for him all over again." Memories flood back of a group breaking into his house and violently kidnapping his little girl. They pinned him down completely and dragged his innocent daughter away from their own home. That agonizing fear surges back into his core. Suddenly, the system flashes. A new exclusive quest has updated. All right, you and I are about to witness Koa's first misfortune. He stands there stunned as the terrifying quest window materializes. The screen shifts, revealing a detailed set of life-changing instructions. Exclusive quest, change the future to prevent her 5 misfortunes. This is the very first tragedy. Protect her hidden identity from William Taylor. Status incomplete. He grits his teeth, sweat dripping from his face. William Taylor is here. The man outside the door is him. Suddenly, a voice stops his heart. It is his wife, Yu Hua. She steps closer, asking nervously, "Is something wrong?" He looks down, she is holding their daughter's hand, but her own arm is shaking with pure terror. He finally answers, "Go, Hyun, let me figure out what to do. We can talk after I handle this mess." He hangs up, dropping to his knees to face Koa while telling Yu Hua the harsh truth. The Magic Tower is hunting them after the battlefield incident, and they are literally standing right outside the door. He grips her shoulders. Stalling any longer will only make these hunters even more suspicious. Now pay attention here. Koa is clearly confused, and her father realizes he must trust his gut to de-escalate this smoothly. He speaks up. "Daddy needs you to do me a quick favor." The tension hits an absolute breaking point. After a moment, he finally lets the dangerous man step inside their home. The man offers a warm smile. "Thank you for cooperating with our official investigation." Lee Se-Jun and Yu Hua see him holding a thick file. He introduces himself as a Magic Tower mage, William Taylor. This might seem extremely sudden, but the Hunter Association officially ordered this surprise inspection. Stick around because you and I both know things are about to explode. Just stay with me for a second. The family sits across from William, shielding their daughter, fully on guard and stressed to the absolute limit. "Ah, yes," he replies. But his mind is absolutely racing at the sight of William Taylor. Before the regression, William Taylor was a legendary manager at the British branch of the Magic Tower. Whatever position he holds now, the man is an absolute powerhouse, a total monster. Suddenly, the bodyguard speaks. "No broken equipment here, sir." Lee Se-Jun's brain is still in total overdrive. They are checking the whole house for energy. Thank God they did not detect Koa's hidden magic. It is a massive relief. The little girl nervously grips her father's shirt. Flashing back, Lee Se-Jun grabs her shoulders and calls her name. "Yes, Daddy," she answers. He urgently warns her that bad people have tracked her power. Little Koa begins to panic. He looks her in the eye. "Hide your energy deep inside. Dad needs you to do this. Can you try?" Koa does not hesitate. She gives a firm, determined nod. Yu Hua asks him what is wrong. He thinks Koa's magic is chaotic because no one taught her control. It is simply because nobody ever bothered to teach her how to actually manage it. Koa brings her hands to her chest. She begins a spell she has never even attempted before. She shuts her eyes and chants silently within her heart. Back in the present, William finishes reviewing the family's official personal files and paperwork. He notes their perfect hunter scores. Then he mentions that Se-Jun encountered a sudden rift. That is correct. William asks if they recently visited the Goryeo Sword Room battlefield. Yu's expression darkens instantly. Yes, we were there, she admits. Under the table, he squeezes her hand. William asks if they defeated the battlefield boss. Se-Jun steps up. No, we actually ended up taking it down with him. Yu shoots him a terrified look. Suddenly, William pulls out a mysterious photo and tells them to watch closely. Let us get straight to it, William says. We found massive energy usage and suspicious items on that battlefield. Know anything? Se-Jun recognizes the remains of the ice teddy bear immediately. He remembers the ice bear destroying that massive mountain golem before it shattered. It melted away, yet they still found traces. Se-Jun carefully chooses his words before speaking. I would love to help, but I recognize nothing here. Trust me. You and I need to see what happens next. All right. You and I are diving into a story where William's gut screams that something is wrong as he analyzes their energy. Sure, they have some power, but it is not enough to actually cast any real magic. We must have the wrong suspects. William then flashes a super friendly fake smile. Thank you for cooperating with the investigation. After William leaves, Kay calls Hyan on FaceTime. The bunny girl is relieved to see the kid safe while Ka just giggles away. I was worried to death. Yuiwa slumps down against Se-Jun's tired back. Exhausted, she lets out a massive sigh. I thought we were getting arrested for sure. Ka was super scared too, Yuiwa adds. Luckily, the little girl is completely fine now. Koa smiles innocently. Yuiwa says since nothing happened, there is no reason to stay worried. Se-Jun says they will figure it out tomorrow after getting some sleep. Suddenly, it hits him as Jun looks at his glowing system panel showing the exact same quest. Cold sweat drips down his face. You and I both know exactly what that incomplete bar means. Ka's misfortune isn't over. If William noticed her energy, could Se-Jun even stop him? He thinks I am only slightly stronger. I could not keep up with his speed. No, even if it was not William Taylor, I would still lose this fight. The truth is, Koa's enemy might be the entire world just because I am better. I almost ignored reality. I have to get stronger using every single tool I have. I have played it too safe with future knowledge, but that ends right now. While the girls sleep, Se-Jun heads to the living room to analyze messy documents. He leans on the desk, searching. To pull this off, he needs someone very specific. Hidden in the papers is a profile on a professional woman. Fast forward 1 week. On a car TV, a reporter announces the broadcast, saying they will prove the story's high quality. Inside the vehicle sits a driver and his passenger. She finally speaks up. Oh, that interview is airing already. The driver asks if going in alone is okay. And here is where we leave it. That woman is from Jun's files. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. She says she will be fine since she has been in dungeons before. Today is just a promotion. The car pulls up to a gated stop sign. The woman steps out, and every single person in the city glues their eyes to her. They whisper in awe. Is that really Ha-I-Ram, the daughter of that massive company? Look at her gear. It is insane. Ha-I-Ram just confidently flips her hair back. She pulls out a sleek pistol and loads a fresh magazine with a smirk. Let's head down, shall we? Ahead of her is the crumbling Wang Underground Station battlefield. Ha-I-Ram walks into the gloomy atmosphere of the dungeon. Her guard is up, scanning. No monsters. Did someone already clear this place out? My weapons and gear are ready, and my physical condition is perfect right now. So why am I shaking? She is sweating bullets, consumed by an unknown fear. She observes every corner, mentally repeating that there is obviously nobody else down here. Suddenly, she feels a chilling presence standing right behind her back. She instantly spins around to look behind her, heart racing. She thinks whatever scared her is just another hunter who entered the dungeon earlier. The man standing behind Ha-I-Ram is gripping a sharp knife while she remains clueless. She turns toward him to ask if any other monsters are lurking around. Suddenly the guy lunges forward and brutally stabs Ha-I-Ram right in her side. Shaking from shock, she raises her gun while clutching her heavily bleeding wound. She curses him out. You and I saw that coming, right? All right. Stick with me as we witness a desperate struggle. She realizes 2 guys are cornering her and screams, asking if they have nothing better to hunt than people. But the attackers stay completely silent. Her deep wound is bleeding more and more with every passing second. Ha-I-Ram clutches her side, shaking violently. She swears she will personally kill whoever ordered this if she makes it out alive, though she is starting to doubt she can. She grimaces in pure desperation, trying her absolute hardest to hold on to consciousness. Both men in front of her have their knives drawn and ready. They could strike again at any moment, but out of nowhere, Se-Jun suddenly appears and rushes into the fray like a god. He drives a knee straight into one guy's side, snapping his spine like a dry twig. Our hero does not even realize his own massive strength. The remaining thug looks at his partner in pure panic. Ha-I-Ram is totally stunned, while Se-Jun looks deadpan, acting like this is just another Tuesday. That second guy is absolutely terrified, his jaw literally hitting the floor in total shock. Se-Jun just stares down at the trash he just dropped. He looks at the guy on the floor and actually starts to get worried. Wait, you passed out from just that? The remaining thug screams, asking where he came from and if he is some kind of bodyguard. He immediately points his knife and charges straight at Se-Jun, trying to cut him down too. He yells for him to stay out of it and get lost. With just a slight tilt of his body, Se-Jun makes the guy completely slip. Then he casually chops the back of his neck. You and I saw that too, right? Absolute lightning speed. Seeing Se-Jun's fast takedown, Ha-I-Ram sits there dazed, feeling like a wild breeze just blew right past her. She looks at his broad back and asks who he is. He turns around and confidently says he is just a passing hunter. Cut to the Hitch Building, the most famous weapon manufacturing company in all of South Korea. This is a massive facility that produces every single item a hunter could ever need. We are talking high-tier weapons, armor, and gear. The person I saved is actually the daughter of the Hitch Group, Ha-I-Ram. She was rushed to the hospital with Se-Jun following close behind. Now, Ha-I-Ram is scrolling through a tablet, doing some heavy research. She looks over Se-Jun's personal information on the screen and finally speaks up. You said earlier that you have a daughter, so I was actually a little suspicious. You are not just my heroic Prince Charming, but a married man too? Does the information say you have a kid with a college friend? You are totally wrong. Se-Jun quickly steps in to correct her. I definitely have a kid, but I am not married at all. But I do have someone I like. Then he freezes. Wait a second, did you just run a background check on me? You answer so clearly and draw such a firm line. She points to an empty chair next to her bed and continues. Information about you just finds me, even if I do nothing. Se-Jun slowly sits down while Ha picks the conversation back up. Anyway, since you saved my life, I figured I should definitely repay you, which is exactly why I called you here. I am going to pay you back with a huge sum of cash. Give me your account number. As she takes off her glasses, Se-Jun immediately raises his hand. She tells him not to feel burdened by the gift. I can even give you more if you want. Se-Jun just smiles and says he is honestly fine, but in his head, he knows that is an incredibly tempting offer. Let's be real. A drool-worthy amount of cash dropping into his bank account would be amazing for investments. I did not help you for the money, he says. But he thinks that if he takes it, his relationship with her ends right here. Hearing his refusal, Ha-I-Ram just laughs with pure amusement. You are way more interesting than I thought, she says. Since I cannot pay you back, can I give you a gift instead? Trust me, you are going to want to see this. Se-Jun is surprised. A gift? She winks and says there are two things as she hands him her tablet. Alright, let's jump in. Outside the door, guards remain on watch while Se-Jun checks the tablet screen inside. He asks if her gift is actually a commissioned mission. Ha-I-Ram smoothly replies that he can decide whether to take it. After the breakdown, she hands over a file packed with photos and drops a name. The Tiger Cave Dungeon. This is a completely uncleared dungeon. A brand new monster species was discovered here. They planned to send a team, but there was a major problem. Pointing at a bloody photo, she explains this was the final fate of the previous group. 5 fighters and their looters, all wiped out. These images were literally extracted from a video recorded by one of the fallen hunters. The tablet screen quickly plays back that recorded footage. And trust me, you and I are about to see something truly terrifying. A hunter stalks through the abyss, flashlight in one hand and sword in the other. He shouts into the void. Where is everyone? Answer me. Suddenly, a desperate voice screams from behind a nearby door. We're in here. Please, help us. The hunter snaps his head toward the sound. Hearing 2 voices, he hopes it's his team and shouts back. Hold on! Stay right there! I'm coming. He rushes the door with a loud cry, but his face tells a different story. His confident voice masks total terror and crushing uncertainty. Stick with me, because right after this, that hunter dies. Se-Jun studies the photo of the brutal aftermath. Ha-I-Ram explains that was the final, chilling frame of the footage they recovered. He notes every tiny detail in the photo, especially that strange white fur. Ha-I-Ram mentions she would go herself if the situation weren't so dire. Se-Jun finally cuts in. So I just harvest the materials from that monster? When do I start? Ha-I-Ram freezes in confusion. Wait, you're planning on going in there completely alone? Are you insane? Countless hunters have died there. He stays firm. Doesn't matter. I'm going solo. He slams the photo down. Didn't you bring this up just to test what I'm actually capable of? She's stunned by his confidence. He just laughs. To see how strong I am? If this is a test, I'll show you everything. With the meeting over, Lee Se-Jun turns and heads for the exit. Ha-I-Ram watches his silhouette fade through the window. Her assistant enters, having overheard everything, and asks if letting him go solo is really okay. She replies calmly, yeah. If that's what he wants, then just like he said. I'm testing him. Besides, he didn't look like he was bluffing. Ha-I-Ram lets out a slight chuckle. Later that night, Lee Se-Jun finally makes it home. Dad's back. At the sound of his voice, little Ka comes sprinting out. She throws her arms wide. Welcome home, Daddy. He scoops her up, his heart practically bursting with pure joy. Watch closely, because coming home to his family is the only thing that makes his stress vanish. She is the world's most adorable daughter, living with a beautiful wife. Well, actually, a beautiful ex-girlfriend. Honestly, whatever I call Eunhee feels a bit weird. So, let's just gloss over that for now. Suddenly, little Kay notices something. She smiles and says, Daddy, you smell really good today. The unexpected compliment makes him flinch. He turns to Eunhee, panicking. Eunhee, do I smell like something? She slowly steps closer. Let me check. She leans in to sniff him, leaving no personal space at all. You and I were expecting romance, right? Nope. Lee Se-Jun just blushes, feeling incredibly awkward with her this close. He thinks to himself, is this actually the first time she's ever gotten this close to me? Since regressing, I've always watched her from afar. Wow, she's gorgeous. But then, her answer freezes him dead in his tracks. Women's perfume. A million question marks explode in his brain. Eunhee continues. Lee Se-Jun, you don't even use perfume. Then it clicks. He remembers rescuing Ha-I-Ram. She was so annoyed then, demanding, if you aren't with them, then save me. He'd agreed. Why not? After that, he basically had to carry Ha-I-Ram on his back all the way to the hospital. All while Ha-I-Ram stubbornly kept her gun aimed right at the back of his head. I'll kill you if you try anything weird. Lee Se-Jun fired back instantly. No way. I'm not dying and leaving my daughter. Recalling all that close physical contact, Lee Se-Jun finally realizes why he smells like expensive perfume. It must be from then. Ka looks so innocent, but she bluntly drops a devastating truth bomb. Daddy, are you having an affair? Hearing his daughter drop that massive bomb, Lee Se-Jun completely freezes up. Where did she even learn that word? First his daughter, and now it's Eunhee's turn. Lee Se-Jun, look over here. He flinches and looks her way. Lee Se-Jun is sweating bullets, his face pale as a ghost. He loudly proclaims his absolute innocence. Eunhee just asks, is that really true? Lee Se-Jun pulls out his most sparkling puppy dog eyes to convince her. Look into my eyes. Do I really look like a man who's lying to you? He thinks to himself, I'm betting everything on this look. Eunhee just stares right back at him. Her lifeless eyes scan him like a lie detector, checking for any cracks. Internally, Lee Se-Jun is screaming, I'm not cheating. I'm being completely framed here. Eunhee suddenly gives a super friendly smile and delivers her final verdict. Seems like you're telling the truth. Hearing that, Lee Se-Jun feels a massive wave of relief. And trust me, as she walks away, you and I can feel his absolute fear. What more can he really say in this situation? Ko chirps happily, Dad, you're alive. You look like you have more to say. Looking at her, trust me, you and I will love what happens next. Stick with me, because you and I are about to watch our hero angrily curse out social media. Seriously, television is pure trash. Days later, Lee Se-Jun reaches the dusty mouth of the tiger cave. He stands there in the dead silence. Is it empty because Ha-Ram took the rights? Not a soul around. An assistant runs up, handing Lee Se-Jun a small bag. Sir, here are your supplies. He reaches for it, but the assistant stops. Wait, you forgot to ask for a flashlight. I can grab one now. Lee Se-Jun just smirks. Nah, I do not need that. The assistant looks baffled. Lee Se-Jun just grins, slinging the bag over his shoulder. Time to start. Lee Se-Jun turns his head toward that massive, dusty gate. Without any hesitation, he steps into the dungeon. A system window suddenly appears. You entered an uncleared dungeon. New quest. Conquer the deadly tiger cave. A pitch-black tunnel stretches ahead. This is the place's most terrifying feature. Total, suffocating darkness. Now pay attention here, because our guy is about to get clever. Even light magic fails here, but he is still totally confident. He looks down. Resting in his hand is a beautifully glowing snowflake, the night snowflower. A rare elixir that grants absolute night vision. He looted this treasure from that ant dungeon he cleared with Kang 2. He swallows it down. Finally, it is time to use this power. System alert. The effect is applied. He snaps his eyes open. His pupils glow bright, cutting straight through the heavy, pitch-black darkness. He stares down the tunnel. A massive horde of monsters waits there. Lee Se-Jun just mutters. His daughter is waiting at home. He better end this bloodbath quickly. The beasts lunge with razor-sharp teeth exposed. He charges back, spear glowing. Both sides clash in madness. He thrusts the spear, wiping out every monster standing near him. These things killed many hunters, but their only strength is sheer numbers. Soloing them is not that hard. He pushes deeper, smashing away. He slides aside, dodging an attack. Easy to kill, but there are just too many. He is cornered by an endless monster army. The swarm freezes. You and I know this is bad. Why stop? A creepy, hoarse voice echoes behind him. Save me. He turns, gripped by fear. He runs toward the voice. Ha-Ram said those hunters were missing, but never officially dead. He stands before a blood-stained door. Noises come from inside. A sign on the door says staff only. Survivors? He drops his bag and approaches carefully. He steps forward, flush against the door. Something dangerous is inside. The monster's reaction proved that. The hunter in the video was screaming. He slowly opens the door. He faces the room. Whatever is inside must hunt by sound. Trust me, you and I are about to see something terrifying. All right, you and I are about to see a nightmare as that human cry turns into a terrifying monster. It flashes a toothy grin packed with razor-sharp fangs, offering a twisted welcome while whispering, "You are here." Se-Jun whips around in pure horror as the beast cranks its massive jaws wide open. Its throat looks like a fleshy tube lined with jagged teeth, ready to swallow him whole. Backing away desperately, Se-Jun grips his spear tight and lets out a curse. Damn it! He reacts instantly, driving his spear straight into the beast's gums as dark blood splatters everywhere. Blinding pain makes the monster's eyes twitch insanely. It staggers back, shrieking in pure agony while clutching its own grossly distorted face. It hurts. It really hurts. Down below, Se-Jun maintains an iron grip on his weapon. Watching the blood spray, he realizes the truth. This thing does not track sound or vibrations at all. It never needed to detect anything from the start. It just used those pathetic cries to lure hunters in to eat them. The monster finally slams its arms down. It digs its massive claws into the ground to suppress the pain and snarls. How did Se-Jun manage to figure it all out? Pay attention, because this terrifying thing perfectly mimics the people it eats just to lure in more fresh meat. A mimic demon. This freakish creature has an incredibly bizarre shape. It has more than one mouth. There is a second set of jaws right below its chest. The lower mouth finally speaks. I know you see it. 5 eyes and a massive gaping mouth. Trust me, it is only going to get crazier from here. Our main character realizes this monster was never recorded anywhere in history before his regression. He leaps up, raising his spear for a strike, but the beast predicts his every move. With one casual swipe, Se-Jun gets brutally swatted aside before he can even launch an attack. Debris rains down, burying him completely. Honestly, I seriously thought it was game over right there. When the dust settles, he is sitting up covered in grit. It is way faster than he expected. Se-Jun notes the speed. But you and I need to watch this closely. The monster suddenly snaps its jaws forward. Se-Jun barely dodges in time. The mimic demon bites pure rock before slowly pulling back. Se-Jun watches closely, realizing his spear block actually managed to draw some blood. Its body looks surprisingly weak. He just needs one solid opening to land a hit as his spear ignites with heavy aura. That is when the creature looks over, stretching its mouth into a genuinely disturbing smile. Se-Jun thrusts his weapon forward, but the beast instantly yanks its head back. It leaps away, digging its claws into stone. Staring at him, the monster speaks in a perfect human voice, saying it hurts. Please spare me. Se-Jun grits his teeth. It is mimicking victims it slaughtered. I do not want to die. I am scared. Then the monster shifts to a child's voice, crying out for its parents. Hearing this makes Se-Jun freeze in pure shock as it calls out to him again, saying, Dad. Its face becomes nightmare fuel, licking its chops as it finds his weakness. Its next move catches him off guard. The mimic demon trembles as a grotesque, bizarre tumor forms on its back. What is it doing? Watch closely, because that disgusting lump is now shifting straight toward its head. The beast snaps its mouth wide open, mimicking the agonized faces of its victims. Children's faces scream in pure agony, endlessly crying out, Dad, Dad, please, Dad. Se-Jun stops dead in his tracks, looking completely horrified. It is scrolling through voices to find the one that breaks him. Its head morphs into a child. Dad, the kid sobs, reaching out. I am so scared. Please do not leave me here. Sweating and trembling, Se-Jun fights his own logic. He is not allowed to back down now. His mind knows it is fake. With shaking hands, Se-Jun steps toward the pitiful child. He tries to warn himself, but these boiling emotions are simply too much to control anymore. The second he gets within range, the monster unhinges its jaws, ready to devour him alive. A loud crunch echoes like a steel clamp. The fake child trembles in shock, squeaking out, Daddy, you are not dead? The monster shivers as its powerful bite completely fails. Se-Jun had actually caught the jaws mid-snap, forcing them wide open. You and I just witnessed a legendary move. Trust me, he is just getting started. Let's dive into this because you and I both knew he had a plan. Before Se-Jun even stepped inside, he came prepared with a custom suit. This adaptive armor is my second gift to you. It is totally exclusive and definitely not for sale. Ram proudly declared that it does not just boost stats and manage the flow of energy. It packs heavy-duty thermal insulation and freezing resistance too. But its best feature lies somewhere else entirely. By channeling energy into the suit, Se-Jun's grip strength increases enough to literally crack a monster's teeth. It is tougher than normal gear. Using that raw strength, he violently forces the creature's mouth wide open. Its fangs shatter into tiny pieces. As the beast roars in agony, Se-Jun takes the opening and grabs his spear. He thrusts the blade violently upward from below, completely impaling both of the monster's jaws. It shrieks out a deafening cry. With an ice-cold expression, Se-Jun keeps stabbing upward, telling it they took things way too far. Blood sprays everywhere as the demon screams in pain. He savagely wrenches the spear, gruesomely tearing its jaw wide open. Blood violently spatters across the room. The beast collapses in agony, its body spazzing before Se-Jun's eyes. The mimic demon somehow tries to stand with zero strength left. Resisting to the bitter end, Se-Jun realizes he has to keep striking until it finally stops mimicking. As he grips his spear for the kill, that feeble child's voice squeaks out once more, saying, "I hate you." It collapses to the floor, crying out and asking why he would hurt her so much while she is suffering. The reflection in its tear shows a human girl. The creature keeps blaming him, saying he has no idea how much it hurt. It screams about the endless misery it felt, and how much it despises him before burying its face in its hands. It looks up crying that it hates him, but Se-Jun cuts the words off by brutally striking down with a fatal stab. Straight into that child-shaped head. His hands tremble as he forces the blade deeper, declaring it is no human. He wants to hear those words from the real girl, not trash like this. What a wild ending to a fight, right? Behind those brave words, Se-Jun cried painful tears. He never wanted to have to hurt her like this ever again. Suddenly, a bright green light exploded into view as Elizabeth's voice echoed through the air. She tells him he is never allowed to forget that feeling while raising her hand to cast a powerful spell. Se-Jun slowly looks up, his eyes completely filled with tears from the trauma. Elizabeth mysteriously calls out his full name, Se-Jun, as she steps right up to where he is standing. Her body glows with a pale green aura while her steady voice echoes, telling him that he must never forget that pain. Startled, he takes a step back and grips his spear with extreme tension. He stares at the woman while on edge, asking how she knows his name and who she is. The lady says she cannot answer that. She apologizes, leaving Se-Jun confused enough to ask why she even bothered to come here. She honestly answers that she is here to completely swap out the reward he is about to receive. Se-Jun glances at the massive beast he just killed as his mind races. A reward for all this? Is she talking about the first clear reward for this dungeon? How could she possibly change the system rewards? Pay attention here, you and I are about to see her make a move. She leans in close to Se-Jun and gently touches his hand, causing a massive surge of raw energy to explode. Then she gives him a serious warning, saying he should only use this when it is absolutely necessary. She tells him not to lose himself out there while he stares at her in complete and utter confusion. Her cryptic words about not losing himself keep looping in his head. Before Se-Jun can even react, she wraps up the entire conversation. She says she will see him around as she starts to fade. Glowing light fragments appear out of nowhere, swirling around her. She says that when she finds the location, they will. She stops talking mid-sentence, leaving Se-Jun in a panic as he yells for her to wait. Her body literally vanishes right in front of him. Right on cue, the classic system notification pops up. He is the very first player to conquer the brutal Tiger Cave dungeon and has cleared the special mission. The system is distributing the first Conqueror reward now, as a bright flash of light engulfs Se-Jun's hand. Out of nowhere, a strange ring appears exactly where that mysterious lady had just touched him a moment ago. Back at home, the night is dark. He calls out that he is back. You and I need to see what's next. Stick with me, we are about to witness an incredibly emotional Manhwa reunion as Koa sees her daddy. Hearing his voice, little Koa breaks into a huge grin, waving frantically and shouting for her father. But looking at his sweet daughter makes Se-Jun flash back to those haunting illusions from the dungeon. Se-Jun snaps back to reality as he rushes to answer her. "Oh, Koa, were you really standing here waiting for me this whole time?" Unhai smiles at them. "She has been standing there all day, just waiting for you to come back." Anyone watching would think they had been apart for years. Se-Jun zones out again, staring down at the little girl in his arms. He wonders about his past timeline. Did she always wait for him like this back then? How much pain did she endure all alone through those long, dark nights? He can only guess. He hates admitting it, but just like that demon mocked him, he has no clue how much Koa truly suffered. Se-Jun gently pats her head. "This time around, at the absolute minimum, I will not let her live in that misery anymore." He pulls her into a much tighter hug, letting her bury her face in his shoulder. Yeah, Daddy is so sorry for being late. While watching this super sweet father-daughter moment, Eun-hee suddenly notices a tiny, strange detail. Now pay attention here. Eun-hee's eyes lock onto a ring on Se-Jun's hand while he pinches Koa's cheek. She wonders if it is a legendary item. Next morning at work, Haram inspects the ring and asks the real questions. Is this thing seriously just a normal ring? She compares the plain band to the official appraisal papers, sounding totally frustrated. It is not even a magic artifact, just basic jewelry. How does this even happen as a reward? Se-Jun just shrugs. Honestly, I was pretty shocked too. Haram scratches her head and sighs deeply. If it stays like this, things get incredibly awkward for me. Se-Jun slips the ring back on, totally confused. Why? Because the epic dungeon reward I practically demanded turned out to be just this one plain ring. Se-Jun still looks completely lost as he asks her another follow-up question. Wait, is this not just because my luck stat is terrible? Plus, you already paid me solid cash. Haram raises an eyebrow, genuinely baffled. That payment was strictly for clearing the dungeon. You did an amazing job, so you deserve a real reward for your insane effort. Why don't you try being a little bit greedier for once? He ignores her joke and starts analyzing. Most people would dodge this, so she must really want to hand over a massive bonus. Suddenly, Se-Jun gets a brilliant idea and speaks up without a second of hesitation. Oh, then this will work perfectly. Meanwhile, over on a quiet hill, someone is busy practicing archery. Countless arrows are aggressively jammed into tree trunks everywhere. The owner of those shots is Eun-hye. She lets out an exhausted sigh. Despite her intense training, her mind is clearly drifting somewhere else today. Lately, Se-Jun has been acting so strange. He even smells like women's perfume when he visits. And now he is wearing a ring she has never seen before. She bites her lip, clenching her hands as she mentally kicks herself. I am being ridiculous. It is not like there is anything serious between us anyway. Even if Se-Jun proposed before, those were just lingering feelings. She remembers their happy moments together. You and I both know this romance is far from over. Let's head back to Eun-hye as she stands there all alone. Koa's bright smile is stuck in her head. Honestly, she has absolutely no idea what he is thinking right now. She squeezes her eyes shut, wondering why she even cares. Meanwhile, Se-Jun is creeping up behind her. A hand reaches out. Care about what? He asks, dropping it on her shoulder. Eun-hye jumps out of her skin. Her heart drops as she screams. You scared the life out of me. She stumbles back, clutching her chest, her voice pitching up. Do not sneak up on me like that. Se-Jun awkwardly scratches his head and offers an apology. Once her breathing finally returns to normal, she looks at him with total confusion. What are you doing here? Didn't you have somewhere to be? He digs through a bag. Just got back, actually. I wanted to give you this. He holds out a perfectly wrapped box. Eun-hye just stares, lost. A gift? Yeah, open it up. She blinks at the gear inside. Wait, aren't you wearing this exact same outfit right now? Se-Jun strips off his jacket, totally hyped. Yep, it is an adaptive suit. Go ahead and feel it. Now, watch her reaction here. She freezes, turning bright red. Se-Jun is totally ripped in that tight suit, and she cannot stop staring at his physique under those clothes. Trust me, that is definitely not just a little muscle. Let us dive in. She is poking the armor, but she is definitely feeling his bicep. He grins, asking if it is soft, and a dazed Yui blurts out it is hard. Lee-jun looks confused. Huh? It is not. Yui panics, realizing what she said. No, wait, it is super soft. Lee-jun just gives her a knowing smile. Told you. But once you pump energy into it, this gear gets way harder than any standard heavy armor you have ever seen. It is loaded with next-level tech. Hearing him nerd out, she whispers how incredible it is. But seriously, who gifts a woman body armor? She sighs, and Lee-jun immediately turns completely red from embarrassment. He nervously rubs his neck, looking totally caught off guard. I just gave it to you so you would not end up getting hurt. Hearing how genuine he is, she cannot stop a huge smile. Her cheeks flush bright pink as she happily hugs the gear against her chest. I know, she says softly. Thank you. I really mean it. Lee-jun beams, internally celebrating the win. Thank God she likes it. Totally worth taking on that sketchy side quest to get another set. He speaks up again. I actually have one more thing for you, Yui. She looks shocked. Wait, there is even more to this? He pulls out a minor dungeon raid contract and smirks. How about we tackle a minor dungeon together? The target is on the outskirts of Soon. 5 to 10 hunters are usually required. Pay attention, because running a duo would be absolute suicide. So, they put a team together. Lee-jun addresses the whole group. Since some of you guys have never met, let us start with some quick introductions. Han jumps right in. I am Gohan, 22, and I swing a sword. I am Yui, 27, and I use a bow. Gojo chimes in, 29 years old, and I let my fists do the talking. I am Ha-I-Ram, 29, and I use well everything. After that awkward intro, Lee-Jun watches them all chatting. He built this team, but the lineup is insane. I know what you are thinking. They look like total rookies. But trust me, these guys become massive legends later. He crosses his arms, questioning if an overpowered guy like him even belongs here. Suddenly, a hand shoots up. Ha. Ram looks around the circle and asks the real question. So, who is going to be the leader? Every single head turns straight to Lee-Jun without a second thought. They already have the perfect guy for the job. He completely missed the memo. He waves his hands in a panic. Wait, why are you guys all looking at me? The dungeon gate looms right in front of them, swirling with purple and red mist like an entire galaxy. Weapons drawn. It is time. Lee-Jun finally gets serious and steps up. All right, everyone. As of right now, this minor dungeon raid officially begins. Their footsteps echo together through the pitch-black tunnels. The vibe is surprisingly chill as they walk and talk, like a casual stroll. Han looks over. I had no idea Lee-Jun saved your life. Huh? Ha-I-Ram nods. Yeah, a passing hunter saved me just in time. Yui catches that and glares. Wait, what were you even doing wandering around? Lee-Jun quickly dodges the question entirely. Hey, saving people is a good thing, right? Gojo starts laughing. Wow, your wife keeps you on a really short leash. Yui flinches hard at that. Lee-Jun waves his arms in pure panic. Bro, it is seriously not even like that. The swirling gate behind them pulses with energy as a stone coffin vibrates. Stick with me for what happens next. The lid vibrates, pops open, and weird gas escapes. Let us dive right into the heart of this tomb. We have officially entered the uncleared dungeon. Special mission starts now. The quest? Raid the forgotten tomb. Suddenly, an undead monster lunges forward, swinging a massive axe. Kangjo grits his teeth, balling his hands into tight fists. He delivers a brutal bone-crushing punch right to its chest, sending the undead flying backward. Thick, hazy smoke pours out endlessly. It is not just one monster. It is an entire horde. Monsters in tattered clothes glare at them, weapons ready. Kang Teo takes the front line and complains loudly. Why are there so many of them right at the start? Standing in the back, Lee-Jun calls out. Please cover our rear for us. Go Hyun. Let us fight. Hearing him, she quickly agrees. In a flash, she swings her blade, slashing horizontally to knock the undead monster completely back. Lee-Jun does not hesitate for a second. He charges, thrusting his spear straight into a blackened zombie. A robotic voice suddenly echoes. Drow defeated. His eyes go wide. He stops moving, staring at his hand as it glows with a weird green light. The corpse of the undead he just skewered radiates that exact same green glow. The system chimes again with an alert. The King Ring absorbed the monster soul. Total accumulated souls is now 1. Lee-Jun just stands there frozen, looking totally confused. Luckily, Gohan screams his name, snapping him right back to reality. Lee-Jun, there is one right behind you. Lee-Jun quickly spins around and runs toward her. Got it! He yells back, ignoring the system alerts completely. Lee-Jun instantly drives his spear straight through the zombie's skull. The impact knocks it off course. Instantly, Yui draws her bow, nailing it right between the eyes. After finishing it, he turns to Ha-I-Ram. You and I have to wonder. Miss Ha-I-Ram, why exactly aren't you attacking? You and I are back watching as she shouts that the front line is just a total mess of monsters. Se-Jun asks why she did not fire earlier, leaving her looking totally confused. Ha-I-Ram apologizes, saying her safety was stuck on single fire mode, as Se-Jun slashes wildly while his brain works overtime. Kang Tae-jo was right, there are way too many monsters here, and they even brought their own weapons. At this rate, their weak frontline defense is definitely not going to hold out much longer. Realizing the danger, Se-Jun shouts for everyone to hear they need to knock them down right now. He calls out for Go Hui-wan to help clear an escape route, and she answers him instantly. She charges forward without wasting a second, her blade slicing through the undead monsters one by one with ease. Seeing the area behind Kang Tae-jo finally clear, Se-Jun realizes they finally have a real opening. He shouts that it is time, and Kang Tae-jo knows exactly what to do, channeling explosive power into his leg. A brutal, direct kick slams into the leading zombie. It topples over, sending the entire horde crashing down like a massive row of dominoes until they are all piled up. Now pay attention, the squad regroups with Se-Jun, and you saw this coming, right? He yells for everyone to fall back before asking Ha-I-Ram if she can finally use full auto now. She jokes that if she said no, she would definitely get scolded, while her twin guns glow with beautiful teal light. She screams at the undead with a totally unhinged look, pulling the triggers and unleashing a massive barrage of bullets. With the monsters finally flattened on the ground, Ha-I-Ram lets out a slow, satisfied breath. She feels amazing, while Go Hui-wan gasps in awe and Kang Tae-jo is shocked she handled them all alone. Ha-I-Ram looks totally smug, radiating major boss energy, as Go Hui-wan blurs out her surprise. She says Ha Iram is special like Kang Tae-jo because she usually never even uses guns. Se-Jun tells Go Hwai-won that normal bullets are actually completely useless against these monsters. She realizes this, and replies that they need to infuse mana into the bullets for situations just like this. Se-Jun explains that they usually pump mana directly into their melee weapons instead. Since bullets stay inside a magazine, infusing them with raw mana is extremely difficult to pull off. That is why hunter bullets are made from dungeon metal, which actually does massive damage to these monsters. Kang Tae-jo interrupts, asking if dungeon metal is not ridiculously expensive to buy. Se-Jun agrees, but points out that just one piece gives you 100 shots. Ha Iram shoulders her weapon, radiating rich girl energy, casually asking why she would just leave money sitting around. She says you have to spend it on cool stuff, leaving Kang Tae-jo completely amazed. Se-Jun tunes them out to confirm something else, walking toward a nearby zombie corpse to check it out for himself. He stabs it with his spear, and a message confirms the king's ring has absorbed a soul. You and I definitely need to see what happens next. Se-Jun's eyes go wide as he confirms his wildest theory about these monsters. He definitely was not hearing things. Every time he kills a beast, the mysterious ring reacts, showing he has collected 8 souls so far. He stares at the king's ring, lost in thought, having never heard of it even before his regression. It clearly looks like a powerful artifact. But how the heck do you actually use it? He wonders if feeding it some raw mana might trigger some kind of insane hidden effect. Kang Tae-jo breaks his train of thought, asking what he is doing, so Se-Jun quickly plays it cool. He says he is done and ready to move, realizing there are too many eyes watching him right now. They venture deeper, and when Kang Tae-jo panics at an enemy, Eunha just calmly says she knows. She draws her bow and fires an arrow straight through the skull of an undead sneaking up on them. Go Hwai-won cheerfully shouts that Eunha is absolutely amazing. Watching their perfect teamwork, Ha Iram realizes they are really starting to click as a solid squad. Since almost everyone here is a complete newbie, she was actually pretty nervous, but she never expected things to run this smoothly. So what do you and I make of our main character? He is just relentlessly attacking without even a break. Honestly, you and I know they wouldn't have survived this long without his commands. He is proving to be way more capable than she expected, making her smile with satisfaction. Moving forward cautiously, Kang-tu suddenly gasps and asks if this is the boss room. Ha Iram looks around the space, completely fascinated by what she sees. It feels like they have stepped into real ancient ruins. Se-Jun figures since the system named this an ancient tomb, this must be the final destination. Ha Iram agrees. They decide to stop worrying over nothing and just take it slow while heading inside. Kang-tu and Se-Jun take the lead, slowly pushing the heavy, massive doors open. A massive, eerie chamber appears before them, dimly lit by flickering, dying candles that barely reveal the room. The first thing they notice is a gigantic guardian knight in heavy armor, kneeling respectfully on one knee. Right in the center sits a super plain, basic wooden coffin. Kang-tu takes a brave step forward. Think about it, that coffin sitting all alone in the middle of the room is way too suspicious. Is that the boss? Hyeon completely agrees with that feeling. Se-Jun scans the dark room, hesitating before saying there is no way. The boss is not the coffin. He stops mid-sentence as his eyes dart down, spotting weird holes covering the entire stone floor. He flinches in total shock. Realizing the danger, he screams for everyone to get in formation. Just as his voice echoes, razor-sharp spears violently pierce up from the ground. Luckily, Kang-tu and Hyeon react fast enough to dodge. Se-Jun makes a mad dash straight for Eunha. She has fallen flat, crying out in panic. Suddenly, the gigantic guardian knight vibrates fiercely and starts coming to life. That guy, standing right there, he shouts, staring up at the enemy's terrifyingly massive frame. Behind those dark helmet slits, something glows with a deadly red light. Now, you and I need to watch closely. The massive armor clanks loudly. The real boss is that absolute unit standing right in front of them. Out of nowhere, it stands straight, revealing its terrifying height. It violently swings its sword while the helmet gap emits a glow. That same deadly crimson glare. The giant's shadow completely swallows Hyeon, as Se-Jun screams out a desperate warning. He yells for her to be careful. Too slow to dodge, she blocks with her blade. It is like throwing an egg at a boulder. Ha Iram instantly draws her gun and unloads a barrage of bullets at its head. But every single one simply bounces off. The beast slowly turns its head toward the one who shot it. Ha Iram gasps in pure, utter shock. It didn't work at all. Se-Jun charges, realizing the armor is likely forged from impenetrable, top-tier dungeon metal. They have to aim for the core. Hearing this, Eunha locks on. Her arrow strikes dead center in the guardian's neck. Se-Jun watches closely, but the monster is unharmed. He realizes the core isn't located in the neck. Making a split-second choice, he launches himself off the ground, jumping all the way up to its head level. He channels maximum power, thinking the weak point is the head or heart. but a massive hand swipes the air, catching his spear tip bare-handed. He marvels internally. You and I can see this thing's speed is absolutely insane. He quickly glances over his shoulder as a sleek shadow dashes right past him, smiling with total confidence. He says he isn't fighting alone today. The one jumping up right now is actually Hyun. She swings her blazing golden sword with freezing cold eyes and thrusts her blade deep into the center of the guardian's chest. She grips the hilt, absolutely sure she pierced its heart, but the beast doesn't even flinch or slow down. In fact, it looks even more energized. Se-Jun's eyes go wide, his jaw clenching hard. It isn't in the heart either. The plan failed. He screams out in panic for Hyun. Her hands shake uncontrollably as she desperately yells back at him. Se-Jun, my sword is stuck. No matter how hard she yanks, the blade simply refuses to budge an inch. The giant slowly raises his weapon, pointing the tip directly at Se-Jun. This makes Hyun scream in terror. Just how strong is this thing? Se-Jun turns pale as the sword prepares to strike. Let's see if they can survive this. He curses inside, knowing they were all being way too reckless. Kang. To desperately charges forward, screaming. He launches himself upward, spinning his body to tackle the knight's massive sword arm. Kang. To desperately grabs hold of the massive weapon as the entire party dives headfirst into the chaos. The monster turns and Kang, to grabs its arm, flexing every muscle to pin it down. He cannot hold on much longer. Se-Jun looks at him in pure stress, shocked that even a powerhouse like Kang too is actually losing his grip. Since the heart and neck are off limits, you and I know that head is the only weak point left. Alright, you and I are about to watch Se-Jun ditch his spear and bet everything on one wild mid-air mana play. He reaches out, snatching the arrow Uni lodged in the guardian's neck earlier. With a surge of power, Se-Jun pulls back and drives that arrow straight down into the very top of its massive head. But against a tank like this, that tiny arrow is way too brittle. He realizes the mistake instantly. It barely scratches the surface. He needs a new plan, and fast. The monster grabs him like a doll, ragdolling him through the air as he grits his teeth in agony. Suddenly, those glowing red eyes lock onto him, and the monster freezes. Se-Jun is completely baffled by the pause. What is this thing looking at? He traces the guardian's frozen gaze. It is staring right at Se-Jun's hand, where that quest ring is pulsing with a ghostly green aura. It is totally locked on. He wonders, is this beast actually eyeing my ring? Then, out of nowhere, an incredibly fast arrow suddenly whistles right through the tiny gap next to Se-Jun's battered body. Now, pay attention here because this clutch shot perfectly shatters the monster's helmet and pierces its brain with unbelievable precision. The sniper is Uni, looking more dead serious than ever before. The guardian's grip fails, and Se-Jun uses its massive body to vault himself safely backward. The beast slams face first into the dirt just as Se-Jun lands on his feet. Uni stammers, "Did we actually do it?" He nods, and right on time, that iconic system notification chime rings out. Guardian of the Forgotten defeated. The king's ring has automatically harvested the enemy's soul. Se-Jun stares at his ring, completely baffled by what just occurred. The total soul count just hit 87. That number catches him totally off guard. He only had 37 before. Did that kill seriously just grant him 50? So, the stronger the opponent, the more souls this ring harvests. While Se-Jun is busy doing the math, Yunhan suddenly speaks up. "This is weird," she mutters, pulling her sword from the dead guardian. Se-Jun looks over. "What is it?" She looks incredibly concerned. If that was the boss, why haven't we received the dungeon clear notification yet? That one sentence makes Se-Jun completely freeze as a dark realization hits him like a truck. He reads the log again. Clear the ancient tomb. He goes silent. The quest isn't finished. This makes no sense. He was sure that thing was the boss. Suddenly, a chilling sound echoes from the actual coffin behind them. "I know what you're thinking, but this isn't over yet." Death aura explodes outward as that sealed stone coffin actually begins to creak open. A bony hand grips the edge. The ancient corpse pulls itself upright. Seeing that royal crown, Se-Jun panics in his past life before he regressed. That stone coffin never opened even once. Its face is completely lost in absolute darkness. A raspy, unnatural voice echoes out. "Why do you have that item?" Se-Jun flinches at the direct question. He grips his spear, realizing the system is translating the monster's ancient tongue. Uni yells, "What is it saying?" Se-Jun realizes, "Wait, am I the only one who understands?" The skeleton speaks, "This place is too bright." Suddenly, pitch-black darkness swallows the entire room, leaving everyone completely stunned. Chaos erupts as they shout blindly. "What is happening? Get a light. Where did everyone go?" Se-Jun looks through the void, cursing. These rookies are useless in an ambush. Suddenly, a blurry shape dashes right behind Kang Taeho's back. Se-Jun spots the movement and screams a warning. "Watch your back." Before he can blink, the enemy lunges with a deadly slash. He barely blocks it. He grinds his teeth, eyes wide in shock as he barely holds on. Trust me, you and I are witnessing a true nightmare. You and I are watching his hands tremble as he tries to hold off that massive blade. Then, that gravelly, monstrous voice thunders out again, demanding he hand it over immediately. That artifact is not for a pathetic creature like you, it growls, clearly eyeing the glowing green ring on Se-Jun's finger right now. The Skeleton King's command echoes through the heavy darkness. Give me that ring. It does not belong to your kind. Se-Jun's expression turns deadly serious as he pushes back. His arms shake under the crushing weight while he silently curses the ring again. Does every boss want a piece of this thing? What makes it so special anyway? To the side, Iram fires her pistol, lighting up the room in a jagged red flash. And here is where it gets crazy. Iram screams in pure terror as another monster suddenly appears. Trust me, you and I cannot miss this. Stick with me as we drop right into the action. Please beat that thing, Iram begs. Se-Jun grunts. I will hold him off. The enemy scoffs with contempt. The enemy pours all his strength into the blade, forcing it down with a crushing, terrifying weight. That massive sword is literally inches from his face. He quickly sweeps his arm to the side, desperately parrying the enemy's lethal blade away. The monster stumbles back from the sudden block. But Se-Jun is pale now, dripping with sweat and sheer panic. This guy is a monster. He is in a totally different league than those guards. I only pushed him back by suddenly boosting my mana. But there is no way I can keep this up for long. The enemy charges again. He brings the sword down with bone-crushing force, snarling for Se-Jun to hand it over. Se-Jun leaps back just in time, but the monster gives him zero room to breathe, fueling his rising and absolute panic. Damn it, should I negotiate? Tell him I will hand it over if he stops? No way. Monsters do not actually negotiate. The creature unleashes another heavy slash, cutting through the cold air. Se-Jun frantically raises his spear to block, but he still cannot avoid taking damage. Reality sets in this guy's defense has absolutely zero blind spots, and Se-Jun is barely even blocking his strikes. Se-Jun watches the monster gather momentum, feeling totally helpless against this insane rate. One mistake, and he is dead. Watch closely, because you and I can feel his terror here. His pupils are blown wide. He is trapped, and the fear is becoming impossible to hide. But Se-Jun shakes it off, gripping his spear. I refuse to die here. If I am gone, nobody will go back to my daughter. He pictures his little girl's bright smile, then remembers those cold, distant eyes from his past life. He refuses to leave her alone. He firmly reminds his own beating heart. I am never letting her suffer through that dark future again. Se-Jun takes his stance, ready to charge. Suddenly, the ring starts glowing with an intense aura. A system prompt pops up. Do you wish to activate the Emperor's Ring? Se-Jun is stunned. Is this the ring's hidden power? I knew channeling mana would trigger something, he thinks, sprinting headfirst toward the enemy. He shouts his choice. Another system prompt rings out. Please select the number of souls to use. Dodging a flurry of lethal slashes, he has no clue what this does, but right now it is literally his only hope. The system displays his soul count at exactly 87. Without a second thought, Se-Jun yells, all of them. The ring on his finger erupts with blinding light, shooting out endless sparks of raw energy everywhere. The Emperor's Ring is active. Total number of consumed souls is confirmed at 87. Those sparks turn into massive waves of energy, swirling around him before every single ray of glowing light is pulled straight into his heart. They relentlessly smash into his chest while his facial muscles tense up completely from the crushing raw power. Physical strength and mana have both been massively increased for a short time. This is absolute madness. Se-Jun instantly launches forward at truly terrifying speeds to close the gap. In a blink, he closes the distance, eyes burning with fierce intent. He swings the heavy spear shaft up, smashing it into the skeleton's skull before it can even react. Se-Jun casually sidesteps the attack, sending the heavy blade crashing harmlessly into the dry dirt. His body is on fire with spirit as mana overflows. Trust me, you and I need to see this. Alright, you and I are about to watch a battle with a deadly, ticking time limit on his buff. If that timer hits 0, defeating this beast becomes an impossible dream for the whole team. He touches down for a split second before launching back into the air, determined to finish this before his powers vanish. Se-Jun takes an explosive step forward, radiating a terrifying and murderous intent toward his enemy. The monster swings a massive horizontal slash, but Se-Jun leaps way higher than expected. He points his razor-sharp spear at the monster's face, driving it right through the creature's throat. Its wrinkled, skeletal face twists in sheer agony from the pain as that deep, gravelly voice echoes out once again. You arrogant brat. The creature swings, but Se-Jun has already pulled back and jumped away safely. The enemy unleashes a relentless barrage of strikes, but every single one of them misses. Se-Jun grits his teeth, completely losing his cool despite his attacks being insanely fast. His rage is making his moves way too easy for the enemy to predict. The monster roars and lunges forward, trying to grab him with bare skeletal hands, but Se-Jun nimbly dodges and impales its arm. Furious, the monster charges blindly right into his spear range. Se-Jun stares in total shock as a pulsing heart finally appears in the center of its chest. He rushes in without a second of hesitation, finally finding the creature's absolute weak spot. He thrusts for the chest, but gasps as his spearhead is suddenly blocked by a heavy barrier. A mana shield? Fine. Then I am betting everything on my power too. He pours every ounce of his mana into the strike, forcing the spear forward with all his might. The spear violently impales the monster, making it shriek in pain as its life finally starts to fade away. Boom! A system alert confirms his victory over the Forgotten One, and those 4 surrounding guards finally drop dead. You and I just watched him become the first player to ever clear this ancient tomb. His strength returns to normal as that intense white energy drains from his exhausted body. His stats are resetting back to their weak levels, and Se-Jun instantly drops to his knees, leaning on his spear. The ring flashes. Stored souls have reached 100 after absorbing the monster's spirit. A warning appears: the Emperor's ring has devoured a piece of your humanity. His face freezes in shock at that message. Later that night, back home, Uiwa and Koa chat happily while he sits silently. He rubs the ring, wondering what devouring humanity actually means for him. Everything feels the same, but how do you even define humanity? He just glances over to watch the two of them talking. Koa giggles, saying her grandpa acted just like this. She crosses her arms, imitating his deep, serious voice. No one is ever allowed to steal my precious granddaughter away. Uiwa laughs at how much he loves her. Se-Jun watches them, trying to find a smile. Suddenly, Uiwa notices his staring. She asks why he looks so completely emotionless right now. Emotionless? He stops, catching his own cold reflection in the mirror. That dead expression makes him panic. 100 questions flood his mind as he stares back. Watch closely, you and I know he should be thrilled. But he feels nothing. He touches his face, but his skin just feels completely numb. Confusion hits him as he looks at the ring. Is this his humanity truly vanishing? Suddenly, Koa runs in, shouting for her dad and begging for a warm goodnight hug. His expression darkens as a horrifying thought flashes through his head. What if he loses so much humanity that he can't even love his own daughter anymore? He pulls her into a hug, whispering goodnight while internally panicking about his future. Just then, a system chime rings out. A fraction of his humanity has been restored. Se-Jun immediately grabs Koa's shoulders, staring at her in total shock. You and I are thinking the same thing. Could this little girl be the key? He gently rubs her head, and his eyes finally light up again. All right, stick with me, as our hero finally shows some real emotion while another alert restores his humanity. He remembers those happy moments where everyone felt healed, all thanks to the pure joy Koa brings to them. Could he be feeling that same healing power? The very thought of it has him absolutely bursting with happiness. Seeing her bright face makes his body tremble, causing Koa to worry. Se-Jun calls her his lucky charm. He pulls her into a massive hug, and both of them are soon smiling from ear to ear. Morning arrives at a massive building where 2 men are locked in a serious conversation. One of them finally speaks up. He hears they were looking for him. The man opposite is Senlei, who replies with a deadpan look and a simple, exactly. Senlei gets straight to the point. Hearing his name, Chairman Sung Soo-hyun just offers a fake, awkward smile in return. He acts confused, but Senlei refuses to wait. He asks directly about the chairman's recent visit to the Goryeo sword family. Hearing this, Sung Soo-hyun's face instantly darkens, and that fake smile of his becomes incredibly forced and uncomfortable. He finally admits it. Senlei probes deeper, asking if anything strange happened during his time at the estate. Recalling his total humiliation, he thinks that this guy is bringing up the exact memories he desperately wants to forget. He struggles to hide his bubbling rage, bluntly stating that he unfortunately did not see anything of interest. Sung Soo-hyun asks why he is being questioned. Senlei goes quiet, choosing his next words with extreme care. 2 days after that visit to the Goryeo family, a massive mana explosion rocked the entire battlefield. Sung Soo-hyun looks confused, thinking it is just a normal boss spawn, but Senlei slowly shakes his head. Now pay attention here because those mana levels were insane. Can you explain exactly what happened the day you were there? Sung Soo-hyun strokes his chin, lost in thought for a moment before finally replying with a simple, "Let us see." He went to meet So Ya-yan to discuss rewards, but he only encountered 2 other hunters instead of her. Hearing that, Senlei quickly asks if he met Mr. Lee and Miss Yu. Sung Soo-hyun lets out an exhausted sigh. He admits he discussed rewards with Hunter Lee Se-Jun, but they disagreed. Senlei sighs, feeling his mission is failing. Understood. Now, where do we go from here? Stick with me. Things are about to get serious. Sung Soo-hyun claims he has no useful info, but he suddenly realizes something mid-sentence and quickly corrects himself. He asks who else was at the Goryeo sword family that day. Senlei pushes, asking if anyone besides Mr. Lee was there, including Miss Yu? Sung Soo-hyun answers with a dead serious expression. It might not be related, but he starts recounting the entire incident from the day he visited the Goryeo Sword family. Back then, Lee Se-Jun had already turned to walk out, telling them to take it outside. Sung Soo-hyun yelled back, "Why the hell should I listen to you?" Lee Se-Jun just furiously snapped back at the man. "A kid is sleeping inside, so please have some decency." He just crossed his arms, asking if he meant Koa. Yu Iwa firmly stated it was her daughter. Snapping back to reality, Sung Soo-hyun tells Senlei that Lee Se-Jun's daughter was there. Meanwhile, Lee Se-Jun is staring thoughtfully right into the center of his own palm. Resting right there in his hand is a tiny, mysterious gem known as amnesia. He stands there wondering how he is supposed to use this thing. Swallowing it provides a massive boost, but costs a year of memories. Now, watch this part closely. He earned this reward from the tomb, but he cannot use it. If he did, his regression would be erased forever. He sighs tiredly, not noticing Yu Iwa approaching. She leans in and asks what has him deep in thought. The sudden question catches Lee Se-Jun completely off guard, making him gasp out loud in surprise. Sitting down, she gently asks if she startled him. Lee Se-Jun waves his hands, insisting he was just lost in thought. He asks if there was something he wanted to talk about. Finally, she nervously stammers out an invitation, asking if he maybe wants to go out somewhere with her. That awkward question freezes Lee Se-Jun in place. He eventually jolts up, asking why she is being so sudden. Yu Iwa nervously replies that they have both been busy lately and just need to blow off some steam. Hearing that, he suspiciously asks why they would go out when there is still so much work to do. She interrupts his dense reply, asking if he has noticed that Koa has been acting a little strange lately. "Trust me, you and I need to see how he reacts to their daughter's strange behavior as he thinks. Alright, stick with me." She is calling more often, and clinging all day, acting way more whiny than she ever did before. Mid-sentence, he suddenly freezes, looking absolutely horrified as if he just realized something truly terrible. Yu Iwa says worriedly, "Koe is only 5 years old. She is mature, but I am certain she is incredibly lonely inside." She speaks while picturing Koe playing all alone with her toys, and Lee Jun cannot even find the words to deny it. Yeah, he figured as much. An overwhelming wave of pure guilt completely floods his heart. Everything he did was for her own good, but he never once stopped to think about how she actually felt. Compared to Yu Iwa, he is still failing as a father. Beating himself up, he finally says, "Fine, let us go somewhere fun." But right then, a massive downpour starts. A sleepy Koe watches the window while her parents slump their heads in defeat. Lee Se-Jun gloomily mutters that the weather forecast promised it would be sunny all day today. Looks like they cannot go anywhere, but hearing that, Koe's sleepy face instantly lights up with pure excitement. "Wait, are we going out to play?" Yu Iwa looks at her and replies, "Yes, but it is raining right now." Koe asks innocently, "Cannot we still go out even if it is raining?" Hearing the kid's words, Lee Jun gets a genius idea. They do not actually need to be outdoors at all. They could visit a museum or a shopping mall, but Koe just puffs her cheeks and pouts hard. The little girl drops her teddy bear, catching Lee Jun's attention as she marches to the window to glare at the sky. Koe points her tiny finger outside and shouts, "Rain!" Her eyes glow with fierce, raw energy. Now pay attention, you saw that too, right? With one word, the entire gloomy city suddenly flashes blindingly bright. The falling raindrops literally slow down to a crawl. Meanwhile, in the rain, Exie is busy listening to an older man talk. "I am not totally sure. There was a huge noise and the building suddenly collapsed into nothing. It is gone now, but it caused a massive uproar." He curiously asks if there was any known reason why it fell. The man awkwardly replies that he does not remember details. It was just a tragedy for everyone living there, especially since there was a young woman acting as a single mother. X just listens in silence. Once the guy finally walks away, he lets out an incredibly exhausted sigh. The investigation has hit another total dead end. He suspects Lee Se-Jun and Yu Iwa, but things are not adding up. Trust me, this is weird. They have average mana levels, just like G.H. Yan and Sun Soo-hyun. So, who on earth could it be? He suddenly remembers the very last thing that Sun Soo-hyun mentioned to him. Lee Jun's daughter was there. He starts seriously doubting. Could a little kid really be behind all this? But he instantly rejects his own crazy theory. No way, she is too young. Even the weather is against him today. He stares up at the relentless rain. Suddenly, a blue light flashes and the entire dark sky instantly ignites. Every single raindrop freezes midair. Everything is left completely suspended right in front of X's eyes. His jaw basically hits the floor in pure shock. The umbrella drops as he yells, "What is this? Trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see what happens next." The sun is suddenly blazing and Lee Jun is left completely speechless as he stares at the sky. Kay points outside super hyped, asking if they can finally play. She gives him those total puppy dog eyes. Both Lee Se-Jun and Yu Iwa are just standing there absolutely stunned by the sudden change. Looking at Ka, He thinks she looks much healthier now. Unlike during that whole teddy bear incident. Could this level of magic really be nothing to her? His daughter's power level is just totally unpredictable at this point. But why is he so anxiously glancing outside? A massive amount of mana definitely just exploded out into the open. If William Taylor is still hanging around South Korea, it is probably best to leave right now and create an alibi. Getting a grip on his nerves, Se-Jun finally agrees. Yeah, let us go. The family of 3 gets fully dressed up and heads outside with Kay looking absolutely over the moon. She lets out a giant cheer while in her dad's arms, staring at the massive gate sparkling in the sunlight. The little girl gasps in pure awe. At the zoo, Jun walks right up to the ticket booth to pay. 2 adults, 1 child. Hearing this, Ka squirms in his arms and pouts. No way, Kay is not a kid. He just points at the price list on the glass, talking to her very gently. Look right here, Ka. Alright. You and I are about to watch a cute family outing. She stares at the sign, reading, 36 months to 5 years old. Se-Jun beams, hyping his daughter up. That is my girl. You can already read? Are you some kind of genius? Soaked in praise, she lets out a shy little cough. He keeps up the sweet voice, asking, So, how old are you? Little Koa innocently holds up 5 tiny fingers. 5 years old. Se-Jun immediately follows up. And what does being 5 actually mean? Realizing she walked right into a trap, her face instantly drops. Sulking hard, she grumbles, I am just a kid. Yoonhee watches her daughter and starts giggling. Meanwhile, Se-Jun chuckles, thinking how every child wants to grow up so fast. Now pay attention here. This is where the wholesome family dynamics really kick in. Se-Jun crouches down happily, asking Koa if she wants a photo with mom. Dad is going to take your picture now. Looking at his 2 favorite girls through the lens, Se-Jun starts directing. Hey, move in a little closer, you 2. Hey there, beautiful lady. Yeah, I mean you, Yoonhee. Come on, give me a bigger smile. He playfully teases them, snapping photos like crazy while talking non-stop. Perfect. Just like that. Yoonhee is blushing so hard. She shyly asks Se-Jun, do you always get this ridiculously excited about taking photos? Full of confidence, he just grins. We absolutely have to take pictures here. We need to capture these epic memories to look back on later. Yoonhee sighs in pure defeat. Good grief. You go stand over there instead, and I will take the picture. This time it is Se-Jun and Koa flashing giant smiles for the camera. But Yoonhee looks completely speechless at the final result. Se-Jun runs over super hyped, shouting, Let me see. Does it look good? Let me see the photo. Helplessly holding out the phone, Yoonhee asks, Are you seriously a little kid? Playing dumb, he just lets out an innocent, huh? Meanwhile, little Koa glances at the phone screen and instantly flinches in total shock. Yoonhee points out, Look, Koa has a horn on her head. Sticking right out of the girl's head is Se-Jun's sneaky finger. Watching all this wholesome chaos, Koa looks up curiously. Mom, do I really have horns on my head? Yoonhee bluntly replies, No, your dad is just messing with you. Hearing that, the little girl angrily shouts, Daddy, puffy-cheeked and completely furious. She glares at Se-Jun before sharply turning her back on him. Mimicking her mom's cold tone, she scoffs. Are you a little kid? Dad Se-Jun completely freezes at Koa's brutal words. He shouts out, Wait, what did you just say to me? Acting totally grown up, she sighs. I will let you off the hook just this one time. Koa's mature act makes Yoonhee shake with absolutely uncontrollable laughter. Hearing those ruthless words, Se-Jun stands there completely paralyzed, his heart practically shattered into a million pieces. Meanwhile, Yoonhee playfully joins in. You are so incredibly forgiving, Koa. Much better than your father. The little girl beams back. Right, Mom. Se-Jun feels his soul leave his body, crying out dramatically in pure, tearful protest. Yoonhee just smirks. That is what we call instant karma for tricking a poor kid. Let us pause because this gets adorable. Koa happily throws her hands up. Mommy, give me the phone right now. I want to take the picture this time. She smiles brightly, hugging the phone tight before studying the screen and chattering away. Hey, get closer. Smile, Mommy. Yoonhee totally bursts into laughter, teasing her husband. Is she copying your exact pose right now? Se-Jun's mood instantly blooms, unable to hold back his praise. It is just so cute seeing the gap between them. Koa demands, You 2 need to get way closer. Both of their faces flush a bright, embarrassed red. Se-Jun seizes this golden opportunity, quickly sliding right up behind Yoonhee's back. Koa cheers. Perfect. Just stay like that. Just like that, Yoonhee looks away, blushing hard. Is this too close? Se-Jun fires back. Does it even matter? They just stand there quietly, side by side. The vibe is warm and genuinely happy. After a moment, Yoonhee softly answers, Probably not. Meanwhile, little Koa is just staring eagerly right at the glowing phone screen. Checking out the final photo, Yoonhee just sighs. Somehow, Se-Jun sneaked a finger behind her head to make another fake horn. She helplessly holds up the picture. Hey, why is there another horn here? He just shrugs, playing entirely innocent. You always have to stay on your guard. Stick with me here as they head to the zoo. They hit the zoo, walking past the animal zones toward the flamingo habitat. Wow, look at the pink birds, Koa shouts. Yoonhee lifts the little girl up higher so she gets a good view. She makes sure to gently correct her. Those are flamingos. Strolling past the giraffe enclosure next, Yoonhee asks, "Do you know what that animal is, Koa?" The kid excitedly yells, "Giraffe! They have such long necks! Look, there is a tiger, and an elephant." She just keeps rapidly guessing every single animal they pass. Koa happily hums a little tune about elephant trunks swinging like arms. Watching the two girls he loves, Se-Jun just smiles. It is a perfect day out. Let's dive into this world of Manhwa where wholesome moments turn deadly. Look at this, seeing our trio hanging out is wild. Se-Jun sighs, remembering their old, bitter arguments. He never even dreamed of a life like this before he regressed. It feels like a genuine family outing. While Lee-jun is lost in his memories, Yu-Yua suddenly speaks up. "Excuse me, would you mind helping us take a photo?" She is asking a couple of tourists passing by. Lee-jun looks at her, totally curious. The tourists spot little Koi and immediately start showering the kid with compliments. "Oh my, you're just too cute." Lee-jun turns to Yu-Yua, asking why they have already taken so many photos. She simply tells him that they haven't taken a single photo of all three of them together yet. Smiling brightly, she says they need at least one photo together. "Come over here, Lee-jun." She sits on the bench right next to Koi. The little girl waves her hands happily, wanting her dad to sit in the middle. Seeing this, Lee-jun is moved. He finally gets it, remembering his past life. He hurries over to them, promising he is coming right now. The tourist holding the camera tells them to say cheese. All three of them flash a huge, bright smile for the shot. Suddenly, goofy finger horns pop up behind Lee-jun's head. Not just on one side, but on both. Lee-jun realizes he totally missed these small joys before. Soon, night falls over the apartment complex where he lives. He is carrying Koi, who is absolutely passed out on his back. Yu-Yua looks over, noting she slept the whole ride home. Lee-jun does not mind she played way too hard. He smirks, calling it the premium daddy piggyback service. Yua just sighs, saying he should really treat her that nicely sometimes as well. Hearing this, Lee-jun hesitates for a second. He literally has zero excuses ready for that one. "I'm sorry," he says. Yua quickly scrambles to explain she was only joking and asks why he is being serious. Se-Jun replies with a hint of sadness, saying they shouldn't take anything lightly. Yua softly agrees. Before she can even finish her thought, she suddenly freezes as the elevator doors slide open. She stammers his name. Lee-jun looks up casually, but instantly, his pupils shrink in shock and his eyebrows knit tightly together. Now watch closely, because this is where everything changes. Standing right before them is a gloved hand holding a stunning jeweled staff. It is Shin Clay, waiting right in front of the door. Seeing them arrive, he turns his head with a smirk that sends chills straight down their spines. Yua steps back defensively as Shin Clay pivots toward them. His voice does not have an ounce of sincerity. "Long time no see. Lee-jun, Yua, and little Koi too." He intentionally emphasizes the little girl's name, his eyes flashing with a cruel glint while she sleeps peacefully on Lee-jun's back, totally unaware. But you and I both know this peace never lasts for long. Inside the house, Koi is safely tucked into bed. Lee-jun shuts the door and asks Shin Clay what happened. Shin Clay plays it cool, saying something happened recently. They noticed a very strange weather shift around here just now. 1 second it was pouring rain, and the next, the dark clouds vanished and the sun was out. He flashes a harmless smile, but his eyes are narrow and calculating every single angle. The mana spike was too massive to hide. If a top mage was just messing around, it is no big deal. But if that little kid pulled this off, then everything suddenly makes perfect sense to him. Honestly, no matter how they try to cover it up, he knows guessing from afar won't cut it. He wants to get hands-on and find out the truth. Shin Clay slowly peels off his glove. Watch closely. He plans to touch the kid and scan her abilities. Notice how he only removes one single glove here. His voice drops dead cold, sounding like a threat. It feels like someone is actively using magic. This whole mess matches the last incident on 2 major points. First, a massive surge of mana was detected again. Second, Mr. Lee and Miss Yu were both right there. So, what do you two think about that? He stares at Se-Jun, highly amused, wondering how this little power couple will try to play him. But Lee-jun is practically made of ice. He calmly answers that they did not cause the rift. Shin Clay pushes back, asking about the rift then. Lee-jun explains that the boss in the lava zone skipped its respawn timer and just popped right out. The Myunji rift opened too. Honestly, you and I can agree both these events are incredibly weird. Stick with me, because something insane is brewing inside the rift, and Shin Clay is clearly losing his patience. Marunji was months ago, so this sudden, bizarre climate shift, that is the real mystery we are dealing with. Se-Jun just shrugs. "Oh, really? My bad then." Clay is absolutely fuming on the inside right now. Se-Jun is not sweating at all. Zero panic. The guy does not flinch once, and his voice stays perfectly flat. Are they really innocent? Or is this guy just a master at dodging every single question? He taps his fingers on the desk, forcing a quick subject change. Let us start with the verification process. Se-Jun cuts in, looking confused. Did we not cover that already? Caught off guard, Clay scrambles for an excuse. Well, there was one tiny detail I missed. I heard you two brought that little girl along with you. Hearing those words, Yuhua physically shivers. Her face instantly goes dark, clouded by a massive wave of pure anxiety. He definitely caught that look. Now, a wickedly nasty smirk slowly starts spreading across his entire face. Alright, you and I know a snake when we see one. He thinks he won, but he fakes a polite smile anyway. He asks if the little girl was actually with them during that Mijan crack incident. Does he? Se-Jun lowers his voice. Yeah, but what does that matter? Clay just leans forward very slowly. He claims he is worried the kid found some weird artifact. Se-Jun is still trying to keep things polite. A weird artifact? Se-Jun snaps his head around, watching Clay walk right past him toward the back. The guy just keeps talking while he moves. He claims that things like this happen all the time. Kids find a magic card and cause a disaster by accident. In a flash, he is standing right next to Soa's bed. The little girl is still sound asleep. Clay raises his hand, and pink magic swirls at his fingertips as he speaks. He asks for permission to do a quick check, just to be absolutely sure about everything. Zero concern on his face as his hand reaches for her. Suddenly, a furious Se-Jun violently grabs his wrist. Veins bulge on the back of his hand. He glares with murderous intent, but forces himself to make a polite request. He says, "Sorry, but could you please pull your hand back away from her right now?" Clay forces a fake smile. He casually mentions that Se-Jun might be overreacting just a little bit. Is there a reason why I cannot check the kid? Se-Jun just throws that question right back at him. I should be asking you that. Why are you suddenly so interested in my daughter anyway? Now, pay attention here. While Yuhua rushes in, Clay desperately tries to invent some kind of logical excuse. The tension hits the ceiling. He claims a mage caused both incidents, and that mage might actually be this child. Se-Jun looks annoyed. He raises his voice and yells that the whole idea is absolutely ridiculous. How could one single person create that much magical energy anyway? That guy keeps his harmless smile on, answering every question Se-Jun throws at him. He says a magic tower leader actually pulled it off once before. They output that much power in the past. Se-Jun scoffs with pure contempt. How could a 5-year-old kid actually do that? How can she compare to a legendary tower leader? Clay realizes he is deflecting and speaks up firmly. He says if he is wrong, he will apologize for his disrespect and leave the house immediately. But according to the strict Hunter Association rules, I demand your cooperation right now, so please step aside. He speaks with absolute seriousness, but Yuhua finally decides to chime in. So-Ah is not a hunter, so she has zero obligation to compromise. Se-Jun backs her up as her legal guardian. We will absolutely not allow that. A dead, suffocating silence drops between the three of them. Nobody says a word. They just stare each other down. Realizing he is getting nowhere, Clay raises his hand. Magic floods his palm as he mutters. He says he actually has to return to England tomorrow, so he has no time left to request official cooperation. The second he finishes speaking, thorny vines erupt and tightly bind Se-Jun and Yuhua, leaving them stunned. The two of them collapse onto the floor. Yuhua frantically cries out for Soa. Clay slowly turns back toward the bed, acting all reassuring. Do not worry at all. I just need to verify something. He leans over, his evil expression glowing in the light. Watch closely. You and I are about to uncover what is really hiding inside this kid. He touches her forehead, and a burst of brilliant blue light explodes outward. Clay's eyes widen in absolute terror as freezing cold air washes over his entire body. You and I are facing a massive mountain of pure ice. It is a wall of ice and snow, frozen like a massive tsunami crashing over sinking ships and ruined skyscrapers. The sight is so tragic it leaves him paralyzed, until he yanks his hand back and collapses in pure shock. He hits the ground right in front of Se-Jun, who notices the thorny vines starting to loosen their grip now. When he looks back at Clay, the man is already scrambling to his feet to continue the fight. Suddenly, the energy erupting from his hand doubles in size, radiating pure killing intent for everyone to see. He lunges straight at the sleeping Koa, causing Se-Jun to panic as he watches the deadly move unfold. He rushes forward to grab Clay, swearing under his breath. But the man spins around to face him instantly. That sudden, intense wave of raw energy forces him to freeze right in his tracks before he can strike. Pay attention here, Clay is totally losing his mind, asking him dead serious why he is protecting that monster. She is no human to him, but a monster with the dark shadow of a wicked witch hovering over her. Lee Jun just screams at the top of his lungs. So what if she is? Furious, Shin Clay points at the girl and declares they cannot let her live another day before she destroys everything in her path. He claims she will destroy the entire world, and those words drive Lee Jun absolutely crazy with rage. He grinds his teeth in rage as visions of total ruin start flooding back into his mind. A voice echoes in his head, screaming that this evil witch is the one who destroyed their entire world. My parents died because of her, and I swear I will have revenge for my fallen family members soon. Kill the witch, hunt the monster. Even the holy sword chimes in, begging Lee Jun to stop this madness. It claims that the girl lying there is no longer his daughter, but a heartless monster in disguise. Furious, Lee Jun clenches his fist, whispering that no one will ever dictate his daughter's destiny again. He refuses to let her become a monster this time, because he knows she is not a monster. Tears fall as he completely loses control, screaming at the top of his lungs that she is his daughter. The villain just frowns in annoyance, claiming that Lee Jun simply does not understand the danger she poses. He points a hand glowing with magic at little Koa, and Lee Jun goes ballistic, calling him a bastard. He coldly warns him to stop resisting or the kid dies, telling him to keep his voice down. If she wakes up, she dies. Lee Jun goes completely pale, left entirely speechless by the threat. Looking away, he finally chokes out that he surrenders, as long as they do not hurt Koa. Satisfied, the villain demands the phone behind his back, while Lee Jun looks at his daughter and wonders what to do now. A child with this much power would be a massive asset for the future of the magic world. Lee Jun forces a smile, asking if he plans to take her to the magic tower. He replies politely that he will, promising to treat the girl humanely once they arrive there. Lee Jun grits his teeth as the man demands the phone, knowing deep down that he is lying. You and I need to watch this next move closely. This is exactly how the kidnapping happened before. The villain looks confused, but without explaining, Lee Jun just drops a stern command to strike now. Still clueless, the villain repeats the word, but Lee Jun smirks, saying he was not talking to him. Uni had already snuck behind him, and with cold eyes, she swings her deadly claws at the dazed man right now. Boom! A massive smash echoes through the house as the villain takes a hit and screams in pain. Seeing Uni still standing there, Lee Jun yells, asking if she heard his previous command to go. Uni rushes to scoop Koa into her arms, but the villain recovers and aims at the fleeing pair. Lee Jun blocks the blast and pins the man down, roaring for Uni to get Koa away. Uni sprints away with the girl, allowing Lee Jun to finally breathe a small sigh of relief. Suddenly, the villain counterattacks, blasting Lee Jun toward the ceiling with a surge of raw power. He slams him down brutally, tossing him around like a rag doll. But Lee Jun refuses to stay a punching bag. He plants his hand on the floor and vaults his entire body back into the fight. He delivers a devastating kick, and trust me, you and I can see this battle just turn deadly. Alright, you and I are about to see a clash that'll shake the ground beneath them. In response, William instantly readies his signature spear. Seeing the weapon, Lee Jun gets noticeably annoyed by the sight. He clicks his tongue, finally armed. Glaring at Lee Jun, he shouts that all this stalling is completely useless. His power is absolute. Facing an opponent this tough? Yeah, it is going to be a wild ride. Blocking every strike, Lee Jun weighs his options. There is just zero space to close that deadly gap. William attacks like an arrogant monster, telling him to stop resisting. He is charging something even more massive now. That magic technique looks terrifying. Lee Jun actually looks worried, barely dodging the strike with his insane agility. But one dodge isn't enough. William immediately launches another wave of pure destruction right at his face. That speed is unreal. Lee Jun grits his teeth, realizing he just made a massive, fatal mistake. Splitting up for his weapon backfired. Against a high-tier mage, distance is the only thing that matters. Magic takes time to aim. The further he stays from his target, the more he plays into William's hands. If he does not target those hands or close the gap, he is going to be completely overwhelmed. Making his move, Lee Jun charges forward. In a flash, his spear tip reaches William at point-blank range. Throwing those arrogant words right back, he screams. Did you really think the same trick would work twice? William's hand is shredded instantly, canceling the spell. He glares at Lee Jun, absolutely furious and seeing red. Damn it, he curses. Lee Jun is giving him absolutely zero room to breathe. Unleashing an endless barrage, Lee Jun thrusts the spear at his chest. He declares it is all over. William just smirks, telling him he is a step too late. Suddenly, that spear freezes just inches from his chest. Trapped and unable to move, Lee Jun watches William laugh as glowing magical chains fill the entire room. William sneers. Obviously, an expert fighter like you would never fall for the exact same trick twice. He admits he is surprised. Lee Jun made a good effort, but now he is officially out of moves. Lee Jun fights those chains, screaming that he will never surrender. Watch what happens next. Now here's the part where you and I witness some peak manhwa comedy. Our guy is currently suffocating. What now? If he fights using just pure physical strength, What can he even do in this mess? If only he had that power. Wait a second. A light bulb just went off. His eyes light up, staring right down at his own hand. He finally remembers how to get that insane strength back. He activates the power of the king's ring. The system immediately pops up. It is asking him exactly how many souls he wants to burn. He has 100 souls saved. Because of the nasty side effects, Se-Jun really did not want to use it. Too late. The system announces the king's ring is active. 100 souls have been totally consumed. Instantly, his body gets a massive boost. Mana explodes and his physical strength skyrockets into the absolute stratosphere. The effects are instant. Those magic chains that were holding Se-Jun down, they literally crack wide open. William is caught completely off guard by this sudden, violent reaction. A furious roar echoes out as Se-Jun calls him a bastard, shattering the magical restraints like glass. William screams in total disbelief. What the heck is going on? Watch closely now, his eyes change color as raw energy radiates from him. William is pure terror. What is this? Se-Jun clenches his fist. You really thought I would just surrender like a good boy? Drop dead. He throws a devastating punch, blasting William right into the far wall. Coughing up blood, he slumps down. The wall behind him is shattered with a massive crater. Se-Jun stares at the guy. Okay, he is done. But now what am I supposed to do? Suddenly, we see William sprinting for his life. A massive tidal wave is roaring right behind him. Threatening to drown him, he screams in total despair for someone to please save him. So what do you and I make of this nightmare? The water swallows him whole. Then, he wakes up. William is just lying on the floor, screaming his lungs out before jolting violently awake. He looks around dazed and confused. Then a voice calls out, "Are you okay?" It is Se-Jun. He watches William acting like an absolute weirdo and asks him what is wrong, looking completely bewildered. All right, you and I are jumping right into a mess, starting with William finally waking up in a trashed room. William just stares blankly at Se-Jun, asking where he is and who this stranger even is. Those words hit Se-Jun like a brick, and he starts getting worried. What if the guy actually doesn't remember a single thing that happened? Clueless and groaning in pain, William clutches his head, complaining about a massive migraine. Seeing this, Se-Jun just lets out a dark smirk. He figures the effects of the memory potion have finally and completely kicked in right on schedule. See, just 1 hour ago, Se-Jun was looking at this unconscious man, having no idea how to fix this situation. He muttered to himself, wondering how to handle the wreckage, when suddenly, the system window pops up. Your stamina is returning to normal, and your mana levels are finally stabilizing back to their base state. That insane magic ring was actually eating away at his humanity. Se-Jun realized that even though he won, the guy already found out the COA secret and wouldn't negotiate. At this rate, the COA info will leak to the wizard tower, and everything will spiral out of control once those wizards come swarming in. If that happens, his hard-earned treasure gets stolen again. Thinking about the consequences, Se-Jun falls into a dead silence. Pay attention here, he actually grips his spear, aiming it at William's head while debating if he should finish him. This guy literally tried to kill the COA earlier. If he ends him now and dumps the body in a dungeon, nobody would ever find out. But then he stops himself. No, he can't do that. Why is he even considering something so dark and brutal? Plus, killing a celebrity like William Taylor would definitely get noticed by the association incredibly fast. He slumps down in defeat, wishing he could just rewind time and prevent this massive disaster from ever happening in the first place. Right then, a brilliant idea flashes through Se-Jun's mind as he remembers something crucial from his inventory. Even if he can't turn back the clock, if he uses a potion that wipes memories, he can totally rewrite history. Snap back to reality. William is totally lost, swallowing whatever lies Se-Jun is feeding him, before asking if he really came to Korea to investigate a specific case, only to end up buying some mysterious, unknown potion from Se-Jun on a whim before losing control. Then, he drank it and went crazy. Se-Jun just nods along perfectly, confirming that's exactly what happened. William asks if Se-Jun had to restrain him, and Se-Jun puts on the most innocent face ever, while saying yes, 100%. Se-Jun asks if he remembers anything, but William just rubs his head, admitting he seriously can't recall a single thing. Suddenly, Se-Jun forces out a fake apology. William looks at him, totally confused why the guy is even apologizing. Se-Jun puts on his best guilty puppy eyes and starts his performance. He claims the memory loss is likely a side effect of his potion. But William just waves his hands, completely shutting down that idea. No way. You literally just told me you tried everything to stop me from drinking that weird stuff. This can't be your fault. It's entirely on me for making the dumb choice to take it and test it out anyway. So, what do you and I make of this? A perfect scam where he's even paying for the damage he caused. He's actually paying for the mess. As William heads for the door, Se-Jun stops him right in his tracks. Wait a second, William. He pauses, acting like he's just thinking out loud for a moment to set the hook. I heard you actually received an invite from the Hunter Association. William is visibly shocked to hear that news. The Hunter Association? Se-Jun just nods casually and offers to give him the contact info right now so he can make the call. I'm absolutely sure this is going to help you out, man. Se-Jun shoves the contact details and a snack into his hands, telling him to eat before leaving while William feels incredibly guilty. Mr. Lee, why are you helping me so much? There's really no reason for you to go this far for someone like me. Se-Jun just fires back, asking if helping someone in trouble is a crime or something. Come on, let's get moving. I'll walk you to the taxi stand myself. To William, Se-Jun looks like a literal angel descending from heaven. Overwhelmed, he grabs the snacks, chewing with happy tears in his eyes. He wonders if this is that legendary Korean compassion he's heard rumors about, just sharing love and snacks with strangers. Se-Jun drops William off at the taxi, watching the car pull away into the distance. And the moment he's out of sight, the nice guy act drops instantly. He slumps onto a bench, letting out a massive sigh of relief. You and I just saw a perfect play. Thank God he didn't throw that empty potion bottle away earlier. Alright, stick with me. This guy just lost a whole year of memories, so he should be fine, right? Then the system chimes in. Success! First streak of bad luck for Koa blocked. The unique quest has officially been updated. Hearing that pop up, Se-Jun can't even hide his giant goofy smile. But that joy lasts 3 seconds before the system drops another alert. He just absorbed part of Koa's memories. Now pay attention, because this is where things get truly wild. Se-Jun is totally stunned and confused. Wait, Koa's memories? What is happening? Suddenly, an image flashes of Koa waking up on a sketchy bed. She sits up, glancing around the room in a total daze. Where in the world is she? Then it hits her like a truck. Oh, right. Those weirdos kidnapped me and dragged me to this place. Without missing a beat, Koa sprints forward, slamming her tiny fists against the heavy door. Hello? Is anyone out there? Somebody help me! The moment she stops shouting, the door swings open and 2 goons in black gear step inside. They stare at Koa and start muttering. This brat is way craftier than we thought. So, what is the plan now? The other guy just shrugs. Koa looks up, absolutely terrified, realizing they are whispering to each other. Who are these guys and why kidnap me anyway? One of the shady guys speaks up again. Honestly, I still cannot wrap my head around it. His buddy agrees. She obviously has enough raw mana to rival an archmage. That is just insane. There has to be some special reason they forced a little kid all the way out here. This girl is clearly going to be a massive asset for our magic research. Hearing this, Koa gets more and more freaked out. She suddenly remembers the strict warning. You have to promise me. Sweetie, you really need to hide your magic energy. So, promise Dad. You'll never use your magic no matter what. You and I both know she messed up big time here. Koa realizes how serious this is, blaming herself. This is all my fault for breaking my promise and using mana. While she is panicking about what to do, a third guy in black shows up. Hey, a new order just came in. The first guy asks, what did they say? The messenger replies, they want the kid kept fast asleep for now. Got it, I will handle this right now. He immediately casts a spell to knock Koa out cold. Her eyes start getting hazy. Thinking she is completely out, the 2 guys keep chatting. The first one asks, what is the deal with her parents? Did we not snatch the kid right from them? The other guy answers, the mom is dead and the dad just went to the Sooner or later, someone is going to shut him up permanently. Hearing this, Koa pictures her dad getting killed and snaps right awake. Her eyes shoot wide open in pure terror. Are they going to eliminate my dad? Koa balls her tiny hands into tight fists. Seeing her react, the first guy scolds his partner. Hey, did you go too easy on her? But the other guy gets defensive. Excuse me? That should have been enough to put her in a coma for a whole week. Meanwhile, Koa's internal magic starts leaking out. Now her entire body is glowing, wrapped in a crazy aura of pure magic. This terrifying energy makes the 2 goons panic as it just keeps growing stronger. Koa glares at them, eyes burning with rage, and then unleashes a blast. The shockwave sends one guy flying, leaving him coughing on the floor. Koa interrogates them with insane boss energy. Answer me right now. Where exactly am I? The injured guy just scoffs back. Do you even comprehend what we are talking about right now, kid? Using a split second of distraction, he quickly hits her with that sleep spell again. But guess what happens? That weak magic does absolutely nothing to her. Koa just takes menacing steps toward him. The guy refuses to believe his spell just bounced off a kid. He starts panicking. There is no way that did not work on her. Yeah, right. The other guy chimes in with a warning. I told you she is no normal brat. Hurry up and stop her right now. Gritting his teeth, he launches a massive fireball straight at her. This is not going to end well for him. Koa's face remains totally blank as that guy in black starts panicking about his own attack failing. He is clearly terrified of what is coming next. Before he can even blink, she completely shuts down that fireball. It literally shatters into razor-sharp ice shards floating in the air. She just repeats her question. I ask again, Where am I? And trust me, you and I are about to see this guy lose his mind as she starts hovering off the ground. You and I are jumping into a scene where he stammers out that this is the United Kingdom branch of the Magic Tower. The United Kingdom? She asks, clearly confused by the revelation. He nods frantically, confirming it. Then she demands to know about her father. Why did you drag me here? Why are you targeting him? The guy is sweating bullets now. This is top secret Magic Tower business, so he just stammers like a complete and total idiot. Koei just flicks her wrist and heavy magic instantly drops on him. He screams in pure, unadulterated agony as the pressure hits. But right then, Se-Jun casually strolls into the room with a creepy, gentle smile. What exactly is going on in here? Seeing Se-Jun is like finding a literal lifesaver. The man in black screams for manager Se-Jun. Se-Jun completely ignores the chaos, acting totally normal. Oh my, it seems little Miss Koei has finally awakened from her long slumber. He takes a slow step forward, trying to sound soothing. Do not be afraid. We won't hurt you. Just tell me what you want. Korean is fine. He is still smiling, but those eyes dangerously narrow. Koei doesn't hesitate to answer for a single second. I want to see my father. Se-Jun crouches down to her level. Ah, you want to head back to South Korea? Sure thing. I will call him right now. He pulls out his phone like he is actually calling the Hunter Association. Hello? Is this the association? Can I speak with Hunter Lee, Se-Jun? He acts perfectly, then hands the phone right over to Koei. He wants to speak with you. She is super on guard, using magic to grab the phone, but she desperately presses it to her ear. Hello? But here is where you and I need to pay attention. Total silence. Then, that phone screen flashes a deadly, glowing red. She pulls the phone away to look, and a bizarre, freaky symbol pops up on the screen before her eyes. Dark magic just pours out of it, and then boom, a massive explosion. Koei instantly blacks out and collapses. Se-Jun just laughs. Good thing this kid is so gullible. With his messy problem handled, Se-Jun turns to leave, but he tosses back a cold order. She is far too dangerous. Keep understood, sir. But that heavy magic is way too much for a child's tiny body. Se-Jun drops his voice. If she wakes up, we are the ones getting crushed. The man nods in fear. Koei slips into a deep, dark coma. With her fading consciousness, she reaches out for her father. She cries out in her mind, Dad, will you come get me? I will be waiting. The memory ends. A single tear rolls down Lee Se-Jun's cheek as he finally returns to reality. Lee Se-Jun sits alone on a taxi bench, quickly wiping that painful tear away. The system pings that future change data has accumulated. Heading home, he processes what he just witnessed. He realizes he was watching Koei's memories from before his massive regression. But here is the wild part. He wasn't just watching them. He actually absorbed them into his own mind. What does absorbing memories even do? Plus, that weird system message keeps popping up. I know what you're thinking, time travel is crazy enough, right? But these new memory powers make absolutely zero sense. Still, this is his biggest win yet in this timeline. He successfully blocked the very first tragedy from ever hitting Koei. He has officially changed the future for his daughter. Checking his system, he sees 4 missions left, but he honestly has no idea what those next disasters are going to be. Following the timeline, the next horrific event should be Eun's death. If he fails this upcoming mission, Eun is basically doomed to die again. If the cause of her death is the same as before, this is whatever it takes. Cut to Lee Se-Jun sitting inside is hot. I am busy trying to treat Koei. She totally fine. Let's just skip all the boring small talk and get straight to the point. Then, let's cooperate and form a party. Shocked, he asks if she really wants him to form a party. Ha-Iram tells him to sit down. Exactly. And you get paid too, he is practically cheering inside. If he accepts, he grabs the rewards for himself and basically swims in massive. He is hyped, but he keeps his cool. Why are the terms this good? You definitely do not need to offer all that. Iram just smiles brightly. So, I can join the team? And trust me, you and I know this changes everything. Alright, things are starting to get complicated. She explains that she can hardly even be a hunter these days. After getting stabbed, my father completely banned me from the field. The more she talks, the more confused Lee Se-Jun gets. He points out the obvious. But you managed to raid the forgotten ancient tomb with us last time just fine. Why now? Look, you and I are about to see Ha-Iram sneak out because she is desperate to finally form a squad and hunt for real. The contract includes special clauses for safe dungeon entry, but she is still completely terrified her powerful father will catch them red-handed. Lee Se-Jun asks, your father is the chairman of HCH, right? I really do not want to make an enemy of that giant. Ha-Iram asserts there will be no she will hire a pro to manage everything while he does nothing, making Lee so he is just a figurehead leader. She nods, handing him if she tries, her father will find out instantly. So she is putting the entire burden. They need 5 people total, meaning 3 more recruits. Se-Jun gets fired up just thinking about the possibilities ahead. He agrees, already knowing exactly which 3 people he wants to grab for this secret team of theirs. 1 week later, Se-Jun visits the Hunter Association headquarters to pick up the final paperwork for their new team. The clerk confirms the details. Team name is Spectre, and the captain is Se-Jun. Is everything correct? He confirms it quickly. The clerk checks the system again and says they have received all the necessary documents. Pay attention. Their team registration is officially complete. First big task done. Se-Jun heads out, thinking about how he completely lost track of time while preparing, but fortunately, everyone agreed to join up. Suddenly, a mysterious man blocks his path. Are you Se-Jun? Our main character is totally confused when the man tells him to follow them. Se-Jun glances inside the car and recognizes the face instantly. It is the HCH chairman, Dong-soo himself. He reluctantly decides to get inside. Inside, Dong-soo smirks, mentioning he heard about how did Ha-iram and I get exposed so fast. Surprised he admitted it so fast, the chairman asks if he will even try to deny it. Se-Jun politely says he probably knows everything already. Dong-soo does not beat around the bush, asking if he already knows exactly what he is going to say. Remove Ha-iram from the team immediately. Facing this crushing pressure, Se-Jun firmly states that he cannot do that. Dong-soo just smiles and offers even better conditions than Ha-iram did. He is not asking for a favor for free. The HCH Corporation will sponsor your entire team. This massive, world-class offer leaves Se-Jun in a state of total shock. You and I are watching a legend make a move. HCH will sponsor your guild. Se-Jun asks, completely stunned. Dong-soo admits he thinks the kid is decent since he did save his daughter's life in the past. Se-Jun stares at the red sky. Even if Ha-iram is incredibly capable, she simply cannot fight a whole mega-corporation alone. With HCH backing him, he would officially have There is absolutely zero logical reason for him to refuse. Dong-soo knows that fact very well too. He confidently asks for an answer. But Se-Jun goes completely against common sense. I appreciate the amazing offer, but I refuse. Sorry. He says it calmly, leaving the chairman completely speechless. Dong-soo is shocked, unable to understand why he would go this far for Ha-iram. Se-Jun answers him honestly. If he accepts the chairman's support, he is sure he would get much better terms than Ha-iram offered, but he knows that is just the surface. Seeing the chairman face darken, he realizes he is just a disposable tool to stop Ha-iram from becoming a hunter. Nothing more. The chairman cannot get anything else from him unless that happens. Se-Jun continues his bold explanation. On the other hand, fulfilling the conditions of Ha-iram contract is actually much more beneficial for him long-term. Even if he looks disadvantaged now, he can earn her ultimate trust, which is worth more than gold. Thinking long-term, it is the smarter choice. Dong-soo suddenly throws. Does he not think siding with her will bring severe harm? Se-Jun instantly. Ha-iram promised that would not happen. Dong-soo looks surprised, muttering that he really seems to trust the girl. Se-Jun simply nods. No, looking out the window, he remembers her determination. If she was not a promise she will keep at any cost. Trust me, you and I are about to see how this plays out. His answer hits the mark, passing the boss vibe check. The old man laughs, finally seeing why his daughter likes him. Fine. He will allow Ha-iram to join the team. Overprotecting her only holds her back. But there is one condition. Snapping back to the present, Se-Jun looks right into the glowing eyes of the girl standing before him. Stick with me, you and I are about to see how a father's strict rules change everything. Se-Jun explains the all-or-nothing policy, making Ha-iram beam with pride. Se-Jun nods, telling her she got lucky. She can finally be a hunter as long as she stays active in the guild. Ha-iram awkwardly scratches her head, wondering if this dummy guild setup will be a massive headache for the other members. Se-Jun just calmly waves it off. He is totally on board with whatever happens next. Confused by his chill answer, Ha-iram, since this is for her, he promises to make time for regular guild duties. He plans to convince the others, but watching him act like this makes Ha-iram smell something fishy. Why is he being so cooperative? Se-Jun drops the act and asks for a huge favor. He needs to contact someone important and needs her to pull strings. Ha-iram knew it. Meanwhile, in Athens, a giant hand brutally bursts from the ground, crushing everything in its path. Stick with me here. A massive portal rips open, spitting out endless ugly horned monsters with terrifying wings. The locals scream as a rift alert sounds. Knights scramble to maintain defensive formations and protect citizens. Little Lucas points excitedly at the cavalry squad, but his mother frantically pulls him back. Warning him about nearby monsters is useless. The boy breaks free and runs straight into the absolute chaos. He is thrilled to see a monster while everyone else panics. The monster spots the easy target and lunges forward with lightning speed. Knights cannot react fast enough to save the boy. Lucas stands frozen in shock. The beast prepares to tear him apart, and the poor kid is left completely helpless. Suddenly, an armored knight drops from the sky. spinning a gleaming blade with absolute mastery. With a single flawless motion, she slices a whole group of monsters in half. She leaps high into the air, delivering a massive downward strike that saves the boy. The sheer force of the blow blasts. Now watch closely, you and I saw that too, right? She stood tall against the sun after wrecking those terrifying monsters in a single blink of an eye. The citizens cannot stop cheering and pouring praise on this legendary knight. She is the pride of Athens, while other knights struggle to hold the perimeter. They warn the crowd that they are still inside a dangerous rift alert zone. Lucas's mother frantically rushes to him, calling him reckless, but he just smiles back. He was not scared because the greatest swordmaster, Sophia, was there to protect him. Sophia removes her heavy helmet as the surrounding crowd erupts in massive chants. Her subordinate checks in, and Sophia calmly mentions her armor feels a bit tight. Suddenly, an urgent update comes in. Someone from a South Korean guild is calling. Sophia wonders if it is the Holy Sword Guild, but it is actually the HCH Guild. It is the HCH Guild instead. At that exact moment, Se-Jun holds his phone while sweating absolute bullets. I know what you're thinking, taking things this far is insane, but he cannot back down now. He hypes himself up and finally calls. Sophia answers from her sleek office, asking if she is speaking with Mr. Se-Jun. He confirms his identity, and Sophia asks if he is looking to join her guild. Sophia asks if he wants to join her knight guild, but he quickly cuts her off, saying he already has his own. He mentions the hidden dungeon her guild is keeping secret, causing Sophia to freeze up. She claims to have no idea what he means, but Se-Jun calls her out. He specifies the secret dungeon beneath the Athens defensive wall, but she strictly denies its existence. Se-Jun loses his patience, his voice turning ice cold as he identifies it as a tutorial dungeon. He acts tough, but his hands are shaking with fear through the call. Sophia radiates a terrifying murderous aura, demanding to know how he found out the truth. He claims a clear reward tipped him off about her guild managing the area, but Sophia intensely demands to know exactly why he thinks that is the case. Se-Jun casually responds. Is not that the exact reason why the world-famous swordmaster Sophia only operates strictly in Athens? Do not worry, I am not threatening you at all. Sophia lets out a sharp, mocking laugh. Stick with me, you and I are about to see Se-Jun pull off his wildest plan yet. No, absolutely not. I have zero intention of making the Greek guild my enemy. His voice turns dead serious. I am making a proposal. He wants to tackle the tutorial dungeon with a 5-person party. Sophia coolly asked about the terms. If this is not a threat, what do I actually get out of it? Se-Jun confidently fires back. You clear the tower. Sophia crossed her arms, completely unimpressed. Yeah, I do not see how that helps me at all, but he nailed it. Wrong. It is a massive win for you because it finally breaks your curse. Sophia was totally stunned. She definitely did not expect him to know her secret. Se-Jun kept pushing. That curse hit on the final floor, right? But I noticed you can actually enter the tower again. Plus, that boss difficulty is an absolute joke. Is not that the exact reason your guild has been unable to clear it yet? Hearing all this, Sophia muttered to herself. He knows way too much. She flashed back to that total nightmare of a battle. It was not a monster just anyone could face. That massive boss looked like the literal Grim Reaper collecting souls. Meanwhile, Se-Jun was mentally calculating his next move. Watch this closely, the secret spot is hidden right inside the tutorial tower, and that is why she cannot ask the world for backup. He drops his ultimate move. How long will you hold that ticking bomb before war breaks out? He knew the secret would cause war. He was insanely confident she had no other choice. And yep, Sophia caved. Fine. I will bite at your provocation. Let us meet face to face. The next day, Se-Jun cheerfully waved a ticket. So, I am heading to Greece. Who is coming with me? He hyped up the guild, but they were shell-shocked. Huh? Iram finally snapped out of it. What? She screamed, shooting up from her chair in total disbelief. Explain right now. Why on earth did Miss Sophia invite us to Greece? Se-Jun sat down. You know the knights, right? Iram crossed her arms. Obviously. Sunung Soo-hyun basically built his own guild because he was so obsessed with them. Wait, seriously? That totally shattered Se-Jun's image of the perfect Sunung Soo-hyun. No wonder their guild setups were identical. He quickly shook it off and coughed. Anyway, even though the knights are not massive, their raw power is enough to lock down the Greek government. So, the million-dollar question is, why do the knights have so many top-tier hunters? After he dropped that bomb, all 4 just stared blankly. Hun scratched his head. Wait, is that weird? Strong hunters always flock to good guilds. Se-Jun instantly shut that down. No. Their growth is terrifying, and it is not like they train until they puke like Goriel's sword technique. Someone else guessed maybe they were chugging moon elixirs. But Se-Jun shot that down too. You cannot become a god-tier hunter just by drinking potions. So Iram asked, what is the secret? A dungeon. I know what you are thinking, you and I are about to hear their biggest secret. The Knights are secretly hoarding a specific dungeon in Athens with a cheat code mechanic for massive experience. So, the Knights recruits level up at crazy speeds, just by walking in and out. The exact same cheat applied to Sophia herself. Iram's jaw dropped as she put the pieces together. Wait, so you are telling me we can get overpowered just by entering a dungeon? Se-Jun nodded. Bingo. It is basically like the hyperbolic time chamber from anime. Iram was mind blown. That is absolutely insane. Se-Jun smiled, but inside he was thinking hard. Honestly, this secret was not supposed to drop for years, but right now, he had to break his limits to reach his goal. He glanced at Yu Iwa. If the second massive disaster was going to be her death, he would not rely on pure luck to save her like he did with William Taylor. He could not face the worst-case scenario alone. He was definitely going to need everyone's help. Sure, he was miles ahead of other rookies, but he could not just flex in front of absolute monsters. I cannot afford to back down. I never want to feel that useless again. He nervously asked the group, "Is there anyone who cannot come?" But before he could finish, they were already shouting over each other. "That is where we leave it. You and I are heading to Greece for one hell of an arc. Stick with me, we are about to watch our squad take on Greece together." After dropping lore like that, what did you expect? No way they are missing an epic carry. Who would stay home? Boom, we cut straight to the airport in Athens, Greece. The whole squad struts right through the terminal. Jiho takes a deep breath. Ah, the crisp Greek air. Lee-Jun looks confused. Does it really feel different? It smells like pure philosophy, he smirks. But Yunhui notices Gohan looking around in a total panic. Wait, guys, is everything actually okay? Gohan is panicking because the luggage is missing and he feels completely vulnerable without his gear. I feel totally naked without my sword, he groans. When asked why, Gohan groans about the hellish training he endured in the past. Just hearing about it makes a cold chill run down Lee-Jun's spine. Suddenly, Yunhui speaks up. I have actually been wondering about this for a while. Did you change your guild? Gohan looks totally confused. Wait, what? Yunhui pushes the question. Are you not part of the legendary Sword of Goryo? Your grandfather is the Sword Saint, right? Do-hyun hears that and absolutely freaks out in shock. Wait, what? You are the Sword Saint's actual granddaughter. Gohan frantically waves her hands in denial. Well, yeah, that is true, but I am not actually part of the Sword of Goryo. I could not join because of him. She mimics the Sword Saint's serious voice. If you truly respect our tradition, you must fly on your own. Living under my protection will only make you weak. Yeah, that is exactly what the old man told me. Then he told me to become an independent hunter, or join some other guild instead. Se-Jun sits in the corner, nodding. That totally matches the Sword Saint vibe I just heard about. Makes sense. Suddenly, Aram points across the room. Hey, look. That guy looks like a member of the Knights. It is that same knight from before, holding a sign that simply reads the word Phantom. Lee-Jun is surprised. Wow. She sent someone with a major reputation. Pay attention here, because Alexis Zura is Sophia's powerful right hand. You and I really need to watch this guy closely. He is loyal to Sophia until the bitter end. Alexis looks at the group and asks for the Phantom Guild. Se-Jun steps right up to the front to greet him. Yeah, I am Se-Jun, the Phantom Guild Master. Alexis replies politely. I am Alexis from the Knights, but just call me Alex. Alex, the car is ready, we can talk on the way. Alexis glances at Se-Jun, frowning slightly. No matter how many times I look, I just do not see anything special about this guy. Why on earth did the master invite these tiny little fish to Greece? Yunhui gasps at the amazing buildings. Wow, look. Lee-Jun, those structures are absolutely gorgeous. Lee-Jun nods along. Yeah, definitely. Alex smiles. The scenery here is pretty amazing, right? Yunhui happily agrees. Yes, it really is. Alexis suggests that if they have time, they should visit Santorini. It is a true masterpiece of art. Yunhui lights up instantly. Oh, that place is super famous in South Korea because of a very popular drink commercial. Since Do-hyun speaks zero English, he whispers to Gohan. What are they even talking about? She gives a quick answer. He wants us to visit Santorini. Suddenly, Yunhui speaks up again. Now, I know what you are thinking, an epic quest, and they are stuck in a traffic jam? Aram lets out a heavy sigh. The horrific traffic in Athens is world famous, especially here in the suburbs. Do-hyun slumps in total despair. Ah, this is so suffocating. It feels like we are still in South Korea. Alex laughs. Relax, we can stop for some lunch. It would be an honor to dine with such lovely ladies. So, what do you say? Are you girls all single? He shoots his shot, but Aram shuts him down cold. Actually, I'm already married to my work. Gohan hugs her sword tightly. I am married too, to my sword. Alex turns to Yunhui. And you, miss? Yunhui flinches, her face turning bright red. Me? She looks shyly at Lee-Jun and stammers. I do. Luckily, Gohan crashes the conversation. No way, Alex. You cannot flirt with a girl whose husband is right there. Yoonwi is already married to Lee Se-Jun, you know, she says with a smirk. Trust me, the fallout from this is going to be hilarious. We just witnessed a total disaster. Alright. You and I are diving back in as Gao Haiyan celebrates her little victory right in Lee Se-Jun's face. Alexis immediately jumps in, suggesting a nice romantic getaway through the beautiful sights of Greece. Once the work is done, he mentions this place is actually an incredibly famous spot for honeymoon couples. Yoonhui shilly responds, totally caught off guard. Lee Se-Jun just gazes quietly out the window, imagining how incredible it would be to bring Ka here next time. He wonders if she is doing okay. Meanwhile, Grandpa notices little Ka won't touch her food and asks her what is wrong. Is the ice cream not hitting the spot? Kay just pouts. Not really. Grandpa realizes her mood is totally in the basement today. She is still just a kid, so it makes sense she would miss her parents after being away for this long. Thinking that, Grandpa gently asks her if she is sad because her mom and dad are not around. But unexpectedly, the sweet little girl says no. She actually loves hanging out with the two of them. That pure innocence hits Grandpa like a critical strike. He clutches his heart, completely melting. Man, she is just way too adorable for this world. Suddenly, a tiny sound echoes nearby. Meow. Ka cheers up in an instant at the sight of a little kitty. Grandpa points out he sees that cat wandering the area all the time. Ka uses her ultimate puppy dog eyes to beg for a favor. Can I please pet it, Grandpa? He gently agrees, but reminds her she has to wash her hands immediately after. Looking over, he decides to run to the nearby convenience store to grab some wet wipes for the little girl. The cat is a total angel. As Kay starts petting it, she gasps at how incredibly cute the kitty is. Now, here is the part you and I need to watch closely. Grandpa tells Ka to stay put while he shops. The little girl politely agrees. With that, the old man heads off toward the store as fast as he can. Meanwhile, the cat purrs softly, wagging its tail back and forth. Totally hypnotized like a typical cat servant, someone whispers about its tail. But then, a voice suddenly booms out. Do not touch my tail. The cat casually licks its fur and warns it is extremely sensitive. Anyway, back to Lee Se-Jun and the rest of the shocked group. Stick with me here, because this Night Guild headquarters is absolutely insane. It looks more like a massive mansion than a base. Stepping inside, the entire group is completely blown away. The luxury is unreal. Just what you would expect for the world hero, Sophia. Honestly, is this a base or a literal castle? The top guild in Greece definitely lives on a whole different level. Alexis announces they have already prepared private rooms for everyone. So, please make yourselves comfortable and get some rest. Then Alexis suddenly turns to glare at Lee Se-Jun. Oh right, I need you to follow me right now. Meanwhile, Sophia is waiting patiently in her office, quietly watching everything from her window. Alexis tells him the guildmaster wants a word. As he leads the way, he gives Lee Se-Jun a very harsh warning. Keep whatever attitude you have toward my master completely in check. Lee Se-Jun just flatly agrees. Alexis glares back coldly. You better back up those words. Reaching the office, Alexis stands outside and knocks. Guildmaster, it is Alexis. Sophia's voice drifts out from the other side. The door is unlocked. Come on in. She stands against the glowing backlight, turning her head with a gentle, welcoming greeting. Welcome, Lee Se-Jun. He bows respectfully, saying it is an absolute honor to be invited to her home. Sophia softly accepts the greeting. After that, she looks at Alexis and orders him to wait outside for now. Alexis clearly hates the idea, but obeys anyway. Now, it was just the two of them alone in the room. The heavy silence is suddenly broken by a deep sigh from Sophia. Now, pay attention because this is where it gets crazy. Her eyes snap open, exploding with terrifying killing intent. Staring into those eyes, he knows her energy is totally unreal. One tiny mistake and he is dead. He stays calm and gets straight to the point. He tells her he knows exactly how to kill the tutorial tower bug. Before he can finish, a cold blade is pressed against his throat. Sophia loses her patience and orders him to speak. He thinks to himself that since they are in a negotiation, he really should not push the sword away. With that in mind, he confidently says it would be easier if he just handled it himself. Sophia threatens him, asking if he values his life. Lee Se-Jun stays chill and fires back. Do you really want to lose such valuable information just by killing me here? The room falls into a deadly silence. After a heavy silence, Sophia finally retracts her blade, eyes locked on Lee Se-Jun's pale face as she speaks. Alright, stick with me because we are diving right into this tense confrontation where she demands to know his secret. Lee Se-Jun spins a quick lie, claiming he met someone with the same curse before, but Sophia is skeptical. He looks away, simply saying they likely did not make it out alive. There are only two ways to break a curse like this: force the caster to take it back, or just kill them. Hearing that, Sophia realizes that in her situation, the second option is the only real path forward. She turns away coldly and warns him that even if he knows the target, he is not ready. She asks why she would say that, then answers herself it is because he is just too weak. Sophia hits him where it hurts, pointing out his lack of skills and his inability to grow fast enough. Sure, the tower offers quick power-ups, but she argues that most of that progression is just pure dumb luck. And even if fortune favors him, she claims he is still way too inexperienced to handle real threats. He simply lacks the raw strength. Normal hunters usually train for several long years before entering the tower, but Se-Jun is not buying into her logic at all. He snaps back, asking what his current level has to do with anything, while Sophia just teases him. She asks if it is so wrong to stop a kid from rushing to his death, making him furious. Sophia keeps poking, reminding him he literally just got his hunting license. To her, he is just a toddler playing hero, and he finally loses his cool over her interference. This was supposed to be a simple deal, so Sophia sighs and offers a way to prove himself. Now, pay attention, she suggests a sparring match to see what he is made of. Se-Jun is suspicious, but she clarifies he will be fighting one of her own elite guild members. She wants to prove he is nowhere near ready for a tower boss, and that totally pisses him off as his eyes grow dark. He agrees instantly, and soon he is facing Alexis, who looks at him with pure, heavy doubt. Alexis asks if his master is serious about wasting time with someone like that, and she just nods. He complains that he might accidentally go too hard on the kid, calling him a mere thing. Se-Jun gives an awkward smile, while Sophia calmly tells Alexis it is fine to go all out. After all, he wants to challenge a boss, so it is time to start the signal for the duel. Both fighters get into their stances, eyes locked as the tension in the air finally peaks. Alexis grits his teeth, thinking this brat needs to learn his place before he actually gets himself killed inside the tower. You and I can see that Alexis is absolutely fuming about this rookie getting special treatment from the master. He plans to teach him a brutal lesson and show him what real high-level combat looks like. Sophia drops her hand and the fight begins, as Alexis instantly charges forward, trying to close the distance against the spear user. Se-Jun thrusts his weapon, but Alexis dodges it like it was nothing, feeling totally confident. He thinks the kid's attack is pathetic, but suddenly, our main character pivots with insane speed. He swings low, catching Alexis off guard with a direct hit to the leg that he never saw coming. Alexis grunts in pain, and they both leap back to reset their fighting stances. He is stunned that he actually lost the opening exchange as the distance between them widens again. The realization hits him if that was a real blade. He would be a dead man right now. Losing to a rookie is unthinkable, but Se-Jun just smirks and says he was holding back. That comment sends Alexis over the edge, and he grips his sword as veins bulge on his forehead from pure rage. He stops holding back and erupts with a powerful aura, charging forward with a strike aimed to kill. The gap closes in a blink, but Se-Jun remains eerily calm through the entire assault. He steps back, reads the move, and then does the unthinkable. He simply drops his spear. Alexis is completely baffled, wondering why anyone would ever throw away their weapon mid-fight. In that split second of confusion, Se-Jun grabs his collar and yanks him forward with sudden, violent force. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You and I are about to see a massive upset. He pins it behind his back. All right. You and I are watching as Sophia stands speechless while this veteran fighter gets completely pinned to the floor and finally taps out. Sophia stares at Se-Jun in pure shock. He actually managed to overpower a veteran hunter. A guy with 4 years of combat experience just got folded. She knew Se-Jun was special, but this power is unreal. Se-Jun walks to Sophia and asks if that was enough proof. She immediately says, "Yeah, more than enough." She bows with genuine respect. "I apologize," she says. "It seems I was wrong to judge your capability." He acts humble, telling her not to overpraise him, but Sophia insists she is not exaggerating. He is insanely strong. She looks at him with total confidence. She says he might actually be the one to clear it. She officially grants him entry into the tutorial tower. The next morning, the group gathers. Ha-Iram looks around confused, asking why there are so many people here today. Was it not just the 5 of us? Se-Jun explains the tutorial tower is tougher than normal dungeons. Only 20 people are allowed to enter each month. Ha-Iram mutters in annoyance. Suddenly, Alexis steps out of the shadows and tosses an item. He throws Se-Jun the standard supply kit meant for anyone entering this specific dungeon. Catch. Weihua leans in close. She whispers about Alexis's terrible attitude toward him, and honestly, I know you and I are wondering the exact same thing. Se-Jun just gives a helpless shrug. Then Han speaks up, asking Alexis where this mysterious tower is actually located. Alexis glances toward the distance. He points not too far away and says the tower is right over there. It is the ancient city of Acropolis. Seeing the stunning ruins bathed in the gorgeous sunset, the entire group is completely amazed by the view. They ask what that incredible structure is. Leading the way, Alexis replies it is the famous Parthenon. Someone asks if another building is an arena. Alexis corrects them, saying it is a church. He is super annoyed. He scolds them, asking if they are on vacation. Se-Jun just laughs, saying it beats being terrified. Alexis clicks his tongue. He mutters insults under his breath. Se-Jun notices the raw hostility and realizes the guy's massive ego is still deeply bruised from their match. Pay attention, because getting slammed into the dirt definitely left a mark. Suddenly, Alexis stops and announces they have arrived. Looking at the path, Se-Jun asks about the stairs. Alexis coldly points out the entrance is down there. Se-Jun observes as they walk down. The steps lead underground, so calling this a tower makes zero sense. Ha-Iram stares at the destination and frowns. He asks Alexis if he is absolutely sure they are in the right spot, because the path just looks like a massive dead-end wall. Alexis stays calm, saying the tower will summon them soon. Losing patience, Ha-Iram asks what that even means. How does a dungeon call people? Alexis checks his watch and tells everyone to brace for the entry time. Ha-Iram whispers to Se-Jun, asking if the guy is losing his mind. But Se-Jun just shakes his head. No, he is actually telling the total truth. This specific dungeon operates completely differently. Still skeptical, Ha-Iram raises an eyebrow. Meanwhile, the second hand on the watch rapidly ticks and hits 12. Exactly at 6 o'clock, a blinding light instantly envelops the entire group as a system notification echoes through the air. The tutorial tower has officially opened, selecting the 12 closest hunters for entry. Everyone panics, shouting in total confusion as the ground begins to glow. Do not freak out, Alexis yells over the noise. He explains that they are being pulled into the dungeon right now. The system continues selection, granting the chosen hunters their designated status. They receive the Alpha Tester certification. Alexis warns that everyone is going to feel severely dizzy. Then the very last prompt drops. They have entered the tutorial tower, and trust me, you and I are definitely not ready for the monsters that come next. Stick with me. Monster numbers explode and hunters completely vanish. These terrifying swarms hit totally unmanageable levels as we witness the world falling apart in real time. But right in the middle of all that despair and destruction, a sudden bright light flashed. A mysterious voice echoed out from the sky. It was the newly awakened personal system. This massive update completely flipped the script. The system gave hunters crazy new classes and skills, massively boosting the raw power of all the already legendary fighters who were desperately holding the line. Let's dive into a story where your class defines your fate. For Se-Jun, only the trauma of his brutal past life is stronger than a god-tier class. Suddenly, the system pings. It is time to update the personal system for alpha tester Se-Jun. The previous system error finally stops. Replacement confirmed, and it is now restoring every single bit of previously deleted data. System update successful. Coordination is now complete. Se-Jun violently snaps awake from his coma. The system announces that he has just entered a completely uncleared dungeon. Welcome to floor 1 of the prison tutorial tower. Se-Jun slowly sits up, wondering what that weird system error was all about. The system never glitched like that before. He quickly scans the room, evaluating everything around him. Is this a massive castle? Now pay attention, because Se-Jun just realized he is stuck on the hardest, most brutal route possible. Quick tutorial tip for you. 12 different routes exist here, and the dungeon layout shifts randomly every single time you enter. The tower separates every hunter, forcing them to start their journey in totally isolated spaces. Everyone has to fight toward the second floor entirely alone. Suddenly, the system demands immediate action. The tutorial quest begins now. Please open your personal system interface to continue the challenge. Se-Jun knows this might be insanely tough for rookie hunters, but with their new powers, it is not impossible. After all, everyone just received custom classes and powerful skills directly from the personal system. He checks his new status window. Name: Se-Jun. Class: Spearman. Class skill: Strong Thrust. Special skill: Absolutely blank. Se-Jun stares in shock. His class is exactly the same as it was before his regression. He grabs his forehead in pure despair, practically screaming out loud. Damn it. He really hoped the butterfly effect would change something. Spearman is just a basic, common class, and the name says it all. Your class dictates the literal path you are forced to walk down, but it also sets a massive cap on your growth. For common classes, your leveling speed eventually hits an absolute brick wall. That is why he was the weakest of the weak among all hunters before he traveled back in time. And if his own stats did not change at all, then everyone else probably got their same past classes too. That is a massive problem because his daughter, Kui, awakened as a witch. Se-Jun remembers his little girl from his past life and sighs heavily to himself. That dark class was the reason why she ended up going down such a tragic path. He has to change it. And I know what you're thinking. How? Well, it's actually pretty simple. His reason for entering this dungeon is the reward, a class change ticket. Se-Jun grips the iron door, thinking hard. I can only get this item once. I absolutely cannot fail this dungeon run. Filled with pure determination, he finally pushes the heavy door open and steps out. He imagines a brighter future where Kui grows up happy instead of becoming a cursed witch. System alert. Training quest updated. Escape the underground prison. Se-Jun walks to the end of the long hallway and spots a locked door. He notes that the door at the very end is locked tight. Guess I need a key to escape. Se-Jun scans the dark room and approaches a suit of armor. What is this? It doesn't look like anything is hiding inside. It is standing by the iron bars, so maybe it's a guard. Wait, guards usually hold the keys. The key must be in there. Se-Jun reaches out to grab the guard's pouch. This pouch right here. Suddenly, the guard glows brightly, but it looks like Se-Jun saw this coming. He scoffs out loud. You really thought I would fall for that? He draws his spear and stabs with insane force. The sharp spear pierces the armored monster's head. Se-Jun smirks confidently. I knew a cheap trick was coming. Too bad for you. I am too old to be fooled by lame traps. With that, he aggressively swings his spear forward again. One guard is wrecked, but another spawns right behind him. Se-Jun mutters, a mid-boss monster right at the start? He confidently provokes them with a grin. One or two of you guys are absolutely nothing to me. Come on, bring it. But the second those words leave his mouth, an entire squad of guards spawns in. Seeing those weapons, Se-Jun freezes. You and I need to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are jumping into the middle of the action here. Fast forward a bit. A guard's shattered helmet hits the floor. System notification. You have officially taken down all the living armors. Jun just drops onto the scrap metal of the fallen guards, exhaling a massive sigh. That was way more intense than I bargained for. Isn't taking on 15 of them a little much? 150 reward points added. He smiles, gripping his spear, realizing the system makes this grind easy. Wait until you see what he destroys next. He is about to turn this entire place upside down with his new power. We are jumping back in as the spear finally feels natural. Suddenly, another system alert flashes before his eyes. The king ring just devoured the monster's soul. He grabs the key and heads off to unlock the hallway doors. Deep down, he thinks, all right, I have not used the king ring yet, so I definitely have a backup plan ready. Those heavy doors creak open, revealing a massive chamber. Standing right in the center is an absolute unit of a monster, holding a giant shield. Its entire body is glowing red with pure, blazing energy. Jun carefully scans his new target. What is with this final boss-looking guy? He is silently measuring the beast. Unlike the mobs, this tank has heavy armor plating on all his joints, hiding every single weak point. Between that and the shield, his defense must be insane. Now, pay attention here, because he notices one tiny detail that changes everything. Wait, does not that pouch on its hip look exactly like the previous monsters? So, I really have to slay this absolute tank to escape. That realization flashes through his mind for only a split second. Suddenly, a massive shockwave blasts forward. The monster hurls its giant shield right at Jun. He panics, thinking, how can something that bulky move so fast? Jun dives out of the way, narrowly avoiding instant death. Running for his life, he grits his teeth. He knows a head-on fight is a total suicide mission. Step 1. Keep your distance and find a way to strike back. Jun uses every bit of his remaining speed and bolts forward. Now watch as things get totally wild. The monster roars about dragging the sinner back to jail, going into a total berserker rage. It slams its twin shields together and charges right at Jun. He is panicking, realizing this guy is absolutely insane. The beast keeps screaming, get back in your cell. The sheer weight of its footsteps is actually shattering the stone floor. By now, Jun has safely repositioned himself across the massive room. He looks up at the ceiling and realizes something terrifying. Wait a second. If these pillars collapse, the ceiling caves in. Let's pause for a second, because we both know things are about to get very messy. He tells himself, I need to bait this oversized bull into changing its direction right now. Instantly, the enraged monster pivots to chase him, muttering about an escaping prisoner. Then it leaps high, screaming, you will face the death penalty. It launches a brutal attack. Jun jumps back, but then the monster suddenly stops moving. Jun spots the fatal flaw. There it is. Gripping his spear with pure excitement, he rushes in. An opening. This is his big chance. Jun thrusts his spear deep into the monster's weak point. The massive beast lets out an absolutely agonizing, ear-piercing scream. Landing the blow, Jun immediately retreats to put some distance between them again. He thinks to himself, all right, that attack actually did some serious damage. That power and speed, it comes from his legs. If even one leg gets busted, his mobility is going to be completely wrecked. But suddenly, the giant beast shifts its angle. Jun goes on high alert. Wait, what is he doing now? No way. He suddenly realizes the terrifying plan. Sure enough, the giant shield flies right at him. Jun ducks just in time, watching it boomerang back. I know what you're thinking. Using a shield like a boomerang is total madness, but he's doing this to bypass his leg damage and keep attacking. Jun tries to strategize. Suddenly, his back hits a solid stone pillar, cutting off his escape. Seeing the opening, the monster hurls its heavy shield again. With nowhere left to run, Se-Jun just curses out loud. Damn it all. He knows if this support pillar breaks too, the whole ceiling is coming down on him. Staring at the incoming shield, he makes a choice. He has to block that giant shield at all costs. He's searching his system for any lifeline. Nothing? Trust me, you won't want to miss what is coming next. Alright, you and I are about to watch Se-Jun discover his true class skill. He freezes. Thrust. It is a skill that burns mana to boost piercing damage. A basic move, matching his incredibly average class. He grips his spear, channeling every ounce of his raw mana directly into the blade. This is it, he has to bet everything on this one strike. Se-Jun takes a stance, ready to counterattack. The spear explodes forward, cutting through the air like a bullet. Watch this carefully. Se-Jun notices something strange. Right next to the limit thrust name is some weird text. His gut feeling was right. With a single devastating strike, he completely overpowers the giant monster. The beast is left speechless, dropping its jaw in shock. It has no clue how it died so fast. Rocks shatter with a deafening crash as dust rises. The system confirms that the floor warden is officially dead. You have earned 500 bonus points. Your ring has successfully absorbed the monster's soul. The second the alert vanishes, Se-Jun collapses. The scene shifts instantly to Seoul, South Korea. Watching his granddaughter cuddle a cat, her grandpa calls out, "Go ah." She replies, "Yes," and he warns her, "If you want to keep that cat inside, you need to ask your parents first. Understand? Go ah?" She cheerfully says, "I know." But just 2 hours earlier, Go ah looked at the cat, asking, "You talk?" The cat gives a polite greeting. The little girl excitedly asks, "What is your name?" "I am Go ah." She gets confused, wondering why a tiny kitten knows how to speak. The cat explains he is a special talking cat. That is their little secret for now. Let us see how long they can keep this hidden from everyone. Stick with me, because things get weird. Suddenly, the cat asks for a favor, and deadpans, "Hide me." She hugs him tight, looking around for bad guys. He nods. "If villains find out, they will take me." Go ah tilts her head, wondering about herself. He replies, "Yeah, you are special, you see mana, right?" Go ah panics instantly. "Hey, that is a secret." The cat reassures her. "Relax. I will not tell anyone." She asks, "Really?" The cat strikes a deal. "Only if you keep my talking a complete and total secret." Thinking it is easy, Go ah holds out her pinky. "Got it, I promise." The little cat raises a paw. You and I are watching the start of a legendary pinky promise. Back to reality, Grandpa asks about a name. Go ah slips up instantly. "He told me to call him Master." Grandpa looks confused. She covers her mouth. Silence. Grandpa just chuckles at her childhood imagination and heads to the kitchen for food. Go ah nervously stammers out an okay. The door shuts. The cat sits right up and sighs. Not talking is seriously annoying. Go ah asks, "Can you not just speak?" He explains that it is game over. She nervously asks what they should do. "Do not worry. I will teach you a neat trick mind reading." Go ah stares blankly. "Wait, telepathy?" She gets curious. "How do we do that?" The cat guides her slowly. "For you, it is easy. Just focus your thoughts and speak directly to me." Go ah concentrates hard. Without even realizing it, she moves her mana. She nails the technique perfectly. The cat replies mentally. "Exactly." Go ah gets hyped. "So cool, I hear you inside my mind." The cat smirks, promising magic. Go ah gasps. "Magic? This is real magic?" The cat nods. "Yep, and you can cast it. You are officially a mage. Now pay attention. Skill proficiency means mastering your specific abilities over time. It is split into 6 tiers that scale your raw power. Years ago, Se-Jun learned this from his master. The stabbing skill looked basic, lacking any real strengths. Naturally, leveling it up is straightforward. Just keep training to raise that proficiency tier. Back then, Se-Jun could only quietly obey. Beginner stabbing practice only hits the poor tier. Learning how to actually use it moves you to inadequate. Using it properly reaches the normal tier. Spamming the skill for years pushes it to excellent, giving deep understanding and massive versatility. The power to crush anyone with the same skill gets you to the superior tier. And finally, if that one technique can dominate every other skill, you hit outstanding. He grips his spear. Suddenly, a voice behind him snaps. "Why did you stop?" The voice mocks his weakness. And there it is, trust me. You and I need to see what his own rational side warns him next. Alright, you and I are watching Se-Jun being called weak because his skills are absolute garbage. If you really want to get stronger and catch those geniuses, focus. Those words hit him hard. Ordered to stab until he drops, Se-Jun thrusts his weapon again. His eyes are pure fire. Back in the present, he wakes up with a massive headache. Everything is a blur as he sits up. He passed out from that skill. He checks his system panel, wondering if that insane power was even real. Looking at the screen, it finally clicks. This skill is the exact one he had before he regressed. An extreme tier, a hidden proficiency. It shatters the system limits, and he is the only one who reached it. Outstanding hunters are rare enough to count on one hand. He stares at his palms, hands trembling with energy. Regression boosted his stats, but he assumed his proficiency would reset. Turns out, he was dead wrong. Then he remembers a system alert about alternative plans and recovering deleted data from the past. He gasps as the truth hits him. That deleted info was from everything before his regression. This is way more broken than any legendary ring, but his body can't handle it. One use and he's out. It has to be his absolute last resort. He slowly stands up, deciding it's time for the second floor. Now, watch this carefully. You and I see him find a door without locks and push it open. A system survival story without a boss fight? Honestly, that beats risking his life every single day. The system pings. Tutorial quest complete. He just earned 100 points. The second floor opens into a garden. Se-Jun steps out and sees massive, lush trees everywhere. The system isn't finished yet. A brand new update flashes. Intermediate checkpoint reached. It tells him to proceed to the resting station. He looks around. This isn't a garden, it's a jungle. Clear blue skies and warm sunlight filter through the canopy. It looks like a peaceful, perfect paradise. Leaves drift down toward a quiet well. Everything here is strangely calm. Suddenly, Se-Jun dunks his face into the water. He screams in pure joy that he is finally alive. But the terrifying memories of his journey hit him hard. He's been walking all day with zero rest. How big is this stupid garden? His food is gone and his legs are screaming. One more step, and he would have collapsed. He only has a single piece of hardtack left in his pocket. He spots a small house nearby and sighs with relief. He finally made it to the resting station. Right on cue, the tutorial quest clears for another 100 points. He slowly steps into the dark building. Suddenly, a little bear pops out from the shadows. "Welcome to the resting station," it says cheerfully. The incredibly cute teddy bear welcomes its very first guest. Se-Jun just stares, totally confused. The bear introduces itself simply. "I'm a teddy bear. Let's get along well, okay? Now, watch closely. You and I are about to witness something rare." Se-Jun offers a polite handshake. He offers a handshake, but the bear looks shell-shocked. It quickly explains that it was just startled. Nobody has ever introduced themselves to it before. It seems genuinely touched by the gesture. "My name is 23, it says shyly. Se-Jun looks curious. "Wait, is your name actually a number?" "Yep, that's right. The reason is a secret, but you can find out for 50 million points. Se-Jun ignores the price tag and asks to see the shop. The bear gasps in total surprise. "You actually knew there was a store here?" He casually mentions he heard about it before entering. Since the rumors are true, things just got a whole lot easier. Here's the shop menu. A glowing menu appears. Se-Jun realizes these are all just basic survival tools. Nothing special. He's starving for real food, but the prices give him a major heart attack. 23. These prices are insane. I can only afford 7 pieces of beef jerky right now. The bear gasps in horror. Were you only planning to buy those? Are you a beggar? Everything inside this dungeon is overpriced. Sensing a bad deal, the bear pivots to other goods. If beef jerky is too expensive, we have raw ingredients. Those come with a much cheaper price tag. He cuts in, asking for non-survival items. "Trust me, you and I are going to want to see this." "Alright, you and I are about to see just how devious a system NPC can really be. You want answers? You have to cough up some points first." "I know what you're thinking, total scam, right?" Se-Jun catches on. This furball was playing dumb just to bait him into buying exclusive items. Se-Jun was planning to buy them anyway. Decision made, Se-Jun speaks up. "Alright, fine. I want to purchase some information." The bear freezes. "Information?" Se-Jun nods. "Yeah, I want to know every single point farming route hidden in this dungeon." He figures better shops are waiting on the higher floors anyway. He can buy gear up there where items are diverse and cheaper, but exclusive info is only sold here on floor 2. Bottom line, grabbing this intel now is his best shot at racking up massive points later. The bear waves its paws with a reality check. That costs 1,500 points. "You are way too broke for that." Se-Jun stays completely cool. "Is that so?" He pivots. "Fine. I guess I will just have to settle for something else. The single most efficient way to earn points." 23 rubs its fluffy cheeks, thinking hard. That one is 800 points. You are 50 short." Se-Jun did not expect that price. He starts calculating. "Even for this? Does that mean the farming area is even smaller than I thought?" Watching Se-Jun struggle, the bear goes silent for a moment before suddenly speaking up. "Doing this means I am definitely taking a loss on business. But just this once? A special discount. 750 points. Now pay attention, because a system shop discount is unheard of. Se-Jun quickly asks, wait, why the special treatment? Well, you see. Then it beams a happy smile. Because you were polite and greeted me first. Watching Se-Jun munch on his very last piece of food, the bear gets curious. Is that your last piece of food? Se-Jun nods. Yeah, but if I do not eat now, I will not have strength left. 23 tilts its head. So, what about later? Se-Jun smirks with total confidence. No worries. I know exactly how to find food now. The bear is baffled. How? Se-Jun explains his master plan. By using the items listed in your point shop, everything sold here is safe, meaning eating them will not kill me. And I definitely saw some of these ingredients growing wild on my way here. So, moving forward, I just need to forage and eat those exact same things. 23 gasps. Wow, just like the info. So, what do we learn here? Brains win. You are pretty smart, Se-Jun humbly replies, just a little bit. Just staying sharp, the bear cheers. You noticed I was totally baiting you to buy that info, right? I know what you're thinking. How did everyone else miss this? People only see what they want. They ignore the literal bear on his shoulder. Se-Jun thinks normally, anyone making it here would be dead tired. No energy left to investigate anything. The bear suggests it is finally time to head out. Se-Jun stands up. All right, I have rested enough. Full of determination, he says, it is time for that thing. The bear teases it will be tough. You really love a challenge, huh? Se-Jun states the obvious. I literally spent my entire fortune buying this info. Of course, I have to put it to use. See you at the floor 4 shop. Right after Se-Jun walks away, a mysterious figure suddenly appears outside the store. They step inside and a bunny NPC welcomes them. Come in. Welcome to the rest stop. Suddenly, the stranger asks, hey, who was that hunter that just left? The system announces the tutorial test has been refreshed and shifts to floor 3. Se-Jun recalls the bear's intel. There was a high-tier boss mentioned. He was super skeptical. A high-tier boss? The bear explained it. The master of the floor. Se-Jun catches on instantly. So, basically the main boss. Oh, like a prison warden, the bear continues. Exactly. You do not need these bosses to clear later floors. Skipping them causes 0 problems, but taking them down? That scores you massive points. If regular hunters were not so greedy for points, we would not see nearly as many injuries around here. Hearing this, Se-Jun finally realizes something. That is exactly why the floor 1 doors had absolutely 0 locks or keyholes, letting players move up freely. He totally misunderstood. Now, watch closely. The bear keeps talking, but taking it down really is not a bad idea. Defeat every hard boss, and you get a special reward. Trust me. You and I want to see what that is. Alright, you and I are about to see if this mysterious reward is actually worth all the hype. Step 1. Crush the high-tier boss on the 2nd floor. Exit the rest stop, head due west, and you will find it. Se-Jun hears this cryptic hint and feels totally exhausted. Just head west? Why does that have to be so hopelessly vague? Any other clues? The teddy bear just teases him, saying that if he is not a total idiot, he will figure the rest out himself. Back in the present, Se-Jun enters a brand new zone, and the sudden vibe shift catches him completely off guard. Staring into the bleak, gloomy forest ahead, he sighs, realizing he has absolutely no clue what his next move should be. Suddenly, a strange purring sound echoes through the trees. An owl tilts its head, staring directly at Se-Jun with intent. Its mouth splits wide open, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs and a long, slithering snake-like tongue. Yeah, that is no ordinary owl. It is a straight-up monster. It unhinges its jaw and lunges, claws aiming right for his face. But Se-Jun stays perfectly calm, slicing the beast clean in half as the system chimes in with a notification. Big-beaked owl, eliminated. 5 reward points added. Then, Se-Jun hears more screeching, echoing from deep within the dark forest. Looks like he has a lot of fighting ahead of him. Gripping his weapon tight, he mutters to himself in frustration. Fine. It is a total danger zone from here on out. Meanwhile, over on Yo-Yuiwa's side, system alerts are spamming non-stop. The safe vault is officially open. The alpha tester attempts to update Yo-Yuiwa's personal system. Critical error. Unable to update the personal system due to an unknown glitch. All updates are now temporarily on hold. Yo-Yuiwa is awake, but her eyes are glued shut as she wonders what in the world just happened to her. She tries desperately to open her eyes, but cannot move a single muscle. Now, you and I know that terrifying sleep paralysis feeling. She cannot see or move. She has to break free immediately. Suddenly, a strange noise catches her attention in the dark. Yo-Yuiwa is totally confused. What is that noise? Could it be a monster lurking nearby? Terrified by the thought, she starts freaking out. This is a massive problem. In this paralyzed state, she cannot fight back at all. Think carefully. It is completely, hauntingly silent in this place. While Yo-Yuiwa frantically brainstorms a survival plan, a hand suddenly reaches out toward her. The stranger's fingertips are glowing with a bizarre green light. Then, out of nowhere, the person asks if she is exhausted. Yo Yuiwa jumps, realizing it is the voice of a woman. Thank God, a real human. Thrilled to find a potential ally, she immediately asks her a pressing question. Are you a member of the Night Order? Surprisingly, the woman says no. Thinking about the voice, Yo Yuiwa frowns in confusion. This definitely does not sound like Han or Haram. Yo Yuiwa asks cautiously, who exactly are you? The beautiful girl introduces herself as Elizabeth. She tells her not to worry, because she is only there to help. Cutting back to the gloomy forest with Se-Jun, he groans in despair. Where the heck is this high-tier boss hiding? Se-Jun begins to carefully analyze the situation as he walks. These monsters keep attacking in cycles and my food is running low. Honestly, this entire second floor feels completely rigged. Suddenly, a flickering light catches his eye straight ahead. Se-Jun is suspicious. Is that a fire? He slowly steps closer. Is it here? Suddenly he freezes in his tracks, his eyes going wide with pure shock at what he sees. A gigantic, hulking monster is just chilling right there by the campfire. Hearing his footsteps, the massive beast slowly turns its head to glare at Se-Jun. It raises a hand, green magic glowing from its fingertips. In a flash, a barrage of thick vines shoots straight at Se-Jun. They go right on the attack immediately. As he blocks them, he realizes this is literal magic. The vines quickly wrap around his body, trapping him completely. Se-Jun grits his teeth. But the second he breaks free, the monster vanishes. You and I need to see how this showdown ends. Let us jump right back in. He wonders where it went. Suddenly, the knife-wielding monster sneaks up behind him for a surprise attack. Luckily, Se-Jun dodges it just in time. Furious, he slashes through the annoying vines and yells at the beast. But this monster is not backing down at all. Both of its hands start glowing as a massive shield of vines sprouts up to protect the beast from harm. The beast tries to flee while controlling the vines to strike at Se-Jun. He must break out of this trap now. As he charges, the vines instantly lock down his spear. Se-Jun is stunned. Where did all these vines come from? Taking advantage of his shock, the monster jumps down from the trees to launch a brutal ambush. Spotting it, Se-Jun notices something terrifying. You and I just saw that, right? The creature is actually getting bigger. You and I are diving into a life or death struggle. Is it using magic? He barely blocks the massive attack from above. It is a heavy strike. Suddenly, the monster shakes its face, and its whole body violently freezes in place. Se-Jun flinches. He rushes in to strike, trying to take the lead. But those annoying vines keep restricting his fast movements. My attacks are lagging, he mutters. Why did the boss suddenly pause anyway? But right as he thrusts his spear, the creature snaps back to reality and leaps up to dodge. It actually evaded. The ugly beast grabs hold of a thick vine, swinging away like Tarzan in the jungle. Watching the monster effortlessly swing from tree to tree, Se-Jun simply cannot figure out how to catch up to it. He grinds his teeth. Using a long spear and all these vines is useless. Every single move is blocked. These vines keep restricting me, and they grow thicker by the second. Suddenly, a totally unexpected voice echoes out. Wait, it is actually the monster talking. It asks him, why are you wearing that ring on your finger? Wait, the king's ring. Watch closely here, this is where things get weird. Did the monster freeze because of that ring? The beast raises its hand to strike, demanding that he answer the question right now. Instantly, its sharp vines shoot up from the dirt, tightly binding both of Se-Jun's legs. The vines fiercely yank his ankles, making him lose his balance completely as he yells out. Taking full advantage, the monster slashes straight at him. In this awkward position, he thinks, I am so dead. There is absolutely no way I can block this hit. Se-Jun closes his eyes, bracing for the impact. But right at that second, someone dashes in and delivers a brutal flying kick to save him. Those powerful legs smash into the creature's chest. While Se-Jun stares in absolute shock, the monster is violently punted backward. The mysterious savior checks on him. Little bro, you good? At that moment, Se-Jun looks up, completely startled as he shouts the name, Doan. Meanwhile, after hearing the introduction, Yo Yuiwa happily compliments the name, Elizabeth, saying it sounds beautiful. She curiously asks if Elizabeth is Greek, which completely catches the mysterious woman off guard. Is this because of that kid's influence? Elizabeth wonders. They even talk the same way. Yo Yuiwa cannot really hear her, she is just awkwardly mumbling. Elizabeth gently touches the forehead of Yo Yuiwa, her fingertip glowing with soft blue light. I cannot answer that for you, she says. While I cannot fix every error in your system, if you wait a little longer, you will move again. Despite having zero clue what is going on, Yo Yuiwa politely says thanks to the stranger. Suddenly, Elizabeth announces that she is leaving. Yo Yuiwa gasps, where are you going? Elizabeth replies that seeing her real form would be extremely awkward. Then, the The system announces that unknown errors are successfully resolved. Now, pausing personal system updates for the first floor tutorial tower and your inventory storage. Yo-Yuiwa slowly opens her eyes, desperately calling out, "Wait, how do you even know my name?" But before she can finish, she realizes she is completely alone. You and I know this is never a good sign. She looks around confused as horrifying noises start echoing through the empty, dark room. The system announces the trial is starting and a terrifying horde of monsters floods in. The screen flashes, demanding she open her personal system interface, but Yo-Yuiwa just collapses in terror. Flashing back to Se-Jun, he shouts to his savior, "Why are you here?" Don chuckles, asking where everyone else is. "Where is everyone else?" Se-Jun explains they should meet 2 more people on the 2nd floor, but for now, this boss is incredibly dangerous. It is a high-level boss that controls the terrain using those deadly spiked vines. Hearing the stats, Don just cracks his knuckles with an excited grin. "Is that so? Got it. Then let us tag team this ugly thing right now." Se-Jun fully agrees. The monster fires off its magic. Instantly, thick vines wrap around their ankles. Annoyed, Se-Jun yells about this spam move again. He swings his spear, slicing the annoying vines off. Gripping his weapon tight, he channels raw magic power into the blade. He launches toward the monster. "Trust me, we won't want to miss what happens next." "All right, stick with me here," as the creature crosses its dual blades in a perfect defense. As Se-Jun thrusts his blade to stop the spear, he finds a perfect opening to slip his weapon underneath, flipping it up and completely disarming the monster. Se-Jun shouts out, "Brother, now is the perfect time. Aim for the exact spot I hit." Seeing this setup, Kang-jo panics, saying, "Man, this feels kind of cheap, doesn't it?" Se-Jun just replies, "We are hunting. Who cares about playing fair?" Honestly, that is exactly what you or I would say. Snapping out of it, Kang-jo steps back and charges magic into his hand. With a fierce look, he replies, "I know." Se-Jun thinks about how the system assigned Kang-jo the fighter class and its specific skills. It is super simple, but the raw power is insane enough to literally melt a solid block of iron. Kang-jo grits his teeth and throws a straight punch. Just one single strike from him unleashes an absolutely terrifying, earth-shattering force. Boom! Half of the monster's body is instantly blown away before it completely explodes. The system confirms the high-tier boss, the gardener, has been annihilated. Plus 300 points. Now, pay attention here. Kang-jo realizes the massive stamina drain from this skill makes it incredibly hard to master, leaving him totally exhausted. He hasn't fully mastered it yet. Suddenly, Kang-jo shoots Se-Jun a suspicious glare. Se-Jun's movements somehow created the absolute perfect opening for him to execute that ultimate attack with flawless precision. It was almost like he knew my skills perfectly. Se-Jun stays dead silent for a moment. Suddenly, his expression flips and he gasps, "Wow, what even are you?" That pure reaction instantly crushes Kang-jo's rising suspicions. "Huh?" Se-Jun asks innocently. "Was that a skill just now?" Kang-jo replies a bit awkwardly. Yeah, that was my skill." Se-Jun praises him endlessly, calling it truly amazing. Kang-jo sighs in relief, figuring it must be a lucky coincidence. He happily throws an arm around Se-Jun, laughing and patting him. "Yeah, I am literally dying, completely out of energy." Kang-jo collapses forward. Shocked, Se-Jun asks, "Where does it hurt? Are there side effects?" Clutching his stomach on the ground, Kang-jo lets out a pained groan. "No, I am just starving. Got any food?" A plate of fresh fruit instantly appears. "You feel that too, right?" After stuffing his face, Kang-jo cheers that he is alive, while Se-Jun laughs at his appetite. Kang-jo shoots back dejectedly. "I am sick of hearing that. You have to eat what you can in this place." Kang-jo complains mid-bite that the point shop is too expensive anyway. Se-Jun listens carefully. "Right now it is just us, but climbing higher means we will meet others." Se-Jun nods. "Exactly. Clearing each floor naturally groups everyone together." Hearing this, Kang-jo admits it makes sense. "So where exactly did your first floor start?" Se-Jun does not hide a thing. "An underground prison. I fought the wardens." Kang-jo is completely caught off guard. An underground prison sounds crazy tough. Se-Jun stays quiet for a second, then asks where he started. Flashing back to his nightmare, Kang-jo recounts it in horror. "I was in the sewers. The high-tier boss was a massive rat." Se-Jun looks horrified. "You actually fought that thing? You must be completely covered in disgusting bacteria." Kang-jo promises he washed up at the rest area fountain, so not to worry. But then Se-Jun totally freezes. That fountain, remembering dunking his face in there, Se-Jun's expression darkens. "Wait a second. He actually drank that water." He frantically tries to comfort himself. "No way. If the timeline is right, he got there after me. I drank that water first, thank God." Kang-jo wonders if the others are okay. Se-Jun feels the anxiety too. They will be totally fine. He thinks to himself, hoping Han made it through safely. Iram will probably clear it too. Se-Jun thinks nervously. My only real concern is Yuoa. She has far less experience than the others, so I am worried, but I believe she will push through. Regardless, standing here overthinking is just useless. His own epic trials are still waiting ahead. Suddenly, Kang Cho interrupts his thoughts. Hey brother, looks like we have arrived. Trust me, you and I are going to want to watch closely, because things are about to get wild. Exactly. Following this wall leads to the floor 3 entrance. Kang Cho cheers. Great, let's charge right in. Surprisingly, Se-Jun blocks him. No, we aren't. Kang Cho stares blankly as Se-Jun smiles. We aren't going in. Meanwhile, beneath a glowing chandelier in a modern room, Han stands amidst a literal sea of monster corpses, panting heavily. Going in right now would not do any good. Han is dead, tired, sweat pouring down her face. You and I are watching Han gasp for air in a dark corner, sweat pouring like an endless waterfall. She wonders if climbing is worth it before the system screams that prep time is over. Wave 3 is live. Han forces a smile, telling herself she can survive. The system gives the signal and the monsters spawn. They are everywhere. Despite being dead tired, she grips her sword, ready for an all-out bloodbath. Right now, she is absolutely drowning in regret. If she knew floor 3 would spawn monsters back to back, she would have rested on floor 2. No food, and her mana is bottoming out. Her stamina is officially at 0. Can she actually survive this madness? Her morale just hit rock bottom. But wait, she snaps back, gripping her blade with everything she has left. No, she is going to survive this. With a final surge of will, she lunges forward, carving a path through the monster swarm. Resting against the cold wall recovered just a bit of energy. Despite slipping in her heels, Han knows pushing forward is her only choice left. Her strikes turn wildly ferocious. A monster arm grabs her shoulder. She swings wildly, taking its head clean off. Her stamina is totally drained. She gasps for air as the horde keeps coming. So, what happens next? Trust me, you need to see this. Stick with me here, because you and I are witnessing a nightmare. No matter how many she slashes, the swarm never ends. Her vision starts to blur. Han falls to her knees, her head throbbing as she fights to stay awake. She cannot afford to pass out here, but her body finally gives up and she completely collapses. Suddenly, the door is kicked wide open. A newcomer looks down at Han on the floor and asks what happened. Looking at her savior with tears in her eyes, Han whispers the name, Ha-I-Ram. Just like that, she joins the fight. But panic sets in when Han realizes there are no weapons left on the floor. Wait, where did the weapons go? Han cries out in total despair, thinking this is truly the end. Ha-I-Ram pats her shoulder, telling her to stay calm. She wants to know who did this to her. Her hand begins to glow with a fierce energy. Meanwhile, over in the garden, Alexis is feeling suspicious. There are absolutely no rest stops anywhere in sight. Alexis thinks if he can just reach a rest stop safely, he can wait and party up with others. But right now, it is not good. He cannot tell who is a friend or a foe. By now, he should have met another hunter. Suddenly, he catches sight of a silhouette in the distance. It is Elizabeth, standing perfectly still in the garden. A glowing blue light wraps around her, creating an absolutely breathtaking sight. Hearing his footsteps, Elizabeth slowly tilts her head and looks back at him. Her face is beautiful but ghostly pale, with eerie blue eyes. Alexis gets defensive and asks who she is. She smiles and says her name is Elizabeth. Now pay attention, because things are about to get really weird. Alexis frowns, asking if she is a hunter. Elizabeth just gives him a pitying look and shoots that down. She confirms she is not a hunter. Then, she smoothly tells him it is her turn to ask a question. She asks him sincerely if he can help her find someone. Alexis stays silent for a second before asking his final question. Are you even human? Elizabeth gives a calm smile and shakes her head no. Alexis lowers his head in response. If that is the case, he apologizes and then immediately slashes forward. Elizabeth does not even fight back as she falls. Alexis coldly says he cannot answer her question. Even as she drops, Alexis feels suspicious. Taking her out was way easier than he expected. There is no point notification and she was not human either. This is so frustrating. He just rubs his head and keeps moving through the area. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls his name. Alexis freezes and sees Yu Hua, who looks like she had a very rough time getting here. Seeing her teammate, she is happy they finally met up. Alexis is relieved to have a hunter to team with. He says she is his partner on this floor, but she seems totally clueless about it. Alexis explains that from the second floor on, they must team up. Yu Hua follows behind him, confused. Back in the foggy woods, that blue light shines again. You and I must see what happens next. You and I are diving into a world where even swords have baggage. Elizabeth sighs, realizing those painful memories make the weapon worthless. What a feisty kid. I know what you are thinking. Who could she be waiting for? She looks toward the sky, wondering if she made a mistake. Where on earth could he be? Se-Jun. A massive explosion rocks the area as the system confirms the adventure tutorial is finally finished. 500 points are instantly added to their total. Daeho lets out a massive sigh of relief. He wonders if Floor 3 monsters are going to swarm them like that too. If they had pushed through without a break, they would have been toast. Se-Jun explains that pacing is everything in a massive dungeon like this. Going on the offensive for days without any rest is just asking for a disaster. Now pay attention here, he suddenly cuts himself off. Wait, look over there. He spots someone on the ground, and Se-Jun starts to completely panic. It is Han and Ha-I-Ram. Daeho and Se-Jun sprint over to see if they are breathing. Are you guys okay? What happened here? Surprisingly, the two girls just groggily wake up. Ha-I-Ram rubs her head, complaining about how she was having such a great sleep. You are making me go deaf. Han drowsily calls out to the guys as Daejo starts scolding them both. Even if you were exhausted, why would you sleep in the middle of a dungeon? Ha-I-Ram just shrugs it off. What else could we do? We cannot manage our stamina like you two monsters. Ha then asks if they are really hunting the Floor 3 boss instead of moving to Floor 4. Se-Jun explains that taking down a boss like that nets them a massive pile of bonus points. Plus, there is a special mid-floor shop to think about. Ram tilts her head, genuinely curious if such a place actually exists. Se-Jun nods, confirming that it sells high-tier items you cannot find at any normal rest stop. They sell legendary weapon replicas and tons of elixirs. If they rack up enough points, they can buy anything their hearts desire. Hearing that, the girls are in. Ha-I-Ram nods along. Got it. If that is the case, they absolutely have to beat it. This is finally the last room left. After searching every single corner, all four of them step inside. Seeing a massive bed right in the center, they start questioning what is going on. This is a bedroom, so a giant bed makes sense. But suddenly, something on top of the mattress actually starts to move. Wait just a second. There is actually a person on that bed. Okay, I know what you are thinking. A stunning girl with long hair sits up, rubbing her eyes. Daejo, who was ready for a fight, completely freezes. Huh? A human? Why is there a person here instead of a monster? The girl's eyes go wide as she shouts out, Your Majesty! She literally tackles Se-Jun with a hug. That is where we leave things for now, but you definitely want to see the next part. Let us dive right back into this mess. She is calling him Majesty, while his three friends just stand there with their jaws on the floor. While she is thrilled that he returned, everyone else has massive question marks hovering over their confused heads. Meanwhile, in a completely different place, a furious girl is interrogating her boyfriend, who is standing right next to another woman. How could you do this with my best friend? How could you do this with my husband of all people? The guy just looks incredibly guilty. He apologizes, but says he absolutely cannot lie to his own heart any longer. The betrayed girl screams out at the top of her lungs. What? What the heck are you even talking about? Looking totally annoyed, the guy snaps back. Just stop it already. I am completely sick and tired of women exactly like you. Turns out this is just a cheesy drama that Goa and her grandpa are watching together. The actress on screen falls to her knees, sobbing her eyes out. Then she glares up, her eyes blazing with pure, terrifying hatred. I will destroy everything. Just you both wait. I will never ever forgive either of you for this. Who knows what Goa is thinking, but she is completely glued to the screen. Her tiny face darkens as she seriously asks the teddy bear in her hands. Papa Bear, you cannot ever act like that guy, okay? Or else, who knows what Mama Bear might do to you. That demonic smile on her cute face is enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. But flashing back over to Se-Jun, things are getting intense. He is currently being squeezed tightly by a beautiful blonde girl, leaving everyone else staring at them in absolute shock. Ha-I-Ram steps up and demands some answers. What exactly is the relationship between the two of you? Kangcho mutters that this is a total disaster. Go Hee-yeon is freaking out completely. What about you, Yuiwa? I am totally telling her everything that happened here. Talk about being falsely accused. Se-Jun shakes his head wildly. No way. This is all just a massive misunderstanding. But the girl keeps clinging to him, rubbing against his chest and softly calling him Majesty. She looks heartbroken as she asks why he looks so gaunt and tired. Se-Jun desperately signals his team for backup. How do I even answer this? But Ha-I-Ram just tilts her head in total confusion. Are you asking me? He translates. She asks why I look so thin. Trust me, we cannot miss what happens next. Alright, stick with me. You and I are about to watch Ha-I-Ram struggle with this mysterious, unknown language. Me neither. What has she even been saying? Their honest answers leave Se-Jun standing there completely stunned and speechless. He thinks to himself in absolute disbelief. Wait a second. If even Ha-I-Ram cannot understand her, how on earth am I the only one translating this right now? Is the Emperor ring behind this? Se-Jun stares intensely at the glowing magical band right on his finger. He suddenly flashes back to what happened earlier. Come to think of it, The exact same phenomenon occurred against the Forgotten One. It was the same in the garden. I could understand the gardener perfectly back then. Plus, she keeps calling me Majesty. If this is all thanks to the Emperor ring, then everything here suddenly makes total sense. Suddenly, the girl reaches up and caresses Li Jun's face, her voice dripping with absolute sorrow. Oh, you poor, pitiful soul. Have you completely forgotten how to speak? Then she rises on her tiptoes, getting ready for a romantic kiss. Now pay attention here, he freezes as she leans in. Wait, this is moving way too fast. Suddenly, Yu Awa's furious face flashes into his mind. He pauses, then instantly snaps back and shoves the girl away. Look, I am sorry, but you have the wrong guy. The blonde is completely bewildered. What? But this ring? Se-Jun waves his hands frantically. No, I actually got this from someone else. That sentence hits the poor girl like a freight train. She looks devastated, like her entire world just shattered. Suddenly, a creepy red and black aura starts aggressively bursting out from her entire body. Then where is His Majesty? Her eyes turn demonic while she keeps chanting it over and over. Majesty. She tightly grabs her head, screaming out in pure agony. Seconds later, she loses control. The squad watches this beautiful girl fully transform into a massive, terrifying monster. Se-Jun snaps right back into leader mode and shouts his orders. Everyone, prepare for combat. Here is where it gets wild. This thing is the real floor boss, and the whole crew is panicking. Wait, how did this even happen? That fragile girl is now a hulking, incredibly ferocious beast. It raises its razor-sharp claws high and violently smashes them straight down toward the squad. Without hesitating, Ha-I-Ram activates her combat powers. Pure energy gathers and a massive heavy gun starts materializing right out of thin air in her hands. She quickly fires a devastating shot at the monster, aiming the blast dead center, straight for its ugly face. Kung Cho is hyped, but Gohan explains that is Ha-I-Ram's signature skill. You would think a direct headshot like that would finish the beast, right? But it just shrugs off the damage. The monster roars out a booming command to get over here. A squad of armed maids spawns in, tear the thief who stole the ring to absolute shreds. Instantly, a dozen maids rush forward to attack, and Ha-I-Ram is standing right in their line of fire. Everyone shouts out in pure panic, Ha-I-Ram, watch out! Luckily, Li Jun dashes over at lightning speed, pulling her safely out of the way. She keeps blasting her gun while screaming, what the heck is going on? Li Jun just carries her away. He still needs to figure out this boss mechanic. Looking at the beast, this is incredibly annoying. A boss that can summon endless lackeys? Look at the size of this thing. It is too strong for basic attacks. We seriously need to switch up our offensive strategies right now. Realizing this, Li Jun yells to Go Hee-yan and Kang Cho to close in on the boss. They panic about the mobs, but he's sure Ha-I-Ram will hold them off. Se-Jun knows having two close combat fighters gives them a massive advantage here. With the boss positioned diagonally, reckless attacks just will not work. Roles are assigned, and the whole squad immediately jumps into action to execute their mission. Hyan stares at the massive monster and sighs. Taking this absolute unit down won't be easy. Do steps right up to test his skill first, and trust me, you and I really need to see what happens when he finally charges it up. You and I are about to watch Hyan buy some time while staying totally cool. Watching a massive barrage of arrows, she just smirks, bragging that she has a killer skill of her own to show off. Li Jun yells for Ha-I-Ram to focus on clearing the mobs, but she snaps back, totally annoyed by his obvious advice. Under heavy fire, Li Jun grips his spear tight, vowing to block every shot while she prepares to summon another gun. Ha-I-Ram unloads on them, firing non-stop and cursing him out while absolutely obliterating a huge chunk of the monsters. Se-Jun knows she complains, but she gets results. Her secret? Her official class is actually Weapon Collector. Her skill, Collect and Summon, lets her hoard weapons in a hidden space and pull them out whenever she feels like it. Basically, she is a walking armory. Usually, she gathers tons of gear to whip out mid-battle, but right in the middle of a spray, her gun suddenly clicks empty. She curses under her breath, out of ammo, but as a monster lunges, she executes a perfect backflip to escape. Se-Jun realizes that when she collects weapons, her entire focus goes into that one specific skill. Leaning back, she activates the skill mid-air with a clean spin, and a gun with an extended mag materializes in her hand. Now pay attention here, because Ha-I-Ram just summoned a full assault rifle, and Se-Jun can only smile. No time to reload? Just toss the gun and summon another. Classic Ha-I-Ram. He quickly points out her next target. Smirking with pure, murderous intent, she aims that brand new rifle right at the horde. It is time to let it rip. Gritting her teeth, she orders herself to fire a brutal storm of bullets, screaming at the monsters and calling them absolute bastards. The grunts shriek in pain as bullets tear through them, but suddenly, a sharp blade slashes right past her. Hyan jumps into the fray, freezing for a split second as a blade nears her face before gracefully dodging with a backflip. She launches a massive counterattack. The ground literally shakes beneath them. Watching this epic display, Kang Jo is left standing there with his jaw dropped. Seeing Hyun fearlessly charge the main boss leaves Kang Cho feeling incredibly impressed with her courage. He has no idea what skill she is using, but she is flawlessly dodging every single one of the boss attacks. It is like she is just playing with it. Hyun shows zero fear while the monster actually starts looking cautious. The boss gets furious seeing its army wiped out. Riding a massive spider monster, it orders its troops to crush this human trash immediately. It is completely stunned by the entire situation. You and I both know a distracted boss is dead meat, and Hyun isn't about to miss this opening. Hyun lands a brutal direct hit. The boss barely blocks it, screaming in pure rage with its eyes totally bloodshot. Hyun is shocked he actually blocked that. She thought those remaining human parts would definitely be the monster's weakest spot. Down below, Kang Cho anxiously calls out, telling Hyun to fall back since she has done more than enough. Great job. Clenching his fists, he finally prepares his ultimate attack as insane raw power begins to surge. Kang Cho's energy is so intense it shatters the stone pillars, blasting a massive hole right through the giant spider's leg. Its loud screech catches Se-Jun's attention immediately. Rushing over, he asks Kang Cho what is wrong. The fighter explains he hit that leg with everything, but the attack just wasn't strong enough. The spider is still standing, completely unfazed. The boss grits its teeth, screaming, "How dare you!" It angrily yells about them attacking its actual body. The spider charges, crushing everything while wondering how to meet His Majesty looking like this. Ha-Iram keeps relentlessly firing, but the boss just laughs and mocks their pathetic little moves. "You fools haven't realized your moves do nothing." The spider snarls with defiance, repeatedly stomping the ground. "Did you really think that would work?" Se-Jun shouts for Ha-Iram. He calculates that only Kang Cho's skill hits hard enough for real damage. Normal attacks are literally doing zero against this boss. Gripping his weapon tight, he realizes there is only one option left. Se-Jun formulates a plan and lays out the strategy. "Kang Cho, Hyun, you guys just need to hold the boss down for a second." Kang Cho gets it instantly. Hyun is ready. They dash toward the spider while Kang Cho tackles its leg with everything he has got. Stick with me here, because things are about to get absolutely insane. Hyun leaps up, attacking the middle of the spider's leg while Kang Cho holds on tight. But this boss is no joke, dragging them across the ground. Hyun is definitely struggling just as badly. They are totally reaching their absolute limit. "Alright, you and I are jumping into the moment everything goes south. Whatever you are planning, Se-Jun, hurry up. This giant spider is way too strong for them." She screams that they cannot hold on much longer as the boss roars with blood-red eyes. "Die." The monster raises a massive limb, aiming right at a completely terrified Ha-Iram. But before it can strike, Se-Jun finally acts. No, he blocks the fatal attack just in time and dashes forward. A massive amount of energy wraps around his spear as he charges the boss without a hint of mercy. Se-Jun's eyes glow fiercely, taking his upgraded spear to a whole new level. He channels every ounce of his power for one extreme piercing strike. Now watch this part closely. This is the raw power we have been waiting for. A massive explosion erupts, blasting the spider apart. Kang Tu and Hyun just stand there absolutely shocked. Even Ha-Iram is completely caught off guard by that force. That blinding flash of power was enough to terrify the boss. The monster could not withstand that sweeping spear strike at all. The towering spider finally collapses. It crashes onto the ground, totally drained of all life. The exact moment the boss falls, the system announces their bonus points. Kang Tu is completely clueless. Wait, what was that? Hyun cannot even believe her own eyes right now. Was that really his true skill? Kang Tu wonders if that attack was actually his ability. Meanwhile, after defeating the boss, Se-Jun is totally exhausted and collapses flat on the dirt. Kang Tu quickly rushes over to check on his buddy. "Hey bro, wake up!" Hyun runs over to them too. Wait a second, she checks his pulse. Realizing his condition is not serious, she quickly calms Kang Tu down. He is fine, just out of mana. He just fainted. Kang Tu asks in disbelief, "Out of mana?" She figures he dumped it all into that final strike. Ha-Iram asks if his body has any major complications. Thankfully, no, he is perfectly fine. Hearing that, they all let out a huge sigh of relief. Every single monster on the third floor has been wiped out. Floor 3 will collapse in 10 minutes. Suddenly, the entire ground starts shaking violently. What? Collapsing already? Everyone is absolutely stunned because they never expected things to move this fast. Seriously, they give us zero time to rest. "We need to leave now." Hyun panics, asking where they are even supposed to go. Kang Tu honestly has no clue what to do next either. He suggests going back down to the second floor. Hyun feels like nowhere is safe. "No way, I tried that before. We cannot go downstairs." Ha-Iram tries to think of another plan. "You and I both know there is only one way out straight up." They spot the fourth floor door and sprint to escape. Ha-Iram yells that they have zero time, so stop stalling and move. Kang to throws Li-jun over his shoulder and sprints. Alright, while running, Ha-iram pieces everything together in her head. What just happened back there? Li-jun only fainted for a second, but she feels like everything instantly turned into chaos. He really is their best hunter. Ha-iram cannot deny that fact, but she suddenly realizes everyone is relying way too much on his power. She feels ashamed, her pride definitely taking a hit. The system announces they entered the tower's 4th floor inside the castle. Meanwhile, Li-jun is sleeping soundly, letting out a soft, quiet groan. In his dream, he feels this amazing warmth and softness. Ah, this incredibly cozy feeling. This comfort makes him wonder how long it has been since he slept in a real bed. He just wants to sleep all day. But suddenly, he jolts awake, his eyes snapping wide open in pure shock as he realizes a terrifying truth. Wait, I am still inside the dungeon. Fully awake now, he looks around. A luxurious room with a huge bed and fancy furniture. He is totally confused. Is this not floor 3? Li-jun thinks back, vaguely remembering something. I faintly recall the system chiming earlier. Does that mean I am on the 4th floor? He turns toward a stuffed bear. It plays dumb until Li-jun readies his spear, threatening it. I know you are alive. Talk or eat my spear. The bear instantly panics, screaming that it was just a joke, and to chill out. Li-jun's face darkens with a sly smirk as he replies, I was joking too. The bear pouts, claiming he took it too far. Li-jun plays along but demands to know their situation. Friends mess with each other, right? Anyway, where exactly are we right now, and why are you here? The bear explains that this is a guest room. Every alpha tester gets their own private space, and I am your guide. Sitting on the bed, Li-jun asks about amenities. It makes sense to us now, right? Stick with me to see what happens on the next floor. This place is a total safe zone. The bear tells Li-jun he can finally use the point shop. Li-jun asks if there are other facilities to check out. Of course. The little plushie immediately jumps down and starts leading the way for our main character. Stick with me here. Li-jun is staring down this waddling shop owner, and he is totally lost. Was this plushie always able to talk? Up close, Li-jun has to admit that a talking teddy bear is actually super cute. Instantly, his mind jumps straight to his own adorable daughter, Ka. He knows Kay would love this thing. We get a quick flash of his sweet daughter hugging a bear, looking totally overjoyed. Hearing that in his head makes him smile, but a dark and scheming look suddenly takes over while glaring at the plushie. He starts plotting. Is there any way for him to just kidnap this thing? Suddenly, the little bear senses serious danger creeping up behind it. It literally starts getting the chills. A bit later, Li-jun steps into a massive room showing off some seriously luxurious and grand architecture. He realizes this must be the waiting room. Right then, he spots Alexis walking in, chatting away with some other guy. The companion speaks up first, saying he will take his leave. Alexis gives a quick nod and replies back instantly. Understood. Just make sure you report everything straight to the guildmaster. The short-haired guy nods, suddenly tearing up a yellow slip of paper marked with the letters SK. Alexis suddenly spots Li-jun standing there with the teddy bear right on his shoulder. Oh, you are finally awake, huh? Long time no see. Li-jun asks what just happened. Alexis stays totally calm, explaining that the guy used an escape ticket to leave. Li-jun just stares at him, totally confused. An escape ticket? Alexis pulls out a new ticket to explain. Exactly. This is how people actually get in and out of this dungeon. Even though there are technically no exits around here, he keeps explaining the mechanics. Just go check it out inside the point shop. Li-jun turns to look at the plushie currently struggling to climb the table. Hey plushie, can you open the point shop for me? The bear gets it instantly, opening the interface and handing it over. Now pay attention here. Li-jun realizes this place is totally different from the 2nd floor. After searching for a second, he finally finds it the escape ticket. But when Li-jun sees the price tag, he is absolutely stunned. 10,000 points? I worked so hard for 20,000. Alexis chimes in, saying that most Night Guild members have already bought one and bounced. Wait, did they not even finish the side quests? You must be talking about those point-gathering quests that only open up once you hit the 4th floor. You hit the nail on the head. All the Phantom Guild members actually went off to complete them. Alexis drops more information. Your wife actually teamed up with me on the 2nd floor, and she is out questing now. Hearing his wife mentioned, Li-jun blushes from surprise. Wait, you seriously met Uni? Knowing Alexis actually ran into his wife instantly melts away so much of Li-jun's tension and deep anxiety. Thank God. She actually made it all the way up here. That is such a massive relief for him. Alexis gives him a weird look. You were worried? She is incredibly skilled. Are all the members in your guild packing that kind of talent? Li-jun pivots as Alexis sits on a nearby sofa. Let us just put that topic aside for a second. Why are there no guild members around here? He asks, sounding totally firm. If they got points from those side quests, they could literally buy every single item. Hearing this, Alexis suddenly summons his sword out of nowhere to explain the situation to Li-jun. On the surface, that makes sense. You can buy normal weapons or even overpowered artifacts. The long-haired guy explains, gripping his sword. But no matter how much gear you buy, it is completely meaningless. Standing right across from him, Se-Jun is deeply confused about why that would be. Alexis holds the blade right in front of his face. Any item from the shop cannot leave this tower. You saw that coming, right? Se-Jun figures it out, glaring at the plushie. It completely panics and turns away. Oh, is that how it is? Alexis does not even seem to notice the bear sweating bullets. The items here are insanely expensive. No matter how much you grind, you will barely earn enough for one decent thing. That is exactly why everyone just packed up and left the second they unlocked their personal systems. Grinding here is a waste. Se-Jun thinks hard, realizing that securing a huge profit like that is definitely more than enough. Trust me, you and I will want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to see if Se-Jun can keep the deadly promise he made to Lady Sophia regarding the 5th floor boss. Alexis nods, totally understanding the stakes, and drops some wisdom. You definitely have enough points now to buy an escape ticket. If you really have to fight that thing, just make sure you grab an escape ticket first. Think of it as your ultimate life insurance. Se-Jun hesitates for a second, nodding along, but then he suddenly shifts gears. I am sorry, but I really cannot do that. Alexis is completely stunned by this. His jaw literally hits the floor. What? Why not? Se-Jun just stares back at him with nothing but absolute confidence. I actually have something way more important to buy. Scrolling through the shop with that plushie, he finally finds exactly what he needs. You and I both saw that coming, right? Ah, the scenario ticket. Se-Jun smirks at the screen. Hey, plushie. Is this my real reward? Se-Jun is about to stumble onto a massive, unexplainable glitch in the system. Wait, all this just for beating every floor boss? The shopkeeper replies, oh, absolutely. It is basically like a hidden quest or a resurrection ticket. He just smiles, looking incredibly proud and happy about the whole thing. The price is every single point from your trial quest. He announces it loudly like a game show host, but promises 10 times that back. This is literally a life-changing quest that refunds 10 times whatever points you spend to buy it right now. An absolutely insane deal. Se-Jun holds the ticket in his hand, looking completely skeptical of the whole thing. But I have to solo this, right? How crazy is the difficulty? The giant teddy bear just shakes his head, looking totally clueless. Honestly, nobody has ever actually tried this quest before. Oh, wait, hang on. He suddenly remembers a very serious warning and adds one crucial detail. This scenario quest, it is nothing but pure fiction. If you confuse it with reality, you will be in massive trouble. Hearing this, Se-Jun frowns, completely baffled by the warning. Wait, it is not real? Exactly right, the teddy bear instantly confirms. Se-Jun stares at the ticket, putting the puzzle pieces together. So, it is just like an illusion then. He hesitates for a split second, then rips the ticket to start his new quest. Let us do this, he says firmly as a panel pops up. Now pay attention here, because things are about to get wild. Start scenario quest. Then bam, major error. The screen flashes blood red. Alert, the scenario quest has totally changed. That glitchy panel pops up once again, instantly confirming a forced replacement of the quest. New notification. The scenario quest has now been completely restored. Alert. Quest parameters have changed. Se-Jun suddenly wakes up stranded in a dead, silent forest. With his head pounding, he scrambles to reconfirm his mission status. Another system bug? That has to be because I actually regressed. He glances around, trying to guess where he landed. Wait a second. Am I still on the 2nd floor? He scans the entire area. Nope, zero difference. He thinks about it with absolute certainty, but one thing here was definitely guaranteed. He was definitely inside a dungeon. Se-Jun gets up and walks around, desperately trying to figure out this crazy quest. It seems like the quest triggered, but the system has gone completely radio silent. He just lets out a heavy sigh. Seriously, what are the actual clear conditions for this thing? While brainstorming, something suddenly brushes right past his leg. Do I really just need to clear this stage? Like a normal dungeon with nothing special? Se-Jun instantly goes on high alert, drawing his massive blade right in front of him. Yeah, that must be it. He suddenly spots a creature and points his sword right at it, raising his free hand. Seeing the weird monster, he yells, "Boo!" He totally pauses, sword still locked on target. He stares at the little guy in pure confusion and finally speaks up. Wait, is that a lizard? A tiny blue lizard is literally clasping its hands together and shaking its head. This makes our main character wonder, is this little thing actually begging for its life right now? He slowly lowers his weapon, waving his hand to spare the little guy. Normally, every monster here should try to rip humans to shreds on sight. Well, you are a pretty funny little guy, Se-Jun says. Alright, you can go now. The blue lizard happily hops away, but then suddenly turns back. It stares right at Se-Jun, then waves its tiny claw for him to come closer. Seeing this, he rests his hand, looking completely confused. Se-Jun crouches down. You saw that too, right? The little lizard points at itself. You want me to follow you? He realizes this tiny creature is actually trying to help him out. It wanted to save my skin just now? No way. Since when do dungeon monsters ask for a team-up? He watches as the blue lizard hops up and literally points the way. Meanwhile, he keeps wondering about the system, but it says absolutely nothing. Alright. You and I are about to see if following a random lizard is actually a good idea. Se-Jun finally tails the little blue guy. Alright, little guy, where to? He is still feeling definitely suspicious about this whole thing. It is a bit sketchy, but honestly, he has no other choice. So, the main character and the lizard trek through the woods for a long while. Our guy looks at the tiny creature and asks, just how much further do we have to go? The quick little lizard rushes ahead, leading him to a lonely little girl sitting under a massive tree. Se-Jun is instantly stunned. He stands there, caught completely off guard by the sight. He is in the middle of a deserted forest, stuck between a weird lizard and a sad-looking kid. A literal child? He is totally confused. Suddenly, the little girl calls the lizard over, naming him AWAKEN. Se-Jun watches from across the way. After hearing her, he easily figures out the monster's name. So, AWAKEN is the name. He hesitantly tries to break the ice with a simple, hey there. The girl gets defensive and backs away, but her leg is badly injured. She slips and falls hard. Seeing her fall, the main character rushes over, worriedly asking if she is okay. However, the girl stays on guard and yells for him to stop, pointing her finger at him threateningly. Take one more step and I will kill you. Then she notices AWAKEN frantically waving his hands with a worried face. She blinks in total confusion. It seems she understands the lizard, realizing Se-Jun is not the enemy. Now pay attention, because this kid can actually talk to monsters. Se-Jun stands there completely baffled. The little girl glares and asks who he is. Se-Jun just gives her a confused, huh? Wait, can you actually hear me? She asks, totally thrown off. Se-Jun just stays put and says, good question. I am just passing through. The girl gets annoyed and immediately shoots back that it is impossible. Well, then who are you, kid? He asks her. The girl is slightly startled, turning her head away to mutter that she is just passing through here too. Seeing her act like that, Se-Jun playfully replies, oh, just like me. Shut up, if you have no business here, then get lost. Suddenly, our main character notices her injured leg. He knows things are about to get complicated. Se-Jun approaches carefully, but he just spooks her. It looks like a really nasty sprained ankle, maybe. Let me take a closer look. She backs away immediately, shouting if he heard her or not. I told you not to come any closer. Seeing her intense reaction, Se-Jun drops his blade, throws both hands straight up, and tells her to relax. All right. I really do not want to hurt you. I just want to help. The girl is still terrified, screaming at him to go away and that she is perfectly fine. Suddenly, Se-Jun pulls something mysterious out of his pocket and tells her to hold on. Now watch this. He holds out what looks like a weird plant right in front of her. You know what a ram plant is, right? I found it by the road. It emits cold energy, so it works like an ice pack, he explains. It is perfect for a sprained ankle. I will leave once I treat you, okay? The girl stays on guard, threatening that AWAKEN will not let him off if he tries anything weird. Ignoring the threat, our guy carefully bandages her leg. Done. She sits there and touches the bandage. AWAKEN sniffs it from the side. So cold. Se-Jun replies that it will feel better in just a bit. Then she immediately stands right back up and tells him he can leave now. Se-Jun panics, asking her if she is seriously going to keep walking on that leg. Doing that will only make the injury take way longer to heal. She stays calm, pointing at AWAKEN and saying he will help her get there. Se-Jun stares as she starts scolding the little lizard. What do you mean, AWAKEN? Are you saying I am too heavy? Seeing this, Se-Jun points to himself and offers to carry her instead. The girl panics, glaring and asking why he keeps meddling and what his real intentions are. He shrugs it off. It is simple. Adults are supposed to help kids out, right? He watches her, thinking about how she clearly does not have a guardian nearby. She hesitates but finally gives in. Fine, but only until we get out of this forest. Stick with me, because this mysterious kid is definitely hiding something big. So, what is your name, kid? Alright, you and I are diving into a world where even a little girl can be a walking nuke. Elizabeth fires the question right back at Se-Jun. And you? He looks at the girl on his back. I am Se-Jun. She frowns, totally confused. That sounds so weird. What kind of name is that? Instead of answering, he pivots, asking about the little green lizard instead. Just what is that thing anyway? No, that is my slave. Se-Jun blinks. Slave? Wait, did you actually manage to tame a monster? Now pay attention here, because things are about to get dangerous. Are you a mage? He asks casually. For some reason, the word mage makes her lose it. Blue magic energy starts oozing right from her hands. Confused, Se-Jun looks back. What the? Our main character stares at the pure mana, analyzing the situation. That is an absolutely massive amount of mana. Elizabeth glares at Se-Jun with pure, threatening rage. Do not move or I will kill you on the spot. Seeing this, he stays perfectly calm to soothe her. Kid, I didn't expect you to react so fiercely. She snaps back, thinking she knows his true goal. I know you lured Anbek just to get close to me. She keeps ranting at him about his motives. You are exactly like the rest. Suddenly, a rustle comes from the bushes. Se-Jun panics and dodges an arrow. Seeing this, Elizabeth instantly strikes back. I knew this was a trap. Using raw magic, she binds the sniper and slams him into a tree. Se-Jun is completely blown away. That is crazy strong. She is at least on par with William Taylor. Suddenly, a massive wolf leaps in to attack. That little green lizard instantly dashes out to shield her. Elizabeth screams Anbek. The tiny lizard takes a deep breath, growing huge summoning gear to clash with the wolf. You and I totally did not see that coming, right? Elizabeth spins toward him, aggressively blaming the main character. You called them here. He throws his hands up in defense. What? No, Elizabeth keeps fiercely accusing him. You actually dared to trap me. Se-Jun turns pale, rushing to explain. I did not. But she goes wild, channeling her pure mana. She controls a flurry of leaves to attack. Shut up, I know you are one of them. He dodges, but she screams in fury. Die. While she is blindly attacking Se-Jun with magic, he spots a shadowy figure creeping up right behind her. Sensing the danger, Se-Jun lunges forward, shouting her name, Elizabeth. He dashes in, blocking a heavy blade to protect the little girl. The mysterious man screams out, Who the hell are you? Se-Jun holds off the heavy sword and casually asks, What does it matter to you? He counterattacks with his hilt, striking the stranger back while shouting out, You really want to kill a little kid like this? Se-Jun finishes him off and turns to Elizabeth, who is on the ground. He is dead. Elizabeth stares, absolutely confused. Why? Why did you actually help me? He looks into her grateful eyes and replies calmly, Am I not allowed to? She is stunned he doesn't know her. Trust me, you and I are just scratching the surface. Stick with me. Wait, what? She looks into his eyes, completely stunned. You seriously know nothing about me? Suddenly, the forest rustles loudly again. Elizabeth speaks up first. I hear something coming. Se-Jun responds. Wait, from where? He instantly throws her onto his shoulder. Looking back, he says, Let us just move. They are coming right now. Suddenly, Elizabeth channels mana into the unconscious bodies on the ground. Wow, Parson. Watching this, he wonders, what did this kid just do? She warns him to hold on tight, or he will fall. Our main character kicks it into high gear, moving at absolutely insane, heart-pounding speeds. He dashes through the forest while she holds on for life. Stop, she yells loudly. He looks confused, wondering why. She quickly shouts. Anbek cannot keep up. Right then, the lizard is literally crying while running behind them. He hits the brakes, glancing back. Seeing this, she looks totally puzzled. How are you running so fast? He acts casual. Running away is basically my profession. She sits down beside the exhausted lizard. As the lizard plops onto the ground, she asks him again, Why did you even help me? Alright, let's dive into a story where Se-Jun explains that saving a child in danger is just common sense for any adult. Elizabeth looks away, muttering that being saved is only for normal kids, and she knows she is anything but normal. Only then would I be saved. Se-Jun is genuinely confused, even if you are different. Why would everyone hate you? Elizabeth snaps back, her anger flaring. She has never done a single thing wrong to anyone in her entire life. Her face goes dark as she screams it out for him to hear not once, not even a single time. Se-Jun is stunned by the raw intensity in her eyes. What on earth could have happened to this little girl? She clenches her fists as she remembers a mysterious prophet. That image still haunts her every single waking moment. He claimed, I am the one who will destroy this entire world. She explains very quietly. Destroy the world? Se-Jun watches in shock as she stands up, slowly dusting off her dress. The king put a massive bounty on her head all because of one crazy prophecy. Now everyone wants her dead. She walks right past him, warning him to leave before he gets dragged into her personal disaster. Se-Jun panics, spinning around instantly. Wait, where are you even going? He follows her, insisting he will help, but she is losing patience. You talk too much, do you want to die? Se-Jun stays calm. Now pay attention, why would you kill the only guy trying to help you? It is not me you should fear, she explains. It is the bounty hunters currently hunting me down. If they split up now, he will be safe. She has already erased the memories of everyone who saw them. He is floored. She just wiped their memories? He calls out to her back as she walks away. I have never heard of any magic like that in my entire life. Without looking back, she drops a bombshell. It is not magic, it is a curse. Are you a witch? Elizabeth finds it hilarious that he finally caught on. So you finally figured it out. Looking at you. I bet you do not know anything about that prophecy either, do you? Who are you anyway? Following me is just going to bring you a world of serious pain and trouble. Something about her feels familiar. Like he has seen this exact same vibe somewhere before. Could Koa actually have a witch on their side? He tries to piece it together. Wait. He realizes he is being stupid. This is just a virtual world, not reality. He remembers his mission briefing. Events like this should not even be happening in here. Se-Jun watches her silhouette fade into the distance. Beside him, AM is staring too. If that is true, then this kid is probably just an NPC built for this world. If she is not part of the main quest, he should just stay out of it. He hesitates, thinking hard. But imagining this little girl being hunted by angry villagers with nowhere to go? You and I both know he cannot walk away. The idea of her alone in that dark forest brings back a painful, familiar ache. A little witch, hunted and terrified, with absolutely nobody to stand by her side. He cannot just look away. This feeling is too familiar to ignore. He chooses to help. Hearing him follow, she screams without turning. I told you to leave, you total idiot. Are you deaf? If you help me, the entire world is going to become your enemy. Se-Jun just shrugs. So what? Running away is basically just another form of training. For some reason, that answer makes Elizabeth absolutely furious. She releases her terrifying power, casting a deadly spell directly onto his neck while demanding the truth about his intentions. If you lie to me, your head comes right off, she continues coldly. This is a life or death standoff. Answer honestly or die. Se-Jun can't help but let his voice tremble. I am disappointed, kid. I have not lied to you once. Elizabeth just glares, standing her ground. She is still on edge. What exactly are you plotting here? I am not trying to take anything. Then why help me? Because I want to. He just drops the simplest answer possible. Because I want to. She does not buy it. Is there really no other reason? Se-Jun stares her down. No. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. You and I see her break. Whose side are you on? She trembles. Seeing her tremble, Se-Jun drops to one knee. He looks her dead in the eye and gently promises her that he is on her side. Hearing that, Elizabeth is stunned. She instantly drops the lethal magic she had aimed right at his throat. Looking away completely flushed, she mutters that he is super weird. Se-Jun just smiles right back at the little tsundere. Is being weird a crime? Still embarrassed, she plays it cold and tells him to just do whatever he wants. Later, Se-Jun checks out the area. Looking around, he asks where exactly they are heading next. The journey continues with our hero carrying her on his shoulders. She says they need to ditch this forest first. Everyone knows she is hiding here. She looks at him awkwardly because she completely forgot his name already. I already sent Ambek ahead to scout the area. Let's move until we find a safe camp. He starts teasing her. It is Se-Jun. How did you forget? She gets defensive and yells that his name is just really hard to say. Who on earth forgets a name that simple? Se-Jun just laughs it off and keeps moving. He remembers her name is Elizabeth. But watch closely, this is where the real secrets start coming out. Se-Jun is totally blindsided. Elizabeth is not even her real name. He blinks, caught completely off guard by the news. Wait, then what is it? She blushes hard and finally confesses that her real name is just Beth. He grins and goes back to teasing her. Beth? Huh? Sounds like a super rare gemstone. She snaps at him to stop the compliments. He just shrugs off her annoyed reaction and moves on. He is just speaking his mind, but she has a short fuse. Then, the system screen pops up. Main quest activated. The objective is clear. Help Beth safely escape the forest. Now everything finally clicks for him. No wonder the system was silent. The hidden trigger for this quest was actually learning her real, true name. Seeing that alert, he breathes a sigh of relief. He almost missed this epic quest entirely. Walking with her, he casually asks if witches are a normal thing in this world. She gives him a weird look. Realizing his slip-up, he frantically starts listing random geography terms to cover. I mean, continents or islands. Beth glares at him, absolutely furious. You seriously do not know where we are? Beth immediately gives him the map breakdown. They are in the outer forest of the Lemon Kingdom. She stares at him with pure suspicion. He does not even know the continent's name. Where is he even from? Even her lizard knows this basic stuff. Se-Jun is sweating. You and I are probably wondering how a regressor forgets basic geography. How is he supposed to know these fake continent names from a random system quest? He quickly deflects to change the subject before she gets suspicious. Let's move on. Are witches a different race here? Beth sighs and says she is just human. That crazy prophet just decided to label her a witch. He asks who this prophet guy even is. She does not really know. Some fanatics actually worship him as a messenger of God. Sitting on his shoulder, Beth anxiously scans the dark woods. They need to move fast. If bounty hunters found this place, they will definitely show up too. Her head just drops in defeat. Her entire body is shivering with pure fear, fists clenched tight. Se-Jun totally misses the vibe and just keeps asking who exactly they are. Suddenly, an image of elite terrifying knights flashes up, faces cold and emotionless. They have been walking for a really long stretch now. Se-Jun suggests taking a breather before pushing on. She instantly shoots that down, saying they are totally exposed out here, but he pushes back as the voice of reason. They have been walking forever and seriously need at least a quick break. Suddenly, the little green lizard sprints out of the bushes. Ambek, you are back. What did the scouts find? Looking terrified, the lizard reports back. They have huge trouble and definitely need to detour. So what do you and I think happens next? A mysterious town up ahead? Things are about to get wild. Se-Jun spots a town up ahead and gets hyped. Perfect, they finally have a place to crash. Let's go. But Beth's face instantly darkens. She glares at Se-Jun, asking if he has actually gone insane. Would they really let her walk into town? He rubs his neck awkwardly. Oh right. Sitting across from her, he pitches a new idea. Just hide your appearance. Stick with me, you and I are about to watch the most chaotic attempt at a secret mission ever. Our main character just tilts his head, totally lost. What exactly did you do? Blushing hard, she finally mutters. I dressed up Anbek to make him pretend to be my brother. Hearing that, everything suddenly clicks for him. Still, he pats her shoulder with a confident grin. Just trust me. I will handle it after I get some food. She points around with total confidence. Plenty of food out here. He looks confused until she points at some sketchy tree mushrooms, warning him they taste absolutely terrible at first. She hesitates, then calmly adds that if you chew them long enough, they actually get sweet. Night falls as the townsfolk head home. Meanwhile, our main character is carrying B, who is totally bundled up in a giant, oversized coat. He approaches a man packing his stall. Excuse me. The guy immediately looks up, defensive and super suspicious. Who are you? Never seen you before. Se-Jun instantly turns on the puppy dog eyes, looking perfectly pitiful. I am just a humble pharmacist passing through. Is there anywhere around here where we could rest for the night? Now pay attention, because we are about to see the flashback of his genius plan. Sitting next to Anbek, she stares at him. How will you explain me? He just smirks. Easy. Holding up a flower, he proudly drops the name of his masterclass strategy. It is called the I am your father plan. I will be your dad. She looks totally lost, squinting with pure suspicion. You are my what? Is that some kind of magic spell? He breaks the whole thing down for B. I am a pharmacist, you are my daughter, and we ran into a monster while picking herbs. It is the perfect setup. We barely escaped and stumbled into town by accident. That is the story. Now, you just need to act your heart out. Back in the present, the old man hears this and feels terrible. Oh, what awful luck. The concerned man leans in. How is your daughter? Does it hurt? B instantly starts overacting, voice trembling. She wails out loud that it hurts so much. Both men look stunned by the pure drama. I am dying. She fakes a brutal coughing fit, sending the man into a panic. Se-Jun winces after her hidden punch. The guy asks if he is okay. Don't tell me you are hurting worse than she is right now. Panicking, he stammers that something just caught in his throat. Since things are so bad, can we stay in town? The man points them toward a nearby spot. Yeah, there is a good inn right over there. The second they enter the room, B dive bombs the soft, cozy bed with a happy, long sigh. It has been forever since I touched a real bed. Se-Jun tells her food is coming soon. He internally groans. Regretting his empty wallet meant he could only afford one single meal for them. Suddenly, B looks up and asks what he thought. He blinks back, confused. About what? Her eyes are sparkling. She asks how her acting was. Supernatural, right? He just deadpans and shakes his head at her. Never act again. She gasps, completely shocked. What? Why? He hits her with the truth. It was terrible. Furious, she steams up, yelling no way. Suddenly, a knock interrupts them. Dinner for the gentleman is served. You and I have to appreciate her reaction. It is just a basic meal, but she is literally drooling. Wow, it smells amazing. The main character chuckles, telling her to eat before it gets cold. She nods, saying it feels like a million years since her last real meal. She stops before biting. Putting it down, he gets confused. What is wrong? She slides the plate over. No, you should eat it. She gently explains it is only enough for one, and he is the one who paid. I am totally fine. He is stunned, but she just replies calmly that it is enough. Just eat. He goes to eat, but catches her staring intensely at the tray. Her eyes are practically glowing with hunger. Seeing that, Se-Jun simply smiles. He holds the spoon to her face, coaxing her to eat like a literal toddler. Open up. Here comes the airplane. Blushing red, she snaps back. Stop it. Do you think I am a kid? She gives in because you and I both know, the airplane spoon trick never fails. Let's jump back in. He feeds her and asks if it is good. She immediately says it is delicious. Smiling, he teases her not to talk with her mouth full. Flustered, she snaps back again. Hand it over. He just laughs, telling her to finish it all. The little girl threatens him. You and I are starting a wild mission. Abby refuses to share, but Lee Jun just tells her to eat up. Abby spots Lee Jun preparing to head out and asks where he is going. He is just looking for a way out of the woods. We need to move fast, he says. Abby immediately snaps back, telling him he had better return to her quickly. He just smirks at her, asking if he even has another choice. As he leaves, he starts thinking to himself. She plays the cold role, but she is actually a kind soul. Even while starving, she tried to share her food. That is a level of selflessness most adults can't handle. He thinks she deserves to act like a normal kid. Heading downstairs, Lee Jun notices a crowd gathering around. He wonders if someone important just arrived at the inn. One look at the badges and uniforms tells him everything he needs to know. These men are knights. Suddenly, the squad captain steps forward, walking right up to our main character to block his path. He asks if he is the pharmacist traveling with a child. Meanwhile, upstairs, Abby sits alone in her room. Now, pay attention, because this flashback reveals exactly why she is so traumatized. The angry villagers suddenly swarm her. A massive man yanks her arm, screaming to kill her before she fights back. They even want to cut out her tongue. Others join in, demanding her death while laughing at her. They mock her for believing their cruel lies. Who would ever help a witch destined to destroy the whole world? Take a hard look at who you are, because you are just a monster to us. Snapping back to the present, the weight of all that agonizing injustice hits her all over again. But then she thinks of Lee Jun. He keeps helping her, making her doubt everything she thought she knew. He is such a weird guy, she thinks while eating and crying. She clearly remembers him saying he is on her side. Hearing a knock at the door, she assumes he is back. She runs over and calls out his name, but then she freezes, growing suspicious of the strange voice speaking from the other side. "Daddy's little girl," it asks. "Are you still mad at me?" Confused, she stays silent as the voice apologizes, saying Daddy was wrong. Her suspicion only grows deeper. Why on earth is he suddenly spouting all this absolute nonsense through the door, she wonders. Downstairs, Lee Jun actually has a sword pressed to his throat, but he continues his strange daddy act. With blades pressed to his throat, Lee Jun shouts that they will head for the forest. Meanwhile, Abby stands in her room, feeling totally puzzled by his words. Abby is totally puzzled, wondering if he is just joking. She reaches for the door but hesitates at his words. She freezes instantly, finally picking up on his hidden signal. He talks about how shocked Daddy was when she ran away from home. He says he was in the wrong and begs her not to do anything reckless. She steps back from the door, finally putting all the pieces of his message together. You and I can see exactly what he is doing here. It is a code. He asks to open the door now. The knight captain loses his patience and violently kicks the door open, cursing under his breath. They barge into the empty room and scream that they have lost the brat again. The captain barks an order. He orders them to split up and find her. As they shout in unison, Lee Jun sees his opening. Lee Jun attacks the nearest guard to make his escape. The captain glares, calling him a puppet for the witch. Lee Jun just stares back calmly. He calls them nothing but wicked thugs who enjoy hunting down helpless little children. The knight captain fires back fiercely. He screams that she is no child, but an evil witch destined to destroy their entire world. Lee Jun doesn't even blink, calmly asking why they insist on pinning such a massive, insane crime on a literal child who is completely innocent of everything they claim. The captain's face darkens as he growls in pure, unbridled fury. He calls Lee Jun an idiot who has already been bewitched, saying any further talk is a waste of time. Without breaking a sweat, Lee Jun starts dropping them one by one. One knight charges him, screaming. He immediately counters the strike, but the situation is quickly spiraling out of control. There are simply way too many enemies to handle. Picking them off one by one is going to take way too long. The captain steps forward, admitting he has some skill, but tells him it is useless because he is totally done for. He is completely on his own while they have an entire squad. What can one man really do? With a steady voice, Lee Jun asks what he can do. Trust me, we are about to see exactly what he is capable of as his blade erupts in blinding blue light. Alright, let's jump in as the knights absolutely panic at this insane energy, stuttering in pure shock. Wait, what is that? The knights blindly charge at our main character, screaming for someone to stop this impossible amount of mana. Without a single second of hesitation, Se-Jun unleashes his magic, detonating the entire inn. Meanwhile, Abby is desperately riding Anne away from the blast. She looks back at the massive blue explosion, completely terrified and screaming Se-Jun's name at the top of her lungs. While riding Anne, she watches the gigantic blast tear through the building, stopping in pure anxiety as her heart sinks. Desperately yelling for Se-Jun, she regrets leaving him alone. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Let's dive right back in as the knights hunt her down, crushing anyone in their path. These holy knights will literally wipe out everyone, just to find her. There is absolutely no way he stays safe if they figure out he was helping her, but Abby hesitates. Should she really turn back for Se-Jun? Returning means she definitely gets caught. But maybe, just maybe, she can actually save his life right now. Finally, Ibi decides to rush back. She orders the little blue lizard and Botch to head for the inn, and Botch completely panics. I know it is dangerous, but we cannot leave him behind. They are already catching up to us anyway, right? No matter what, we are turning back. As Botch stays on high alert, a shadow suddenly bursts through the thick fog, calling her name. It is our main character, surviving that massive explosion. He runs up, asking, "Kid, what are you doing back here?" Shaking with shock, she asks if he is actually safe. He just crouches down, saying running away is his specialty. But back at the inn, the knights already spotted them. "Get them," they shout. He immediately grabs her shoulder. "We need to hurry. I haven't completely shaken them off yet, so we have to move fast." She trembles, asking how, and Se-Jun smirks. "I have an idea." Pumping mana into his legs, Se-Jun throws Ebi over his shoulder while the knights chase them hard. Do not lose them, they are heading into the forest. He carries her, visibly stressed that this situation is going south. That last attack drained way too much mana, and he relied on the ring to survive. One knight closes in, raising his sword. "Got you now, you little rat. Now pay close attention here, because things are about to get really wild for our hero." Suddenly, Se-Jun spots the incoming blade. He jumps, kicks off a tree, and boots the knight right in the face. Then the squad leader steps up. Calmly, he asks if he is done running. Se-Jun stands tall. "Yeah, I am. Things are getting annoying, so I will just finish you all right here. You guys already saw my last big attack, right?" The leader steps down, gripping his sword, completely ready to brawl with Se-Jun. "It is absolutely ridiculous. That attack of yours is no joke." He dashes forward, forcing our hero to dodge as his clothes rip, exposing Botch. "But if you could actually spam an attack like that, why would you be running away?" The leader looks stunned. Se-Jun just forces a dry laugh. "Haha, they figured us out." Suddenly, Botch darts away as Se-Jun smirks at him. "You think you are so smart, but you are dumber than I thought." The guy rages, calling it a cheap trick before barking orders. "I will handle him. Split up and find that witch before she escapes." The other knights shout in unison, "Yes, sir." As they scatter, Se-Jun is left facing the squad leader. Pointing his blade, the knight sneers at him. "I am short on time, so I will end you quickly." Se-Jun shoots back that surviving is his specialty. The guy replies that killing is his specialty. He strikes, and while Se-Jun blocks, his hands are violently shaking from the impact. You and I can tell something is wrong here. Se-Jun notices a strange golden light radiating from the blade. "Mana, what is that?" The knight launches a relentless combo while Se-Jun barely manages to block. Seeing zero counterattacks, the knight gets confused, asking why he isn't using that proud attack. Our hero just shrugs. "I am simply saving it because it looks like I can handle this without it." Hearing that, the knight growls about slicing off his tongue. Se-Jun barely dodges, cursing at the knight's brutal combat style. "Damn it, I can still track his sword moves, but how is he channeling mana into the blade to make it this powerful?" Se-Jun forces himself to stay calm for an opening. "Relax," he thinks. "I have fought enemies way stronger than this guy countless times before." The clash continues. Our hero desperately searches for the trick, thinking he needs to figure out what that energy actually is. The knight mocks him. "You think you can beat me with that clumsy aura imitation?" Hearing the word aura, something suddenly clicks in his brain. Aura! But right at that exact moment, Se-Jun's spear, overloaded from blocking pure mana, finally shatters. Crumbling under the massive magical pressure of those rapid attacks, his weapon explodes. He looks back in absolute panic. That snapped spearhead kills his focus, giving the knight the upper hand. He gets sent flying into a massive tree root. "Alright, stick with me because we are about to see Se-Jun fight for his life." His mind goes blank. There is zero way out, no way to win. Looking at his shattered spear, Se-Jun realizes he is in trouble. His weapon is completely snapped, and he has no clue what that insane power even is. Se-Jun frantically sifts through his past battles, desperately trying to identify this terrifying ability. Is it aura or something worse? Now pay attention, because even with his experience, what happens next is totally off the charts. He sinks into total despair. With a broken weapon, how can he defeat this monster? He racks his brain for any possible solution. Catching his breath under a tree, Se-Jun replays every old fight, searching for any hidden advantage. Has he ever faced magic that felt like this terrifying aura? He digs deep into his memory. Suddenly, a smirk spreads across his face. He grabs his blade. He still has a fighting chance. His spear might be snapped, but he has got another weapon hidden in his arsenal. He stands up, gripping that broken shaft. His eyes burn with determination. His real weapon? Raw combat experience. The knight scoffs. "You are stubborn. I literally just shattered your bones. Are you seriously refusing to accept defeat?" Se-Jun replies with pure confidence. "You better worry about your own life." Acting all relaxed, You might get wrecked before you even notice. The knight glares. You really enjoy mocking me, do you not? Se-Jun fires right back. If you are so triggered, then come at me. The arrogant leader snaps. You little punk. The knight charges forward with insane speed. If you want to die, I will gladly oblige. Se-Jun stays calm, blocking those fierce attacks while searching for a single opening. No healer nearby means his royal ring is useless. There is only one move left to make. Se-Jun finally figures out his counter move. I have to get used to this so-called aura. Luckily, he grasps the concept and aggressively strikes back at the stunned knight. He thinks to himself, I feel it now. Clashing directly proves just how crushing this pressure really is. This sudden impact reminds our main character of an old enemy. The effect is just like that crazy opponent from way back. That guy pumped magic into his blade. The knight keeps launching wild attacks, but Se-Jun desperately parries every single strike. But right now, this feels different. Maybe a mutated variant. He blocks every slash from the knight. He is deeply analyzing his enemy's insane strength. With that previous guy, only the weapon's durability got an upgrade, while attack power barely moved. But with this dude, I feel a massive force surging into me like it wants to blast me away. I am positive both of these guys gathered magic and channeled it straight into their weapons. I know what you were thinking, it is the same trick, right? Well, watch closely. Se-Jun stares at the sword, and you can see him finally realizing the big secret. The last guy poured magic inside his blade, making the glowing aura shift and flow around it. But in this guy's case, that crazy aura is radiating perfectly evenly across the entire sword. Realizing this, Se-Jun grips his broken spear once again. He understands the trick and strikes back. The weapon's aura shape is totally different. His counterattack lands perfectly. Everything makes sense now. That is it. That is exactly where they differ. The magic is not inside the weapon. It gathers on the outside, creating a protective aura wrapping the blade. Knowing this, Se-Jun instantly charges in for a direct, brutal hit. The knight panics and tries to block. Se-Jun plans to parry, then launch a massive frontal strike. He launches a head-on strike, leaving the knight completely defenseless and deeply shocked. He stammers, "What just happened? Wait, has he not been using aura this whole time? Trust me, you and I won't miss what happens next." The knight is in a total panic. Alright, you and I are about to watch Se-Jun pull off something absolutely impossible. Does this punk really understand every single detail of my ultimate technique? Se-Jun lunges with his broken spear, giving the stunned knight zero time to defend himself. How could he possibly figure out my power in such a short time? Se-Jun delivers a brutal, punishing blow, knocking the wind and the fight right out of him. Standing tall, he declares, even a tiny cornered mouse will bite the cat and win if pushed too far. While he handles that, Elizabeth is running for her life, and there they are, right on her heels. One of those armored knights spots her and screams out loud, "Get over here! The little witch is right there!" She panics as the soldiers yell to surround the entire area immediately. Heavily armed knights close in, leaving her terrified. Did they really find me? She is trapped. These are the same guys hunting Se-Jun. Seeing the massive crowd of knights multiplying rapidly, she fears for his life for a second. But she shakes it off and just keeps running forward. No, I am positive he is safe. He always finds a way. The guy survived a whole inn collapsing on him without a scratch. This time will not be any different, I know it. Even with injured legs and eyes full of tears, she refuses to stop moving. Suddenly, a massive horse charges straight into the chaos, catching every single knight off guard. Elizabeth panics at the sight. And trust me, you and I need to watch what happens next. The captain trembles by the tree, completely paralyzed with fear as the rider approaches. He is coming and she is defenseless. Totally and utterly helpless. Se-Jun bet everything to give her this window, but it is all falling apart. Then, a familiar voice calls out. She turns, tears streaming down her face, and recognizes him. It is Se-Jun, screaming her name. She yells his name, but here's the funny part, he has no clue how to stop. "How do I stop this thing?" he shouts as the horse barrels toward Elizabeth. "I cannot hold the reins." She has to use her own magic to halt the beast, calling him an absolute idiot for his recklessness. She furiously demands to know what the heck just happened. "Where is the captain?" Se-Jun just blinks and calmly points to the back of his horse, showing her the prize. Right there, knocked out cold. Elizabeth is stunned that he actually took down the captain. Shocked, she stammers, "No way you beat him." Se-Jun just hits her with a casual shrug. "Why not? Is that a problem?" She is still reeling because she knows how strong that knight was. But he is super powerful, right? Se-Jun pats her head, flexing that he is way stronger. She looks at him in awe until a whole squad of knights suddenly appears. He asks if she can ride, and she says she will manage with magic. Without hesitation, he lifts her up. "Are you sure? Hop on and do not fall." She panics when he stays on the ground. "Wait, what are you doing?" Dragging the unconscious captain by his collar, he smirks. "I am going to negotiate," he roars at the surviving knights, fiercely warning them not to take another single step closer. "Now pay attention, because you and I are about to witness a total boss move." He presses his blade against the captain's throat. Take one step and he dies. The knights panic. Their captain is a hostage. As they yell in despair, Se-Jun wears a hilarious, smug expression. "In the name of the witch's servant, you should all be terrified." He is still talking big. Hearing his dramatic nonsense, Elizabeth just sighs. A brave knight steps up and nervously asks what they want. Se-Jun fires back immediately. "Are you guys ready to negotiate yet?" "Negotiate?" The knights are totally confused, but he just nods confidently. "Let us walk out safely and I will spare your captain." The knight raises his guard, highly suspicious. "Why trust an evil witch's servant? Hand him over now and we might spare your lives instead." Se-Jun just tilts his head. "Excuse me? How am I supposed to trust you guys?" The knight swears on his sacred honor, but Se-Jun just laughs. "Stick with us for the next part. Let's dive into a story where our main character has to bluff his way out of an impossible standoff." The lead knight growls with pure hostility, calling him a coward for holding their captain hostage like a shield. But Se-Jun roasts him right back, asking what is so honorable about pointing massive weapons at a child. Looking around at the hostile crowd, he realizes this tense standoff is going absolutely nowhere. They cannot just talk their way out of this and walk away. This looks bad for everyone involved. If they wait for a ranged attack, it is game over. He steps toward Elizabeth, ready for a compromise. Watch closely now, because Se-Jun is about to make a risky move that changes the entire situation. He calmly explains his terms, promising to stay with the captain until the girl makes it safely out. Once she is far enough, he will let him go. But Elizabeth is terrified for the man she cares about. He gives her a reassuring look, saying he will use the captain as a shield to escape once she is safe. When she frantically asks how he will manage that, he just flashes a teasing smirk and says it is a secret. She glares at him with absolute fury, calling him an idiot before he turns his attention back to the knights. He warns the squad not to follow her, and the knights agree. Though they are boiling with concentrated rage, they threaten him directly, saying they will tear him to absolute pieces if he fails. Se-Jun keeps his sharp spear pressed against the captain's neck, telling them to relax because their leader is fine. He jokes that their scary threats are terrifying him, then turns to Elizabeth and tells her this is her chance. He shouts for her to ride fast, but she hesitates, looking back and worrying about what will happen to him. With total confidence, he looks her in the eyes and reminds her that he is way stronger than this guy. Se-Jun then slaps the horse's rear, sending it sprinting away into the distance at full speed. Riding away, she bursts into tears and screams his name, warning him that he is absolutely not allowed to die. Se-Jun shouts back that running away is his specialty as his figure fades into the dark forest and disappears. Once he is alone, a system notification pops up, announcing the main story quest has been completed. Then we hear another voice sounding genuinely worried, noting that it has been nearly 3 days. Even Alex, their only witness, only saw him that one single time. What on earth happened to him out there? You and I are probably wondering the exact same thing right about now as the tension keeps building up. Inside the meeting room, a totally anxious Yu Yuwa quietly asks if they should finally go out and find him. Yu Yuwa is terrified that something bad happened to him, but Go Hee-yeon sits across from her, totally chilling. She tells her there is nothing to worry about, and Ha-iram turns quickly to back her up on that. She agrees that he would never get caught, but the wife is still totally anxious and suddenly jumps up anyway. In a firm voice, she says she cannot just keep waiting like this and decides to go find him herself. But mid-sentence, Se-Jun casually pops up right behind her and gives everyone a simple, calm greeting. Instantly, everyone sitting at the table freezes in shock and reflexively snaps their heads back to look at the man. Se-Jun is unbothered and asks why everyone is gathered there, which immediately sets off his wife, who gets absolutely furious and starts screaming. She glares straight at Se-Jun, super pissed off, and yells, asking where the hell he has been. His mind flashes back to 10 minutes ago, when a giant system screen appeared with a quest completion message. After receiving a special reward, Se-Jun slowly opens his eyes and realizes he is lying comfortably in bed. Across from him, a talking teddy bear greets him with a simple hello. He looks around the room, super confused, asking where he has ended up. The bear says it is a guest room. He rubs his eyes, realizing he is in the tutorial tower and that his crazy escape plan actually worked out perfectly. When the bear asks about his escape plan, he just brushes it off as being absolutely nothing. Se-Jun sits up, thinking about how he successfully escaped the forest and managed to get back here alive. It was a massive gamble, but it worked. He asks if there are other rewards. He wants to know if there is anything besides system points, but the bear bluntly says there is nothing else. He looks super skeptical and asks the bear if it is sure, and it responds with absolute, total confidence. And that is where we leave it. Stick with me, because we are about to find out what that reward is. Alright, you and I are diving into a mystery where even the system is playing games. He has no idea what his reward is, and neither does the bear. Is the system totally glitched? He jumps out of bed, his mind immediately racing back to his trusty spear. He realizes the whole situation is bizarre. He was told the scenario quest was a lie, yet his spear is still shattered in pieces. He sits there, tension rising as he analyzes the facts. Wait, is this actually not a virtual reality? He has zero clue about the reward. Honestly, the whole situation is giving him one massive headache. With a sigh, he looks at the bear. What about the points? They multiplied by 10, right? The bear just nods confidently. Se-Jun speaks up, making the bear's eyes sparkle with excitement. Alright then, open up the system shop. Show me the 5,000 to 20,000 point range. The shop pops open instantly. Oh, this looks incredible. Se-Jun locks onto the screen with pure determination. He needs to prepare for his original goal immediately. Nothing matters more than the upcoming boss battle. He scans through the gear, muttering under his breath. Is this it? Potions look tempting, and an escape ticket would be nice. But he is saving every point for the fight. After weighing the options, he makes his final move. There is no other way. Fine, I will buy this one. Now, watch the faces of his friends, trust me, you'd react the same way. He holds up his new item and everyone freezes. It's a massive weapon. Calmly, he begins explaining his insane gear purchase to the rest of the group. This is called Getter, a legendary ancient artifact. Does anyone here recognize this name? He asks with a smirk. Iram stares from across the room. An ancient weapon like that must be incredibly expensive. Just how much was it? His answer leaves her speechless. 10,000 points. Yun Huiwa steps forward, looking extremely worried about him. We can't even take these weapons into the real world. He just looks at her and calmly says, Yeah, I know. Still completely confused, she asks why he would buy it. He stares at the new blade. My old spear is just useless for this fight. I can't use it against the boss. Alex, standing right next to Yu Huiwa, suddenly chimes in with a question. Do you actually have intel on the boss? Se-Jun replies that Madame Sophia gave him a rough idea. Based on that information, he decided he absolutely had to purchase this specific legendary spear for the battle. Go Huiyan approaches, looking shocked. Isn't it a total waste to buy something you can only use inside this tower? You earned 20,000 points. A single ice potion from here is worth billions of won in the real world. Think about that for a second. Billions of dollars spent on a single weapon. He admits the whole thing sounds totally insane. He flashes back to his daughter, whispering softly, Then I remember exactly why I came here. He insists that this spear is actually a solid investment. Everyone is now holding a ticket to the 5th floor in their hands. Iram speaks up first. Who knew the 5th floor required a shop ticket? Go Huiyan adds they'd be stuck without Alex's warning. Alex looks at them with hesitation. Wait, besides Se-Jun, are all of you actually going to floor 5? Even top-tier elite hunters have failed to clear the 5th floor. You guys realize how dangerous this is? Plus, none of you even have enough points left to buy your own tickets for the exit. You are throwing your lives away by rushing in. He asks one last time if they still want to go. The group shares a look of pure determination. They are going. Alex gets the message loud and clear. So that is it. Despite his worry, he cheers them on anyway. What a weirdly wonderful group they have turned out to be. Good luck to all of you. The system flashes. Tutorial Tower, 5th floor, the throne room. The quest begins. Conquer the throne room. They stand before the massive doors in awe. You won't want to miss what is next. Look at those massive statues. Go Huiyan takes one look and prays they do not suddenly come to life right now. Bad news, they definitely will. Jaiho panics and turns around. Wait, are you being serious right now? Se-Jun explains that according to Sophia, these stone freaks won't follow them inside. No need to fight them. Standing next to Se-Jun, Go Huiyan asks the real question. How do we even get this door open? How did Sophia do it? The entire group tries to imagine her insane, monstrous level of strength. And this is where we leave it. You and I are about to see if a brainy plan beats raw power. One person plays bait and gets super close. The second those statues move, the bait pulls back immediately. While they are distracted, we rush the door. Yu Hua starts panicking. Alright, you and I are about to dive into a suicide mission as Se-Jun plays the bait for us. Hearing this, Yu Hua completely loses her mind. Wait, why would you even suggest that he should do this alone? Honestly, he knows he has the most combat experience here. He confidently claims his reflexes are the only ones fast enough. She is not buying it. Se-Jun, you are carrying too much. She is seriously stressed out here. He just smiles, gripping her shoulders to calm her down. Trust me, it will be fine. Jiho is the muscle, so he has to push. Naturally, Se-Jun makes the perfect bait with his reaction time. Facing that massive door, he shouts back for everyone not to worry. But looking up at that stone sword, he gulps. He thinks that getting skewered is definitely not on his agenda today. He takes a slow, cautious step forward. Time to do this right. The second he touches the door, the statue's head snaps toward him, raising a massive blade. It is go time. Se-Jun sprints backward, yelling at the top of his lungs for the others. Now pay attention, because here is where things get absolutely bizarre. That giant statue that just raised its massive sword. It suddenly freezes up completely. Everyone stops in their tracks, totally stunned. Huh? What on earth is happening? Se-Jun just stands there, staring down the gatekeepers. Jiho is absolutely mind-blown. Why did they just stop moving out of nowhere? Se-Jun stares at the situation, completely and utterly confused. He has no idea. Sophia swore they would attack the exact second anyone even touched the door. Go Ha-yeon squints at the giants, scratching his head. Instead of attacking, they look like they are bowing to kings. Those words echo. Bowing to a king. Suddenly, a massive wave of memories flashes right before his tired eyes. The mysterious ring on his finger suddenly starts glowing. Se-Jun stares at the two statues. Wild theories race through his shocked brain. No way. Are these guys connected to the ring too? While his mind is blown, his teammates are back there pushing the giant door with everything they have. They are pushing with zero restraint, but that heavy door won't budge. Go Ha-yeon groans. This is literally impossible. How did Sophia open this thing so easily? While they are sweating, Se-Jun casually tells everyone to step back. Go Ha-yeon looks over, totally confused. What? You want to try it all by yourself? Jiho nervously reaches out. Are you sure this is even safe right now? Those statues woke up when you stepped near them. Se-Jun just smirks. Exactly, that is why I am trying. You saw that too, right? Se-Jun places his ring hand on the door and both statues react to it instantly. Go Ha-yeon cheers. I knew it. Only you could open it. Se-Jun finally connects the dots. They are totally mistaking him for royalty. If that is the case, then let us get this party started. The door rumbles violently as the squad stays on high alert. Finally, the gate fully opens and Se-Jun signals. All right, team, let us head inside. Stepping into the boss room, they see an insane space. Every jaw just drops. This place is absolutely massive. Way at the back, something sits on a throne, staring at them. The squad creeps closer for a better look, and Jiho spots it. He points immediately. Se-Jun, that guy over there. But his buddy already knows what he is thinking and cuts him off. Yeah, no doubt about it. The captain had the prison, and the gardener ran the entire garden tier. The queen had her palace, which means that guy on the throne. That is the king, the ultimate castle boss. The guy on the throne finally moves, launching an immediate, lethal attack right at the group. Se-Jun yells out to dodge it. Pitch black liquid shoots across the room, melting the carpet instantly. Yu stares at the corrosive acid in Is that pure acid? Beside her, Go Ha-yeon spots another wave coming and screams out a warning. Here comes another one. The king never leaves the throne, but his arm keeps swiping at crazy speeds. He blasts a relentless shower of acid at the team. To save them, Se-Jun orders everyone behind pillars. Se-Jun and Jiho barely dive behind a thick pillar to check on the deadly situation. Everywhere around them is basically catching fire. The king unleashes another massive area spell, leaving Go Ha-yeon in shock. And that is where we are leaving it for today, trust me. You are going to want to see what happens next. Iram agrees, totally freaking out. She has never seen anyone spam magic like this. Jiho cautiously peeks back out. Alright, stick with me because our heroes are up against someone they cannot even touch, let alone beat. Meanwhile, Se-Jun just tightens his grip, staring down his weapon with a look of pure focus. He suddenly turns and tells Daeho to stay back, leaving his friend standing there completely confused. He does not get what Se-Jun means and just blinks in confusion. But before Daeho can even react, the guy is already a blur flying right past him. He sprints right for the monster on the throne, completely ignoring Daeho, screaming his name from behind. The figure on the throne instantly drops a forbidden spell right on top of him, but Se-Jun just stands his ground, weapon ready. Ha-Iram and Yuiwa are sweating bullets. Yuiwa finally loses it and screams out in total panic. Se-Jun, what are you thinking? That forbidden spell is growing fast, and it is about to swallow the entire room. Se-Jun just glares at the massive attack coming his way. He silently warns the enemy to watch out. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the entire floor, blasting a blinding white light into every single corner. Seconds later, thick smoke covers everything. His friends desperately try to spot him, but they can only see the dark silhouette of the guy on the throne. Dead silence. There is still no sign of Se-Jun anywhere. But wait, look closely at the shadows behind the throne. A figure steps out, and it is Se-Jun, weapon in hand and looking totally fierce. He shouts that he is perfectly fine. On the other side, the squad is just stunned, thinking, what the heck? How did he even survive that blast? Se-Jun just looks at his weapon, grinning with pure pride. He says it is all thanks to his gear. This is a legendary weapon from Celtic myth, the hero Dire-Made spear from the Knights of Fianna. He got it from his adoptive father, Angus. And get this red spear has the power to completely nullify all magic. Gripping the spear tight, Se-Jun swings it with absolute power. The raw energy of the weapon instantly blows away all the leftover smoke. But wait, the result is not what he wanted at all. Sweating a bit, Se-Jun realizes that he really thought that strike would finish the fight. If this guy was as strong as K, he could not have blocked that. But his actual attacks are not even that powerful. He just endlessly spams spells. That totally explains why this guy is worth 10,000 points. Making up his mind, Se-Jun yells for the squad to get ready. He will clear the path while Hyeon keeps the others safe. You two stay alert and get ready to back us up. Se-Jun grips his spear tighter, the tip glowing with crazy energy. Break out, he yells right as two massive forces violently crash into each other. The whole room starts heating up fast. Yuiwa watches the chaos nervously. Just standing near this fight is making her roast, and she wonders why he is going head to head. Without missing a beat, Yuiwa quickly pulls out her own weapon to help. She grips her bow and shifts into a shooting stance. With absolute determination in her eyes, she mutters that she cannot just stand there doing nothing while they fight. With zero hesitation, she fires an arrow, sending it slicing through the air straight toward the guy sitting on the throne. Watching that arrow fly, Hyeon and Ha'iram are totally caught off guard. They stare in shock, wondering if that is a force field. Yuiwa's arrow does not even reach the target. It gets completely stuck mid-air by a glowing protective barrier. It is a massive force field, and the enemy takes zero damage. Now it is Ha'iram's turn. She opens fire with her guns, unleashing a hail of bullets right at the barrier. I know what you are thinking. How do you pierce a shield like that? Everything just gets stuck. They wonder why this force field is so thick. It is attacking and defending simultaneously. How is that even possible? Hyeon thinks this is insane. Sir Alex warned them, but he never expected them to be this helpless. They literally cannot touch this guy while that force field is up. But Se-Jun refuses to give up, slamming his attacks into the barrier. Meanwhile, the guy on the throne just sits there chilling. In reality, he is just reinforcing his shield. Se-Jun desperately blocks every incoming strike. And man, each of those blows packs some serious heavy power. The throne guy pauses for a second. Then, with a casual flick of his fingers, the ground literally starts cracking apart. Massive chunks of rock rip out of the floor and start floating up into the air. Seeing this madness, Se-Jun actually panics and yells that there is no way he can block this. The controlled boulders hover right above him, ready to crush him instantly. Suddenly, a hand grabs Se-Jun and shoves him backwards. Out of nowhere, a voice tells him to step back and let him handle it. He clenches his fists tight and throws a brutal punch at the falling rocks. With one move, he shatters the boulders. Trust me, you and I just found our savior. All right, you and I are jumping right into a high-stakes clash. Do stands tall, smoking fist ready, taking the lead. Se-Jun sighs in relief, but weirdly enough, the king on the throne doesn't even flinch at the challenge. Do is completely baffled, asking why the enemy suddenly stopped. But just a second later, massive raw energy flares up in the villain's hand again. Se-Jun's eyes widen as a terrible realization hits him. The figure on the throne is aggressively charging a massive power sphere. It is a vibe Se-Jun knows all too well. Wait a minute, this feeling. Instantly, a freezing chill takes over the room. Massive, razor-sharp ice blocks materialize from thin air, launching straight at Se-Jun. His friends watch on in absolute horror. Ice spikes cover the entire floor. Then, absolute silence follows as the dust from the impact finally settles. But never underestimate a boss. This is a cold reality. Se-Jun's squad is completely trapped by those massive frozen blocks. Totally unable to move, they panic, stammering to each other about what kind of magic this is. But Do is moving way faster, completely dodging every single one of those creeping ice blocks. Turns out, Se-Jun is going all out to block the endless barrage while shielding Do. Honestly, Do cannot believe his eyes. He screams Se-Jun's name, but Se-Jun just grits his teeth, desperately forcing out that he is fine. Inside, he is swearing. He dropped his guard just because that cloak looked exactly like the one Ja wore. Damn it. It must have paused its attacks to launch this massive move. He barely protected Do using his divine power. Now pay attention, because while Han is struggling in the ice, she is about to come up with a crazy idea. Meanwhile, Se-Jun channels the raw, explosive power of his spear to fight the freezing ice. Suddenly, a sword shoots straight down from above, scaring the absolute life out of Do. Where did it come from? Do looks up at the blade in total confusion when someone yells that there is still one way out of this. He follows the voice, pieces the plan together, and leaps up with every ounce of his insane leg strength. This is it. Giving a quick thanks to Han, Do bounces right off the hilt of the sword. His target is the throne itself. With fists clenched, he rushes the force field, packs all his explosive power into one punch, and roars his defiance. Time to leave your little glass cage. Boom. He slams it down and the shield shatters. Shards rain down everywhere. You and I need to watch this next part closely. Do thinks he has won, but Do is instantly pinned down. Just then, an arrow comes flying from far away. The arrow violently pierces the throne guy's palm, leaving the boss stunned. Right after that, a massive barrage of arrows tears right through him. Ha! Haram smirks, yelling that the villain made one huge, fatal mistake today. He got way too cocky thinking that Ice Trap beat them. Even frozen solid, this squad can still bring the absolute pain. With that, the whole crew aims their guns and bows, completely ready for a brutal round 2. The king is visibly weakened from that continuous surprise attack. Yunbin locks her determined eyes on the target, looking fierce. She pulls her bowstring back and lets another arrow fly, aiming straight for the head of the guy on the throne. Bullseye. After taking those massive hits, the enemy reacts to the damage and slowly starts fading away into thin air. With the master gone, the room returns to normal and the ice completely melts away. Se-Jun is stunned, barely believing it. Is it really over? Han stares intensely at the throne. She replies that the magic is lifted. Do steps up, pointing out that suspicious cloak still pinned to the seat. He asks why it is still there. Suddenly, something makes Se-Jun and Han completely panic. Their faces drop as the cloak suddenly lunges forward. Do yells out that the enemy is not defeated yet. It flies right past Se-Jun, heading straight for Yunbin. Se-Jun screams in absolute terror. No, Yunbin, watch out. He expects a brutal attack, but the outcome is completely unexpected. The cloak does not attack her at all. Instead, it gently wraps itself right around her shoulders. She is caught off guard, asking what this is as she examines her new outfit, questions racing through her mind. Han runs over frantically, asking Yunbin if she is okay or if she feels anything weird right now. Yunbin blinks and tells the guys she is fine. It does not feel weird, it is actually super comfortable. Se-Jun rushes over, absolutely baffled by her reaction. Comfortable? Really? So what do you and I make of this? Is she still herself? Or is she secretly possessed right now? No, it's absolutely nothing like that. Diho's scratching his head. You and I are about to witness a mystery that makes zero sense. Just a second ago, that exact thing was wildly and dangerously violent. Hun starts analyzing the situation carefully. Could it be an ancient relic or some kind of heavily cursed item? Unbin replies quickly. I'm not feeling any sort of curse at all. But Se-Jun is still stressed. He insists on trying it on himself just to be absolutely safe for everyone. He grabs the cloak and throws it over his shoulders. But nope. It immediately flies back to wrap around Unbin. Se-Jun is totally annoyed and confused. Damn it. Is this thing a guy? Unbin sighs helplessly at him. Seriously. Clothes don't have genders, idiot, and watch your mouth. What if she picks up your terrible habits? Se-Jun doesn't dare argue back, just lowering his head like a scolded puppy. I'm sorry. Meanwhile, Diho is still curious about the guy on the throne. He asks, Se-Jun, what actually happened to the boss back there? Se-Jun just scratches his head in total confusion. He replies, I'm really not sure either. Diho looks completely shocked that Se-Jun has no clue what's going on. Se-Jun throws out a wild guess. He assumed it was an undead monster, since it relies on nasty curses. Diho raises an eyebrow. Curses? This creepy cloak hasn't even cursed anyone yet. Se-Jun replies, I think we neutralized it before it could use any of them. Se-Jun starts mentally organizing the facts. His only real clues are from the time before he actually regressed. What do you and I make of this insane new mystery? Stick with me here, because this boss fight is about to go completely off the rails for everyone involved. Se-Jun believed that the cursed cloak itself was the actual floor boss. I mean, its astral body was totally visible, and it was straight up slinging magic everywhere. But if that thing was really the main threat, victory should have been guaranteed the second its astral form shattered. Plus, based on how it's barely showing any aggression right now, the thing seems totally neutralized. No matter how you slice it, it looks like a completely harmless ancient artifact. Unbin casually rubs the shiny cloak she's wearing. She shoots Se-Jun a look and asks, Hey, do you know where the real boss is? Se-Jun is still doing the math, wondering if his whole theory was wrong. What exactly was Sophia warning them about? Right in the middle of his thoughts, the cloak on Unbin suddenly starts twitching like crazy. Se-Jun notices her weird reaction immediately and asks what's wrong, but Unbin is just standing there frozen. She stares at her bow and gasps. I didn't do this. It's the cloak. The second those words leave her mouth, the entire room starts shaking violently. Everyone panics and yells out in pure confusion. Massive lightning bolts start crashing down. More and more strikes hit the ground with terrifying force. Something huge is spawning, leaving the entire squad caught between absolute shock and pure terror. Suddenly, giant claws rip straight out of the ground and slam down, sending massive shockwaves everywhere. The crew is struggling just to stay on their feet. They're barely holding on so they don't blow away. Finally, the pressure drops a bit. Se-Jun forces his eyes open. Now watch closely, because you and I are about to see something truly terrifying. His pupils dilate in shock. Standing right in front of him is a monstrous, deformed giant. Se-Jun realizes this has to be the real boss. The massive monster's eyes flare a glowing blood red as a deep growl rips from its throat. Gi-yoon and others stir. Eunbin has zero clue how to handle this. Kang Tae-jo stares at the beast, sweating bullets as he stutters. That thing is extremely dangerous. Se-Jun sizes up the beast. He instantly knows this is the boss even Sophia Lambitti couldn't take down, based on his own past battle experience. He can easily sense the power gap. If they challenge this thing with their current firepower, winning is completely impossible. Iram desperately unloads bullets into the boss, but the monster doesn't even flinch. Eunbin draws her bow. She fires an arrow straight for the throat, but it shrugs off every hit like nothing. Iram groans in frustration. My attacks are doing absolutely zero damage. Eunbin chimes in. My arrows aren't working either. The giant boss stretches its body and its heavy tail winds up. Kang Tae-jo screams a warning. Everyone, watch out. The monster's thick tail slams right where they're standing. It sweeps through violently, launching everyone into the air. Thick dust totally blinds the entire room. Iram takes severe damage from that nasty hit. Se-Jun rushes to her side. You and I are about to witness the end. Stick with me because things just got brutal. Sophia is cringing in agony, her ribs snapped and her body completely failing. Kang Cho steps forward, shielding the group as he makes a desperate call. We are backed into a corner, so we have to gamble everything. With that, Kang Cho signals Gi-yoon, fully intending for the two of them to lead the charge right at the front line. Gi-yoon nods instantly. With zero hesitation, both warriors charge straight into the heart of the fray. Se-Jun screams at the top of his lungs, trying to halt their suicidal rush. Stop! Kang, get back here! Kang Cho yells back, completely confused. Why stop us now? Se-Jun just points. Look over there. Now pay attention, because this isn't a heroic charge, it is a death trap. Kang Cho looks up and completely freezes. The boss has transformed, with a sinister energy swirling around its massive frame. Iram trembles, asking, what on earth is that stuff? Se-Jun cuts her off, his voice laced with pure panic. That is no magic. It is a curse. If that energy even touches you, you will drop dead instantly. Iram turns pale. We die just from making contact? Se-Jun knows exactly why she is terrified. He replies grimly, I am not exaggerating one bit. Right now, Sophia is slowly withering away, dying from that exact same wretched curse before our very eyes. Kang Cho refuses to accept it, arguing back. Can we not just use the spear to stop it like in the last fight? Se-Jun fires back. That weapon only works against standard magic, not something like this. There is a massive difference between basic magic and a literal curse. Se-Jun looks crushed, whispering in despair. There is no way. Forget attacking. We cannot even get within a few feet of that thing right now. How are we supposed to defeat something like that? The situation is spiraling, and Se-Jun's face is tight with pure stress. His brain goes into overdrive. This is a disaster. What do we do? Do we just run away? While he drowns in panic, Annie speaks up, her voice trembling as she notices something new. Se-Jun, look at that hole. Right where Annie is pointing, a hideous and grotesque foot suddenly begins to creep out. Before the squad can process the horror, something else spawns. Se-Jun grits his teeth and swears, You have got to be kidding me. Dozens of other monsters start bursting straight up through the bloodied ground. More of these creepy creatures keep pouring out. Se-Jun stares at the swarm, completely out of ideas on how to survive this mess. Inside his head, Se-Jun is screaming, Is this some kind of sick joke? Forget the insane numbers. These monsters are being buffed by the curse too. Kang Cho yells, We are trapped, we have to fight. You and I are about to see just how bad this gets. Stick with me. Go Hee-yeon stops him immediately. Tio, back up. He is confused, asking why, but Go Hee-yeon explains they cannot touch those cursed beings. Fight them barehanded, and you will definitely touch the curse. Kang Jo finally realizes the danger. Oh, Go Hee-yeon adds, I will handle the front. Se-Jun, Yua, I need backup. They grip their weapons and shout back. Got it, the monsters charge, but Go Hee-yeon stands firm at the front, ready for the slaughter. Go Hee-yeon's eyes widen, her pupils becoming razor-sharp and completely focused on the impending clash. A monster lunges and she slices it clean in half. In the horde's center, she unleashes a burst of fiery energy. She is tearing them apart easily, yet looks surprised by the sheer number of monsters rushing her. She thinks, they are not as tough as I expected. Compared to the boss, I can win this. But watch closely. Something suddenly flashes past her face, leaving her completely stunned and paralyzed with sudden panic. She reacts just in time, narrowly dodging a strike that would have been fatal. The weapon zips past her toward Se-Jun, but he grips his spear and smashes it away, quickly analyzing the field. This is much harder than expected. Without Tio and the others, our power is down. Go-Hee-Yan is struggling with the distance. There are too many! Suddenly he shouts as monsters slip past him, heading straight for Yua. Yua, I am sorry, some got past me. He yells desperately, but she just shouts back that she is fine. She prepares her mind for battle, aiming her bow straight ahead, but something feels completely off. She blurts out in shock, "Wait, these monsters are not even aiming for me." That shocks him. He whips his head back to look. It is true. They are ignoring her. What is happening? The ones that got past just keep running. Meanwhile, Go-Hee-Yan is desperately focused on blocking the rest. You and I can see she is exhausted. Fighting a horde is hard, but dodging curses too? Absolute madness. Alright, you and I are jumping into a nightmare where stamina drains twice as fast. A monster lunges for her blind spot. Danger is everywhere, but she is too slow to react. Suddenly, a voice shouts through the chaos, "Go Hui, move now!" She looks up and freezes. A massive boulder is plummeting from the sky, aimed right at her skull. She dives away just in time. Staring at the massive cloud of dust, she thinks, "Wait, where did that rock come from? Only one man could throw a boulder that big. Dehyo, thank you. We really thought they were safe for a second." But before she can celebrate, she completely freezes. Dehyo is coughing up blood. It is dripping everywhere. Monsters are piled up at his feet. Despite the internal damage, he is still crushing them, refusing to give up. He is trembling, whispering that he is sorry. The monsters that slipped past him gathered right here. This curse is just as strong as Se-Jun said. You cannot touch them. He collapses as the team screams his name. Eun-Hye is in shock. How could a monster like him lose? But then she remembers, wait, what about Ha-Iram? She is also fighting for her life against the horde. Bullets are flying, and her body is covered in bloody wounds. Attacked from every single direction, she screams at the leeches before she starts blasting everything in sight. Eun-Hye realizes her teammate is in deep trouble and rushes to help, carefully maneuvering her way through the massive, growling monster horde. A monster strikes. She draws her bow, sending an arrow straight through its skull with perfect accuracy. The beast roars. Something glowing and green starts appearing from the wound. This caught her completely off guard. The monster is down. Looking at that green light, she wonders is this. But a loud roar interrupts her thoughts. She yells at Ha-Iram to stop. They ignored her, and she realizes why. Is it because of this cloak? Grabbing her collar, she rips the cloak off and throws it directly at the incoming wave of monsters. The energy makes the monsters hesitate. Ha-Iram sees hope, but her eyes are filled with pure confusion. Meanwhile, Se-Jun is still fighting while keeping a close eye on his struggling teammates. The cloak catches his attention. He asks what it is, and Eun-Hye explains this is no ordinary gear. This cloak can actually repel curses. He is stunned. A curse-repelling cloak? His entire focus shifts. Stick with me here. You and I need to see what happens when the boss fight finally kicks off. Se-Jun locks eyes with the alpha. Toss me that cloak. I am leaving this side to you guys. She throws it, shouting back, you got it. Grabbing the fabric, Se-Jun gets dead serious. You know the drill, right? You are the only ones I can trust. Do not hesitate. Keep every single one of them pinned down. With that, he charges straight into the monster horde, pushing forward to reach the main boss. The gap closes fast, and the monster definitely notices him. It lashes out with a massive tail swipe, but Se-Jun barely manages to dodge in time. That tail strike unleashes massive shockwaves, completely tearing up the ground beneath his feet. He is seriously struggling to hold his ground. While dodging, he's thinking, what the hell is this thing? A single tail swipe is giving him this much trouble. Beating the curse alone will not be enough. Meanwhile, the squad is desperately locking down mobs. Arrows fly and blades blur, but their stamina is almost gone. Eun-Hye watches the endless wave of enemies pouring in. It is a grim reality check for the entire team. She is running terrifyingly low on arrows. Just as panic sets in, Ha-Iram yells for them to move. Now, pay close attention, because this is where she aims a high-power blast that terrifies her own teammates. They frantically try to stop her. Sister, stop. Your body cannot handle that kind of insane recoil. That kind of damage will kill you. But Ha-Iram is fully locked in. She just mutters, I know. Standing around will not save us. This is the only way to wipe them out. Then, she pulls the trigger. Bullets rain down on the monsters while deafening roars echo throughout the entire battlefield. But every shot tears apart Ha-Iram's body. Blood sprays from her mouth. Eun-Hye screams for her to stop. She says she is fine. If she is going down today, she would rather die by her own gun than these freaks. Ha-Iram violently reloads, slamming the next magazine in for another explosive round of fire. She fires wildly, screaming for them to die. Empty shells and magazine links pile up around her. Bleeding heavily, she forces herself to stand. They beg her to stop, but she gasps for air, ignoring them. There are still way too many. You and I are watching a suicide mission, she screams. Do not come closer. All right, you and I are about to watch a girl who has zero fear. She grabs a heavy grenade and warns them all to back off. Staring down the bloodthirsty horde, Ha-I-Ram grips the explosive and winds up for her final pitch. The grenade flies and triggers. Un-Hai and Han can only stand there watching the scene in absolute horror. As it leaves her hand, Ha-I-Ram collapses. Then boom! A massive, earth-shattering blast erupts across the entire battlefield. Monsters are blown to shreds. Seizing the opening, Un-Hai and Han sprint toward Ha-I-Ram while screaming her name. Han stares at the girl's motionless body in total shock. No way, this cannot be happening. Even someone as strong as her went down. Un-Hee realizes the blast wiped out most of the mob, so they can handle the rest. Seeing her friend lying there, tears spill down Han's face as she whispers a heartbreaking apology to her fallen sister. I really tried to hold on, but this is my limit. The truth is, that curse actually got to me too. She slowly sweeps up her hair, revealing a massive, infected curse wound that is spreading right across her entire back. Un-Hai is stunned, but Han cuts her off. She cannot fight these mobs anymore, so she is leaving the scrubs to her. Gripping her sword, she steps forward with insane resolve. She is putting every last drop of strength into one final strike. She channels every ounce of energy into her blade, as memories of her broken teammates flash through her mind. Her friends went down without even scratching the boss. Maybe the warnings were right all along. Maybe they are all going to die. This monster is terrifying, but giving up just is not an option anymore. Setting her stance, Han launches into the air. Sensing the attack, the massive boss immediately shifts its deadly focus toward her. Se-Jun is stunned to see her jump in. Han's entire body radiates an absolutely overwhelming amount of golden aura. She pours her life force into the strike. Boom! Se-Jun watches in shock as her blade slices the boss's tail clean off. Se-Jun, strike it now! But before she can finish, a shockwave blasts her midair. The raw power sends her flying backward into a stone wall. The impact makes her cough up blood instantly. The energy forces Se-Jun to grit his teeth just to stand his ground. It is the boss's true power, her attack actually made it stronger. Now pay attention, because this is where everything changes. Se-Jun prepares for the end. We are jumping straight into the ultimate climax of this boss fight. He channels pure energy into his weapon, totally ready to unleash his absolute, most devastating killer move. He thanks Han for the opening he needed. Se-Jun grips his spear tight and hurls it with every ounce of his power. An extreme piercing technique. The razor-sharp tip flies straight at the boss. Boom, a direct hit. The attack tears through the monster's core as a tragic roar shakes the air. Totally drained, Se-Jun collapses to the ground. The boss is defeated, and the curse monsters vanish instantly. Yuhua's face lights up, her eyes sparkling with pure joy. They actually won. She sprints toward him, screaming his name, and catches the exhausted Se-Jun safely in her arms. You did it. He catches his breath and tells her they are safe. Just contact the knights once they leave the dungeon. But amidst the celebration, something flashes. Yuhua senses a sudden wave of killing intent and spins around in a panic. Now watch closely, because everything is about to get way more intense. Through the dust, a massive claw reaches out. Yuhua grabs Se-Jun, scrambling away while keeping her eyes on the nightmare. She sees the monster, and sheer panic is written all over her pale face. She stammers in disbelief. How did it survive that ultimate attack? The giant monster is already charging up massive, chaotic energy. It blasts them. Yuhua tosses Se-Jun onto her back, desperately searching for a clear path to dodge the incoming hit. The monster attacks relentlessly. She panics as she realizes the hits are way stronger than they were before. She cannot keep running. Suddenly, the boss stops and lets out a deafening roar, charging up a massive, fatal counterattack. Still carrying Se-Jun, she tries to dodge the strike, but they crash into the ground hard. Yuhua takes a brutal hit and struggles to sit up. She looks up, and the monstrous boss is right there. Pure despair. Is this really the end? Tears well up in her eyes, but she refuses to accept this, gritting her teeth in helplessness. Will it end here? Did she come all this way just to be useless? She looks at her companion one last time. His hand suddenly twitches. Se-Jun is fighting desperately to move, his brow furrowed as he tries to make a sound. Yuhua realizes the monster is aiming for him next. She makes a drastic choice and stands up. Glowing red eyes lock on. She sprints toward him as razor-sharp ice falls. You and I both know that look, it is do or die time. Alright, you and I are about to dive into a story where one broken cup signals a total tragedy. Grandpa gasps as he rushes to clean the mess. He warns her that it is dangerous and tells her to stay back. But Koa just stands there, her face turning pale with a strange, deep sense of anxiety. That was her mother's favorite glass. Back in the dungeon, Se-Jun wakes up as warm blood drips onto his face. A massive, jagged ice spike looms directly in front of him. The spike stopped mere inches away, dripping with fresh blood. Yuiwa took the fatal hit to save him, the ice piercing right through her kneeling body. Se-Jun can barely whisper her name. He tries to speak, but she weakly stops him. She whispers his name. He begs her not to speak, but she just gently reaches out to touch his face. Trembling, she leaves her final wish. She asks him to take care of Koa since she cannot go back home. She begs him to survive for their daughter. He is paralyzed with grief, tears streaming down as his world shatters. Her hand slowly drops. She is gone. He lets out a desperate, gut-wrenching cry for her. Now watch this part closely because reality is about to hit. The system coldly declares her fate was sealed. You cannot change what is destined. But he refuses to accept such a cruel logic. Memories of her bright smile and their days in class flood his mind, clashing with the harsh reality of her bloody and motionless body. His face is a mask of pure despair and terror. With tear-filled eyes wide open, he chokes on words he can never say while glaring at the boss with pure hatred. He grabs his blade and charges like a madman, but he is completely outclassed. One strike sends him flying. The boss violently swats him aside with its massive tail like he is nothing. He slams into the wall, broken. He blames his own arrogance for putting everyone he loved in such danger. He rushed in recklessly. We can see it now. Overconfidence is a killer, and he paid the ultimate price. If he had just been more careful with the trial tower, none of this tragedy would have happened. Se-Jun grits his teeth, punching the ground in a fit of absolute frustration. Full of guilt, he screams at the air. But pause here. You and I are witnessing a regression failing in the worst way. He tried everything to change her fate, swearing he would not repeat the same mistakes in this life. But instead, he only managed to make the tragedy happen even sooner. The boss was not done yet, extending massive claws to crush him completely. Just like before, that overwhelming power sends him flying back into the dirt. Total despair sinks in. Even if he survives this, what is the point of going on? With Yuiwa gone, he is ready to give up and simply join his wife in the afterlife. But then a voice echoes through the darkness. His name is called louder and louder, snapping him awake. Suddenly, he is in a different dimension. Elizabeth stands there, telling him to calm down and look at her. He is stunned to see her. He demands to know why the hell she is even there. She snaps at him not to dare die yet. She asks if he forgot their vital promise. Elizabeth glares at him, clearly annoyed. He made a promise, and now he needs to pay attention. He promised his daughter he would not die. Those words strike his soul like a bolt of lightning. A buried memory flashes back. Little Koa wanted to go to Greece with them so badly. She was sitting in a suitcase, pouting while her mother gently explained she had to stay behind. Meanwhile, Se-Jun was busy filming everything, totally melting over how cute his kid was, until Yuiwa shot him a very deadly and unamused wife glare. She barked his name, and he instantly snapped back into his role as a responsible father. He explained to Koa that they had dangerous work to do, and she could not tag along. He lifted her out of the luggage and promised they would come back as soon as possible. She grabbed his collar, asking if he was serious. He smiled and swore that they would return. Little Koa stuck out her pinky finger, demanding an ironclad swear with a completely serious face. She made him promise to come back. He laughed and hooked his pinky around hers, sealing it. Just like that, a bond was formed. Back in reality, everything finally clicks into place for him, and that promise is exactly what we needed to see his fighting spirit reignite for one last stand. Gripping his spear, he slams it into the dirt and mutters under his breath. Right, I remember now. He swore to Elizabeth and Sia that he would survive, as Yoonhee's tragic last words haunt him. Please stay with her. He realizes if he dies here, no one is left to protect little Chia. Trust me, if we lose him now, a 5-year-old orphan faces a fate far darker than death. He refuses to let that happen. He failed her in his past life, and he will not destroy her world again. Standing tall, he levels his spear at the beast. I will survive and conquer this dungeon, no matter the cost. Se-Jun locks in his final decision. It is time to slaughter this absolute monster. Activating the King's Ring ability, his physical stats and mana output skyrocket in a sudden, blinding flash. A hurricane kicks up as the beast locks on, but Se-Jun is past caring. He has one thought left. Kill it. He charges head-on, a brilliant blue power coating his weapon like a wild, roaring flame. His spear rips a brutal slash across the boss, but it barely flinches, roaring back with unhinged fury. Se-Jun never stops, unleashing a relentless frenzy against the monster's weak points. Despite his incredible speed, he is doing 0 damage. The monster just tanks the hits, clearly toying with him. With one casual tail swipe, it launches Se-Jun across the room. But he is not staying down. The creature slams its massive claws down to crush him into dust, but his spear holds firm. Now pay attention, because the boss senses his growing aura and clamps down with everything to crush his spirit forever. It launches a brutal combo, sweeping both arms forward to literally squeeze the life out of his body. Not today. Se-Jun breaks through the gap and counters hard against the monster's giant, reaching arm. A clean sever. The beast shrieks in agony as its hand falls. Se-Jun sticks the landing perfectly. He smirks, seeing that it can actually bleed. Funneling massive energy into his weapon, he mutters to himself, "It is time to coat this spear." Little Sia's face crosses his mind as he thinks, "Thanks, kid. You really dragged me back from the edge. A Holy Knight skill is exactly what should purify a cursed, death-fueled nightmare like this." You and I can see it now. Pure purple light erupts from his spear as the battle shifts. The room suddenly glows purple. Se-Jun stares at his spear, completely speechless. Why is the color changing now? Then it hits him. This weapon blocks magic, but right now, it is amplifying his power for a boost. Meanwhile, the boss roars in pure rage over its severed fingers. Se-Jun plants his feet and grips tight. He prepares for a fast kill, knowing the King's Ring effect will fade soon. He has to be quick. Time is almost up. He has to end this. The boss starts gathering a massive blue beam in its chest. The aura is terrifying. Se-Jun powers up too, screaming at the monster to bring it on. The beast blasts its energy forward. It is a head-on collision that makes the very space around them shake. Their attacks clash, triggering a blinding explosion that looks like it could rip the entire universe apart. Both are giving everything. Se-Jun's spear pushes hard, trying to pierce through that insane, overwhelming blast. He flexes every muscle, gathering all his strength to launch his spear straight at the heart of the beast. At the climax, a mysterious voice suddenly echoes from nowhere. "Finally, you have returned to me. My king. I have waited so long." Se-Jun has no clue who said that. Watch closely, this gets wild. That creepy voice makes Se-Jun notice a weird, torn red cloth tied directly onto the monster's massive body. Wait, does he recognize that? Se-Jun realizes it looks exactly like the scarf belonging to Anbek. At that moment, intense purple energy forms a massive sphere in the air and then completely explodes. The energy clears as a screen pops up. The tutorial dungeon has finally been conquered for the first time. Tutorial quest complete. The system calculates the rewards. Rank 1 payout is a massive 22,750 points. Se-Jun, the alpha tester, has earned a very special bonus reward. But Se-Jun is out of gas. His body gives out as physical stats return to normal levels. His mana pool has also dropped right back to its normal baseline level. Warning, the King's Ring has absorbed part of your humanity. Se-Jun whispers, "Is it really over? Stick around, because Se-Jun must find Sia before his body shuts down completely. We just witnessed one hell of a start, right? Alright, stick with me because Se-Jun's scenario quest reward just kicked in, sending warm energy flowing right into his battered and broken body. The white ticket effect has been successfully activated. Outside, the rain is absolutely pouring down while she stares into the distance until someone suddenly calls for Elizabeth. The little girl is huddled up, and her eyes look incredibly anxious. Pulling her knees to her chest, she asks if Se-Jun will be okay. Anbek goes totally quiet, and they just sit there together watching the rain. Hearts heavy with worry, we cut back to Se-Jun. His eyelids twitch before he suddenly jolts wide awake. He looks around, realizing the room feels familiar. Groggy, he mutters, "Wait, is this my house?" Sitting up, Se-Jun is totally confused about how he got here. Then, his eyes lock onto a shadow. High alert mode is on because someone else is in his house. He cannot tell who it is. He demands to know who is there. Now pay attention, because this reveal changes everything as the girl turns around and Se-Jun gasps. Elizabeth. He rushes out of the bedroom in disbelief, saying, "It really is you. How is this possible?" Elizabeth smirks and tells him his question is a bit too abstract. "I already told you that we would see each other again." Se-Jun stares at the mysterious girl in front of him, asking a suspicious question. "Was it really you back then?" Elizabeth dodges the question completely. "First off, I apologize. I know you must be curious about many things, but I honestly cannot explain everything to you right now. If I do, the risk of me getting caught increases." Se-Jun is totally lost. Caught? What does she mean by caught? Caught by who? Elizabeth shakes her head and says she cannot tell him that part either. "Just give me your hand first." Se-Jun trusts her and holds out his hand. Elizabeth channels a mysterious glowing power into him. Se-Jun asks in confusion what she is doing. Elizabeth smiles. "I just reduced the side effects of your ring. Now you can finally use it freely however you want. But remember, do not abuse it." Se-Jun pulls his arm back and stares closely at the mysterious artifact. "Now that I think about it, you gave this to me too." "Elizabeth, who are you?" Se-Jun pieces the timeline together. He remembers being told that the scenario quest was not real at all. He assumed Elizabeth was just a fake system illusion. He even thought her having the exact same condition as Sia was just a trick his own subconscious made up. However, even if he tries to believe those were just fake visions, there are way too many strange details that do not add up. Se-Jun asks her straight up. You are not a ghost, you are human, right? Elizabeth simply replies, that really depends on how you choose to look at it. Getting a super vague answer like that leaves Se-Jun even more confused. Elizabeth sighs, explaining that her current position forces her to remain secretive. Elizabeth judges him up and down. Just as I expected, it does not suit you at all. My cloak, I mean. Se-Jun stands there dumbfounded. Elizabeth suggests he should gift it to someone instead. Let's pause here, the story is about to get way deeper than we thought. Give it away to who? Elizabeth says, to the person you want to protect. Se-Jun connects the dots and starts firing questions. He asks if she knows about that too. Elizabeth calmly replies, how could I not know? We are both witches, after all. Se-Jun is not letting this go, demanding to know how she found out. So Sia is a witch. Elizabeth gives a vague answer, asking him if he could explain why he is a human if someone asked. She walks up to the glass window, gently tracing it with her hand. That child and I share the same formula of destiny. A cursed destiny. Se-Jun repeats this, looking totally anxious. A curse. Elizabeth stares back, her eyes suddenly flashing with a hint of deep resentment. That is right. Quite the paradox, right? Witches are the only ones who can freely use curses, yet we are chained by them. Cutting the lore short, Elizabeth gets back to business. Before my time runs out, I have something important to tell you. Se-Jun asks what she means. Elizabeth leans in and gives him a serious warning about the butterfly effect. Se-Jun double-checks to make sure he heard right. You are talking about the butterfly effect? Elizabeth confirms it. She explains the chain reaction of events triggered every single time he chooses to alter the future. Watch closely, because the consequences are getting real. She says things have already changed more than he could ever imagine. Se-Jun completely disagrees with this cautious mindset. All right, you and I are watching the moment where everything our hero knows flips. I must change everything, Se-Jun says. Elizabeth explains the butterfly effect. Even if you cannot see the consequences now, they are stacking up and will eventually hit you like a violent storm. It will be a disaster way too massive for you to handle all by yourself. Se-Jun clenches his teeth, drowning in guilt as he remembers his past failures. He refuses to accept this outcome. Even though he tried so hard to change his timeline, he still failed to save the things that actually mattered most. Now watch this, because the next thing Elizabeth says is a total game changer. She tells him that Uni is actually alive. His eyes snap open. Completely losing his composure, he yells out, "What? Tell me exactly what you just said to me." Elizabeth keeps going. That reward ticket from the scenario quest was not just some ordinary piece of paper, it was actually the restoration ticket. This ultra-rare item literally reverses the physical time of a body. It is an absolute miracle in his hands. And thanks to its power, the biological time of the guild members reset completely back to their previous state. They went back to the moment right before his very first slash. We all thought she was a goner, right? Se-Jun cuts in, realizing Un's body is back to life. Elizabeth confirms it. That is exactly how it works. But then her voice turns cold. She warns him that he absolutely cannot afford to get careless now. Uni only came back because she died inside the tower, right within the ticket's area of effect. It was pure luck. Do not expect miracles like this out in the real world. You need to be incredibly careful moving forward from here. Looking deadly serious, Elizabeth warns the main character. He has safety nets now, but the future is still completely unknown. He better prepare his mind to fight off the massive chaos that the butterfly effect is bound to bring. Wrapping things up, Elizabeth says her goodbyes. All right, I really have to get going before I am spotted. Se-Jun desperately tries to stop her. Wait, we still have so many things left to discuss. Do not leave yet. She shuts him down, explaining she will get caught if she lingers. We can talk about the details later, she promises. Hold on, Elizabeth. I have one last thing I need to ask you. Se-Jun shouts out. I do not know how you pulled this off, but you gave me the king's ring and the restoration ticket, right? You are getting way too involved. Why? Why go out of your way to help me this much? Elizabeth just gives a mysterious smile. Because you are on my side, she says before vanishing into thin air. Her sudden disappearance leaves Se-Jun standing there stunned. He cannot believe she is gone in the blink of an eye. He still had a million questions about the scenario quest, the ring, and even the insane bosses of the tower. She really left without explaining the full picture of what is happening. Let's pause and think. Could there be a massive hidden plan behind all this? You and I need to be careful. While he is lost in thought, the space around him starts to warp. A glowing system screen pops up right in front. It is a notification for the alpha tester. A brand new privilege has been added directly to his personal system. This is only the beginning. The system pings him with an alert, asking him to immediately open his personal status window. He remembers his original goal for entering this dangerous tutorial tower. It was all about changing his main combat class, a super rare privilege. The system displays his updated info. Name, Se-Jun. Job title, Spearman. Special skill, extremely high thrust. It is a completely unique ability for him. Staring at the system screen, he is shocked that he can actually change his own job title now. Even though it is amazing, he does not want to change his own. He tells the system to change someone else's instead. I am transferring this privilege to another person. But the system instantly shuts him down. These special privileges are exclusively granted to hunters with outstanding achievements inside the tutorial tower. The system is acting unfairly as usual. The hunter must use the title change privilege immediately without any further delay. Se-Jun is doing the math, realizing he straight up cannot transfer these hunter rights to his friend. He should have seen this coming. All the bad luck she faced was purely because of her cursed title. He thought simply swapping it out would stop those disasters in their tracks for good. He lets out a massive sigh. The system loves making things impossible, leaving him with absolutely zero options. He stares at the glowing screen, forming Plan B, trading his own title for a way stronger one instead. But there is a huge catch. If I swap titles, does my skill change too? Trust me, we need to find out. Alright, you and I are diving into a system where one wrong move could cost our main character everything. Se-Jun is visibly frustrated because his signature skill, very high thrust, is just way too valuable to lose. He refuses to give it up. Sure, 15 years from now he might find a replacement, but for now, this skill is absolutely broken and completely unbalanced for his current level. Plus, once he expands his mana pool, he can spam this devastating attack until the next system update rolls out. Most importantly, losing this skill means 15 years of grueling training would literally vanish into thin air. But standard titles have strict limits that he just cannot ignore. Now, watch this part closely. Everything changes when a mysterious system alert suddenly flashes before his eyes. He can swap titles and keep the skill. Se-Jun is left completely speechless as the system continues. The prompt says he can add a growth trait to his current title, leaving him absolutely stunned. He screams in his mind, "Wait, a growth ability actually exists in this world?" These growth titles look like ordinary trash at first, but they actually level up alongside the hunter using them. He researched this for years because the limits of standard titles always made him incredibly angry. If he can finally break those barriers, the game changes forever. Se-Jun finally makes his choice. "Go ahead and add that growth ability right now," he commands, and the system confirms the setup. His entire personal system triggers a full reset as his spearman title transforms into a powerful growth title. Suddenly, Se-Jun wakes up staring at the ceiling of a completely different room. Exhausted, he groans. Honestly, he has lost count of how many times he has woken up in strange places. The door clicks open and Alexis strolls inside, smiling when he sees our main character finally sitting up. "Alexis, where am I?" he blurts out. Alexis calmly explains this is the Night Guild headquarters. Apparently, they hauled everyone back after finding them passed out right outside the tutorial tower. Se-Jun asks about the chaotic events inside, but Alexis looks like he has no idea what happened. He stares blankly. "Wait, you guys actually managed to clear every single zone?" Se-Jun is confused. Alexis just gives him a look like he is being way too casual. He explains their own guildmaster is terrified of that dungeon. Clearing it is an absolutely legendary achievement. Our hero is still lost, muttering to himself that something about this situation feels totally off. You and I both know something is seriously wrong here. Recalling the dungeon, he knew for a fact the ultimate tower boss should have been a king. So why did a giant salamander show up here instead of Anbeck? And if that beast really was Anbeck, where in the world did the actual king go? Alexis waves it off. His team is fine. Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps rushes toward the room. His entire squad bursts through the door, covered in bandages but desperate to see if he is okay. They took some nasty hits, but the whole team is alive, including his wife, Yu Wu-Wa. Right on cue, Yu Wu-Wa bursts through the door, "Whoop!" frantically screaming his name with tears in her eyes. She sobs, asking if he is okay, and he immediately pulls her into a tight, emotional embrace. Caught off guard, she gets incredibly shy, her cheeks flushing a bright and adorable shade of red. She whispers his name as he hugs her even tighter, thanking God this is not a nightmare. Their sweet moment has the rest of the squad giggling like crazy in the background. Let's recap. When they entered, Sophia was hospitalized after a curse aggressively weakened her entire body. But thankfully, she is recovering quickly now that the curse has finally been broken. When he visits, she tries to offer a massive reward, but he knows she got them inside. They decide to settle for a nice meal together instead of a huge payout. Thanks to the ticket side effect, the guild members had their memories wiped after the very first stage. He is confused, but the real chaos is just starting to unfold in this world. So, what do you and I take from this? Sometimes keeping the truth hidden is the safest bet. A few days pass and the squad is fully healed. When it is time to leave, Daeho looks bummed. "Alright, you and I are jumping back into the life of a regresser who just pulled off the impossible." The squad is splitting up though. Everyone has business to attend to, and getting rejected like that leaves poor Daeho standing there totally stunned. Is he really the only guy here with no life? Se-Jun just smiles, watching his chaotic friends act like total idiots. But as he goes to leave, Alexis suddenly blocks his path. Se-Jun, I really need to talk to you. Se-Jun looks at him. What brings you all the way out here, man? Look at Alexis clenching his fists. Then he bows a full 90 degrees. Thank you, Se-Jun. That move catches our hero completely off guard. He tries to help him up, but Alexis refuses to move. He had no clue their guildmaster was dying from a lethal curse. Se-Jun plays it cool, saying the curse barely even showed any physical symptoms. But Alexis is not buying it. He knows their master always hides her pain from everyone around her. Without his help, she would have kept it secret until it literally ended her life. Hearing that, Se-Jun realizes the guy is absolutely right. Think about it. Now, watch closely, because here is where the real danger starts. The outside world sees the knights as greedy tower hoarders. If this dungeon went public, rival guilds would start a bloody war for those rare tower skills. A total bloodbath would be unavoidable. One call for help and a massive turf war would explode overnight. On the flip side, clearing this nightmare alone meant too many knights would be slaughtered. Sophia was willing to sacrifice herself to prevent both. She chose death to stop a disaster. Se-Jun looks Alexis straight in the eyes, trying to downplay his role. He says someone else would have cleared the tower eventually. But Alexis knows the dark truth. By then, it would have been too late. He stands firm. No matter what, you are the one who saved us. You do not need to be so humble. Alexis hands over a premium business card. Call me if you ever need backup with anything. I am saying this for every single knight in our guild. Se-Jun takes the card, thanking the man for showing such solid respect. But Alexis keeps going. If you are staying in Greece, we can set you up with total VIP treatment. Se-Jun shakes his head. Sorry man, but I have to pass. Alexis is confused, asking why. Thinking of someone precious, a warm smile spreads across his face. He simply answers, I really miss my little girl. I miss her so much it is actually making me dizzy. Cut to a massive apartment complex under a blazing sun. It is ridiculously hot outside. Our guy finally makes it back home with his family. He throws the door open with excitement. We are home. Little CA throws both hands straight in the air. The kid is buzzing with joy. Meanwhile, Yuhua does not even hesitate. She dives face first onto that mattress, burying her head into the softest pillow. She groans happily about her amazing bed. Se-Jun takes a seat on the edge, looking back at her. Just like that, she is already out cold. He watches her exhausted face as a storm of thoughts brews in his mind. She is completely drained. He pushed things way too hard during that tower raid. Classic overpowered main character guilt right here. You and I both know he is a regressor, but even a legend makes mistakes. He forgot they are just rookies now because they were legends in his past life. He got way too reckless. At this point in time, they barely have any decent skills unlocked. Then it hits him like a truck. Something he somehow completely forgot until now. He turns to look at sleeping Yuhua. Wait a minute. I do not even know what her awakened skill actually is. Before the regression, she died way too early. That means he never once saw her use any kind of special ability. I guess I will just have to ask her about it later. His brain is going a million miles an hour. The eerie words from that little oracle girl keep echoing in his head. Sunlight filters through the window, hitting a dark corner of the quiet room. That mysterious girl can definitely see the future. But how much does she really know? His expression gets dark and serious. Honestly, if he could, he would track that brat down in another tower to demand answers. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to dive into a world where the butterfly effect changes everything. With these timeline shifts, Se-Jun has no clue how wild things will get. Feeling a massive headache coming on, he finally collapses backward onto the mattress. He literally can't prepare for the future anymore because he has no idea what insane curveballs the timeline will throw. What if a major disaster strikes tomorrow? He lets out a groan of pure mental exhaustion. His brain feels like it is about to explode, while little Ka has been sneaking around the hallway. She playfully spreads her arms like an airplane and belly flops onto the bed, startling her tired parents. Giggling like crazy, she happily yells that she is just like mommy and daddy. Waking up, Se-Jun softly asks if Ka was following them this whole time, and she gives an innocent little yep. Squished between them, she happily yells that they are all doing the exact same thing. Hearing those simple words, a massive wave of pure, wholesome happiness washes over Se-Jun. He tosses those heavy thoughts aside for now, and just like that, Se-Jun finally rests. Alright, let's jump back into the awakening world chaos. Se-Jun looks at Ka. You saw that heart-melting look, right? She cheekily replies that he will survive while the two of them chill on the sofa. Se-Jun is busy tying up Ka's hair when the doorbell rings out of nowhere. He mutters under his breath, wondering who is visiting since he did not invite anyone over. A voice echoes from outside. Hearing that familiar voice, Se-Jun's jaw drops in absolute shock. He rushes to swing the door open. Standing there is a tall man with snow-white hair. Se-Jun gasps in surprise. Grandpa sets a package down on the floor, prompting Se-Jun to ask why he showed up so late. Grandpa simply says he came to drop something off. The item on the floor is a white cage. Se-Jun is stunned, letting out a confused yell. Out steps a sleek black cat with bright green eyes and a matching green collar. Se-Jun stammers in confusion, asking if it is a cat. Kay lights up instantly, sprinting toward the furball as fast as possible. She yells for Master. Hearing his daughter say that, he repeats the word, totally baffled by the title. Grandpa quickly explains that Master is actually the cat's name. Still clueless, Se-Jun keeps asking his grandpa to explain this whole strange situation. Why bring a cat? Grandpa casually walks past him into the house while giving his answer. It is a stray cat. She liked it, so I brought it along. Se-Jun stares in disbelief. Now pay attention, this is where the mystery gets truly weird. Grandpa says in Greece, this cat approached Ka and literally refused to leave her side. Kay became super close to him. Grandpa states that if they can't raise it, he will. Se-Jun thinks raising a cat is sudden, but his wife Uni jumps in and begs him to adopt the kitty. He is dumbfounded, asking if she actually likes cats too. Her eyes instantly sparkle and a blush spreads across her cheeks. She says they are adorable and training them is a total breeze. He fires back, worried that shedding cat hair might be bad for Ka's health. Uni offers a plan. If they groom it carefully, everything will be fine. She glances at Ka. Just look at her. Kay is already totally obsessed with it. Ka flashes a radiant smile while calling for Master, making it impossible for him to say no. But for Se-Jun, something feels off. His face suddenly darkens with concern. Everyone loves the guy, but pairing a black cat with a witch? That is a bad sign. An unsettling image flashes through his mind, leaving him feeling panicked and on edge. He knows what most people think black cats mean trouble, but a loud meow snaps him back. The black cat slowly walks up while he stares. Its only response is a simple, innocent meow. The magic bracelet in his sleeve does not ring, so he finally lets his guard down, meaning it is definitely not some hidden monster or a dangerous threat in disguise. He finally makes his choice. Trust me, you and I are going to see if he regrets this. All right. You and I are witnessing the moment this family finally adopts a cat, and they are absolutely exploding with joy. Koa lunges forward to hug Elizabeth tight, cheering for her amazing master. But Grandpa suddenly cuts the vibe short with a cryptic warning. His face turns dead serious as he demands a private chat with his grandson right this second. They head to a secret spot where Grandpa starts scolding Se-Jun about that long business trip to Greece. Even for work, he is not happy. You simply cannot leave a little girl alone for that long. He nods in quiet acceptance, but then panic hits. He nervously asks if something terrible actually happened to Koa. Grandpa stays stone cold and says no, but while watching her, he realized she is growing up way too fast. Hearing those heavy words makes Se-Jun freeze completely in his tracks. I know you are working hard, but at her age, she really needs way more love and attention than she is getting. Being away this long is bad. He can finally feel her hidden loneliness, leaving Se-Jun to just bow his head and listen. I am her grandfather. I can protect her, but I can never truly replace her actual parents. He mutters in heavy guilt, wondering what to do. Grandpa crosses his arms and just asks, what do you mean? Obviously, you need to change. Se-Jun just repeats that word like a lost puppy. Hearing that foolish question, Grandpa frowns and gives a direct order. If you work on weekdays, you better spend the whole weekend playing with your kid. If you have a long business trip next time, just take her with you. Meanwhile, Yunhua is happily playing with Elizabeth. When she asks Koa what she is doing, the kid excitedly replies that she is just talking with her master. Oh, really? Suddenly, it hits Koa that she just totally slipped up. She freezes in panic and covers her mouth, scrambling to explain that her conversation was supposed to be a secret. Now pay attention, Yunhua does not mind at all, just smiling and promising to keep that little secret totally safe. The kid excitedly asks if she means it. The two of them link pinky fingers together as her mom swears on it. Koa says the master really likes her mom. Before they can talk more, Grandpa pops in to announce that he is finally heading out. That is where we leave it. Yunhua hurries to see him off as Grandpa heads out, not planning to stay long. Anyway, let's keep moving, with a quick reminder for all of us to always focus on family. They head out, but nobody notices a cat with eyes just like Elizabeth standing right by the door. Se-Jun locks eyes with the cat, feeling suspicious. He looks anxious yet curious as night finally falls over the house. Se-Jun lies tossing and turning in bed, his head spinning. Can his daughter actually talk to animals? You might be thinking it is just a kid's imagination, but knowing her insane hidden powers, Se-Jun starts guessing the truth. If it is Koa, it might be real. She literally teleported dolls with magic in that ice golem incident, or she straight up created them. Mid-thought, a dark shadow pops up right in front of him. It is Elizabeth in cat form. Surprisingly, Se-Jun stays calm, wondering if his daughter can actually use telepathy on animals. He is eager to test this crazy theory. He has to know, is this cat even normal? Elizabeth sits right on him as the cat actually smirks. Se-Jun randomly asks, "Can you actually understand human words?" She opens her mouth to speak, but Se-Jun just gets a totally normal cat yawn instead. He watches her walk away, thinking he is overthinking things. Suddenly, Yunhua appears behind him and scares him half to death. A tragic, startled scream follows as they both turn to look. "Were you talking to your master?" Se-Jun argues he was just looking, but she teases him until he blushes hard in embarrassment. "I did not realize it because I spent all that time talking to a stuffed bear and a cloak. Damn tutorial tower." He snaps to his senses. Realizing he stayed inside too long, he remembers his dad's warning not to leave her alone. "If you work weekdays, play with her on weekends." Those words echo loud in his head. Before she leaves, he quickly calls out, suggesting they plan a super fun day together. Just like that, a new day drops and sunlight fills the sky. Seeing the packed mall, Koa is absolutely amazed. She excitedly asks, "Mom, what kind of store is this?" Yunhua explains they can rent costumes here. She turns to Se-Jun and asks him to join in, but he instantly refuses. No way. He says he is not wearing that, but Koa completely destroys him. "Dad, you would look so handsome. He is definitely going to fold." He happily agrees to wear it. They enter to pick outfits, and Koa decides on this specific one. Koa replies with a sweet yes. "All right, let's change." Se-Jun says, "But trust me, you and I need to see what she asks next." "All right, stick with me." You and I are watching Jun try to prove he is a pro at braiding hair. No, but braiding is easy. Romantic cherry blossoms fill the air all around them. This picture-perfect family has tourists staring. Their traditional hanboks look stunning, blooming like beautiful flowers. Who are they? Look at her. Are they models or do they actually work here? Jun soaks in the pride while Unha curiously touches her neatly braided hair. "How are you this good?" He just gives a casual shrug and a mysterious, "Who knows?" He reminds her he played with her hair before. She laughs, remembering he was pretty talented. As the trio strolls, Jun smiles. His models are just way too beautiful today. Unha stops suddenly. It is crowded because a TV drama is actually filming right here. She points to a banner for The Wall Where the Moon Lingers, starring Seung-Soo Hye-yan. Jun is confused why they are talking about Seung-Soo Hye-yan, but suddenly Koa tugs his shirt, all hyped up. "Dad, look!" An Jun looks over, wondering why people are photographing it. He cracks up. That is a cow, not an He helplessly watches her try to imitate it. "What are you doing?" Koa asks why its tongue can reach its nose. Unha just cringes. That is gross. After a laugh, Jun offers to get Dalgona candy. Koa is clueless, but he smirks, knowing she will love it. "Trust me, you are going to want to see this. This sweet chapter is far from over." She pops the treat in, and her eyes light up instantly. "It is so yummy. Now, how many should we buy?" Koa yells for lots of them, but Unha immediately steps in to stop her. "You only get one, sweetie." Koa pouts sadly, begging her mom for just one more little piece. Mom stays strict, insisting on lunch first. Koa looks disappointed, then suddenly changes her entire battle strategy. "Daddy!" In a split second, Jun is completely defeated by her overwhelming power of pure cuteness. Those squishy cheeks and sparkling eyes launch a massive attack on him. Koa wants more. Against this absolute weapon of cuteness, Jun barely stands a single chance. Mom already said no, but the tears start welling up. The destructive power just peaked. His final defense crumbles. Eagerly, he pulls out the handmade Dalgona sweets he brought along for her. My little Koa can eat whatever she wants. But suddenly, a terrifying killing intent erupts behind him. Unha keeps a stone-cold face and growls a deadly warning. Jun, put those sweets down right now. Faced with a life-or-death situation, Jun surrenders. "Sorry, kid. Dad is totally helpless here." Koa understands who the real boss is. "Wait, how do you even know that?" "You and I both know kids move fast." She spots something interesting and ignores him. She points straight ahead with a fun new idea. She wants to try that game over there, which turns out to be an event center hosting a special archery challenge. The second they reach the gate, an awkward guy tells them the game is not for kids under 7 years old. Koa is completely crushed, her mouth hanging open in absolute, pure disbelief. Sensing a massive meltdown, Jun immediately scoops her up to comfort her right away. "Let us just find somewhere else, okay?" But then the owner suggests that the parents should give the game a shot instead. There is a special event running. An event? The man explains that if you land 10 arrows in the center, you win a giant stuffed animal. Jun sees Koa's eyes light up with pure joy. "Do you want that stuffed animal, sweetie?" Koa does not hesitate for a single second. She wants the bunny, but he looks doubtful. The scammer jumps on the chance. "Win the grand prize just by beating our little challenge." It is only 2001 for 10 arrows. Want to give it a try? Watching other arrows drop shows how hard this is. Every passing customer admits total defeat. This is way harder than it looks. Maybe the targets are just placed too far. The owner smirks. These are classic, dirty scammer tactics at work. Next customer, please. As he watches another easy mark fall for it, the guy flashes a super sketchy smile. The targets are twice as far. You and I won't believe what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to watch a total pro humiliate a scammer. No way a normal person hits this insane shot. Suddenly, an arrow rips right past his face like a violent gust of wind. Before his shocked eyes, the arrow spirals beautifully and buries itself deep into the dead center bullseye. Every bystander gasps in absolute awe, while the scammer just stands there completely frozen, sweating bullets from the sheer shock. What a gorgeous shot. The scammer's face turns totally pale as he slowly turns to see exactly who fired that epic arrow. That is impossible unless you are a literal professional archer. Nobody should be able to hit that target. Unhai just lets out a gentle breath, winking with a playful smile. Seriously, who is this woman? Se-Jun sighs with pure regret. Bummer. I totally should have hit all of them, but at least we finally got the little bunny for Koa. Koa happily hugs the huge stuffed animal tight and praises him. Daddy is so good at archery. You still scored 7 points after all. He laughs brightly and agrees. Dad is pretty good, right? The misses? Oh, that was totally just the wind. Unhai suddenly speaks up with a serious tone. Pay attention here, because she is not letting him blame the wind for those misses. She is super intense, looking like an absolute military commander. She states, you must overcome the wind, leaving Se-Jun totally helpless to argue. Meanwhile, Koa plays with her new bunny plushie and whispers something very softly. Koa wants to play the archery game too. They both gently hold her little hands to comfort her. Once you finally turn 7 years old, we promise we will come back. Koa makes a promise. I am going to be better than Dad. Just watch. When he asks why she is so sure, she answers, sweetly. Because I am Mommy's daughter, Se-Jun. Se-Jun nods, watching this touching moment as mother and daughter hug each other tightly. Wow, Koa really is exactly like Unhai. But personality-wise, she is a carbon copy of me. It is pretty wild. Honestly, Koa would probably be an absolute beast with a spear, too. Still, seeing her this happy makes him drop the idea entirely. We really do not need to force her into doing anything she hates. Ever since she was a baby, Koa already had crazy magical powers. Se-Jun falls into deep thought, realizing she actually needs to learn how to control that magic first. Right now, her magic only sparks whenever she gets super emotional, but she still cannot really control any of those wild powers yet. There are wizards out there, but I do not personally know a single one. So, I have absolutely zero clue who to even ask to teach her. Only 1% of hunters use real magic. So, what do you and I make of this? A rare gift indeed. If Koa could just learn magic to protect herself, it would be perfect. But what now? Stick with me here. He refuses to let this little girl get dragged into another battle. He has to protect Koa at all costs while he is lost in thought. Unhai and the kid have already wandered off. The little girl points out something cool in the distance. She happily waves at him. Hurry up, Dad. He just gives a soft, warm smile. All his heavy worries melt away, seeing his daughter smile while running toward them. That peace is just wishful thinking, though. After all, the poor kid is only 5 years old. Flashback to their return, facing that familiar door. Unhai tightly grips Koa by the hand, but a heavy wave of anxiety completely swallows her up. Koa whispers, Mom, are you okay? But the only thing answering the little girl is absolute dead silence. That finally snaps Unhai back to reality. She quickly turns to comfort her daughter. Yeah, Mom is totally fine. Please do not worry about it. A dark, traumatic corner of Unhai's past flashes through her mind right after her home was completely destroyed. That terrifying, heart-wrenching scene feels like it literally happened yesterday. It is a scar deeply burned into her mind. She has no parents, no relatives, and absolutely zero friends left to lean on. That is why she came here. Unhai holds Koa's hand, hesitating outside Se-Jun's door. That restless feeling suddenly fills her with pure dread. Now watch closely, things are about to get messy. Is showing up unannounced like this a terrible idea? Unhai remembers their explosive past argument and gets even more nervous. After all, their breakup was not exactly smooth. Trembling, she presses the doorbell, her mind racing with thoughts. But if she does not do this, he will absolutely refuse to even see her. Right then, a voice answers from inside. Who is it? Unhai slowly asks Se-Jun. Is that really you? The voice behind the door repeats flatly. Who is out there? It is me, Unhai. The second she drops that name, the guy finally opens the door. What is going on? She awkwardly greets him. Hey, Se-Jun. But on the inside, she is utterly panicking. Stick with me, you and I are about to watch Uni struggle just to stay calm while introducing little Koi. Hey Koi, say hello to your father. Instantly, the mood in the room turns freezing cold. The silence is heavy and awkward, giving him just enough time to process. Even though we just showed up out of nowhere, please let us stay. You might be confused right now, but this little girl is actually your daughter, so please, be kind and take us in. Even Uni knows how ridiculous this entire situation sounds. She has no idea if Se-Jun will accept them as he looks down at Koi, who has hopeful eyes. He asks, "Is she my daughter?" Still, blood is thicker than water, right? Just a tiny bit of compassion would be enough for them. Uni looks at him with desperate hope. Will he understand? But his eyes are just filled with pure, bloodshot rage. Her pupils shrink in terror. It is a suffocating, paralyzing feeling she cannot escape. Now watch this. Se-Jun looks like he just transformed into a completely different person. He ruthlessly scolds them both. Are you insane? Why would I harbor a brat who used magic to destroy your home? She pulls the panicked Koi into a hug, her voice shaking. Why would you say that? You are truly something else. He mocks her coldly. Uni, I cannot believe you dared to raise such a terrifying kid. Why not just hand her to the magic tower? That question stabs her right in the heart. What did you say? Her maternal instincts flare up, refusing to let him insult her daughter another second. Se-Jun, how could you be so cruel? He just laughs without a hint of emotion. I know what you are thinking. Pure madness, right? Suddenly, Uni realizes she is wearing the guild uniform, a symbol of total submission. The man before her turns into a demon. Fine, you can stay and slave away from my guild forever. Uni bolts awake. Her heavy, panicked breathing fills the silence of the room. That nightmare felt way too real. Uni is still shaking with fear. What on earth was that? Turns out it was just a bad dream. She looks at Se-Jun, wondering why he was in her nightmare. Seeing his peaceful, sleeping face finally calms her down. Drenched in sweat, she quietly reassures herself. Besides, there is no way the real Se-Jun would ever say such horrible things. Let us pause for a second, because a dark shadow is lurking nearby, watching everything unfold. Elizabeth, currently trapped in her cat form, silently observes the entire scene. The night passes, shifting to the England branch of the Magic Tower, a place glowing with starlight. A mysterious man slams his teacup down. His assistant nervously asks if he is all right. A dizzy William grabs his head and quickly brushes it off. No, I am totally fine. Just a slight headache after coming back from South Korea. He immediately asks for a status update. What really matters is the status of those cracks. According to gathered intel, a massive one twice the normal size just spawned in Egypt. The night squad is dealing with that anomaly as we speak. William's face goes dark as he checks the data. So, Egypt is next. After Canada and South Korea, the two men stand at the board, desperately trying to find a pattern. I have no idea what the pattern is. These cracks are appearing way too fast all over the world. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You and I are going to want to see what happens next. Every single rift has its own specific time and location. Normally, natural disasters have a clear cause that you can easily track, but not these. In this case, predicting the cause is actually impossible. He falls into deep thought, carefully calculating every single move forward. Humanity can handle monsters for now, but if these rifts keep multiplying at this rate, we might literally need every single hunter in this world to fight. He reaches out, brushing his fingers against the notes. Where is the problem? Just as he finds a clue, a massive wave of magic power hits him. Se-Jun clearly feels the intense tremors from earlier. Dizzy, he grabs his head and mutters about another massive headache. But wait, this pain acts like the missing link, tying everything together perfectly. The more he stares at the data, the clearer it gets. He realizes something massive and immediately barks an urgent order. Hurry up! His poor assistant is totally confused, while Se-Jun looks absolutely frantic right now. Alright, you and I are diving straight into a massive world-ending mystery, but William has already checked out. He is completely focused on the flood of information screaming through his mind right now. A direct connection is forming in real time, tethering one catastrophe zone to the next. Ink lines race across scattered documents while Se-Jun shakes like a dying engine, frantically trying to expose this terrifying nightmare. Finally, after a heartbeat of pure tension, his shaking hand stops dead. Right before their eyes, those lines form the perfect shape of a monster storm. William stares, his insane theory finally proven true. His pupils shrink as he gasps out the conclusion, and trust me, you and I need to watch this part closely. The center of the storm is the Ground Zero Rift, Seoul, South Korea. Under a glowing, radiant sky, the capital looks so calm, with no clue that a total disaster is about to arrive. Meanwhile, in the concrete jungle of New York, the highways are packed with cars zooming through the daily chaos. From way up high, the voice of that mysterious woman echoes. The one who told William to be careful. Looks like the butterfly effect has some serious benefits. Elizabeth watches from her perch, looking absolutely entertained by the unfolding carnage. This just means I can play even dirtier. A breeze catches her hair, sending it dancing wildly into the dark night sky. Suddenly, Elizabeth's face twists, her expression turning into one of pure, sharp annoyance. She shakes her head hard, trashing those weird thoughts from a moment ago. No, that is just pure nonsense. I just need to stay under the radar. Suddenly, a very familiar voice rings out through the empty air. Her vibe instantly shifts as she looks toward the sky. Stone cold, she just casually lets the truth slip out. Yeah, I told you we could move way faster than in the life before the regression happened. She stares down at the traffic with zero emotion. All of this is on Se-Jun now. I can try to hold this side down, but the impact is just too massive. Whatever. I already gave the tower a heads up, so slowing down is probably for the best. Elizabeth stands, brushing her hair back. I will be careful, but I am still worried. Her long, dark hair dances in the freezing wind. Just keep doing your own thing. She flashes a smug, charming smile. And I will keep doing my own thing too. She locks onto her next target immediately. Let us start by blocking things from that end. She leaps off the roof as morning arrives and yeah, I know what you're thinking. Where is our main guy? At a top-secret high-tech lab in Korea, Se-Jun asks if he is actually allowed to enter this place. Sun-hun, the assistant to Ha-iram, leads him into the facility. Outsiders are strictly forbidden inside this facility, but the captain gave Lee Se-Jun a special pass, so he is clear. The heavy elevator doors hiss open while the assistant continues his detailed briefing. Testing the new weapon is the top priority today. The two men walk through the massive halls, talking shop. Honestly, there is no better place than this. Ha-iram is waiting for them. Iram spots her guest, excitedly tells him to come in, and starts her pitch for the brand new custom weapon he requested. It is finally 100% complete. Se-Jun follows her, feeling completely blown away by the sight. That was incredibly fast. Is every single thing finished? Iram excitedly replies, absolutely it is. The concept was awesome, so I built a prototype. You should really be thanking me. We would never do this for anyone else. Reaching the case, she grabs the gear with both hands. At first, I had zero clue how to store this spear. Maybe at the tower. It was unavoidable. As she finishes her thought, Ha-iram holds out what looks like a short sword toward him. Let us call this thing M. Se-Jun takes it, wondering how this strange design even works. She points to the center. See that groove? Just follow my instructions carefully, Se-Jun. First, twist the main body. Then set your mode and pump your mana directly into the weapon. Instantly, a bright wave of magical energy erupts, completely engulfing the blade in light. The handle shifts, transforming wildly, until boom, a massive spearhead finally appears. A fully formed, badass spear materializes, leaving Se-Jun totally stunned. She tells him to use it just like that. She asks for his review as a spear user. Trust me, you and I can see he is totally hooked. But honestly, he really needs to test it out first. Ha-iram does not even hesitate. She tells him to test it right now, which surprises him. That is exactly why I called you here. Standing in the testing room, memories hit him hard. This is his first major test since those rank exams. Alright, stick with me here. Lee Se-Jun watches a magic block fight a rock while Iram explains from the control room. Since testing new weapons in a real dungeon is impossible, we have to use this simulation instead. How should we adjust the monster? Lee Se-Jun gets hyped and drops into a stance. Just make it suitable. Iram immediately starts typing. The sphere suddenly transforms as thick smoke billows out into the room. Right before his eyes, a massive monster appears. Iram actually managed to simulate the mimic perfectly. Seeing this insane recreation, even Lee Se-Jun is stunned. You can seriously fake a boss like this? She calmly replies that since they have attack priority, gathering data on these monsters is super easy. I will give you the files if you need them. While he tensely faces off, she adds a few details. Let us begin. Besides basic settings, there are plenty of other modes, so feel free to test them. Gripping his weapon tightly, he mutters about other modes. Lee Se-Jun instantly switches things up. He activates pike mode, and the blade snaps into 2 tiers. It is a massive 5 to 6 meter polearm. He nods approvingly at the awesome transformation. Now that is some solid length for a weapon. Meanwhile, the monster blankly repeats his exact words. His face darkens as a memory hits him. The mimic. The very first time I fought this thing, it was an absolute nightmare. Back then, his stats were high. He was inside the tutorial tower back then. Now watch closely, because things are about to get wild. He points his spear straight at the mimic. How will I handle it now? The beast leaps instantly. That familiar, terrifying speed makes him dizzy. You are grumpy today. Come on, bring it on. The monster opens its jaws, roaring as it lunges at Lee Se-Jun. Both fighters clash at the exact same time. Let us see the power difference today. As night falls, the peaceful city buildings begin to light up. Over at his house, Ka excitedly shouts about a suitcase. Unha finishes cleaning and walks over in confusion. She turns and sees her little girl staring intently at the mysterious blue suitcase in the room. Unha explains that is the bag his dad used in Greece. Why has he not unpacked yet? I seriously need to set him straight later. Suddenly, Elizabeth in her cat body calls out suspiciously, "Miss A, what is it?" Her master points out a weird sparkle coming from inside the bag. Elizabeth curiously follows her gaze. Is something sparkling in there? A strange mana source glows from within. They curiously pop it open as a shadow bursts out. I know what you are thinking. A magical black cloak completely mesmerizes Miss A. Suddenly, a turquoise flame erupts, engulfing the entire cloak. Let us jump back to Se-Jun. The mimic is absolutely demolished, lying motionless on the ground. This brutal scene makes Ha-Iram sigh in pure disbelief as she observes from the control room. Was that boss really this weak to begin with? It was completely and utterly overwhelmed. Se-Jun calls out to her from behind. Was that real? Anyway, I have one thing to say. That brand new prototype weapon is now covered in stains with deep cracks along the blade. She snatches back her ruined masterpiece, panicking. Why is it like this after just one fight? He says the base material seems too flexible. Iram furiously yells that it is a transforming weapon. We chose a flexible material on purpose, but you wrecked it after a single fight. Se-Jun awkwardly scratches his cheek. He switched from mana to aura, which created this flaw. Instead, he plays it cool. If I used my full skills, it would have snapped in half. Her pride is wounded, but she knows he is unstoppable. He takes the broken blade back. Since you love it so much, check it again after I finish reinforcing the material. Iram stares in shock. Why ask me? You were the one who commissioned us to build this. Let me ask again. Are you seriously not thinking about selling this genius idea to us? I will just give it to you. Trust me, you and I are not ready for her excited reaction. Alright, you and I are about to see this sell for a fortune while Se-Jun tells her not to worry. I am really giving this to you, but on one condition. Se-Jun tightens his grip and drops his ultimatum. Wait, 3 whole years before you launch this. Ha, Iram screams out in pure shock. Wait, but why? He stays dead silent. See, before he regressed, this thing was legendary, top-tier tech from the distant future. Se-Jun feels that guilt creeping in. He basically stole future intel to recreate this masterpiece way ahead of schedule. He only wanted to test it once, since it is a broken strength booster. A heavy silence falls as he weighs the consequences. Time travel always comes with massive consequences. Let's jump back in and see how this deal unfolds for them. If this insane weapon went mainstream now, years before the original timeline, the global fallout would be completely off the charts. Snapping back to the present, Se-Jun gives her a dead serious look. Just do not ask me for the reasons. Can you handle that or not? Ha-Iram hesitantly nods along. Fine, I will do it. We can talk about the specifics later because honestly, I am totally lost here. Se-Jun just laughs, then a sudden idea hits him. By the way, I have another commission for you. Ha-Iram lets out another totally exhausted sigh. Why not just buy our current stock? Remembering a mysterious monster, he hints this job needs some very rare materials. After a super long, exhausting day, Se-Jun finally gets back home. But the second he steps inside, he hears Yuwa screaming. Ka, please be a good girl and hand that over. He freezes, completely stunned by the scene. Kay is literally hovering in midair, stubbornly dodging her mom. Down below, Yuwa is absolutely losing her mind with worry. I told you to stop, it is dangerous. But Ka just hugs the magic cloak tight. Not dangerous at all. Seeing the madness, Se-Jun rushes right over. He instantly recognizes that item, the cloak from the 5th floor he packed in his suitcase. Now pay attention, how on earth does Ka have it? Before he can speak, Yuwa glares at him with absolute murder in her eyes. They have an entire argument just through eye contact. Do something, catch her. No, just leave it. He is still confused when Ka gleefully floats right up to his face. Se-Jun stiffens. Ka, why are you doing this? She pouts, feeling wronged. Mom is trying to steal my new cloak. Yuwa lunges again but barely misses. Ka sulks, refusing to surrender, which is driving her mom completely up the wall. What are you doing? It is dangerous. Hearing her mom yell, she doubles down and shouts back that it is not dangerous. Se-Jun watches the chaos in utter disbelief. Good lord, sweet little Kay acting out? She must really love that cloak. He quickly snaps out of his shock, trying to play peacemaker. Ka, please come down here right now. She looks deeply betrayed and refuses to budge. If I go down, Mom steals it. Se-Jun tries to reason with her. I will protect you, I promise. We can talk to Mom together, okay? Then he gently turns to face the worried Yuwa. You two, stop trying to snatch it. Let us just talk this out. I know. Sensing her mom backing off, Ka finally touches down, but she nervously clings to Se-Jun's leg, avoiding Yua's gaze entirely. He smiles warmly. You really like that cloak? You and I both know he cannot bring himself to scold her. Alright, but if you keep flying around, Mom gets super worried. You might fall, right? She stubbornly fires back that she won't fall, but Se-Jun patiently keeps explaining. Just imagine if Mom was standing on a totally massive cliff. How would you feel? Ka jumps just picturing her mom slipping. Catching on, Se-Jun gently rubs her head. You would be worried too, right? Mom was just looking out for you. Makes sense, right? Ka nods slowly. Tears in her eyes, she finally decides she needs to apologize. She instantly runs over and says sorry to Yua. Mom, I am sorry. Yua completely melts at her daughter's cuteness. She emotionally pulls Ka into a huge hug. No, I am sorry for trying to snatch your cloak. Se-Jun breathes a massive sigh of relief. Inside the living room, the two chat nervously. Is this actually okay? How is she suddenly using magic? It is just like inside the tower. He asks her if she feels different wearing it. She happily answers that she can totally fly. Se-Jun pushes further. Aside from that, the cloak doesn't move itself? No way, the cloak is super nice. You heard that right. Se-Jun turns and reassures Yua. See, it is probably fine. When you and I wore it, nothing weird happened. Remembering that, she quickly denies it. My hands were shaking. He explains if it resisted you, then you probably cannot use its power. Plus, its mana is naturally weak against strong people. So, in Ka's case, you and I do not need to stress. Alright, stick with me because we are about to jump into a mystery that changes everything. He is worried too, but the image of Elizabeth keeps popping into his mind like a stark reminder since she left this behind. Let us just watch for now, Se-Jun thinks to himself, wondering what Koa actually sensed from the cloak. Suddenly, pure panic hits him. Wait. An image of Koa from before his regression flashes back into his mind. Come to think of it, before he regressed, he remembers clearly that Koa was wearing a cloak exactly like this one back then. Did she actually enter the tutorial tower back then? No. Before the tower was attacked, she was strictly in South Korea. His expression turns dark as he realizes a totally insane and horrifying possibility. Now pay attention here, because we are about to find a massive twist. If that cloak matches the past, it means young Koa was trapped in a lab until everything burned to ashes. Koa blinks her lifeless eyes, slowly turning her gaze toward the shadowy figure of a mysterious woman. The figure standing before her is none other than the legendary witch, Elizabeth herself. A massive secret definitely connects these two. They have surely crossed paths before this moment. Meanwhile, as the sun sets, a car speeds down the road with a driver who is buzzing with excitement. He says it is great to drive sometimes, but Anyu Yuihua simply cannot hold back her teasing. She laughs, pointing out how incredibly awkward and clumsy he looks behind the wheel. He ignores the jab, excitedly asking how she thinks he got a perfect score on his driving test. Finally, the car pulls up to a large building. Se-Jun tells Anyu Yuihua to take Koa inside while he goes to return the borrowed car. She looks totally surprised, asking where he even got it, and he admits it is from Ha-I-Ram. She hugs Koa tighter, her voice dripping with total shock that he actually borrowed Ha-I-Ram's car. He admits she let him have it. Anyu Yuihua looks worried but quickly pulls herself together. She says she thought he had actually rented it somewhere and tells him to drive very safely. He promises to be back real soon. Then he checks his phone as a thought crosses his mind. He dials Ha-I-Ram's number, but all he gets is an automated voice telling him to please leave a message after the beep. Meanwhile, the sky turns pitch black over the Songbuk district inside her apartment complex. Ha-I-Ram is totally glued to her data, ignoring her phone ringing non-stop in the background. She reaches out to touch the bullets on her desk, gently rubbing them as her eyes darken with a wave of frustration. A wave of annoyance hits her. Back at the tutorial tower, she could not even manage to. I know what you are thinking, and yeah, Ha-I-Ram is hitting a massive wall here. Her bullets are holding back her real potential, and if she does not upgrade them, she will be stuck at this power level forever. She leans back in her chair, her mind racing with hundreds of complicated thoughts. The big question is how she can inject mana directly into her bullets. She cannot store mana ahead of time because it takes too long, and channeling it into the gun only upgrades the weapon, not the actual ammo. She rolls a single bullet across the desk while forming a brand new theory. It would be incredible if she could channel mana into the ammo without even touching it. But with her current skill level, that is just flat out impossible right now. Her mind is a total mess. She really has no other choice but manual infusion. Should she infuse them before loading the magazine? She suddenly freezes when she realizes the clock already reads past 8:30. She panics a little. Oh crap, it is already super late at night. She steps out quietly, thinking it has been forever since she focused that hard. Suddenly, she hears someone mention her name and goes on high alert, grabbing her gun and wondering what on earth they just said. All three of them are hooked on the story, as Sophia asks what happened next. Se-Jun repeats the question excitedly, but claims that if he says it again, he will just end up sounding like a nagging old man. He tells her she is incredibly reliable, getting more hyped the more he speaks. He claims every single monster was wiped out by Ha-I-Ram alone while Sophia laughs. You and I both know this is pure cringe for poor Ha-I-Ram, and she looks absolutely furious. She storms over and screams his name, while he just cheerfully waves hello. Alright, you and I are about to see this awkward reunion turn into a total fight for survival. Se-Jun stands and calmly explains that he is just there to return her car after their trip. Since she didn't answer her phone, he checked her office first, but the guard sent him to her house. He offers a helpless explanation. But Ha-I-Ram is far from pleased and immediately snaps back in frustration. She points a finger at him, completely bewildered that he would just show up at her private residence. When she asks how he even got her address, he admits her father was the one who gave it up. Startled, she calls out to her dad, who immediately challenges her tone with a very defensive look. He asks why he couldn't invite him over, leaving Ha-I-Ram nervously stammering to defend herself. Meanwhile, Sophia completely ignores the bickering, only interested in hearing about Ha-I-Ram's recent epic battle. She is hyped up for details, but Se-Jun politely declines, saving the story for another time. He tells Sophia they will finish the tale later, since he has something vital to discuss with her daughter. Hearing that it is important, she finally stops pressing him and tells them to go right ahead. Ha-I-Ram watches them acting so close, wondering how he managed to win over her mother so quickly. Back inside her workshop, she leans against her desk, her voice absolutely dripping with pure annoyance. She complains he could have just waited until tomorrow and demands to know how he really found her. He bluntly reveals the address was saved in the navigation system before his expression turns dead serious. He needs to ask her a critical question regarding the weapon he requested her to make. Ha-I-Ram recalls the request, specifically the weapon that requires those incredibly rare materials. He confirms it, but she looks stressed, admitting there is a massive problem with the supply. She explains there is absolutely zero stock of a material called prin, leaving Se-Jun completely frozen. Shocked, he asks her again, confused why such a low-demand item would be completely unavailable. Now, what do you and I make of this mystery? Stick with me, because something isn't right here. The entire market is wiped out, as if someone bought it all. She asks if there is an alternative. Honestly, that material is usually considered pretty useless and isn't normally used for crafting weapons. Se-Jun sounds desperate now, insisting that it absolutely has to be used as a battery. Their eyes meet for a tense second before she looks away, whispering that she will try to find some. She suggests skipping the big guilds and ordering directly from a blacksmith to save some time. He immediately thinks of Kong Chunil and agrees that is the best path forward for tomorrow. He thanks her for the tip, planning to visit the blacksmith shop first thing in the morning. Suddenly, without any warning, the entire room is plunged into total darkness as the lights flicker out. One by one, every bulb dies until she realizes they are dealing with a sudden power outage. The dining room is dark too, and Sophia starts getting anxious as she looks around the pitch-black house. Dong-Soo stands up to investigate, telling his wife to stay put while he checks the window. He heads toward the security post, but his eyes suddenly widen in a moment of absolute shock. Now pay close attention, because this is the exact moment their peaceful night turns into a total nightmare. A hand violently covers the guard's mouth outside, leaving Dong-Soo frozen in panic at the sight. He snaps back to reality and frantically whispers for Sophia to get over to him right now. She is still confused by his sudden fear, but he pulls her behind the curtains, demanding silence. Terrified, he whispers that intruders have already broken inside and are currently stalking through their home. Right then, the strangers begin trashing the place. Frustrated that their targets are not in sight, their loud voices echo through the halls as they demand the others keep searching the entire house. Ha-I-Ram's parents are in full panic mode, quickly sneaking into the bathroom to hide away. The exits are blocked, the landlines are dead, and he left his cell phone in the other room. Staring into the dark hallway, he realizes he needs to reach the second floor for safety. As he hesitates, the handle jiggles. Trust me, you and I are not ready for what's next. Alright, you and I are about to watch a terrifying home invasion turn into a total nightmare as that door rattles. Then comes a chilling silence, instantly shattered by the sound of someone violently forcing the lock. Pure madness. Sophia is shaking, covering her mouth in terror, while Dong-Soo keeps his eyes glued to that door. Suddenly, a masked thug slams his shoulder into the wood, busting right through the frame. He chuckles at the terrified couple, but Dong-Soo isn't giving up. He raises a stun gun to defend them. The intruder just laughs. So, this is your hiding spot. But then click, a sharp, metallic sound echoes through the room. A small cylinder rolls to his feet, and in a split second, it starts glowing with an intense light. Wait for it, you and I know exactly what this trick is. Flashbang, the blinding light erupts, stunning the attacker. The glare is blinding. Everyone has to cover their eyes. One thug screams out, "Who the hell did that?" Out of nowhere, a gun barrel is pressed close. Iram flashes in, pinning a screaming thug right down to the floor. Lean charges in to take on 2 more goons while Iram runs inside with a flashlight, her voice full of worry. Mom, Dad, are you guys okay? Seeing her, they cry out in relief. Ha, Iram. We are totally fine, her dad says. Dong-soo immediately warns them that they need to call the security team right now. She tells him it is already done. They have cleared the entire first floor as well. While they talk, Se-Jun suddenly frowns as if he just realized something dangerous. He coldly interrupts them. No, there are still a ton of them downstairs. Iram looks up, completely confused. Se-Jun calculates quickly. Those thugs I hit earlier are not getting up. These must be their backup troops arriving. They were thoroughly prepared. Se-Jun glances toward the lower floor and gives Iram her instructions. Just protect them. I am going down to handle this. Hearing that, she gets worried. You are going alone? Isn't that dangerous? She asks, wondering if he even needs a light. Se-Jun bluntly refuses. No need. This bat is more than enough for what I have to do. His eyes glow purple as he smiles. Plus, the darker it is, the better. I can see perfectly fine. Downstairs, the intruders are tearing the place apart. One guy lifts a rug and spots a hidden safe. Found it, he thinks happily. He glares at his crew, mocking how stupid this whole thing is. Did they seriously fake a whole hostage situation just to steal this thing? He cannot hide his absolute disgust. These guys are not pros, just a bunch of idiots. Probably cheap muscle who do not care about the job. So, what do you and I make of these rookies? Absolute amateurs. He stands over the bolted safe. It is jammed tight. Getting this thing open is going to take way too much time. And that old guy definitely called security. Trust me, you and I need to watch this next part. His light hits the stairs as he realizes they need Dong-soo for the passcode. Suddenly, his eyes widen in pure panic. He screams that someone is there, but Se-Jun has already vanished into the shadows like a total ghost. The whole crew loses it. The masked guy starts screaming, "Where is he?" Then boom, a devastating strike lands. A heavy blow slams down from behind. Se-Jun immediately dashes toward his very next target. A blue streak cuts through the dark. The guy screams that he literally cannot see anything at all. A brutal thud follows. The thief by the safe panics, realizing there is absolutely no way to track these insane movements. Another guy drops instantly. The leader spins in terror, catching only a split-second glimpse of a dark blur. He reaches into his jacket, locks onto a target, and flings his blades. He is over there! 3 daggers fly toward Se-Jun, who easily dodges and swings his spear right back. The masked intruder shrieks in fear. In sheer panic, he somehow blocks a mana-infused attack. He stares at Se-Jun, trying to figure him out. But Se-Jun gives him zero time, rushing like lightning. He grits his teeth, putting maximum power into the strike. The masked guy finally realizes the truth. This guy is a true hunter. Clearly, he is a deeply experienced combat veteran. They clash head-on in an epic showdown. The intruder grips his dagger, but his hands are trembling. You feel that tension, right? With a weapon like a hurricane, our hunter is just getting started. Alright, stick with me because we are about to see if our hero can handle another monster-tier hunter before security arrives. The masked intruder snarls in rage. Suddenly, he grabs his own teammate by the collar and hurls his entire body like a ragdoll straight at Se-Jun, catching him off guard. The teammate is launched straight at him. His weight crashes down completely on Se-Jun. The masked leader instantly takes advantage of the distraction to escape. He sprints into the shadows. Looking back one last time, he coldly calculates his next move. I feel a bit bad, but we have to pull back, since this looks like a basic hostage situation. Our true goal remains a secret. If everything stays on track, we will strike again soon. Se-Jun shoves the heavy guy off. He glares darkly and yells, "Hey!" He stares at the door, teeth clenched as he yells for them to stop. Se-Jun stands alone in the silence. Meanwhile, that high-tech safe continues to pulse with a brilliant blue light. Police sirens wail as they quickly drag the remaining intruders away. An officer takes down the official report, noting that nearly 100 men were involved in the raid. The cop asks if he saw the leader's face. Se-Jun just shakes his head since the guy wore a mask. He pauses, then adds that everyone else was just average, carrying basic weapons. They looked like they had never even held a blade before. The officer sighs heavily. He asks if there are any other details. Se-Jun stays quiet, scanning the fractured memories in his mind. Watch closely, because this plan points to a specific mastermind. If it is an old grudge, this matches Hyeram's previous attack perfectly. The officer freezes. Are you talking about the massive Gwangwamun Station incident? Se-Jun nods, confirming his suspicions. His eyes darken, realizing the only difference here is the presence of over 100 random thugs. It is highly likely that one mastermind orchestrated both events. He turns his head, but his gaze now locks onto the brightly lit second floor. Uneasiness settles in his gut. This entire incident is something that never happened in his original timeline. A chilling realization suddenly hits him. Either this was covered up before, or it never existed. Elizabeth's influence has changed everything. Because of her, the future is shifting. He scans the dense crowd and spots Ha-Yi-Ram. Did saving Ha-Yi-Ram cause this? I need to avoid breaking the future timeline if I can. Se-Jun looks away with a heavy heart. The butterfly effect is already in full motion. He stays silent, knowing that avoiding these massive changes is now impossible. Suddenly, Se-Jun is crushed between two giant bodyguards, looking completely awkward and honestly pretty hilarious. After the dust settles, I head back in luxury, carrying Chairman Ha Dong-Su's deep gratitude. The forest brings true peace. The system window flickers. Name, Se-Jun. Current title, Ordinary Spearman. His thrusting skill is elite, but that is his only talent. Looking at the title, Se-Jun blushes and mutters. That word proves I have grown, but honestly, I am pretty disappointed by it. You and I both know it sounds lame, but a small smile forms. This is different from his past life when he was weak. Now, he can grow by leveling up his titles. He stares at his glowing status board. There is a secret way to rank up. We are about to find out the secret. But then a voice suddenly interrupts his deep thoughts. Hey, Se-Jun, is this really okay with you? Se-Jun stays perfectly calm, ready to break his limits. He answers Kang-Tu immediately. Plenty of hunters are trained to fight regular humans. Kang-Tu cannot hide his massive doubts. So you are saying we just stand here and hit you? Se-Jun confirms it is a one-on-one duel. Hyun introduces the rules, explaining that this is a classic sparring style from the Goryeo sword family. If it gets too dangerous, I will stop the fight. So do not worry about it. Se-Jun grabs his weapon. You might still get hurt, especially since you only have a wooden spear and boxing gloves. Understood. Kang-Tu raises his arms and lets out a confident laugh. It has been a long time since I used these. Se-Jun watches him put on the boxing gloves. Trust me, you and I are both wondering how he knew. Se-Jun just smiles. Alright, you and I are about to watch this fighter stop hiding his footwork and give a slow nod. Yeah, I use boxing, but boxing is not popular in South Korea, so I walked away. After the hunters first appeared, normal sports just completely vanished overnight. He smacks his gloves together with a heavy thud. Anyway, it is time to focus on the match. Kang-Cho instantly lowers his center of gravity, dropping right into a rock-solid combat stance. I've actually fought other people before, you know. He even throws out a warning. Be careful, try not to get yourself too badly hurt. Se-Jun just laughs, swinging his spear into position. Alright, same to you. Hyun raises her hand high, her voice ringing out. Okay, when I clap, the match begins. Now watch closely because this is where it gets crazy. Kang-Cho charges forward like an absolute beast, moving way too fast for Se-Jun. Barely able to react, he brings up his spear to block a brutal chest punch. The impact is so insanely heavy that Se-Jun gets pushed back, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. He grits his teeth, glancing down at his cracked spear. A massive shockwave rips through his whole body. This guy's physical strength is unreal. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashes right before his eyes. He realizes a brutal hook is inches away, but he tilts his body, dodging it by a hair. Se-Jun is dizzy and panting hard. This guy's speed is completely off the charts with zero hesitation. He tenses up and counters, slamming the spear tip into his opponent's ribs. Kang-Cho hisses in pain but still stands his ground. Se-Jun looks up and his face instantly drops. Staring at the guy in front of him, he is baffled. He did not even flinch. Se-Jun grits his teeth, analyzing the gap. If he gets inside his striking range, it is an instant game over for him. He channels everything into his legs, launching a vicious kick right at the ankle. Kang-Cho stumbles, his footwork completely thrown off by the sudden strike. Not wasting a single moment, Se-Jun swings, driving the tip straight for the gut. Kang-Cho's face loses its color as his whole body freezes up. From the sidelines, Hyun watches in stunned silence. Se-Jun holds his attack stance, the spear planted against Kang-Cho's chest. He furrows his brow, staring at the guy with pure disbelief. What is even happening here? I definitely landed a perfect hit. A freezing, heavy sensation travels back up the spear shaft, making Se-Jun hesitate. It actually feels like striking a solid block of steel. Suddenly, Kang-Jo throws out a wild counterattack. Se-Jun panics as his defense completely falls apart. Right as that massive punch is about to crush him, a loud shout rings out. Stop right there. Both fighters instantly freeze in their tracks. Turning toward Hyun, she steps forward, her voice absolute and firm. The match is officially over. The winner has already been decided. Hyun points her blade at Se-Jun and announces his victory. Kang-Cho is confused, and trust me, we are too. Hyun sighs and explains this was only a practice bout. Just take a look down at Se-Jun's spear. Glancing at the chipped wooden pole by his feet, Kang-Cho jumps. It is just a wooden staff. Hyun continues that if it were a real bladed spear, even utility gear would not have saved you. That strike just now would have easily taken your life. Therefore, Lee Se-Jun is the winner. Kang Jo awkwardly scratches his head. Ah, right. Lee Se-Jun looks at his pale face and says, "Wow, I was actually terrified just now. Please go a little easier on me next time." Kang Cho reaches out to help him up, laughing loudly that he needs to try harder. He praises him, saying he is definitely stronger. Lee Se-Jun is internally shocked as expected from the future boxing king himself. Even though just being able to land hits and take a punch like that is a massive improvement for him, Lee Se-Jun zones out, thinking that even though he won, he is still severely lacking in something. Suddenly, Hyun calls his name. Lee Se-Jun glances over as Hyun draws her sword, flashing a bright smile. "Want to spar with me?" Cut to a totally different vibe as a cute little voice rings out. "Mom." Eunha looks confused. Koa excitedly asks her if she thinks dad is going to give them lots of compliments. Hearing that sweet question, Eunha smiles warmly. Of course he will. When he sees the sandwich you made, he will definitely praise you so much. But Koa quickly shakes her head and sweetly explains that dad needs to tell her how pretty she is, Mom. Eunha instantly blushes bright red at those words. "What did you just say?" "Yeah, people on TV said that fathers are supposed to call their wives beautiful and say they love them." Eunha just sighs. "Seriously, what kind of shows have you been watching?" Koa mimics a professor and answers proudly. "The morning couples therapy show. Trust me, we are both worried about these lovers now. Alright, you and I are about to see a family that is anything but normal. Starting with Eunha worrying that little Koa is watching way too much weird TV. But let's be real, Lee Se-Jun and Eunha were never going to have a quiet, normal life. Meanwhile, back at the training grounds, Se-Jun and Hyun are intensely sparring. Kang is terrified while Eunha finally realizes it. Is that Hyun in a real deathmatch? Let's jump into the middle of this chaos. Eunha wonders why she was even invited until she sees little Koa turning pale. The kid thinks her dad is actually fighting the rabbit girl. While Eunha stands there confused, Koa completely panics, terrified that someone is going to get hurt. Eunha tries to stop her, but it is too late. The little girl activates her magic and screams, "No!" Boom! A massive ice wall suddenly erupts. Everyone is paralyzed with fear as this giant frozen barrier violently splits the fighters apart. Go Hee-yeon drops to the floor, absolutely stunned by the impact. Meanwhile, little Koa sprints over, clutching her food basket and crying for her dad. Se-Jun is absolutely shocked. Koa dives into his arms, sobbing about how the rabbit girl is nice, leaving Se-Jun scrambling for an awkward explanation. "Wait, honey, we weren't fighting." Go Hee-yeon lets out a heavy, shaky sigh. That was terrifying. Did the kid just do that? Eunha turns around, anxiously asking if Go Hee-yeon is okay. Touching the massive ice wall, Go Hee-yeon just quietly nods. She's completely caught off guard by this level of magic. Now, pay attention, there are only 10 mages in the entire world with this level of ridiculous power. Wait, in Korea? No, in the world. Back to the scene. Se-Jun sweetly asks why Koa came all this way, and suddenly, the little girl remembers her mission. She proudly shoves the basket forward, bragging that she and her mom made these sandwiches together. Lee Se-Jun immediately pats her head and showers her with praise. "Sandwiches? Our little Koa actually made these herself? Wow, you're so smart." Getting showered with compliments instantly fixes her mood as they watch this wholesome scene. Go Hee-yeon and Eunha can't help but laugh. She's just too adorable. Even her mom has to admit it. Now watch closely because things get awkward when a voice freezes them. "Excuse me." A trembling Kang Tae-ju points and asks if someone can please explain this mess. Seeing his pale face, both girls gasp before sitting down to explain exactly what is going on here. Staring at little Koa, Kang Tae-ju asks in absolute disbelief, "So the kid is a mage? An incredibly powerful one." "Yeah, she literally destroyed our old house." Kang Tae-ju is still processing that crazy fact. Now, watch closely here. Lee Se-Jun looks dead serious and demands this stays an absolute secret. "A genius? Isn't that good?" Se-Jun breaks it down. "Normal strength is fine, but this is too much. I won't put my daughter in danger. Things are truly complicated." Then he pats Se-Jun's shoulder, shutting down all the worry. "Look, bro, I don't know the full story, but I'm absolutely certain of one thing." Thumping his chest, he looks Se-Jun right in the eye and guarantees his total, unwavering loyalty. Lee Se-Jun is touched. "Thank you so much." Right then, Eunha steps in looking stressed. She's honestly terrified about what the fallout might be. What if the Rift Management Squad detects this? They haven't detected anything yet. Eunha remains skeptical. Koa is playing. It wasn't like the time she stopped the rain. Not massive scale. Different from the moon bear. Low mana used. His eyes go dark, watching the melting wall. It feels purified. He quietly watches the two play. Before, her magic was purely random. Something is definitely off here. This time she felt completely in control, and his mind is absolutely spinning. Why is her magic so stable? Trust me, what really happened back in Greece. Alright, you and I are jumping back into a story where even a simple dinner becomes a mission. Thanks for the meal. Wow, Koa actually made this. Oh my god, she is such a good cook. Lee-jun stares at his daughter, absolutely beaming with pride. Could our little Koa actually be a master chef? Hearing those sweet words, she can't help but giggle happily. Then she suddenly locks eyes with her mom. Swinging her tiny legs, she quietly mumbles, "Dad, honestly, Mom did everything." Hearing that confession, Lee-jun just keeps the praises rolling. Anyway, really, you totally helped your mom out. That means you and Mom made it together. She gladly accepts that flawless logic with a smile. Exactly. I made it with Mom. Lee-jun gently pats her head. You helped her? Our Koa is the sweetest and prettiest. Right in the middle of laughing, Koa realizes the vibe is wrong. Huh? Not like that. Lee-jun nervously looks at her. Does she hate my compliments? That is when Koa calls out, Mom, hurry over here. She uses her serious voice, dragging her over and turns to her dad. Lee-jun is totally lost. Huh? Koa points right at him. Geez, Dad, who actually made the sandwiches? He gives her the most honest answer. You made them with your mom, right? Koa looks dead serious. So do it exactly like how you just praised me. She looks him in the eye, strictly lecturing him. Dad, you have to call Mom pretty too for it to be fair. Lee-jun instantly blushes furiously. See? You and I both know, even kids can't resist playing matchmaker sometimes. Go Hyun and Kangcho tease them relentlessly, making her blush. Lee-jun wonders why Koa wants them together. Pairing Yua and him makes sense. He can't escape. You're about to see some wild romance logic. Blushing, he turns around. Those two bystanders absolutely can't hold back their gossip. Lee-jun finally gathers his courage and asks, Hey, Yua, why exactly did you shoot an arrow at me? She looks confused. I never did that. Lee-jun touches his chest, suddenly playing the ultimate romantic hero with a super sweet voice. Then what about this arrow of love piercing right through my heart? Go Hyun and Teo freeze, staring in pure cringe. Yua turns bright red and screams, What the heck? That's so embarrassing. Go Hyun goes pale, yelling, What's happening? Her taste in men is insanely weird. Sia looks completely confused too. Wait, is that how it works? Yua lets out a deep sigh, calmly replying, Please just be serious. Why exaggerate things? Blushing deeply, Yua mutters, You really could have just said that I looked pretty. Lee-jun awkwardly thinks to himself, being straightforward is actually way harder. He can't help but realize how much he truly wants to get closer to her. But old memories hold him back. His dark past where he pushed her away, leading to her tragic death. Sia sighs in disappointment. Man, Dad is just too much of a coward. Lee-jun awkwardly explains, Sweetheart, this is a misunderstanding. It's really hard for me. Yua playfully teases him, saying, If any older folks heard those cheesy words, they'd laugh. Back home, that familiar and comforting sound fills the room once again. Good night, everyone. Sleep well. After soothing Sia to sleep, Yua finally drifts off right beside her. Now pay close attention. This is where everything takes a dark, haunting turn. A foggy city buried in rubble, destroyed by chaos. Citizens are collapsing after a brutal, fierce battle. One boy can't hold on anymore, falling to his knees. His voice is shaking, totally on the verge of tears. What the hell is this? Staring at the massive devastation, he mutters in pure terror. A single monster reduced this entire city to rubble. He starts screaming. That thing isn't just a regular monster anymore. It is a walking disaster. A total catastrophe. Suddenly, a deeply sarcastic voice echoes out. So, you're actually still alive, Yua? Soo-hyuni steps from the ruins. A twisted smile appears on his face. I'm thrilled to find another useful hunter out here. He gives her a wicked, arrogant little smirk. Alright, grab your gear and let's chase that monster. Yua glares at him, unable to hold back her refusal. No way, it's too dangerous. With our current strength, we won't even scratch that thing. An attack like this will completely fail. Soo-hyuni instantly brushes off her warning. No, we can absolutely pull this off. He forcefully grabs her chin, his voice dripping with insane excitement. Those other losers can't do it, but you and I definitely can. We're the ultimate duo of the Night Order. Yua shoves his hand away, decisively rejecting him. I have no idea what you're saying. Stick around. You and I need to see how this ends. Alright, you and I are about to dive into a high-stakes standoff between a desperate mother and a literal monster named Soo-hyun. He narrows his eyes, sounding completely disappointed. Are you honestly telling me you are refusing to help? Yui-hwa stands her ground. I absolutely can't die in a dump like this. My child is waiting for me back home. Soo-hyun's patience snaps. He turns to threats instantly. Really? Trust me, that little kid will be just fine without a mother. Every single word coming out of his mouth sounds like it crawled straight out of the deepest pits of hell. One last chance, are you really refusing? Soo-hyun knows she is terrified, and as she grips her bow, pure panic takes over. This crazy man, if only he didn't already know that Chia is a mage. She grits her teeth in absolute frustration. Her mood hits rock bottom. If she refuses, he will sell Chia out to the magic tower without a second thought. Left with no choice, she trembles and says, "Fine, I will do it." Soo-hyun doesn't even try to hide his twisted grin. Now that is exactly what you should have said from the start. He shoves Yu Yui-hwa forward, barking a command, "Let's go, follow me." Soo-hyun quickly turns and begins to walk away. Yu Yui-hwa stands frozen before the ruins of the city, but then, she finally steals her resolve and makes her move. She whispers to herself, everything is going to be okay. Grabbing her bow, she silently promises to return for her child soon. "Mommy will be right back, Chia." But at that exact moment, she suddenly bolts upright in her own bed. You and I both felt that shock, right? Yu Yui-hwa gasps for air, wiping cold sweat from her face in total confusion. Staring at the early sunrise, she mutters about having the absolute worst nightmare of her entire life. Meanwhile, we flash back to the forest by a giant rock. Suddenly, a blinding blue light explodes out of nowhere, and in a single, heart-stopping heartbeat, the giant boulder is reduced to dust. Ha-I-Ram looks over with a proud smile, asking for his opinion on the prototype. Holding the new weapon, Se-Jun is clearly blown away. "This thing is top-tier quality, isn't it? It is much easier to control, the materials feel rock-solid, and it can actually handle my piercing skills without breaking now." Soaking up the praise, Ha-I-Ram looks totally smug. "Well, obviously I am the genius who designed and built the thing." Se-Jun looks at the spear and remembers seeing piles of materials at her house. He wonders about her manufacturing side hustle. "It seems like you are pretty deep into the weapon business too." Ha-I-Ram just shrugs his question off. "Did you think I lived on pocket money? This is all the hard-earned salary I have made from my performance bonuses." Se-Jun doesn't forget the main issue. "Hey, so what actually happened right after that massive break-in incident?" Ha-I-Ram clarifies, "You mean those guys who smashed into our place and tried to rob us?" Recalling the trashed lab, she explains that the investigation is ongoing, and the mastermind is still out there somewhere. "So, what do you and I make of this mystery?" Stick around, because the next part is even crazier. Ha-I-Ram was absolutely livid. But honestly, looking back now, what was even the point of all that violence? How could a supposedly peaceful group just break in and attack people? She turns around and keeps the conversation moving. More importantly, we are actually already booked for a few upcoming events. Se-Jun looks completely and totally lost. "Wait, scheduled for what exactly?" Ha-I-Ram jumps in with a huge grin to explain exactly what is happening next. This time, we are skipping normal dungeons for a massive group raid. Se-Jun looks at his weapon, processing the news. Apparently, they need a completely clean field to get this specific raid setup properly explained to the teams. When the association finally abandons a field, hunters have to go in and wipe every single monster out. If a zone is left alone too long, it becomes a nightmare of monsters. Se-Jun is still curious about the details. "So, which guilds are joining this time? Is it literally just our small group going out there alone?" Ha-I-Ram holds up 3 fingers. "Nope, it includes 3 small guilds and 1 mid-tier powerhouse." She spins around, unable to hide her massive excitement from the crew. "Since you have finally got that brand new weapon, you better be ready to step up and be way more active." Meanwhile, a massive group has already gathered down at the river basin by the Lake Park raid site. The other hunters start whispering to each other, "Hey, look! The big shots have finally arrived on the scene." Seeing the man leading the pack, the nervous gossiping goes into overdrive. It is Paros, that famous mid-tier guild. Is that the guildmaster Kim Chang-an? He usually gets overshadowed by his famous colleague, but he is still a legend. The leader of Paros stands tall before the crowd and shouts, "All right, everyone gather up." Then, the suck-ups start. You and I just witnessed the start of a massive raid, and trust me, the real chaos hasn't even begun. All right, you and I are about to witness what happens when arrogance meets real power. The members of the MP Guild have arrived, and the Paro leader stands tall, praising their punctuality. "Wait, are there only 2 guilds here?" The MP leader holds up 1 finger, explaining that 1 more is on its way. The Paro leader immediately scowls and snaps to ask which guild. A voice from the back quietly reveals the answer. It is the Spectre Guild. Hearing that name, the man absolutely explodes with pure, unbridled rage. He screams about some incredibly arrogant, nameless guild that does not even have the decency to show up on time. They don't even arrive an hour early. The other hunters just hang their heads miserably while taking the scolding. The MP Guildmaster looks on, feeling completely helpless as he thinks to himself, "Here we go again with the mid-tier guild power trips." It is easily the worst part of group raids. Small and mid-tier guilds are strictly forced to work together on these massive missions. Looking at the aggressive and incredibly annoyed crowd, the MP leader feels completely defeated. The association made that rule to help small guilds, but it only triggered massive backlash from the mid-tier hunters. Trust me, I know what you are thinking. This whole system is totally rigged against the smaller players. They literally cannot clear large dungeons without backup. Sweating profusely, he makes a firm decision right now. The best thing we can do is just avoid upsetting these arrogant mid-tier leaders. He watches the Ruba leader shamelessly run to kiss up to Kim Chang-won, promising a super strict warning. When they finally arrive, Kim Chang-won looks thrilled and says he likes that attitude already. Are you with the MP Guild? The master immediately answers that he is actually the Ruba leader. Right then, the MP leader notices a car pulling straight up. The door swings wide and someone steps out complaining. You really should have warned us that you literally just started driving. In the back, Theo looks totally sick. From the driver's seat, Se-Jun laughs awkwardly. Sorry, I have my license, but I barely ever drive. Kuchin laughs to smooth things over. It is fine. We are not late, and nobody actually crashed. Theo instantly claps back, certain they almost died. Hearing them joke around, Kim Chang-won glares in pure rage. Do they think this is a picnic? I am not forgiving them even if they beg on their knees. Se-Jun walks right up to Kim Chang-won and cheerfully asks if he is the Paro Guildmaster. He coldly replies that it is him and asks what he wants. Se-Jun holds out a friendly hand. Nice to meet you. I am the Spectre leader, Lee. The man stares at the hand with total disgust. Seeing Se-Jun act so carefree, the leader grits his teeth and asks if he even knows who he is. Unexpectedly, Se-Jun innocently asks right back. No. Who are you supposed to be? That single question instantly shatters the guy's massive pride and deep arrogance into a million tiny pieces. He furiously grinds his teeth together. Completely oblivious to the tension, Se-Jun pushes even further. Who are you? I seriously cannot remember. Have we actually met somewhere before? The members of the other guilds immediately panic. Their hearts are practically jumping out of their throats. Kim Chang-won cannot hold back his boiling rage. He raises a hand to strike while roaring like a beast. Se-Jun's eyes turn completely cold. He raises a hand, blocking the strike and trapping the guy's wrist. The violent situation instantly flips into what looks like a totally friendly handshake. You are going to love this part. Se-Jun smiles brightly, acting like the innocent new guy. Chang-won desperately tries pulling his hand back but cannot move. Se-Jun just innocently comments on his strength. The other masters just stare with their jaws dropped. One of them thinks in total shock. Kim Chang-won's face turns beet red with absolute fury as he barks at the kid to let go. He secretly wonders to himself if this young kid actually just overpowered a veteran like Kim Chang-won. Seeing the guy so incredibly annoyed, Se-Jun casually lets go of his hand. Chang-won shoots him a look of hatred. Veins practically bulge out of his face as intense killing intent explodes across the entire area. He reaches a hand back, barking out a harsh order to give him his spear immediately. And trust me, you and I are about to see just how far this grudge goes. Alright, you and I are watching as Kim Chang-won grips his silver spear with both hands, channeling pure, raw energy into the rock below. A split second later, his eyes snap open with a roar. The spear shatters the stone with a deafening metallic screech, leaving the Ruba and my guilds completely speechless at the sight. Just how strong is this guy? That spear went through solid boulder like butter. Flaunting his power, he coldly asks why the Spect Guild is late. A small-time guild should be here an hour early for the raid. Standing calmly, Se-Jun scratches his cheek and retorts that the notice only said to be here at this time. Hearing that, Kim Chang-won loses his mind, screaming at them. Do you not know basic etiquette? He marches over, demanding to know if his name is Lee So-jong. Watch closely. Here is where it gets intense. Se-Jun releases a terrifying killing intent, warning him not to make mistakes inside that dungeon. Kim Chang-won flares his red aura, glaring back with a challenge that would scare anyone else. He sneers that no one will know how they died, while Se-Jun looks bored, radiating a massive blue aura of confidence. Kim Chang-won brushes past as the crowd begins to whisper loudly. The Ruba and MP masters are frozen solid. The MP Guildmaster frowns, clearly stressed and calculating the fallout of this massive ego clash. Earlier that morning, Se-Jun is walking outside when a voice calls. The Ruba Guildmaster marches over, scowling, and demands he start being way more aware of the situation. Se-Jun just sounds confused. We are taking a hit because of you. Se-Jun just mindlessly replies, Really? The man roars in fury while Guildmaster Mai accidentally walks by and catches everything. He remembers Kim Chang-won's words from earlier today. He tells the kid his attitude annoyed Kim Chang-won so much, the entire strategy briefing got skipped. You should have at least apologized for being so late. How could you act like you did not know him? Se-Jun tilts his head, arguing he was 30 minutes early and cannot lie about knowing someone he does not. Disrespected, the man yells even louder, asking why he is arguing back. Will you take responsibility if we fail this raid? You and I both saw this coming. He just asks, why would I not be? What if the Peros Guild stays back and makes us do all the heavy lifting? Icy as ever. Se-Jun says they will just clear it alone. The Ruba Master curses him for being a stupid rookie. Seeing the heat, Guildmaster Mai steps in, telling them both that is enough as the leader grits his teeth. The Ruba Master yells out, asking what the hell he wants. The MP Guildmaster chimes in, admitting the kid actually is not wrong. This mess is not his fault, but the Ruba leader yells they are in the same boat. Mai places a hand on the kid's shoulder, saying he does not see anything wrong here. Then he turns, saying, "Let us get going, Se-Jun." But suddenly, his face goes pale with terror. Kim Trang-won is now standing exactly where he was. His glare is cold and genuinely horrifying. His pupils shrink in total disbelief. Guildmaster Mai stands still, sweating like rain while radiating a heavy, gloomy vibe from his pale face. Full of regret, the MP leader thinks he should not have defended the kid. Bright sunlight hits the peaceful forest. "Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens in this park. Alright, you and I are diving back into the strategy. 2 guilds will merge into 1 squad, while still operating as 2 separate teams." Then he gives the final orders. Barros and Ruba make up Team 1, handling the outside perimeter of the park. Kachi and Spectre are Team 2, and they are responsible for clearing out the inside of the park. Understood. Daejo cheerfully asks if he's going to use what he taught him, little Lee Se-Jun. The raid is about to begin, and there is no turning back now. With a quick nod, the lackey confirms that everyone is ready. Feeling satisfied, Trang-won makes the call to start. But instantly, a hand shoots up to stop them. Leader Map cuts in, looking completely stressed out. "Wait a second. Can you assign the Peros Guild members to our side?" Trang-won shamelessly fires back. "Why on earth would I do that? He figured 2 on that side and 2 on this side was fair." Leader Map tries to reason with him. "Both of our groups are newly formed rookie guilds. Aren't we supposed to get a veteran commander from the main guild?" Hearing this, Trang-won just sneers, realizing exactly what angle the leader is playing. He bluntly reveals that the standard protocol rules are honestly just for show. So, today, he has absolutely zero intention of following them at all. Trang-won brushes him off entirely. "You guys get along anyway, so just focus on yourselves and try not to fail." Leader Map goes completely pale. "What about splitting the loot?" Trang-won's voice drops into a threat. "Ha, don't even think about touching the loot. Since the teams are split, the rewards are split too." Without another word, he coldly turns his back and walks away. "Alright, everyone, let's move out." They stand right in front of the barrier. Suddenly, the other guild leader looks back, flashing a highly provoking smirk. Seeing that, Leader Map flinches hard. He is so terrified that he just stands there, frozen in place. That jerk really paired 2 small guilds together and sent them straight into the most dangerous zone of the raid. Now pay attention here, this isn't just a tough mission. Someone could actually die, and Leader Map's brain is totally short-circuiting right now. Up until now, their squad was just a low-tier guild running basic beginner dungeons. Without Peros helping them out, clearing this is impossible. His teammates are just as incredibly anxious about what to do. Another guy is fidgeting nervously. "Isn't this way too dangerous for us to handle?" The pressure is piling on Leader Map. Spectre is even newer than our guild, so we can't expect anything from them. He is drowning in his own thoughts. What is the best move? This is a rare raid opportunity, but should we just give up? Suddenly, Se-Jun steps up and speaks out. "Hey, if you're okay with it, let's decide on a commander first." Leader Map stays completely silent. A moment later, he turns around. "I'm sorry, bud." Map bows his head, stuttering. Suddenly, boom, the ground explodes upward. Se-Jun reflexively spins around to look, while Leader Map's jaw completely drops in shock. Se-Jun stares at the thing in front of him, assessing the situation. Is that a surprise attack monster? Leader Map panics and rushes forward, screaming for him to get out of the way. Yet Se-Jun just stands perfectly still, glaring. A surge of raw power radiates from his hand, and he fiercely lunges forward to strike the massive beast. Se-Jun looks at it with zero emotion. Meanwhile, Trang-won and his cronies watch the entire scene in absolute disbelief. Leader Map is completely shaken as that massive monster finally collapses, totally defeated, onto the ground. All while Leader Map is still processing the sheer shock. He literally cannot believe his eyes right now. Did he just handle that monster bare-handed? Se-Jun turns around, sees that stunned expression, and actually flinches in surprise. Map is frozen solid. And yeah, I know what you're thinking, what kind of absolute insanity was that? Se-Jun, though, just casually continues the conversation. "So, who is going to be commander?" The people around him still have not processed what just happened. How did he do that? Only Kang-ho stays calm. It was totally natural for everyone to be amazed by such a display. He can confidently claim that because that exact technique was the result of a special lesson taught by the great Kang-ho himself. Se-Jun remembers. How do you actually take down monsters bare-handed like that? Kang Ho hears the question and turns to look. Huh? Se-Jun confesses his curiosity. I have always wondered about it. Logically, it should be totally impossible. A hunter defeating monsters with just their fists. So far, you're the only one. That's all the prompting Kang Ho needs to flex his ego. The secret is simply muscles. Se-Jun is totally confused. Muscles? Kang Ho breaks it down for him. That's right. The human body also contains mana. Just like how we channel mana into weapons to strengthen them, right? He uses a simple visual. If mana is water, muscles are the bowl. This is where it all changes. Alright, stick with me because we are about to see how a simple analogy explains God-tier strength. If the vessel is small, the mana overflows. Se-Jun finally realizes muscle acts as the container, but a gap remained. Pure muscle alone cannot explain the sheer magnitude of your devastating power output. Physicality has its ceilings. Kang Ho gives him a smirk, praising his sharp mind for noticing the missing link in the theory. Then he drops the final bombshell. Exactly. There is actually one more secret technique hidden within this broken system. Imagine holding way more water than the bowl is physically designed to carry. Se-Jun is stunned because he has never heard of such a thing existing. Kang Ho clenches his fist, radiating pure hype. It is simple. You just have to pour it all in at once. Still, Se-Jun is not fully convinced. If you do that, the water should just spill out before you can ever utilize that excess energy. Kang Ho reveals the catch. True, but the trick is that you only need to hold it for one tiny split second. Suddenly, his hand becomes a fist, seizing that exact moment of maximum pressure, and shatters the massive tree behind Se-Jun. Kang Ho explains the core concept while landing the heavy blow. He adds, "It is hard to time at first, but practice makes it perfect. Want me to teach you the way?" Se-Jun is instantly suspicious. He knows nothing in this world is ever free. Why would a master just hand over a secret technique this easily? Kang Ho lets out a thunderous laugh. It is fine. Don't worry about the cost. Knowing the moves and mastering them are two different things. Besides, I know I can completely trust a guy like you with this power. Now the group is heading back into the action. Se-Jun asks who is leading the way as they enter the deep woods. Naturally, Se-Jun takes command. Meanwhile, the Map Guild leader stands there in a total daze, questioning his entire life right now. His brain is absolutely fried. How could anyone possibly land a strike that devastatingly powerful with zero effort? Was it just a lucky hit on a weak point? He decides to stick around, but he is definitely keeping his guard up. After trekking for a while, Se-Jun signals a halt. Let's stop right here. He knows the risks. Their assigned zone is the most lethal swamp in the region. The map leader braces himself for the worst. This kid is clearly inexperienced. One wrong move and we are dead. I have to stay sharp to keep us alive. Right on cue, Se-Jun points casually into the distance. There, he says they will start by clearing out that section. The leader is confused. Isn't that just common waterweed? Se-Jun quickly shakes his head. No, look closer. He calmly explains that it is a monster called a lephozar. It pretends to be a plant to drag unsuspecting prey underwater. Worse yet, if it spots you, it alerts every other monster nearby. The more Se-Jun talks, the paler the map leader gets. Watch this closely. One wrong step means getting dragged down or being swarmed. He definitely missed these crucial survival details during the initial briefing. Kim Jang-hwan was looking incredibly suspicious back at the base. Everything starts clicking into place. They were intentionally set up for failure by Kim Jang-hwan from the very start. Se-Jun quickly outlines the strategy. These creatures have senses that are off the charts when tracking human targets. We must eliminate them from a distance in total silence. Stealth is our only way to survive this zone. The map leader suggests benching the gunners, but Ha-I-Ram shuts that down instantly. No need for that. She modifies her rifle and aims forward. I can hit every single mark in complete silence, she says, proving her lethal skill. Ha unleashes a lightning-fast barrage. The map leader is completely stunned by her performance. Her silent shots erase several camouflaged monsters in the blink of an eye. He realizes her skill is absolutely insane. She did not miss a single shot. Perfect accuracy across the board. Then, arrows fly out to clear the remaining targets. The map leader literally collapses from the shock. Yuiwa volunteers to handle the long-range targets since mana arrows fly much further. Ha-I-Ram happily agrees to the plan. The younger members are hyped while the leader is having a total mental breakdown. I know what you are thinking. How are they clearing a top-tier dungeon this easily while the leader just watches? A guy behind him whispers, "What is the plan?" The leader just mumbles that he has no clue anymore. He is totally zoning out. He expected this raid to be a total nightmare, not a walk in the park. Se-Jun just smiles at the massive mountain of loot. Looks like we cleared them. Let's move. The map leader is practically weeping. He feels a sense of pure peace, like he is resting in a warm, cozy bed. Sunlight filters through the trees, but elsewhere, chaos reigns. Kim Jang-hwan is screaming at his subordinates for being useless. His terrified subordinate can only bow. I am so sorry, sir. Jang Hwan grinds his teeth in fury. This is so annoying. He glares at Duba, blaming him. Trust me, we need to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are diving into a raid that goes south faster than you can blink. Focus up. Absolutely zero loud noises. Understood? The guild members are looking at these chaotic orders with total confusion. One guy hesitates, too terrified to even speak. Kim Tran-Hoan furiously whispers that he is being too loud. If the big one wakes, we are dead. Panic hits his face as he freezes, watching swamp water rise. A massive frog is chewing on something slimy. Kim Tran-Hoan is completely paralyzed. Game over. Seeing that giant beast looming, he is screaming internally. We are totally screwed. It is the Lake Park boss. Usually, it sleeps peacefully deep underwater. But any loud noise or random attack, it wakes up ready to destroy. Recalling the intel, he panics. That is why you only hunt it using traps and long-range attacks. It is all their fault. I said stay quiet. Terrified, he breaks his own rule, screaming at everyone. Mid-shot realization hits him. Wait, what if it hears my voice and decides to target me instead? The giant frog is already unrolling its massive tongue. He is petrified. Getting caught means an instant, messy death. The lesson here is simple. Never wake the boss. A guild member is already stuck, completely clueless until too late. Now, you and I are jumping right into the madness. Let us see what happens. It was way too late. He screamed for help, then was swallowed whole. The rest of the guild stood paralyzed. Guildmaster Kim Tran-Hoan could not even stay calm, screaming a panicked warning for everyone to watch out. That thing is the boss. Hearing that, the team nearly passed out. Why was the front line falling apart? Why did it spawn so fast? But Kim Tran-Hoan actually planned this. This was their golden opportunity. While the monster was distracted by its meal, he stomped hard and roared for everyone to get back now. Gripping his glowing magic staff, he yelled to leave the beast to him. He gathered energy for a throw. The powerful throw sent it flying like lightning, piercing right into the monster's throat with a sickening thud. The beast collapsed into the water in pure agony. Seeing this firsthand left the guild members totally amazed. They cheered. As expected from our great leader, he admired his own handiwork, swelling with absolute pride in the moment. Awesome. I actually took it down. But honestly, Kim Tran-Hoan knew he had burned way too much mana. Still, with every single eye focused directly on him, he figured he would score massive points for this. Now pay attention here, this is where things get wild. His face goes completely pale. The giant frog suddenly leaped high and slammed down right in front of him. His legs turned to jelly. It glared with pure hatred, slime dripping from its mouth. He could not believe it. The boss was alive. Realizing the awful truth, he dropped to his knees. It did not pierce. The frog rolled out its tongue again. With zero mana left to fight back, his wide eyes showed nothing but despair. I am dead, he thought. But right then, a blinding flash of energy slashed past, tearing straight through the giant monster's body. Kim Tran-Hoan froze, completely clueless about what happened. The beast yanked its tongue back, screaming in total agony. That mysterious magic power mercilessly kept attacking. Kim Tran-Hoan just sat in the dirt, staring while everyone watched. The guy who got swallowed earlier was puked right back up. Kim Tran-Hoan's jaw literally hit the floor. He just could not believe it. The boss monster actually exploded. This completely baffled the guildmaster. Who on earth did that? Se-Jun stood there totally calm after obliterating the beast. Kim Tran-Hoan saw. Wait, that brat? He never expected this kid here. I assigned him to the hardest sector, he thought, shaking uncontrollably. Kim Tran-Hoan stumbled to his feet. Did he seriously blow up the boss monster just by throwing a spear? He took a wobbly step, refusing to accept reality. That is just impossible. No way it happened. But as he walked, Kim Tran-Hoan stepped directly into the monster's gross, slimy puddle. It was a disaster. He flipped through the air and slammed hard into the dirt, knocking himself completely cold. The guild members panicked. Guildmaster, wake up. At the raid site, the rest of the guild members were now looking at him with disgust. Seriously, a mid-level guildmaster is nothing special if he just slips and faints during a major raid. You and I both know even rookies don't mess up like that. This is just peak comedy right here. Se-Jun completely outshined him today. The guildmaster just sighed helplessly at his team. Suddenly, a calm voice spoke. You have worked hard, guildmaster. Hearing that voice, he quickly spins around to face the mysterious guy. Alright, let's dive in and witness how the humble powerhouse Se-Jun and his Phantom Guild completely stunned the elite pro guilds. I am incredibly sorry. This was our first co-op raid, and I feel like I just caused everyone a lot of trouble. But the MP leader waves it off immediately. No way, man. This is the fastest a sector has ever been cleared. You are absolutely incredible. Still, Se-Jun stays humble, saying it was only possible thanks to everyone's hard work. So the leader gets to business. How do we split the loot? Suddenly, a flashy guy steps in to intervene. You can discuss those details with us. He hands the MP leader a sleek, high-end business card to read. Please call this number later. The leader looks at the card and is stunned. HCH Corporation, a massive megacorp, is actually involved? The MP leader is mind-blown. How is this legendary, high-tier guild still practically unknown to the general public? Se-Jun just gives a slight bow. Well, we will be heading out now. See you next time. The leader tries to stop him. Wait, you are leaving now? Shouldn't the whole team come to the celebration party? But Se-Jun turns back with a warm smile. My daughter is waiting at home, and I miss her. High up in a tower in the United Kingdom, Elizabeth stands in the night breeze, her face filled with intense stress. What should I do? Elizabeth is desperate, never expecting those mages to jump her in a sudden ambush. In the middle of the chaos, she notices it. The symbol on their cloaks belongs to the elite tower mages. The more she thinks about it, the more furious she gets. Those bastards. Since when did they team up with the tower mages? They burned way too much mana, and now escaping alone looks completely impossible. That is a wild cliffhanger, right? Trust me, stick around because the scene is about to shift. Elizabeth flashes a quick smirk before letting out an exhausted sigh. She really wanted to handle this entire mess all by herself without any help. But trust me, you and I are about to see why that is simply impossible. Left with zero options, she realizes she has to ask Se-Jun for a massive, life-saving favor. She activates her connection magic, and a brilliant flash of light shatters the night. Elizabeth stares into the glow as her face literally starts to transform. Just like that, she has shapeshifted into a tiny, unassuming black cat. Back at Se-Jun's place, little Koa calls for her dad. He is buried in work, but still answers. Koa eagerly begs him to come play. Se-Jun uses his softest dad voice, telling her to just wait a bit until he finishes his task. Hearing this, little Koa's eyes immediately start welling up with big tears. When will you be done? Se-Jun turns around with an awkward smile. Almost done. Just wait. Then he dives straight back into it, checking the results of their massive hustle over the past month. Se-Jun reviews the documents and sees the Phantom Guild has finally secured a spot on the National Guild rankings. The Phantom Guild was just established with barely any members, yet they have managed to achieve some absolutely unbelievable growth. Anyway, Se-Jun thinks for a second, then checks his unique, god-tier system interface. The quest to change the future. Stop Koa's 5 major misfortunes. Right now, he is at 1 out of 5. This quest has kept him totally stressed all month because he has not seen a single clue about the remaining disasters. Sure, the butterfly effect caused some random timeline changes, but they were mostly minor. I can definitely handle this. Se-Jun notes everything down while summarizing the entire situation. Plus, as the new guildmaster, his mountain of paperwork has multiplied massively, though it is still manageable for him. Finishing up, he glances out the window and lets out a long, heavy breath. Watching the drifting clouds offers peace, but stick with me because everything's about to change. He leans back, realizing things are way too peaceful. That alone is truly terrifying. It is the calm before the storm. Right then, Elizabeth slowly steps inside and calls for Theo. Hearing this, he turns on pure reflex. Master, what is going on? Elizabeth quickly asks for a favor. Can you get your mom to step outside for a bit? Koa tilts her head in innocent confusion. Why? Elizabeth hands the important mission to the little girl. I really need to speak with your father. I am completely counting on you, Koa. Yes, easy as pie. She instantly sprints to Uni and suggests they secretly sneak out to play without her dad. Uni is completely caught off guard. Why so sudden, honey? Koa makes a shushing gesture and whispers that Daddy worked way too hard today, flashing a smile so adorable it will leave us all hanging for the next big twist. Alright, you and I are about to witness a kid with a very sneaky plan. Hearing her daughter's sweet little words, Uni's heart absolutely melts. She immediately decides to take young Koa outside. Oh my goodness, our little girl is so reliable. Let's head to the shop across the street. The kid happily follows along. Yes, mission completely accomplished. Koa turns back and smiles directly at Elizabeth. She even throws in an incredibly cute wink. Elizabeth watches this whole theatrical performance and judges silently. Seems this sweet kid actually has a pretty sneaky side. Meanwhile, Se-Jun just keeps crushing his paperwork. Suddenly, Elizabeth leaps right across his desk, breaking his focus. Se-Jun stares at the animal in total confusion. Master Kitty Cat. He then bluntly lifts her right up. Could you maybe get down from here? If these documents get messed up, Haemon will flip out. I know what you are thinking, but yes, the cat actually talks. Elizabeth speaks with total seriousness. I need a word with you, Se-Jun. His face instantly freezes, finally recognizing her. She quickly confirms it. Yes, it is me. She eyes him up and down. You really aren't as totally shocked as I expected. Se-Jun casually admits that he had suspicions already. But more importantly, why on earth did you turn into a cat? Elizabeth immediately clears up his total confusion. I did not. I just temporarily linked my consciousness for a super short time. This black cat is actually my summoned beast. She adds that he can treat this body like any normal cat. Hearing this, Se-Jun takes a second to reflect. Well, it is not like you happily eat regular cat food every single day. Getting mercilessly teased, Elizabeth bristles up instantly. Why is your brain wired so weirdly like that? Se-Jun answers with a massive grin. Because you always pop out of nowhere and then vanish completely anyway. What brings you all the way here? Now, pay attention, things get real, as Elizabeth asks him to retrieve something from her territory. The shattered fragments of a core. Se-Jun repeats it to be absolutely sure. A core like the heart of those monsters. Elizabeth nods and verifies it. Yes, this really makes him wonder why she'd try so hard to get them back. If it was a perfectly complete core, I would totally get it. But broken fragments are completely useless. When he brings this up, she goes completely silent for a moment. Perhaps, but I cannot reveal too many details now. Seeing her dead serious face, Se-Jun randomly gets major goosebumps. Oh man, not this again. You literally always say that to me. Elizabeth just calmly licks her paw. Instead, I will just summarize everything into one single word. Misfortune. Se-Jun is left absolutely stunned by the word. Wait, what? Outside, the sky is shining brilliantly right now. Uni happily holds little Koa's hand. While she smiles brightly outside, Se-Jun is troubled. Is this whole mess tied to Koa's second misfortune? That is where we leave it for now. Night falls. Dong-Su is focused on something shady, and a voice echoes. Brother Sophia speaks in a very soft, hesitant tone. Are you seriously going to let it go? He confirms with a chilling voice. Let's pause here for a second, because this is where Dong-Su finally makes his fateful choice. He opens the ancient chest, and the diamond inside starts glowing with a blinding light. It is time to let it go. Meanwhile, Se-Jun is stunned by the news he just received regarding the second calamity of Koa. He is absolutely frantic, demanding to know the truth. Tell me every single detail. What are you even talking about? Elizabeth stays perfectly calm and starts breaking it down. Out there, unknown enemies are secretly hunting for special core fragments. They hide behind fake names, making it impossible to track them. She goes on to explain the chilling details, saying that these guys share one single terrifying goal. Once they gather every last piece of the core, they plan to run a dark ritual to revive a literal monster. And just like that, Elizabeth drops the bomb. That is exactly why I have been destroying those fragments for a month. Se-Jun is just frozen by this massive info dump. A monster that actually connects to the kid's impending doom. You have to know what this thing is, right? Elizabeth believes that if her theory is right, the second calamity for Koa is actually Uni's tragic death. If the nightmare from her past life repeats itself, Uni will be totally wiped out by a world-class quest right after that monster is resurrected. Hearing this dark truth, Se-Jun completely shatters. Elizabeth scans his face with sharp, judging eyes. And trust me, you and I will never forget that haunting warning about keeping the future a secret. Alright. You and I are about to watch Se-Jun realize the fate of the entire world is on the line. While he thinks danger is far off, Elizabeth reveals the cold truth. The future is already broken. She adds that the first major calamity was supposed to hit next year, but it actually struck 1 month ago. Now, watch closely. This is where things get wild. Se-Jun is shaken because everything is escalating faster than he ever expected. He slams his fist down. A world quest. They call it that, but in reality, it is more like a full-blown natural disaster. See, even before he regressed while that specific world quest was happening, a massive city in China just completely vanished into nothing. Back then, hunters already had their abilities fully maxed out. Se-Jun realizes that this entire situation is becoming even more impossible. But right now, since the massive personal leveling system hasn't even been updated yet, if that quest triggers, nobody survives. That terrifying thought just fuels Se-Jun's iron resolve to stop it. They must step up and stop this madness. Elizabeth smirks, totally agreeing. Bingo. They need to snatch that core fragment first and crush it. Se-Jun is officially hooked now. Elizabeth drops a major bombshell. One missing fragment is right here in South Korea, listed at the Samong auction house for tonight. That fragment is their primary target. Hearing this, Se-Jun starts using his brain. If it is at an auction, they can just buy it. Elizabeth instantly shoots that idea down. No way. Buying it makes you a massive target. You have to take it by force. Se-Jun grins. He finally gets the picture. Okay, I see your point. You want me to pull off a heist? The auction venue is ridiculously lavish. Blinding lights are flashing everywhere, lighting up the massive stage while a man touches his fancy chair. A VIP seat, huh? Sun Soo-hyun smiles like a boss. Not too shabby. Then a voice calls out, "You and I need to watch this closely. Are you Sun Soo-hyun?" He stares back, totally confused. "Who are you?" The stranger quickly introduces himself. My bad. We've never officially met, have we? I am Kim Mi-yang, owner of a mid-tier company. Soo-hyun raises an eyebrow and smirks. A mid-tier company? It is an absolute honor to run into you here. But Kim Mi-yang just keeps rambling on. So, what exactly brings a big shot like you here? Soon Soo-hyun gives him a basic lazy answer. Just looking for some artifacts. Kim Mi-yang lights up like a hungry salesman. Well, then my company would love to sponsor those items for you at a total steal. Before he can even finish, Soon Soo-hyun brutally cuts him off. Hard pass. In his head, he's already judging. He was trying to figure out who this guy was, but he's just an annoying, clueless businessman. There's zero chance an opportunist like this holds any of the epic treasures he's actually looking for. The host announces the auction starts in just a few minutes, telling everyone to quickly find their seats. Soon Soo-hyun suddenly goes silent. Hold on a second. Something is definitely off here. This guy is basically a nobody. I don't even know his name, yet he scored a VIP seat. That makes Soo-hyun suspicious. How does that make sense? Up on the roof, heavy security guards are patrolling. Se-Jun and Elizabeth are creeping around spying. Looking at the setup, he runs the numbers. Fewer guards here than the front. Pay attention, because we're about to see their move. Should they just smash them with power? A second later, Se-Jun drops that wild idea. These guards look like awakened hunters. Keeping their identities hidden is the most critical part of this heist. So he makes the call. The second they look away, he's going to sprint and breach the perimeter. Right on cue, a loud voice crackles over the security guard's walkie-talkies, demanding a status report from all stations. Se-Jun smirks. Perfect timing. This is the shot. He creeps forward, listening to the chatter. Main door is clear. Back alley is totally clear. Suddenly, bam! Se-Jun accidentally kicks an empty can. He freezes in terror, and trust me, you and I want to see what happens next. He freezes as it rolls away while they're in the middle of this epic infiltration. Radio voices crackle. Floor 2 is clear, but the rooftop guard freezes at a strange noise. The radio guy loses patience. Roof report now. He keeps rushing them. Se-Jun is so terrified his heart might actually explode. Alright, you and I are about to watch a heist go completely sideways. Elizabeth sits right there in cat form by an empty can. The guard jumps back, totally startled, and blurts out, "What?" It is only a cat. The roof door slams shut. Se-Jun scrambles away in pure panic as a random memory of his family viewing flowers suddenly flashes through his mind. Meanwhile, the auction is getting superheated. 110 million. The host hypes the current bid. Yes, bidder 11, do I hear higher? The bids keep flying in. 120 million. The host instantly shouts it. Bidder number 68 just bumped it up to 120 million. He scans the room, but another guest drops a bid that grabs Soo-hyun's attention. 130 million. The guy throwing that insane number? Moo-young. Soo-hyun's side eyes him. The guy looks super suspicious on a call. He starts putting pieces together. So, he is just a proxy for whoever is on the phone. Maybe I am overthinking this, but Soo-hyun cannot shake these growing doubts. Why use some average mid-level CEO instead of hiring a real professional bidder? The person on that line must be a massive deal. The host shouts, "Next item." The treasure is rolled out right away. The host totally hypes up the buzzing crowd. Everyone, the absolute moment you have all been waiting for is finally here. You could definitely say this piece is tonight's main event. He grabs the cloth for the reveal. Alright, try not to lose your minds. Moo-young is still holding that call. The second that treasure is exposed, his eyes go wide. The host drops the lore. It looks incredibly fresh, but get this, it has actually been sitting around for 10 whole years. He proudly announces this is a core fragment from the Great Collapse. The entire auction room absolutely loses it. Oh wow, it is the actual core fragment from that legendary collapse 10 years ago. Soo-hyun stays completely quiet, just listening in. Wait, the collapse? Hearing all these wild whispers, he wonders, are they talking about the first spatial rift from 10 years back? So it really has been 10 years. But Soo-hyun is completely mind-blown that it still holds this much raw mana inside it. Now watch closely, you and I both know this bidding war is about to get brutal. Basically, every single guest wants this thing. The numbers fly like crazy. 3.4, 2 billion, 4 billion, 4.0, 9 billion. Moo-young grips his paddle and casually drops a nuke. 8 billion. Right then, someone politely interrupts. Excuse me, but literally every eye snaps straight to Moo-young, including Soo-hyun. Nobody can even process this. Soo-hyun stares at the dude in pure shock. 8 billion. Even Soo-hyun feels intimidated. It is a mega rare item, but that cash is a literal fortune. Soo-hyun figures the guy on the phone must be filthy rich. Still, they are completely insane. The host booms. 8 billion is the current bid. Any takers? Seeing the dead silent room, he gets ready to lock it in. Looks like nobody else wants to play. Alright, 8 billion. Going once, going twice. Bam. The hammer slams down to seal the deal. But instantly, the entire hall goes pitch black, sparking pure chaos. What the? A power outage? The panicking host screams. Total blackout. You and I saw this coming from a mile away, right? Heist time. Glowing eyes pierce the dark. Se-Jun and Elizabeth awaited this exact moment. Se-Jun locks onto the glowing prize below. Double checking. Elizabeth, that is our main target, right? She confirms it. Yes, definitely a core fragment. Hearing that, Se-Jun knows exactly what to do. Alright, while the room is blacked out, let's drop in. He dives down super fast, sticking the perfect landing. He spots the core fragment and rushes straight for it. Then, Se-Jun smashes the display box. The whole crowd starts panicking again. It is a thief. Somebody stole the fragment. Mobilize all security inside this auction house right now. Se-Jun signals Elizabeth's cloak. He quickly climbs on. Just like that, Se-Jun and Elizabeth ride the flying cloak away. They zoom forward like a rocket. Se-Jun quietly sighs in relief. Awesome. I can easily escape from the second floor. Since literally all the guards are scrambling on the bottom floor, the upper level is totally clear. He carefully plans out his escape route. I just need to hit the roof and fly out on the cloak. But suddenly, something appears directly behind Se-Jun. A voice suddenly rings out. Caught you, thief! Soo-hyun readies his sword, fully prepared to strike Se-Jun down. He stares at the guy, completely shocked. Soo-hyun? And trust me, you and I are about to witness the most insane clash of the night. Let's jump into the action. Sparks fly as their weapons clash. Soo-hyun instantly knocks Se-Jun back, the raw impact forcing him into a messy retreat. Se-Jun is completely stunned. Soo-hyun actually crashed this auction house too? But no, wait. That's not even the most insane part about what just happened. Alright, stick with me. How did this guy find his exact location? Before Se-Jun can think, Sung Soo-hyun charges right back in. He attacks like a savage beast. Se-Jun ducks, instantly going on high alert. Sung Soo-hyun is relentless, dead set on capturing him. He unleashes an endless combo of strikes, making Se-Jun feel incredibly suspicious. This guy does not just know his position. He has memorized his exact movement patterns. Cursing the name Sung Soo-hyun, Se-Jun has to admit it. This loud, hot-headed punk is proving to be an absolute nightmare. Se-Jun intensely studies his enemy, Sung Soo-hyun. Finally, he pieces the truth together. This lunatic actually used a wild snow transformation. Suddenly, Se-Jun freezes mid-thought. Wait, hold on a second. Does he already know my identity? Seeing his panic, Elizabeth calms him. Do not worry, this cloak has interference magic. A massive weight drops off Se-Jun's shoulders. Oh, thank goodness for that. Now watch closely, because things get wild. Sung Soo-hyun refuses to back off, so Se-Jun blocks with his weapon. The two fiercely trade blows. Noticing Se-Jun struggling, Elizabeth asks, "Why don't you just change your weapon form?" Se-Jun tells her, "I absolutely cannot do that right now." Turns out, he already predicted the massive downside. Shaking him off would be easy. But get this, I am literally the only hunter who uses this specific weapon. Just then, Sung Soo-hyun completely blitzes right back into his face again. Dodging a heavy strike, Se-Jun explains, "Transforming my weapon basically screams my identity to the world. Despite fighting for his life, he keeps a tight grip on the core crystal." Suddenly, another massive figure looms right behind Se-Jun's back. The giant Moomyong locks eyes on his position. Se-Jun whips around and practically jumps out of his skin. What is he doing? Why is he here? Moomyong's dead eyes fixate on one spot. Suddenly, he leaps up and drop-kicks Se-Jun, an attack he never saw coming. Shocked, Se-Jun coughs up blood right through his mask. He cannot believe he is flying through the air. Elizabeth anxiously screams out his name. Panicked, he stares at his empty hands, then glares back at the giant. Moomyong looks completely satisfied now that he has snatched away the treasure. Unable to accept reality, Se-Jun stares helplessly. His mood crashes. That huge jerk actually stole the core fragment from him. Moomyong turns around and bolts, vanishing while Se-Jun is still left dumbfounded. Snapping out of it, he gears up to chase the thief down. But right at the worst time, Sung Soo-hyun's sword swings past. Se-Jun ducks to dodge the strike. You and I both know this timing absolutely sucks. Sung Soo-hyun viciously sneers, asking where he thinks he is going. Se-Jun is seriously pissed now. Suddenly, Elizabeth drops down, taking him by surprise. Her intense gaze is locked onto Se-Jun. Confused, he frantically calls her name. She cannot just sit back. In a rush, she says, "I will chase the thief." Before taking off, she orders him, "Come find me after you have completely dealt with that punk." Honestly, Se-Jun does not feel great about this. In the end, he focuses back on his own fight. Right now, Sung Soo-hyun is pointing his blade at Se-Jun. He declares, "I am going to capture you myself. Take that as a massive honor, kid." Se-Jun stays completely silent, offering zero reply. Inside, he is calculating hard. I do not have much time. The security guards will rush in any second. Reaching his limit, Se-Jun decisively leaps into the air. I actually planned on going easy on him. Seeing his opponent act differently distracts Sung-Soo-hyun. Timing it perfectly, Se-Jun drops down with a crushing ambush attack that he cannot block. Startled, Sung-Soo-hyun whips his head back. Se-Jun is officially locked in, deciding it is time to end this. I need to knock him out fast. Before Sung-Soo-hyun can strike back, something stops him dead in his tracks. What the heck? His opponent's power suddenly shifts entirely. He realizes the energy in front of him feels familiar. Se-Jun charges in for a direct hit. His weapon shines so bright it completely overpowers the sword. As Sung-Soo-hyun struggles to push them apart, his jaw literally drops in utter shock. An image of Se-Jun flashes inside Sung-Soo-hyun's mind. Wait, is that? He is so stunned that his facial veins pop while he stutters. He barely manages to choke out the words. Wait, you are Se-Jun. Se-Jun's hand closes in, his face going completely stiff. His entire body radiates a fierce and overwhelming aura. I know this feels wrong, but there is no way I am letting myself get beaten here. And trust me, you and I just witnessed a knockout. Sung-Soo-hyun's eyes roll back in pain. Alright, you and I are diving into a heist where everything goes wrong. Se-Jun feels slightly guilty for pushing his opponent too far. He will survive, right? After all, he is an elite hunter. Suddenly, a loud shout echoes through the area, breaking the silence. A massive crash rumbles from the floor above. Se-Jun wastes no time, immediately bailing on the fight to reach the upper levels. I have to get moving. Elizabeth is waiting. Elsewhere, she is already in position, standing like a wall to block an intruder's path. Moomyang stands opposite her, death grip on the core crystal. I thought a little pest was following me. Turns out, he knew she was there the whole time. You are a witch, aren't you? He takes a heavy step forward. A wild chase begins as Moomyang sprints with the core while Elizabeth desperately tries to tackle him. She slashes his face with sharp claws, blocking his only path. Moomyang grinds his teeth in pure rage. Veins bulge as his hand mutates into a monstrosity, effortlessly snatching Elizabeth right out of the air. He slams her down, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Moomyang squints at the wreckage. Elizabeth's foot is actually glowing, and that sight brings a twisted, wicked grin to his monster face. I knew it was you, you pathetic little rat. The beast finally exposes her secret. She really is a witch. Trapped and outmatched, Elizabeth realizes the truth. Taking these monsters head-on while she is in this state is practically a death sentence. She stands there, helpless. Worse yet, her mana reserves are almost completely dry. Now, pay attention here. Casting magic is nearly impossible since she is not in her original body. Moomyang reaches out his mutated hand. To think I would stumble upon a witch in a place like this. He prepares for the kill. Your life ends here. Elizabeth frantically dodges. That beastly hand keeps smashing down like a lethal game of whack-a-mole. Moomyang growls, frustrated by her speed. But wait, how did she get behind him? He spins around to check his blind spot. Surprise! Elizabeth has already summoned a blazing magic circle. She is ready. She leaps back to clear the blast zone. The fireball explodes, but Moomyang just lets out a maniacal laugh. Is that all? Elizabeth is starting to feel the walls close in. Her heart hammers against her ribs. Her best attack did nothing. It is over. She has 0 mana left to fight back. Moomyang's horrific hand snatches her up. The beast starts crushing the life out of her without a shred of mercy. Elizabeth is powerless to resist. She lets out a pained scream as the monster winds up for one final, devastating strike. I expected more from a legendary witch. Moomyang sneers, his face twisted in mockery. You are absolutely nothing but a weakling. A loud explosion echoes. Elizabeth braces for impact, but then, a familiar voice calls her name. Elizabeth, are you all right? Se-Jun has arrived just in time. Thrilled to see him, she immediately demands to know if he succeeded. You took your sweet time. Where is Sungu Huan? Se-Jun just shrugs. I put him to sleep. Let us move. He grabs her and bolts before the reinforcements show up. Footsteps are already thundering down the stairs, getting closer by the second. Elizabeth looks annoyed. Great, you went and got us caught. Se-Jun replies that it would be weirder if they missed this mess. Moomyang scrambles back up and charges, his massive weight cracking the stone tiles beneath his feet. The beast grips the core and runs for his life. Elizabeth warns him they are out of time. They need that core now. Se-Jun is focused on the monster ahead. But how do we get the core? Elizabeth simply holds up her hand. Look at this. He stares in shock at the hidden magic circle she placed earlier. Se-Jun's eyes widen at the power building up. A glowing orb manifests right in front of the beast. You and I both know exactly what happens next. Se-Jun seizes the moment, shifting his weapon into a lethal spear, and lunging forward to strike while Moomyang is distracted. He is completely hyper-focused, driving his weapon straight through the core with one perfect strike. Moomyang screams as his body melts into a disgusting pile of slime. Finally, Se-Jun successfully reclaims the stolen core fragment. Just then, guards burst into the room. "Keep moving. I heard a crash. They have to be around here somewhere." The head guard stands there in total confusion, staring at a pile of slime sitting right next to the open exit. Se-Jun and Elizabeth have already made their grand escape into the night sky. They land in a quiet forest. Se-Jun pulls off his mask, letting out a long, heavy sigh of pure relief. Elizabeth, now back in her cute cat form, demands the fragment. Se-Jun just sighs and hands it over to her. She taps it with a tiny paw, making it glow. He collapses onto the grass, asking how she even pulled that off. She just blinks at him. He keeps pressing, wanting to know how she made the core stay invisible the whole time. Elizabeth simply explains she shared her vision through magic. "You and I just witnessed a perfect duo in action. That is all." As the blue light glows, Se-Jun asks in surprise, "Is that really how you see the world?" "Stick with me here." Elizabeth answers immediately. "Only when I focus." Suddenly, her cat paw stomps down, completely shattering the fragment to pieces. The pieces crumble into tiny shards as a beautiful blue aura floats into the air, watched closely by the guy and his cat. Staring at the sparkling blue sky, Se-Jun asks if they're finished. Elizabeth coldly replies with a simple, "Yeah." Se-Jun excitedly checks in on Elizabeth. "Do you feel better now?" She just shakes her head in silence. That is just one of many fragments, so it barely makes a difference. Hearing that makes Se-Jun look and sound a little sad. He suggests hunting them all, but she instantly shuts him down. "Do that, and you face the butterfly effect." Se-Jun yells back, visibly worked up. He'd rather take the risk than see Koa suffering like this. Her voice drops, becoming dead serious. "Calm down. The butterfly effect doesn't just mess with you alone. It ripples out, hitting everyone around you and far beyond." She reminds him they already covered this in the tutorial tower. You can't control every single thing that impacts you. Hearing that harsh truth, Se-Jun flinches, looking totally caught off guard. He bounces right back. "Speaking of which, I've been meaning to ask you a few things about the tower." An image flashes in his mind, a massive monster with glaring red eyes. He throws out his wild theory. "I mean that boss. Was it actually Anbeck?" Absolute silence fills the space after his question hangs in the air. Elizabeth lets out a heavy sigh, reluctantly coming clean. "Yeah, you're right. It was essentially an Anbeck clone." Even though he guessed it, Se-Jun still blurts out in shock. A cloak wrapped in dark magic floats in midair. Se-Jun raises his voice, demanding answers. "Why would Anbeck be the tower boss? What in the world did you actually do to the tower?" Elizabeth pictures the tower looking exactly like a majestic castle. She explains, "The tutorial tower is just a replica of the castle I used to live in. It's in Midhem." Hearing that, Se-Jun remembers a little girl with dark blue hair. "Wait, Midhem?" he asks, totally hyped up. Midhem. From that vision? Do other parallel worlds actually exist out there in reality? Seeing his reaction, Elizabeth hesitates. "Where do you think the monsters come from?" Se-Jun quickly spills his thoughts. There was always a theory about other dimensions floating around, but it was never completely proven true. His voice gets more frustrated as he talks. "Even so, there is still a lot of weird stuff happening lately. I remember the tower boss using a curse right before I triggered my regression. Pay attention here, this is where it gets wild. He never heard about it summoning dozens of lizard men or random monsters." Elizabeth widens her eyes, looking absolutely stunned by the words coming out of his mouth. She opens her mouth to speak and drops a bombshell truth that completely blows Se-Jun out of the water. "Honestly, the tutorial tower in this life is completely different from before your regression." Se-Jun panics. "What?" Elizabeth's human form appears, speaking with gravity. "You could not possibly have cleared its challenge. The difficulty level has skyrocketed." Se-Jun gets agitated. "What are you talking about? Why would the difficulty spike like that?" Elizabeth warns him to just calm down and listen. She is not finished with her explanation yet. Then she throws another heavy question at him. "Did you not realize Ka's misfortune is accelerating because of the butterfly effect?" You and I can see the realization hitting him, throwing Se-Jun into a state of pure panic. Elizabeth keeps speaking with a dark expression. "It's exactly the same with everything else in this world. Future events are overlapping and moving faster than they originally did. Monsters are developing skills and raw strength much earlier. So yeah, they have gotten way faster and much stronger than they were before you regressed. The monsters inside are crazy strong. The tower became so hard that nobody could conquer it until I finally found you. I actually intervened to lower its difficulty as much as I possibly could, but honestly, it was not very effective." Hearing these words leaves Se-Jun completely mind-blown. Elizabeth's voice sounds casual. "That's why I prepared my own tower entrance ticket as a solid countermeasure." Seeing Se-Jun's horrified face, She speaks up with a genuinely apologetic tone. That ended up giving you a painful experience. I'm sorry. Trust me. You and I are about to see the fallout. Se-Jun clenches his fists, brooding over it. Do not tell me that was all the butterfly effect. He visualizes a dark tornado swirling while a voice echoes this storm was never supposed to show up here. All right. You and I are picking up right as Elizabeth finally manages to regain her composure. Clutching her chest, a bright blue aura erupts as she says they finished the fragment and she needs to disconnect immediately. Se-Jun cries out, asking if she is really leaving already, before quickly trying to stop her again. He wants to say a few things first, but Elizabeth just brushes him off with a casual, "What is it?" Sitting across from her, he stutters out a simple thank you, which actually catches Elizabeth completely off guard. He mentions how she always helped him and kept his guard up. Hearing this, she looks surprisingly guilty, replying that there is no need for thanks since she is only repaying a debt. Under the moonlight, Se-Jun sits on the flying black cloak and stares at the sky, wondering what on earth she meant. A debt? He has no clue what she could possibly owe him as he looks down at the glowing city below. So much happened tonight, but he never expected to run into the legendary Song Sun-ae. He starts doing the math in his head, planning for the big monster auction coming up soon. He imagines all those terrified faces, thinking to himself that even if he joined the event, it would not be enough to fake being human. While thinking about shape-shifting monsters, a wild and dangerous new idea suddenly flashes into his mind. Stay with me, because we are jumping straight into the madness. He envisions a humanoid figure with black slime and glowing red eyes hiding in the shadows, a truly terrifying doppelganger monster. Back in reality, he starts connecting the dots about that weird crew grabbing fragments. It must be a whole monster squad, which makes way more sense than humans taming those beasts. Bathed in a soft glow, Se-Jun carefully thinks through the possibilities. Since doppelgangers aren't bossed here, there have to be more of them crawling around out there. He knows they will meet again soon, but then a flash of sunlight hits his face, making him realize it is morning. Elizabeth asks if something is wrong, but Se-Jun just flashes a small smile and tells her she did great. As the sun rises and the city wakes up, Se-Jun's figure slowly begins to fade away completely. Only his voice remains, saying it is time to go home and rest while the city becomes loud and busy. Somewhere else in this massive town, a kid is hiding in an alley, completely focused on his phone. A sudden shout makes him jump, as Sun-han quickly shoves his phone away and spins around. Cheon-soo stands there, demanding to know what the kid is doing. The guy has an absolutely vicious look, sporting a nasty scar right by his eye, so the kid nervously tries to play it cool and greets him as brother Cheon-soo. He tries to play it cool, claiming he was just out here having a smoke. Cheon-soo is surprised he smokes now, but Sun-han says he just wanted to try it after seeing him do it. Not suspecting a thing, Cheon-soo happily throws an arm around the kid's neck, feeling totally hyped up. He calls him adorable and promises to teach him personally later, but right now, he has some serious business to handle. He asks if the kid wants to tag along, assuming he will be fine after a whole month of practice. Now watch closely here, as the kid agrees with total fake innocence. When asked about the job, Cheon-soo gets a shady grin and whispers that they are finding someone. Sun-han asks who exactly, while over at the police station, a furious voice is screaming about finding that auction culprit. Facing a very annoyed cop, the man just refuses to stop his ranting. It is Se-Jun, and he is absolutely losing his mind with pure frustration right now. He knows the culprit who wrecked the auction was Se-Jun, even while the night streets are packed with people. Inside a barbecue joint, Sun-han flips meat on the grill, while Cheon-soo sits right across from him. Sun-han asks why they are chilling at a restaurant if they are supposed to be tracking someone down. His brother claims he doesn't have the intel yet, and besides, a man needs a huge meal before working. That ridiculous answer leaves the kid sitting there entirely speechless. Suddenly, Cheon-soo waves toward the door and shouts that his older brother has finally arrived at the restaurant. Before he even finishes, a blonde guy is standing at the entrance, and Cheon-soo signals him to come over. Stick around, because you and I are about to meet the next major player who is going to flip this entire story. Alright, jump in with me. We are watching a high school reunion turn into a tense police standoff. He starts profiling the new guy immediately. You are probably thinking the same thing. Why is a criminal linked to a cop? The blonde cop looks completely annoyed and snaps at them, telling them to watch their mouths in public. Then Cheon-soo pulls Han close again, introducing him as the fresh junior who has been shadowing him for a month. Han feels the awkward tension but gives a polite greeting, introducing himself while the cop begins analyzing everything. Seung-hoon instantly wonders why the personal assistant of Ha-iram is hanging out in a place like this. Suddenly, a violent robbery scene from the past flashes vividly through the blonde officer's mind. He suspects the Dong-soo family is behind it, hunting for the mastermind of the mysterious group called APTA. During his time on the force, this blonde detective has actually managed to gather several critical pieces of evidence. After that chaotic raid, high-tech informants tried to frame Seon-hun, while the police dug deep into APTA's secret backers. He slams his hand on the documents, but weirdly enough, the files are missing something vital. Not a single shred of intel on that faction exists. The blonde cop's mind is still racing at full speed. Looking at their history, APTA was always an abandoned failure, and now Seung-hoon's head is spinning with his own theories. But wait, there is still one solid piece of evidence remaining. He begins heavily suspecting Chan-Soo, vowing that if someone hides their identity this well, he will definitely use a pawn just like APTA. Seon-hoon looks at Chan-Soo with a deep, thoughtful gaze, wondering what he is hiding. If a shadowy group like that existed, we would definitely know. Han watches Chan-Soo talk passionately, thinking to himself, mercenaries? Total scum who got their licenses suspended for committing serious crimes. 3 men sit at the table together, but only 2 of them are actually enjoying the conversation. Seon-hoon is completely trapped in his own thoughts. These guys are shameless criminals who would do anything just for a quick paycheck. They are the perfect textbook definition of people who have been completely thrown away and discarded by society. Living undercover as a fake mercenary for an entire month has finally started to pay off for them. Sure enough, the intel is secure. The Shadow faction is secretly pulling strings behind Chan-Soo's back. Watch closely here as Seon-hoon grabs some meat. This is where the trap finally starts to snap shut. The blonde detective is already wasted, laughing loudly while asking exactly how much this expensive beef costs. Jonu tells him to just eat up because it is his treat today, since the guy has been complaining about working so hard. While completely drunk, the blonde guy just lets it slip, confessing that they have handed him a total nightmare of a case. The suspect is out there, but he has no idea where the guy is hiding, making Chan-Soo act curious. The blonde cop mentions the auction raid incident, identifying some guy named Muyan as the primary suspect. He spills more details. The name is just an alias, and the entire company involved was a total front. He keeps leaking secrets, saying that the moment the raid ended, the guy just vanished into thin air. It turns out that in the past, this blonde officer actually fought Mumong in a direct confrontation. The situation is beyond suspicious. Who is the real killer? We see him walking alone through the heavy rain. Hearing all of this, Chan-Soo pushes for more, asking if he has any clue who the culprit really is. The blonde guy looks frustrated, but then his head jerks up as a sudden realization hits him. Wait a second, now that I think about it, what was Seon-hoon babbling about earlier? At that name, Chan-Soo freezes in shock. Seon-hoon? You mean the guy who was working as an actor? Yeah, I was looking into him earlier, he says, before quickly slapping a hand over his own mouth. I definitely should not be talking about this, he mumbles, but Chan-Soo just laughs it off like it is nothing. Now pay attention, here comes the bombshell we have all been waiting for. Hunter Lee Se-Jun is the true culprit, hitting Seon-hoon like a massive bolt of lightning. Is it because his sword style matches the killer? That alone is not enough to make a final call. I am starting to think I was never even heading in the right direction from the very beginning. The blonde guy signals for total silence whatever happens. You cannot breathe a single word of this to anyone. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are not ready for the next chapter. Alright, you and I are diving into a story where his expression turns dark. I cannot hunt him anyway. While a bottle sits on the floor, Seola is using her tiny hands, trying her absolute hardest to completely freeze it solid. She takes a deep breath, mumbling softly to herself, gentle, gentle, nice, and gentle. Then she screams, unleashing her ice magic at once. Instantly, the bottle freezes into a massive block of ice, sending a freezing chill across the entire room. A few things nearby get completely frozen, too. Seola stands there trembling and looking super awkward. The black cat just turns its head in defeat. Oh boy, she went overboard again. Then it glances at the window and offers some praise. Well, you did make way more progress than last time. Last time, even the window got frozen solid, shattering the glass into pieces. The black cat turns back to Seola, who is tightly hugging the bottle. I know what you were thinking, talking cat. Totally normal here. Seola, understand now. It seriously explains that her raw power is just way too massive to control normally. Staring right at the frozen bottle, the black cat continues. From now on, until you can freeze just this bottle alone, you must train hard to control your mana output. Seola lets out a heavy sigh, but the black cat immediately warns her. If you cannot control this precisely, you will end up hurting people around you. Seola totally agrees, nodding her head. Okay. Looking at the partially frozen house, the black cat speaks up again. Alright, before your mom gets home, let us quickly clean all of this mess up. Seola happily agrees. Yes, let us do it. Then one cat and one human use magic to melt the ice away. Just melt everything away right now. Yu Eun-hee is walking up the stairs heading home when suddenly a voice calls out, grabbing her attention. Are you on your way home too? Yu Eun-hee glances over at Chan-Soo. Oh, are you the new guy who just moved in next door? Yu-hee happily answers that she is indeed heading back home right now. I just stepped out to buy a few groceries earlier today. Did the whole move go smoothly? Chan-Soo flashes a friendly smile. Oh yes, he replies extremely politely. Thank you so much for caring about it. We already finished getting everything unpacked. Chon-Soo looks slightly embarrassed, scratching his head. Sorry about the noise. I will tell my friend to keep it down. Yoo Eun-hee gets ready to unlock her door. The soundproofing here is great, so I will not hear a thing inside. The moment she opens it, Seola rushes out. Mom. Hi sweetie, mommy is back home now. Chon-Soo pokes his head over to say hi too. Hey there, your name is Seola, right? Nice to meet you. Seola acts super polite. Hello there, Mr. Next Door. Yoo Eun-hee turns back to say goodbye. I will be heading inside now. Chon-Soo smiles as he says bye. Yeah, see you later. Yoo-hee politely replies back. Now pay attention here. The second Yoo-hee shuts her door, Chon-Soo lingers for a creepy moment. He creeps up, peeking straight through her peephole before finally turning away. He heads back to apartment 402. The second he walks inside, he covers his face, looking absolutely annoyed. He walks right over and starts yelling at a guy tied up on the floor. You dog. I already told you to keep your mouth shut. Then Chon-Soo grabs a massive knife and slams it right into the floor next to the guy's face. Do you want me to stab a hole in you? Watching the dude shake in pure terror, Chon-Soo keeps going. The landlord will catch on if I kill you here, so you better listen to me. So, what do you and I make of this psycho? Chon-Soo grabs a pen, checking his notebook and circling the woman and child. A simple text arrives about a grandpa visiting his grandkid, and it seems Chon-Soo has found a victim. Chon-Soo reads it, grinning like a madman. Oh, this is perfect. That twisted, sinister smile says it all. He finally has the perfect hostage target locked and loaded. Se-Jun steps up, practically shaking in his boots. What if it is not the right guy? Chon-Soo snaps around, glaring with pure suspicion. What exactly do you mean? Se-Jun carefully brings up the suspect named Se-Run, his nervous voice echoing down the dark hallway. Even the cops confirmed it was not him. We should really be digging into Kim Mumi instead. Chon-Soo absolutely loses his mind. That idiot is currently missing and the cops are already hunting him down. Is it not much smarter to just use the only solid clue that we actually have? He stands up quickly. We need to grab whoever we can first. All right, the master plan goes like this. He slaps 3 different photos right in front of Se-Jun. Smirking like a total villain, he points right here. Staring at the pictures, Se-Jun hesitates, visibly confused. Who exactly are these people? Chon-Soo gives a dark answer that leaves the kids stunned. It is Lee Se-Jun's family, and you and I are about to watch them become the prime bait and hostages. Alright, you and I are about to see how fast things move when you threaten someone's family. Chon-Soo starts tapping a finger on every single photo. Wife, father, and little daughter, this guy is pure evil. He asks which target would break the man first. Sun-hun lowers his head, whispering that he just doesn't know. Smack. A brutal slap lands on his head. Are you actually kidding me right now? Look, this is a simple question. Chon-Soo holds up little Koa's photo with a wicked, monstrous grin. Obviously, they are taking the girl. Cut to Sun-hun alone, panicking as he desperately tries to dial a number. He flashes back to just minutes ago when Chon-Soo casually stepped out for a quick smoke break. Keep a close watch on this guy, and do not blink. Walking out, Chon-Soo throws a lethal side glance at the tied-up hostage. Do not let him try anything. Sun-hun is in a total state of panic. He has to warn Lee Jun immediately before it is too late. He originally wanted backup once he had solid proof, but kidnapping a child? That crosses every single line. Now pay attention here, because watching him pace while waiting for that call to connect is incredibly stressful. Please pick up. Finally, a voice answers. Hello? Sun-hun responds instantly with a voice of absolute urgency. Lee Jun sounds completely confused, asking why in the world Sun-hun is even calling him now. Sun-hun nervously stalls, but suddenly the doorknob jiggles. He is dead meat, and he knows it. He quickly whispers that he has to call back later. Bam! Chon-Soo violently swings the door wide open. Sun-hun. Chon-Soo steps closer like a predator. Nothing sketchy happened while I was gone, right? Sweating bullets, the kid squeaks out a yes. But a noise from the back makes him completely freeze. The tied-up hostage is desperately trying to talk. Chon-Soo walks over, leaving Sun-hun terrified in the back. He viciously rips the duct tape right off the man's mouth in one quick, painful motion. You have something to say? The man gasps for air and screams that Sun-hun just called Lee Jun. In pure survival mode, Sun-hun leaps forward, throwing his entire body straight at the boss. He grabs Chon-Soo from behind, yanking his neck back into a brutal chokehold with every ounce of his strength. He gasps you, but the boss ducks down fast, grabbing Sun-hun's leg. In a flash, the tables turn and he gets countered. Now pay attention, because with monstrous strength, Chon-Soo viciously slams the kid down onto the hard floor. The impact is so intense it literally cracks the tiles, and blood starts pooling from the kid's mouth. Reaching into his jacket, the villain pulls out a heavy-duty stun gun and jams it into his ribs. The kid lets out an agonizing scream, but the boss shows zero mercy, keeping the high voltage locked on. His body twitches from the massive shock until he completely blacks out cold on the ground. Chonsu stands up, his eyes flashing with a terrifying darkness. A pathetic, shaking voice calls out from behind. I am so sorry. The hostage is ghost pale, claiming he reported everything directly to the boss. Stuttering, he begs for his life. A dark, twisted smirk slowly creeps across Chonsu's face. He leans in and whispers that he does remember saying something like that. Then swoosh! A hunting knife stabs right beside the man's ear, radiating killing intent. Chonsu points the blade at him. Fine, I will let you go. Meanwhile, across town, Yui is giving instructions to her little girl, Koa. The child is just heading out with the recycling. She obediently nods as her mom gives her the rules. Make sure you behave while I am gone. Absolutely do not open this door for any strangers. Narrowing her eyes, Yui adds that there should be no sneaking ice cream from the freezer either. The kid looks away, claiming she would never do that. Her mom sighs, knowing she just finished one. That was way back at lunch. Yui shakes her head. You had one today, so absolutely no more. Giving final warnings, Yui grabs the bags and heads out. Warm sunlight is peacefully shining through the window, but this peace shatters when a heavy knock hits the door. Koa happily runs over, asking who it is. Trust me, you and I are not ready for who is actually standing on the other side. Chonsu's voice calls out, asking Koa to open up. She pauses, as he claims he is just the neighbor. All right, you and I are starting with some twisted lies. He tells her that her dad was just critically injured. Can you come with me and show me where he is? Ka is not buying it. Her dad is too strong to get hurt. Chonsu doubles down on his lies to make her panic. It is real, and if we are not careful, your dad might die. Ka, if you do not go right now, you will never get to see your father again for the rest of your life. Now the poor kid is hesitating. Really? Chonsu pushes even harder. Yes, exactly. Your mother is already on her way there now. He uses the name Yu-Uni to build trust. Your mother asked me to pick you up. I need to take you to the hospital where your dad is. The door is still locked tight. Chonsu keeps pushing his luck. So little lady, he tries one more time. Be a good girl and open up. Tricked, Ka reaches up and unlocks it. Not long after, Yu-Uni finally gets back home. Mommy is home, but seeing that empty couch makes her heart drop. Those two stuffed bears Ka was holding are left completely abandoned on the floor. She calls out anyway. Ka? Meanwhile, Se-Jun walks out of a factory, voices echoing behind him, about hoping the next 19 chapters are this long. Stepping outside, he looks back deep in thought. Se-Jun is replaying a memory. He was planning to craft a weapon from Paina. Kang Cheolin had looked thoughtful, saying it would not be too hard to make, but they just did not have enough of the required materials right now. Those words keep echoing in Se-Jun's mind. He said it would take time. His expression turned serious. After all, even Kang Cheolin Ham said the exact same thing. Se-Jun keeps walking down the street, but his head is spinning with questions. It is just so weird. Paina is not even a high-demand item. He keeps asking himself why the supply has suddenly dried up like this. Suddenly, a loud ringtone cuts through his thoughts. Se-Jun glances down at his vibrating phone screen to check the caller. It is Yu-Uni. He picks up instantly. Hey Uni, it is me. What is wrong? He is completely caught off guard when he hears her trembling voice. On the other end, Uni is having a full-blown panic attack. Se-Jun, what am I supposed to do? Now watch closely, this is the exact moment everything changes. Through the phone, she stutters out K's name. The devastating news drops, making Se-Jun freeze completely. K is missing. Hearing this, Se-Jun sprints back at top speed. He spots Uni standing frozen in the street and shouts out to her. Uni. He is panting hard, totally out of breath, but asks frantically, where is she? Did you find her? Uni replies, not yet. Tears are already streaming down her cheeks. I looked everywhere. The apartment, the ice cream shop, even the supermarket, but she is absolutely nowhere. Seeing her breakdown, Se-Jun is paralyzed too. He grabs her shoulders, trying to calm her. Deep breath. We still have not checked the playground. Let us look there first. Uni nods at him. Okay. They immediately split up to cover more ground. Se-Jun is gritting his teeth, his anxiety skyrocketing, his thoughts race. Where could a little kid even go? She has never even taken the bus alone. If something happened to her suddenly, a voice from behind makes him jump. Excuse me. A guy walks up, his voice shaking. I know exactly where that little girl went. This man, covered head to toe in brutal injuries, tells him everything about a guy named Chansu. He took her. Meanwhile, on an empty, quiet road, a sleek black car is cruising along. Ka stares at Chansu and asks where they are actually going. Looking out the window, her mind filled with confusion. Chansu smoothly replies, we are heading straight to the hospital. Ka asks again, which hospital is it? Chansu puts on a fake patient face. A huge hospital way out in the city. K just obediently nods. Oh, I understand. Now, you saw that coming, right? In the pitch black, Lee Jong-hoon slowly opens his eyes. Tied up tightly, he looks around in sheer panic. bound hand and foot, gagged in a dark space. He is totally stunned. Where the hell is this? After finally calming down, he instantly realizes he is locked inside a car trunk. Laying perfectly still, Lee Jong-hoon starts putting the pieces together. I thought he would kill me, but he kept me alive. Guess he does not want a traitor getting a fast and easy death. He starts piecing it all together. I can hear a kid's voice inside the car. That means he kidnapped the little girl too. Analyzing the situation, Lee Jong-hoon makes a tough call. This looks bad, but looking on the bright side, this is my golden opportunity. A chance to escape right alongside her. First, I need to figure out how to let her know I am back here. Suddenly, a voice echoes in his mind. And trust me, you and I are just as shocked as he is by it. Stick with me, this girl's life is getting wild. She looks confused but asks anyway, "Who are you?" Lee Jong-hoon hears her perfectly from the trunk, but he can't respond yet. Koa glances at Chon-soo driving. She lowers her head, clearly lost in some very deep, serious thoughts. It hits her this neighbor is acting incredibly suspicious. Chon-soo's terrifying eyes glare through the mirror, making her skin crawl as he keeps watching her every move. She recalls using her magic to investigate a strange sound, only to find a man bound and gagged inside the trunk. She reaches out to Lee Jong-hoon using telepathy. "Mister in the back, listen closely to what I say. Stick with me here, because this kid's plan is actually brilliant. Mister, knock once for yes, twice for no." A muffled thump echoes as Lee Jong-hoon knocks. Koa cuts to the chase. "Are you a good person?" One knock. Perfect. Now the suspicion sets in. Is this creepy neighbor a liar? It is time for her to test the waters. "Uncle Chon-soo?" she asks. He grunts in response, and suddenly Koa's arm erupts with a surge of purple energy. She stealthily plants a tracking spell right onto his back. It is the exact lie detection magic her master taught her for creepy emergencies. Now for the test. "What happened to my dad?" Chon-soo sighs, claiming her father was heavily injured in an accident. Boom! The hidden magic reacts instantly. His face twists into a dark scowl as he says the man is in critical condition. The lie detector flashes brighter. Koa's eyes widen in total shock. She glares at him through the mirror. Gotcha. This neighbor is the real liar. The car continues racing down the highway. The realization hits her hard. He isn't going to any hospital. This man is actually kidnapping her right now. She grips her seatbelt, determination filling her face. He shouldn't be allowed to do such terrible things to people. She prepares to blast him with magic, but a dark memory suddenly flashes. She freezes in panic, forcing herself to stop. Her master's warning rings through her mind. If she loses control of this power, everyone nearby could end up dead. She remembers that horrific accident the day she lost control, and her mother barely managed to survive the explosion. The trauma is real. But holding back now means she stays completely helpless. Her tiny hands grip the seatbelt so hard that her knuckles turn white. What is her move? She crushes the tough fabric, completely overwhelmed by anxiety. What should she do now? Well, watch closely, because the cavalry has finally arrived. A massive commotion behind the car catches her attention, forcing her to glance out the window immediately. It is Lee Se-Jun, looking like a total boss standing on the roof of a speeding car. Koa is stunned. His expression radiates pure, cold murder intent. "Dad," she mutters. Up front, Chon-soo panics and floors it. He checks the mirror, and his stomach instantly drops. Seeing Lee Se-Jun literally surfing a car right behind him is the definition of absolute nightmare fuel. How did he find them? Chon-soo grits his teeth, sweating bullets. Damn it, this ruins the entire plan. The plan was to find a quiet spot to silence the man in the trunk. Panicking, he pushes the car to max speed, but Lee Se-Jun isn't backing off. Looking unfazed by the rushing wind, he barks an order to his driver. "Catch up to that car right now." The driver nods. Up ahead, Chon-soo's mind races. Taking on Lee Se-Jun in a straight fight would be suicide. He has to shake them. The sun dips behind the mountains, casting long, eerie shadows across the road. Chon-soo's tires scream as he pushes the car to its limits. He takes mountain curves at breakneck speeds, but Lee Se-Jun stays right on his tail. Both vehicles are tearing up the asphalt, racing bumper to bumper. Lee Se-Jun grits his teeth, staring at the tiny gap between the cars. They are so close. One more push and he can intercept them. Suddenly, Chon-soo leans out the window and roars. "Back off!" He's clearly got one last twisted plan in mind. The villain always has a dirty trick up his sleeve, right? Chon-soo flashes a twisted grin. "I am not alone in here. It would be a shame if something happened to your little girl, wouldn't it? Come closer and find out." Lee Se-Jun's face darkens as veins pop on his forehead from pure rage. "You are dead meat," he screams. "Touch one hair on Koa and I will end you." Chon-soo just laughs, tossing a massive bundle of spiked wire onto the road to stop them. "Good luck with that. I will call you later." The wire trap wrecks the road. Lee Se-Jun's car hits it hard while Chon-soo speeds away. "Wait by the phone, loser." The driver barely has time to react as the metal trap bounces toward his windshield. What the heck? He swerves wildly, sending the entire car crashing straight into the rocky cliffside with a massive smash. Koa screams in terror. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Stick with me, you are about to witness how a single, cold threat leaves little Koa completely paralyzed with fear. She presses her trembling hands against the glass. Behind them, Se-Jun's wrecked car is pouring thick black smoke. The engine is totally toast. Panic hits her hard. Oh no, her father is trapped back there. She huddles in her seat, mind racing 1,000,000 miles an hour. She has to stop this psychopath, but what if her magic goes wild? She might accidentally blow up the innocent man stuck in the trunk. Watching the smoking car fade away, she feels totally helpless. How can Dad save her now? What can a small girl do? Feeling completely powerless, she squeezes her eyes shut. Please, someone. Just tell me what I should do. Suddenly, a memory strikes her like a lightning bolt. You do not always have to play by my rules, kid. Back then, she was just confused. What do you mean? Her master, a talking black cat, sighed patiently. To use the magic I taught you. Actually, no. Even though spells have strict rules, your raw power is just completely off the charts. Little Koa just blinked, still not getting it at all. Yeah, I still have no idea what you mean. The black cat facepalmed with a tiny paw. Look, I will make it super simple for you. When you are dealing with bad guys or danger, just go wild. Do whatever. Back in reality, everything finally clicks for Koa. So, what do you and I take from this? She does not need fancy spells for this jerk. She has massive power, and it is time to use it. Watch her break every single rule. Hitting the button, she peeks out the window. Sticking her head out, she is fully determined to help her father. She yells out, and Se-Jun hears it. She starts activating her magic, eyes locked onto the car. Her master warned her that using too much mana would attract dangerous people. Suddenly, a massive blue light floods the street. Chon-Su is furious. What even is this thing? That blinding light hits Se-Jun, but as it fades, the sight ahead leaves him in total shock. She literally used her magic to construct a massive road of ice. Se-Jun is stunned, but without missing a beat, he leaps down, baffling the guy behind him while sliding fast on the ice. She grins, knowing this path lets Dad catch up. Chon-Su is seething. What is this madness? He floors the gas, making everything worse. The car starts spinning violently on that slick, frozen surface. Seeing the disaster, Se-Jun panics. Inside, Chon-Su cannot understand why the road suddenly froze. The car tosses her around. Now, pay attention, this is where it gets crazy. Se-Jun screams to her, reaching his arm forward. Jump! Jump out to me right now. Her eyes light up. Dad's here. Without hesitation, she leaps from the car and grabs him in midair. He holds her tight as the runaway car plunges straight off the massive cliff. They crash into the dirt, but he shields her. The car and Chon-Su fall into the dark abyss. Now, it is just the two of them. Seeing him down, she cries out, asking if he is okay. Se-Jun sits up, checking her over immediately. Stand up. Let me see. Are you hurt? Shocked by her calm, he asks why she looks so surprised. She just gives a sweet smile. But her shivering body makes him panic. He pulls her into a hug. She is confused. Dad, I am honestly fine. He whispers, thank goodness you are safe. Then the trembling finally hits her for real. All that bottled up terror turns into tears. Cut to the wreckage in the pitch-black forest. Chon-Su curses out loud. Suddenly, a figure appearing at the window makes him scream in pure terror. The man speaks slowly. I was going to steal the info quietly. But my plans have definitely changed now. Chon-Su grinds his teeth. It is Sung-Hun, and he is being dead serious. Answer me now. Tied up on the ground, Chon-Su screams back that he cannot say a single thing to him. Those bastards planted a bug on me. Sung-Hun does not believe a single word of his story. He keeps pushing. Stalling for time won't save you. I checked your body and there is absolutely nothing there. Chon-Su fiercely insists he is telling the truth. I swear, if I speak, I am dead. Losing his patience, Sung-Hun blasts his leg. Chon-Su screams while Sung-Hun demands the truth instantly. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You and I are going to want to see what happens next. Stick with me, you and I are about to see this interrogation hit its absolute limit. Seong-Han sees him shivering in absolute terror. He confesses that is literally everything he knows, begging for his miserable life. Please, have mercy. Please spare me, I swear it is true. But suddenly, strange veins start bulging violently on his neck. He cannot speak, twitching violently with his head down. Everything is spiraling out of control right now. He angrily grinds his teeth while the ropes holding him are about to snap. Seong-Hun is totally stunned, completely lost on what is happening. Chon-Su jolts up, his voice dropping incredibly deep. I told you, he is fully mutating into a horrific monster right now. If I talk, I die. He lets out a terrifying roar. Seong-hoon steps back in shock. What is this? Chunu lunges straight at him. Just then, a voice yells out. Seong-hoon, move now. A muscular arm grips a weapon tightly and hurls it at the monster with insane force. It was Lee Jun's epic throw. Meanwhile, Seong-han is still totally shaken up and caught off guard. He pinned that beast to the cliff with incredible force. I knew you were strong, but not this incredibly overpowered. Lee Jun finally asks if he is all right. Seong-hoon answers fast. Yeah, but how did you even know I was located here? Lee Jun explains easily. She told me someone was inside the car, but why were you with that guy? After hearing the full explanation, Lee Se-Jun finally pieces the whole situation together. So, what do you and I make of this crazy situation? Let's break it down together. He disguised himself to track the mastermind while you hunted the auction raiders. We are jumping into the aftermath. Lee Seong agrees but asks the big question. What got stolen? Seong-hoon does not hide it, dropping the bomb. It was definitely an item belonging to the chairman. Hearing this, Lee Jun just smirks inwardly. Oh yeah, the whole picture is finally coming together. He pieces it all together fast. That day, they targeted the Dong-soo family honor. But their real goal all along was Chairman Dong-soo's fragment from the start. Thinking it through, Lee Seong figures out the reality. He was the one who swiped the fragment from the auction house. He is definitely their next big target. And during that chaos, she got kidnapped. Thinking about it makes Lee Jun absolutely furious. He is practically shaking with rage, demanding answers from Seong-hoon right now. Did you track that guy down yet? Han spills what Dong Jong-soo just told him. He drops a massive name. The guy they are looking for is Baek Sang-myung. Lee Se-Jun pauses to think. He remembers the guy, the legendary blacksmith Vulcan. You mean the official representative of South Korea? South Korea's Baek Seong-hoon nods hard. Exactly, it is absolutely him. And get this. When Dong Jong-soo muttered that name, his body started twisting. He mutated into an absolute monster right before my eyes. Now watch closely, because things are about to get messy for our heroes. Seong-han crushes his beer can, sighing deeply before the coming storm. This situation just got incredibly complicated. A brand new day breaks, sunlight hitting the towering city buildings. Charlie picks up his ringing phone. Hello, who is calling? The guy on the other line replies, I am doing good. Heading to the Federation for some business. Did you need something from me? Honestly, just mind your own business, man. After a brief pause, Charlie just ends the call completely. I am hanging up now. He freezes for a second, lost in deep thought. At the Federation where Charlie works, a familiar voice suddenly rings out. Is the blacksmith shop surviving? Business has been pretty rough lately. Then he turns the question around. How about you these days, Bang Yong? I am doing just fine. Then he cuts straight to the chase. You're looking for a specific material. Charlie nods. I need it for a custom request, but I have searched everywhere and cannot find a trace. Even those guys chased out by the government and shady organizations are basically tier 4. There are sales records and buyers listed, but absolutely zero supply left on the market. You and I can probably guess it. Someone is clearly trying to build a total monopoly. What is this rare material called? Charlie drops the name, Flare. Hearing that, Sang-myung agrees to help. Alright then. I can easily hook you up with a different metal to replace it. But surprisingly, Charlie just shakes his head and shoots him down. Thanks for the offer, but the client was super strict. I need that exact specific material. Sang-myung does not miss a beat. So, tell me, what is the name of your client? Chioli immediately gets defensive. Wait, do I really need to reveal my client's identity for something like this? The man pushes back, claiming this could be tied directly to their entire investigation into the Monopoly Group. Chioli considers the logic and decides to drop some hints. You and I both know something smells incredibly fishy here. Chioli questions him directly about how Volcanus hoards all the flaw metal. He says he did not know, but he is lying through his teeth. He claims it is the first time he has heard this, even though the demand for metal like flaw is usually massive. Chioli looks stunned. Are you really saying you had zero clue about this? Baek Sang-myung answers without even blinking. Yeah, I genuinely know nothing about it. Chioli stares at him, his gut screaming that something is terribly wrong with this man. His eyes look completely dead and lifeless, just like a piece of cold flaw metal. The man standing there looks exactly like Baek Sang-myung, but Chioli is starting to doubt it is really him. Sure, the guy was always a little boring, but he was a solid friend. Why is his face completely frozen like stone today? There is absolutely zero emotion there. The longer he stares, the more Chioli wonders if this is even the man he knows. To test him, he casually asks how his wife is doing. Chioli is probing deeper, looking for any kind of slip-up. You must be super worried about her lately, right? Sang-myung answers in a chillingly flat tone. Same as always, he says. Then he suddenly steps aggressively toward Chioli. Are you still refusing to drop that client name? It is a direct threat now. If you keep hiding secrets, things might end really badly for you. Chioli just stares at him in absolute shock. Now pay attention here. Chioli realizes it now. This thing is just wearing Sung Myung's face. The look in those eyes is completely insane and not human at all. Chioli tries to keep his cool and presses him again. Is your wife really okay? Are you sure nothing bad has happened? Finally, the imposter decides to drop the act. Actually, she passed away several months ago. Before those chilling words even fade, another man suddenly attacks Chioli from the shadows. Chioli panics completely, shouting out in pure terror. Who the hell are you guys? Somewhere else. An automated operator voice announces that the dialed number cannot be reached right now. Please leave your message after the beep. A young man stares at his glowing phone screen, looking totally confused. This is so weird. Why is Dad ignoring my calls? He lets out a long and exhausted sigh. Ever since I called him the other day, I have had this terrible, gut-wrenching feeling. He gently picks up a framed photo. This is bad. The guy stares at the photo of Chioli, whispering quietly to himself. Even though I have been too sick to visit, the guilt is eating me alive. Something is definitely wrong here. Daeho decides he has to rush to his father's blacksmith shop immediately. A dark, terrifying shadow is falling over everything. Back at the shop, Chioli slowly groans and forces his eyes open. His head is still spinning wildly from that ambush. He squints at his blurry surroundings. Now, stick with me, because things are about to get really wild. Chioli looks terrified at the glowing fragments. Someone steps out from the darkness and finally speaks up. Before I even ask a question, consider this a warning. Sang Myeongyong glares at him with pure malice. If you refuse to answer, I will snap your right arm in half. He casually sits down right across from his prisoner. First question of this interrogation. Sang Myeongyong throws out an absolutely random question. Do you know anything at all about witches? Chioli is totally thrown off. Witches? He looks completely suspicious. You mean like those fairy tale hags? Sang Myeongyong probes him. So, you have never seen one before. Chioli has no idea what this crazy guy means. Sang Myeongyong just pivots instantly. Figures. Moving on to question 2. He cuts straight to the core of the issue. Who exactly ordered the female lead from you? Chioli immediately denies everything, claiming the order was anonymous. But Sang Myeongyong is not buying any of it. His voice drops to a sly sneer. Well, he says, that is just super weird. He pushes harder, fishing for info because he is positive that voice sounded familiar. Chioli definitely knows the buyer he is hunting. It is Lee Soon. Chioli makes a firm decision deep down, stubbornly sticking to his guns. Even if I knew, I would never tell you. Chioli snaps right back. I already have one foot in the grave, buddy. Hurting an old man like me. Do you feel no shame? Sang Myeongyong stays silent, suddenly grabbing Chioli's hand. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, I guess a little physical warning is needed. All right, you and I are about to see just how ruthless Sang Myeongyong can really be. He crushes Chioli's wrist instantly. Sang Myeongyong applies brutal pressure, making Chioli scream in agony as bones snap. I do not even need a hammer for this. I can ruin this arm forever all on my own. Watch his eyes, he is looking at Chioli like a literal demon. Finally, Sang Myeongyong lets go. One last chance, he says, his voice sounding like it came straight from the depths of hell. Who was the person that ordered the hit on her? Chioli is trembling, teeth clenched, refusing to talk. Ironically, it was Sang Myeongyong himself who taught him to never betray a client. Despite the terror, Chioli chokes out the words. You have to treat your clients like they are your own family. He glares back. Are you seriously asking me to betray my own blood? Sang Myeongyong just stares him down, cold and unwavering. Losing his patience, he confirms it with a chilling nod. Yes, that is exactly what I want. Sang Myeongyong reaches his hand out slowly, sending cold chills down Chioli's spine. This is going to hurt a lot, but Chioli stays stubborn and silent, refusing to break. He squeezes his eyes shut, preparing for the coming pain. Deep red blood splatters everywhere as Chioli lets out an earth-shattering scream. Meanwhile, back at Lee Se-Jun's peaceful home, Yuhua is gently teaching her daughter. Koa, tell me, what animal is a cow? The little girl answers instantly. Yuhua smiles and flips the page. And a cat? A lion. Koa replies innocently while Lee Se-Jun washes dishes nearby. Lee Se-Jun watches his daughter learn, his heart feeling absolutely full of happiness and peace. 5 years old and already learning English? Our little Koa is a literal genius. Se-Jun feels a massive burst of warmth. Seeing her this happy makes him smile too, especially after that whole terrifying kidnapping nightmare they survived. Thank God Koa bounced back so easily, living a normal life without any lingering trauma or heavy mental baggage. As he puts the dishes away, his mind is totally on Koa. I even took her to a specialist, but they said she is perfectly fine. But honestly, he already knew that. Now pay attention here because considering Koa's crazy hidden power, even the villains were no match for her. She was never scared. Just as he finishes drying his hands, his phone buzzes with a text. I have an update regarding your custom weapon order. You need to drop by the forge for a bit. Seeing the sender's name, Se-Jun feels a wave of suspicion. Why would Mr. Kang-chan message me this late? Still, he heads straight over to the dark, silent forge. Something is off. Night has fallen, and the building is deathly quiet. Sorry for intruding, he calls out cautiously as he enters. I got your text, so I came right over. Looking around the empty, dark space, he asks if anyone is there. He missed the shadow on his right. A massive hammer is swinging right toward the back of his head. Where did he go? The mysterious attacker suddenly brings the heavy hammer crashing down with lethal force. Se-Jun senses the murderous intent at the last second, spinning away in a panic. Thank God his godly reflexes saved him. Se-Jun stares in total shock, questioning Mr. Kang-chan as he backs away in pure disbelief. Are you crazy? But the man just ignores him, charging forward for another brutal, heavy attack. Se-Jun grimaces from the pressure, trying to block. Cut it out, he counterattacks, kicking the blacksmith into a pile of crates. As Se-Jun stays on guard, the man sits up with a dagger in his arm. He yanks the blade out, but bizarre purple blood starts gushing out of the open wound. Sweating now, Se-Jun tightly grips the massive sword in his hand. Damn it. You and I both know purple blood usually means trouble. Hollow eyes, weird blood, Se-Jun quickly puts the clues together. Is this a clone? Se-Jun grabs a spear and rushes forward, but a massive fist flies at his face from a blind spot. The brutally heavy hit lands, making him scream out in absolute pain. Se-Jun goes flying, slamming hard into the wall. His face grimaces from the bone-crushing impact. This is an ambush. Se-Jun realizes this situation is turning bad fast. Damn it, is there another enemy hiding in the shadows? Suddenly, he notices something shocking. He finally gets a clear look at his attacker's face. No way. That is Kang Tae-jo. He frantically screams out to stop the next incoming attack. Kang Tae-jo, wait, it is me. Hearing that familiar voice, Kang Tae-jo suddenly snaps out of his trance, looking totally confused. Why are you here right now? Kang Tae-jo asks. Se-Jun is equally baffled. Why are you here? He was just looking for his dad. Stick with me, because you and I are about to find out how this mess unravels. Alright, you and I are about to see a family reunion turn into a total nightmare as Chongguan staggers up, calling for his son. Dak-ho screams back instantly. His father limps forward, finger pointed straight at Li-jun. That man, he wheezes. He is trying to murder me right now. Framed and furious, Li-jun grits his teeth. That absolute scumbag. He desperately warns his friend Dak-ho not to believe those lies. He is trying to expose the fake before his friend is tricked. That is not your father. As Dak-ho hesitates, the imposter frantically goads his so-called son into attacking. What are you doing? The old man screams. He is trying to kill me. Dak-ho is caught in a brutal dilemma. His dad is screaming for help while his best friend is begging for reason. Dak-ho stays silent, processing everything. He does not rush, but his fists are tight with resolve. He swings a punch at Li-jun, then fakes and decks the old man. Dak-ho unleashes a savage combo. The guy is coughing up blood now, clutching his stomach in pain. Who are you? Dak-ho demands. Why look like my dad? The faker keeps acting, looking betrayed by his own son. I am the man who raised you. Dak-ho does not buy it and rips the fake mask right off. You are pure trash. Do you really think I am that stupid? My real father would never dodge like that. He would hit back and tell me to stay out of his way. Suddenly, a creepy, wicked grin spreads across the faker face. Dark purple energy swirls around his arm as he whispers that he got a little too careless this time. Dak-ho checks on Li-jun. Are you okay? Luckily, it is just a scratch, nothing serious. Dak-ho feels pretty awkward about the fake out earlier. Sorry about that, man. This whole situation caught me totally off guard. How did my dad end up like this? Li-jun is just as lost. Truth is, I have no clue what is going on either, but stick with me, this is where things get seriously intense. Staring at the monster, Li-jun says to just ask him directly. The creature suddenly lunges like a rabid zombie. The enemy effortlessly dodges Li-jun's spear. No matter the speed, he cannot land a hit on this shape-shifting puppet. Dak-ho sees the opening and strikes back immediately. Exploding power into his leg, he delivers a massive kick that sends the fake flying. He is pure rage now. Li-jun tries to calm him down. Wait, we need info, so please do not kill it yet. Dak-ho just says he knows. But then he spots something on the ground that leaves him in total shock. The real Chongguan is lying on the floor, covered in blood and staring back. Out of nowhere, a hammer flies straight at Dak-ho's head. Li-jun panics as his friend gets blindsided. Blood drips down Dak-ho's temple as Li-jun screams in terror. Fresh red splatters everywhere from the brutal blow. Chongguan weakly grips the weapon he just used, gasping for air with what is left of his strength. Suddenly, Dak-ho speaks in a chilling, dark tone. I am not going to kill you. He stomps the ground hard. But I will punish you for daring to lay a hand on my family. With those words, Dak Ho's face looks like a terrifying demon stepping straight out of hell. He adds coldly that he just needs a few punches until the guy is barely clinging to life. The terrifying threat freezes Chongguan in fear. Instantly, Dak Ho delivers a punch that knocks him out cold. With a massive bruise forming, Dak Ho refuses to stop the assault. He keeps swinging while demanding answers. Speak up. Where is my father? He violently sends the man crashing into the metal shelves. The weak body slams the wall, leaving a massive dent from Dak Ho's insane strength. Suddenly, the fake body vanishes, leaving a disgusting purple monster that melts into a liquid puddle. Gripping his spear, Se-Jun is in absolute awe of the power he just witnessed. Watching Dak Ho under the moonlight, Se-Jun thinks there is zero time to even catch a breath here. This guy is basically a future Iron Fist. And you saw it too, this monster's regeneration is a total nightmare to deal with. Even so, Dak Ho still managed to beat the thing into a bloody pulp. As he marvels, Dak Ho asks if they can still get info. Se-Jun stares at the monster, thinking, it is a pile of mud now, but we can try, even if it cannot speak anymore. But as they are talking, that gooey arm starts twitching, and trust me, we are definitely not out of the woods yet. Se-Jun frantically shouts, wait a second, but he is too late. The beast slams its own stomach, shattering its life core from within. The creature begins to melt into a puddle right before their eyes while they watch completely helpless. It vanishes into thin air without leaving a single trace behind. Se-Jun trembles. This is impossible. He is paralyzed with horror at what just happened. The thing actually chose to destroy its own heart. Standing in the dark, Se-Jun whispers in disbelief, a monster committing suicide? Do-ho stares at the slime, utterly baffled. How can a beast do that? Se-Jun just shakes his head. I honestly have no clue, man. He recalls the fake text from Qian-Guan, claiming they needed to discuss a weapon order at the workshop. Stick with me, because this is where the mystery gets deep. Someone is definitely pulling the strings here. Se-Jun realizes the auction clone and this fake were likely controlled by the exact same mastermind. Piecing it all together, Se-Jun turns and asks Do-ho a serious question. When was the very last time you actually spoke to your real father? Do-ho explains his dad mentioned some mysterious work 3 days after that call. It was at the Venus Alliance. Se-Jun is completely stunned by the news. He repeats it in shock. The Venus Alliance? Do-ho nods. That is right. Hearing this, Se-Jun panics. We have to get to Venus immediately. The moment the sun rises, we go. There have to be clues hidden there. The night sky is black, but the world keeps moving. Exhausted, Se-Jun finally pushes open his front door. Little Koha peeks from the shadows and calls for her dad. Se-Jun is shocked. Koha, why are you still up? She walks over, saying she just needed some water. Are you okay, Dad? Your eyes are so red. Se-Jun forces a tired smile. Do not worry. Dad is just a little worn out. Suddenly, Koha throws her tiny arms around his neck. Let me fix it. All of Dad's tiredness. Go away. You and I can see what he cannot. Koha's little hand is literally starting to glow with power. She giggles, asking how he feels. Touched by her care, Se-Jun smiles. Wow, I feel totally refreshed now. He picks her up gently. It is way past your bedtime, so off to sleep you go. She does not fight it, just gives a cute reply. Okay. He carries her straight to her bed. Suddenly, Se-Jun's back glows with that same light. The next morning at the Venus Alliance, someone is reviewing security footage. A mysterious figure on the screen is being analyzed with intense, clinical focus. Now pay attention here, this guy, Sang Myung-young, is about to reveal his true colors. He glares at the screen, certain this thief is the one who stole the fragment. He scowls in thought, but the thief kept his face hidden, making it impossible to pin down his true identity. He looks at a glowing red orb on his desk and sighs. Finding the core will take much longer. Another man nearby, holding an identical creepy orb, asks what is wrong. Not going to use it? Myung-young sighs. Even with all those mercenaries hired, we still have 0 results. The other man suggests they have no choice but to force his consciousness to confess everything now. Myung-young looks suspicious. Is it not too early to try that? The man snaps back. We have no choice. The witch's attacks are becoming far too aggressive lately. If this keeps up, forget the cores. We might lose everything. Myung-young rubs his head in frustration. But with our current cores, a perfect summoning is impossible. His partner warns him that if they lose any more cores, they can never summon anything. We have to force the ritual. Do not worry, the trap is set. We just need to focus entirely on taking her down. That is our only priority now. Myung-young stays silent, staring at the monitor, his mind racing with many unanswered questions. Even if the face is hidden, the height and build clearly belong to a grown man. He wonders if a hidden faction is hunting these cores besides that crazy witch. Seeing him go silent, the partner asks if something is wrong. Myung-young slowly tells him it is nothing, but you and I both know he is plotting something shady. He will not let anyone in on his secret. Stick with me, we are about to see this director crack his knuckles and make the deadliest mistake of his life. A sudden knock interrupts the room as a staff member enters, telling the director he has a guest, leaving Sang Mong-yong completely baffled. A guest? He had absolutely zero appointments scheduled for today, which makes the staff member hesitate nervously before answering. Apparently, the man claims to be the son of Kang Chunil, looking for his missing father. Sang Mong-yong immediately heads out to meet them. Lee Se-Jun and Kang Taho are waiting there, flanked by two massive and incredibly intimidating bodyguards. In that moment, Lee Se-Jun flashes back to the brutal raid on the family of Chairman Dong-soo. The chaos at the Constitutional Building, Koha's kidnapping, and Kang Chunil vanishing, all these insane events are crashing together right here and now. Sang Mong-yong eyes the man before him, suspecting he might be a high-ranking member of Elizabeth's secret organization. Sang Mong-yong is the first to speak, asking if he is truly the son and official proxy of Kang Chunil. Lee Se-Jun nods, explaining he came because he lost all contact with him and asks if there is any news on his location. Sang lowers his head, admitting he only wanted to verify the proxy status, which catches Lee Se-Jun totally off guard. Wait, what? Sang Mong-yong is suddenly radiating pure, murderous intent, making Lee Se-Jun wonder why he is being targeted all of a sudden. Sang Mong-yong slowly asks if their specific commission was to forge a weapon out of the legendary Flynn material. Flynn is an incredibly rare metal that almost nobody uses anymore. On the surface, it looks like a completely ordinary type of metal, but very few realize this ordinary-looking stuff is actually the most lethal weapon in existence against an Asinus. Snapping back to the present, Sang Mong-yong repeats his question about the weapon with deadly seriousness. Was the job to forge a weapon using Flynn? Lee Se-Jun hesitates for a long second, awkwardly scratching his head and asking what Flynn even is. Sang Mong-yong is not buying the act. He explains it is a special metal that emits a bone-chilling, freezing cold air. Lee Se-Jun continues playing totally dumb to keep his cover. Claiming he is just a simple trainee, Lee Se-Jun hides his nervous panic by slowly sipping his tea. But here is the part you and I need to watch carefully. This dangerous man is actually hunting him. Based on his history, Sang Mong-yong belongs to a group creating world-tier missions. His primary mission within the organization is to monopolize every bit of Flynn and wipe the rest out completely. But Kang Chunil got dragged into this because he accepted the request to find Flynn, and he got caught in the crossfire. Because he stayed silent about the other clients, Sang ordered the clones to handle him. The situation was spiraling out of control. If our main character slips up even a little, his true identity as the secret client will be totally exposed. Plus, his weapons were confiscated due to life protection rules, so he cannot afford to act recklessly right now. After piecing the entire puzzle together from start to finish, Lee Se-Jun calmly sets his teacup down and starts thinking, could this guy actually figure him out? He stares confidently at Sang Mong-yong, knowing his own acting skills are top tier. Sure enough, the director cannot read a single thing from his expression, though he is clearly searching for a tell. But that heavy suspicion is definitely still lingering in the air. Suddenly, Kang Taho gives Lee Se-Jun a quick nudge on the arm. He signals aggressively with just his eyes. Lee Se-Jun looks confused until Kang Taho whispers that this guy is a literal monster. Lee Se-Jun completely freezes, staring at Sang Mong-yong in total disbelief. A monster? Sure, the man is definitely bad news, but he is not sensing that same deadly vibe as those clone guys from before. Thinking it over, Lee Se-Jun notices the green veins on Kang Taho's neck, looking like they are about to spread to his face. Kang Taho grinds his teeth, claiming it is just a feeling. The room's tension skyrockets before Sang finally speaks up. I can tell you have not been paying attention at all, he smugly says, while giving advice to Kang Taho. You should really learn a thing or two from your quiet friend right next to you. Kang Taho just scowls harder. Sang snaps his fingers to cut him off, lecturing them on how to hide hostility. You saw that coming, right? This is where things explode. This is where it gets crazy. A bodyguard suddenly lunges forward, throwing a massive punch right where Kang Taho was just sitting. Kang Taho dodges perfectly, screaming that he knew this guy was involved in his father's mysterious disappearance. Absolutely furious, Kang Taho winds up and throws a heavy, devastating punch right back at his attacker. The two of them clash violently, both displaying insane power, but it honestly looks like the bodyguard is the one losing ground. In a flash, the guard lets out a roar, dropping to the floor while clutching his hand in absolute agony and pain. Lee Se-Jun just stands in the corner thinking, yeah, that definitely had to hurt. Right on cue, another guard charges him. Lee Se-Jun dodges smoothly, and trust me, you and I are about to see him go all out. You and I are about to watch Lee Jun get brutal. He slams a kick into the guard's shins, sending him crashing down. Lee Jun seizes the opening, slamming the guy's head into the dirt. With a terrifying glare, he warns him to never get careless just because he is unarmed. Lee Jun activates his time reinforcement and smashes the guy's head into the ground a second time. The room looks like a total war zone, but Lee Se-Jun is clearly winning. Suddenly, A freezing voice cuts through the air. That is enough. Do not even think about moving. A loaded gun is now pointed right at both of them. Sang Mang sternly orders them to get their hands up. He reminds them that this is a dungeon-grade firearm, so do not try anything stupid. Kang Chio furiously grinds his teeth. Damn it. Aren't the bodyguards usually the only ones carrying guns around here? Now get this, the betrayal here is deeper than we thought. Sunong calmly states that he trusts nobody but himself. He says they can finally have a proper talk. He aims the barrel right at Li Jun's chin and asks to start with him. Were you the client trying to get weapons crafted from FN? Answer me. Li Jun tightens his lips, completely unable to fight back. He curses internally, wondering if this is an all-or-nothing gamble. He simply answers that it was him. Sang Mang asks who ordered it, and Li Se-Jun claims he did it on his own. Sunong scoffs as his expression shifts into pure murderous intent. He warns him not to lie. Why did you absolutely need to craft weapons using FN? What exactly is your relationship with that witch? Li Jun lets out a shocked gasp. Right then, his cell phone starts ringing. Sang Mang instantly barks out an order. Answer it. Li Jun asks what happens if he calls for rescue. He replies that a bullet hole in the forehead would be the result. Li Se-Jun answers the phone with a simple hello. The voice on the other end cheerfully says his name. They add that they already heard everything directly from Sun Hun. Hearing that tone, Li Se-Jun recognizes Ha-I-Ram immediately. She tells him to pass on a message. Suddenly, a massive number of people appear, rappelling down right outside the windows. A huge armed force has surrounded the entire building. Ha-I-Ram demands that the bastard drops his weapon and surrenders right now. Right on cue, a guy outside the window winds up for a breach. Then a whole squad smashes through the glass. Chapter 89 kicks off with the team outside getting a running start to breach. At the same time, tons of fully armed soldiers crash through the windows. A massive explosion rings out as a heavily equipped squad storms through the front door. They circle Sang Mang and his crew, shouting for them to surrender. He slowly raises his hands, carefully observing the crowd surrounding him. He wonders if these guys are from a special forces unit. Suddenly, he raises his gun and aims it right at his own temple. Bang! Fresh blood splatters everywhere as the lifeless body collapses onto the floor. The troops freak out. Wait, did he just off himself? One soldier steps forward and orders both Li Jun and Kang Cho to step back right now. But Kang Cho suddenly shouts out a warning. Be careful, that guy is not dead yet. The soldier looks back, completely confused, but a bullet just went through his head. The second he says that, a terrifying noise echoes behind him. The soldier screams in sheer horror, scrambling backward. Watch closely, because this is where the story shifts from a crime thriller into a horror movie. A black aura wraps around the soldier's legs. Li Jun instantly notices the creepy anomaly. Sure enough, that possessed soldier aims his gun directly at his own teammates. His face goes completely pale, but his arms are no longer under his control as he struggles to resist. His hand totally rebels, aiming straight at the remaining soldiers. Li Se-Jun quickly ducks down, snatching up a dropped dagger. Without missing a beat, he launches it straight at the mind-controlled soldier. The gun clatters down. Li Jun suddenly realizes this freaky monster can literally control minds. Meanwhile, the soldier whose arm got grazed is still standing there totally dazed, gripping his wound. Before he can even process it, the guy clicks his tongue and just sprints away. The other soldiers catch on fast and tackle him to the ground. But suddenly, those exact same guys feel something incredibly weird crawling over them. They scream out in pure terror. What the heck is this? Wait. A loud voice suddenly roars for everyone to scatter. Li Jun frantically warns them to stay far away from each other. Right this second, there is a literal monster hiding among you. The rest of the squad starts panicking. You and I have to see what is next. It is a phantom with broken cloning skills. You and I are about to see a parasite that steals souls with one touch. Xian Yong had her whole existence hijacked by this exact creature. It is the twisted reason why this entire group has been forced together right now. The monster is hiding in plain sight. With that chilling revelation, every person in the room starts glaring at each other with deadly suspicion. Someone nervously asks what the plan is, but Li Se-Jun is already one step ahead. Do not move a muscle. Luckily, we have a hunter who can smell a fake from a mile away. Lei Jun calls for Daeho, who steps forward while cracking his knuckles. He is more than ready for this. He just needs to find the imposter. Stick with me and watch closely as he starts his walk. He scans every elite soldier before stopping dead in his tracks. He points right at one man. The traitor has been found. The soldier begins to tremble in pure panic. Daeho just nods with absolute certainty. Yes, it is definitely you. The soldier snaps back, demanding actual proof. Daeho simply shrugs and says it is just a gut feeling. The soldier is beyond furious at the baseless accusation, but Lei Jun steps in to shut the argument down. His instincts are honestly more terrifying than any monster. The guy keeps arguing, but how is any of this fair? You cannot just execute someone over a hunch. Se-Jun tells him to relax because that is not the plan here. A phantom is just a spirit. It cannot manifest its own physical body, leaving the soldier completely confused. If the host loses consciousness, the spirit has no choice but to leap into the next closest person nearby. He suddenly delivers a brutal strike to the man's neck. The soldier drops cold. He calmly explains that he plans on taking the phantom on himself. Dark energy coils around his arm as he is pulled into a mental realm. Pay attention here. The hideous phantom stares him down with a mocking sneer. It starts arrogantly taunting our main character. Do you truly think you can win inside your own mind? He glares at the slime monster before him. Se-Jun realizes that this disgusting creature is the phantom's true form. The monster lunges, vowing to take over his body perfectly. Our hero barely manages to leap out of the way. He is analyzing everything. The most dangerous part of this creature, all those creepy legs. It can control every single one of them, but that massive strength is also a fatal weakness. If they are all severed at once, they cannot regenerate. Slice them at the base, and it is game over. Se-Jun summons his legendary spear and lets out a deafening roar. My mental strength is on a whole different level. He drives his glowing spear right through a spider leg. He grits his teeth and commands the trash to get the hell out of his body. Without a second of hesitation, he slashes the disgusting phantom into a million pieces. The beast is stunned before smirking. It realizes this kid is nothing like the weak hosts it had before. This is a mental fortress that has shattered 100 times, only to be rebuilt even stronger. A normal phantom would have been crushed. But then, the monster begins to regenerate its entire mangled body. With one lightning-fast strike, it pierces a massive hole straight through Se-Jun's chest. He coughs up blood in absolute shock. He definitely chopped those legs off, so how did this happen? The phantom roars with pride. Did you really think I was just some low-tier parasitic trash? I am a royal guard of His Majesty. My power is on a completely different level than theirs. You completely underestimated me. Just die already. As he speaks, a gross shadow fully engulfs Se-Jun. Back in the real world, Daeho screams in panic as he watches his friend collapse to his knees. He desperately tries to wake him up. Inside his mind, Se-Jun is struggling to fight off the invasion. The phantom declares that it is taking full control of this body and escaping this place for good. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light stops the creature in its tracks. Where is this power coming from? Little Koa is standing there, chanting for all of her father's pain and tiredness to finally disappear. Sensing that something is very wrong, the little girl suddenly turns her head. A massive blast of light sends the phantom flying. The monster is terrified by the energy pouring from Koa. Trust me, we are about to see something legendary. All right, you and I are about to see that this kid is way more than just a normal toddler. There is someone else here. Panicked, the phantom screams, "Who the heck are you?" Koa just puffs up her cheeks in adorable fury. Faster than lightning, she teleports in front of the giant nightmare. Koa winds up her tiny fist, yelling, "Stop bothering my dad." She punches the monster. A divine light completely vaporizes the threat. The phantom loses a piece of its body and screams in absolute terror. Now watch closely, it is too late for the phantom as that light blasts it into nothingness. Finally, the phantom vanishes, triggering a massive, earth-shattering explosion right there. Only Koa is left standing in the center of the light. She happily wipes her forehead. All done now. Dad will not be so tired anymore. Meanwhile, everyone outside is completely freaking out, worrying about Se-Jun. Slowly, he opens his eyes. Holding his head, Jiho asks anxiously, "Are you okay?" Jiho says his dad is down in the basement, but Se-Jun ignores him, completely lost in his own thoughts. What just happened? The phantom vanished without a trace. Suddenly, we see an ambulance rushing a patient away. Jiho runs over anxiously, calling for his father. Chi scolds him, telling him to stop panicking like that. "I am still perfectly healthy. What are you worried about?" Jiho just bursts into tears. "How can you say that? Your arm is broken. Can you still feel anything right now?" Jiho panics nonstop. It has been a long time since Chi saw his son this worried. Chi just laughs. "Do not worry." He waves his other arm. "I still have my left one." Se-Jun watches this dramatic bonding moment. Suddenly, a voice from behind says, "Consider everything here handled." Se-Jun turns and sees Ha-Iram standing there. He asks what happened and why the task force is here. Iram's assistant steps up to explain. Baek Sung-mong has been named the main suspect in this terrifying home invasion case. These attacks are classified as terrorism. Iram brags about her dad pointing guns at the guy who hit her. "That is my family motto. Mess with me and you will not see peace." Se-Jun feels totally helpless. "I know what you are thinking, intense family, right? Now watch how this plays out. Honestly, I feel incredibly refreshed." Iram is totally stunned. "That sounds ridiculous." Se-Jun just thinks of Koa. "I feel completely healed." Back home, the sky is a clear, beautiful blue. A box of fried chicken hits the table. Koa stares with pure excitement. Is this fried chicken? He nods. It is her first time seeing it. Why only now? Do you know how high the calories and sodium are? Se-Jun disagrees. If you are Korean, you have to try this. Koa grabs a drumstick and carefully blows on it. She takes a massive bite. Seeing her eat happily, Se-Jun asks what she thinks. So yummy. He asks how much she likes it. She uses her limited vocabulary to describe it. Super yummy. The adults burst into pure laughter. The box is empty. Koa holds her stomach and sighs happily. What is chicken in English? Koa quickly answers, chick, cluck, cluck. He gets a wicked idea. Why do people raise chickens? They are cute. No, he says. We raise them to eat them. Koa is completely horrified by the brutal truth. Raised just to be eaten? Trust me. You and I know exactly where this is going. Koa trembles. Her parents are just smiling mysteriously. Could it be? They will eat her. Their faces look terrifying. Koa is absolutely shocked. She falls backward and starts crying, screaming her little lungs out at the horror. Yuhua scolds him for making her cry. Se-Jun quickly waves his hands, swearing he didn't mean to scare her. All right. You and I are about to see what happens when a toddler has godlike powers. While crying, Koa completely loses control of her terrifying power, and the floor starts freezing over entirely. Koa does not even notice and just keeps crying, terrified of being eaten. Her insane power makes the house shake wildly. Se-Jun turns pale, remembering that Koa once collapsed a whole house. Yuhua rushes over to comfort her. It is okay, Koa. Dad was just lying. Koa cries out for her mommy, saying Daddy is mean. Se-Jun quickly apologizes. Daddy was wrong, Koa. I am so sorry. The little girl just sobs and scolds him, calling him awful for teasing her. Yuhua immediately raises her hand and hits him, scolding him for being bad before she comforts the little girl. Look, Mom hit Dad for you. Please stop crying and take a deep breath. Just breathe in and breathe out. The crying slowly stops and the ice begins to melt. With the house returning to normal, Se-Jun breathes a massive sigh. He obediently drops to his knees. Koa, Dad is sorry. I will never do that again. She looks at him suspiciously. Really? Se-Jun instantly swears a promise. Dad promises you. Please, just forgive me this one time. Koa hugs his neck tightly and replies with a sad, soft voice. I know. Deep down, Se-Jun thinks to himself that he is never doing that again. Otherwise, next time they eat chicken, he might freeze to death. Meanwhile, in Washington, D.C., the sky is perfectly blue with beautiful, bright sunshine. A tour guide introduces the scenery to the crowd. Behind her is a field featuring a massive structure shaped like a giant horn. Stick with me here. Right below are the holes where the very first crack was ever formed. An eager boy in the crowd throws his hand up to ask a question. Did the Sword Saint fight the monster all alone here? The tour guide is left completely speechless by the boy's question. Let us jump right in. The guide smiles warmly. That is right. You are one very smart kid, she says. When the first rift appeared, everything just completely collapsed as an absolutely massive monster emerged from the dark void. But Korea's own legendary hunter, the Sword Saint, completely destroyed that terrifying beast on his own. The guide kneels down gently to ask the boy a question. Do you happen to know what the name of that monster is? The kid looks confused and simply answers nope. She explains that over in America, they call them gate crashers, which means they are uninvited guests. Then she turns her head toward the right side. But its official name. Her eyes shift to a massive statue of a human battling a giant monster. It is actually called Ozinus. Now, while the girl continues her history lesson for the tourists, a mysterious figure approaches. A guy hidden in a dark cloak quietly slips into the crowd. He whispers softly into a glowing pink orb he is holding. I have arrived at the exact location. The cloaked figure demands they open the rift just like they promised. The voice on the other side replies that even the Sword Saint will be blinded. The man's voice carries a hint of madness. Even Phantom got captured. You need to hurry and proceed now. The mysterious guy says he knows. Then he dashes like the wind straight into the center of the crater. The startled guide panics. She quickly chases after the guy in black to stop him. Hey, you cannot be there. Now pay attention, this is where the story takes a dark turn. You cannot go in there alone. The guide grabs his shoulder but suddenly freezes in shock. Behind that dark cloak was the most repulsive face imaginable. Dozens of creepy, unblinking eyes were staring directly at the poor girl. The mysterious freak flashed a twisted and totally unnatural smile. Her voice begins to tremble as she stammers man, but he immediately cuts her off. Shh. Right after that, a massive magic circle sparks to life, and the crowd of tourists starts screaming in absolute panic. The glowing magic circle expands high into the sky, pulsing with streams of dark red and black magic energy. From there, reality itself literally begins to fracture. Loud crackling sounds echo as more spiderweb-like dimensional rifts tear open. The sky turns pitch black and jagged fragments of space fly through the wind. People are completely losing their minds, screaming, "It is a rift!" Meanwhile, the mysterious villain just stands there, smiling from ear to ear like an absolute maniac. Dozens of massive, terrifying rifts rip open the sky over Washington, D.C. Far away, a running faucet splashes water into a bathroom sink. Se-Jun and his daughter are just washing their faces together. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You are going to want to see what happens next. Alright. You and I are about to see how the real chairman of Vulcanist was actually a monster. Off the record, Se-Jun dries his face while replaying yesterday's intense meeting in his head. The government and Hunter Association scrubbed the news to stop a panic. I know what you're thinking. If people realized their neighbor was a monster, the entire country would lose its mind in fear. Then he remembered the old man recovering in the hospital. Since Kang-chon was safely transferred to Ward 50, doctors promised that with proper rehab, his everyday life will return to normal. Se-Jun just stood there, lost in some seriously heavy thoughts. He got dragged into my mess and suffered. But he still actually finished the job. I am thankful, but the guilt is real. Meanwhile, little Ka was balancing on a step stool just to reach the sink. She shouted out, breaking Se-Jun's focus and snapping him right back to reality. "Dad, look at this," Se-Jun replied, feeling totally confused. "Huh?" Ka's chubby face was covered in white soap suds, but her big purple eyes were wide open. "Ta-da!" she bragged, looking so proud. Ka can keep her eyes open even with soap. "What do you think?" Se-Jun hyped her up with a fist pump. "That is amazing!" Ka squealed with joy. "Really? Does that mean I am finally a full grown-up?" Se-Jun's brain just totally crashed at his daughter's anime logic. He just stood there blanking out. "Huh?" he awkwardly mumbled back. "How does that even make sense?" Ka kept questioning him. "Why not? Adults can open their eyes even when there is soap." Se-Jun, feeling totally defeated, just let out a sigh. "True, but that still doesn't make you an adult yet." Ka gasped in absolute shock. "Huh?" Se-Jun warned her. "Quick, close your eyes before it stings." Ka pouted, looking super sad. "Boo-hoo, but I tried so hard. Now pay attention here." Out in the living room, someone suddenly locked onto the breaking news on the TV. The news anchor was reporting on a massive dimensional rift over in America. Unmentioned, this is all they've been talking about today. Still brushing his teeth, Se-Jun peeked his head out. "Wait, what's going on?" Kay copied him. Unanswered that a swarm of rifts just appeared in America. Se-Jun nodded. Pure chaos. The Sword Saint is definitely heading out to help, and even the Grand Mage is making a move. The TV flashed footage of international elite hunters and the legendary Sword Saint shipping out. Se-Jun walked closer to the sofa. Magic Master Shinryu is actually joining the fight too. Unj sat down, confirming that top-tier hunters from all over the world are rolling in. On the screen, a massive monster's arm slammed heavily into the ground. It obliterated a city block, raised its ugly head, and unleashed a heaven-shaking roar. Se-Jun instantly recognized that beast, blurting out, "Holy crap, isn't that the final boss from the mid-level dungeon? That thing is like a walking natural disaster." Brought a hand near her mouth. "Yeah, no kidding." Suddenly, realization hit Se-Jun like a truck and he completely stopped brushing his teeth. "Wait, is that Washington, D.C.? Trust me, you and I know this is about to get absolutely wild." Se-Jun snapped out of it. "Huh?" Avoiding her gaze, he quickly lied. "Oh, nothing. Just go rinse your mouth." Looking at the little girl, Se-Jun feels his pants being tugged while Yu Yuihua laughs. "Fish is copying you." Se-Jun panics and scoops his daughter up, heading for the bathroom. "Let's go, Fish." Yu Yuihua just watches the two of them and lets out a sigh. Meanwhile, Se-Jun is trying to organize the absolute chaos in his head while remembering the news. He's thinking about Washington. Before his regression, hundreds of thousands of cracks appeared over the capital. His face goes pale, panic sets in. This was the exact first sign of that massive global mission in Shanghai. In a dark room in Shanghai, a bunch of mysterious guys in black cloaks are standing dead center around a magic circle. A massive stone sits in the middle, pulsing with power. Dark energy is completely wrapping around the entire block. Suddenly, a cloaked guy speaks up. Finally, the core of Azanis is complete. He bows to a masked guy, calling him Prophet, and asks if they can finally start the ritual. The Prophet stays silent. "Trust me, you and I need to watch," as he turns his head toward Elizabeth hovering there. "Hold on, you and I are about to see a little guest crash this party." Elizabeth just smirks. Sharp eyes. Fraud. It has been way too long. The Prophet spits the words out with pure demonic venom. He glares at Elizabeth with total sarcasm. "Did you really think you could stop us this late in the game?" Elizabeth just looks at him with pure disgust. What a pathetic question. Then, she snaps her fingers. "Obviously, I am shutting this down." Instantly, a massive wave of pressure hits, making the entire room shake. The cloaked guards can barely stand. Elizabeth throws down a giant magic circle, squaring off against the Prophet. She lets out a wild laugh. Hand over that core right now, because I am going to smash it. Now pay attention here, because this is the moment everything pops off. The sky flashes above the ruins. Below, a figure in black sits in a massive crater, as dark feathers drift down around him. Elizabeth stands up, evaluating the guy covered in dust. He is still just as strong as ever. Lackey blood is splattered everywhere, and the prophet just got blasted straight into a giant stone pillar. Elizabeth stomps right up to him. You are literally about to die, she growls. Why are you still talking? Hand it over. But the guy just smirks. Too bad. The ritual already succeeded. He twitches his hand, refusing to yield. Suddenly, right behind the stone, space itself literally tears open. Insane pressure blasts from the dimensional crack, looking like it will suck everything inside. Elizabeth squints, realizing it is spatial teleportation magic. Her voice rings out in pure shock. The prophet and the stone are sucked into the rift. Even you cannot track us now, witch. Elizabeth lunges forward, but she is too late. He vanishes, leaving only those final, annoying words behind. Magic that burns through life itself. The ultimate spell. The portal snaps shut. Elizabeth grabs thin air as the prophet's voice echoes around the room. That is the truth you taught me. Now, only fading after images remain in the room. Elizabeth grinds her teeth, totally losing it. Damn it. Alarm bells are instantly going off in her head. Suddenly, a royal guard launches a nasty sneak attack from behind, but she is way too fast for that. She dodges the strike perfectly, jumping back out of his attack range. You aren't leaving alive, he growls, his cape fluttering. Elizabeth just hits him with a massive smirk. Seriously, who is this guy? She mocks him while still playing the role of Holy Knight Sullivan. Meanwhile, across the starry city at night, in a brightly lit apartment building, Se-Jun is staring at his phone, reading horrifying news about the Washington, D.C. disaster. Just as I expected, he mutters. Frustrated. It matches his memories perfectly. The Washington massacre. He thinks back to his past life, when this disaster happened before his regression. The U.S. summoned the absolute strongest hunters in the world, but a giant ocean separates the two countries. Here is the massive problem. Right after that came the brutal international challenge. With top hunters stuck in America, there was no way they could reach China fast enough to join. Thinking about the wasteland from his past life, pure dread washes over him. That terrible timing caused insane casualties and endless tragedies during the global challenge. He remembers how local guilds from neighboring countries had to step up and rush to China to fight together, including Yu Yui's guild. He remembers his past life, standing in front of a gravestone. That hits hard, doesn't it? But you and I both know this timeline is different now. He stopped her from joining the Night Order. So how will this timeline change? Se-Jun checks his system screen, taking a deep breath. Name, Se-Jun. Class, normal soldier. He clenches his fists tight. He absolutely has to prepare for war. But the final line on his status board catches his eye. Class skill, extreme thrust. Special skill, locked. Se-Jun glares at the glowing text. A million thoughts rush in. His main skill is maxed out, but all his special abilities are still locked tight. The only option left is grinding. So, where does that leave us? Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how he breaks his limits next. This is getting wild. Alright, stick with me as we see Se-Jun drop his phone, determined to find a breakthrough in this beautiful country. A mature voice echoes through the speakers, asking if he truly wants the secret to skyrocketing his actual combat strength. Se-Jun answers the video call seriously. That is right, I appreciate you making the time. He shows deep respect for the legendary swordmaster Sophia, who watches him with a look of pure admiration. Sophia tells him to drop the formalities. It looks like you have a skill that has reached its peak. Se-Jun confirms it immediately. Is there a way to break through? He asks, and Sophia just smiles cryptically. He thinks that there is zero research on the personal leveling system right now. If anyone has the cheat code for this, it is Sophia. She leans back, crossing her arms with a smirk. I know the answer. My own skills have hit their limit too. Suddenly, a massive crowd starts to gather. A blond guy shields his eyes and points. There he is. Walking out of the blue screen is Se-Jun. Someone asks who that guy is, and the blonde hypes him up as the beast who soloed the Tower of Trials. He speaks with pure fanboy awe. The system flashes a brand new text prompt. Attack the Mokdong Stadium battlefield. Now pay attention, because this flashback is about to change everything. He recalls last night when Sophia asked if he was simply training to level up his hidden class. He was honest. Yes, but no matter how hard I grind, nothing happens. Sophia gives him the hard truth. Training is important, but that is only one part of the picture. She explains that leveling class skills requires real life or death experience. Real combat? Se-Jun asks in surprise. You mean diving into dungeons and slaughtering monsters? Exactly, Sophia nods. At its core, the personal system follows the system rules. She breaks it down. Just like clearing dungeons gives loot, maxing your skills requires that exact same brutal grind. Back in the present, the excited crowd watches as Se-Jun heads straight into the dungeon entrance. Sophia's advice rings in his ears. The bottom line? Monsters are the only way to stack combat experience. The blonde guy's jaw drops. This is terrifying. The dude next to him pans his camera phone around. He is losing his mind. Spread out before them is a total bloodbath of slaughtered monsters. Sophia was right. To push your limits, you have to turn dungeons and battlefields into your weapons. The crowd buzzes with energy. Did you guys catch that viral video? The clip of Se-Jun just blew up online. The title is soloing heavy stone golems in literally 10 seconds flat. Another guy chimes in. I saw that. Was he not already famous for being a top-tier hunter? The comment section is going wild. Absolute madness. Is this even humanly possible? This is totally unreal. The entire internet is losing its mind over the fact that he solo cleared the whole Mokdong Stadium battlefield in exactly 1 hour. That video is dominating every single chat right now. But you and I both know, seeing his brutal combat skills in person hits way harder. He looks like a veteran with 10 years of experience. Another guy shouts that he watched it too. The dude moves like a total monster hunting machine. Some are in absolute awe, while others are furious after reading the news reports. Honestly, at this point, who is the real monster here? Later that afternoon, at the Blacksmith Alliance headquarters, one specific room is sealed off like a high-security vault. A squad walks the quiet corridor. The guy in the back asks if they really found a secret basement room. The leader confirms it. While he was cleaning up the area, he spotted a secret trapdoor hidden perfectly under the floorboards. He flashes back to that exact moment of pure, undeniable shock. The three of them stood together, staring down into the pitch-black void of the basement. Since monsters had spawned here before, they were strictly ordered to bring active hunters along for the investigation. Looking down, it was a terrifyingly deep drop. The leader turns to the hunters, counting on them completely. The trio descends into the abyss. The heavyweight guy shivers, noting how deep this goes. The red-haired mage squints into the dark, complaining that she cannot see a single thing. Stepping closer to the wall, she spots something massive lurking in the shadows. Is this thing supposed to be a monster? She gasps. Suddenly, eyes snap open. You and I are not ready. All right, you and I are starting this off with a scream that makes everyone jump. The heavy hitter is panicking, so what is going on? A red-haired girl collapses, looking like she has seen a ghost as she screams about a spatial crack. She grips her staff, instantly igniting her magic while screaming for someone to warn the high-ranking leaders. The men are still rushing forward. Their faces turn pale as they stare at the massive hole in reality. The big guy stammers, "What on earth is that?" Total dread hits him as he looks at the giant crater spewing dark magic. Is that really a spatial crack? Meanwhile, over at Venus, a hunter team gathers. Jong Hoen lets out a massive yawn, complaining about how boring this is. Guildmaster Du agrees completely. Jong Hoen looks at the massive crowd gathered out front, totally scratching his head in confusion. Even with a giant crack, bringing in this many soldiers and hunters feels like a total waste of resources. No monsters yet. Guildmaster Rubaba just sighs, admitting there is nothing they can do about the situation. Trust me, this piece is about to shatter. Stick with me, we are jumping right back into the fire. The Sword Saint reached America, and the association is pulling out all the stops. Honestly, this feels like a pretty chill assignment, just sitting around, waiting for a medal. Guildmaster Du laughs and agrees. Meanwhile, all the way over in Shanghai, China, right inside that massive crater left over from Elizabeth's fight with the Prophet, another brutal fight breaks out. Dust flies as Elizabeth, totally furious, fires off deadly orbs of pure magic energy. She blasts out waves of lethal magic beams. Those blasts merge into one giant magic sphere, screaming straight towards Sullivan. But with one clean strike, Sullivan shatters the orb. Elizabeth just glares at him in dead silence. Her mind is racing. She knows the connection core is ready. But then she realizes she needs a backup plan. If that connection breaks, the core dies. It won't activate while Asus is recovering his power inside the rift. She still has a small window of time. Elizabeth leaps onto a tall boulder, looking down at her enemy. She sneers, calling Sullivan obsessed for chasing her across both the past and the present. Sullivan, fully armored, literally growls back. He tells her he would crawl through hell just to kill her. He calls her a witch. Elizabeth flicks her wrist, and razor-sharp stone spikes explode from the ground. Sullivan jumps high to dodge the attack. She mocks him, saying he should have killed her when she was tiny. It is too late now. Sullivan raises his blade, absolutely fuming as he snaps back at her. If that brat hadn't interfered, you would be dead. Raw energy wraps around him, flowing right into his sword. His voice drops to a low, gravelly whisper. I should have ended your life right then and there. Sullivan clenches his jaw as Elizabeth laughs like a maniac. He says she has no idea how much he regrets it. Elizabeth fires up her magic, and hundreds of glowing runes appear like a curse. Is that so? I feel exactly the same. Now watch closely, because things are about to get wild. She screams for his death, and they clash in a suicidal brawl. Meanwhile, back at Se-Jun's house, Yuni asks if he is heading to the Gianto battlefield today. Holding little Koi's hand, Se-Jun nods. Yeah, the trip is going to take a while. Yuni is confused since he usually stays close. Se-Jun just rubs his cheek, looking a bit awkward. He explains someone secretly took a photo of him hunting, and now way too many people recognize his face. He remembers Han shoving a phone in his face, hyping up how the views already passed 1 million. Se-Jun was totally shocked. Inside, he is just silently panicking about the whole thing. He is terrified of his daughter being in the spotlight. Seeing Yuni grab her bow, he asks what is up. Are you going to the battlefield too? Yuni smiles and says she cannot just sit around doing nothing. Se-Jun grins back, promising to bring home amazing food and some ice cream for dinner. The moment he mentions ice cream, Koi's eyes literally sparkle. No kid can resist sweets. Really? Se-Jun gives her a firm nod, telling her she has to listen to Grandpa today. Little Koi flashes a huge smile. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Se-Jun is casually sitting on a dead monster. He pulls up his system screen, looking deep in thought. After checking his stats, he just sighs. He cleared the challenge, but his class skills did not level up at all. Rubbing his chin, Se-Jun just nods. So what do you and I take from this? He only got this overpowered by using his memories from before the regression. He mutters to himself that his training wasn't the cause. That's exactly why he was getting way too arrogant for his own good. Suddenly, he glances down and winces at the massive crack across his phone screen with a heavy sigh. Stick with me because we need to pivot back to Shanghai, where the battlefield is choked with thick smoke. As the dust settles, we see Sullivan's mask lying in the dirt beside his chipped and broken sword. Sullivan laughs, mocking her for looking weak, while Elizabeth grips her wounded arm in pure agony. Sullivan calls out, "Hey, witch." Looking at how absolutely pathetic she is, he scoffs with total disgust. He tells her she's out of mana and drags his heavy blade, saying it is finally time for her punishment. Sullivan raises his massive sword high, completely ready to end Elizabeth for good. He gloats about taking her life, but Elizabeth just gives him this creepy, chilling smirk. She whispers back that she really should be the one saying those exact words to him. Now watch this. That single sentence completely catches Sullivan off guard, as his sword hand starts violently shaking and his entire body seizes up in pain. Sullivan gasps in shock, wondering what's happening as his heavy sword drops right into the dirt. Elizabeth mocks him, asking if he really didn't know a witch's true power goes way beyond just magic. Dark energy erupts as she walks toward him, asking if he seriously forgot about a little thing called curses. Sullivan stammers out the realization that he actually lost. His physical body is already crumbling away into dust, but he glares at Elizabeth and smirks, claiming that he has at least bought enough time. Sullivan vanishes from the space in a flash, leaving Elizabeth standing there totally stunned. She panics, wondering if buying time means he was talking about Azenas. Realizing the danger, Elizabeth sprints with everything she's got, gritting her teeth because she needs that core right now. And trust me, we are about to witness something absolutely insane. The bleeding simply won't stop, and Elizabeth screams out in absolute agony. She's gasping for air, her entire body shaking as her vision starts violently blurring out. She thinks to herself that this is it, and she really can't go on anymore. Completely exhausted, she collapses into the dirt and whispers the name Li Shan with her final breath, while a massive monster sleeps deep inside the rift. Its bloodshot eyes snap open while Captain Duba and his crew of hunters freeze outside. You can actually feel this insane wave of magic radiating straight from inside the building. Their faces turn pale as they stare at the structure, literally shaking in their boots. Seeing that terrifying amount of mana wrapping around the building, they nervously ask what just happened as the density spikes to completely abnormal levels. The whole group panics and frantically backs away from the building. Suddenly, the building starts cracking, sending huge chunks of reinforced concrete crashing down. The hunters watch in absolute terror as the whole place collapses into rubble. And then from the wreckage, something absolutely massive starts rising up before them. A gigantic monster arm bursts out, looking as thick as a 100-year-old tree trunk. Paralyzed in fear, the hunters watch as the beast's mana turns the entire scenery dark and apocalyptic. A system alert pops up. A world boss has just spawned in Seoul, South Korea. Kihan stops her training while Kang Cho and Elder Kang Shanil snap their attention to the flashing alert. Ha-I-Ram and his subordinates stare out the window. They watch the sky turn completely blood red while listening to the system's voice as Eunhee looks up at the floating text for the world quest. Her eyes go wide in disbelief while Li Jun goes pale with pure dread. The system flashes a brand new notification. The quest has been updated. The second disaster of Los Angeles begins as that colossal monster arm punches through the earth. The system blares an emergency broadcast about a world boss appearing in Seoul. South Korea. The sky is dyed an ominous red as the world quest is officially active. The hunter squad just stands there, staring up at the beast's giant arm. In a cold, robotic voice, the system orders them to defeat the world boss, as Eunhee stands nervously right behind the hunter group, totally confused. Anxious whispers reach her ears as people wonder about that alert, talking about this world boss and the world quest starting up. And that is where we leave it as Eunhee calls her dad, her face completely pale. Alright, you and I are about to watch a nightmare unfold, as Anhai calls her dad, panicking, asking exactly where he is right now. Confused, her dad just says he is at home and just got the little baby to sleep. Anhai begs him to stay inside and avoid going out at all costs. Even though he has zero clue what is happening, he listens to her. Alright, fine, I got it. Anhai hangs up, her stomach feeling like it is tied in knots. She cannot reach Se-Jun, but she knows he will come for her. Suddenly, loud sirens for the rifts begin blaring across every speaker in the city. Gripping her bow, she realizes this is more than just a single rift opening. Seeing the massive mana wave swallowing the whole street, Anhai realizes the alarms are going off everywhere now. Real danger is right next door. Suddenly, a rift tears open and a terrifying monster axe pokes out first. Then, a massive, absolutely furious bull demon steps right out from the dark void. It viciously swings that heavy axe at the hunters, but a big guy blocks the attack with his shield. Pay attention here, because this is where the real battle for survival finally kicks off. Anhai goes pale watching debris fall as the captain warns everyone that there is more than one beast. Right on cue, 5 more axe demons squeeze out of the rift and charge forward to slaughter every human they can see. Anhai grits her teeth and instantly knocks an arrow into her bow. She fires, nailing the beast in the waist, but rifts just keep opening, raining down even more monsters. Hehan shouts to evacuate the civilians first while the hunting squads form up to take those demons down. Taking in the absolute chaos around her, Hehan wonders what on earth is actually happening here. Is this a world quest? She thinks back to the Sword Saint and grits her teeth hard. This disaster hits when he is not even around to help. Then, a civilian screams in pure horror. Hehan whips her head around to look as the guy keeps yelling. A colossal monster slowly rises to its feet, leaving the hunters terrified and nearly wetting their pants. They turn tail and start running in every single direction possible. Survival instinct takes over as the monster eyes glow, leaving Hehan shaking in her boots. Don't tell me that is. She stares at the beast with massive spiked horns. Despair fills her voice as she says the name, Asinus. Suddenly, a car screeches to a halt. Se-Jun hops out and tells the driver to get as far away from the city of Seoul as he possibly can. He looks up at Asinus, who is currently busy wrecking the entire city. Se-Jun hears the desperate screams of people surrounded by demons begging for help. He scans his surroundings and realizes every escape route is blocked. Are the demons of Asinus already running wild everywhere? Left with no choice, Se-Jun pulls out his weapon, which transforms into an epic battle axe. He launches forward and drops 2 demons instantly. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. His eyes hold pure murder as he dives right back into the madness. He is slicing through every monster in his way, slaughtering any demon that crosses his path. Blood splashes across the pavement as he grits his teeth, his mind flashing to the people he loves. He thinks of Ka and his dad, while little Ka is currently fast asleep at home. His dad is reading a book beside her when a massive crash suddenly shakes the entire house to its core. His dad pulls off his glasses and stares directly at the front door. He is totally confused until he realizes a monster has shattered their quiet night. He freezes, wondering what that noise was, as the beast caves in the heavy door with one punch. His dad jumps back in shock as the monster flashes a sick smile from the doorway. His dad turns pale as little Ka wakes up and calls out for her grandpa. He frantically tells her to come over while the beast kicks the metal door again. One more hit, and the door completely blows off its hinges into the room. The massive creature casually strolls inside and sweeps the room with its eyes. Stick with me, because you and I are about to find out if they can survive this nightmare. Alright. You and I are about to see a regular night turn into a total nightmare. Holding little K tight, Grandpa watches the beast through the glass, praying the moonlight won't give them away. Slowly, he reaches his hand up, trying to open the window without making a single sound. But luck runs out. The monster spots them right through the glass. Drool drips from its mouth as it eyes its fresh prey. Grandpa stares back, terrified, just as the monster smashes the door to pieces with one strike. He is thrown backward into the wall. But even then, he refuses to let go of Ka. Now watch this, because things are about to get crazy. The beast steps closer with a sick smile, ready to tear them apart. Se-Jun's dad pulls Ka against his chest, fully prepared to give his life to save his granddaughter. Suddenly, a pale blue light bursts from Ka. Her eyes glow as raw magic explodes around her tiny body. She lets out a scream, and a massive wave of ice magic erupts, freezing the monster solid in its tracks. The sun sets, and the house feels cozy again, but golden light shines on an axe with blood dripping onto the floor. Breathing heavy, Se-Jun stands there, completely covered in demon blood. He rests his axe and looks at the frozen beast. Caught mid-reach in a block of ice, Se-Jun is totally stunned. He asks, "What in the world is this?" Elizabeth pops up to explain that this was all Ka's doing. Startled, Se-Jun stares at the little cat and calls her name. He drops to one knee, asking where she has been. Elizabeth snaps back, telling him to shut up because she has had a rough time too. She remembers using her last bit of magic to turn into a cat. If she had not connected that summoning spell, things would have been bad. Skipping the small talk, she asks straight up, "That bastard is here, right?" Se-Jun just nods. Yes, every single hunter just received the alert. Elizabeth jumps onto his shoulder while he wonders about the global quest that was supposed to start years from now in China. He asks if this is the butterfly effect she warned him about. She replies, "If you mean the Great Butcher, then yes, exactly." Elizabeth rushes him to move. They need to find Ka and Yu Hua as fast as humanly possible. Se-Jun agrees they need to get them to safety, but Elizabeth shakes her head. That is not why they need them. Se-Jun looks confused and asks why. She bluntly says that evacuating them will not help anything. "I know what you are thinking, but check this out." Elizabeth reveals that Azinus is hunting those two specifically. Se-Jun's face drops in dread. He yells out, "What?" Elizabeth closes her eyes, saying Azinus is not fully revived yet. She explains further. Counting the shard from the auction, she has already destroyed his other fragments. Without enough of those pieces, that guy cannot possibly revive with a complete physical body. The image of the cat and her mom flashes in his head. Elizabeth continues, saying the fastest way for a monster to heal is absorbing people with massive amounts of mana. Se-Jun freezes, eyes wide. He says, "Wait, Ka makes sense, but why Yu Hua? She does not have strong magic." Elizabeth leans in, her tone dead serious. It is because she does not even know her own power. Turns out Yu Hua has a huge amount of hidden mana. Over in Se-Jun City, a demon swings its axe right at her. She dodges to the side and drops to one knee. She draws her bow. Mana wraps around her arrow, and as she pulls the string tight, she lands a perfect headshot through the demon. Breathing heavy, she quickly looks over her shoulder. Seeing dead hunters scattered everywhere like a total slaughterhouse, Yu Hua is terrified. She thinks they were totally wiped out, despite their numbers. Suddenly, demons charge in like starving tigers. Yu Hua reaches for her quiver, but it is empty. She goes pale, letting out a sharp gasp. In that moment of despair, a massive demon steps up, bringing a heavy axe down for a deadly strike. A mana-coated blade streaks by, chopping the demon's head off instead. And that is where we stop. Trust me, you and I need to see who just saved her. Let's dive right back into the madness. A man screams to hunt the monsters before the rift, tears wide open. They had to strike first, but the sun glares in her eyes, blinding her to his face. She wonders, wait, is that Se-Jun? Nope, not even close. The mysterious guy asks if she is Eun-hye. Hearing his voice completely catches her off guard. Standing right in front of her is a dangerously handsome guy with a teardrop mole. Eun-hye gasps. It is Soo-hyun. Out of nowhere, a report comes in. Sector B is officially cleared of all monsters. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the aftermath as Soo-hyun orders his men to check every corpse. Meanwhile, Eun-hye is busy taking an urgent call. She is checking if her father and little Koa made it to the underground shelter safely. Finally, she lets out a heavy sigh of relief. Thank goodness they are okay. But Soo-hyun just watches her, resting his chin on his hand while deep in thought. Gripping her bow tight, Eun-hye walks over and gives Soo-hyun a deep, respectful 90-degree bow to thank him for saving her life. Soo-hyun just shrugs it off, reminding her she helped him once too. But looking at her now, his mind is spinning with questions. This girl, Eun-hye. He definitely did not expect to run into her in a place like this. Looking at the monsters, she absolutely shredded with those arrows. He is genuinely shocked. She was never this overpowered before their last meeting. How did she manage to level up her skills this insanely fast? It has only been a short amount of time. Staring into her sparkling eyes, Soo-hyun actually feels his heart skip a beat. Plus, let us be real, her looks definitely do not hurt. A sly, scheming smile spreads across his face. He leans in close and drops the big question. Does Eun-hye want to join the night squad? Now watch closely, because he is reeling her in. She is shocked, asking if he actually means her. Soo-hyun nods. They are heading out for a raid against the boss, Anubis. He offers a deal. If she comes along, they will treat her like an official regular member of their guild. A verbal contract counts as the real thing, right? Eun-hye immediately waves her hands, turning the offer down. She thanks him but says it is impossible. Soo-hyun's smug expression completely freezes when she delivers that flat-out rejection. She needs to go find her daughter. He pauses for a second, asking if she is that worried about the kid. Pacing around, he points out that joining them is actually her best move. Eun-hee looks at him, totally confused. What does he mean? Well, Soo-hyun just shrugs and drops a bomb. The Hunter Association just issued an emergency summon. He keeps pushing the lie. In a crisis like this, every hunter is strictly required to follow the association's orders without any questions. If anyone refuses, they do not just lose their license, they get hit with massive penalties. Eun-hee's eyes snap open in pure shock. Behind her back, that scheming smile returns. Of course, rookies with less than 1 year of experience are totally exempt from this rule. Soo-hyun keeps laying the bait. Did she not say her daughter was already safe down in the shelter? Those places are guarded, at least for now. You and I both know exactly what kind of game he is playing here. He is totally guilt-tripping her into acting like a real hunter. And boom, she falls for it. Suddenly, dark memories from her past unlock, flooding her mind with a wave of trauma and heavy regret. She remembers Kang Tae-jo and Lee Se-Jun standing on the front lines, risking their lives to protect her and baby Koa back in the day. She remembers grabbing her child and running away, leaving those hunters to face certain death all by themselves. The guilt of always hiding behind others hits hard. Right then, she makes a vow. She has to step up and fight to protect Koa. She nervously asks Soo-hyun if she would even be any help out there. He just flashes a big smile. Oh, definitely. He explains that their squad is currently in desperate need of a solid rear guard. Hearing that, Eun-hee clenches her bow with everything she has. Pressing a hand over her heart, her eyes lock with pure determination. She tells him she is in. She will join the fight. Meanwhile, back in the city, the sky is pitch black as thick smoke chokes the streets. Riot cops in full tactical gear grip their rifles, ready to fight the monsters while trying to protect the terrified civilians. It is total chaos. People are sprinting for their lives in a panic. Pure, unfiltered terror is written across every single face in the massive crowd. A cop screams into a megaphone, trying to keep order. Form a line. Stop pushing. There is still room inside the bunker. He begs for any hunters in the crowd to come to the entrance immediately to help with the defense. Grandpa and baby Koa are standing right there. Hearing that desperate plea, Grandpa hesitates for a long moment. He remembers that little Koa is actually an overpowered witch who can one-shot giant monsters without even breaking a sweat. Both of her parents are legendary hunters, so that insane power is definitely in her genes. Before he can overthink it, Koa interrupts. She looks up with big eyes, asking where her mommy and daddy are. Grandpa quickly pats her head, promising they will see them soon just to keep her calm. But honestly, if you and I look at his face, we can see the crushing anxiety hiding beneath that soft smile. Alright, you and I are about to see if this flimsy shelter can survive an endless wave of monsters. But just when things look hopeless, a mysterious warrior suddenly enters the fray. He charges straight ahead, channeling insane, blazing red energy right into his massive fists as he winds up for a brutal attack of ultimate justice. Boom! He lands a devastating direct hit right into the center of the beast's gut. The impact is insane, folding the monster like a shrimp, while its stomach literally bursts into flames. Completely scorched, the creature is defeated instantly, as its heavy body is launched high through the air. It crashes straight through a building, and get this, the beast who just pulverized that monster is actually Kang Jo. Shaking off the excess energy, he fiercely slams his burning fists together to celebrate a legendary victory. While the crowd watches in total disbelief, our hero just takes a second to catch his breath. People can barely wrap their heads around it. Did he really just punch a giant monster barehanded? Just like the terrified mob, Grandpa and Koa are standing there with their jaws on the floor. You and I are watching them stare in awe at that completely unreal power. Suddenly, an old man nearby clears his throat, sounding exactly like he wants some attention from everyone around. With his right arm wrapped tight in bandages and wearing a warm plaid coat, he blushes red and brags in a proud tone. That is my son. Koa takes a closer look and gasps suddenly, recognizing a very familiar face as she calls out to Mr. Kang Chanil. He finally turns around toward them, asking a quick question to clarify who they are. He instantly recognizes the two of them and shouts her name in total surprise, while elsewhere, Lee Se-Jun yells that Koa is coming with him right now. He is running for his life, completely shocked by Elizabeth's crazy idea as he turns around to yell at her. Elizabeth grips his shoulder tight, insisting that if Koa goes with them, they can finally kill Asanis. His voice cracks with total frustration, absolutely refusing to put his own child in any mortal danger. You want a literal child to fight? Asanis isn't just some average beast, by the way. This thing is a true world boss. Even the legendary Holy Sword can't leave a single scratch on it. Elizabeth firmly reminds him of the stakes, but even though he's terrified for his daughter, Lee Se-Jun shuts it down. You really think a world boss can lose to Koa? I am not bringing her into a fight like that. While his face darkens with pure, heavy anger, Elizabeth keeps trying to push her logic on him. I know you want to protect her, but doing that is going to cost Yua her life. He keeps running, grinding his teeth while weighing these awful options, totally unable to make a final decision. You are being way too stubborn thinking you can take down Asanis all by yourself. It is impossible. Trust me, you and I need to pay attention now, because the world around them has been reduced to crumbling ruins. Under a gray, apocalyptic sky, tanks and fighter jets are being deployed straight into a chaotic battle. Alongside the military, hunters and police officers stand ready in their combat formations. They all have one single goal: destroy the massive monster that is wrecking their once peaceful lives. Then, one of the commanders screams out the order to attack immediately. The warriors charge forward with weapons drawn, their faces set with absolute, unbreakable determination. They bravely face these bloodthirsty monsters, but against that kind of brutal strength, most are slaughtered instantly. The power gap is just too wide, and hunters drop one by one in agony as their weapons shatter. The survivors witnessing this bloody massacre start to back away in pure, paralyzing fear. One man in the group is totally terrified, grinding his teeth in pure desperation. Curse it all, these monsters just keep pouring out of those random rifts without end. Because of the constant waves, he has not even been able to get close to the boss. A massive swarm of monsters flies out from those dark red sky rifts until suddenly, a brilliant arrow glowing with pure blue light appears. It shoots through the air with incredible speed, piercing a monster and dropping it dead in the chaos. Everyone stops in their tracks, wondering out loud where an arrow like that even came from. The glowing projectile is buried deep in the monster's skull, and then, a badass figure appears on a high platform. So, what do you and I think? Is this a savior descending to the battlefield? Alright, you and I are diving in. Turns out it is Sun Tzu Haiyan and his squad moving in. The crowd goes wild, cheering at the top of their lungs because the Knights Guild has finally arrived. Right behind him stands Yu Unhwa, and man, she looks dead serious right now. She raises her bow, which glows with intense blue power, and takes careful aim at the beasts circling the sky. In an instant, her arrow flies true, taking down 4 massive monsters in a single, legendary shot. Witnessing that insane display of magic, one of the hunters can only mumble in total awe. He cannot believe she killed them all with one arrow, and starts asking himself where a hunter like her even came from today. Yu Unhwa stands tall and majestic, holding her mighty bow high for everyone to see. While everyone is busy fighting for their lives on the ground, someone suddenly shouts that Azanis is acting really strange. Hearing the warning, every eye immediately turns toward the massive boss monster. Its eyes bulge wide as thick blood veins pulse all over its body. It glares around before staring directly forward, its terrifying gaze flashing with bright red streaks that burn like actual fire. Sun Tzu Haiyan watches closely, wondering if the beast is actually searching for something right now. Right in front of Sun Tzu Haiyan, the beast scans the entire area before locking its terrifying sights onto Yu Unhwa. She stands her ground, staring right back into its glowing, murderous eyes. Yu Unhwa lets out a confused sound. Now, pay attention here. Her eyes snap wide open with intense focus, as if she just remembered something she had completely forgotten until now. Hidden memories start creeping back into her mind, playing out like a blurry old movie that is just clear enough to see. Across from her, a pitch-black object shoots out beams of light that spark like raw electricity. The moment she remembers, her head throbs with such pure pain that she lets out a cry. The memory cuts off, but the monster Azanis looks like it finally found exactly what it needed. Standing among the ruins, its eyes glow as it grins with pure joy. The face of Azanis looks terrifying. It raises its hand high and punches straight down, smashing multiple buildings into piles of complete and total rubble. The massive chain reaction of collapsing skyscrapers forces every nearby hunter to run as fast as they possibly can for their lives. The monster's roar mixes with the screams of unlucky people being buried alive. Okay, I know what you are thinking. This is pure chaos, and we are right in the middle of it. People are screaming for help, while being completely buried under clouds of blinding dust. We see one hunter panicking and gasping for air because he is pinned under a massive boulder. He cannot break free, and the echoing screams from the victims make this place look like a literal hell on earth. Fall back and retreat. The entire Vanguard squad has been completely wiped out. The survivors are desperately yelling at everyone to run for their lives in this state of absolute madness. On a moving vehicle, Sun Tzu Haiyan reaches out to pull Yu Unhwa up, while the commander barks orders for a full airstrike. She looks back in terror as another flashback hits her, showing her a completely different ruined city. It is a destroyed wasteland where she stands fighting with her bow and arrow while wearing a completely different outfit. Yu Unhwa starts thinking that she has definitely seen this exact same disaster in her dreams before. Right behind their escaping car, the behemoth Azanis is chasing them, shattering the ground into pieces with every single step. The driver is terrified, yelling at the guy next to him that Azanis just keeps tailing them. Through a small window at the back of the car, Sun Tzu Haiyan and Yu Unhwa watch the absolute nightmare unfolding. They look back and see the horrifying giant eyes of the beast glaring directly at their speeding car. The passenger screams at the driver to forget about that and just step on the gas to survive. Right behind them, the giant monster is quickly closing the gap. Meanwhile, over at the evacuation tunnel, police officers are standing guard to protect the civilians as Se-Jun and Elizabeth finally arrive at the safe zone. His body is covered in monster blood as he frantically calls out for his daughter, Ka-Yul. Seeing her dad alive, she lights up and runs toward him with her arms wide open. Se-Jun pulls his little girl into a massive hug, spotting Uncle Kang-Chian standing nearby and feeling a huge relief. He is thankful everyone is okay and asks his father if he is doing all right. "I am fine," the old man replies as Ka-Yul holds tight. "Stick with me, because you and I need to see what he asks next." "All right. Stick with me as we jump into this chaos." Se-Jun asks about Uni, but the old man just stands there, looking completely conflicted. He finally mutters that she called twice before they lost contact completely. Now, the old man is looking seriously anxious. Hearing that news, Se-Jun just freezes. His face goes totally blank as pure horror fills his eyes, turning his expression dark. His mind immediately starts racing toward the absolute worst-case scenario imaginable. He's praying Uni isn't being targeted by a Xanis. Just the thought of it makes his entire body feel weak. Se-Jun sets Koa down, telling his grandpa he needs to leave her there. The old man panics, asking where he's going. "I have to find Uni." Se-Jun spins around with determination burning in his eyes. Suddenly, Elizabeth seizes the moment and jumps up. She hops on his shoulder, insisting they take Koa along, but he refuses to gamble with his daughter's life like that. No way. Se-Jun shuts her down immediately. He knows Uni is likely in the middle of a massive danger zone. "I can't drag Koa into that." He turns to his little girl and tells her to stay right there until he returns. "No," she screams, shocking him with the outburst. He asks if she's actually planning on disobeying him right now, but she stands her ground, crying. Something terrible must have happened to Mom, and she's not going to just stay behind. You and I can see how much this hurts him. Her words tear him apart, but he just grits his teeth and apologizes. He asks the system if the Prince Spear is ready. Someone confirms it's finished, though it's still back at the workshop. That's good enough. He takes off running while Koa tries to chase him, but her grandpa catches her just in time. Se-Jun yells for everyone to watch Koa. She's struggling, screaming for her dad to take her with him as he disappears. The people nearby can only sigh while watching this heart-wrenching scene unfold. As Se-Jun fades into the distance, she can only weakly call for him. Koa bites her lip, tears streaming down. She screams out to release the pain, hoping her dad hears. Rushing from the bunker, Se-Jun hears it, but he forces himself to keep going. Her tears fall as she chokes out that her dad completely abandoned her. Meanwhile, that massive Asinus boss is still relentlessly hunting down the car trying to escape. It feels like the beast could catch up and swallow them whole at any second. It stays locked on, crushing everything in its path. It even levels a whole building. Using the falling debris as a smokescreen, the crew yells for the driver to turn into the alleyway immediately. The car swerves aggressively while massive chunks of rubble rain down. The vehicle blasts forward like a rocket through the chaos. It's clear that if they slow down for even a single second, they'll all be buried alive under the wreckage. Miraculously, the car manages to escape the danger zone. But one massive, glaring problem still remains for the group. Why is that thing still following us? The driver panics, having absolutely no idea what's going on. Inside, Soo-hyun is getting frustrated. This is way too weird. The Asinus acts like it's hunting for something very specific. Let's pause and figure this out together. Soo-hyun remembers the beast searching for something specific earlier. Is it targeting someone inside the car? Right now, it's just him, Yu Uhihwa, and Suhan. Relying purely on his gut instincts, Soo-hyun shoots a suspicious glare right toward Yu Uhihwa. Constant building collapses force the car to make insane swerves just to dodge the Asinus and its deadly, persistent pursuit. Thankfully, a crazy turn gets them out of the danger zone. Suddenly, the guy riding shotgun screams out in pure terror. He yells out at the top of his lungs to look dead ahead. The entire escape plan is about to crash and burn. Boom. The car slams straight into a massive boulder, leaving the entire crew stranded in the open. Everyone stumbles out of the wreckage, dizzy and clutching their heads in pain. Soo-hyun groans, asking what went wrong. But his heart drops when he sees the Asinus standing right there. He yanks out his weapon, suggesting they split up. Right across from them stands that giant, vicious monster, waiting for them. It's blocks away. But that creepy smile is terrifyingly clear. Suddenly, Soo-hyun starts putting the pieces together. He notices the monster's eyes are locked dead onto Yuihua. He's getting very suspicious about the whole situation. It's looking right at her. Soo-hyun reaches out and shoves Yuihua hard, sending her stumbling forward in confusion. Instantly, the giant monster's eyes track her movement. Soo-hyun finally figures it out and lets out a smirk. "What are you doing?" Yuihua stares back, terrified. He points right at her and makes the announcement. "Trust me, You're going to want to see what happens next. That thing is targeting her. Stick with me. You and I are watching Se-Jun and the rest stare at Yuiwa, frozen by this crazy accusation as Se-Hyun yells, "We almost died because of you." She cannot believe this twisted truth. She runs toward them, sobbing and begging them to realize it is all just a big misunderstanding, but a warning shot hits the dirt right at her feet. "Stay back. I knew you were trouble. This is all your fault." Se-Jun readies his weapon, gritting his teeth. "Why did you even get in our car? If you want to die, die alone." Her eyes go wide, completely crushed by their cold betrayal. Now pay attention here. Before she can move, the monster roars behind her. This is pure nightmare fuel. Dust clears, rocks fall, and those glowing eyes lock onto her, fixed and unblinking. With a massive hand, Asinus grabs an entire building, ready to smash her. It looks like the beast will crush her in an instant. Frozen in terror, she lets out a tiny gasp. Far away, the cowards hide safely out of the monster's sight. Se-Hyun thinks coldly. "I wanted her as our guild's poster girl, but she is a ticking bomb, dragging us all down." He grinds his teeth, cursing their luck. The beast flashes a satisfied, terrifying grin. Its hand shoots forward like lightning toward the pale, frozen girl who can no longer move a single inch. Then, a massive explosion echoes across the sky like thunder. Meanwhile, little Koa is sobbing hard, covering her face. Kang Chonal asks how they can comfort her. "Ice cream or a teddy bear will stop those tears," Grandpa says awkwardly. Kang Chonal immediately volunteers to go grab some sweet treats. Nearby, Elizabeth watches the situation. She slowly approaches the crying girl whose tears are falling fast. "Stop crying, little one." Elizabeth tries to comfort her, but Koa hiccups, asking what happens if her parents never come back. Elizabeth checks the magical aura. Her emotions are unstable, causing all the surrounding mana to go absolutely wild. You and I both know what happens next. If she loses control, this place collapses. There is simply no other choice. Making up her mind, she touches the girl. "Breathe steadily and take control of your mana. If you do that, I will take you to Se-Jun. Can you do it?" Hearing that name, Koa instantly stops crying. "Take me to my dad," Elizabeth smiles. "All right, let's begin." Koa shuts her eyes, breathing deep to manage her energy. The bright green aura around her starts glowing even thicker. "Good job," Elizabeth praises her. She unleashes her magic, making both of them fade into thin air until they completely vanish. Kang Chonal returns holding an ice cream cone. "Hey, I got the sweets." Grandpa turns around thrilled. "Koa, look what Kang brought." But he stops mid-sentence, realizing the kid is totally gone. Right where she vanished, only a few lingering sparks of Elizabeth's green, glowing magic remain. Cutting back to Yuiwa, those glowing monster eyes are still locked onto her. The monster's huge hand grips a building to push forward. It seems like the beast will grab her any second. Asinus smiles with pure satisfaction. It thrusts its hand lightning fast toward the pale girl frozen in shock. Then an epic clash hits, sending shock waves through the area like a massive bomb. The cowards hiding behind rocks gasp, struggling to hold their ground against the sheer force. Behind them, the intense wind and flying dust could literally blow anyone away in a second. Once the blast settles, the pathetic cowards stand up to check the battlefield. They probably just want to see if she is finally dead. Se-Hyun frowns, freezing at the sight. Right in front of them is absolute madness. Yuiwa is actually blocking the monster's hand. "So, what do you and I make of this?" Never underestimate a desperate archer. That blue light shines brighter than ever as she fights the beast's insane strength. Her right foot drags across the dirt. She refuses to back down, pushing away Asinus's giant monster hand with every bit of strength she has left. Who could have guessed this tiny girl could break free, tossing that massive monster arm straight up into the air? Meanwhile, Se-Hyun hides safely behind a giant rock. He watches this unbelievable scene unfold and gasps in shock. Wait a minute. Did she just deflect Asinus's brutal attack using nothing but the handle of her bow? Yuiwa stands her ground, gripping it tight. Then, out of nowhere, a glowing system prompt pops up, revealing a hidden title. Her title skill is Acknowledge, while her special skill shows up as a mysterious hyphen. Instantly, everything goes pitch black. Another message flashes on screen. The tutorial quest has officially begun. In a flash, Yuiwa gets teleported to a new space where bizarre, creepy monsters are hanging all over the ceiling. Alright, you and I are about to watch a terrifying nightmare turn into a total slaughter. A system window suddenly forces her to open her personal status screen. Wearing a completely different outfit now, Yuiwa's expression turns dark. She is trapped in a corner, surrounded by grotesque and terrifying monsters that have their creepy eyes locked onto her. They cackle like madmen. Could these be ghosts? She wonders, trembling with absolute fear and unable to speak a single word. Her hands shake violently while she curses her luck. Why ghosts? She is too scared to even enter a fake haunted house. What am I supposed to do? My entire body is frozen stiff. I cannot even move an inch. In her panic, another system prompt flashes. It commands her to open her window and use her skill immediately. It feels like a sudden lifeline while she sits there feeling completely lost and helpless. Suddenly, a glowing screen appears right in front of her. A personal system, she asks out loud in shock. The status board shows her name and a skill called Acknowledge, but the actual title and special ability are totally blocked out. Staring at the display, Yu Yuiwa wonders why she cannot see her title. Now pay attention here, because things are about to get really confusing for her. She has way too many unanswered questions. But those monsters have clearly lost their patience and are ready to strike. They laugh like psychopaths, drooling heavily as they stare at her like she is nothing but a delicious snack. They slowly surround her while she stands there terrified, eyes wide and voice shaking. She screams at the top of her lungs for them to get away. Crying from terror, Yuiwa shuts her eyes and shouts for the Acknowledge skill. The very second she says that, the entire room falls into total darkness once again. The air turns cold and gloomy, smelling heavily of fresh blood. Suddenly, she is drenched in blood, standing in a combat stance with a totally confused expression on her face. She opens her eyes wide, gasping in pure shock at this insane scene. In her hands, Yu Yuiwa is holding 2 arrows, absolutely drenched in fresh blood. Just moments ago, those creepy monsters were prowling the room under a flickering red light, but now, she is the only one left in the dark, with fresh blood splattered across the floors and the walls. Still stunned by how fast everything happened, Yuiwa cannot even wrap her head around it. Right as she stops talking, the system screen suddenly flashes right behind her. Yu Yuiwa asks out loud, wondering what in the world is going on. Back in reality, she stands tall, looking down while gripping her bow tightly in one hand. She snaps her head right towards Sun Soo Hyun's hiding spot, scaring him half to death with a face that looks completely empty and emotionless. Her eyes suddenly glow with a bright blue light, giving Sun Soo Hyun massive chills. Why do her eyes look so cold and icy? She looks like a totally different person now. I know what you are thinking, this is game over, right? Well, think again as the monster raises its massive arm. The beast slams its hand down, instantly shattering the road into flying debris like falling dominoes. Without even flinching, Yu Yuiwa casually walks straight through the rain of falling debris. Coated in a surge of raw energy, she launches herself off the ground, jumping across floating rocks toward her target. Moving like a controlled puppet, she builds momentum and leaps forward, swinging her bow to launch a brutal attack at the massive beast. Watching this epic fight, everyone just stares with their jaws hitting the floor in disbelief. Sun Soo Hyun cannot believe his own eyes. There is no way she is actually going head-to-head against Asinus. Is she even human anymore? At this point, we are watching a cold, ruthless Yu Yuiwa fighting with absolutely insane levels of power. Meanwhile, in another area, Se-Jun grabs his weapon and sprints at top speed to find his wife. His weapon acts like a tracker, glowing and beeping non-stop until he spots Ha-Iram right in front of him. Se-Jun yells out her name, noticing a helicopter parked right there behind her. She sees him and calls his name, confused. He walks up and asks about the deal with the helicopter. Ha-Iram explains she just got an emergency backup request and is heading over to check it out. Se-Jun frantically looks inside the chopper and begs for a ride, but she asks where exactly. As he settles inside the chopper, a bright glowing light with zigzag patterns appears on the ceiling. Ha-Iram lets out a massive gasp, wondering what in the world is happening right now. Then Sia pops out crying for her dad, leaving Se-Jun totally shocked. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Ha-Imam is completely stunned. She asks the pilot next to her, where in the world did this kid even come from? The pilot just stays calm, telling her she really doesn't know the captain yet. Wait, am I the only clueless one here? Alright, you and I are jumping right back into the madness as June grabs Koi, glaring at Elizabeth. He's furious, she's there because it's too dangerous, but she fires back, saying Koi was about to tear the shelter apart. She had absolutely no other choice. And look, I totally get exactly what June is thinking right now, but if we can't beat Asinus, then Yu Yuha is going to die. Hearing that brutal truth, Se-Jun's face instantly darkens. He clenches his fists until they're white. Meanwhile, Elizabeth keeps pushing the issue. She's not saying Koi should do the heavy lifting, but June needs her help to actually land a hit on Asinus. He has to give the kid a chance to save her own mother. Se-Jun looks down at Koi, his face full of worry. Elizabeth won't back down. This is exactly what Koi wants to do. June looks into her tear-filled eyes. She's biting her lip, fully determined to go out there and save her mother. She begs him, Dad, please. After a heavy silence, he finally gives in. He gently pats his daughter's head and agrees. All right, let's do it. He puts a hand on her cheek and asks Koi if she can really help him out. Under the blazing sun, the ultimate father-daughter tag team is born. You can feel their fierce determination to win this. Meanwhile, Yu Yuaha, with those blank, glowing eyes, suddenly gets a system notification. She doesn't have enough mana. The system warns that her skill is auto-canceling. Just like that, Yu Yuaha snaps right back to her senses. She's totally shocked, having zero clue what she was even doing. Without system support, her legs just give out. She collapses to the ground, crying out in sheer pain. She's shaking so hard she can't even move a muscle. What just happened? She's got nothing left. Even so, she tries to force herself up despite being completely drained. Her face turns pale. Towering right in front of her is the massive, nightmare fuel monster known as a Zenus. Watch this part closely, you guys. It's about to get even worse. She's too terrified to even scream. She tries to back up but hits some rubble. Turning around, Yu Yuaha sees her absolute lifeline, her bow, snapped in half. Seeing her main weapon destroyed like this is the final blow. She's falling deep into a total despair. Yu Yuaha just drops to her knees, shaking violently. Tears stream down her face as she just freezes there, helpless. Meanwhile, the monster Azenus opens its massive, drooling jaws and slowly creeps right up to her. In this exact moment, she's completely drowning in hopelessness. She fully accepts that she's about to die a gruesome death. So, she finally stops fighting back. But just when all hope is gone, the loud roar of an approaching helicopter shakes Yu Yuha to her core. A chopper is hovering right over the beast. Se-Jun shouts her name and leaps straight down, weapon in hand. Her jaw drops in pure shock. She can't believe what she's seeing. Yu Yuha asks herself, is that really him? It's Se-Jun, dropping from the sky like a god. Weapon ready, his entire body is radiating explosive power. Look at this epic drop. Yu Yuaha stares at the sky, stunned that this is actually real. Se-Jun is back. As the visual replays his badass descent, you can see his weapon dripping with raw, celestial energy. But let's pause and see what happened right before this, back when they were still on the chopper. Elizabeth turns to Se-Jun and asks about his spear, and he immediately holds it up to show her. Elizabeth assigns the roles. All right, Koei. I need you to channel as much mana into this spear as you can. The kid nods, following orders instantly. She's all in. While Koei starts pouring mana into the weapon, Elizabeth climbs onto Se-Jun's lap. Now, here's where things get intense. Listen closely, Se-Jun. You only get one single shot to take down a Zenus. If you miss, you're dead. Those heavy words hit Se-Jun hard, leaving him totally speechless. Elizabeth tells him to go all out and strike as fast as possible, using every tactic in his arsenal. Se-Jun bites his lip and nods. He understands exactly how high the stakes are right now. Finally, the weapon is fully charged. It's not just glowing anymore, it's crackling with intense, wild lightning. Master, I'm all done. Koei reports back to Elizabeth. Now trust me. You and I are about to see one hell of a plan go into motion. Alright, you and I are about to watch Se-Jun use his strongest skill against Azenus and Koei. The second your father ignites his mana, I need you to pour your own directly into his strike. After Elizabeth finishes assigning everyone their roles, Koei trembles with fear. Se-Jun senses his daughter's deep anxiety and immediately reaches out to steady her. He rests a hand on her chest, calming her racing heart with a gentle, soothing voice. It is all right, just trust me. Koei looks at her father's broad shoulders, feeling the weight of his protection. We finish this now and go save your mother. Those words give Koei an immediate, massive surge of confidence. She nods with iron resolve. Yes, and now, we head back into the chaos of the battle. Se-Jun grips his weapon, which is vibrating with stolen power. He dives headfirst toward the Titan, but for one tiny second, doubt strikes. Can he truly take down a monster of this terrifying scale? Then he sees his wife below, broken and ready to give up. His heart hardens instantly, and his grip turns to stone. I must do this. With that one thought, father and daughter dump every ounce of mana into this strike. Dad, Koei. They shout to each other, and you and I can feel their unbreakable will to win. From the helicopter, Koei pushes her limits, feeding a torrent of mana into Se-Jun to empower his final blow. Dual streams of mana collide inside him, glowing brilliant gold. The sheer scale of this energy is purely insane. Look at that. The entire sky seems to condense and crash right into his open palm. Se-Jun grits his teeth against the agony. His hand is so overloaded with energy that his skin begins calcifying into solid rock. Exhausted, he realizes Koei's mana is literally freezing his arm. This is a forced, instant enhancement. A terrifying surge of unrefined power roars through his entire limb. He raises his blade as sparks of mana detonate in every direction. Panic rises. The energy from Koei is becoming too intense to hold. This is beyond his control. He thinks to himself, I'm going to fail. Suddenly, Elizabeth's warning echoes in his mind, her voice cutting through the noise like a bell. Use everything. Every tactic. Se-Jun bites his tongue, desperately forcing the wild energy to sync with his own soul. His eyes ignite with a burning resolve. There is no way he's going down like this. Everything I have. He screams internally, and the ring on his finger erupts into a blinding blue supernova. He is gambling his entire life on this one single strike. A system prompt appears, asking him to choose how many souls to consume. Current count, exactly 786. Without a single second of hesitation, Se-Jun screams, "All of them!" The ring on his hand flares even brighter. "I am going to save Yun Yu Yiwa." He pushes himself forward with absolute blazing determination. The massive aura swirling around him morphs into a giant arrow. He rears back, locking into a perfect executioner stance. His eyes glow with unstoppable power. Now, pay attention here as he raises his weapon and roars with strength. Even the massive world boss flinches, stepping back from this blinding light of justice. The beast crosses its massive arms to block. Its green eyes glow as thick, violent mana swirls around its body. He looks like a god of thunder descending directly from the heavens. He brings down merciless punishment on anyone in his path. Se-Jun fires his weapon like a massive, hurtling arrow. Streaks of crackling energy spiral around the projectile as it rips through the very sky. The pilot and Koi are left speechless by the flash. Honestly, everyone on the battlefield is frozen in shock. From the hunters to Sung Soo-hyun's squad, not a single person can find their breath. But for Yun Yu Yiwa, it's personal. Her eyes are wide, tears streaming down her face in silence. The bloody red sky is gone, instantly replaced by a vast, brilliant expanse of blue and violet. A beam of light screams past like a falling star sent to save the world, illuminating everything below. The sight forces everyone to look up and wonder. Is that a comet? At the very center, a massive, condensed sphere of light is rapidly reaching critical mass. Beams of mana flash so violently that everyone nearby has to shield their eyes just to stay on their feet. Violent wind gusts sweep through. The air turns so cold that the surrounding hunters are literally breathing out frost. Confused, she wonders, "And trust me, you and I will want to see what happens next." Yuhua completely freezes. Right in front of her is the giant world boss, Asinus, turned entirely into a block of ice. It looks like a glowing blue diamond, and trust me, you and I both know exactly what that means. The system confirms the world boss is officially defeated. World quest fully cleared. But look up. Falling straight out of the sky is Se-Jun, his clothes absolutely soaked in his own blood. That same blue light is still wrapped around him, but it is fading fast. Yuhua instantly sprints over, reaching out just in time to catch Se-Jun's falling body. Panic fills her chest as she sees her husband totally unconscious. Yuhua drops to her knees in the dirt. Both hands still desperately holding him, she gently lays him down. She gasps for air and looks up toward the loud sound of chopper blades. Up in the helicopter, Ko-hee is waving frantically at the two of them. But Yuhua is completely drained of energy. She barely manages a weak whisper of her daughter's name before completely passing out right on top of her husband. Looking down from way up high, Ko-hee is feeling totally helpless. Unable to reach her parents, she turns to Elizabeth. Tears are filling her eyes. Sitting right behind her, Elizabeth calmly reassures the crying girl. "It is all right, Ko-hee. They just passed out because their mana pools hit absolute zero. Master said so." Hearing that, Elizabeth quickly snaps her gaze downward to the giant, completely frozen boss. She sighs in deep relief. That was incredibly close. His spear mastery, the king's ring, and Ko-hee's raw mana. If even one of those pieces was missing, you and I know taking down Asinus would have been impossible. Honestly, I am just thrilled this monster is finally dead. By now, the chopper touches down right where the couple lies unconscious. Haram steps out to help, but Elizabeth's face suddenly flashes a look of deep sadness. Staring at the unconscious Yuhua and Se-Jun, she whispers a chilling warning. The butterfly effect from this is going to be so massive, you will not be able to control it. Suddenly, the system screen flashes again. You have successfully prevented the second tragedy. A special brand new skill has just been initialized. The ring on Se-Jun's hand starts glowing ominously. Another system notification pops up immediately. The king's ring has successfully absorbed a massive amount of humanity's life force. Meanwhile, Yuhua wakes up sitting in a brilliantly lit, almost heavenly dimension. She is just sitting there with a massive table set right in front of her. Confused, she wonders where the heck she is. Then she notices sitting directly across from her is an exact clone of herself. Looking closer, this copy is totally identical. Well, except for those chilling, emotionless blue eyes staring right back. Is that me? Yuhua wonders. Suddenly, something clicks in her mind. She points a finger straight at the figure and asks if she is the one she handed her body over to. The clone just nods. Now, Yuhua is seriously full of questions. This might sound rude, but who exactly are you? The clone just sits there in silence. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Yuhua pauses to ask if the girl has something to say. And finally, she actually opens her mouth. She asks the big question. "Miss, will you ever let me meet Miss A?" Her lifeless eyes lock on, waiting for an answer. Yuhua freezes. "Miss A? But before she can process it, the ground beneath their feet warps into a spatial pool like the ocean. Yuhua gasps again as the girl sitting right in front of her starts fading away. Wait! She kicks her chair back, rushing over to ask more, but she is staring at an empty seat. Meanwhile, outside a massive high-rise building, reporters are snapping photos non-stop. Haram stands there completely surrounded by dozens of journalists who just keep throwing their hands up to ask questions. Please look this way. That helicopter hovering over the city during the recent monster hunt, it belongs to you, right? Did you see the hunter who took down Azanis? Facing this massive wall of media questions, Haram flashes a fake smile. She flashes a friendly, fake smile, but inside she is furious and cursing him out. That absolute jerk, Se-Jun, didn't he switch careers because he hated the spotlight? Now he has caused a massive scene again. Every single news outlet is dropping crazy headlines about the very first world quest and the revival of Azanis. That guy has officially become the center of global attention. Honestly, you and I want to know the same thing. Who actually defeated Azanis? Cut to a hospital room where Se-Jun is hooked up to an intravenous drip. His wife and daughter are sitting right beside him. He is in a deep coma, looking like he will not wake up soon. Stick with me, because you and I are about to witness the fallout of an epic battle. Se-Jun is still out, and Yu Yuiwa knows it's bad. She knows the truth. Se-Jun actually pulled it off. He took down the first world boss by himself. Now Ha-Iram is scrambling to keep his identity hidden. On the news, she tells the media she won't name the hero while the tickers flash about the mysterious comet. Just outside the room, Miss A looks totally crushed. She's hugging her teddy bear tight, even though she can hear her mother's voice nearby. What if Se-Jun never wakes up? Hyeon tries to stay calm, but Yuiwa's worst fears are already surfacing. Doctors claim there's nothing wrong, but Yuiwa is a nervous wreck. She vents, saying she woke up instantly. So why hasn't he? It's been 2 full days since he went dark. Looking at Yuiwa now, you can see she's completely drained and exhausted. Her eyes are bloodshot and heavy with dark circles from all the crying. Hyeon tells her he'll be fine. They don't know the full story yet. Maybe hearing Miss A's name will finally snap him out of it. Hyeon's just trying to be positive, but Yuiwa takes the bait immediately. She turns and starts nodding aggressively. She thinks it's a brilliant idea. Hyeon just stares. She was totally joking, but Yuiwa is already moving before she can explain. Yuiwa is shaking him desperately. Se-Jun, wake up. We need Miss A. Se-Jun's eyes are still shut, but pay attention here. This is where the system finally kicks in. You've absorbed a fragment of Miss A's memories. Total darkness. A deep sigh echoes through the void, followed by the terrifying sound of heavy metal chains dragging. Miss A's scattered thoughts drift in. This sleep magic is making her head spin. Everything is a blur. How long has she been out? Right now, she's floating unconscious in the middle of a massive ocean. Her clothes are torn to shreds, and her limbs are bound tight in heavy iron chains. Suddenly, a gentle hand strokes her head. Elizabeth calls out softly, telling her to wake up. Miss A just looks lost and exhausted. Elizabeth takes a step back and whispers that she's not actually her mother. Miss A forces her heavy eyes open. In front of her stands a beautiful stranger with a warm, gentle smile. Confused, she asks who this is. I'm Elizabeth, the woman says, casually snapping her fingers. Instantly, the heavy cuffs binding Miss A just click open and vanish into thin air. She sits up, rubbing her wrists. They're brutally bruised from being chained up for so long. As Miss A looks around this wild scene, men in black robes are just collapsed on the floor, completely knocked out cold. Elizabeth asks, "Can you stand?" The girl tries to move but clutches her head in pain. Elizabeth rushes over, offering a hand for support. Miss A stares at those hands. Suddenly, she flashes back to the memory of meeting Se-Jun for the first time. She remembers his incredibly sketchy, sly grin. Miss A grits her teeth in disgust and stands up on her own. No, I'm fine. Elizabeth promises she's not going to hurt her. She's actually there to help. She reads the girl's hesitation perfectly, but Miss A stays guarded. Why would a stranger even bother helping her? Elizabeth says helping a kid in trouble is just the right thing to do. Miss A has never heard that before. Feeling bitter, the girl looks away. Elizabeth asks for trust, revealing she's a witch just like her. Miss A snaps. She backs away, throws her hand up, and blasts the woman with raw magical power. Elizabeth negates the entire attack with just a single glance. Miss A is speechless, staring at her hands in shock. The woman steps closer. She asks if the girl has ever actually learned to use magic. She can suppress it, but she clearly has no clue how to control it. Miss A looks at her with suspicion. Mid-conversation, that group of men in black robes suddenly charge back into the room. They panic at the mess, screaming about an intruder. Miss A is terrified as they close the distance. But Elizabeth is completely unbothered. Trust me, you and I are going to love how she handles this next fight. The men yell to grab the subject. Miss A backs away, absolutely paralyzed with fear. Suddenly, raw power surges down Elizabeth's legs. Zigzagging energy rushes toward the men, glowing with intense light. This overwhelming force wraps around the villains, freezing them dead in their tracks. They can't move an inch. Black smoke swallows them whole as their screams echo through the room. Now, only empty suits float in the air. Tiny, petrified frogs crawl out from where the men once stood. Miss A is stunned watching this magic happen. You and I are left wondering the same thing she asks. Are you really a witch? Elizabeth flashes a smug little smirk. Do you believe me now? First things first, let's get out of here, she suggests, reaching out. This time, Koa isn't trembling with fear. She can actually feel a genuine warmth coming from Elizabeth. So, without hesitation, Koa finally trusts her. All right. You and I are witnessing the exact moment these two become soulmates. Pure salvation. The second they touch, a system panel pops up and absorbs Koa's memory. Suddenly, a familiar voice gets louder. Se-Jun, Se-Jun, wake up, we need to go see Koa. Those words hit like a truck as Se-Jun snaps his eyes open. Emotions are completely overflowing. Yu Hua is crying with joy, calling his name over and over. Meanwhile, Hayan stands there feeling super awkward. Se-Jun sits up and Yu Hua immediately supports him. Are you okay? Does it hurt anywhere? But he doesn't say a single word. Total silence. For a long second, he shows zero signs of talking. Now pay attention here, because this is where the unease starts to crawl in. Yu Hua is begging for answers. This is where the vibe shifts. He's sitting there like a completely different person. Cold face, empty eyes, just staring like she's a total stranger. Yu Hua calls out again, searching his face. Maybe he's just groggy from the coma. She gently rubs his back, checking on him. Are you really okay? He slowly mutters back that he's fine. Hearing that, Yu Hua lights up. Thank goodness. He just drops a flat yeah and turns away. Yu Hua is seriously confused. Something is wrong. Suddenly, there's a loud noise outside the room. The door flies open and Koa runs in cheering. Dad! Hayan is right behind her, looking just as thrilled. But the second Koa steps inside, she freezes. Her eyes go wide with terror while staring at her father. Se-Jun is radiating an untouchable icy aura. She calls him, but there's no answer. Those soulless eyes just lock onto his daughter. Koa instantly panics. Yu Hua turns to her daughter, worried. Koa, what is wrong? The girl's voice is shaking with absolute fear. Dad is acting weird. Yu Hua bends down to comfort her. Oh, Dad is just really exhausted. Let him rest a little longer, okay? Meanwhile, Se-Jun sits frozen like a statue, ignoring everyone. Hayan and Yu Hua turn to leave, reminding Koa to step outside so her dad can sleep. The little girl hesitates, looking completely lost. No, Dad is being scary. Fast forward to evening at home, Yu Hua cannot hide her massive anxiety. Se-Jun has been sitting in dead silence since he woke up. They made it home, but he has zero energy. And Koa is acting just as strange, keeping a serious distance from her father. The little girl is sitting on the couch hugging the cat, eyeing her father. Sensing the heavy tension, Yu Hua grabs Koa's backpack. Oh right Se-Jun, look at this. Koa drew this for you. You and I both know something is wrong when he just stares at the happy family drawing in dead silence. Yu Hua is absolutely speechless, stunned by his cold and robotic attitude. This is crazy. He's usually so cheerful. She can literally picture him grinning about his daughter's masterpiece. She tries to break the ice one more time. Is she the next Picasso or what? Look at this. This one is me, and this guy is you. She even drew Hayan. She talks as he stares blankly. Finally, he just grunts. Yeah. That single word makes Yu Hua freeze on the spot. The drawing slowly slips from her hands and hits the floor. Her face goes dark as questions flood her mind. Why is he acting like this? Staring at his back, she feels totally crushed. No matter how tough things got before, he never acted like this. The energetic guy she loved is gone. The absolute craziest part of all? He hasn't looked at Koa even once. It's like every drop of humanity was wiped from his soul. Suddenly, the black cat speaks actual English. His current mental state is really bad. Yu Hua spins around as a blue light flashes. The cat is completely gone. Standing there is a tall, gorgeous woman rocking a sleek black suit. She smirks and says, Hello, Yu Hua. I am BT. It's time for a proper introduction. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you and I both need to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are diving into a moment that changes everything. Points as the cat turns into a human, while B casually explains it was her summon. Little Sia immediately lights up with pure joy. She excitedly cheers, saying it is her master. She runs over with a huge smile. This is the first time she has ever seen her in human form. Master, your hairpin is so pretty. B softly pats the little girl on the head and laughs. Thank you, kiddo. Though, is still super confused. She squints, asking if B is the mysterious person she met back at the tutorial tower. She remembers B fully healing her wounds back then. The mysterious girl just shrugs it off and gives a calm reply. Yeah, that is right. I think that was actually our first time crossing paths. After the greetings, B crosses her arms and drops her smile. She is getting deadly serious now. More importantly, they need to talk about Lee Se-Jun's condition. Back inside, the vibe is heavy as Un listens carefully to B. Lee Se-Jun sits right across from her, completely stoic while B explains everything she knows. The more Un hears, the more panicked she looks. Finally, with a shaking voice, she asks if the ring Lee Se-Jun wears literally drains away all his humanity. Just to kill, he had to unleash the ring's ultimate power. Is that why he is acting so weird? Un's face goes completely pale as B slowly nods. Exactly. Right now, Lee Se-Jun has lost almost all his humanity. We are talking about his emotions and his thoughts. Now, pay attention here, because this is where it gets heavy. Lee Se-Jun just sits there in silence while B continues. Honestly, he is slowly turning into an empty shell. Un just cannot accept this insane reality. Her heart drops. She desperately asks why he would ever go that far for this. B stares at her in dead silence for a moment before speaking. Because if he did not do it, the one dying would have been you. Hearing this completely shatters her. She looks up at the silent man in front of her, feeling totally heartbroken. Lee Se-Jun, is it true? To save me, you sacrificed your entire humanity like that? She stares deeply into his blank face. As always, he just gives a simple grunt, but this time it hits different. Un's vision goes dark, her body shaking violently. She grabs her head in total panic. Little Sia sees her mom breaking down. Tears well up in the kid's eyes as she steps closer, trembling. Mommy. But B keeps her cool and tries to comfort her. Do not blame yourself. It really is not your fault. How is it not? Un snaps back. But B does not flinch. Azenis was going to hunt you down regardless. That was literally your fixed destiny from the start. But Lee Se-Jun stood at the crossroads of fate, giving everything to break your cursed destiny. He traded his humanity for your life. That is why we must find a way to fix Lee Se-Jun now. Hearing this, Un finally looks up. She asks if there is actually a way to bring him back. B rubs her chin, deep in thought. This is not Lee Se-Jun's first time using the ring. He was fine before, so he must have found a secret way to recover. Hearing that, both Sia and Un instantly turn to stare at Lee Se-Jun. Un is the first to speak. We're likely thinking the same thing here. Lee Se-Jun, you know the method to restore your humanity, right? He looks at her blankly and gives the most blunt answer ever. Sia therapy. Lee Se-Jun just sits there, deadpan. Meanwhile, Sia is sitting on her dad's lap, her lips sealed. She is clearly terrified. Father and daughter just sit there in a massive staring contest. Finally, B lets out a heavy sigh. Yeah, this is not working at all. Pale with fear, Sia turns to beg her mom and master for help. He is not like her dad at all. Un quickly scoops up her daughter, looking anxiously at B. What do we do now? B just crosses her arms and says she has come up with a theory. The recovery method Lee Se-Jun found before was likely triggering massive positive emotions from deep within his own heart. Specifically, it was the joy he felt while looking at little Sia. Those warm feelings acted as a cure to help him recover. But right now, Lee Se-Jun is completely blocked from feeling any positive vibes whatsoever. The first step they need to take is jump-starting a fraction of his humanity so he can feel again. Un looks incredibly confused. What does that mean? B, knowing the answer, responds instantly. Exactly, they need to hit him with much stronger emotions. Cut to after their conversation. Lee Se-Jun and Un stand outside together. Trust me, we need to see what happens next. Alright, let's dive into a world of raw fear and intense anger. Right in front of them stands a haunted house creepy enough to give anyone chills. Un turns and asks B a heavy question. Why did she wait until now to finally reveal her true identity to everyone? B crosses her arms and drops a major truth bomb. It is because he is not being controlled by the strings of fate anymore. Anyone still bound by destiny would suffer some pretty brutal side effects just by catching a glimpse of my true form. But Lee Jun completely shattered those chains for you. Holding Ka in her arms, Un listens to every single word very closely. She tells Un to focus on helping Lee Jun find his feelings while she watches Sia. Then B takes the kid. Un awkwardly asks if she is sure, but she eventually gives in and hands her young daughter over to her. B cradles the girl, her voice turning soft. She was already planning to teach her magic anyway, so they should be careful inside. Now Un and Lee Jun are left standing all alone right outside this insanely terrifying and creepy haunted house. Un stares at the building, thinking about those dark emotions. We are about to see exactly how this is going to go. Now stick with me, because we are about to see if a haunted house can actually rattle this guy. They step inside, and it is pitch black. A worker's creepy voice echoes through the halls. Welcome to the haunted mansion. Standing in front of a strange room, Yu Weiwa gets totally spooked. She screams and hides right behind Lee Se-Jun. She is on the verge of tears, but forces her voice out. She tells Lee Se-Jun to go in first. He just casually agrees and walks into the darkness. Yu Weiwa watches him go, stunned that he shows no hint of fear. She wonders if he is scared at all. While trying to follow, she suddenly bumps into something hard and cold. Suddenly, a horrifying dummy with a pale face and a missing arm drops from the ceiling right in front of her. Wei Hua. She freezes in pure terror for a few seconds, but then, everything suddenly changes. Bam! She smashes a brutal punch right into the mannequin's face while screaming her head off. Poor Yu Weiwa ends up feeling totally embarrassed, bowing and apologizing deeply to the terrified haunted houseworker. Meanwhile, the poor guy is shivering in fear, probably regretting every single one of his life choices. Outside, the sun is shining bright over the park. Yu Weiwa thinks about their failed plans for the day. Horror movies and bungee jumping were totally useless. He even jumped from a helicopter like an absolute boss before. That was seriously wild. She lets out a massive sigh and asks Lee Jun what he is actually afraid of in life. He instantly replies, nothing. But Yu Weiwa is not buying it and asks if he has really never been scared. Lee Jun admits he used to be. Yu Weiwa jumps on the chance and asks what used to scare him. Lee Jun stops walking and looks straight at her. Without hesitating for even a second, he simply says, You and I both felt that shift, right? It is so intense as they stand there against that beautiful backdrop. He tells her he is terrified she will die. Meanwhile, Seal and Bet are busy with their training. They are trying to freeze and levitate a water bottle. Seal is focused while Bet watches her every move very closely. She looks at the bottle trapped in solid ice and quietly judges the final result of the girl's effort. Normally, just freezing the water inside would be fine, but she decides this result is probably acceptable enough for now. Besides, her control will definitely level up once her personal system gets a full upgrade later on. Bet grabs the frozen bottle as Seal calls out to her master. The little girl sounds incredibly anxious. She asks if her dad will get better if she gets stronger. Bet gives her a very warm smile. She tells her she is already incredibly strong, but she needs to control that power, so she won't hurt her parents. That is why she has to practice really hard. The good girl obediently says, yes. Bet claps her hands and moves to the next lesson. By now, the sky has turned a golden yellow. The streets are glowing in the evening sun as Lee Jun and Yu Weiwa ride a taxi back to their home. Yu Weiwa is still totally lost in thought over what Lee Se-Jun said earlier. He is afraid of her dying. She thinks back and realizes he was actually pretty cool. Then she blushes, wondering what she is even thinking. Her face turns bright red as she shakes her head. She tries to move on, but her mood drops. Lee Jun has always been the type of guy to keep his true feelings hidden away. Today he was so honest, but his openness actually makes it way harder to ask him about his deeper secrets. She wonders if he has his own reasons for keeping things to himself and lets out a sigh. The taxi drops them home. Let us leave it there, you and I won't want to miss what comes next. Alright, you and I are diving into a moment where things go from bad to absolutely chaotic, so stick with me. A mocking voice calls out to Yu Uiwa while she stares at the guy standing there with a totally punchable face. It is Su-Han. And she is clearly annoyed, demanding to know exactly why he is there and what he wants. He steps forward casually, wanting to discuss her and Anubis, which makes Yu Uiwa grit her teeth in pure frustration. She snaps that she has nothing to say, but he steps closer, insisting that she really needs to listen to him. His voice drips with threats as he reminds her that she led that monster straight into the city of Seoul. He smirks like a total villain, planning to release that little detail to the public to ruin her reputation forever. Yu Uiwa completely panics as dread washes over her face, and she stammers out a confused and shocked response. Su-Han pulls out his phone, staring her down while wondering what everyone else is going to think about her. Even if Anubis was taken down quickly, the damage to the city was already done and could not be ignored. He raises his phone as the screen flashes, breaking news about Seoul being wrecked completely beyond any hope of repair. It shows total destruction, where innocent families and hunters are suffering massive losses because of the monster Anubis. Who do you think they will blame for this? Devastating images play on the screen while Yu Uiwa yells that she will sue him for defamation without any proof. Before she can even finish, he cuts her off with a malicious laugh, claiming he has all the proof he needs. Watch closely, because he claims hunters record everything and hits play on a video that changes the entire game. The footage clearly shows her running as someone screams that she is the reason Anubis is hunting them down. The audio claims they are all going to die, leaving Yu Uiwa frozen in absolute shock at what she hears. He asks what happens if he shares this, and trust me, things are about to get wild from here on. With this video as proof, her words mean absolutely nothing, and total chaos is basically guaranteed for her future. He holds up 2 fingers, offering to stay quiet if she agrees to 2 very simple conditions right now. First, Lee Se-Jun must publicly confess to being the criminal who ambushed the Big Hunter Association auction event. And second, they must hand over all the epic loot dropped from the successful kill on the monster Anubis. Yu Uiwa snaps back. playing dumb and acting like she has no idea why he is trying to force her hand. He ignores her, claiming she might not know the first condition, but he knows she is fully aware of the second. He leans right into her face, lowering his voice to a whisper to deliver his final ultimatum directly to her. He knows Se-Jun killed Anubis, then turns to mock the man who has been standing there in dead silence. He mocks him, asking if he pushed too far since Se-Jun looks like he is getting pretty angry. In reality, Se-Jun's face looks more terrifying than ever, radiating a sense of pure and absolute dark rage. Yu Uiwa tells herself he would not snap now, but her thoughts stop cold when she checks his expression. Se-Jun's face is icy and tense, with angry veins literally popping out of his skin from the sheer fury. The villain arrogantly assumes he will not cross the line because he has a family he needs to protect. You and I can see he is using this to pay back past humiliations, but he is making a massive mistake. He steps right up to Se-Jun, his voice dripping with an absolute sense of pure and disgusting arrogance. He sneers, telling him to just say no if he thinks this whole deal is being totally unfair to him. He ignores the man's tightly clenched fist, threatening to leak the video online if he does not follow the orders. Se-Jun's eyes do not flinch, but those angry blue veins are popping out all over his cold, hard face. Before Suhan can even finish his sentence, a hand flashes by in the literal blink of an eye. He grabs him by the throat and lifts him effortlessly, while Yu Uiwa panics and screams out Se-Jun's name. Yu Uiwa begs him to stop, but he is far too gone to listen to anyone's voice right now. His eyes are completely bloodshot, and he clearly has zero intention of stopping this assault until the guy is finished. She grabs his arm desperately, seeing the villain literally frothing at the mouth from being choked out so hard. Yu Uiwa screams in absolute panic, pleading with him to just stop and think about his daughter, Koa. Hearing his daughter's name, the rage in Se-Jun's face instantly begins to soften up and fade away. And trust me, we are both relieved when he lets the guy slam into the floor, knocking him out cold. Alright, you and I are watching the aftermath of a total mess. Bet just stands there. Suhan is lying on the ground, completely motionless. Yuhua explains that Se-Jun was the one who knocked him out. Apparently, he tried using some sinister power to threaten her, which leaves Bet completely unsurprised. She just rubs her forehead, letting out a super tired, exhausted sigh. Is everything always going to be like this? She drops her hand, staring straight down at Suhan with pure annoyance. Suddenly, his eyebrows start twitching as he squints in obvious, painful discomfort. Bet glares at him, clearly plotting a scheme. Yuhua looks on with real anxiety, promising she will do whatever it takes to fix this. Bet is just confused. That guy's threats weren't even real, so why is she stressing out over it so much? Yuhua sighs, feeling like she has no other options, but Bet just calmly brushes her concerns aside. Don't worry, she'll handle this. Now pay attention, because we're about to see how wild her plan actually is. Bet doesn't say a single word. She just acts, lifting Suhan's body high into the air while summoning a massive black hole. She calmly reminds her that she is a witch after all. Without wasting a second, she spins around and chucks him into the endless void. Zero hesitation. Yuhua starts panicking all over again. What did she just do? Bet shrugs it off like it's nothing. She just sent him away to a random dimension for a little while. Honestly, she was being too easy on him. Suddenly, Jun's deep voice echoes out from right behind the two of them. Everyone immediately whips around to look. He firmly states that he really should have just ended that guy right then and there. Bet pats Yuhua on the back to comfort her. At least things over here are finally looking up, right? Yuhua breathes a massive sigh of relief. Bet continues, saying now is the time to trigger his positive emotions. Time for little Koa to shine. Speaking of the kid, she's looking so much happier now. Chatting happily with her dad, she asks if he feels any better. Jun still looks sluggish, but at least he's talking more. He says no. His head still feels super weird. Yuhua steps up, asking Bet what she should do next. Bet just tells her to kiss the guy. Yuhua's face turns bright red in an instant. She stammers out a confused what. Bet stays totally calm, asking what she thinks the ultimate positive emotion is. Obviously, it's love. A dreamy, sparkling filter drops the second the word love is even mentioned. Yuhua nervously twiddles her fingers, unsure how Jun feels. Bet immediately fires back, asking how she feels instead. Yuhua just stares blankly. Bet tells her to stop worrying about his feelings and focus on what's in her own heart. They talk while watching Koa happily rub her dad's hair, healing him with a giant smile on her face. And that's where we leave them for now. At the question, Yuhua's face flushes a deep, bright red. She stammers that she's never even thought about it. Bet just smirks at her reaction. Let's dive right back in. Bet tells her to see this as an opportunity. Usually, a prince's curse gets broken by a princess's kiss, right? The very next day, they head over to the Korea University campus. Staring up at the massive main building, Yuhua casually mentions how long it's been since she was last here. Glancing around the familiar campus, she asks Se-Jun if this is his first time back since graduation. He gives a quiet yes. Seeing his serious vibe, Yuhua keeps the conversation going. She playfully points out that today is officially their campus date. With that, the two of them start casually strolling through the university grounds. They wander past the cafeteria and near the old lecture halls. Yuhua is basically chatting non-stop the whole time. Inside one empty classroom, desks are perfectly lined up while bright sunlight spills through the windows, lighting up the entire room. Walking all the way to the back row, Yuhua finally breaks the silence again. She smiles and whispers that this place hasn't changed at all. Do you remember? This is exactly where we first met. Se-Jun clearly doesn't remember a thing, just blankly asking, is that so? Yuhua cracks a smile, recalling how he used to snore loudly at his desk. She mentions how he just randomly sat beside her. He told her to wake him if the professor walked by, then instantly passed out. Se-Jun finally remembers as she sits. She teases that he's just as foolish as before. Se-Jun immediately denies it, saying he isn't a fool. Yuhua just quietly stares at him, her cheeks turning a little pink. She wonders why she even liked him back then. Honestly, before she even realized it, she had already fallen for him. He acted like a kid back then, but seeing him now? Trust me. You and I can see he's grown up and matured so much. Alright. You and I are about to watch the moment this romance finally hits its breaking point. Looking back, their story was not some crazy, fated destiny. They just fell in love, argued over the absolute dumbest things, and always ended up making up. Even after the divorce, she never thought they would reunite. She just assumed he had already moved on to someone new. Or maybe his heart just had no room left for her. Suddenly, Uni pauses, hit by a massive realization. Glancing at him, she realizes she never actually hated Se-Jun. The beautiful weather outside matches the warmth growing in her heart. She reflects on every single moment that has happened since she and Se-Jun finally reunited. That explains why living together lately never felt awkward or uncomfortable for her at all. It is the reason she is only now noticing how unbelievably cool and cute he really is, and why she trusts him completely with Cha, the single most precious child in her whole world. It is simply because she still loves him. She thinks this while staring directly into his eyes. Breaking the long silence, she finally calls his name. He looks up and calmly asks, "Huh?" But even though she started this, Uni has no idea what to say. Should she just confess right now? Her face burns bright red as she panics. Suddenly, she remembers Bet's words from before about this being true love. What did she mean? Just kiss him? Uni rubs her chin, deep in thought for a second. Just the thought makes her face turn crimson. She frantically waves her hands, trying to fan away that crazy idea. What is wrong with me? Uni lowers her head, lost for words, but finally clenches her teeth and decides. Whatever, she scolds herself internally. She suddenly shoots up from her seat to face Se-Jun. Pay attention, because you and I have been waiting for this exact moment. She leans in and kisses him, catching him off guard. Time freezes the second their lips finally touch. Suddenly, everything in the room feels incredibly beautiful and overflowing with pure, unadulterated romance. Pulling back from the soft kiss, Uni slowly opens her eyes, but she freezes when she sees Se-Jun's shocked expression. This guy is blushing out of his mind. He looks so alive, and she can practically hear his heart just pounding away inside his chest. His eyes are wide open, staring at her with a sparkling, deeply affectionate gaze. The coldness is gone. Then, the system's sound randomly chimes in. Humanity is rapidly recovering. The voice repeats the alert, then cheekily adds that it seems you are truly enjoying this romantic little moment. Suddenly, the scene shifts as Sun Soo-hyun struggles to open his eyes. He sits up, rubbing his temples while frantically looking around. What on earth is this place? He is sitting on a towering cliff surrounded by dark, gloomy air while creepy black hands scratch endlessly at the stone walls below him. They look like actual zombies staring up with bloodthirsty, glowing red eyes. They keep groaning about food. Sun Soo-hyun stares down, and once they spot him, they start shrieking even more insanely for a meal. Food. The second he sees them, his face turns pale as he scrambles back in pure terror. He cannot help but scream. What in the world is that? Bet's cold voice suddenly echoes from behind as she watches him from a safe distance. Sun Soo-hyun stares blankly at the woman before him, who is radiating intense, killing intent. Stepping forward, she names him as the one responsible for Uni's death. Furious, Sun Soo-hyun snaps back immediately. What are you talking about? Bet calmly exposes his magic tower betrayal, naming him the true cause. Now, let's pause. You and I both know this payback is exactly what he deserves. Elizabeth has lost it. Glaring daggers, she declares that back then, she could not touch him. But now, everything is different. Goodbye. With one hand, Elizabeth shoves Sun Soo-hyun right off the cliff. He is paralyzed with shock, eyes wide open, completely unable to even react. It is not until he is inches away from the zombie horde that he finally snaps out of it, screaming as the starving undead swarm him. Sun Su Hyun shrieks, cursing with absolute hatred. Why are you doing this? What did I do wrong? Elizabeth does not even bother answering. She just turns her back and walks away. Panicking, he desperately begs her to stop. Trust me, you and I are definitely not losing sleep over this guy. Alright. Stick with me because you're about to see a brutal death scene transition into something surprisingly sweet. While one guy gets torn to shreds by zombies, Se-Jun is back home just casually sipping coffee. He's thinking about how a single kiss with Yune managed to restore his humanity after just 1 week. Honestly, the man looks like he's on cloud 9. And ever since that kiss, she's finally started opening up to him way more than before. He recalls her playful teasing earlier, asking if he wanted another kiss. Se-Jun just smiles, looking absolutely thrilled about it. He turns his attention back to unfinished business specifically, those massive world quest rewards he's been waiting for. The system screen pops up with the big question, does he want to accept his rewards? He hits accept instantly, wondering what kind of legendary loot a world quest is actually going to drop. The panel shifts as it starts analyzing Hunter Lee Se-Jun. He stares intensely at the screen, making sure he doesn't miss a single detail. Now pay attention, because this is where the system gets wild as it starts generating suitable rewards for him. His personal system begins refreshing, and his status window updates, detecting his pioneer title. Boom! He just received a major artifact, the God's Hourglass. But wait, there is even more. His alpha tester expertise level is officially upgraded to beta tester. The moment that notification fades, a sleek new bracelet suddenly materializes right on his wrist. The system text changes again, unique skill breaker successfully acquired. He gains the special skill penetration too. A whole list of new abilities flashes by, including a brand new title skill called Stab. Unique skill breaker and special skill penetration? He's just staring at this insane list of loot. Se-Jun's jaw drops to the floor in pure shock. Looking at his new status screen, he's basically screaming internally. This is awesome. A tier upgrade and a real artifact? This is totally overpowered. He can't stop grinning from ear to ear once he realizes he even got 2 extra skills on top. It's incredible because system rewards almost never drop raw skills like this. Se-Jun shoves his face into the glowing screen, greedy for more. Is there anything else? After waiting a second with 0 pop-ups, he sighs and leans back, realizing how ridiculous he must look. Okay, maybe he's being a little too greedy here. But then suddenly ding, another notification flashes. You have received a fragment of Elizabeth's memory. His eyes widen. You and I both know that memory fragments always mean a massive lore drop is coming. His vision shifts immediately. Now he's staring up at a gloomy and depressing sky. Bizarre owls with strange beaks are perched all over the dark branches. Deep in the woods at a rundown cabin, a young girl named Thea comes rushing inside. The second she steps through the door, she calls out that she's finally home to her master. Elizabeth, her so-called master, is standing over a massive bubbling cauldron. She softly calls out the girl's name in response to her arrival. Thea is just a teenager here, looking completely upbeat and happy. As she runs closer, Elizabeth gives a warm smile and says welcome home to her. She tells her she worked hard and asks if she managed to get the wolf fur. Thea cheerfully replies that she did. Elizabeth takes the fur and a glowing gemstone from the girl, tossing them both straight into the boiling potion. She smiles, clearly satisfied with the glowing liquid she's brewing, and mutters that they finally have enough of it. Thea flops down onto the bed and asks when they can finally head back to Earth. Elizabeth keeps working and replies that it will still take a little more time. She needs to prepare a few more things, making Thea tilt her head. Can't they just buy them in Midheim? Besides, it's been a whole year since they got here, and she's used to it now. Elizabeth immediately turns strict and scolds her, telling her she can't say things like that. She insists she has to go back to Se-Jun because he's waiting. Hearing that name, the girl hesitates. After a long pause, Thea asks how she even knows that. Elizabeth answers seriously, explaining that Se-Jun told her she was trapped in that magic tower. Thea grips the bedsheets tightly in frustration. But Elizabeth was the one who actually found her, not him. She asks why she always defends him. Elizabeth sighs, softening her voice to try and calm the young kid down. She tells Thea that no matter what happened in the past, he's still her family. The girl yells back, firmly denying it. That man isn't her family. She claims that her only family right now is her master, Elizabeth. If he really knew where she was, why didn't he come find her himself? She waited the entire time she was locked away inside that awful magic tower. Elizabeth quickly tries to explain that Se-Jun just didn't have enough strength. If he had the power, she's certain he would have come. But before her master can even finish, Thea stubbornly flops onto the bed and pulls the blankets over her head. She pouts and goes to sleep. And trust me, you and I are about to see how this tragic misunderstanding shapes everything. Stick with me, Elizabeth is facing a nightmare. Suddenly, the moonlight from the window shifts into a sinister, ominous red glow. She snaps awake instantly, jumping to her feet in a total state of panic. What is that? Beth rushes outside, frantically looking around as this terrifying heavy energy fills the air. Then she looks up. The entire sky has been swallowed by a bloody red veil. The sky is closing in. This is bad. Beth spots glowing patterns on the barrier and realizes the truth. This is a massive spatial block, and it is definitely not your average trap. No teleporting. Checkmate, witch. A creepy voice echoes from behind, making her jump. She spins around, instantly recognizing the armored creep standing there. She knows exactly who he is. Sullivan. She's surprisingly calm for an ambush. Tracking me down must have been a pain, right? Spit it out, he growls, looming over her. I am here to kill you. Beth doesn't blink. Just you? Are you kidding me right now? That is going to be tough. His hideous face scrunches up in absolute anger. Who said I was alone? He slams his massive foot into the dirt. The earth literally shakes as he laughs. Did you seriously think we were clueless? Your location has been compromised for a long time now. Suddenly, a massive mob of monsters spawns in. He smirks with pride. Here is the part you and I need to watch carefully. Beth is staring down a massive army of beasts in the sky and on the ground. They're everywhere. Sullivan steps forward, his massive blade ready to strike. You have nowhere left to run. Today, you are absolutely going to die. He points his blade right at her face, declaring war on the witch and her student. Red light bleeds into the house. Beth frantically shakes the girl awake. Koa, wake up now. Groggy, the little girl opens her eyes and sits up, rubbing her face. Koa watches Beth desperately pull a glowing marble from the cauldron. Beth thinks fast. I will summon my puppets right now to block the enemy advance. There is zero time to lose. Beth spins back to the sleepy girl. Koa, get ready. We are sending you back to Earth right now. Right now? The little girl asks, completely confused. Wait, this second? But Master, what about you? Beth replies instantly. I will follow right behind you. Koa pushes back. No, I want to go together with you. Beth grabs her shoulders, looking absolutely and completely desperate. There is no time left. Hurry up and get ready to leave. Please, Koa. Holding the stone, the girl asks in panic. Boom. Before she can finish, the house wall explodes violently as the enemy breaches the house. Sullivan crashes inside, gripping his sword and ready to slice them both in half right now. Koa just stares in pure shock at the absolute monster. Beth throws her hand out and screams at the top of her lungs. Amp! Something blasts through the rubble. It is her familiar. The tiny puppet uses its sword to parry Sullivan's deadly strike. Come here, Beth yells, yanking Koa's arm as hard as she can. You saw that too, right? Koa is completely terrified. She throws on her cloak as Beth ignores her desperate questions. Ignoring her, Beth gives strict orders. Koa, listen very closely to what I have to say. A normal person would never survive crossing through a dimensional rift. But if you can shatter the rift, it loses its stability and breaks down. That creates just enough time for one single person to slip through. She instructs her carefully. Protect your entire body with magic, but do not waste mana. Koa refuses to listen. She is terrified. But what about you, Master? The monsters are coming. Beth tries to comfort her. It is okay. I will escape and create another rift later. Koa stubbornly fires back. If that is true, then I am escaping right alongside you. Let me fight by your side. Beth shakes her head sadly. There are no other choices left. She clenches her fists in frustration. If this were the old Koa, maybe they would actually have a fighting chance to win this battle. But the poor kid lost her power after being locked in the tower for so long. Seeing Koa's panicked face hurts her heart. In the girl's current state, trying to fight is basically suicide. She absolutely has to save her. Tears suddenly well up in Beth's eyes. She leans down, wrapping Koa in a warm hug and softly calling her name. While the kid is still frozen by the embrace, Beth secretly casts a massive core-breaking spell. Symbols light up. Trust me, you and I won't forget this sacrifice. Stick with me as this girl looks up, her eyes widening at the sight of manipulation magic. Suddenly, the magic stone in Koa's hand cracks and shatters as a blinding light erupts from its center. Master, the little girl screams as powerful magic lifts her into the air. Koa thrashes wildly but cannot break free. Beth turns her back, giving her student one final command, go back and find Se-Jun. Koa desperately fights back through her tears, begging her master not to leave her alone in this place. Tears pour down Koa's face, but before she can finish begging, her entire body vanishes into the blinding magical light. Beth clutches her forehead, looking completely exhausted by the sacrifice she just made. She told Koa she would escape, but Beth knows if these freaks fail to catch her, their next target is Koa. Even though they are rare, some of those monsters out there possess the insane ability to travel through dimensional rifts. Plus, if that wizard who cast the anti-teleportation barrier joins their side, they will definitely track down Koa's exact location just by following her leftover mana traces. No doubt about it. Beth steps forward with absolute resolve. She cannot let that happen. Beth simply flips her hair and flashes a soft smile. Growing up means taking care of the kids and cleaning up their messy problems, right? Outside, the entire monster horde instantly freezes at a massive explosion. A huge shadow covers Sullivan, but he just smirks. So you finally showed up. Now, trust me on this. You are going to want to see what happens next. That witch floating there is Beth, ready for war. Pay attention, because this memory is about to get wild. Standing beside a massive ice dragon, she tells them to stop acting so shocked. They wanted to see her, so she reluctantly granted them their dying wish. Down below, every single one of those terrifying monsters screamed out in pure agony. Ebby just casually raised both her hands up toward the sky, calmly mentioning how someone once said, a witch could easily destroy the world. Bam! A colossal surge of magic gathers between her palms. Her face flashes with killing intent. Raw energy sparks wildly around the witch's body. In a cool tone, she adds that doing something like that wouldn't be too hard for her either. Gasp. Se-Jun jolts awake from Ebby's memory fragment, panic written all over his face. He is panting heavily from the scale of what he witnessed. Hands shaking, he grabs his head with a dark expression. Though the memory cut out early, he can easily piece together exactly how that battle ended. Ebby sacrificed her own life to completely wipe out that massive monster horde. He was absolutely sure this tragedy was one of the misfortunes of Koa. But wait, if Ebby actually died back then, how does the current Ebby still have her memories? Trying to make sense of it, Se-Jun spins his chair around toward the window. Was she resurrected just like him? Looking back, even though she helped him many times, he realized he knew nothing at all about her. Outside the window, the sky looks totally peaceful. You saw that, right? Kang-jo just flopped onto the ground, looking totally exhausted after their intense sparring session. Turns out they were just sparring. Se-Jun smirks and asks, how was that for a warm-up? I improved, right? Kang-jo lets out a massive sigh, saying that definitely was not just normal progress. You barely even warmed up. From now on, I probably will never be able to beat you again. Se-Jun blinks in shock, but deep down, he fully understands exactly why he suddenly became so insanely overpowered. He realized that he usually just tosses a quick thank you to Hiram, whenever the guy has to clean up his massive messes. So, sorry about that, Hiram. Staring straight at his personal system panel with those brand new skills, he feels a huge wave of impatience. He cannot wait another second, so he pulls up his new World Quest rewards to see the loot. The result is exactly as expected. The title boosted his overall stats like crazy. Smiling, he reaches his hand out to pull Kang-jo up off the floor. Se-Jun scans his skill window. Next up is his unique skill called Breaker. To be honest, he is not hyping himself up for this power at all. He has zero clue what it actually changed. But hey, it probably has much better synergy than that weird skill he had back before his regression. That old past life ability was literally called Clown. It was a joke skill that turned any opponent into a fool for a few minutes. Just remembering that makes Se-Jun cringe. Honestly, you and I probably would too. Alright, you and I are jumping into this with a new unique skill that is strictly passive. But why is it always active? Sure, he enjoys messing around in combat, but this special scanning skill looks insanely useful. Se-Jun doesn't wait around and puts it to the test immediately. He locks his eyes on Kang Taeho, who is standing there totally confused. This power lets him peek right into another person's system panel. Knowing his partner's stats already makes it redundant for now. But in a desperate fight against a mysterious foe? This would be a total cheat code. Incredible. Next up, a new item. He looks down at his hand, inspecting an artifact named Jester. He runs a finger over the smooth black bracelet on his wrist. Kang Taeho sees that look in his eyes and tells him to go ahead and test it out right now. Se-Jun flashes a bright smile and thanks him, glad to have someone so dependable by his side. He tightens his fist super hard. Instantly, a freezing burst of magic comes pouring out of the shiny blue bracelet. Then nothing happens. He just stands there looking blank. Was the artifact a dud? Now, pay attention here, because you and I both know something insane is about to drop. Kang Taejo completely loses it, pointing wildly at the floor and screaming for Se-Jun to look next to him. Se-Jun follows his shaking hand and sees a mysterious person sleeping as soundly as a baby right there on the floor. The color completely drains from both their faces as they freak out at the girl who materialized from thin air. She looks almost exactly like Se-Jun himself, except she has super long hair and is clearly a girl. They both stare down at the figure before shouting in total shock and confusion. Se-Jun is completely baffled by the whole situation. How did a human just spawn? Kang Taeho goes into full detective mode, rubbing his chin. He scans the mysterious girl carefully from top to bottom. He mentions she looks just like him, and Se-Jun points at himself in total confusion. Kang Taejo quickly rushes to correct himself, saying she looks just like a younger sister. At those words, Se-Jun instantly glances right back down at the magical bracelet on his wrist. Right at that exact second, the sleeping girl's eyes flutter open, revealing eyes that are identical to his, but way colder. Kang Taeho nearly jumps out of his skin when she sits up. Lee Se-Jun stays calm, finally putting the pieces together. The artifact on Lee Se-Jun's wrist is still glowing with a chilling blue light. He realizes this is the true power of the Jester artifact. The girl stands up straight as Kang Taeho asks if this gear creates a complete clone of him. Lee Se-Jun hands her his staff and confirms it. The very second he pushed his mana into the bracelet, she just popped into existence. So what do you and I make of this? It is a powerful clone, but the mana cost is absolutely devastating for him. Lee Se-Jun watches his clone wield a weapon, but his own face looks totally drained from massive mana loss. The clone actually starts fading away while Lee Se-Jun just stares at the bracelet, looking completely confused. He admits that using this much mana mid-battle is basically impossible. I really cannot use this thing. Kang Taeho asks if it only makes female versions of him. Lee Se-Jun looks at the faintly glowing girl who is just waving her hands around randomly. There's an awkward silence before Lee Se-Jun offers the bracelet up and asks if he wants to buy it. Kang Taejo quickly turns him down. No thanks. He is good. Meanwhile, deep inside the city limits, Lee Se-Jun enters Ha-I-Ram's office and instantly gasps out loud. The entire place is a total disaster zone, with documents and papers literally flying everywhere. He stares at the massive stacks of paperwork that are absolutely covering the entire desk. Ha-I-Ram sighs, explaining that all these files are related to that world quest he pulled off. Trust me, you and I are about to see the chaos that Shooting Star caused. Alright, you and I are about to watch the paparazzi stalk our hero's every move, totally clueless. Ha-I-Ram is losing her patience, pointing a finger and screaming at this oblivious guy. Yes, that is the nickname they gave you. You do not even realize the world is watching. Everything is about to get wild. Watch how this unfolds. As the first hunter to clear a world quest with a meteor strike while anonymous, everyone is curious. Distorted rumors are already spreading everywhere. Ha-I-Ram crosses her arms, officially done with this mess. What do I have to deal with? Wait, who is that girl? She finally spots the girl standing nearby. Lee Jun turns around like he just remembered she was there. Oh, her? She is just my clone. He says it so calmly, but Ha-I-Ram totally loses her cool. She practically screams at him. Lee Jun slowly explains that it is an artifact ability he snagged from the Anus hunting grounds. It lets him generate a female clone. I control her with mana, but she is pretty useless. I am thinking about selling this since it drains too much energy. Ha-I-Ram inspects the clone. She studies her for a second, then asks if she can talk or fight. He does not hesitate. She cannot fight in perfect sync with me yet, but she could probably fight a little bit. Then keep her and use her. Ha-I-Ram concludes instantly. Lee Jun looks completely baffled. Say what? She grabs the clone by the shoulders, looking surprisingly thrilled as she pitches her crazy new idea. Let us turn this clone into the Shooting Star. Lee Jun is caught off guard in total disbelief. Ha-I-Ram sighs and finally admits the truth. You and I both know why he is hiding this. Honestly, I cannot handle this situation. But you are hiding your true identity for your daughter, right? He nervously agrees. If I am exposed, my family gets dragged into the spotlight, just like Han's granddaughter. Plus, with little Koei having such incredible looks and overpowered abilities, her secret being exposed is only a matter of time. Seeing him deep in thought, she explains her logic. A random person would show a massive power gap. If we announce it is you but blur your face, people who met you will definitely know. Now you and I know this is genius. Swapping the gender means nobody will ever suspect it is him. She speaks with total confidence. I will create a fake identity, making her your younger sister. How about we give her the name Lon? Does that work? Lee Jun looks super skeptical. Is that really all it takes? She smirks confidently. I have my expert methods. You lose nothing. Shooting Star will become a high-status elite carrying your epic hero title. What do you say? Lee Jun listens to her pitch and stays silent, totally unsure. Finally, he just gives in. I understand now. Let us do it. She will officially become Shooting Star. He heads back home. You're back. Lee Jun looks inside and spots Elizabeth just chilling right there on his sofa. He immediately asks why she is here. Elizabeth replies calmly. Uni told me to get some rest. Honestly, Uni took Koei shopping with your dad anyway. Lee Jun pouts, feeling a little left out. Seems like he likes Uni way more than me. Anyway, I have something to discuss with you. Elizabeth cuts right to the chase. Is it about my death? Lee Jun blinks, caught off guard. But before he can even finish, he freezes up completely. It suddenly hits him and he rushes. Wait, you already know about that? She just plays with the remote. You remember your death, right? Well, I am the same. I remember those things too. With that, the television clicks off. Elizabeth tosses the remote down, her voice staying perfectly flat and cold. Just like you guessed, the next tragedy to hit Koei is going to be my own death. What exactly were those monsters? Why were they attacking you and Koei? Lee Jun demands answers. Actually, they were specifically targeting me. The reason for all of this goes incredibly deep. What is the reason? Elizabeth sighs. I cannot tell you. Se-Jun groans. Not this again. Trust me, you and I both want to see what happens next. This is getting intense. Alright, you and I are jumping back into a world where power is everything. No, this is my decision. She snaps while Se-Jun watches her clenched fists. Alright. I won't push it. Deeply touched, she whispers back. Thank you. Se-Jun just shrugs it off like it is nothing. I'm the one who should be thanking you. I'm always relying on your help anyway. She ignores that, pivoting straight to the group's bad luck. That next misfortune, you really don't need to worry about it. Hand on her heart, she looks dead serious. I know exactly why I died before, so I absolutely refuse to go out that easily again. Cut to the forest edge. Heavy footsteps echo everywhere. Someone suddenly calls out, "We are here, Lord Shin Clay." Shin Clay stops dead and glances at his squad. All right, hold your position right at the entrance until I return. I will take this one solo. The others watch him march into the pitch-black dungeon, totally awestruck. Wait, he is soloing a 5-man dungeon. The guy next to him just smirks. If it is him, he is golden. He is an elite mage. Top-tier American hunter. Shin Clay totally ignores their fanboying, stepping through the portal with confidence. Now pay attention here. He literally leads an entire organization called the Magic Tower, they whisper, and he is the genius pioneer who literally standardized all modern magic. Wasn't that new magic theory he just dropped? Absolutely mind-blowing. His buddy nods, completely hyped up, right? How does he even come up with this stuff? It is like the guy came from another world or something. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Shin Clay is on one knee, completely bowing down. That cold arrogance from earlier is replaced by pure, twisted joy. An absolute honor to meet the real master of the Magic Tower, the existence beyond the rift. Right in front of him sits a massive, terrifying figure wrapped in black cloth, dripping with a mysterious blood-red aura. Shin Clay stays kneeling before this giant entity. It is completely shrouded in darkness, radiating a wild, dark, pinkish-red aura. It sits behind a massive spatial rift, its voice booming out. Asinus has fallen. Even with its unstable power, those hunters shouldn't have stood a chance. Shin Clay ducks his head, sounding desperate. I deeply apologize. I tried my absolute best to control the tower's magic. The massive entity growls back. That human is called Meteor. Shin Clay bows respectfully. Yes, we just found out that person's real identity is a Korean hunter named Laloon. You and I know this means trouble. The entity barks an order. Get to her immediately. She is definitely connected to the witch who destroyed Midam. She also helped humanity during the first rift incident, so it is highly likely she has already made contact with Meteor. Shin Clay hears this, and his mind races. The sword saint from the old world mentioned exactly that. A witch helped him. Without her magic, his sword would have never been able to pierce through Asinus back then. After that raid, I tried hunting her down but failed. After a heavy silence, the entity speaks again. Contact me the second you find Meteor. Shin Clay practically grovels. Yes, my lord. The monster extends a creepy skeletal hand through the spatial rift, beckoning him. Good. Now step closer and bow down to me. Shin Clay hesitates for a second but slowly creeps forward. He drops down completely flat, letting that creepy hand press right onto his back. The fingers curl slightly. Suddenly, raw lightning blasts straight from the palm. Shin Clay bites back a scream, his entire body convulsing as energy floods him. Finally, the hand rips away. Shin Clay is left vibrating on the floor, shaking violently as blood pours endlessly from his nose. But his eyes, they are shining with manic gratitude. Staring at thousands of floating magical characters, he gasps. How could you gift me such flawless knowledge? Thank you for this infinite wisdom. He bows flat against the dirt. The entity casually replies, if your mission succeeds, I will elevate you to an even higher tier. Yes, Shin Clay stammers, still shaking. I will bet my own life on dragging Meteor straight to you. Cut to Shin Clay's massive penthouse where he's pacing the hallway, totally hyped. He stares down at his trembling palm with a wildly thrilled look. My blood is literally boiling. I could not find this knowledge anywhere. I could not unlock this stuff even if I spent 5 lifetimes locked in a research lab, and yet, he just tossed it to me like it was nothing. This sheer power and respect is exactly what got me my elite status today. Pushing his door open, his mind goes dark. I will do whatever it takes for more power, even if it means selling out humanity's greatest hero. But inside his office, a guy chilling in a black cloak is just staring at him as he walks in. Seeing him, a smirk creeps onto his face. Shin Clay tenses up, demanding who he is. Trust me, you and I are not ready for what's next. He stands up, facing Shin Clay to clear an obstacle. All right, you and I are diving into some absolute madness. Flashes of lightning erupt everywhere as Shin Clay stands there, completely stunned. Then, boom, the whole room explodes into debris. Se-Jun and Yuiwa just stare, wondering what on earth just happened. They only went shopping for 2 seconds, but they came back to a house that was totally trashed. Elizabeth struggles to stand while little Koa just waves happily at her parents. Total chaos. Elizabeth floats the furniture back with magic, hastily explaining she was just letting the little girl practice some magic. She starts cleaning, but Se-Jun is baffled. What spell actually wrecks a whole house? Koa sprints over to show off her summoning magic. Yuiwa squats down, curious about this new power. Se-Jun checks on Elizabeth while she explains that Koa has been practicing beast summoning. It is a bit wild, but she has got it totally under control now, right? Elizabeth beams with pure pride as the little girl cheers happily. Se-Jun smiles, thinking it makes perfect sense to teach her this. Combat spells were too risky, so Elizabeth chose beast summoning to keep her safe. Now Yuiwa is dying to know what she actually called forth. Elizabeth starts to answer, but Koa stops her instantly. Elizabeth looks down, totally confused. Koa shushes her quietly, calling it a master secret. Elizabeth cannot help but burst out laughing at her. She gives in right away. Clearly, the kid wants to master it before getting any praise. Koa flashes a toothy grin. Now pay attention, because this is where the vibe completely flips. Suddenly, Koa looks gloomy and stressed as the golden afternoon sun hits the window. Something is wrong. She kneels by her magic circle, feeling totally defeated because it is just not working for her. Her parents and master were away, and she really wanted to surprise them with something big. Then she remembers Elizabeth's super important lesson about needing a name first, while watching her trace a glowing word in the air. Koa asks about the name as the floating text transforms into an adorable, smoky, black cat. A great name helps the beast accept you, but Koa panics. She hears noises but cannot understand the language. She cannot even tell if they are trying to say their names. Elizabeth hugs her cat and explains that is exactly why the control is not quite there yet. She promised Koa would know what to do eventually. Now, Koa stares at the circle, feeling more anxious than ever. Staring at the center symbol, she whispers, "Hey, what is your name?" The symbol flashes as an animal noise echoes out. Koa bravely introduces herself as Koa Leoa to the unknown beast. The room glows again with more strange noises. She just stares blankly, having no idea what it is saying. The beast goes silent, so Koa tries calling out again. Still, there is absolutely zero response from inside. She pouts hard and collapses backward with a massive sigh. This is getting way too boring. Master is late and her friend is not around. Adults are always so busy these days. Koa rolls over in pure annoyance, glaring at her stuffed animals. She sighs super dramatically, wishing she had just one friend to play with right now. She wants a friend too. Suddenly, loud laughter echoes from outside. Koa snaps awake instantly. "I know what you are thinking, and yeah, we are definitely investigating this together." She bolts to the window, her sad eyes lighting up with surprise. A huge playground is right there outside. "Friends," she gasps. She watches the kids having a blast below. Meanwhile, that unknown stranger points his finger forward. He sneers about eliminating the obstacle. Shin-Clay stands there, still processing this sudden, brutal attack. Then boom, a massive explosion tears through the room. A giant magical shield materializes through the smoke. Shin-Clay barely summoned it in time. He looks up at the red glow, completely confused. Did that psycho create a barrier? Seeing him still standing, the enemy prepares another strike. A colossal lightning bolt blasts forward. Shin-Clay blocks it, but the pressure is not letting up. His energy is draining fast and his shield is cracking. He grits his teeth, hard. It is a silent barrier. This guy isolated the zone so nobody would hear the fight. He really wants me dead. I have to break this. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. He suddenly realizes that something is very wrong. But before he can even react, a massive staff drops from the sky, smashing right into Shin-Clay. Alright, you and I are diving into a bloodbath where our powerhouse is literally coughing up his lungs. Looking at that faint red barrier, Shin-Clay panics, realizing this magic is just wrong. Completely and utterly wrong. The magic this mysterious guy is throwing around definitely doesn't belong to the legendary magic tower. Collapsing on the floor, Shin-Clay can only curse his luck this nightmare shouldn't even be possible. In his world, every single spell comes from him, the absolute master and leader of the magic tower. The tower is the one and only place on Earth that teaches wizardry to every wizard out there. Magic isn't something humans can just invent, no matter how hard they try. So, seeing a stranger use unrecognizable spells? That shouldn't happen. The more he processes this, the more his face twists in pure terror. His voice trembles as he demands to know the truth. The stranger stays silent, making a furious Shin-Clay scream for an answer. He flings both hands forward, summoning a massive swarm of glowing daggers aimed straight at his enemy. But the mysterious man doesn't even blink. He casually flicks a finger, unleashing a terrifying barrage of yellow lightning. The attacker just laughs with a smug look, certain that everything is going exactly as he planned. Shin-Clay won't hear any of it. He commands his fleet of daggers to launch an all-out strike at his foe. The two massive attacks collide head-on, triggering a massive, earth-shaking explosion that levels the room. Glass shatters, trophies fly, and the wooden furniture is simply vaporized by the sheer force of the blast. Shinclay's legendary staff crumbles into worthless pieces right next to its owner's fresh blood. Now pay attention, because we're moving over to Midden Castle in the Liang Kingdom, where terrifying demons have gathered for a meeting. One of them drops a bombshell. Shinclay is dead. The giant demon loses his mind and shouts in shock, while his partner asks what happens to their master plan. Another demon curses out loud. First, Anise dies, and now this guy kicks the bucket too. One cool-headed demon points out that they've already lost both Sullivan and Lich. Without Shinclay on their side, there's zero chance they can keep messing with the world of Earth. They start arguing about who could have actually killed him, with the giant demon snarling that no normal human could ever take him down. A mysterious cloaked figure suddenly chimes in. Stepping forward, he claims the witch is the killer. After all, Shinclay's final mission was to track down and eliminate that woman. Another demon panics, asking if this could really be the work of that infamous, evil witch. The cloaked man presses on, insisting they must kill the witch immediately to unleash a new era of chaos upon the world. But get this, a mysterious voice suddenly echoes through the hall, making every single one of them jump in shock. A strange man casually strolls right into the grand hall. The monster crew immediately demands to know who the hell he is. He just looks at them with pure disgust, pointing a pitch-black fingertip forward as a terrifying wave of dark energy gathers in his palm. He calmly tells them he'll catch the witch himself. The moment he speaks, the ground beneath them shatters. A swarm of massive stone fists erupts from the floor at terrifying speed, crushing everything in sight. You and I know villains never play nice together, right? He just smirks, telling them to become his sacrifices to create the chaos he wants. Those giant stone hands brutally grab the monsters, squeezing them tighter and tighter by the second. The terrified monsters can only scream in agony as their bodies are completely crushed into paste. The stranger stares at the bloody mess for a moment before turning away with zero remorse. He smugly mutters that he's taken care of old man Shinclay and his pathetic monster crew. Now I just need to find that specific person, he says. Meanwhile, over to little Koa, who is currently staring wide-eyed out the window at a playground full of kids having fun outside. Seeing them laughing and talking, Koa gasps. Look, they have friends. She really wants to play, too. Her face is full of longing until that smile suddenly vanishes. She remembers her master's strict warning, I will be right back, so you must be a good girl and stay inside. Remember, do not open the door for anyone. Trust me, you and I just saw a glimpse of her power. She'll keep practicing her summoning magic until her master finally returns. Alright, you and I are about to watch a little girl step right into a nightmare. She climbs down, hearing laughter. Hearing them play makes Koa hesitate, nervously glancing around the empty room one more time. She creeps toward the door, telling herself she will just say a quick hello and come right back. Koa promises herself everything is fine as she trots outside, but a strange man is chilling on the rooftop next door. He is staring right at her window. It is the same psycho who just murdered Jin Clay at the playground. A little boy spots something, pointing his finger and calling his buddy. Hey Minjin, look over there. He is pointing straight at little Koa. She is awkwardly peeking out from behind a streetlight. The boy says that kid has been staring at them for a long time now. Koa is definitely watching, but she is too scared to move. The boys turn and start whispering to each other. Who exactly is that girl anyway? She seriously looks just like a little princess. The boy replies that she definitely does not go to their kindergarten. He wonders where she even came from. Minjun finally waves and says hello, making Koa light up with pure joy. Koa waves back happily, and suddenly these three boys freeze with their faces turning totally red. Little Minjun looks like a literal tomato as he says, who cares? The more the merrier. He waves back like crazy, asking if she wants to play. She is absolutely thrilled and ready to run over. But suddenly, Koa stops dead in her tracks. She looks up, spotting a faint trail of magic in the air. Someone just used mana, she realizes. Right on cue, a massive crack splinters across the sky as the boys look up. Now pay attention, because this is where the sky literally shatters. A bottomless black hole just ripped open in midair. The kids are just staring, totally dumbfounded. Even Koa cannot hide her panic at this giant void tearing the sky apart. The whole group of kids just stands there completely frozen, staring into the dark abyss. Suddenly, boom! A colossal trident slams down from the rift and violently stabs into the dirt. A massive, armored minotaur drops down, gripping that glowing red trident like he owns the whole world. He is a boss. The kids completely lose their minds, screaming for their parents as a monster rift opens up. Koa is rooted to the spot. Panic sets in as she realizes it really is magic. She felt that aura. Someone actually forced the sky open. Thinking fast, she whips her head toward the building next door. Up on the roof, a sketchy hooded figure is just standing there watching. He does not even flinch. Finally, the guy turns and vanishes. The terrified screams snap Koa back to reality. She sees Se-Jun trapped in the monster's shadow. The creature raises its huge trident for a lethal strike. Koa yells to draw its attention. "Hey, you big idiot." And crazy enough, it actually understands her. Those glowing yellow eyes snap over, flashing with pure rage. Looking at that hideous face, true fear hits Koa. She grips her dress tight, desperately calculating her next move. Her master warned her never to fight alone. If she runs away, Se-Jun is dead meat. But she does not have her ice bear with her. Just then, a bright summoning circle flares up under her feet. A familiar beastly cry rings out. She stares at the glowing magic circle and starts to remember a flashback with her master. She asks if he knows her pet's real name. He thinks for a second and then nods. He gives a knowing little smile. "This little guy worries about you a lot. If you are ever in danger, he will show up demanding to help out." Her master says to just summon him for backup. Remembering those words, Koa finds her courage. She drops down, pressing both hands against the earth. Watch closely, because this next part is absolutely epic. The circle blazes, and she calls out for Anbek. A massive beast explodes onto the scene. Its three-fingered hand casually catches that deadly plunging trident before it hits. With just one hand, it stops the weapon cold, locking the monster into a humiliating dead end. The Minotaur crashes down, losing his balance. But wait. Two little kids are right behind him. They scream as the beast's massive shadow is about to crush them. Then, a solid ice wall bursts out. Koa saves them just in time. "Trust me, you and I need to see what this beast does next." "Alright, stick with me." Someone shouts to be careful, but Anbek just swings his massive trident the other way to protect the kids. The giant beast gets tossed like a toy. Moving like lightning, Anbek charges, grabs its throat, and winds up a devastating punch. Without a single warning, Anbek unleashes a brutal combo, absolutely battering the massive enemy with hit after hit. It has zero chance. Anbek hoists the entire beast up and slams it down with insane force until the ground literally shatters in every direction. The beast is just coughing up blood now. Anbek looks adorable, but he is in total rage mode. He slowly raises a foot for the final blow. That dumb buffalo face finally shows pure panic as a massive shockwave booms out across the field. Koa watches as the beast bounces and the earth shakes, realizing a terrifying curse was just triggered. Anbek is choking him out, mangling that ugly buffalo head into complete, disgusting mush. Anbek is just sitting on the enemy, doing who knows what while the guy screams in absolute agony. It is a total, brutal bloodbath. You and I just learned a valuable lesson: never mess with the cute ones. Anbek is back to looking innocent. We are jumping into absolute chaos. Kai is frozen, staring at the playground that has been turned into a ruined wasteland. Total destruction. Once Koa realizes it is finally over, she plops right down into the dirt. A bright smile lights up her face. She laughs, finally shouting, "I actually did it!" Upstairs, right where Ka was looking a minute ago, a shocked face suddenly appears in the window. She sees the wrecked yard and hears kids crying. Panic sets in. "I only stepped away for 1 second. What just happened?" Bet rushes down the stairs and sprints outside, her mind racing before this entire situation spins totally out of control. "I need to clean this up." But then, Bet stops dead in her tracks, her eyes widening in shock. She catches a quick glimpse of a cloaked figure turning away in the distance. She tells her cat, "Kai, I am leaving the rest to you. Use your magic to wipe everyone's memories and get Ka back home safely. I have to track that guy down." She spins toward the direction the creep vanished in. But there is nothing left except a faint, barely visible trace of magic. Did he seriously just disappear? Bet teleports to the rooftop and finally spots a dim yellow glow left behind in the air. Spatial teleportation magic. That guy already warped himself to a location far away from here. She stares at the faded yellow trail, feeling incredibly uneasy about who this man is. Pay attention here because nobody in this era should know ancient spells. You and I need to find out where he went. Meanwhile, the guy she is hunting hides in an abandoned house, furious that his mission was a failure. I never expected taking out a 5-year-old kid would be harder than killing Shin-Clay himself. Suddenly, a voice echoes out. It is Bet, looking furious and demanding to know why he did this. "Did you try to hurt Koa?" He does not look scared at all, calmly replying that he knew she was going to chase after him eventually. "I just did not expect you to find me. The master really does know everything." Bet crosses her arms, completely annoyed. "What are you even talking about?" The stranger pulls back his hood, points a finger at her, and smirks. "I was waiting for you." Bet glares back, irritated. "How do you know me? And how can you use teleportation magic?" He just stands there listening, but she does not care about his calm expression. She keeps pressing him for an answer. "You learned that from those monsters, didn't you? Admit it." He quickly denies it. "I just work for someone who generously lent me this powerful magic." He is totally confident. It is the Almighty. Bet thinks to herself that there really is a mastermind standing behind this little brat. She asks him straight out, "Who is this person?" He slowly replies with a grin, "I cannot say. My orders were to kill Se-Jun's daughter, Koa, but absolutely not to attack you." Bet is shocked. He adds that there's a high chance she already knows them. Bet frowns hard. Her mind starts racing as she begins figuring things out. You and I are probably wondering the same thing. Who is the mastermind pulling all of these strings? I thought he was just a monster slave, but why was he ordered not to attack me? These monsters absolutely despise me. They would never say that. Plus, monsters do not know Koa exists, so there is zero reason for them to be here. Stick with me because we are diving into a high-stakes magical showdown that you cannot miss. Bet clenches her fist hard. If he is telling the truth, does he know her secret plan to interfere? She scoffs with pure disgust. You want me to follow the man who tried to kill Koa? I would never survive. He just chuckles and tells her not to be so stiff. But Bet is definitely not playing along today. She holds out her hand, gathering a fierce surge of raw magic. With one swipe, energy slashes forward like a razor blade. He does not even try to fight back, just ducks down and covers his head from the blast. Looking totally flustered, he groans and begs her to stop, because he really has to bring her with him. Bet mocks him. You think I am that easy? Tell your master if they want me, they can come here themselves. But the guy is not scared. He just acts completely smug, saying they are not planning to show up that fast. As he speaks, his hand hidden inside that baggy cloak is secretly casting a brand new, dangerous spell. Now watch this. This is where things get dangerous, as a concrete block cracks and falls straight for Bet. Quick as lightning, she flicks her hand a second time. Those massive falling rocks get instantly shredded into fine dust in a mere fraction of a single second. Without missing a single beat, she effortlessly shoves the jagged debris chunks right back into the enemy's face. But somehow he manages to slip directly behind her back, openly stating his next cold and calculated move. Besides, he also needs to separate her from him, from Se-Jun. The second that name drops from his mouth, Bet freezes completely and asks what he just said. Even though she only paused for one single second, the guy spots the perfect opening to strike her down. He lunges, unleashing a massive swarm of dense black magic right in front of her. Recognizing the glowing symbol, Bet gasps out in pure and total horror. Before she can even react, that dark sludge explodes endlessly, entirely trapping her body inside a giant, suffocating sphere. The attacker steps back as Bet collapses hard. Taking a huge breath, he pants about burning way too much power. Good thing his lord gave him this magic. Now the real nightmare is about to begin for our heroine. Let's jump into this mess and see how she handles the nightmare as he crouches by her lifeless body. It is a nasty spell that forces the target to relive their absolute worst and most painful memories. He did not want to use it, but desperate times call for desperate measures. He just smirks at her. "Good night," he whispers as she shuts her eyes. Inside her mind, oil lamps flicker while heavy iron chains clank. Bet has a rough burlap sack shoved over her head, hands bound tight. Two guards violently drag her down the hall. Blinding light pierces her eyes as they rip it off. Her face looks younger but totally starved. A booming voice announces the execution of the witch will now begin. She is surrounded by a massive grandstand, packed with thousands of screaming spectators out for her young blood. The crowd cheers wildly while the king and nobles watch from their high platform dressed in their royal rags. Bet glances up. They force her to her knees as an absurdly long scroll rolls open before them. The official shouts that she plotted to destroy the world and dodged their royal summons for a long time. You have also committed various horrific crimes, including the crime of murder. The glorious empire has decided on the ultimate punishment. Bet grits her teeth in fury, knowing this is fake. I was never summoned once. The officer orders her into the guillotine, and a guard viciously kicks her back. She kneels, her head locked tight. That razor-sharp blade is locked and loaded as the announcer barks orders. The execution will happen immediately now. Bet does not even fight back as tears roll down her dirt-covered face. She has been rotting in prison for so long she has no energy left for magic. She figures she has zero reasons left to live anyway, and she will never see Se-Jun again. Se-Jun, did you know meeting you filled me with hope? It was because I finally knew someone in this awful world had my back no matter what happened, but that wish was too luxurious. I hope we meet next life. Suddenly the king yells to stop. The shocked announcer looks up. The king just stares at her in dead silence, prompting her to look up. Finally, he asks for last words. That tiny spark of hope instantly dies out for her. Last words? She looks around the plaza. The clueless citizens are out there laughing and celebrating her death. Over on the side, they are pointing and gossiping away. You and I just saw a soul break. That tragic finale is absolutely brutal and cold. All right. You and I are about to witness a tragedy turn into a complete nightmare. She bites her lip in fury until it bleeds. She finally spits out the truth, calling them all monsters as tears stream down her dirty, grief-stricken face. Up high, the king stands on his balcony with his nobles. I know what you are thinking. Just wait. A horrific maw opens wide like a door to hell, growling out a terrifying question. Are they all monsters? Blood sprays the air as a mysterious wooden box appears, dripping with fresh, warm gore. The courtyard erupts into screams as the king mocks the witch, asking who she dares to call a monster. The arrogant king declares it finished as green magic flares from golden scissors. He thinks he is finally safe. It is all over now. We see young Elizabeth desperately running through the frantic crowd. Hunted for 20 long years, she stares into the void, terrified of the world's fast approaching end. Every single one of those annoying prophecies has finally vanished into thin air. The king ponders his next move. Without the witch to blame, he will need a new scapegoat the next time bad drama hits. He turns to see a massive, exhausted man clutching a stomach that looks like a giant gourd. The man is sitting on the throne until he suddenly warps into a bulging-eyed, nightmare creature. Vile purple drool leaks from its mouth while horrific lumps burst out across its skin. The demonic freak lashes out with a long tongue as its massive hands grab the air. Toxic purple slime sprays the court, throwing every noble into a state of absolute, frantic panic. He has mutated into a giant green frog with creepy yellow eyes, wildly slapping that long tongue around while disgusting purple ooze drips everywhere. The nobles are instantly sprinting for their lives in total, unbridled chaos. Some draw their blades, but the screams do not stop. This thing is a literal monster. The king shrieks for someone to protect the archbishop while secretly begging for someone to save him. His body is changing. The king frantically rushes to the balcony, looking down and screaming in pure horror as his world falls apart. Karma hits fast. Everyone below is getting possessed and mutating into hideous freaks. Stick with me here, we are dropping into pure chaos. People are melting into monsters, and this king has officially hit rock bottom. He trembles as shadows grow. An image of a tied hostage at the executioner's table flashes before him. It is impossible. On the ledge, the king slams his fist into the stone, screaming in agony. That dark corruption is already eating his hand. He stares in shock. Game over for the king. The king is fully transformed and consumed by dark power. The entire land is now dripping with this terrifying, twisted aura. Could nobody escape this prophecy? A cold stone statue is slowly revealed in the shadows. Lord, your servant Mule has always prayed to you. That chilling execution scene flashes once again. I truly believed that killing the witch would bring peace, that our lands would finally be restored. A man with long white hair and a beard paces around, fist clenched to his chin, as he stares at the sky in deep thought. Why must we be punished like this? Back in town, there was nothing left. Nightmare monsters overran everything. Ever since that fateful day, every single human living in the maze mutated into hideous, mindless beasts. The majority of them lost their sanity. They were forced to slaughter each other to survive. The old man bows his head in despair, realizing he cannot even speak the human tongue anymore. God's voice is silent. Kneeling before the statue, he keeps asking why this happened. Now watch closely, this is where the mystery deepens. The candles flare up as he realizes he may never find true salvation. Trapped in this monster body, the burning candle reflects inside his cracked, inhuman eye. Looking at this filthy form, cut to the jagged cliffs nearby. Glowing red eyes pierce the deep cave darkness, and a voice suddenly echoes. Wow, it took me forever to finally track you down, Archbishop Miguel. Se-Jun crouches in the shadows, casually mentioning that he has a job for him. Fast blurs dash past. I need you to sacrifice your old comrades from the past. Use them to rip open a dimensional rift for a massive army. Miguel stays hidden as Se-Jun pushes. You are a crucial piece right now. Trust me, you and I just witnessed a setup that is going to plunge the entire world back into absolute, pure chaos. Alright, you and I are about to watch a total beast casually rub some moss away before dropping a bombshell. A mutated monster like you wants power, right? He leans toward the cave opening, his voice turning deadly serious. You are dying to sit on that throne again, are you not? A demonic roar echoes from the deep shadows. And what if I refuse? Se-Jun just stares him down, completely unfazed. Well then, but before he can even finish, someone interrupts. That works perfectly fine for me too. It is that same cloaked figure from before, radiating pure power. He snaps. I did not come here to ask for your permission anyway. He glares into the terrifying abyss. Miguel, you are coming to South Korea with me. I know exactly what you are thinking. We jump to a magazine featuring a woman everyone is talking about. Wild transition, right? Even though she is a top idol named Shooting Star, being forced into this modeling gig feels like they are just exploiting her fame. Se-Jun stands beside Ha-Yi-Ram checking the magazine. It is going to be hard to control her like this. Crossing her arms, she says, I will help you pick a gift as payback. Meanwhile, a guy nearby is obsessed with her photo. Wow, it is Shooting Star. She just chats with him, asking why Se-Jun needs girl advice from her instead of others. Shouldn't you ask Uni? He sighs deeply with regret. I cannot exactly ask the girl I am buying the gift for. She nods instantly. Aha, I get it now. So, what exactly do you have in mind to give her? Jun scratches his head awkwardly. Honestly, I have zero clue what she likes. Then he winks, pointing right at her. I am putting all my faith in you, Ram. She just turns away, looking completely done with his antics. So you really showed up here without a plan? Standing in a luxury boutique, she offers a quick suggestion for him. Alright, let us start with the top-tier luxury brands first. He agrees, but suddenly, boom, a blinding blue light flashes behind Jun as an exclusive quest window pops up out of nowhere. Glowing text scrolls past, stunning him. The third misfortune of Loa has officially begun. Confused, Jun whips around to read the quest notice floating right above his head. The goal is to stop the 5 misfortunes, but rescuing Belle is still marked as incomplete on the screen. He glares at that specific line. The third misfortune is rescuing Belle. Status: incomplete. He pictures her silhouette and panics. Stick with me here, because he realizes her next misfortune might be his own death. His mind is racing as he frantically starts typing a message on his phone. I am so sorry, but I have to go home right now. Ram is startled, asking why he is in such a rush. Jun is already running, phone in hand. It is an emergency. He stares at the screen, lost in thought. No signal. Suddenly, they appear in a pitch-black room and he looks around in pure terror. That is where we leave it. Trust me, you are going to want to see this wild system glitch as the signal dies completely. Hello? Is anyone there? He calls out for Ram while she stares at her dead phone and nods. Suddenly, Se-Jun draws a gun and get this, he pulls out a massive blade too. Now they are both armed and ready. Ram aims her gun up, frowning. I think we just fell straight into a dungeon. Then, an alert pops up. They are the first to enter this territory. Gripping their gear, they sprint forward, knowing they are completely out of time. They need to clear this fast, but another window flashes, making Se-Jun incredibly anxious. The world quest has begun. Then boom. The screen cuts to black. Ram readies her weapons, shrinking back slightly. Jun steps forward with his weapon drawn as her voice rings out from behind. Are you sure this is just a normal dungeon? More text appears and he thinks, what the heck is this? The two of them are alone here. They have to keep pushing deeper together. Look at the city completely covered in a toxic purple aura. The system is spamming dungeon break alerts across Korea. Massive cracks rip through the entire city, glowing with a deep, bloody crimson light. Pitch-black energy leaks out as absolute chaos erupts everywhere. The citizens are terrified, running for their lives. Desperate screams for help echo from every corner. The monsters are finally pouring out. People shriek in panic as freakish monsters of all shapes and sizes invade the city streets. With glowing red eyes, they stare down the humans, ready to eat them alive. Bam! Suddenly, a monster's head gets blown clean off. What a shot! Watch closely, because Ram is just getting started. Gritting her teeth, she unloads her magic guns, blasting non-stop into the endless waves of freaks charging straight at her. You and I are about to witness the moment South Korea instantly becomes one massive dungeon. This is not just a building or some small zone anymore. Ram is totally stunned. She yells to Jun. He is standing right beside her, fighting hard to back her up. Still in shock, huh? Ram cries out. How is this even possible right now? Striking down monsters. Jun grinds his teeth, realizing this is the nightmare from his past life. Before his regression, every single country in the world had fallen to dungeons, and that included Korea. Humanity was forced to surrender huge chunks of land, taking 3 whole years to finally stabilize. While fighting, Jun flashes back to that dark and completely hopeless timeline. Back then, humans had to surrender as monsters built massive fortresses to divide up the territory. Snapping back to reality, Jun grips his weapon and takes a stance against the monsters. But wait, this wasn't supposed to happen for a long time. The timing is completely wrong. The system hasn't even done its mass update yet. Why now? Jun's weapon explodes with blue aura. This is happening way too fast. He swings his blade and instantly slaughters the monsters in a blur. Watching his crazy combat skills, Ram wonders why he feels stronger every time they meet. He feels stronger every time they meet. Honestly, you and I are probably thinking the same thing. After clearing the monsters, Jun tells her he has to check something before turning to leave. Wait up, let's go together. Are you crazy? Go to your family, he yells back at her. It is fine, they made it to the bunker. Besides, you need to get back home fast, right? Jun sweats nervously. Wait, did you actually bring a whole car with you? Ram looks smug, gripping her keys tight. Nope, I brought something way faster than a car. They are tearing down the street on a motorcycle, experiencing Ram's absolute god-tier driving skills firsthand. Jun is holding on for dear life, arms wrapped tight so he does not fly off. His terrified, high-pitched screams mix with the roar of the engine as they blast past city blocks. Watch closely now. A bright light flashes, and the system alert finally drops its massive update. The bike slams on the brakes. Se-Jun stumbles off that death ride, holding his spinning head. I really think I am gonna throw up. Sitting on the bike, she just teases him. You were jumping around fine earlier, but as she takes off her helmet, she starts sweating too. Right in front of them, a massive winged monster is swooping down toward a building. That is his house. What about Yoonhee and Chai? Se-Jun grinds his teeth in panic. Before he can react, a pair of tiny hands reaches out, packed with insane magical power. I will handle this quickly, she reassures them from inside. Dad, look. Then boom. A brilliant blue explosion lights up the sky, targeting the monster that was acting tough. The beast is now completely frozen solid and crashing down to earth like a stone. Its entire body is trapped in solid ice as Se-Jun and Iram shield their faces. Staring at the monster, both of their jaws literally drop to the floor in pure shock. Huh, Iram asks the obvious. Did your daughter just do that? I think so, he replies. She rubs her chin, seriously impressed. Even the best hunters were never this good at her age. Is this related to that notification we just got? Se-Jun looks confused. What notification? You didn't get it? The system update. His face instantly darkens as the realization hits him. The system updated already? He panics internally, knowing exactly what this means for his daughter. He immediately takes off running, yelling for her to wait. She watches him sprint away, totally confused. Ignoring her completely, he dashes up the stairs, gritting his teeth in pure panic. The massive update just hit his little girl too. This means she just received the title that kick-started all her past tragedies. Memories flood his mind. He runs through those painful fragments of his past life, frantically calculating how to stop this. And trust me, you and I are going to watch him do absolutely whatever it takes to stop this tragic cycle. Alright, stick with me, because we are about to see if sheer effort can actually rewrite a broken system and destiny. Even after failing the tutorial tower earlier, he finally manages to reach the room. Panting heavily, he busts the door wide open, desperately hoping the butterfly effect somehow altered Koei's personal system update. It had to work. Thick dust completely surrounds the entire room. The massive glass window is totally shattered from when Koei countered that monster earlier. Gripping her bow, Yoonhee immediately calls for Se-Jun. His daughter, practically radiating raw mana, happily runs over shouting for her dad. Completely tense, he activates his penetration skill. Slowly, a glowing notification panel materializes right behind Koei. You and I need to watch this closely, don't blink. He shuts his eyes, praying his worst fear hasn't happened. Trembling, he looks. The panel reveals Koei's title, Mark of Cain. His stomach drops. Did the future actually change? Gathering enough courage to look further down, the witch title appears. Little Koei innocently walks up saying, Dad. Staring at that cursed witch title, his jaw literally drops in shock. His eyes widen as his face goes totally pale. He collapses straight to his knees, utterly speechless and broken. Just a quiet gasp escapes him as he pants heavily. His face is ghost white. His worst nightmare just came true. 0 miracles today. No, this can't be happening. He thought returning to the past meant finally changing things for good. But no matter what he does, is Koei doomed to walk that dark path? Can he seriously not change fate? Painful memories flash by, projecting a terrifyingly dark future right before his eyes. Falling into an absolute abyss of despair, he blames his own incompetence. While drowning in regret, Koei reaches out. Her glowing hand instantly melts away his negative aura. Dad, she calls him, gently touching his shoulder. He snaps out of it, escaping the past and returning to reality. Standing there is his little girl, teary-eyed and worried. Dad, what's wrong? Mom and I are safe. She stands on her tiptoes, wrapping him in a big hug. That simple touch totally wakes him up. Gritting his teeth, he hugs his daughter back super tight. He tells himself it's not over yet. Trust me, you and I are going to watch him rewrite this cursed future timeline together right now. He checks on her. Koei, you aren't hurt anywhere? No, she replies. A relieved smile finally crosses his face. Sorry for worrying you. Dad is fine, he says, gently patting her head. Suddenly, the whole building shakes violently, totally startling both of them. Realizing how dangerous things are getting, he quickly signals his wife. Catching his drift instantly, she scoops up their daughter. Yeah, it's not safe here anymore. Let's head to the shelter. Ha-Iram is waiting downstairs. You two go on ahead, he says, handing Koei to his wife. What about you? She asks nervously. I have something else to check, he replies, looking incredibly determined. Right behind him floats an exclusive quest panel. Change the future and stop Koei's 5 ultimate tragedies. Tragedy number 3. Rescue Elizabeth status currently incomplete. Seeing his family reach safety, he turns around to tackle this crazy new quest head-on. Rescuing her means dragging Elizabeth out of some deadly situation. Probably those same freaky monsters from her memories. They are actively hunting her down right now. But wait, a direct attack makes zero sense. If they just attacked, she would be dead the very second they spotted her. If that were the case, the quest would say prevent her death, not rescue. Going into full detective mode, he figures if it says rescue, she's most likely trapped somewhere or officially kidnapped. What a headache. But honestly, you and I both know you're going to want to see this rescue unfold. Alright, let's jump in. We need to figure out her situation first. Honestly, she's been acting super weird lately. I stayed hoping I'd find some solid clues here. But honestly, without any way to contact her right now, how am I even supposed to track her down? While racking his brain, a sudden cry from the rubble grabs Se-Jun's attention completely. He turns around and his jaw practically drops in pure shock. It is Elizabeth, stuck in her cat form. She is pinned down completely by heavy rocks, totally trapped and unable to escape the debris. Poor Elizabeth is just helplessly wedged under that massive pile of broken building stones. Seeing her like this, Se-Jun quickly says, "Master, please do not worry." He crouches down, using his bare hands to toss away the heavy stones trapping her. As he digs, he asks, "Master, were you stuck under this mess? Thank goodness I found you here. I need to get you to the hideout." Immediately, the rescued cat is held safely in his warm embrace. But just as he is about to leave, something suddenly pops up. "Alright, you and I are starting with a mysterious guy at the door." Se-Jun eyes him suspiciously, wondering who he is. The stranger points at the cat and casually asks, "Hey, mind handing that little thing over to me?" Se-Jun flatly refuses. The cat gets defensive too. Seeing that he has zero intention of giving up his prize, the guy turns threatening. "I really don't want to use violence here," he warns coldly. Se-Jun doesn't flinch. "If you want a cat, go look elsewhere. There are plenty of strays around here." The guy steps forward, ramping up the pressure. "I only want that specific feline." Se-Jun knits his eyebrows together, testing this guy's knowledge. "You know Elizabeth, right? So where exactly is she?" Now watch closely. This is where it gets wild. The guy ignores the question and attacks instantly. Se-Jun counterattacks hard, refusing to be pushed around. His hand flashes straight toward the stranger's face. With one single devastating strike, Se-Jun slams his opponent onto the floor. Pinned down, the guy still won't yield. Using his one free arm, he quickly starts casting magic, but it isn't aimed at Se-Jun at all. The spell blasts the ceiling. Suddenly, the entire room shakes as massive debris crashes down everywhere. The building is collapsing. Se-Jun starts to panic, but the stranger just laughs with pure, twisted amusement. "Too bad. Guess I will wait until next time." He smirks, then boom, he vanishes into thin air. Absolutely furious. Se-Jun grits his teeth and curses. He quickly grabs the cat, desperately trying to escape the collapsing building. He takes a running leap right before the place caves in. But honestly, Se-Jun is still incredibly suspicious. He realizes he's never faced a monster like that before. But that guy? He was definitely human. So who took the real Elizabeth? Let's pause and check in on her. Things are about to get intense. Elizabeth wakes up with a pounding headache. Looking around this totally unfamiliar place, she thinks, "Where am I? What the heck is going on?" She tries to stand up, but her legs are locked tight in heavy chains. Suddenly her memories flood back. Right. I remember now. That absolute scumbag attacked me. Is he locking me up? But this padlock isn't sealed. They know I'm a mage, so how could they be so careless? Elizabeth immediately tries a spell to pick the lock, but after chanting the magic words, absolutely nothing happens. Elizabeth frowns hard. She tries again and again, but those heavy chains don't even budge an inch. She starts getting seriously worried. What is going on? My mana isn't flowing anymore. It feels completely frozen solid. She can't use her magic at all. Elizabeth panics briefly, but forces herself to calm down. Breathe. If I can't use magic, I can still use curses instead. I can curse absolutely anything that is alive. Since they haven't killed me yet, the master will show up soon. Right then, she hears a noise outside. Elizabeth assumes they finally arrived and starts planning her move. The second they open that door, I will curse them and run. The spell is perfect, but Elizabeth suddenly freezes. A massive golem walks in. The tray of food it's holding crashes to the ground. Hit by the curse, the golem staggers wildly, loses total control of its massive body, and instantly collapses. Elizabeth looks at the pile of rubble, feeling pretty disappointed. Cursing a golem? Yeah, that is totally useless here. Anyway, casting a curse on a golem doesn't help. It just depends on their endurance before they finally rot away. Eventually, they just fall apart. This terrifying situation makes Elizabeth shiver as she remembers her dark past with absolute panic. Damn it, she thinks. I cannot believe this is happening right after I finally got my memories back. This feels exactly like that underground prison right before my execution. While reminiscing, Elizabeth suddenly spots something. Her tense face instantly relaxes and a big smile spreads across her lips. Looking at that food tray, Elizabeth starts thinking differently. How ironic. Now I'm like a princess trapped in a castle, just waiting for my prince to save me, even though she is a witch, not a princess. Meanwhile, at the hideout, Uiwa watches her sweet daughter sleeping soundly. So what do you and I make of this? 4 days have passed, and still no word from Elizabeth. Yuyua is staring at the cat Se-Jun brought back. He said she'd contact them through it, but the guy is just grinding nonstop again. She sighs, feeling totally useless. But suddenly ding, the system actually pops up a brand new exchange request for her. Alright, let's dive into a mystery together. That sound is familiar and the space shifts around her. She smiles and says, "We meet again," as another Yuyuiwa materializes right inside this space. This alternate version calmly says hello, leaving our girl shocked since she never expected a call like this. The other Yuiwa gets straight to business. She is here for a deal. Then she drops a bombshell. "I know exactly where Elizabeth is being held. You know where?" The clone just smirks. "Of course I do." Elizabeth is locked up with her powers sealed, exhausted, and showing signs of massive trauma. This alternate version steps up and offers our Yuiwa a huge trade. "I will give you the location, but your accept skill gets locked out. Pay attention, this changes everything. Watch closely now." She explains that fusing their bodies breaks every rule, but it is the only way to help. Yuiwa practically begs for answers. Se-Jun was not alone in saving her. Now tell me the rest. Why do you remember absolutely nothing before your college years? Your parents, your childhood, and school days. Heartbroken, Yuiwa looks down and whispers that she remembers absolutely nothing. Doctors have zero clue why I have amnesia. The clone just says, "Find Elizabeth." Stunned, they just stare. "You will know her location when you wake." That night, Yuiwa tells Se-Jun everything, making him frown. She is definitely in Busan. Se-Jun is baffled how she knows. She says Kay told her. Busan is overrun, a complete disaster zone. Monsters are everywhere. Suddenly, a voice interrupts. Bosses are likely there. Ha-I-Ram crashes the party. "You are not going, right? That is suicide. Wait for official orders. I know what you are thinking. Soloing a nest for a cat? It is insane. The country is falling. Yet he is going solo into a nest for one person. She is important to me. Ha-I-Ram hates the risk involved. I am tagging along." He is shocked. "Really? Going solo is a death wish even for you. You are benching the others, but I am coming along. If we do this, we need a plan. Number 1. Assemble the phantoms. We have 3, so bring the others. Number 2. You are probably visiting Korea's top swordsman family for help, right? Recruit the sword saint too." Se-Jun agrees. Rejection. He stands in silence. "May I know why? Since the dungeon spawned, our territory has been swarmed. Monsters keep scaling up, and we have no solid defense strategy yet. Leaving means game over. It makes sense." He nods. Loaded question. "So, if the monsters vanish, you are free?" That night, Se-Jun and Yuiwa enter the woods. Planning to wipe them out? He deadpans. "Just clearing work." She shrugs, unfazed. "Someone is locked up in Busan. Time to annihilate. Someone really important. I must save her." "You never talk like that. Trust me, follow along." "Alright, you and I are about to witness Han making a move without hesitation as she grabs Jun and Dukan and says, 'Let's roll.' Jun never saw this coming. He asks if she is really tagging along, but Han just laughs it off. "Even if you said no, I was already joining. I am here to learn everything from you." Jun looks awkward. He mutters that he uses a spear, so he might not even be able to help her. Han thinks he is overthinking things. She cuts right to the chase, shouting that she wants to help him. Se-Jun hides a tiny smug smile. Just like that, they team up to slaughter monsters for the Sword Saint. 2 days later, the Sword Saint is walking when his disciple rushes in, completely out of breath and frantic. He shouts that the north is already cleared. This news leaves the Sword Saint absolutely speechless and shocked. The disciple explains they are pushing forward with Lady Han and her guild members joining the front lines. At this insane pace, the monsters in the south will be wiped out before anyone even realizes it. The Sword Saint strokes his beard, nodding. He cannot believe that kid, Se-Jun, actually pulled it off. The kid is a total genius. Now, I need to get everything ready for Busuzan. Deep in the forest, Kang Cho spots something. He steps closer and asks the young man if he is okay. The young guy looks up and thanks him for saving his life. Kang Jo just brushes it off casually. "This place is dangerous, so get to the shelter now." Just then, the guy gets a good look at his face. "Now watch closely, because you and I know this man as the legendary Fist King who crushes monsters with bare hands and leads survivors to safety." Kang Cho hears this hype and just awkwardly scratches the back of his head in total embarrassment. Since when did I get such a weird nickname? He introduces himself properly as Kang Cho and asks the guy's name. The young guy identifies himself as PN. Meanwhile, Yu Unhai is quietly reading in the corner. Suddenly, Koa lets out a soft whimper. Seconds later, she just bursts into loud, heavy, and desperate tears. Seeing the little girl sobbing, Yu Unhai panics. Koa instantly throws herself right into her warm, welcoming arms. Despite having no clue what is wrong, Yu Unhai comforts her, telling Koa she is perfectly safe now. Koa cries that she does not want to be locked up anymore. Yu Unhai gently pets her head to calm her. It was just a bad nightmare. At that moment, Koa snaps fully awake and looks at her little mattress. Yu Unhai tucks her back in, suggesting she is just not used to this place yet. Let's go back to sleep. Everything will be better in the morning. But Koa stubbornly shakes her head, refusing to go back to sleep. She chokes up, saying she has been sleeping way too long already. She hugs herself, looking incredibly anxious. I kept sleeping until Master woke me up. Hearing those words leaves Yu Unhai in a state of total shock. Koa asks where her master is. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Elizabeth is desperately clawing at her own hands in pain. She looks pathetic, gasping for air and writhing in chaos. Her entire body feels like it is suffocating. I know what you are thinking. Her mind is completely shattered, right? It is breaking her. She wonders how much longer she is stuck there. Elizabeth is desperate, wondering if Se-Jun ever faced this. She cannot even establish a connection anymore. Does Cassie even know that I am trapped in this place? I will probably die before anyone finds me. In a flash, a wave of absolute despair washes over Elizabeth. Am I really going to die like this again? She lets out a dark, mocking laugh at her own pathetic state. Elizabeth goes totally berserk, trying to smash everything in sight because she simply does not want to die. After raging out, she collapses, exhausted. Tears stream down her face because her soul is screaming in rejection. I refuse to die. She curls into a ball until her eyes suddenly shoot wide open in surprise. Turns out someone just stepped right next to Elizabeth. She looks up to see exactly who it is. A figure in black stares at her in a weird way. Right then, we cut to another location where a voice speaks up. He finally gets it. We cannot find Kang Cho. Ilheim sighs helplessly, confirming the terrible news. Yeah, I searched everywhere the rumors pointed to, but there is zero trace of him left behind. He needs to know the next step because the signal has been blocked since entering the dungeon. What should we do now? There is no way to contact anyone. This leaves even Ilheim scratching his head in pure frustration. So what do you and I take from this? The plan stays, even if our heroes are totally confused. Alright, let's dive into this together. Ilham points out the harsh reality that they haven't met the requirements yet. We already gave our word to the Sword Saint. If we cancel now, how can we face him or the Saint? Ilham just keeps piling on these heavy, constant worries. If we bail now, how on earth are we going to look Kang Chio in the eye later? You are not someone who makes easy mistakes, so just do what needs to be done now. Right at that moment, Yu Hua steps forward with a bold idea. Se-Jun instantly spins around. Screaming out loud in pure, unadulterated shock, Yu Hua just stands there, totally calm. What is it? When exactly did you even get out here? She says a long time ago. That simple answer makes Se-Jun incredibly suspicious. How did I not notice? She completely masked her aura. A million questions flood his mind as he tries to figure out how she managed to hide from him. Things are getting tense now, but Yu Hua is not backing down an inch from her stance right now. She is heading to Busuzan. Se-Jun is worried sick, but she is about to drop a total bombshell on him. She is bringing Seola along. Se-Jun cannot believe his ears and desperately tries to talk some sense into her. Keeping Seola safe inside the bunker is the only option. No matter how strong she is, Busuzan is a death trap. She cuts him off instantly. She knows the risks, but her resolve is absolutely unshakable right now. Without Seola, finding their target is impossible. Se-Jun's brain just straight up short circuits at the sudden truth. What does she even mean? Honestly, Yu Hua is just as confused as he is, having zero clue what is actually going on right now. Don't blink, because here is the major reveal. She has formed a mental link with Elizabeth. She can sense Elizabeth's exact energy and location. She knows the witch is waiting for them right there. The pieces finally start clicking for Se-Jun. So, Elizabeth is definitely hiding somewhere inside Busuzan. Yu Hua nods. Yes, but she needs Seola nearby to pinpoint the exact coordinates. Se-Jun needs a moment to process this. He has no idea how this happened, but if it is true, he desperately needs her help. Finding Elizabeth in a massive ruined city like Busuzan without a tracker would be a nightmare. Yu Hua breaks his focus again. She heard something else, and it is an absolute bombshell of a secret. Now pay attention to this reaction. Seola's misfortune. The second he hears that, Se-Jun completely freezes. What? His mind is spinning in pure chaos. What did she just say? He is literally sweating bullets now. The entire timeline feels completely derailed. How on earth does she know this? A million panicked questions flood his brain. Only he and Elizabeth knew about this curse. Did Elizabeth somehow manage to tell her? His composure is completely shattered. Just how much does Yuhua really know? Does she know about his regression too? His thoughts go dark. Does she know everything about the lives he lived before this one? Fear grips him like a vice. Will she despise him for it? Se-Jun stammers out a weak, desperate response. Yuhua ignores him and pivots fast. She has a much more important question to ask him instead. If they fail to save Elizabeth, Seola will be in terrible danger. Se-Jun pales as cold sweat starts pouring. Who on earth told you that? Yuhua's voice turns cold as she demands the truth. Answer me, Se-Jun. Did you already know about this? Se-Jun grits his teeth until they nearly crack. He is speechless, his fists clenching in pure frustration. He finally chokes out a yes. That is all it takes for Yuhua to snap. Why did you hide it from me? He looks away, feeling guilty. He wanted to fix it alone. That excuse just makes her more furious. This is their daughter's life on the line. Why would he ever try to handle this completely solo? Does he not trust her at all? Se-Jun desperately tries to explain himself, but seeing the intense pain on her face completely shuts him down. Defeated, he lowers his voice in an apology. Yuhua's eyes soften as her tone turns gentle again. She says she didn't mean to corner him. Now, Se-Jun refocuses everything on the mission ahead. They really cannot leave Seola behind. Just like she said, finding the exact location is impossible without the kid. Protecting her is one thing, but overprotecting helps nobody. Yuhua suggests a very solid compromise. Seola can stay somewhere safe in Busuzan. Plus, the kid wants to go. Se-Jun immediately disagrees with a heavy frown. They can't just drag a child into a war zone because she feels like it. It is way too reckless. Yuhua cuts through his doubts. You will protect her. She is dead serious when she says this. You and I can see the fire in her eyes. It is a look that leaves zero room for arguments. All right, you and I are about to dive into a wild mission. Look at this kid, marveling at the view. We know exactly what Se-Jun is thinking. Does he have enough power this time? He has to protect her. The chopper cuts through the pitch-black night sky. Up front, Hayiram glances back with an update. They are hitting Busuzan soon, so everyone needs to gear up. The Sword Saint, casually holding Koa, needs to double-check something first. They are heading into combat and he is really bringing a toddler along. Se-Jun has been stressing over this all day. He promises there is a good reason, but the Sword Saint is not buying it. What kind of reason? Yuhua steps right into the conversation to explain. Koa holds a special artifact that acts like a compass for their missing target. She explains how the item is magically bound to them. Without the owner nearby, it will not activate at all. Hearing this just makes the Sword Saint even more curious. Who exactly are they hunting? Se-Jun realizes there is no point hiding it anymore. A witch named Elizabeth. Still skeptical, the Sword Saint drills him for answers. Do you even know where this witch is hiding? Yuhua suddenly jumps back in. Yes, just give me a second. She closes her eyes tight. Her entire body pulses with intense mana as the magical connection forms. A moment later, she snaps her eyes open in pure panic. Se-Jun rushes over instantly. Yuhua, are you okay? Clutching her injured hand, she forces the words out with a heavy, shaky breath. She is fine. She gathers herself and confirms Elizabeth is in the southeastern part of Busuzan. Panic in her voice, she urges them forward. Please hurry up. It feels like Elizabeth is in terrible shape right now. Koa innocently listens when suddenly the kid makes a sound. Bam! The entire helicopter begins to violently shake. Trust me. You are going to want to see what hits them next. Stick with me. We are dropping into chaos. She wrestles the controls, pure panic on her face. Dead ahead, a giant fireball. Hayiram screams, "What is that thing?" A cloak suddenly flies past the window, instantly grabbing Koa's attention. It hovers right over the flames. Strangely, the cloak just wraps around the fireball and right on cue, the chopper loses total control and dives straight into it. Metal parts snap and fly off from the impact. Everyone inside is terrified, clueless about what is happening. Hayiram curses in a total panic, screaming that the rotor blades are completely busted. He yells at everyone to bail out immediately. The chopper is going down fast. Se-Jun quickly scoops up Koa, and the whole crew jumps out immediately. Somehow, they all hit the ground safely. Right above them, the helicopter explodes into a million pieces, raining, burning wreckage everywhere. Se-Jun is still shaken up. He wonders what that insane fireball actually was. Hayiram guesses it just flew in from out of nowhere. It definitely looks like somebody launched a direct attack right at them. Judging by that power, Hayiram already has a suspect in mind. Se-Jun nods in agreement. They are both thinking the same thing. A boss monster is seriously bad news right now. They literally just stepped foot in Busuzan and a boss is already jumping them. Is it a fire-type monster? From what he remembers of the past, he does not know this specific boss's real identity, because before he regressed in time, it seems the regional boss had somehow handled this thing all alone. The Sword Saint finally speaks up, claiming he tracked exactly where that fireball came from. Se-Jun turns around, totally shocked. Really? The Sword Saint confirms it, but then he drops an absolutely massive bombshell. Next, Yuhua points out that direction is exactly where the witch was staying. Se-Jun's eyes go wide. Did the boss capture her? Now pay attention, this is where the area shakes violently. Ha-Yiram panics, screaming, "What is it this time?" Se-Jun readies his weapon on high alert. The chopper crash definitely drew a crowd. Busan's ugly monsters are staring at them. Seeing this swarm, Yuhua gets nervous. There are way too many. Se-Jun studies the horde. Now they only have one choice. Carve a bloody path forward. He is not even sure if they can recover the spear at this point. No other options. He plans to use a piercing skill to force an opening, but as he steps up, the Sword Saint blocks him. "Leave this trash to me." Se-Jun stands perfectly still, watching the old man move. Feeling that familiar burst of spiritual energy, he realizes it instantly. Ah, the Sword Saint tier. A blade technique meant to literally reach the heavens. The sword makes a sharp ringing sound as he draws a flawless circle around himself. The Busan monsters swarm closer. That skill shows why he is a legend. You and I need to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to watch every single monster get sliced into absolute ribbons. Se-Jun stares in awe. Seeing that entire mob get instantly deleted is pure madness. Truly a sword saint. Se-Jun seizes the moment, shouting out to everyone that it is finally time to move out. "We are pushing through." The whole team charges forward together as one. Se-Jun is constantly calculating their best tactical move. With that busted chopper, backing down is not an option, so they have to keep pushing forward without a single stop. The squad's current objective is to push toward the southeast. The ground beneath them is paved with monster corpses. After scanning the area, Han starts to get a bad feeling. He notices the monster numbers dropped off a while ago. Se-Jun nods, feeling the same thing. Yeah, they are getting way closer to the boss. The lower monsters probably fled just to avoid the boss's presence. Yoon-hee is surprised hearing that monsters actually run away from other monsters like that. Se-Jun explains that territorial beasts can be absolutely terrifying. He then kneels down quietly, whispering a question to little Koa. "Do you know how many enemies are ahead?" She closes her eyes and gives her answer instantly. Just one massive monster on the other side of the building, nothing else. Se-Jun is caught off guard. One giant monster. She nods, describing it vividly. As tall as the sky and wide as the earth. Se-Jun realizes what is up ahead. He announces, "Hey everyone, the boss is right there." They need to be silent to avoid detection. The group creeps forward slowly, turning the corner into a new path. Han's face is pure disbelief. Unbelievable. Lying right there in front of them is a massive, sleeping dragon. Is that the boss? A dark realization hits Se-Jun. Even from this distance, he knows it is a fact. If that thing catches them, it is instantly game over. Se-Jun looks closer at the scene, blocking their path. Watch closely, because things are about to get very intense. If that sleeping boss wakes up right now, it is an absolute disaster. This situation is the definition of a nightmare. Se-Jun urgently calls out to Yoon-hee. He needs Elizabeth's exact location right now. Yoon-hee tracks her down. She confirms Elizabeth is trapped inside that dark pit right behind the literal dragon. Se-Jun feels the heavy pressure. Of course, she is right there. He stares, calculating his next move. But honestly, with a beast that ridiculously massive, its awareness is probably pretty low. Since it is deep in sleep, there is a huge chance it won't even notice tiny humans creeping by. Se-Jun figures it out. This is their one golden window to sneak past. He quietly signals the team, time to push forward. Yoon-hee holds little Koa tightly in her arms. Se-Jun keeps his eyes locked ahead on high alert. The whole squad moves quietly until they suddenly freeze. Se-Jun stares at what is in front of them. He points them out, signaling everyone to follow down the staircase. Deep below, there is a weird, unsettling surge of energy, a strange spiritual aura. Se-Jun pieces it together. For energy like this to pop up, now watch closely, because you and I are about to witness something truly crazy. Alongside Elizabeth, a massive dungeon just spawned. Diving in without prep is reckless, but turning back is way more dangerous. He makes the call to rescue Elizabeth first, then teleport away. That is their safest bet. I dragged us into this, so I will make sure everyone gets out alive. He is taking full responsibility for his squad. After sneaking ahead, the entire group comes to a dead stop in front of a door. Han looks confused. I thought there would be monsters or loot, but it is just a door. She asks Se-Jun the next move. Our only option is to head straight inside. We have pushed this far. We can't just turn around and run home. Suddenly, Koa calls out to him. Se-Jun quickly looks down at her. What is wrong, Koa? She clings to him, terrified. I hate this place. It is not empty at all. Whatever is hiding inside is making me freeze up. She literally cannot move her body. Se-Jun pauses for a second. He kneels down, whispering, "Should we avoid going inside? Is it really that dangerous?" Koa weakly shakes her head. "No, that is not it. We have to go in. My master is trapped inside there. Is there some crazy, overpowered monster locked away in this room?" In the end, he trusts her intuition. "I understand. Trust me, you and I are about to witness something truly insane, as that door violently bursts open with freezing air. You and I are diving into a dungeon where one wrong move means death." Hun shivers as the cold hits him. "Move in now." You and I know exactly what a system alert means as the blue screen flickers hidden dungeon entered. A special quest begins conquer the hidden witch's hideout. The squad stops dead before a massive wall of ice. Eunhee stands there, totally stunned by the sight. Hyen looks on, unable to wrap her head around it. She squints, doubting her own senses. Am I the only one feeling this insane pressure? The others quickly agree. No, I feel it too. Se-Jun is absolutely shocked when he realizes the mana in the air is totally dead. It is not moving. He realizes something terrifying. The mana is not gone. It has been completely frozen in place. This aura is not a monster. It is raw mana. Jun screams at the top of his lungs. Everyone fall back. Run for the door. But as they try to escape, the heavy stone slams violently shut. Hun bangs on the exit, but it's locked tight. Right on cue, bizarre objects start spawning all around them. Ha-I-Ram blurts out in disbelief that this is madness. Jun shouts to stay calm and maintain formation. The creatures lunge forward. Jun bites his lip, sweating bullets. Can they actually fight these things off? He desperately searches for a way to survive. Without mana, a superpowered hunter is basically just a regular person who spends too much time at the gym. Every hunter needs mana to fight high-tier monsters. Now watch closely, because they are about to get desperate. Suddenly, a spark goes off in his head. Wait a second. Jun realizes there is one type of weapon that ignores mana. He shouts his order instantly. Ha-I-Ram, pull out your guns. She is confused but follows his lead anyway. She fires a crisp headshot, a direct hit on the monster. She blasts the others without missing a single beat. Ha-I-Ram unloads her clip like a total action movie star, locking onto every remaining target in sight. The monsters are literally crumbling into pieces. Boom! She completely shreds another one. She twirls her gun with a flawless reload spin. It hits her, then her firearms never needed a single drop of mana. Eunhee and Choir are thrilled to see the beasts drop. Full of swagger, Ha-I-Ram stands tall. She tells the group to grab a weapon. If you do not know how to shoot, she will give a crash course. With the monsters gone, they push deeper. After scoping out the path, Se-Jun finally realizes something strange. He thought it would be incredibly easy to get lost down here. But surprisingly, the dungeon layout is super straightforward and easy. Are they just spamming high-tier enemies at us? Suddenly, Hun calls out to look ahead. She is pointing straight into the freezing darkness of the cave. Deep in the heart of this cave, everything is swallowed by bone-chilling frost and swirling, pitch-black demonic energy. So, what do you and I make of this? That is the legendary holy sword, chained by a deadly curse. He clenches his fists. Stick with me here, because everything is finally starting to make sense. He tightens his grip, realizing that Elizabeth is definitely behind that exact door. Jun screams her name at the top of his lungs, desperate to find his friend. Elizabeth, are you in there? The holy sword chimes, but there is zero reaction from inside. Hun quickly realizes the situation is grim. Getting through this blocked path is going to be almost impossible. So, how do they actually open it? Ha-I-Ram deadpans a wild idea. Why not just blow the door open with grenades? Jun shuts that down. Way too dangerous. If she is inside, the explosion would absolutely catch her in the blast. Suddenly, a tiny hand shoots into the air. Little Sa volunteers for the job, her cute face packed with absolute confidence. She says she can definitely get it open. Yua nervously tries to stop the little girl. Sa, absolutely not. It is too dangerous for a kid. But she just smiles and promises she will be fine. Sa slips right out of Yua's arms and drops to the floor, saying she just needs to do this. She dashes forward, sending Yua into full panic. She takes a deep breath and blows with all her might. Beautiful snowflakes swirl around Sa's tiny feet, while the party stands frozen in anticipation. A moment later, she happily skips forward. Hun and Ha-I-Ram just stand there, jaws hitting the floor. Wait, how did she even do that? My attacks did nothing. Sa suddenly points her tiny finger straight ahead at the path. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see what is behind that door. Sa stands bravely before the entrance. Se-Jun gasps, but stick with me because this is where the story gets absolutely insane. As the door swings open to reveal a room full of gross slime, Se-Jun immediately pokes his head inside. There, huddled in a dark corner right in front of him, is Elizabeth. Se-Jun softly calls out her name. The moment she hears his voice, her head snaps up instantly. She locks eyes with the man standing before her. Se-Jun. Her face turns blank, drowning in pure despair. She refuses to believe it is real. No, this has to be another hallucination, right? It must be the same illusion that trapped her before. Hearing her rambling, Se-Jun looks completely confused. Elizabeth, what are you talking about? Suddenly, her voice drops low and dark as she asks if he will trick her again. Furious, Elizabeth screams for him to get lost. This aggressive outburst leaves Se-Jun absolutely stunned. To make things funnier, the little girl pokes her head out from behind him, scolding Elizabeth like an angry mother. Feeling like things are going south, Se-Jun looks up at Elizabeth, completely helpless. Seeing her in this broken state makes her feel incredibly distant. She looks exactly like she did when they first met in the tutorial tower. Se-Jun slowly kneels down, gently setting his massive weapon aside on the floor. Who knows what hell she endured, but he uses his softest voice to comfort her. It is okay now, he says. I will not hurt you. Elizabeth finally recognizes him, and her intense panic begins to fade. Se-Jun slowly raises both of his hands into the air. He acts as harmless as humanly possible, promising he is here to help. Full of suspicion, Elizabeth asks if he is truly Se-Jun. Did you come to save me? Se-Jun gives her a totally deadpan response. No, I actually got kidnapped here too. Elizabeth lets out a shocked gasp. Then, he leans forward with a gentle smile and offers her his hand. I am just kidding. I definitely came to rescue you. Se-Jun flashes a warm smile, telling her it is time to go home. Elizabeth freezes in absolute disbelief. Her wide eyes fill with tears as a spark of hope finally blooms in her shattered heart. This time it is different. Someone actually came to save her. Finally, the squad heads out together. Someone breaks the silence, asking if that creepy robed man was the one who kidnapped her. Elizabeth recalls the nightmare and confirms it. That is right, he was definitely the last person I saw. An unknown third party is actively interfering here. This kind of madness has never happened before. Now, pay attention here, because things are about to get even worse for our party. Elizabeth suddenly realizes those terrible things she saw might not have been illusions. Meanwhile, Ha Yi-nam scratches his head in total confusion. Hey, do you guys feel like something is weird here? Se-Jun instantly questions him. Weird about what? Ha Yi-nam points out the most suspicious detail. They are deep inside a dungeon, yet there is absolutely no boss monster in sight. She had noticed the exact same thing earlier. Every monster they fought was just a boring golem. Does this dungeon really lack a boss? Meanwhile, Han is happily chatting away. I know what you are thinking. This is a weird time for introductions. Can I call you by your name? Elizabeth? Turns out Se-Jun is still on high alert. That missing boss is seriously bothering him too, but let us focus on finding the exit first. He reminds everyone of their priority right now. Mana is totally blocked here, so we need Elizabeth's teleportation magic to get everyone back safely. Han shoves the massive double doors open with ease. Even she is shocked. It just swings open? That is incredibly suspicious. The door was definitely locked tight just a moment ago. A system panel pops up, confirming the witch's hideout has generated a new gate. Yuhua is totally lost. Wait, confirmed? What does that mean for us? And what kind of gate? Suddenly, horror washes over her pale face. She points straight up, stuttering in pure terror. Everyone, look up there. Hovering right above the party is a terrifying monster glaring down at them, its red eyes filled with murderous intent. The group stares in absolute shock at the towering beast. Is that literally a dragon? It breathes out a blast of hellfire, sending Se-Jun into a panic. Elizabeth, how is that teleportation coming along? She is sweating bullets. If it was just her, it would be easy, but this many people will take a little while. How do we think this ends? Se-Jun screams in terror as Elizabeth drops a bomb. 3 minutes. The dragon spews fire, and Elizabeth curses as she realizes they are in deep trouble. She transforms into a cat and screams. You and I are not going to want to miss what comes next. Alright, let's jump in. That cat mask is literally melting, but Elizabeth desperately swallows the inferno whole. Every ounce of her strength goes into absorbing that blast. The fire dies, but she collapses, completely drained. Loon screams for everyone to watch out. She can't take another hit. They have to stop the next strike. Amidst the chaos, Se-Jun calculates 3 minutes. With 0 options left, he starts swapping out his weapon. He has to go all out for the next 3 minutes. Loon desperately shouts for more backup now. Yu and Kohaha Iram focus their firepower right at the beast. They unleash everything, but the dragon just hovers there, effortlessly deflecting the blast with a single wing flap. It is pure chaos. Se-Jun's heart stops when he sees a massive magic circle already covering the entire floor. They are caught completely off guard. Han realizes it's a massive area effect spell and drops the terrifying truth. Now watch this, everyone is trapped inside the range. If that magic triggers, they are all dead men walking. Loon grits his teeth, looking dead serious. If it covers this much ground, There is literally nowhere to run. He realizes they have to hit it hard to weaken that magic strike. The dragon glares down, leaving Lelin completely paralyzed by its terrifying presence. Hearing this, Koa quietly whispers to herself, "Defensive magic?" She just stands there frozen, staring straight up with innocent eyes. Koa observes that normally, mana drifts in the air like dust specks, but right now, the movement is totally different. She notices every mana particle is frozen solid, unable to move even an inch. You can't cast spells like this. Suddenly, Ka figures out exactly what's happening. Can she pull off that same trick to block it again? Determined, she slams her hand onto the glowing circle. She braces herself, praying for a miracle. The magic circle immediately begins reacting to her raw mana, but seeing how many targets are left frustrates her. No, there are just way too many. Anxiety starts to creep in, but Master and Kai can't do this. Her determination suddenly spikes through the roof. She has to be the one. Loon glances over as the desperate situation forces her to take action. Running out of time, she channels her mana with full force. Meanwhile, the holy sword slashes a heavy strike right into the dragon's defense shield. Down below, Koa's mana slowly overtakes the circle, while her dad and Santa distract that hideous monster. Spotting the holy sword, the dragon gives chase with a furious roar. Loon takes the opening and charges right in. He slams his weapon into its body. Mana mixes with dragon blood while Ka struggles desperately for control. Just a bit more. The dragon circle is finally coated in Koa's mana. Han watches as the formation fades away. It's done. Sweat drips down Koa's face, but she flashes a triumphant smile. She collapses happily, muttering, "I did it." Yuiwa panics, screaming her name while the dragon is still suppressed. You and I might think they won, but no. Se-Jun orders an immediate retreat because it's attacking again. He shouts for Elizabeth, and she knows the drill. She's ready. A massive teleportation spell begins to flare up. She urges everyone to move fast. She rushed the magic, so this portal won't stay open for long. Lilin steps through but turns back. Elizabeth is just standing there, frozen in place, and he absolutely freaks out. "Elizabeth, what are you doing? Get over here." But she just whispers that she is sorry. But she can't go. Loon is confused, but Elizabeth sadly explains that her mind has already gone completely and utterly crazy. Tortured by hallucinations, she thought everything was fake. She remembers earlier, but she knows he was undeniably real. Placing a hand on her heart, she wonders if the other things she sees might be real too. Pure honesty. Now that she knows, she has to verify it. Se-Jun is panicking over the delay. He doesn't care. Come through first. Despite his screaming, Elizabeth just stands there, refusing to move. She slowly closes the portal. Elizabeth turns away, looking at them with deep, heartbreaking regret. Before it cuts off, she leaves Koa to them. Loon screams Elizabeth's name in absolute despair. The system pops up. Failed to prevent the third misfortune of LOA. A unique quest has been created. Standing alone in the void, a voice echoes. Why didn't she run? Elizabeth gives absolutely no response. And trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. The dragon growls, and the witch prepares for madness. Elizabeth has a theory to test, but the arrogant dragon roars that he'll make her regret this. She isn't leaving alive. It dives down, launching a massive attack to finish her once and for all. But Elizabeth just raises a hand. Magic flares, and she slams the dragon before it can even react. All right, you and I are about to witness Elizabeth absolutely dismantle a monster. She coughs blood, then delivers one final, crushing blow. She hits it with a relentless combo, forcing a scream of agony from the dragon. Its face is shattered and bloody as it slams into the earth, his body completely surging with mana. Elizabeth does not even flinch. It turns out that dragon was actually the core of the world. She had this all figured out from the start. Trusting her gut, she calls out to the figure waiting ahead. The Sword Saint is totally baffled, wondering what on earth is happening. Meanwhile, Ha-Ram is getting annoyed, asking why she is staying back. Yu-Yuwa holds Koa tight, her face a mess of anxiety and complicated emotions. Se-Jun, what did Elizabeth say to you right before she left? Se-Jun just stands there, staring into the void. He finally admits he does not know. She just said she needed to test one of her illusions. An illusion? Before they can process that, a system window appears. Hidden dungeon alert. You are the first to raid the witch hideout. Quest complete. But here's the kicker. The difficulty was so low that there are 0 rewards for the group. Now, stick with me here, because the group is collectively losing their minds over this screen. Wait, we raided it? If they did not see a boss in this hidden dungeon, then who actually took it down? Hold on. What if that dragon was not the regional boss of Korea, but the hidden dungeon boss instead? Ha-Ram fires off questions as the squad debates the true nature of that dragon. If that is true, then their theories are dead wrong. So, who was powerful enough to slay that terrifying monster? While everyone is busy theorizing, Se-Jun suddenly collapses. He hits the ground and stays completely motionless. The team panics, screaming his name as they rush over. Se-Jun, wake up! Then, another system prompt flashes before them. He absorbed a fragment of memory. Cue the flashback. I still remember my life before the regression. The magic tower kidnapped her, and I did everything in my power to find her, but I failed. I could not even get close before they threw me out. Shortly after, the dungeons began appearing across Korea. In that past life, I joined Haram's Legion Guild. That was when the Sword Saint finally took notice of me. I trained like an absolute beast under his guidance. Eventually, I perfected my thrusting skill to a mastery level that was insane. But when I finally went back to the guild, the entire world was calling my daughter a monster. It all began with the death of Sun Su-hyun and the total collapse of the magic tower. She returned, took him out, and shattered the tower. You and I are probably thinking the same thing, revenge, right? But it went deeper. All the fans of Sun Su-hyun, the Hunter Association members, and even the elite guard families were involved. They were all tasked with guarding that tower. But her overwhelming power slaughtered every single one of them. Because of that bloodbath, Koa was hunted for years. I tried to track her down, but she was always gone. I desperately tried to track her down a few times. I knew in my gut she had a reason for everything, but she was hiding all alone and off the grid. In the end, I had 0 options left. I joined the raid team hunting her, the witch hunters. Cut to a dark corner where Koa is shivering by a small fire. Suddenly she tenses up, on high alert. It is Anbek. She recognizes him and feels a massive relief. She waves him over and quickly asks if the area is safe. You scared me. Are there any hunters nearby? He just shakes his head. That answer lets her drop her guard as she checks her leg. She tries using magic to heal the wound, but it fails completely. The pain is so bad she grits her teeth. The injury is worsening by the second. Anbek watches her condition drop, feeling completely nervous for her safety. She stares at her leg, powerless to stop the pain. She cannot hold the emotions back. Tears well up as she thinks of her mom, her master, and her father. She has to find Se-Jun right now. The second she thinks of him, she forces herself up. After traveling for forever, she finally finds the guild base where he is currently stationed. Knowing she must see her father, she sneaks into the city wearing a heavy cloak to stay hidden. She scouts the area, remembering how people built these safe zones to keep monsters out after the dungeons first spawned. She never expected this place to be a fortress. Then, her instincts scream, danger. Incoming threat. Her instincts scream that danger is close. Koa ducks into a blind spot to avoid being seen. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to witness things getting absolutely wild. Kangdu scratches his head, feeling something is seriously off, and tells his partner, Man, I have a really bad feeling about this. She recognizes him instantly as Fist King Kangdu, a legendary witch hunter. It looks like things are about to get incredibly intense from here. Let us dive into this madness together. Why is he here? I barely shook them off. Did they actually catch up already? This is not good at all. First, I need to run away. Wait, is that someone talking over there? That voice sounds incredibly familiar to her. Please help me. Miss Yoonhee, you already know exactly who I am. Right in front of Seola, a man is bowing deeply, begging the granddaughter of the Sword Saint. She completely freezes. The man begging on the ground is her own father, Se-Jun. The Sword Saint's granddaughter just glares down at him. I know my grandfather trained you, but that is no reason to let you join my team. You are the father of that witch, Seola. She grabs him by the collar, fuming with pure rage as she spits every word at him. Do you not know? Your daughter destroyed the magic tower and murdered my parents. She roughly shoves the man away, practically growling at him. You are obviously just going to drag this raid down with all your messy, personal feelings. Why should I ever allow you to come with us? Why do you even want to join? Seola stands frozen right around the corner. Every harsh word burns into her mind. She remembers exactly what Elizabeth told her before. We are a family. Seola thinks desperately, Father, are you really looking for me? Will you actually take my side against them just like my master said? After a heavy, oppressive silence, Se-Jun finally speaks up. She squeezes her eyes shut, desperately hoping for her father's support. He looks at her and says, I have no feelings left. The system suddenly flashes his stats. Title, Spearman, Unique Skill, Clown. It is just as pathetic as it sounds. Now, pay attention, this is the moment everything shatters. He coldly states, I want to kill the witch too. Hearing this, Seola goes numb, plunging into total despair. Why? Why does absolutely everyone want me dead? They never even listen to my side. They do not know what those bastards did. Why does the world want to kill me? Why do I have to die? Her uncontrollable emotions cause the raw energy inside her to spike aggressively, slipping completely out of control. A massive wave of pure power explodes, violently shaking the entire area. Everyone panics at the terrifying pressure. They start screaming at each other. The witch is here. drowning in absolute darkness. She views everything as an enemy now. If the world wants me dead and the very last person I trusted has turned his back on me, then I will destroy this entire world. Se-Jun suddenly gasps, his eyes shooting wide open. His face shows complete exhaustion. Dark circles frame his eyes like a raccoon. He bolts upright in a room packed with storage boxes, while everyone else is still fast asleep. Memories flood into Se-Jun's mind like a crashing wave, starting from the tear on Seola's face, to the crushing loneliness surrounding her, and the blind rage completely consuming her heart. Se-Jun turns pale, quickly covering his mouth. He grabs a nearby bucket and violently throws up. That gross commotion immediately wakes up all the other sleeping survivors. They sit up, extremely annoyed. Gross. What is that? Someone clicks their tongue. Why so loud this early? You and I both felt that, right? Se-Jun stops puking, feeling totally confused. I still clearly remember the intense emotions from that terrifying memory. The utter isolation and absolute despair that Seola felt. It is so overwhelmingly painful that I can barely endure it. Se-Jun's pale face shows pure disbelief. That cannot be real. It just cannot. A familiar voice suddenly pulls his attention away. Se-Jun. Yoonhee approaches, looking super worried. Se-Jun, you are awake. He asks in confusion. Yoonhee, where is everyone else? Seeing he looks mostly okay, Yoonhee sighs in massive relief. You passed out, so we rushed to the shelter. Yu Hua-yan and the Sword Saint went back to the Goryeo sword family. Sweat is literally pouring down Se-Jun's face. Yoonhee cautiously asks how he feels. He stays silent. Se-Jun clenches his fists, nails biting into his skin. He finally regains his usual calm composure. Slowly standing up, he says, Yoonhee, tell Hiram and Salah to get ready to leave immediately. Yoonhee is completely caught off guard by his words. Looking shocked, she asks where they need to go so suddenly. Se-Jun turns to her, speaking with absolute certainty. We are heading to Seongbuk. He furrows his brows, knowing there is a hunter encampment over there. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are diving into a world where failure means death, and survival is just the start. At least Vidi is still alive for now, but the next disaster is already looming on the horizon. His mind immediately races back to his daughter, Seola, who has been hunted by darkness this entire time. Those absorbed memories are the key. Seola's next tragedy is a brutal witch hunt, and time is running out. Soon-hee and Ha-I-Ram quickly pack their gear. Leaving their safe zone behind, Lee-Jun hardens his resolve. He has to prepare everything before the nightmare begins. His face is set, ready for the absolute worst. Meanwhile, in a ruined wasteland covered in the blood of countless monsters, Ebby cautiously approaches the mysterious girl standing there. He asks, Are you really Kay? Are you the Kay I know? She suddenly steps forward and grabs him. The tension in the air is absolutely suffocating. She presses Ebby's hand to her heart and says, Yes, master, it is me. Ebby completely breaks down in tears. Ebby chokes up, unable to believe she is actually alive. His heart is racing as he stares at her face. Kay reveals the cloaked puppet was hers. Looking down, she apologizes for dragging her here so roughly. She admits she just did not have any other choice left. It was the only way to protect her. Ebby gently holds her, saying it is okay. All that matters is that she is safe and sound. But then, Ebby feels wild energy surging through Ka's body. He panics because her mana is a complete, chaotic mess. Honestly, if she collapsed right now, nobody would be surprised. Ka just quietly rubs her arm. She casually says that crossing dimensions to get here drained almost all of her power. Ebby is stunned. You crossed through dimensions alone? Ebby feels totally helpless and starts scolding her for being so reckless. You are lucky, your condition is only this bad. Why did you push yourself so hard to get here? Ka slowly gives her heavy answer she came back to fix a broken past. Ebby is lost. What broken past? Ebby asks. Kay replies that she knows the truth. Then, she drops the bomb Lee-Jun regressed. Now pay close attention here, because everything changes. That revelation leaves Ebby completely frozen in place. Ka's dark memories flash back to a world in ruins. Absolute, total devastation. We see Ebby's long hair soaked and stained in blood. Heartbroken, Ka reveals the painful truth. Everyone she loved died in that timeline, her mother and her master. A flashback shows them laughing as a family. Ka growls, seeing how happy Lee-Jun looks after coming to this new timeline. Just thinking about it fills her with pure rage. She clenches her fists until you can hear her teeth grinding. I ended up like this, and it is sickening. Ebby panics, trying to defend him. Lee-Jun is desperately trying to fix his mistakes and find redemption, but Ka is having none of it. Coldly, Ka fires back, who was the one forced to suffer for all of his failures. Ebby turns pale at those piercing words. He acts like a hypocrite, living happily as if nothing happened. Do you really call that redemption? She steps closer to Ebby, her voice turning soft and low. I know you always try to defend him, but I need to ask you one thing clearly. Whose side are you on? That question makes the room go silent. Abby stares with wide, shocked eyes. Hesitant, she mutters Ka's name. Placing a hand on her chest, she whispers, I am on your side. I know what you're thinking, but how could she not choose her? She is the only one who truly understands this broken heart. Ka lets out a massive sigh of relief. The tension finally starts to break. Grabbing Abby's wrist, she whispers, Thank heavens, you will help me, right? Abby asks what she needs. A sudden flash of sadness crosses Ka's face. She admits that she is incredibly, painfully jealous. She remembers her younger, innocent self hugging a teddy bear with a massive, bright smile. I am so jealous of my younger self. That kid has everything without losing a single thing. Those heavy words leave Abby stunned. She tries to call out, but Ka clenches her fists to stop her. I know I should not feel this way. That little girl deserves every bit of happiness. Ka tilts her head with a bitter smile. You and I just witnessed a heart breaking in two right now. Right. The scene fades as dry leaves fall slowly to the ground. All right, you and I are heading back into Korea, where winter has finally hit, burying absolutely everything under a thick blanket of snow. Inside a warm, cozy room, a hand holding a pen draws a line on the wall to measure a little girl's height. Yuyuwa smiles brightly, looking down at Sia and praising her with nothing but pride. Her little Sia has grown so much. The girl excitedly asks if it is really true, and Yuyuwa nods with total confidence. She walks over to the window and pushes it open. A frigid breeze from outside immediately sweeps into the room, making Yuyuwa's hair flutter gently in the cold. She relaxes for a moment, simply gazing out at the buildings. 5 months have passed since they left the shelter. In just 5 months, so much has completely changed. She leans her body out over the windowsill and reflects on it all. At first, she did not understand what Se-Jun meant, but everything seriously played out exactly like he said it would. Yuyuwa remembers the epic scene where the four of them teamed up to absolutely crush the monsters. After that, Se-Jun gathered all the hunters and capable civilians to finally fight back against the beasts. In Seongbuk, Yuyuwa sweeps her gaze across the incredible view. With the massive help of non-combat hunters, they actually managed to build massive walls and entire buildings. They established a huge safe zone where everyone could finally live in total peace. She recalls hearing rumors that other regions have already set up their own safe zones exactly like the one here in Seongbuk. Yuyuwa watches the crowds of people walking by and wonders how Se-Jun even thought of all this. She rests her arms on the window frame, looking up at the sky in deep thought. Sometimes it feels like he already knows the future. Stick with me, because this is where the mystery deepens and light shines into the leader's office. Se-Jun looks at the envelope. Ha-Iram holds a letter from the Blue House. We are diving right in. Se-Jun wonders about the Blue House. Ha-Iram holds the letter between her fingers, confirming other safe zones are fully built. Things have finally stabilized, and it looks like they want to invite representatives from every single safe zone to an official summit. Se-Jun is totally stunned by Ha-Iram's words. She tells him they are both representing Seongbuk. He points at himself, completely confused by this. Does he really have to go? Ha-Iram answers firmly. Of course he does. Even though she and her dad are the official leaders, Se-Jun is the one who actually built Seongbuk. She continues pointing out that the real focus of this upcoming meeting is all about the situation in Busan. Ha-Iram explains that tons of hunters guessed the boss was in Busan. But after their little investigation, that dragon turned out to not be the main boss. She remembers that terrifying two-horned monster. This means the actual boss monster of South Korea has to be at least as insanely strong as that dragon was. To prevent another massive disaster like Asinus, they need to locate the real boss and completely figure out a solid counterattack plan. She adds that meeting representatives from all the other regions really is not a bad idea anyway. Se-Jun nods, totally agreeing. Ha-Iram looks concerned and asks him what is wrong. Is he worried about something? Se-Jun quickly shakes his head. He glances away, mentioning that this is the very first time they are all gathering together like this. Meanwhile, over at the Blue House, all the specially invited guests are already starting to walk right inside. A cloak flutters wildly with every single step. Se-Jun walks in alongside the others, flashing a seriously scheming and manipulative smirk. Back with Se-Jun, he is still feeling suspicious, wondering if they are going to run into any familiar faces out there. Up on the safe zone walls, 2 guards suddenly yell out in pure surprise. Down below, a man in green is stumbling forward, barely keeping his balance. Now pay attention, you and I are about to see things escalate. The guards go on high alert, asking if the thing coming toward them is a monster. One guard gasps in shock. Nope, it is actually a human. It is Kang Tae-ho, exhausted, hands on his knees, and he is completely out of breath. The 2 guards quickly rush down to check on him, worriedly asking if he is doing okay. Kang Tae-ho collapses onto the dirt, completely wiped out. Coughing weakly, he asks if Se-Jun is anywhere around here. The guard quickly supports the exhausted Kang Tae-ho, explaining that Lee Se-Jun has already been summoned to the Blue House along with Ha-I-Ram. Panic hits Kang Tae-ho. Where are Yunhui and the rest of the group? He urgently needs to verify something right away. The wind rustles loudly. Kang Tae-ho grabs the guard by the arm, warning him about a really bizarre base over in Suseo. An all-out war might erupt between the safe zones. At that exact same time, inside the Blue House, everyone is gathered around the meeting table. Dong-Soo sits at the head of the table, speaking up to kick off the meeting. Lee Se-Jun and Ha-I-Ram listen carefully to his every word. He formally thanks everyone who made the trip. Across from him, Han listens. You and I both know this is just the beginning. Alright, you and I are diving into a high-stakes meeting about South Korea's ultimate boss monster and the crumbling dungeon crisis. Lee Se-Jun waves a quick hello to An, who is standing in for her grandfather, while Haijan beams a happy smile back. Lee Se-Jun shifts his focus back to the head of the table, silently analyzing Dong-Soo and trying to piece together his real motive. Ever since the dungeons first appeared, the Blue House safe zone has been eerily silent, acting as if it just stopped working entirely. Lee Jun is smelling a rat. Let's pause here. They begged for his help before, but he refused to show his face. Why now? You and I know something is wrong. What is he plotting? Dong-Soo sets his documents down and points directly at Lee Jun, catching the hunter completely off guard when his name is called. Dong-Soo announces he is directing his very first question toward Lee Jun of the Yeonbuk Guild. Dong-Soo digs into the past, mentioning how Lee Se-Jun and the Sword Saint headed to Busan 5 months ago to hunt the boss monster. He drops the big question. He heard rumors that Lee Jun actually encountered a massive dragon during that mission. But that monster was not the true boss, was it? Lee Jun does not blink, answering firmly that the rumors are exactly right. Lee Jun clarifies the situation, explaining that the dragon actually escaped from a completely different dungeon altogether. Dong-Soo looks completely unfazed, noting that this revelation matches his own theories perfectly. Clenching his fist, he explains that many hunters initially believed the final boss would definitely reveal itself in the city of Busan. However, what Lee Se-Jun and his team actually found on the ground told a vastly different story. Based on this intelligence, they considered a wild new theory. Dong-Soo is about to drop a massive truth bomb. The true boss monster is actually hiding in a completely different location than anyone expected. This shocker grabs the attention of Lee Sung, Ha-I-Ram, and every hunter in the room, but Lee Sung immediately tries to shut it down. Hold on, crossing Busan off the list entirely is a massive reach, and he knows it. They only searched a small part of the city. Did he even send scouts to verify? Dong-Soo calmly explains they have not done that yet, but they did manage to pinpoint another location believed to be the boss monster's actual hiding spot. He points his finger straight across the table, aiming directly at the mysterious individual sitting opposite him. It might be theory for now, but this newcomer brought undeniable evidence. The hooded figure stands up to reveal himself to the group. He pulls back his hood, revealing the Go Bake safe zone rep. Trust me, you and I are not ready for this reveal. Stick with me. Recognizing that face, Lee Se-Jun freezes in total shock. He can feel a deep sense of dread crawling up his spine. Pure terror starts to burn. That absolute scumbag is none other than Se-Jun. Se-Jun casually walks up behind Lee Se-Jun with an armed backup as the projector in the room suddenly flashes to life. Se-Jun commands the entire room to pay attention, demanding everyone watch a short video clip before the real discussion even begins. A titanic monster fills the screen, flapping massive wings with terrifying power, while letting out a screech that chills everyone to the bone. Then, tiny hands glowing with raw ice magic aim at the beast as a young, high-pitched voice echoes through the speakers. In the blink of an eye, that little girl uses her power to freeze the giant monster, solid on the spot. After the beast falls, the child lets out a heavy sigh of relief. The meeting room erupts into pure, unadulterated chaos as hunters lose their minds. What kind of magic was that? Capitalizing on the panic, Se-Jun raises his voice to take total control of the room's energy. Can you believe the incredible power in that footage actually belongs to a small child? The girl using that insane magic is Lee Se-Jun's own daughter, Leoa. And he has the proof to back it up. Finally, with a smug grin, he declares that South Korea's newest boss monster is little Leoa herself. That blatant lie makes Lee Se-Jun see red. Moving with lightning speed, he lunges forward to grab Se-Jun and tear him apart for that accusation. Suddenly, a mercenary appears behind Ha-I-Ram, pointing the barrel of a gun directly at her head. This guy is not playing around. Right in front of Lee Se-Jun, another lackey pulls a pistol to protect his boss. The entire room falls into a suffocating, heavy silence. Lee Se-Jun is shaking with uncontrollable rage until a very familiar voice suddenly calls out his name. Se-Jun flashes a disgusting, arrogant smile, while Ha-I-Ram screams for Lee Se-Jun to calm down before he loses everything. Lee Se-Jun trembles as he fights his instincts, eventually forcing himself to drop his fists and stand down. With a dark, murderous expression, Lee Jun growls. Are you seriously claiming a small child is a world boss like Anus? His eyes are bloodshot and wild, He asks if they realize how insane that sounds while desperately trying to keep his cool. You and I leave him there, barely holding it together as he tries to stay chill. Alright, you and I are about to see Lee Se-Jun face the ultimate test of patience as he tries to stay calm and rational. It's incredibly hard to stay rational when it involves Lyoa, but he has to cool off and destroy the argument with logic. Everyone in the room starts whispering to each other, saying, if that's really his biological daughter, there's no way it's just a random lookalike, it's totally impossible. Se-Jun desperately tries to justify his point, loudly claiming that no child has ever used magic like this before today. That's not the only proof he brought, either. He shouts that this video isn't enough to prove Lyoa is a boss. Activating his special power, Se-Jun proudly declares, well then, I'll just use my own skill to show everyone the truth, I'm a prophet. He claims that what they're seeing is a piece of the actual future, and instantly, everyone sinks into a weird vision. Ha-Iram finds herself standing in the middle of a street, completely surrounded by ice and snow. On high alert, she wonders what's happening. Feeling a cold breeze behind her back, she slowly turns her head. Trust me, it's hard to believe your eyes here. Lyoa is using raw magic to battle a huge crowd. The kid is literally crying, but pure, burning hatred is plastered all over her face. Shocked and confused, Ha-Iram calls her name. Meanwhile, in the meeting room, everyone is falling under Se-Jun's magic. Their eyes have gone totally blank and lifeless. Furiously, Lee Se-Jun screams, what are you doing to them? Se-Jun smirks, claiming he's just showing them the future, but Lee Se-Jun's next words wipe that smug look right off his face. Stop lying. There's no way you have that ability. Se-Jun freezes before flashing a mocking grin. Oh no, looks like you caught me red-handed this time. Lee Se-Jun reads the detailed system info floating above his head. Park Se-Jun, the prophet using a high provocation skill. Along with a unique memory sharing skill, this guy is currently cursed, meaning his other stats are completely hidden. Se-Jun just snaps his fingers. Fine, the vision I'm showing you isn't the future, but a memory from the past. But get this, he keeps swearing that these horrific events are absolutely guaranteed to happen no matter what. The moment he stops, everyone wakes up from the illusion. Their faces are pale as ghosts, and they're all coughing violently. Lee Se-Jun rushes over fast. Miss Ha-Iram, are you okay? She covers her mouth, struggling for air. Tiredly, she replies, I'm not okay. I feel like I might throw up. Lee Se-Jun urgently asks what exactly she saw in that vision, his voice full of growing dread. Eyes wide, she answers in panic. I died. I saw your daughter kill me in the future. Lee Se-Jun's face goes pale with every word she says. Se-Jun quickly jumps back in to address the terrified group. Feeling uneasy, Ha-Iram warns everyone to be careful. She has no idea if it was just a fake illusion. She says this while staring at the crowd. The vision was so realistic that her mind went blank. The crowd grabs their heads in fear, dripping with sweat. Ha-Iram knows someone will fall for his trap. So, what do you and I make of this madness? Se-Jun loudly yells, asking what crime little Lyoa will commit next. Now, watch closely, because this system is about to get insane. He proposes hunting down Lyoa to prevent a doomed future. If Lee Se-Jun hands over the kid, no force is needed. But if he refuses, a guild will step in. He points right at Lee Se-Jun with a sinister smile. Every single word out of his mouth makes Lee Se-Jun's blood absolutely boil. Sacrifice the kid for the country's future. Lee Se-Jun is furious and steps right into Se-Jun's face. Hand over my daughter? Get lost, you absolute psycho. Then, the system's cold voice chimes in. Unique quest generated. Lyoa's fourth misfortune has officially begun, and we're about to see things get wild. The goal is to stop her 5 misfortunes. 3 out of 5 have already failed. Misfortune number 4, protect Lyoa from this witch hunt. Cut to an armored motorcycle plate, A001. Ha-Iram has Lee Se-Jun on the back, gunning the throttle to the max. They're speeding like crazy. Let's flash back to the Blue House. Inside the room, Ha-Iram jumps up in pure shock. She glares across the table. Park Se-Jun, did you just say they'll act if we say no? Alright, stick with me. If we actually declare war on Zeonbuk over this, are you going to be okay? He just smirks, no problem. If Zeonbuk sides with the kid, Zuel already has a lethal counterplan ready. Back in the present, tension peaks as Li Shan yells, are you really planning to go to war against Shu? Ha-Iram narrows her eyes and clicks her tongue, realizing they have no options left. It was a trap. Think about the fallout. Handing over Koa would absolutely trash the reputation of Zeonbuk. Nobody trusts a leader who abandons a child without a fight. If it happens once, they will keep throwing their people away. After weighing every terrible option, Ha-Iram knows giving up Koa means total ruin anyway. So yeah, heading straight to the battlefield is the only choice. The bike rips through the ruined streets. Scenery flies by as Ha-Iram races for the safe zone. They need to get back now. Back at the apartment, Yuwa and little Koa are just relaxing together in the living room. Suddenly, a loud knock shatters the peace. Yua's eyes snap wide in shock. Koa points at the door. Mom, someone's here. Yua instantly jumps up and turns to the entrance. She tells her daughter yes, then calls out to the hall. Who is it? Instantly, the knocking stops dead, followed by total silence. No answer at all. Yua glares at the door on high alert, keeping a protective hand on Koa. You and I know this is bad news. Yua yells again. I said, who is it? Nothing but dead silence. She goes pale as she stares at that door. She takes a cautious step and whispers, go to your room. Koa nods and runs off. Yua approaches the entrance alone, grabbing a sharp arrow resting right by the door. She pulls it open and boom, a massive guy in a creepy crow mask is standing there. The freak shoves the door wide open, stepping 1 foot inside the house. Sensing major danger, she backs up. Instead of talking, the guy lunges forward to attack. She dodges out of the way, making his strike miss completely. That sudden attack triggers her protective anger. She bites her lip, fired up for a fight. Yua claps back by slamming a brutal elbow straight into the crow mask's face. Pivoting back, she knows her touch is still sharp. She aims at his neck. She feels a weird energy. The crow guy actually panics at the deadly arrow. Yua demands answers. Who are you? And how the heck did you get in here? While she is interrogating him, a second crow mask slips right under the first guy's arm. He breaks in effortlessly because Yua lowered her guard for 1 split second. By the time she spots him, he is already inside. Yua pales, gasping. What? The first crow mask brutally pins her down. Wait, there are more? He forcefully chokes her, lifting her off the floor until the arrow drops. Meanwhile, the second crow mask breaches Koa's bedroom down the hall. Yua watches his boots disappear and screams in panic, veins bulging. Let her go. Suddenly, a massive invisible force blasts the masked freak back, making his eyes widen in shock. His whole body locks up, allowing Yua to easily break free. The masked freak completely collapses. Yua drops to her knees, coughing violently. She wipes her mouth and sprints toward her daughter's room like her life depends on it. Running blindly, all she can think is Koa okay? She throws the door open. Now watch this, the second crow mask has Koa at knife point, leaving Yua speechless. The sharp blade catches the light as Koa goes pale, screaming for her mother to save her. Yua rushes in, hands shaking, but still tries to calm her daughter down. Throwing her hands up, she surrenders. What do you want? The masked freak demands she come along. Come with us now, and I will let the kid go. Yua panics and immediately agrees, just let my baby go first, but he refuses. And that is where you and I leave it. How can she possibly trust this guy? All right, you and I are about to see a mother's worst nightmare. Crow mask guy presses a cold blade right against Koa's throat. He growls like a beast. Do you really think you can negotiate now? Eunhui is frozen in pure, paralyzing terror. Heavy sweat pours down her face. Her voice is a wrecked, shaking mess of pure fear. She begs him to stop, but the masked psycho just threatens her again. Obey me, or things get much uglier. Koa cries as the sharp blade nicks her neck. She chokes out a sob for her mother, and boom, that awakens the sleeping dragon inside Eunhui. Bloodshot veins instantly fill her eyes. Looking like a total demon, she screams for him to drop the knife. A massive invisible force slams into his mind with crushing power. His knife hand suddenly goes limp as he loses all control. Now watch closely, because here is where she snaps. Koa escapes, and Eunhui lunges forward, her fist glowing with pure, overwhelming energy. She strikes hard, burying a brutal, bone-shattering punch right into his masked face. A massive bruise forms as he screams. Not finished yet, she delivers a devastating kick that nearly folds him in half. Her hand is a bloody, scratched mess. Eunhui pants for air as Koa finally calls out for her mom. She pulls her daughter into a desperate hug, drowning in relief. Thank God, you are safe. Suddenly, a huge shadow looms in the doorway. A voice booms through the room. Eunhui, Koa. She looks up in shock and yells his name. Kang Cho. He rushes in, asking if they are okay. Seeing his frantic expression, she asks in total confusion how he even found them here. Kang Cho explains he was searching for them after hearing Se-Jun went to the Blue House. He rushed here instead. He flinches, eyes going wide with pure worry. Eunhui, are you absolutely sure that you are actually fine? Her nose is bleeding like a faucet, but she does not even notice. She just stares at him, completely dazed. Suddenly, her vision blurs and her body gives out. Koa watches in horror as Eunhui collapses onto the floor. She screams for her mom. Now let us pause. Where exactly did her mind just go? Eunhui wakes in a void of darkness as a system voice rings out. She accepts a chat request and faces her exact clone. She gasps in shock as her double greets her with a cold, long time no see. The clone is ice cold. Eunhui gets flustered and immediately starts apologizing for the failed mission. I am sorry I failed after you gave me the location. The other version just brushes it off like nothing. No apologies needed, it was her own choice. The clone opens her lifeless eyes and holds up 2 fingers for 2 things. I requested this system chat to discuss 2 very important matters with you right now. She continues. The first thing is that insane, hidden power you just used. It is actually your own unique system skill. Eunhui goes wide-eyed in absolute shock. She flashes back to the memory of crushing those masked freaks. Is this really just a talent she possesses? The clone looks down gravely and answers her. Yes, but I strongly advise you to never use it. In your current physical state, the price you have to pay for that power is way too high. You only fainted this time, but the clone drops a heavy warning about what happens when facing way stronger enemies. The ultimate price is your life force. Eunhui panics. Wait, my actual life force? The clone places a hand on her chest. Do not use it. Instead, you should just summon me. The penalty time is finally over, so you can grant me access. Now, the second thing is a direct, serious request. Seeing the clone turn so serious, Eunhui does not dare to drop her guard for a second. Her double shuts her eyes tight and pleads with total desperation. Please, just save them. Meanwhile, outside the songbook head office, the sun is blazing down. Inside, everyone is busy shouting and arguing. Ha-I-Ram and Li-Jun step into the room. Li-Jun quickly scans every face in the meeting. One day after the Blue House meeting officially ended, Ha-I-Ram heads to the boss once everyone is finally settled. Songbook set up this high-stakes internal meeting to plan the upcoming war against the group known as Zo. Ha-I-Ram uses all his charisma to deliver an epic speech. Surprisingly, absolutely nobody in the room objects. Ha-I-Ram is going all out now, trying his best to convince every single person present. Some look confused. And you and I can see why dragging a child into this war is absolutely insane. They are literally treating a young kid like a human sacrifice. As the tense meeting finally breaks, everyone abruptly stands from their seats. In that moment, Se-Jun officially vows to protect his daughter from the Suwon faction. Alright, you and I are about to see exactly how far a father will go for his child. Stick with me. Luckily, Anhee was only a bit dizzy as Se-Jun explained the situation. Tears began to well in her eyes. The second she heard about that meeting, her face went dark. Her hands clenched into trembling fists. Voice cracking, she asked the only question that mattered. Why target our girl? Bangs shadowed her eyes as her body shook. What could their little girl have done wrong? He wrapped a comforting arm around her. It was official. Jungkook and Suwon were now sworn enemies. Out on the safe zone streets, people were huddling together and whispering rumors. They gossiped while watching Anhee walk by. Is that the kid? Yeah, the reason this whole crazy battle even started. She glanced their way, but those cowards immediately looked away, desperately avoiding any eye contact. Pouting her lips, she just stared at them with innocent curiosity. Seeing this, they nervously shushed each other. Quiet. Nearby, flags flapped along the massive wall. Kang Cho leaned against the railing, Se-Jun right beside him. You know, I actually went to Suwon. Se-Jun was caught off guard. Wait, are you serious? Kang Cho gave a firm nod. Yeah. And I randomly bumped into Park there, just staring out at the mountains. He explained how he saved the guy from a monster attack and followed him to the camp, but the place was wrong. That base was definitely not normal. Everyone there was wearing a creepy bird mask. Now watch closely, because this is where things get truly disturbing. The crowd kept screaming about there being only one true witch. We must eliminate all the fakes. They just kept chanting that over and over. Hearing this, Se-Jun instantly realized who those psychos were. Those crow masks were the signature of the witch hunters from before his regression. Rubbing his chin with a shiver, Kang Cho dropped a total bomb. That entire camp worships the witch, led entirely by Sakon. You could tell the memory still terrified him. They absolutely refused to let him leave, so escaping took some serious effort. Worship the witch? Se-Jun couldn't wrap his head around Sakon's suspicious actions. Why on earth is he targeting Anhee? Does he not realize she is an actual witch? Who is this true witch he is raving about? Suddenly, Anhee popped up, calling her dad. Seeing his adorable daughter, his voice completely softened in an instant. Reading the room, Kang Cho wisely whispered that he would give them some space. Kneeling down, he asked why she was out here alone. She frantically shook her head. No, Mom is waiting right down there. Then she went silent, looking heartbroken. Lips trembling, she asked, Dad, do you know why everyone hates me? Se-Jun went pale with shock. Did Mom get hurt because of me? He grabbed her arms in a panic. No, absolutely not. But she didn't believe him. Her face turned red as she fought back tears. Seeing her this sad absolutely shattered his heart. I know what you're thinking, but pay attention to how Se-Jun handles this. Listen, I'm going to tell you a massive secret. A secret? Scooping her up, he whispered it was a secret even Mom didn't know. I'm actually from the future. She dramatically covered her mouth. So Mom's an alien and you're a time traveler? He laughed at that. Mom isn't an alien. He gently patted her head to calm her down. Anyway, that's how I know nobody hates you. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Then what happens in our family's future? Se-Jun looked at her thoughtfully. Do you really want to know? She excitedly screamed out a big yes. Looking away with a smirk, he teased that he couldn't tell her. Pouting, she whined that he was being mean. Se-Jun burst out laughing at his prank before softening into a smile. Looking at her with love, that hospital memory echoed back. Why did they hurt our little girl? Letting out a heavy sigh, he stared into her totally innocent eyes. You really want to know about our future together? In a peaceful world, our family of 3 walks hand in hand across a beautiful green field. We live happily forever, and that's where we leave it for now. Trust me, you and I both want that fairy tale ending for them. Alright, let's dive into a story where promises are written in blood. Autumn winds rustle dry leaves as he holds her close. Remembering his past life's tragic end, his resolve hardens. He's simply not letting it happen again. He doesn't care if it's a lie. He'll make it real. Lee Jun's eyes turn absolutely ice cold as he focuses. He's making sure every single promise made today becomes a reality. A massive crowd in black robes packs the room just as a giant rift tears open right in front of them. Se-Jun just spreads his arms toward the void. He tells them another rift is forming soon. The second he gives the signal, every single one of them needs to jump in. He triggers his incitement skill. Se-Jun laughs like a maniac, weaving that mind-bending power into his words to control the entire crowd. Trust the witch and trust him, and they'll all be saved. Meanwhile, on the massive walls of the Songbuk safe zone, guards are keeping watch. One sighs, complaining it's been 4 days with zero action. The girl leans lazily against the fence. She looks at the old man next to her, looking totally bored. Are they just going to stand here forever? Is Suo actually going to attack us or what? The old man gives her a gentle look. Sure, they declared war, but showing up here instantly is nearly impossible. First off, they'd have to survive the massive monster hordes outside. Plus, it's the dead of winter. Everything is 10 times harder now. The girl's eyes light up with realization. So that's why President Ha-Iram chose to play defense. He nods, saying that as long as they hold, they win. The two of them turn around, looking down from the massive defensive wall. But watch this the moment their peace shatters. The old man doubts they're coming, but the girl is worried. The space literally cracks behind them as dimensional fragments fall like broken glass. They're completely stunned. Suddenly, a massive monster leaps from that spatial rift, crashing heavily onto the city streets below. Civilians watching the horror unfold go totally pale. The beast lets out a deafening roar and starts absolutely wrecking everything in sight. Everyone panics and runs for their lives. Terrified screams fill the air. A monster just spawned inside their heavily guarded walls. Ha-Iram slams her hands on the desk. A rift opened inside the safe zone? She furiously yells, asking what the heck is going on. She's stunned because this has never happened before. Lee Jun frowns, deep in thought. Every safe zone was built in locations where rifts were supposed to be impossible. He pictures the citizens who lived so peacefully behind those protective walls. They felt secure because they only had to worry about the outside. Clear the nearby monsters, and you survive. Now monster bodies and blood are splattered all over the inner city streets. Today, a rift spawned right inside, causing massive casualties. Ha-Iram finally voices the dark thought. Suo has to be behind this. Suo's smug face flashes in her mind. He recorded that video right after the world changed. He was planning an all-out war since day one. Their silence this whole time was just a distraction. Ha-Iram finally connects the dots. Suo is definitely connected to this rift. Lee Jun stays quiet for a second before saying if she's right, things are truly bad. Ha-Iram nods. If they can strike inside the walls, defense is useless. Cold sweat drips down Lee Jun's face as he listens. He remembers the hateful glares directed at them, and it honestly breaks his heart. Everyone agreed to protect them before, but with a knife at their throats, they'll flip the script. Watch this. A hero cornered always bites back. He speaks up, startling her. Time for action. Lee Jun says they can't just sit here waiting for the next attack. He knows the Suo entrance thanks to Kang Jo. He stares down at the desk. He's going to Suo to assassinate Park San. Elsewhere, Elizabeth glares at her companion. She's honestly surprised he's keeping his mouth shut right now. She snaps at him to shut up, insisting she didn't come for him. Sen just shrugs and smiles, telling her to chill. And that's where we leave it, an alliance that's about to explode. Her voice drips with pure disgust. Stick with me because you and I are about to watch a betrayal that is absolutely insane. Allies? Elizabeth glares at Soon for shoving innocent humans into a spatial rift. Are you totally insane? Elizabeth grinds her teeth together in pure fury. Passing through a dimensional rift is basically impossible, especially with a fragile human body. A rift is a gap between planes, not some random gate, she thinks. Plus, her curse is still active. Jumping in without protection means instant mutation into a monster. San just plays completely dumb. Really? I had no idea. I thought it was efficient since I turned out totally fine. Elizabeth replies with pure contempt. Well, obviously, because you were already slapped with that kid's curse. Se-Jun looks at Elizabeth, a deeply sinister smirk creeping onto his face. Wait, are you saying I am not human anymore? Elizabeth replies bluntly, not backing down. Exactly. I am just pointing out that real humans cannot survive that trip. Soon adds that everyone followed the witch's order. Elizabeth's mood gets violently worse. That kid never gave an order like that, she snaps. But Soon does not look even slightly intimidated. That is where we leave it. He smirks, claiming they want to kill Lee after she failed. Trust me, you are going to want to see this. This infiltration is about to get completely wild. Hearing those direct insults, Elizabeth scowls and curses in pure annoyance. Damn it. Outside the safe zone gate, a masked guard was pulling the night shift. He was yawning, half asleep. Then bam! A hand grabs his head. Lee Se-Jun ambushes him, smashing his skull right into the wall. The dude drops unconscious. Lee Se-Jun grabs the fallen mask, taking the golden opportunity to steal his clothes, too. Before leaving, he checks to make absolutely sure the guy is out cold. Rocking the stolen outfit, Lee Se-Jun strolls into the Seo safe zone like nobody's business. Inside, ordinary citizens and those creepy chrome guys were just mingling together on the streets. Our main character keeps his guard up while secretly locking onto his real target, Se-Jun. Lee Se-Jun realized someone gave Se-Jun orders, but the true mastermind actually forced this situation. Up ahead, Se-Jun blended into the crowd, staring at something. If an important person like him vanished, everything would spiral into chaos, dragging the real villain out of hiding. He stared in pure shock at the absolute mob of masked cultists walking in droves. Masked freaks. He quickly pulls his hood up, blending into the creepy crowd. Where the hell are they going? He follows the mob of masks until they reach a building that looks exactly like a church. They pile inside, dead silent. Suddenly, a very familiar voice echoes out. Welcome, devout believers. Se-Jun stands high up, pointing dramatically at the glowing rift. Today, you are all assigned a crucial task. All of you will be totally saved by the witch. He smiles gently, gesturing toward the ominous portal. Okay, pay attention here. You and I both know something is wrong. Lee Se-Jun is absolutely stunned hearing Se-Jun say those exact words. Walk through this rift to reach your destination. The crow masks march straight into the portal. Unreal. He was casually feeding humans through a rift. Lee Se-Jun's mind was racing a mile a minute. Is this bastard sacrificing innocents as monster chow? Or does the energy actually mutate them? Glancing back at the empty space, he realizes he is last in line. He casually trails the others. The line gets shorter and shorter. The gap between him and Se-Jun practically vanished. Lee Se-Jun's eyes sharpen, locked dead on his prey. Stay cool, he tells himself. He tightly grips the hidden dagger inside his cloak as he approaches. Se-Jun looks over, his voice sickeningly welcoming. All right, let the last person step up. He attacks with his dagger, giving Se-Jun zero time to react. He is dead set on ending him. Keeping the blade concealed under his lapel, he times his final approach perfectly. Se-Jun practically invites him in, eyes locking onto him. All right, last person, please come forward. But halfway through the sentence, boom. Lee Se-Jun lunges forward with his knife, catching Se-Jun totally off guard. Our hero vowed to kill this bastard right on the spot. He ruthlessly jams the blade into Se-Jun's artery as the rift shrinks. Bullseye. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You are going to want to see what happens next. All right. Stick with me because Se-Jun just coughed, whispering he knew Lee Se-Jun would come, leaving him totally shocked. He instantly leaps back to a safe distance while Se-Jun just stands there, coughing dryly. Lee Se-Jun cannot believe his eyes. He demands to know how the guy is still alive, but Se-Jun just flashes a cocky, arrogant smirk. Glowing purple blood starts oozing from his sliced neck as he sneers that true believers never actually die. He smiles wickedly while Lee Se-Jun scowls, gritting his teeth in pure, absolute frustration. Lee Se-Jun realizes this man is no longer human as Se-Jun looks down, hiding his face behind dark bangs. He whistles through 2 fingers, a piercing sound that shakes the space while Lee Se-Jun covers his ears in annoyance. Se-Jun's eyes turn pitch black and his voice drops. He warns that an all-out assault is about to begin. Monsters are about to swarm. Lee Se-Jun narrows his eyes, realizing Se-Jun is the one who created that sudden rift. Se-Jun smirks, asking who else could spawn a rift in a safe zone, claiming people will soon change their minds. Se-Jun states coldly that human actions are only bound by fragile, weak morals. Sure, they claim they will protect the kid now, but faced with the Grim Reaper, do you really think they will not flip? Their minds will jump straight to this. They will just ditch the kid. Lee Se-Jun snaps back, refusing to believe everyone is as twisted as him. Se-Jun shrugs, saying righteous choices vanish when people are cornered. As he slowly takes a step forward, dark magic swirls around him, and honestly, we are about to see just how crazy this is going to get. Lee Se-Jun stares at the pitch-black magic, a literal curse, while Se-Jun envisions returning as an absolute monster. Se-Jun covers his mouth, smiling like a total creep, wondering how the kid would react to that. Se-Jun pulls out his staff, transforming it into a lethal spear. He shifts his stance, ready to launch a massive all-out attack. His brain is rapidly analyzing the entire battlefield. The enemy is coated in a curse, but honestly, that seems like his only trick. When it comes to raw strength, Se-Jun completely overpowers his opponent. He decides to end it now, charging forward without hesitation and thrusting his spear right at Se-Jun. But the guy does not even flinch. He just stands there calmly, pressing his palms together. Suddenly, a spatial rift rips open from his hands. Se-Jun is shocked as his spear plunges into the void. The rift closes. Se-Jun laughs in pure mockery, asking if he really thought a long-ranged attack like that would actually work. Panic hits Se-Jun as he suddenly loses his main weapon. Gritting his teeth in rage, he grabs his dagger. It was a total miscalculation, but it is the only weapon left. Watching Se-Jun's desperate move, Se-Jun mocks him, asking if he plans to kill him with that tiny knife. Se-Jun realizes he is just a toy in Se-Jun's eyes. He fell for the taunt, hook, line, and sinker. He grips the hilt tightly. Using this dagger forces a close-quarters fight, meaning he will definitely touch that deadly, dark magic curse. He genuinely wonders if he should just retreat for now. But then he remembers Elizabeth huddled against a wall and Koa running in terror from those creepy, dark hands. Se-Jun's hand hovers, hesitating to draw the blade. To fight or not, he finally tightens his grip. Koa is why he grew strong, so he won't back down. You and I know he's finished with these games. He knows that as long as this guy still breathes, Koa is in danger. Se-Jun launches himself at literal light speed. Gripping the dagger, he gets right in Se-Jun's face, determined to end this fight once and for all. Even if it turns him into a monster, Se-Jun flinches as Se-Jun suddenly teleports right up to him. He pins the guy, slamming him into the dirt. Se-Jun raises the dagger high, ready to strike. A single brutal stab tears through his chest, aiming for the heart. Se-Jun's eyes bulge as blood sprays everywhere. Se-Jun screams, throwing a desperate and heavy punch right into Se-Jun's gut. He rolls across the ground, but the dark magic curse is already clinging to his entire body. He pushes himself up while Se-Jun glares, noting that he has finally touched the deadly curse. Now he will become a monster. Se-Jun's veins bulge and his eyes go bloodshot as he growls. He doesn't care if he becomes a monster as long as he slaughters Se-Jun, who is clutching his wound. He stares at Se-Jun in disbelief, struggling to stand up and refusing to accept this crushing defeat. Se-Jun fires up dark magic, but Se-Jun is faster, hurling his dagger straight through the villain's leg. Blood erupts. He screams and collapses to his knees. You and I both knew he had it coming, right? All right. Stick with me. You and I are about to see Se-Jun turn into a literal demon. He yanks him hard. Park Se-Jun looks up only to see certain death approaching with a blood-stained dagger. Face hidden by hair, Se-Jun stares down at the man clutching his stomach, coldly calculating the situation. If he is a monster, his core must be hidden. I have already stabbed his neck, heart, and ankle. So the only spot left is... Park Se-Jun turns pale as pure terror sets in. He screams, begging for his miserable life to be spared. I was wrong. Just give me one more chance to fix everything. He desperately cries out for mercy. Everyone makes mistakes. The pathetic villain tries to negotiate, claiming he still has a holy mission to complete. Babbling about his twisted beliefs, he says the world must accept his master as the one true God. Se-Jun grips the blade tight and spits out a cold truth. Ridiculous. Gods do not even exist. Now pay attention here. Without a second thought, he slashes, slicing the man in half. You and I both know he is finished. He stands there in silence, staring at the corpse while slowly relaxing his grip on the bloody blade. If there really was a god. Se-Jun's pupils have fully shifted into a terrifying, glowing purple. Dark magic completely envelops his body. There is no way a god would be this cruel to my innocent daughter. Meanwhile, on the city streets, Elizabeth walks alone. That strange noise from earlier starts to fill her with panic. What was that sound? She looks around the empty road. Not a single soul in sight anywhere. It hits her. Right after that noise echoed, everyone just magically vanished. Catching a familiar silhouette up ahead, Elizabeth clenches her fists. Is that bastard Park Se-Jun pulling another pathetic stunt? But then she flinches. Se-Jun's voice is whispering something absolutely terrifying. Kill. Kill them all. Watching the cursed man stumble forward, she gasps out loud in shock. Wait, that is Se-Jun. Elizabeth quickly approaches, asking why he is here in Seoul. One look and she knows for sure. He is completely infected by the curse. She lets out a helpless sigh. That bastard got you too, huh? She thinks to herself, because of Koa, I wanted to lay low. I avoided a scene, but I cannot hold back anymore. Images of the family flash through her mind. It has been days since I saw Koa. Se-Jun is behind this. Elizabeth ignites her magic. I will not let him win. She casts healing spells on Se-Jun. You idiot. Did you forget? I am a witch too. You and I definitely need to see what happens next. We are diving straight into the chaos. They need to break the curse and get to Zion Book immediately. Inside the safe zone, Yu Yuihua stands by the window. Something catches her eye, making her flinch. Across the street, a few buildings away, a shadowy figure suddenly appears on a dark rooftop. It is a girl in a fur coat with blue hair, giving off a creepy vibe. Yu Yuihua whispers Koa's name. Suddenly, little Koa pops up right behind her, asking what is going on. Yu Yuihua spins around in shock. The little girl asks if her mom called for her. Yu Yuihua brushes it off as nothing important. Boom! Elizabeth drops through the ceiling, dragging Se-Jun right into the middle of the room. Yu Yuihua stumbles back in total shock. Elizabeth? Se-Jun? He looks deathly pale, his voice trembling as he finally speaks. What just happened to me? Elizabeth explains that he was hit by a nasty, high-level curse. I already broke it, so do not worry. Yu Yuihua rushes over, totally panicked for his safety. Se-Jun, what is going on? He tries to answer, but a vision of Park Se-Kan flashes through his mind. He turns to her urgently. Yu Yuihua, have you seen Park Se-Kan make any moves? She blinks, confused. Nothing yet. He immediately drops a heavy warning. We need to prepare for a massive battle right now. They are coming soon. Se-Jun rips off his blood-soaked cloak as his mind starts racing. They are going to throw everything they have into this attack. If their numbers are as crazy as I saw, we have zero chance of winning. Zion Book will fall. With that grim thought, he stands up straight and looks to the side. He has to find a way to save everyone. His eyes soften as he looks at his daughter. Koa, he says gently, come with me. Trust me. You and I are about to watch the city burn as dozens of space rifts suddenly tear open. Massive monsters pour out of the rifts. Hurried footsteps echo everywhere as the invasion begins. Ha-I-Ram barks out orders, commanding her troops to evacuate the streets and guide everyone to safety. Stick with me, this normal raid is about to turn into a total disaster. Who knew they would go all out like this? Looking down from the massive wall, Ha-I-Ram wonders where Se-Jun is. Did he fail? Suddenly, a panicked soldier runs up shouting for the president. Ha-I-Ram turns around, clearly annoyed. What is it now? Is there another problem? The guy shakes his head frantically. No, am. You just need to see this for yourself. Ha-I-Ram follows his pointing finger as the soldier shouts. Every single monster is rushing toward the exact same direction. She sees the entire horde stampeding in unison. Cut to Se-Jun. His hurried footsteps echo on deserted streets as he runs for his life. Se-Jun and Koa press their hands together, summoning a freezing ice sphere. Se-Jun chucks that magic blast straight into a monster that is just as strong as he is. Taking the hit, the beast groans in pure agony. The monster horde only has one single target right now, and that is little Koa riding on Se-Jun back. Suddenly, a beast drops down from a rooftop. They are literally hot on his heels. Now pay attention, these things only want Koa. Let that sink in for a second. Spotting the wooden door, Se-Jun realizes that under the curse, the monsters only want to attack Koa. By carrying her, he acts as ultimate bait to drag them out of the safe zone. He screams, "Open the gates!" The guards jump at his booming voice, totally panicking before frantically throwing the heavy doors wide open. The horde chases Se-Jun straight out of the safe zone, leaving the guards and Ha-I-Ram stunned by his suicide play. Watching the vicious pack tailing him, every single monster aggressively funnels out of the protected area. Ha-I-Ram stands frozen, completely taken aback. She scowls in helpless, bitter frustration. That absolute idiot. I know exactly what his plan is, but doing this is ridiculously reckless. Ha-I-Ram spins to face her troops. Everyone, wipe out the rest of these stragglers. Her voice rings out loud and clear. Se-Jun lured most of them outside. There are only a few weak ones left. Clean them up fast, then go find Se-Jun. Meanwhile, those beasts are literally inches away from the duo. Se-Jun pushes himself to go even faster. Good, he thinks. The guys inside can handle whatever trash is left. Even though I successfully pulled their aggro, I still need to hold out a lot longer. Suddenly, a splitting headache hits him like a hammer. He lets out a painful grunt. Koa calls out, "Dad!" She grips his shoulders tightly, asking if he is okay. He looks pale, but refusing to let her panic, he lies. "I am fine, sweetheart. You do not need to worry." Se-Jun realizes the pain is an after effect of that curse. His body is getting way too weak. Koa calls for him. He glances back with sincerity. She says, "If you are tired, Dad, let Koa take care of these monsters for you." Back inside the city, Squirrel Ann's dead body just lies there in silence. But look, this disgusting black water is creeping up the stairs, slowly getting closer. The sticky liquid is rising, whispering like some kind of living, breathing creature. The witch's familiar is finally dead. The creepy black goo swallows her body whole. And trust me, You and I are about to see something wild. Now, let's jump back in as Se-Jun heads back to the safe zone. Koa looks up, totally serious. Dad, if you are tired, want me to wipe them out for you? Se-Jun is completely stunned. Koa confidently says she can handle it. He glances back at the massive horde currently chasing right behind them. Se-Jun asks her gently, Koa, are you not terrified of those things? Without a single trace of panic, she replies, I am not scared. Smiling radiantly, she says, because you are here with me, Dad. Plus, I am way stronger than them. Se-Jun is totally shocked. He never expected his little girl to have such crazy confidence. Looking back, there are way too many monsters on their tail, but she is completely unfazed. He pushes himself, sprinting away with Koa held tightly on his back. Eventually, she will realize exactly how overpowered she is. Se-Jun takes a sharp turn. He does not want her using magic. He pictures a mother bird watching her unhatched eggs. He just wants her to grow up completely normal. He planned to protect her forever, but then an egg cracks. The baby bird is ready to hatch. Was a normal life even possible? The nest is empty now. Se-Jun realizes kids eventually stand on their own and leave the nest. The same rule applies to Koa. So stick around, you and I are about to see her power. He finally relents and warns her. Stick with me, as Koa is warned not to go all out. She nods, admitting she has done bad things. Lee Se-Jun quickly comforts her. It is fine, I am not scolding you. Use that magic on these monsters instead. He looks at her with warm eyes. He is not trying to suppress her, just helping her find her path. Koa looks confused. Lee Se-Jun just wants her to learn control. He asks one more crucial favor. Just please do not kill them, okay? Hearing that, her face instantly lights up with pure joy. She asks with total confidence, really? Facing the swarm, Lee Se-Jun holds her close, never flinching as he stares. Smiling, he tells her to show him everything. Instantly, Koa begins to channel her magic. Her eyes snap open, pupils glowing with eerie light. With her tiny hands, she casually forms a massive magic orb. She throws both arms forward. In a heartbeat, her insane magic encases every monster in solid ice. Safe in his arms, she maintains that spell. Those beasts could not touch a hair before freezing solid. And get this, her magic does not just stop at the monsters. It literally changes the entire environment. Trees and beasts alike are now totally frozen, stiff, and silent. Lee Se-Jun sets Koa down. She cheers, throwing her hands up in a sign of victory. I did it. Poking the ice, Lee Se-Jun chuckles. Now, you and I both know the real reason he did this. He does not want his daughter becoming a killer. He will handle the dirty work himself later. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure lurks nearby, eavesdropping on them. I did a good job, right? She asks him. Yeah, amazing job. Just what I expect from my Koa. As her giggles fade, a stranger steps from the hiding spot. Lee, Se-Jun, and Koa notice the intruder immediately. Then, a chillingly familiar voice rings out. Found you. Seeing her stumbling toward them like a ghost, Lee Se-Jun is beyond confused. He calls out to go, Hi Yan. How did you even get here? She ignores him, muttering that the child's magic is terrifyingly strong. Gritting her teeth, she whispers that what she saw really was the future. He wonders what is wrong with her. Without another word, she abruptly draws her sharp sword. Witnessing this sudden hostility, Lee Se-Jun goes pale. Go Haiyan lunges to attack, but he barely blocks it. He uses every ounce of strength to withstand her heavy strike. Lee Se-Jun deflects her blade and screams, asking what she is doing. She coldly tells him to let her speak with Koa. Completely baffled, he asks what. She demands to confirm something. Lee Se-Jun's face darkens instantly as he stares. He stares at her emotionless face. Yet tears are falling while her blade is aimed directly at his heart. You are acting insane. Now, let's see if you and I can find the truth behind this madness. Striking a nerve, she snarls. Future Koa murdered her father and her mother. Flashback. Se-Jun revealed rows of dead bodies and blood pooling everywhere. Go Haiyan screams in agony. She slaughtered every member of the Sword Clan. The pain I felt in that vision was real, she cries. I can never forget it. He tries reasoning with her. Calm down. It is not reality. Your parents are alive, but the sword stays aimed. That is where we leave it. But what if? Let us jump into the madness together. What if that happens? She grips her sword tight. Please, Lee Se-Jun, she charges. She attacks him, yelling to move. He counters her strike, veins popping. He clicks his tongue. Her power is off. He can see a demonic shadow right behind her. He realizes this is the legendary witch hunter from before his regression. The ultimate battle is on. Sword versus dagger. They clash. He gets pushed back, holding his blade defensively and shouting at her to wake up. Go Haiyan, Koa is just a little kid. She hesitates. A kid with totally dangerous power. She counters him. She unleashes a massive slash, forcing him to his knees to dodge. She attacks yet again. He leaps back. And that is exactly why I teach her. I teach her never to hurt a single human. You saw it yourself, she glares. I know, I wanted to believe, but it is not enough. Watch closely, because you and I need to see if this wild logic actually makes any sense. She screams that Koa is no longer human. It is like giving a child a bomb. He shuts it down. Let's dive back in. You and I are about to see if a monster kid can truly be saved. Go Hai-yan is relentless. Lee Se-Jun parries a strike and fires right back. By your logic, any hunter could be called a walking bomb. Go Hai-yan ignores him, unleashing a storm of rapid slashes. You, me, and every high-ranked hunter out there. We all carry terrifying amounts of power. It all comes down to how a person chooses to use that destruction. At the end of the day, it is about choices. Go Hai-yan screams back at him with pure desperation. But that doesn't change the fact that a clueless kid is holding all that raw destruction. Lee Se-Jun yells back. No, because she is still just a child. Things can still change. Lee Se-Jun finally swings his dagger, ending his restraint. He stands his ground, voice filled with absolute hope. COA can still choose a better path. Drenched in sweat, Lee Se-Jun roars that COA can be better. Go Hai-yan suddenly freezes, her eyes widening in shock. She snaps back, losing all patience. Improve? Lee Se-Jun just calmly stares her down. We both know where this is going, right? He insists that as she grows up, she will eventually master her incredible power, just like the legendary Sword Saint, and Madame Sophia. Go Hai-yan goes dead silent, completely frozen in place. Seeing her finally hesitate, Lee Se-Jun presses his point. Are you saying their power is too dangerous, as well? Go Hai-yan grips her sword hilt. She looks conflicted. But what if things go horribly wrong? What if she never learns control, and that nightmare future actually becomes a reality? A brutal vision of lifeless bodies flashes through her mind. This is pure trauma. She aims her blade at his chest. How can you be so sure she won't destroy everything? Lee Se-Jun tightens his fists. He can't deny the risk, but he refuses to back down. If she were alone, maybe. But not now. He declares it with absolute certainty. Meanwhile, little COA has been hiding behind an ice block this whole time, just watching them fight. She has a master now. Lee Se-Jun reminds her she has the Phantom Guild, and she has me and Yu Wu-hua too. If we raise her right and guide her well, isn't that our job as adults? Can you seriously not just put your trust in little COA? He is practically begging her. Go Hai-yan snaps out of her trance and glances at the tiny girl. COA is cowering behind the ice, looking absolutely terrified. Finally, the tension breaks. Go Hai-yan lowers her arm and the sword slips from her grip. It hits the ground with a clank. The color drains from her face as guilt takes over. I completely lost my mind, she whispers. I'm so sorry, Lee Se-Jun. He doesn't say a word, just lets out a massive sigh of relief. She pulls Koa into a hug. I am so sorry. The sweet kid just hugs her right back. It is totally fine, she says. While they share this emotional moment, an eerie, flickering firelight suddenly brightens the entire street. Go Hai-yan notices first. Wait a second, she mutters. That whole area over there is on fire. She stares at the glowing red sky behind Lee Se-Jun. He freezes. What are you talking about? You and I can see his confusion before he turns around. And oh man, the nightmare is real. Massive fires are blazing and creepy monsters are literally hovering in the sky. Pure panic hits him. That is the Songbuk safe zone. Floating among those small, skinny-winged nightmares is an absolute monster covered in tentacles, just drifting through the air without any wings. Meanwhile, at a gloomy dark castle guarded by black dragons, we see two mysterious figures. One is lounging on a throne while the other kneels like a loyal servant. The man on the throne is skin and bones with ragged clothes and white hair. His eyes glow blood red as he speaks. You failed to retrieve the witch's soul. The servant shakes in terror. This just got epic. Let's look closer at this wild system manga. The king keeps talking about magic. Holy power, nothing can break this curse. The only way is dragging her here to remove it. The kneeling man stares in shock. But the king totally ignores him and keeps talking. He claims her soul actually fled. She left this world and crossed into a completely different dimension. The terrified guy clasps his hands. Really? The magic tower master said he actually got an answer. The tower master confirmed a soul can cross dimensions while still keeping a physical body. Trust me, you and I are about to see them smash through the dimensional walls very soon. Let's dive into a world where a literal rift is the only way to catch a witch, and this cowardly dude is losing his mind. His pupils shrink to tiny pinpricks as absolute terror takes over his entire soul. He chooses his words carefully to avoid the king's wrath, stuttering that even dragons supposedly cannot rip a rift open. He's certain that tearing through space and time requires a level of raw power that's simply beyond human. The king grips his armrests and stands up, chillingly calm as he admits that's exactly why he's the one doing it. Standing tall, he drops a bombshell. He'll use his own physical body as the key to tear the rift and hunt that witch down. He shifts focus, asking Chief Warden Mu if he knows about the moon god. Mu looks up, whispering the name in shock. The moon god. Exactly. The king reminds him that in this kingdom, the sun god is usually their only divine light. But while investigating this curse, he found traces of the moon god. Pay attention, because things are about to get weird. The king thought he knew their faith, but this moon deity is a complete mystery. Does Mu know anything about her? Mu's beastly face freezes in total shock at the question. He hesitates, looking like a man who just saw a ghost. Stick with me, because this lore is heavy. She was the sun god's equal, ruling over death while he ruled over life. But she grew incredibly jealous that the living only offered their prayers and worship to the sun god. Driven by envy, she tried to murder him. Their legendary war lasted an eternity, until the sun god finally stood victorious. As she died, she clutched her chest in pure hatred and unleashed a toxic, massive curse that would haunt him forever. I will become death itself. Even if I am slain, I can never truly die, and I will return to kill you. Those were her final words. Finishing the tale, Mu dismisses it as nothing more than absolute, wicked blasphemy. He tells the king not to worry about such nonsense, but His Majesty just strokes his beard in deep, heavy silence. Then he drops a single line that drains the color from Mu's face, leaving him paralyzed with absolute dread. He wonders if the sun god has failed them. Maybe it's time to go seek out the moon god instead. Mu practically screams that it is not true, his desperate voice echoing through the halls as he begs the king to wait. He insists they will find the answer on their own. But then his loud panic suddenly drops to a shaky whisper. He promises they will be saved, and then boom, we're back to reality. Mu is standing tall, staring at a slimy, disgusting mess. Burnt monster corpses are still smoldering everywhere. Iram grips his weapon, looking around the battlefield, completely and utterly confused. You and I need to pause here. Just look at this disgusting monstrosity. I thought we were done. Iram hisses at Mu's mutated body. His clothes are shredded, showing tentacles and patches of gross, peeling skin. His eyes are literal voids of darkness set in a bruised, cracked face. Iram finally gets a look at that annoying mug. Mu's raspy voice makes Elizabeth jump in surprise. Recognizing him instantly, she shouts his name across the chaotic scene. Iram asks if she knows him, and Elizabeth just sighs. Apparently, this guy has one hell of a grudge against her. She mentions he is South Korea's boss now, which probably means they have way more beef than she does. Everyone gasps in shock. Elizabeth is suspicious. She's positive that girl said Mu was locked up deep. When the heck did he even manage to escape? The man who's supposed to be in a cell is standing on a rooftop, spitting toxic, hateful insults directly at Elizabeth. He shouts about years of humiliation and days of being completely powerless, all because of her interference. Now, he can finally rain down absolute judgment. He spreads his arms wide, looking incredibly arrogant and full of himself. Elizabeth just frowns, looking genuinely confused at his talk of judgment. Mu ignores her and just keeps on rambling like a lunatic. The king literally used his own body to tear open that rift. He screams in pure fury that he never expected her to break their curse. Only God can bring us true salvation, he yells, his voice cracking with fanatical rage. He screams that an evil witch like her could never bring salvation, telling her to atone for her sins by dying right now. She fires back, asking why he still looks so cursed if his God is supposedly so powerful. Is his God just useless? He freezes up instantly. Elizabeth stops her teasing, her smirk vanishing as her brows lock tight in sudden, serious focus. A massive fireball erupts from Mu's hand, and right on cue, the entire ground starts shaking with violent force. Everyone stumbles as the massive earthquake hits, but Mu's voice remains eerily calm amidst the chaos. He asks why God gave them zero answers after she turned them into these monsters. Amidst a literal sea of fire, Se-Jun sprints frantically while carrying Sora, with Uni following close behind them. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are not going to want to miss this battle. Alright, you and I are about to see the exact moment Mu reveals his true, terrifyingly giant, hairy monster form. He is gripping that book like a lifeline, his eyes bulging as if he has just uncovered the ultimate shocking secret. He is literally preaching that they all need to burn their bodies alongside the priests to finally achieve proper rebirth. The one true path to absolute salvation. He recites these words smoothly, like he has rehearsed this script 100,000 times, claiming they already have God's blessing. A massive skinny swarm, winged monsters completely wrapped in roaring flames, suddenly fly in out of thin air, surrounding Mu on every single side. Now pay attention, because this is where it gets wild. Sao stands on a cliff, calmly watching the safe zone below. The sky burns from those self-immolating beasts. Down in the zone, fiery red spots start glowing everywhere, painting the area bright red. She peers down from that high cliff at the fiery swarm descending upon the world. Sao catches a quick glimpse of Mu's back in the distance and mutters quietly to herself, wondering if Mu actually killed Park and ran away. She turns slightly, her clothes fluttering in the cold wind. Ultimately, it doesn't really matter right now. She just needs to keep her eyes focused on her mother and her master. A calculating look takes over her face as she rests her hand on her chin, hoping Mu kills her younger self. Meanwhile, each one of those bright red flames completely wraps itself around a creepy, skinny, winged beast. They do not land on the ground at all, simply hovering there like an omen. Ram stares helplessly at the fiercely glowing sky, asking what is happening as Mu simply hooks his finger at the swarm. One monster obeys the command instantly, dive-bombing straight into the dirt below. A mini explosion goes off, forcing the group to quickly jump back several steps to stay safe from the blast. Everyone's jaws drop at this insane level of raw power. It is absolutely devastating to witness. The spot where they stood is now cratered deeply, cracked wide open, and literally on fire from that intense heat. The rest of them dive down too, smashing into the ground like mindless moths, which makes Ha-Imam scream and sprint away. Sensing major trouble coming fast, she wildly throws her hands up in a desperate, defensive move. She spawns a massive, thick magical shield just in time for a demon to crash straight into it. The heavy shield dents inward deeply, smoking from the insane impact of that massive, fiery explosion. While Ha-Imam is still in shock, Kangcho blurs right past her, leaping incredibly high into the open air. He aims directly for Mu, violently twisting his body mid-air and clenching his fist with everything he has. Kangcho does not hesitate for a single second, punching Mu straight in the center of his face. That strike is so insanely heavy, it almost deforms his own knuckles. Mu gets sent flying dozens of meters back, but Kangcho looks startled. That weird blue light from Mu's palm reveals his freaky face, cracked skin, and pitch-black eye sockets for everyone to see. You and I both expected damage, right? Nope, 0 injuries. Kangcho is completely stunned, doubting his own eyes as his attack has absolutely no effect at all. He knows for a fact that he landed that exact hit perfectly. While Kangcho is totally distracted, another fiery monster takes advantage and rushes super close to him. He drops into a panicked defensive stance, but then, snap! A loud, crisp sound echoes through the air. The coating on that monster is not fire anymore. It is a super thick layer of solid, freezing ice. It stops its crazy charge instantly and just floats there in mid-air. He lowers his guard, amazed at this incredibly random situation. Before he can even adapt, Se-Jun rushes in. He mercilessly kicks through that icy armor, while still holding onto Siora with a tight grip. Se-Jun casually asks if he is doing all right, and the heavy tension finally starts to melt away. Kangcho's face is quickly replaced by a look of massive, pure relief. He shouts out gratefully to Se-Jun and Ha-I-Ram as she finally touches down beside them. Se-Jun leaps down gracefully, asking Elizabeth what on earth is happening. The witch reflexively looks up and blurts out a response. It is the boss. Korea's ultimate boss is standing right here. He was stuck in ZH before, but now he has completely escaped inside of Park's physical body. Se-Jun doesn't reply, turning urgently to Ha-I-Ram. Stick with me, we're about to see if her blueprints can end this. Ha-Imam snaps back, looking totally annoyed at his mistake. She asks if he sold the original copy or something, but still tosses Jun a fresh redesigned scroll to use. He catches it instantly, apologizing with a guilty look. He is so sorry he accidentally lost the first one. With that, he jumps up and starts barking out battle orders. Everyone focus. Start thinning out those sky monsters. Trust me, you and I are about to witness something wild. The distance between Jun and Mu just keeps getting shorter. The battle is reaching its peak as the two warriors finally come face to face in the sky. His weapon stretches out, morphing into a deadly spear. Mu does not flinch, sending two monsters diving straight down at him. They lock onto Jun, but he is insanely fast. He spins away, swinging his spear in a wide arc to slice both beasts in half. Mu finally looks nervous. That spear thrusts forward with nothing but killer intent. He tries twisting his body to dodge, but he is just one step too slow. The blade slashes right across his face. Jun pulls back and throws out a horizontal sweep, but this time Mu manages to jump back and barely dodge the hit. Jun goes on an absolute rampage. His spear blade flashes constantly, forcing Mu into a defensive retreat just to survive the relentless barrage. Jun grits his teeth, his brow furrowed in pure frustration. Watching Mu's body instantly regenerate right after getting slashed is seriously pissing him off. What the heck is this guy? The guy is healing way faster than Jun can actually damage him. Down below, everyone else is still struggling against the mobs. Suddenly, Elizabeth calls out to Uni. She looks incredibly rushed and just flat out says, "I really need your help right now." Uni just looks totally confused by the request. She is like, "Wait, what? Me?" Elizabeth quickly explains the situation. Jun is really struggling to hold his own up there. They look evenly matched now, but he has been fighting non-stop, and his stamina is dropping fast. Mu was a chief warden after all. He can use his holy power to heal any injury instantly. It literally does not matter how many times Jun stabs him. Mew mockingly blocks a hit with his shield. Elizabeth continues, saying that at this rate, Se-Jun will be the first one to collapse. Uni asks nervously how she can possibly help. Elizabeth speaks slowly. I need you to find Mew's heart. Pay attention, because you and I are about to see the moment that changes the game. Elizabeth ignores her shock and explains that heart is the source of his power. Basically, his heart acts as his main core. Seeing that Uni still looks completely doubtful, Elizabeth steps closer to reassure her. Se-Jun is keeping him busy, and locking onto that heart won't be easy. But I know you can do this if you focus. Uni asks, still sounding incredibly nervous. How can you possibly be so sure about that? Elizabeth smiles with pure confidence, saying, because you are the mother of COA, and you are special. Finally accepting her role, Uni lifts her bow. She aims high into the sky, pointing right where Se-Jun and Mu are violently clashing. Uni closes her eyes, tuning into the energy flowing all around her. When they open, her gaze is locked with serious determination. Her bow and arrow start glowing with a cold turquoise light. Uni pulls the bowstring back tight, standing completely frozen in place, all while flaming monsters keep diving from the sky, forcing the rest of the crew to desperately fight them off. But right now, she is totally in the zone. The absolute chaos around her does not break her focus at all. Uni's eyes glow wide open without a single blink. She stares intensely at Mu until a mysterious light appears over his chest. She quietly whispers that she sees it. Uni finally lets go of the heavily drawn bowstring. Carrying pure killing intent, the arrow shoots up, driven by the snap of the string. That tip is locked onto Mu's chest. You and I saw this coming, but watch this perfect shot. By the time he notices, the arrow is way too close to block. Direct hit. Uni is absolutely ecstatic, seeing her arrow pierce through Mu's body and completely shatter his heart. Se-Jun is literally mid-attack but has to freeze in his tracks. He can't hide his shock as he stares at the arrow buried deep in his opponent. Se-Jun clearly didn't see that coming. A nasty voice rings out. He looks at the arrow in his chest, looking more annoyed than hurt, but suddenly his entire body crashes down. He lets out a massive scream as violent tremors take over his whole frame. His voice shakes right along with him. How could someone blessed by the sun god lose to a pathetic, lowly nobody? Trust me, the view from below is just terrible. You and I are about to see if these heroes can survive an apocalypse. Uni locks her stance, watching the sky, while Mu overflows with pure, murderous rage. It cannot end like this, he snarls. Se-Jun stands paralyzed, watching Mu mumble with a terrifying and insane level of determination. I have to wipe out every last one of those witches. The second those words drop, the monsters literally double their diving speed. Massive explosions rip through the air as Se-Jun gets caught totally off guard. He quickly snaps his head around, eyes wide at the blazing red lights filling the entire night sky. Total panic breaks out. Mu's raspy voice echoes. All believers of the sun will follow my will. And just like that, the entire swarm shoots down. Every monster, hovering over the safe zone, dive bombs their target. It looks like a deadly meteor shower. Everyone is completely frozen in place, standing perfectly still and glued to the spot. They are looking up at a rain of fire that is about to incinerate everything. Koa stares at the sky, her mind working fast, clearly cooking up some kind of desperate plan. Totally engulfed in raging flames, the monsters dive like missiles. The entire swarm is aiming straight for the songbook safe zone. Absolute chaos erupts as the survivors watch that blazing rain of fire crashing down toward them. People are running and screaming everywhere. Stay right there, because you have to see what happens next. Stick with me, because we are dropping right into the center of absolute chaos. Heartbreaking screams for help echo through the ruins. A deadly rain of fire crashes down. Se-Jun stands perfectly still, watching sparks ignite the pitch-black night sky. He is losing his mind. Voice shaking at the blood-red sky, he mutters, "What the hell? Can we even block this? This is a total disaster." And it is not just Se-Jun. Everyone else is rooted to the ground in terror. They are horrified of the incoming firestorm. But Koa's face stiffens. She realizes blocking them one by one is impossible. Making a split-second choice, she slams her tiny hand straight into the dirt. A brilliant blue light flashes from her palm. I have to do this all at once, she tells herself with absolute focus. That light explodes outward, forming a blinding magic circle that radiates freezing air. Yuhua panics, rushing forward to stop her daughter, but Elizabeth quickly reaches out and grabs her shoulder to hold her back. Wait. Let her handle this, she says calmly. Even so, Yuhua cannot hide the absolute terror written on her face. Now, pay attention here. Something legendary is about to rise from that circle as it gets blindingly bright. Koa just flicks her wrist. Out of nowhere, a colossal tree bursts out, shooting into the sky and aggressively branching out everywhere. Everyone just stands there, their jaws dropping in pure, unadulterated shock. Thick vines of ice weave together, forming a massive, unbreakable tree trunk that just keeps growing taller and taller. Frosty leaves sprout from the icy branches, followed instantly by the blooming of frozen flowers. In seconds, a breathtaking giant ice tree stands tall. Meanwhile, the demons above don't hesitate, diving straight into the frost. They smash directly into Koa's tree and explode on massive impact. Hordes of other flying monsters blindly follow, detonating the very second they touch those thick, frozen branches. But from the ground, the survivors only see an unshakable, majestic tree tanking every single bit of that fiery damage. Its massive canopy acts like a giant shield. Icy shards fall as demons explode above, but everyone underneath is perfectly safe. Everyone just stands there, staring at the magical tree in absolute, pure awe. Haiyan is the very first one to speak up. She blocked all of those zealots at once. Yuhua stays quiet, staring at the miracle her daughter just pulled off. It is not just beautiful, it saved everyone. She looks at that crystal-clear, majestic tree glowing with blindingly bright shards of frost. She cannot help but gasp. Incredible. The civilians stop panicking, mesmerized as they gaze up at the brilliant sight. Se-Jun is stunned. And then, you and I both hear it, the chime of a system ping. First, dungeon destroyed. World quest completed. His eyes go wide as the icy blue light reflects deep in his pupils. Dawn finally breaks, illuminating the horizon and making the ice tree look even more insanely radiant. You have prevented Koa's fourth misfortune. The icy leaves slowly fade, turning into a shower of sparkling glass sand. She beams a massive smile and happily trots over to Se-Jun. She jumps into the air, throwing her arms around him and yells, "Dad." He replies by gently calling her name. "Koa, are you okay? Are you hurt?" She innocently says she is fine. You and I just witnessed one hell of a miracle, right? All right. You and I are jumping back into this mess as Se-Jun lets out a massive sigh of relief while the crew swarms in. Two voices cry out at once, making them both look up. Everyone rushes forward, burying her in a chaotic wave of head pats and hype. You were absolutely incredible out there. Without your help, we would have been completely cooked, no question about it. Koe does not let it go to her head, though she just flashes that classic, mischievous little grin of hers. Soon, head pats just are not enough. They launch her into the air, while Se-Jun stands there watching helplessly, totally ignored. "Put her down, she will get hurt," he begs. But as she lands safely back in his arms, the system chime rings out. Rewards are officially being calculated. Both parents snap their heads up, staring intensely at the glowing notification screen in front of them. "Rewards?" he mutters, confused. A new message appears instantly. Loot is being distributed based on your total contribution to the final boss kill. Out of nowhere, a stunning high-tier bow materializes right in front of Yuehua, shimmering with incredible power. It nearly gives her a heart attack. A gorgeous, detailed image of the weapon pops up, revealing its insane stats to everyone. Hunter Yuehua receives the weapon Jawar, Curse of the Celestial Palace. The rest of the squad gets epic loot drops as well. Unique skills are unlocking everywhere. From Ha-Aram to Kang Taejo, the entire team is getting hit with massive system power-ups. Even Haiyan unlocks a unique skill. Reading his new stats, he starts laughing like a maniac while flexing his newfound strength. Unique skill rewards? This is unbelievable. He is clearly flustered, even though Aram tries to play it off as no big deal. But Yuehua's reward is on another level. She grabs her new weapon, staring at the name, Jawar, Curse of the Celestial Palace. This thing was forged from the sacred wood of a world that has been completely destroyed. It is currently cursed, its true potential sealed away. A weapon meant to execute and then the system text just cuts off. So what do you and I think this thing is actually meant to kill? Se-Jun watches his team celebrate their massive wins. Realizing everyone else just scored legendary loot, he slowly raises a hand and fakes a polite little cough to get attention. He figures that since he was fighting so hard, the system should be handing over something legendary, right? Se-Jun is practically vibrating with excitement, waiting for his big moment. He waits. And waits. But absolutely nothing happens. Panic sets in as he starts shouting at the air. "Hey, system, what about my reward? Is anyone even up there?" His face goes dark and his jaw hits the floor. Everyone got rewarded except for him. Little Koe sees her dad sulking and tugs on his sleeve. "Daddy, what is wrong? Did you not get a prize?" Looking like he just lost everything, Se-Jun lets out a long, soul-crushing sigh. He pats her head, thinking that as long as she is safe, nothing else matters. "It is okay," he says softly. "I am just happy our Koe stayed safe." Meanwhile, on a nearby roof, the older Koe is watching them with pure hatred. She is trembling with rage, recalling the memory of her father bowing like a beggar to another woman, desperate for her help. "This is not personal. I just need to kill the witch Lee Koe to make things right." She grinds her teeth as that scene plays in her head, her voice shaking with pure, unadulterated venom. "You are still just as disgusting as ever," she screams, totally snapping. A massive wave of killing intent explodes, whipping up snow. The wind turns into a hurricane. forcing the team below to shield their eyes from the blinding dust and ice. Elizabeth is the first one to react, sensing the terrifying presence lurking on the roof above them. Now here's the part you and I need to watch closely. Se-Jun feels the killing intent too, looking up to find the older Koi. Her white hair flows in the freezing wind as Lee Se-Jun stammers in absolute disbelief. Is that? His eyes go wide and his face turns pale as he calls out her name. She just stares blankly at him and the little version of herself. She bites her lip, eyes flashing with absolute murderous intent. The child hides in her father's arms. Furious, the older Koi wonders why he is so determined to protect that kid. During this same hunt, why does this version of him protect her? The Lee Se-Jun she knew never did a single thing. They are total opposites. Why was he never there for me? She asks herself, her heart filling with bitter jealousy. Her hand twitches as blue light flares in her palm. I would feel better if you just ran, she chokes out. She throws her arms wide as massive, ancient magic circles light up the entire sky, her cloak billowing in the wind. Pointing forward, her aura explodes. I am done with this whole circus. It is time for this to end. The dark energy crashes down, but suddenly, Elizabeth shouts a command that stops everything. Stop right there, and that is where we leave it with Koi frozen by her master's voice. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. That is enough, Chloe. Will those words even reach her? Stick with me here. Lee Jun looks up at the furious older Chloe, completely lost in his own confusion. Lee Jun asked future Chloe that same question while she was slumped on the ground in the cold. Her teary eyes glanced at him. She answered his question with another question entirely. Why did you not protect me? Snapping back to reality, Lee Jun is sweating bullets. Massive magic circles surround Chloe as she growls with absolute venom. I completely despise you. Lee Jun, I have had enough of this joke. Let us end everything right here. Everyone immediately drops into defensive stances as the evil energy charges. Then, Elizabeth barks out sharply. Stop it. Hearing that voice, Chloe freezes. Elizabeth stands guarding Lee Jun and the little girl. That is enough, Chloe. She says it firmly. Will that even work? It seems the girl still holds respect for her old master. She warns Elizabeth. Step aside, master. You promised you would always be on my side. Elizabeth fires back. Stopping you right now is me being on your side. Chloe snaps. Liar. In a blind rage, she summons a massive ice block and hurls it at her younger self. Elizabeth barely manages to cast a shield. The frozen spike stops right before the girl's eyes. Thank God Elizabeth blocked it. She leaves the shield up and steps forward to confront the enraged Chloe. What are you doing? She demands. Chloe snaps right back. See? I knew you were lying. Her face softens, but the killing intent remains as she speaks. Master, do you seriously think I am killing her over jealousy? You already know the answer. You know perfectly well that if she does not die, I will have to. Hearing this, Lee Jun looks absolutely shocked. He has never heard this dark truth before in his life. So, what do you and I make of this? Chloe explains that two versions of one person cannot exist in the same world. One of them must vanish. Only one can survive. So the world can finally find its proper balance again. Alright, pay attention here. As long as the younger version is alive, this world will automatically delete the foreign entity. Saving her is not an option. Elizabeth looks down, totally silent. Lee Jun stares at her, desperately waiting for some kind of confirmation. Was the girl actually telling the truth? Elizabeth stays quiet, biting her lip and glaring at the older Chloe. Suddenly, the older Chloe starts trembling uncontrollably. She grabs her shirt like she just took a massive hit. Older Chloe glares away, visibly irritated. You better not get in my way anymore, she snaps. She opens her hand, and a freezing aura gathers in her palm. She raises both hands high. Her long white hair falls wildly so you cannot even see her face. A massive glowing magic circle instantly expands, covering the area with her at the center. Mysterious glowing particles materialize out of the air. Perhaps it is pure energy, appearing out of absolutely nowhere, falling all over the place. Everyone is thrown into total panic. What is going on? Elizabeth screams her name, but Chloe ignores her, flicking her hand like a nuke. Lee Jun panics and yells out, "Wait a minute, Chloe, stop!" But she has completely lost her mind. A massive earthquake violently shakes the ground, kicking up debris everywhere. A system message suddenly flashes on screen. Chloe's final bad luck has officially begun. Instantly, giant skyscrapers start leaning and collapsing. The sky is now stained with a tragic color. Massive razor-sharp ice blocks erupt straight out of the ground, towering into the sky. Snow and thick fog swallow everything. Warning, you have entered the witch's dungeon. Now, little Chloe is left completely alone. The poor girl. Now watch closely, because things are about to get absolutely crazy. She stands alone among crushed buildings and freezing snow in a completely destroyed wasteland. She calls out with a shaky little voice. Dad, Mom, where did everybody go? While the little girl is still searching, older Chloe's cloak suddenly sweeps right past her. She stands behind the kid. Hello there, my younger self. The little girl slowly turns around. Older Chloe stares back with a dead expression. Little Chloe calls her big sister, but she is immediately cut off. I am not your sister. I am your future self. And I have come back here to kill you. All right, you and I are witnessing an unfair matchup. The kid argues, since you are taller, you have to be my sister. She even adds that Dad said killing is bad. Imagine getting lectured by a toddler. Future Chloe just scowls in pure annoyance. Her response is dripping with pure disgust. Do not call him Dad, she sneers. It really does not suit you at all. Little Chloe will not back down. What is wrong with Dad? He is a great person. You are just being really mean. And you even use those nasty curse words. Future Chloe looks surprised for a split second before her cold expression returns. You really do not know anything, do you? With that, she steps forward. A massive wave of jagged ice spikes erupts, sending the poor girl flying. Her innocent face is paralyzed with absolute terror. She slams into the ground hard while her older self just stands there, casually crossing her arms. But honestly, her voice is losing its cool and getting more unhinged by the second. I already told you, she growls. Two versions of the same person absolutely cannot exist in the same world. Suddenly, a magic circle glows beneath the kid. This dark energy? Yeah. You and I both know this is bad news. Dark energy swallows her whole. Sensing the danger, little Chloe slams her tiny hands down, summoning a bright green magical shield. The barrier holds just in time as thousands of lethal ice spikes erupt straight from the ground below her. Future Chloe is livid, her face twisting with rage as her words become even heavier and more vicious. I absolutely hate seeing a version of myself being totally mesmerized by that man. Little Chloe grits her teeth, eyes burning with focus as she whispers, with everything I have. She reaches for the sky while freezing air begins to swirl and gather together. Even future Chloe freezes in shock as she witnesses this insane display. A massive ice sphere spawns right above her. Since she didn't make it, it has to be the kid's doing. With everything I have got, the girl screams, swinging her hand forward to launch the attack. The massive ice sphere obeys, crashing straight down with earth-shattering force toward the older Chloe. Now watch this. The older woman does not flinch. She just looks up, snaps her fingers, and that ice boulder instantly explodes into pieces. Little Chloe just stares at the shattered crystal fragments, raining down in awe of the power. But that amazement quickly shifts into pure, paralyzing terror. Future Chloe smirks. Your mana capacity is honestly almost equal to my own right now, she says calmly. But in the end, you are still just a kid. As she speaks, magical energy wraps around the surrounding skyscrapers. Then, without warning, two entire skyscrapers slam into each other. They crush little Chloe right in the middle. Your mana control is still garbage compared to mine, kid. The little girl looks around frantically as the massive structures are about to crush her flat. Meanwhile, Se-Jun's group finally regroups. Horn looks around confused, asking what this place even is. Hiram explains that this is the spot where the team died and where Chloe fought her final battle. Deep inside the ruins of Se-Jun's city, right over there. Se-Jun scans the area, wondering where Chloe went. Then something happens, and that is where we leave it for now. Yuhua calls out to Se-Jun. He freezes. Her eyes are strangely sad as she watches him. Let us dive back into the madness. You can clearly see the rare anxiety on Yuhua's face. She demands the whole truth. Was that person who just appeared really Chloe? She asks him directly. She is not giving him any room to dodge the question. Se-Jun's expression turns dark and heavy. His mouth drops open, but no sound comes out. Finally, he speaks. Yeah, that is our daughter from the future. The one I utterly failed to protect. Completely stunned, she whispers back. From the future? Se-Jun nods. Guilt is written all over him. Why? Because he also time-traveled from 15 years in the future. Yuhua repeats his words in disbelief. He just nods again, that familiar guilt washing over his face. He returned from a ruined world, 15 years ahead. Se-Jun clutches his chest in pain. I actually died by the holy sword, but when I finally opened my eyes, you were bringing our daughter to me 15 years ago. As her husband confesses, Yuhua's expression instantly darkens. Se-Jun just looks at her, completely heartbroken. He looks completely exhausted. Han nervously side-eyes Yuhua, who is standing there in a heavy, dead silence. Seeing her dark expression, Se-Jun panics and blurts out, I am so sorry. She steps right up to him. What exactly are you apologizing for? He hangs his head, admitting his push led to her death. All right, you and I need to hear this. Because I let them drag Koa into the tower, he says, shaking. Yuhua asks why he is apologizing for that. She reaches out and brutally squishes his cheeks, forcing him to look up. She speaks with brutal honesty. It is fine. Honestly, I could not care less about any of that. Se-Jun freezes, eyes bugging out from the cheek squish. Stunned, he stammers back that she died because of him. Yua softens her tone, telling him she really does not think he caused her death. She adds that if a kid suddenly appeared back then, anyone would have pushed her away. It was a completely normal reaction. Besides, she admits she should have joined the Night Order back then. Jun awkwardly tries to wave it off. Before he can finish, Yua cuts him off. You know absolutely nothing, she says, leaving Jun looking completely dumbfounded. Now pay attention here. Before he can process her words, she spins around and claims the fault is hers alone. Her sudden mood flip makes Jun jump. Ignoring his confusion and hesitation, she just keeps on going. She confesses she never should have hidden Koa's birth in the first place. If she had joined the Knights, the future would be totally different. Jun wildly waves his hands. No way. How could it be her fault? Yua whips around now, looking dead serious. That is exactly why I am spelling this out. You have zero fault in this absolute mess either. She steps in, one hand on his shoulder and the other on his cheek. Her eyes are soft but fierce. Jun, I do not blame you. Do not ever think I resent you for what happened. She then fakes a dramatic scolding tone. I can guarantee the version of me who died back then did not blame you either. Those words make Jun's eyes tear up with pure emotion. He bites his lip, looking ready to sob. Yua happily grabs his hand, melting away his massive guilt. He replies, Thank you so much, Yua. He practically collapses onto his wife's shoulder as the snow starts falling even heavier around them. You and I saw this coming, right? Seeing them stop playing the blame game, Elizabeth decides it is her time to jump right in. She explains that future Koa used her magic to literally bend space and time. It is insane. Now she is paying the price with some nasty side effects. Jun quickly interrupts her. Wait, what side effects? She asks if they remember how future Koa was completely glitching out earlier. Remember that Koa was violently shaking and clutching her chest like she took a massive critical hit. Elizabeth keeps explaining that time travel is no joke. It requires an insane amount of talent. Moving through space and time alone is a total nightmare. Yet somehow, the evil Koa pulled off both. She definitely had to burn through an absolutely terrifying amount of her own mana to do that. Jun asks if this timeline and the original timeline are completely different dimensions now. It does not take long for Elizabeth to fire back an answer to his question. They are exactly the same, but different. Jun nervously asks if it is like a parallel universe. Elizabeth instantly shuts that down. No, this case plays by completely different rules. She states that parallel universes literally do not exist. There is only one single universe. Because Jun regressed, the original world split into two separate worlds thanks to the massive changes he made. Then, the Koa from that ruined Doom timeline successfully forced her way into our current reality. Yua, who had been completely silent this whole time, finally speaks up. Does that mean the Jun from that world and this world are two different people? Nope, Elizabeth replies. You are still you, not just a clone. When you regressed, that specific time travel wiped out the existence of the other you entirely. So what do we make of this? That first world was totally destroyed and wiped from existence. That timeline is dead, and its final survivor, Koa, is right here. Hearing this, Jun freezes. If that reality is gone before Elizabeth can even finish, Jun cuts her off in a sheer panic. Wait. His face goes completely pale. He stumbles over his words. Does that mean all my efforts, no matter what I do in the future, it still will not save future Koa? Are you saying I can never actually save my daughter? His hope is shaking. Elizabeth just sighs and drops an absolute bombshell on him. Unfortunately, yes. Jun instantly breaks down, staggering backward like he took a massive hit. Eunhee rushes to catch him. You and I just witnessed a tragedy. Elizabeth explains that crossing time drained future Koa of her magic. Alright, let's dive into this. The odds of future COA surviving in our current world are basically zero. That's why her very existence is so unstable. She can't even tap into half of her original power. Everyone is absolutely floored by that realization. Gon stammers out. Wait, only half? They can't wrap their heads around it. Just how broken was future COA? Jun hides his face, reliving the nightmare. Now, pay close attention, because this part is vital. Before I regressed, I told you the future Earth was wiped out. That happened because COA unleashed her unique skill. Se-Jun looks away, haunted. He remembers her crying, rage-filled face as she cast an eternal winter over everything. Her words were soaked in pure hatred. That one skill triggered the Ice Age, plunging the entire world into ruin. A heavy silence falls over everyone. Suddenly, Elizabeth jumps back into the conversation. Her plan was to spark total chaos. Why? Because that destruction actually stabilizes her existence. That's how she survived this long. But with the Earth turning into a dungeon, even though that process was totally unavoidable, COA's rampaging actually forced the event to start early. She likely planned to use those monsters to dial the chaos up even further. Plus, she intentionally spared two specific lives, mine and yours. Eunhee flinches, completely caught off guard by that revelation. Before she can even process that, Elizabeth drops another massive truth bomb on them. If she protects you but kills her present self to survive, she'll probably just destroy the world anyway. Exactly like she did in her original reality. Ha, Iram cuts in. If this keeps up, we're going to have no choice but to fight future COA ourselves. She crosses her arms, waiting. Se-Jun, what's the plan? But the man is still a total emotional wreck. He stammers. The last time I saw her, I was so harsh. I demanded to know why she'd changed and if she'd ever fix herself. I never should have said that. You can hear the pure, crushing guilt dripping from his voice. You and I both know what he's thinking. He should have comforted her. Suddenly, his fierce determination flashes back into his eyes. Let me talk to her. After all, I'm the one who forced her into making that horrible choice to begin with. I failed as a father. I never once sat her down for a real heart-to-heart. That's probably why she hates me more than anything. Se-Jun pleads with them. Just give me one shot to explain myself and beg for her forgiveness from the bottom of my soul. He's literally begging. He means every word. Seeing his pain, Uni tries to softly reassure him. Suddenly, a massive explosion in the distance grabs everyone's attention. Se-Jun instantly shifts into full panic mode. That thunderous roar even startles Elizabeth. We have to move. It sounds like those two have finally started their clash. Without missing a beat, the entire crew sprints straight toward the massive blast zone. Elizabeth keeps pace, shouting, Se-Jun, you want to talk to her, but things are looking bad. You might have to choose between them. He stays silent, just running. The present version or the future one? What's he actually going to do? Se-Jun keeps charging, lost in thought. I'll choose both, he says, his voice surprisingly calm amidst the chaos. Elizabeth is completely baffled. Both? Se-Jun speeds up, pure, unshakable resolve written all over his face. Timeline doesn't matter, they're both my daughters. I'm not abandoning either of them, but as he speaks, his expression suddenly darkens. The group screeches to a halt. Blocking their path is a massive, masked army, armed to the teeth in strict uniforms. Everyone is thinking the exact same terrifying thing. Trust me, I know what you're thinking too. Witch hunters. Se-Jun is stunned by this ambush. Wasn't the fourth calamity supposed to be over already? So why are they here? Sensing the panic, Elizabeth screams. They aren't real. Se-Jun whips around, completely shocked by her claim. She calmly explains that these things are nothing more than artificial monsters. Stick with me, because we're about to see a crazy twist. These things are nightmare fragments created by the future version of Koa. Right on cue, the system window pings with a new description. It reads, Witch Hunter Nightmare Fragment. A literal fragment of a nightmare, forged straight from a witch's darkest, most painful memories. These artificial entities are born from massive amounts of raw magic. Their only mission? Obliterate every single living thing in sight. Se-Jun stands there frozen until a hand claps his shoulder. It's Ha-Iram and Kang to stepping up to the plate. Ha-Iram smirks, telling him to keep moving and leave this mess to them. He hesitates, obviously wanting to argue. But Ha-Iram is already facing down that massive horde of artificial witch hunters. She shouts back to him, You're in a hurry. This level of trash doesn't need the whole squad to handle it. Ha spreads her arms as dozens of guns materialize. Trust me, you and I don't want to miss what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to see her flex, a legendary new ability, unique weapon mastery. With a wicked, sneaky smile, she admits she just wants to test drive this brand new, unique reward. We are taking this all the way to the top, she declares with total confidence. Behind her, rows of floating guns lock onto their targets. They are aimed straight at the hunters, just waiting for her signal. With another wave of her hands, more guns materialize out of thin air. They snap into a flawless, deadly row. She flexes again, bragging that her brand new weapon mastery skill is honestly just too overpowered to ignore. Flashing that wicked grin, she insists on testing her brand new reward out right now. A total wall of hovering guns is now locked onto the witch hunters. Now pay attention, because here is where things get completely insane. She points her finger, and every single gun unleashes absolute hell, landing devastating headshots. Bullets rip right through the artificial hunters. Even though they are fakes, they still scream out in pure agony from the hits. While she is distracted, one guy sneaks around the left side for a surprise attack. But he never expects Kong Taho to punch him square in the face. The impact sends him flying, so another enemy rushes in. A system window pops up. Kong Taho's unique skill, Final Bout, is now activated. Not wanting to keep the enemy waiting, he immediately shows off his epic unique skill. His fists literally ignite with fire. Every single punch lands with insane precision, instantly wiping out enemies. Se-Jun and Yuiwa just watch that massacre with jaws dropped. One is shooting, the other is punching, treating the enemy like actual sandbags. They can only think one thing. This is terrifying. These insane skills are exactly why they were crowned Boxing King and War Queen before the regression. First up is Kong Taho's skill, Final bout makes him act just like a pro boxer. This incredible ability allows Kong Tahoe to gather every last ounce of power and massively expand its blast radius. There is a high chance that after using this insane move, he might end up exhausted. And what about Ha-Ira's weapon mastery? It is essentially just a form of telekinesis at its core. But she found multiple ways to boost its raw power. Honestly, those two are more than enough. Se-Jun and the squad immediately sprint off in another direction. He looks back to shout his thanks. Elizabeth runs past Han and yells that Hui Yan better get ready. Her unique skill is the only key to stopping Goa's battle. Hearing that heavy truth, Han stays totally silent. Let's pause for a second. You and I both know this right here is the main event. Older Gaia channels energy into a building, spitting out purely spiteful insults at the girl. Your mana pool might rival mine, she says. But at the end of the day, you are still just a kid. Suddenly, she rips two massive buildings from the ground, slamming them together to crush little Gaia in the middle. The girl panics as the structures are about to violently collide, but older Gaia stays chilling. You cannot match my control, kid. Right on cue, a massive, deafening crash echoes between the two structures. Debris explodes everywhere. From the force of that impact, you would think the explosion was just the buildings colliding, but nope. A wildly sturdy wall of solid ice completely blocked the collision. It looked like little Gaia would be crushed, but she summoned two giant blocks of ice to stop them dead. That epic spell definitely drained a huge chunk of her energy. Her hands shake slightly as a dark shadow lunges at her, catching her off guard, but little Guya's thorny vines block it. She throws her arm up, and a massive wave of fresh thorny vines explode into view. The recoil from summoning them launches her backwards, perfectly dodging those deadly ice spikes raining from the sky. The entire area literally starts blowing up as these two Goyas clash in an all-out war. Waiting for an opening, little Gaia unleashes an absolute barrage of razor-sharp ice shards toward her older counterpart. But older Gaia does not even bother dodging. Barely any shards actually manage to reach her. Seriously, one casual snap of her fingers is all it takes to block. Now older Goea is finally getting serious. Deadly intent flashes in her eyes as she glares. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. A massive magic circle appears above little Gaia, and her face is filled with pure shock. Startled and basically panicking, she whips around just in time to see something floating above, ready to crush her. Alright, you and I are diving into a moment where if she can't block this hit, it's straight up game over for our lead. Things are about to get ugly. Thinking fast, the kid throws her hands out and screams at the top of her lungs. She pours every ounce of energy into the magic circle. Snow swirls violently as the wind gathers right where little Koa stands, but it's still not enough. She yells for more, forcing the magic circle to expand even further with pure desperation. Meanwhile, right above her, older Koa's massive magic circle is finally reaching its absolute limit. Fully charged and lethal, black and white lightning crackles with insane brightness. Seeing the danger, the kid shuts her eyes and screams, pushing out every drop of mana she has left. Suddenly, a cluster of mysterious, glowing runes manifest right in front of her face. The wind howls as it wraps around a massive, inflating sphere. It grows so fast it's crushing every building trapped in its path. Then, without a single warning, boom, the whole thing violently detonates. Buildings nearby crumble into nothing but dust. Debris flies everywhere while the entire city block starts caving in on itself. Honestly, the raw destructive power of that blast was nothing short of terrifying. In a flash, the city is reduced to a wasteland. Little Koa looks tiny and broken in the middle of all that wreckage. She's just lying motionless on the frozen ground while the snow silently piles up around her small body. Meanwhile, older Koa stands completely unharmed. She casually walks toward the spot where her younger self went down. Raising her hand, a razor-sharp ice spike forms. Now pay attention, you and I are about to see something truly cold-blooded. She looks at her younger self with zero hesitation, ready to end it all. Her final words? See you. The kid still isn't moving an inch. Suddenly, a sword glowing with a blinding golden aura flashes into view. Golden chains shoot out at lightning speed, binding older Koa instantly. Startled, she doesn't even get a second to react. That deadly ice spike stops just inches from the kid as its creator loses focus. She glares at her attacker. It's some guy decked out in legendary golden gear, standing tall against her. Strangely, the chains slowly fade, but the pressure remains. It feels like her very heart is being tied up in a suffocating knot. This heavy, crushing feeling is coming straight from Gohan. He grips his blazing golden sword, staring her down with deadly serious eyes. This is his unique skill, Sword of Oaths. Once this broken system ability locks on, both the user and the target are forced to fight only each other. Older Koa is being controlled now. Her own body has completely stopped listening to her commands. Then suddenly, the ice spike spins around, aiming right where Gohi is standing. She recognizes the Sword of Oaths immediately as she hurls the massive ice block at him. Out of nowhere, Uni rushes in. She shatters the ice into a million tiny pieces with one swing of her bow, glancing back at her future daughter. From behind, Elizabeth arrives as backup. She points her casting hand directly at Go Hee-yeon to invoke spatial magic. Even Go Hee is caught off guard by the witch's move. He vanishes the very second Elizabeth's spatial magic makes contact with his body. Right then, Se-Jun finally catches up to the group. Now the three of them just stand there, staring each other down. I know what you're thinking. A massive betrayal, right? Older Koa grinds her teeth, demanding to know why her master would go this far. Elizabeth's face shows nothing but deep hesitation. Elizabeth teleports next to little Koa, trying to talk sense into her. She pleads that this is all wrong and needs to stop. She tells Koa she has to stop now, but her older self just snaps back, asking if her master really wants her dead. Master Elizabeth flinches at those words, but she continues to desperately plead for peace. She claims everything Koa is doing is useless. Koa starts to snap back, but suddenly stops mid-sentence. A flash of pure heartbreak crosses her face. She thought they were on the same side, and honestly, she looks incredibly lonely right now. Then her body starts glitching again. In an instant, her voice flips back to being totally cold and vicious. She asks if they really thought she couldn't kill that thing. Elizabeth looks completely panicked by the sudden shift. Softening her tone, she explains that the power of the Sword of Oaths is absolute. No magic can bypass it unless the skill is nullified. But before she can even finish, Koa cuts her off, asking who said this was just ordinary magic. Elizabeth freezes as a thick, pitch-black shadow begins to pool in the palm of older Koa's hand. Koa just frowns and says calmly that her master knows exactly what this power is. Something far stronger than any system skill. Trust me, you and I aren't ready for what happens next. Stick with me, you and I are about to see a power that makes normal skills look like child's play. Elizabeth's face goes bone white as pure terror sets in. She screams for Koa to stop and actually think this through. She pleads for a way for them both to survive. But let's be real, those words sound more like desperate begging. Koa doesn't even flinch. She just stands there while that thick, suffocating dark energy coils around her entire body. Her eyes close in total resolution. She says if her master truly believed she had to die first, she wouldn't have gone this far. As dark magic swallows Koa, an insane killing intent explodes, making Elizabeth curse out loud in pure fear. Damn it. The world turns into a pitch-black nightmare. Elizabeth sprints through the suffocating fog, her mind racing in a total, frantic panic. She never imagined things would get this horribly messy. She screams for little Ka, but the poor kid is still unconscious on the ground. Believe me, this next part is absolutely critical. You do not want to miss a single second of the action coming up. You and I are about to witness a twist that changes everything. Se-Jun and Yu Yihua are standing together. The tension is heavy. He stares at his wife, ignoring how the entire world is literally turning dark around them. He looks lost while Yu Yihua turns away. When he finally speaks, she looks back at him with eyes that feel totally cold and foreign. That is not his wife. Who are you? Se-Jun demands. But Yu Yihua just meets him with a heavy, chilling silence. His eyes go wide, and he asks again, who are you, and why are you inside Yu Yihua's body right now? Her system window flashes behind her. But get this, her name and stats are there, but everything else is a complete blank. He knows instantly this is not Yu Yihua. She looks down and admits she tried her best to hide, but she had zero choices left. He had his suspicions, but hearing her actually say the words out loud hits him like a ton of bricks. He steps closer, firing off questions. What does that mean? Are you just using her as some kind of mindless puppet? She denies it instantly. She claims Yu Yihua agreed to this, and insists she has zero intention of ever hurting her. She says Yu Yihua is still the one in control. It sounds genuine, but Se-Jun's face says he doesn't believe a word. Finally, he snaps. Then bring Yu Yihua back right now. I need to see with my own eyes that she is safe. The fake wife says she is just resting. Now watch closely, this is the moment where things get really intense. Things are escalating fast. Se-Jun grinds his teeth in a pure rage, barking back that he needs to see her himself. Bring her out. The fake looks shocked by his intensity, but eventually, she gives in and follows his demand to bring her back. Fine, she replies. Yu Yihua suddenly opens her eyes, and her face returns to its usual, gentle, and harmless look. Se-Jun grabs her sleeve immediately, asking her if she is really doing okay or if she's hurt. He asks if her head hurts, but she avoids his gaze and gives a weak, shaky answer to all of his frantic questions. I am fine, Se-Jun, but why are you treating me like this? She asks him. Her voice is suddenly very serious. He stares at her, totally stunned. Instead of answering her, he asks if that was actually her speaking just a moment ago. She says it was just another part of her. Se-Jun refuses to accept that, desperately trying to find any logic to dismiss it. Yu Yihua, I really think you are misunderstanding something here. There is no way that was really you. That wasn't you. She snaps back, insisting it was her. If not me, Then who on earth do you think I am? Se-Jun is totally stumped by that blunt question, so he just stands there in a heavy, awkward silence. He is shocked she would even ask. He awkwardly repeats the question under his breath, what do I think she is? See, Se-Jun has this special piercing skill that lets him check any person's system window without a single problem. But for some wild reason, Yu Yihua's system is the one and only screen he has never been able to see clearly. Even now, the window is totally distorted, and it is definitely not just because she happens to be stronger than him. If that were the case, he wouldn't be able to see Koa's system either. He starts quietly putting all the pieces together. I know what you and I are both thinking. What could possibly have the power to block his skill like that? It must be an unbelievable force, something that stopped Koa's massive attack with just a simple bow. Something is shielding her information from his sight. If there is really a force like that out there, it has to be. After a long silence, Se-Jun finally speaks. The system. He repeats it again, confirming his own insane theory. She looks confused and asks if he means the system they all know. He replies with a simple, exactly. Ever since the rifts first appeared, every single hunter has heard that same exact voice inside their head. Trust me, it gets crazier. Yu Yiwa nervously rubs her hands together. Alright, you and I are diving into a moment where the game system and reality completely blur. She stammers, claiming she is the system while pointing at her face, but it sounds more like a question than a fact. Se-Jun is stunned. Wait, what? What are you even talking about? He asks, completely baffled. Yu Yiwa struggles to find the right words, stumbling through her explanation. No, wait, I am. But that is just another part of me, so it is still me. You can see it on her face. She is not sure of her own answer. Se-Jun, you probably do not get it since this is your first time. But that other part of me has always helped. At the very least, I can promise it will never do me harm. Since Yu Yiwa puts it like that, Se-Jun stops arguing, but his mind is racing. He curses under his breath. What is actually happening here? The system is supposed to be a completely neutral piece of gear. He has never heard of it directly interfering or helping anyone. And now it is actually moving to protect someone. But why? Seeing the tension rise, Elizabeth steps in to cool things down. Both of you need to relax. I know everything is complicated right now, but we have a much more urgent problem to deal with. When they both turn to look at her, their faces are instantly struck with pure panic. Elizabeth is holding little Koa. The girl's eyes are shut tight, breathing heavy as if she is burning up with a massive fever. They both shout in terror. Se-Jun rushes over, desperately asking what is happening to his little girl. Elizabeth explains she was exposed to the future version of Koa's cursed energy for far too long. I tried to remove it, but my own power alone just wasn't enough to stop it. She grits her teeth. Gaps in the sword's oath caused this curse. Trust me, you're not ready for what happens next. You and I are diving straight into this nightmare. It was more like a desperate wish than a real attack. She totally underestimated how lethal this curse would be once it latched onto someone. Se-Jun frantically asks where future Koa went. Down there, where the curse is at its absolute strongest, Elizabeth replies. She points toward the massive sphere of thick black energy created by the older, future version of Koa. She continues, saying she will do everything to slow the curse. But if they don't find a real cure soon, Koa only has 30 minutes left at most, she says helplessly. She watches the little girl gasp for air in her arms. Yu Yiwa turns pale at the news. Se-Jun is on the verge of a breakdown. He desperately asks if there is any way to break this. Please, what can I do to save my daughter? Elizabeth looks at him, hesitating for a moment, before finally revealing the brutal truth. You already know the answer. There are only two ways out. The witch who cast the curse can lift it herself, or the witch who is the source of the curse has to die. Se-Jun freezes at those words. Watch closely, because here is the heartbreaking twist. He stumbles forward, his voice shaking. To save Koa, we have to kill her future self. He clenches his fists as those awful words leave his mouth. Elizabeth can't offer him a single alternative. This was the only path. Her whole body trembles as she speaks. I do not know what else to say. The only thing I can do for you right now is send you inside that place. That is literally all I can do. Yu Yiwa calls out his name, her own body shaking from the pure terror right now. What happens if our Koa dies? That horrific question drains the blood from Se-Jun's face. He watches his little girl struggle for breath while black marks spread across her skin. He hesitates. He suddenly remembers the lonely, distant back of future Koa. Then he thinks about his present Koa dying. He just can't accept it. His trembling hand reaches for the redesigned prototype model Ha-Iram gave him earlier. He grips it very tightly in his hand. His eyes lock onto the black hole where the older Koa is hiding. He shouts, Elizabeth! She looks up to see him facing that massive sphere, radiating murderous energy. He tells her, let me go in right now. It's just Yu Yiwa and Elizabeth holding little Koa, surrounded by the absolute ruins that the older version of Koa had left behind. Yu Weiwa's face looks incredibly anxious. Remembering how Se-Jun had just charged right into that dark magic sphere, she couldn't help but ask if he would be okay. Elizabeth lowers her head and replies hesitantly, "Honestly, I can't say for sure, but we have to trust him. Now, you and I just have to wait and see if his brand new protective cloak can withstand the curse's power." Alright, you and I are about to watch a moment where every second counts. Yuiwa waits in total silence. After a heavy pause, she finally speaks up. Does Elizabeth actually know about her secret identity? Elizabeth lets out a deep, tired sigh and admits she knows everything. Hearing that, Yuiwa desperately presses for more. Why keep it a secret? Elizabeth calmly explains that telling her too early would have sent everything spiraling out of control. Information is pure power, and revealing it too soon can be a deadly mistake. Why not just discuss this with the other avatars later? Yuiwa answers with hesitation. She thought she might be Elizabeth's incarnation, but saying it out loud sounds completely ridiculous. Elizabeth is left totally stunned. Why would she think that? Yuiwa quickly explains that back in Busuzan, she felt an insanely powerful connection between them. Nobody else felt a single thing, but for her, it was unmistakable. Now pay attention, Elizabeth is about to drop a reality check and shatter that theory. If she were truly an incarnation, that would mean she only exists because Elizabeth had already died long ago. But clearly, that is impossible since Elizabeth is standing right here in front of her. Yuiwa suddenly understands the logic, letting out a soft gasp. Elizabeth just watches her with a faint smile. Besides, she is not even sure if reincarnation is actually possible for her. Yuiwa is completely shocked. Elizabeth places a hand on her chest and explains she is actually receiving memories from before she returned to this life. She was wandering through a strange void that was not the afterlife, but definitely not the world of the living. Yuiwa cuts in, confused. Is a memory transfer something completely different from a regression? Elizabeth confirms it. She did not actually travel back in time from a future she lived through. All she has are fragmented pieces of memory. Suddenly, little Ka's hand twitches, breaking their conversation. The young girl lets out a weak cry, instantly grabbing their attention. Yuiwa calls out in pure surprise. The little girl is finally awake, raising her hand and calling for her mother. Yuiwa immediately pulls her into a tight hug. "Mommy is right here. Ka, are you finally awake? Tell me you are okay." She gently rubs the girl's head, but Ka completely breaks down, sobbing as tears stream down her tiny face. Her tiny hands grip her mother's shirt for dear life. She clings to her, unable to stop the crying. It hurts so much. Yuiwa's face turns white with absolute terror. She panics, desperately promising that everything will be fine, even though she has no idea what to do. You and I can feel the desperation here. Seeing them like this is breaking Elizabeth's heart. But she is out of mana. Elizabeth tightens her fists and firmly tells Yuiwa to lay Ka down. Yuiwa hesitates but eventually places her daughter beside Elizabeth, who says she needs to try one last thing. Is there actually a way? Elizabeth admits she has no idea if this will even work. She presses her hand onto Ka's forehead. Instantly, the dark curse inside the child gets sucked right into Elizabeth's body. Yuiwa tries to stop her, but a massive wave of raw magic erupts violently around the tiny girl. Black, ugly marks start crawling up Elizabeth's skin as she grits her teeth. She is going to shoulder this curse alone. The magical aura around them goes absolutely wild. Slowly, the dark stains fade from the child's face, but now they are spreading all over Elizabeth's body. She bites down hard, pushing her limits to rip every last drop of that curse out of the girl. The very next second, boom. The backlash throws Elizabeth back, and she coughs up blood. Yuiwa screams in panic as Elizabeth collapses onto the ground, appearing completely motionless and broken. Suddenly, a creepy voice echoes out, flashing back to a king's coronation where a man is weeping bitterly. His features are totally blurred as he mutters about monsters under his breath. A heavy guillotine blade suddenly drops at absolute breakneck speed. Blood splatters everywhere like a nightmare while the crowd in the stands just watches and cheers like absolute maniacs. Inside her head, Elizabeth is screaming in agony. Is she already dead? What is going to happen now? Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoes. Soul of the witch. She opens her eyes in total empty space. Trust me, you and I need to see what comes next. Alright, stick with me, you are about to witness a story where a witch meets a god. On pure reflex, she spins around to see who is speaking. Right before her stands a massive, towering god, reaching his hand out toward her while his divine presence fills everything. She gazes up at him, completely caught off guard, and asks, "Who on earth are you?" Taking in his colossal size and that blinding divine halo glowing everywhere, she gasps out loud, "Wait, are you a god?" He remains perfectly composed. "Humans do occasionally call me that." Hearing this, Elizabeth immediately scowls, looking seriously annoyed by the whole divine situation. With her hands planted on her hips, she fires back. "So, was it you who made that damn prophecy? Honestly, I thought you would look way more impressive." Turns out you are nothing special to look at. Zero majestic vibes from you. She mocks him with pure disgust. But the god does not even get angry. Calm down, he says gently. I get why you are furious. But once you become a higher entity, I literally cannot change what has already happened to you. Messing with a minor dimension like that is unbelievably hard. But honestly, that is not the important part right now. When you died, the King of Mayhem actually ripped a border between dimensions. He leans down and speaks slowly to her. Elizabeth is totally lost. The king lets pause for a second, because this is where everything starts to shift. He points at a magic vortex. Yes, to find you. He ripped a crack straight to a place called Earth. A blue globe suddenly appears in the portal. Very soon, the god continues, monsters from Mayhem will invade that world. Elizabeth just crosses her arms, staring at Earth in absolute, stubborn silence. After staring for a moment, she snaps around. Look, I really do not care. I have zero clue what Earth is, and it is absolutely not my problem, Se-Jun. The second he drops that specific name, her whole careless attitude vanishes into thin air. She whips her head back toward the god. Why the hell are you bringing his name up now? The god smirks. I bet you want to listen now, right? She gives a nod. The image of Earth vanishes, and suddenly we are looking straight through a random classroom window. A guy looking exactly like Se-Jun is dozing off at his desk. This is him before he ever met you, the god explains. Elizabeth rushes over for a closer look at the sleeping guy. She blurts out in total shock. Why is he so young? The dimension got altered all because of you. If things just play out normally, he is going to be eaten alive by monsters. Earth might have advanced tech, but they have zero mana. Those monsters will absolutely wipe out their entire planet in no time. Hearing this, Elizabeth completely freezes up. Her voice drops as she asks timidly, why exactly are you telling me all this? Because you have the power to change it, he replies. She stares blankly. Change what? He takes his time, dropping the ultimate question. You can use your magic to save that kid. So, what is your choice? Elizabeth looks back at the vision. Se-Jun is wide awake now, getting hilariously smacked on the head by his teacher. Memories start flooding back. Everything he ever did for her. The guy who brought light into her dark life. Is he going to die because of her curse? Thinking of that, she bites her lip. Her mind is totally made up. I can never let Se-Jun die. She stares right up at the massive god, dead serious. What do I do? A wicked smile flashes across the god's face. Now, what do we think happens next? This gets wild. We cut to Se-Jun completely alone, fumbling through the pitch black. He squints hard, blindly stumbling forward. Man, it is way too dark in here, he mutters while stumbling forward, feeling the oppressive weight of the silence pressing in from every side. The snowy air is thick and heavy. Suddenly, Se-Jun freezes as loud, echoing footsteps approach him. His face hardens the second a bright light hits him. That glow is coming from an entire army formed out of pure, raw magic. These guys are nightmare fragments. Witch hunters, to be exact. They are terrifying pieces of a nightmare born from a witch's twisted memories. Artificial creatures created from an overwhelming amount of mana, and let us just say they do not have the best intentions toward anything with a pulse. Se-Jun immediately drops into a fighting stance and smirks. You guys again? He adjusts his grip on the heavy spear while talking trash. Even though he knows perfectly well, these mind-numbing monsters cannot even answer him back. Sorry, but I do not have time to take you down one by one. I have a daughter to see. Suddenly, the ring on his pinky starts glowing. A brilliant blue light bursts from the gem. Then, that familiar system voice rings out again. Use the Emperor ring? Select the number of souls to summon. Se-Jun doesn't reply, just viciously slashes right through those artificial witch hunters. Stepping back to gather momentum, he growls out, "Stay the hell away from me." With that, he charges right in, ready to solo this entire army himself. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you are going to want to see what Koa does next. Her mind is racing. Alright, you and I are diving into a story about a father who realized his mistakes way too late. The pure agony on his face was impossible to hide. Koa grips her hands tight, whispering, "You saw that too, right?" How could he not understand? She asks herself while flashing back to that day at her mother's grave. Back then, she was just a child, holding her father's hand. Se-Jun actually thought he was hiding his pain. Even as a kid, she felt his heartbreak. Now, she looks up at him with eyes full of heavy sadness. But every time he looked at her, his eyes were just overflowing with nothing but pure, unrefined grief. He stared right at her, yet she never saw her own reflection. He wasn't even looking at his daughter. He was staring at the ghost of her mother. Facing that agonizing look made her feel like nothing more than useless baggage left behind by the whole world. The scene shifts to a younger Koa sitting alone in her room. She's so small, so isolated. Wiping away tears, she sobs for her mom. Nearby, withered leaves from a dying plant flutter to the cold floor. She looks at the dying plant, but but her focus shifts to the bow resting right next to it. She stares at it for what feels like forever. Then, her eyes snap wide open, locking onto a single spot. She wondered if death took her mother away, why couldn't she just find a way to bring her back? With that desperate thought, she reaches for the plant. Boom! Life explodes from her fingertips. The plant turns green and surges toward the ceiling. The massive noise startles Se-Jun while he is working. He rushes over, throws the door open, and panics. He demands to know what that sound was. He freezes as an icy chill hits his face. That dead plant? It's now violently overgrown, consuming the entire room. Seeing Koa in the middle of the mess, he yells, "Koa, what on earth did you just do?" Terrified by his shouting, she looks up with trembling eyes. Se-Jun steps forward, still yelling at her. He told her so many times never to use magic. She doesn't even dare to talk back, immediately taking the blame. She says it is her fault as her tiny hands shake. "Now, you and I need to watch this part closely." His eyes lock onto the bow, and his face twists with fury. It's clear that things are taking a turn for the worse. He aggressively reaches out to snatch the bow, shouting for her to give it to him right now. The little girl desperately fights back, crying no, but he loses his patience and violently rips the bow from her grip. She reaches out, sobbing uncontrollably. She begs for him to give it back. Unable to reach it, she just cries out for her mother. Back in the present, Se-Jun slices through a monster with surgical precision. The memory of that agonizing pain echoes as Se-Jun keeps fighting his battle without taking a single break. She feels abandoned. Se-Jun lunges with a devastating stab, followed by a brutal, finishing slash. He gave up on her. Se-Jun relentlessly hacks through enemies, trapped in a dark cycle of misery and regret that came far too late for them now. Suddenly, a monitor flashes bright red. An emergency warning blares across the screen. A panicked staff member checks the readings. An unprecedented, massive surge of mana has just been detected in Seoul. This changes everything. Se-Jun can't hide his shock, blurting out a terrified, "Oh my god." A twisted smirk crosses his face. "You and I have to wonder who could possibly have that much mana." Next, a group arrives to abduct Koa. Se-Jun is pinned to the ground as a heavy door slams shut. Little Koa is left lying alone in a cold, machine-filled room. With her eyes shut tight and her hands chained, she whispers to herself that her dad will surely come to save her. Right, Dad? She pictures her father standing at the doorway. But no matter how long she waits, he never actually showed up for her. She believes he hates her. That is the betrayal that broke her completely. Now, Koa sits on her own throne. Se-Jun's voice echoes faintly in the air. He says she isn't a monster, but his daughter. Her eyes widen in pure, unhidden shock. He stands there, gripping his spear, prepared for the battle that is about to begin. Facing down witch hunters at the edge of a sheer cliff, he prepares for an intense showdown. She curses him out, wondering why he's crawling back now. Her eyes flash with pure resentment. It took everything falling apart for him to finally act like a father. She just can't accept it. Now she sits alone, deep in thought. "Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how this ends. Trust me, you and I are witnessing the absolute lowest point for our heroes right now." She buries her face, broken. It is a total mess. He is the one who messed up, yet she is the one being painted as the villain. She looks so incredibly alone in this moment, just wishing that every bit of this nightmare would finally fade away. She pulls her head to her knees, wanting to vanish. Even a supposed monster feels this crushing weight of pure sadness. Suddenly, steady footsteps crunch through the thick snow. She knows that specific sound immediately. She spins around just as the figure stops. It is Se-Jun. The moment he sees her, his eyes fill with tears. His voice is shaking as he finally calls her name. Father and daughter are finally reunited in this frozen wasteland. They stand there facing one another. Se-Jun is trembling so violently he has to grip his spear just to stay standing. He stares at the silver-haired woman standing right there in front of his eyes. His hands squeeze the weapon tight, his mouth pressed shut as he struggles to find any words that actually matter. Finally, a broken whisper escapes his lips. "Dad is so sorry." He looks like his entire world has just ended. Behind him, the corpses of those artificial freaks are scattered everywhere. Se-Jun is drowning in his own heavy guilt. He has so much to say. Dragging his feet through the snow toward Goa, a million unspoken thoughts flood his mind. This was all one massive misunderstanding. He never meant for this to happen. He truly only wanted to save her. The guilt is eating him alive. Se-Jun bows his head, his face twisted in absolute agony and deep despair. His voice shakes uncontrollably. "Dad is truly sorry." Goa stands up now, her gaze cold and sharp as daggers. They are finally face to face. He helplessly realizes that apologies are all he has left. How did things become this nightmare? Se-Jun looks like he might collapse. He remembers the warning Elizabeth gave him before he arrived here. Now pay attention here, this is where the choice becomes truly impossible. Does he choose to save future Goa or present Goa? He clenches his fists, desperate to save her life. He tried everything possible to fix this broken timeline. Se-Jun pulls his spear from the earth, but then he points the blade directly at her. Tears stream down his face as he makes his choice, the blade aiming straight at his daughter. Why couldn't he save her from this? Why does he only get to pick one? Why is he so incredibly weak? Beating himself up, he lunges forward with everything. Goa doesn't even flinch. She coldly says, "In the end, you still aimed at me." Hearing that, Se-Jun stops dead in his tracks, completely stunned. His eyes go wide as the tears keep falling. Elizabeth's final warning echoes in his mind. There are only 2 ways to break this curse. 1. Find the caster. 2. Kill them. Se-Jun hesitates with his spear, then slowly lowers the weapon down. He whispers, "Dad understands." Those 2 simple words catch Goa completely off guard. He wildly spins his spear, pointing the sharp tip directly at his own chest. He says, "Dad was aiming the wrong way." The deadly blade is now pressed against his own throat. The curse breaks once her ultimate goal is finally achieved. I know what you're thinking, but the real reason she traveled through time is because he actually regressed back then. She wanted to destroy the one person she hated most. Se-Jun looks deathly serious now. "Go. Dad knows how much you hate me. No matter what excuses I make, nothing is going to change anyway." Goa stands frozen, watching him. But here is the catch. Not everyone actually has to die today. You and the others will find a way to survive. If I just disappear, you can live happily in this world. Se-Jun's face is a portrait of pure tragedy in this moment. Softening his voice, he begs his daughter, "Please stay here without me." His answer was always the same. Tears are literally streaming down his face as he chokes out, "Dad is sorry for being a failure until the very end." Because both versions of her are his precious daughters. Goa's eyes shoot wide open in absolute panic seeing this unfold. A massive crash rings out as Se-Jun braces for the fatal strike to his own neck. But when he opens his eyes, he is still alive. His spear has been completely frozen solid. Se-Jun jumps as thick ice locks his arm in place. He looks at Goa in total shock. She stopped the attack. Her fists are clenched so hard they're shaking. Her voice trembles. "Se-Jun, I despise you to my very core." She grinds her teeth, spitting the words out. "It is pathetic that you never do anything right until it's way too late." And that is where we leave it. You and I just saw a father push his own daughter to the edge. Stick with me, you and I are about to watch this family drama reach a breaking point. Then she snaps, screaming, "This makes my blood boil. The way Mom always took your side. Younger me, worshipping you, master bailing you out everything, every single thing." She is completely losing her mind, and Se-Jun is left standing there totally stunned. Her face screams pure hatred. She looks at him and shouts that he simply does not deserve any happiness. Se-Jun just closes his eyes and takes the hit. "I know," he replies. She continues to yell, "Do not even think about dying to escape." He hesitates, asking how to fix this. Koa just grits her teeth. Finally, she spits out one word: regret. Se-Jun looks up, caught off guard, as Koa truly drops the hammer. "Live in total regret for the rest of your life. That is my curse on you." Se-Jun just takes it. Zero pushback against his own daughter. He honestly just accepts this dark fate without a single fight. Absolute dead silence falls over them. Koa refuses to look at him anymore and just turns her back. Her dress flutters as she fades into the void, taking that toxic aura with her. Elizabeth's dark marks finally evaporate. Meanwhile, little Koa is absolutely sobbing. "Master, please, you cannot die on me," she cries out. Hearing her tiny student, Elizabeth faintly flutters her eyes open. Her lips twitch as she barely manages to hold on. Pure joy hits the kid's face. "Master," she yells. Elizabeth forces herself to sit up, groaning and rubbing her head. Uni rushes over to check on her. Dazed, Elizabeth looks up at a massive, gorgeous, starry night sky. The curse is completely gone. She realizes things have gone back to normal, but even with the disaster cleared, Elizabeth feels uneasy. Now pay attention here. Did he really just kill Se-Jun? The black magic fades away, turning into dark butterflies. They flood the sky, circling a massive magic vortex. Inside that portal, an image of Se-Jun clearly pops up. He is standing face to face with Koa. The sun god watches this from above with a sneer. "What an absolute fool," he laughs. The god smirks like a true villain. The butterfly effect begins. You made a choice you simply cannot afford. Everything is set. The entire city is buried under a sea of ice. Buildings are crushed and bodies are everywhere. Absolute devastation. A bloody sword lunges at Koa's neck, but the attacker is suddenly impaled by a massive ice spike. The brutal blizzard just keeps raging. Turning around, Koa stares blankly at Se-Jun's lifeless body in a pool of blood. Squatting down, her eyes are locked onto her father's face. Aside from the ruins, the wasteland is totally empty. But then, a mysterious voice suddenly echoes out. "He is not actually dead, you know." Koa practically jumps out of her skin. Spotting the man who just spoke, she instantly leaps backward to create some serious distance. This guy is the legendary sun god himself, but Koa has no clue who she is looking at. She panics. I know what you're thinking, she's in trouble. Who are you? She demands. The god just laughs, completely amused. Sharp instincts, just like your mother, he teases. Koa raises her guard. Answer me or I will kill you. The god barely flinches. Relax, my identity does not matter. The truth is, Se-Jun did not die just now. He ran back to the past. Koa's brain completely short-circuits as she mutters, the past. The god gives a sickening little nod. Exactly. It is called regression. Smirking wickedly, he adds. My useless servant messed up. I suppose that is my bad. Since I failed to manage things, I cannot complain. Koa is totally not having it. Stop spouting absolute nonsense. Why should I believe anything you say? It is the truth. Want to see for yourself? Without even waiting for her to answer, he shows her the reality. He projects a massive wall of happy memories, showing Se-Jun and his daughter. Koa stands frozen in the illusion. What is but the god cuts her off. These are the new days Se-Jun is living after regressing. He lives happily over there, completely abandoning you. What a pity you were left rotting here. So pathetic. The god's taunts hit home. Koa goes berserk, throwing a punch into the air and screaming, "Shut up!" Boom! The god instantly vanishes into thin air, leaving Koa trembling with raw anger. She thinks the arrogant jerk is finally gone, but his mocking voice just keeps echoing. Even with Se-Jun changing history, your timeline is sealed. Trust me, you and I just witnessed a total nightmare scenario. Alright, stick with me because you and I are about to see this girl's life fall apart while her father lives a dream she will never touch. A life she will never touch. Koa clenches her fist so hard her knuckles turn white. Absolute rage consuming her entire soul. Sudden static forces Koa to cover her ears. With a face dark with fury, she glares down at Se-Jun's lifeless body. Is it really Sean? Is that absolute psycho actually telling the truth about everything? If you just abandoned me and fled to the past like a coward, then what happens to me? She goes insane, eyes bulging in madness. Snapping back to reality, the others wait in the rubble. Elizabeth looks up, her eyes widening in pure, unadulterated shock. Her jaw drops as she calls for Koa and Se-Jun. They are walking toward her, looking seriously stressed and worn down. Seeing them, little Koa sprints to her father. Se-Jun kneels down to catch her, whispering that Dad is finally right here. Elizabeth rushes over, tears falling as her voice shakes. You're actually alive, she cries out, unable to believe her own eyes. But let's be real, you and I know the actual drama is only just getting started. Elizabeth wraps her arms around a stunned Koa, pulling her student into a tight hug. She lets out a heavy breath. Thank goodness. That was way too close. Don't ever do that again, Elizabeth warns. We're diving into some insane lore here, so watch closely. Meanwhile, Uni stands there with her eyes squeezed shut, completely silent and still in the middle of the chaos. Right now, her mind is pulled into a blindingly quiet inner space alongside her alter ego. Uni is the one to break the ice, so Se-Jun was telling the truth. You really are the system, aren't you? The woman sitting across from her is literally another version of herself. She keeps her eyes closed, staying completely quiet for a moment before she finally answers Uni's question. That's right. Uni instantly shoots to her feet, absolutely furious. I can't even believe this is actually happening. How could you keep this a secret for so long? The clone answers calmly. My reasons are exactly the same as Elizabeth's. Telling the truth was way too dangerous, but Uni presses her hard. What is the actual truth behind it all? Aren't you supposed to be me? The clone speaks slowly. No, I hid the facts from you, but I never once lied. I am you and you are me. Sounds crazy, right? You and I both know that's a lot to process, but it calms her. She pulls her chair back and sits down. So, were you involved with Se-Jun's regression as well? The other Uni nods. Yes, I was. I sent Se-Jun back in time to rewrite the future. Koa and Se-Jun mean everything to me too. So, I really wanted to help them out. Uni just stays quiet, trying to process everything she just heard. Her lookalike places a hand over her own chest. In the end, I am only the system, just a piece of this world's hardware, not a god. My ability to mess with destiny has strict limits. That's exactly why I had to use the power of regression. Uni looks down, nervously rubbing her hands together. I get that you didn't have bad intentions, she mutters under her breath, but I still don't understand you. It seems like you know everything about the past already. I just don't understand why you kept me completely in the dark for so long. The clone shuts her eyes. Triggering another butterfly effect would only make things 1,000,000 times more dangerous for everyone. Destiny has already been altered enough. Giving away more info could cause a massive ripple effect. It's way too risky. He might find a way to interfere. Uni looks caught off guard. Who exactly is he? The system stays silent, but then she flinches, her eyes darkening with panic. Pay attention, because this is exactly where everything goes completely sideways. She slams her hands down. Uni, we need to swap bodies right now. That identical face looks absolutely terrified. Then, in the blink of an eye, a glowing golden blade violently pierces right through human flesh. She freezes, staring at her master in absolute horror. Blood splatters everywhere because the person who just got stabbed is none other than Elizabeth herself. And the one stabbing her isn't Koa, it's the actual sun god himself. That flaming sword rips through Elizabeth's stomach, carving so deep it leaves her in absolute agony. Her face instantly drains of color. The god rips the blade out, sending blood flying everywhere. Without a single word, Elizabeth coughs up blood and collapses. She hits the dirt right in front of a shell-shocked Koa. She screams out for her master, but Elizabeth just lies there completely motionless. The god floats in midair, blood sizzling off his fiery blade. He speaks. Not everything in this world is going to go the way you want. I never expected you to pull off a petty little trick like this. Almost made me dizzy. But he isn't talking to Elizabeth or Koa. He is speaking directly to the system currently hiding inside Uni's own physical body. He turns with murderous eyes. You and I just witnessed a nightmare. Don't you agree, Elizabeth? All right. You and I are about to see a god call the system by a human girl's name. Meanwhile, Ha-I-Ram, Kang Tae-jo, and Hyun are racing toward where Se-Jun disappeared. Ha-I-Ram looks back in disbelief, never expecting Hyun to join them after appearing out of nowhere. It is surprising. Even Hyun seems stunned by the chaos, admitting she never really planned on being here either. She quickly pivots to Se-Jun. Do you think he and the future COA actually reached an agreement? Ha-I-Ram just sighs. Who knows? I can never tell what that girl is thinking or planning. Kang Tae-jo adds that she is always unpredictable, but he truly hopes things end well for them. Hyun nods, but suddenly her body jerks as her eyes go wide with a look of pure terror. She slams on the brakes, forcing the others to freeze right behind her. What is wrong? Hyun grips her wish sword, staring at its fading golden glow with a massive wave of anxiety. Her sword just went dead. I-Ram panics, asking if she just turned the skill off by mistake. Hyun is baffled, explaining that her power was never something she could just toggle on and off. Ha-I-Ram gets even more frantic, wondering if the dungeon system is failing or just flat-out glitching. But Kang Tae-jo is not even paying attention. Now pay attention here, he is staring at the sun, which is suddenly blasting intense rays through that gloomy gray sky. Something is seriously wrong. Now that you mention it, the sun looks like it is getting way too close. Elsewhere, the sun god is casually chatting with Uni, or rather, the system acting through her. This is insane. Right, Ebby? I cannot believe he is actually using the same nickname everyone uses for Elizabeth. He keeps mocking her, saying he never expected her to literally split her own soul apart like this. She demands to know how he got here and what this means for them. The god says destiny has shifted too much. Then another voice mentions a butterfly effect causing all of this madness. It is getting wild. Beth argues back, claiming she never thought things would spiral this far out of control. He just laughs, praising her for being sneaky enough to maintain control over the situation regardless. Suddenly, blue light flashes. The god shifts and effortlessly catches Se-Jun's spear shaft with just one hand. Se-Jun pushes with everything he has, but the weapon is firmly stuck and refuses to budge. He panics as the weapon stays trapped while the god looks completely calm. You dare interrupt our conversation with a body that is already breaking? He asks with a sneer. You and I are about to see him aim a massive flaming sword straight at Se-Jun's stomach. This is it. Se-Jun barely dodges. Beth screams for the god to stop, and surprisingly, he actually listens. Ebby begs for him to quit, surrendering completely as Beth realizes they are truly in over their heads. The god tosses the spear away like trash, sending Se-Jun flying straight into a thick stone wall. His back slams into the stone as he coughs up blood, his eyes rolling back in agony. Seeing her father broken, Koa screams and rushes to his side. Meanwhile, the god turns back to Beth. He says they will redo the contract later, but no more surface-level trouble will be allowed. I agree, Beth whispers. The god glances back, finding the whole scene incredibly strange and suspicious. He watches for a moment, suddenly asking when exactly she managed to have a kid of her own. Koa looks up with tears streaming down her face while Ibi frantically tries to distract him. She claims the kid is zero threat, having strength but absolutely no holy power to speak of. The god acts surprised, then asks why it feels like she is protecting a pile of literal ashes. He realizes she came here just to protect this child. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts across the room. Icy winds freeze everything nearby solid. Koa stands in a magic circle, radiating pure, absolute killing intent. She glares with hatred. He chuckles, wondering if she is actually a child of the moon. She clearly loves the cold. Beth rushes forward, screaming that the kid has no holy power at all. He tells her to shut up and casually casts a spell that forces her mouth tightly closed. Trust me. You and I do not want to see what happens when he builds that blinding gold orb. Let's dive into this madness. A miniature sun is clashing against a massive storm of razor-sharp ice blocks. She has completely lost control, charging like a maniac. He does not hesitate, readying his glowing orb for impact. Ebby sees the disaster unfolding and steps in, clapping her hands together with a thunderous boom. Twisting her wrists, she rips space apart, shielding Se-Jun and his daughter from the god-tier collision. Se-Jun grabs his daughter in a complete panic, as a massive, blinding sphere suddenly forms right in front of them. It is a cage for Koa and the god. The radiance from the sphere is growing dangerously blinding. Through the glare, you see shadows clashing. It is a brutal exchange of endless punches and god-level strikes. Watching this madness, Se-Jun panics, screaming out, "What is even happening?" A system screen flashes mortals cannot survive the shockwaves, so space had to be separated. Looking up, Se-Jun sees Beth approaching. He asks if she is the one behind the system. "I cannot speak, so I am answering here. Please understand I had to disable Se-Jun's sword skill from the future Koa." Se-Jun keeps his cool, telling the system that does not matter. "What is that thing? How is it fighting future Koa? Where did it even come from? And why call you Beth?" She stays dead silent. She just sighs and closes her eyes. More system messages start scrolling by immediately. "I was hiding to keep the author from meddling, but that is finally over now. It is a long story. To start, the author is the sun god, and I used to be a deity with the exact same rank as him. I am the moon god." EB begins. Flashback, the sun god stands in flames while the moon god collapses in a pool of blood. "Are you really that terrified of dying, sun god?" She mocks him through the pain. Her voice cracks and stutters. Many razor-sharp stakes are pinning her body to the ground. He replies coldly that all things have an end. Even gods cannot dodge death forever. "Now pay attention here, this is where everything changes. If anyone could kill me, it is definitely you," he tells her. "Now, you are about to see a god beg." He kneels before her and confesses he has always feared the moon god of death. She just stares back at him, her eyes burning with pure, absolute fury. Still on one knee, he declares his title as the god of life and sun. "You are the god of death, my perfect match. I have always been looking over my shoulder for you." She looks at him with pure disgust, but he just keeps talking. "So, I decided to kill you before you could kill me." Hearing that, she just smirks. She mocks his fear. "I saw those strange looks you gave me. So that was the plan." Her eyes snap open, burning with absolute, pure hatred for him. Even the sun god flinches. She digs her bloody fingers deep into the dirt. "Fine, I am the god of death, so I will die. But I will never accept this pathetic fate." She leans in close, her voice turning lethal. "I will hunt you down and end you." Panic finally flashes in his eyes. He stands up, gripping his staff. Trying to stay calm, he snaps that her dying words are useless. Then, he strikes the moon god. She falls to the ground, totally lifeless. He mutters, "Absolutely sickening. Okay, I know what you are thinking." The sun god is losing it as he bites his nails in the void. He cannot get her dying curse out of his head. He vows to never forget it. He bites his own hand until it starts bleeding. Every word she said is haunting him. "I will not surrender to this fate." The more he dwells on it, the angrier he gets. His face darkens. He curses, punching the air in a panic. "I am absolutely terrified." He thought killing her would finally set him free from this fear. Is she really coming back? Impossible. I already burned her to ashes. You and I just witnessed a god truly lose his mind. She was never supposed to return. Stick with me, we're witnessing his nightmare as a ponytail flashes before his panicked eyes. His face is a mask of pure terror. Memories of a crystal-clear stream and a deep, lush forest suddenly flood his mind. He leans in quickly, watching the young girl sitting quietly by the edge of the water. She dips her hand into the icy stream, flicking droplets that magically transform into a water bird, soaring toward the sky. Laughing happily, that girl is a young Elizabeth. Seeing her face, the sun god turns as pale as a ghost. He mutters in shock, "I have a bad feeling. She isn't dead. She has actually been reincarnated. That little girl is actually the moon god." Realizing this, the sun god's mind completely shatters into a million pieces. Someone who should be dead, someone who wants my head, is actually alive and right here. His eyes bulge in terror as sweat pours down his face. A massive fireball ignites in his hand as he thinks, "I must kill her." He raises his arm high, winding up to blast her with a lethal fireball. But after a long moment, he can't move. Finally, he lowers his hand, unable to strike. The fiery sphere fades away completely as he groans. Watching the girl jog down the path, he mutters, "No, this isn't right. I can't attack her. If I kill her now, she will simply reincarnate again." From high above, the supreme god glares down at the kid. Pay attention here, this is where he starts scheming. I got lucky finding her so early this time. But what if she revives in a random dimension next time? I wouldn't even be able to track her. If she surprises me, it's over. I have to find a way to destroy this endless cycle of reincarnation forever. That night at the temple, a mysterious figure in a white cloak appears, clutching a staff like a powerful mage. He stands before the sun god statue. As the mysterious person turns to leave, the god watches him closely. The deity mutters to himself, "I need to trap that girl right in the palm of my hand." Suddenly, the sun god's voice booms through the air, forcing the person to stop and look up in awe. "Prophet, a witch named BT is going to destroy your world. If she succeeds, you will never be reborn again." The god smirks while glaring at BT. Clueless about the danger above, she asks him, "What am I supposed to do?" The god flashes a wicked, sneaky smile and replies, "You just need to become the world's core." BT looks totally confused, failing to understand. She asks, "What does it mean to be part of the world?" He explains calmly, "Exactly. You'll share your power with everyone. Since you are currently dead, you will not feel the drain directly. By becoming one with the world, you help indirectly." BT asks, "Is that true? You and I both know this is a trap." "Stick with me," as she asks, "Can I share my power with Li Shan?" The god replies, "That is impossible. The world will not allow that kind of cheat. Just taking a fraction of your power would make his body explode. You have to distribute your magic among every single human living on the earth. Those who receive this gift can finally fight back against the monsters invading from Midham. You will step up as their ultimate guide to stop the complete destruction of Earth." Beth listens, carefully doing the math in her head. Finally, she asks, "What is the catch? You aren't doing all of this for me for free, right?" The god grins, thrilled she's moving so fast. "Exactly. My price is simple. I want every single one of your emotions." Hearing this insane price, Beth looks shocked. She hesitates, whispering, "You want my emotions?" Fearing she might decline, he explains that as the world's core, feelings are completely useless and unnecessary. Besides, you don't even have emotions anymore, do you? In her mind, she knows he's right. "My whole life is just pain and rage, chased like an animal and locked in cages. I don't need these feelings." But then she remembers Se-Jun carrying her to safety. Her hand rests on her heart, and she hesitates again. Noticing her doubt, the god speaks up. "Tell me, what could you possibly be worried about? Whatever I demand, you can't refuse. You want to save Se-Jun, don't you?" She glares at him, clearly annoyed. "Your arrogant attitude makes my skin crawl, but I have to admit it. You're right. I accept." A twisted, satisfied smirk spreads across the god's face as he finally raises his hand to her. "Now, watch closely, this moment changes everything. Pay attention." As he casts the spell and Evie feels power surge through her. The sun god standing before her vanished, replaced by a blinding, brilliant star. His voice booms through space. "From this day forward, you are now part of the world itself. All right, you and I are about to watch Elizabeth transform from a simple girl into a stunning, glowing divine system." She opens her eyes, but every drop of human emotion is gone. She is now a perfect, cold, and calculated machine. The god's booming voice echoes, welcoming his new cooperation with the system, but she remains hauntingly silent, offering no reply. As she moves, the gem on her forehead sparkles, while another jewel tracks every single one of her steps. The sun god mocks her with a cruel grin, asking if it hurts knowing the truth. Moon god, no, wait. I meant system. Elizabeth stands in total silence while the sun god's mouth twitches upward in pure, heartless contempt. He claims she has no feelings anyway, doubling over and cackling like a maniac. Mixed into that psychotic laughter were heavy, biting insults. "You are just as stupid as I thought. Selling your soul for a mortal boy? You accepted that horrible contract way too easily. Good girl, system." Pointing a sharp finger, the god's eyes go unhinged and threatening. He tells her to stop her useless thinking. "You belong to me forever now. Got it?" Elizabeth completely ignores the arrogant taunt. She simply turns to the control panel to return to work, her fingers flying across the glowing screen with mechanical speed. "Now watch this." While working, she shoots a glance back, thinking the sun god is a fool for believing she quit. "You do not know everything about me." Elizabeth discreetly touches the glowing gem attached to her hairpin. Instantly, a perfect clone materializes out of thin air. She holds her copy and thinks about the path ahead. "Because of your stupid prophecy, I have suffered endless betrayals and schemes right up until my very death. That is exactly why I will stay one step ahead." The clone opens her eyes, looking totally confused. "Why are there two of us?" Elizabeth answers with dead seriousness. "You are half of my soul, a complete backup save data, preserved perfectly right before I surrendered my emotions just in case. I summoned you because I need a massive favor. Please, help Se-Jun in my place. I am stuck as a puppet, so my hands are tied." The clone lowers her gaze and answers with pure sincerity. Understood. After all, I am you. Even without words, I know my mission. I will head to the mortal world right now to protect him. The flashback ends, pulling Elizabeth back to reality. Right now, she is taking the form of COA. Elizabeth uses the system screen to talk to Se-Jun. This is the truth. Her icy expression proves she is not joking. The screen shifts, showing new text. Elizabeth can be revived, but she bears the curse of the moon. Technically dead, but somehow still alive. The real problem is the timeline itself. The timeline looks stable, but it is actually pushing way past its absolute limit. If Sarah's existence remains unstable, this entire balance is going to collapse completely. Se-Jun grips his spear, eyes locked with fierce, burning determination. He decides to back up Sarah immediately. He jumps to his feet, showing zero panic despite the bloodbath happening around them. Se-Jun looks ahead with intense anticipation, spotting Sarah in the ruins. Trust me, you and I are about to see this story reach a whole new level of intensity. Watch. Honestly, could he even survive that power without the system backing him up? No way. He would be completely vaporized by the shockwaves. Suddenly, Elizabeth's clone smacks Se-Jun across the face. That completely derails his train of thought. She grabs him by the face, dead serious, and tells Se-Jun to pull it together. Squeezing his cheeks, she tells him his mission is not over and to remember exactly why he came back. Then she lets go, looking totally hardened. A system window flashes. Quest change the future. Prevent COA's 5 misfortunes. 4 out of 5 done. The 5th misfortune saving COA is still incomplete. Meanwhile, the older COA is locked in combat, charging massive magic between her hands. Blinding ice lights up the sky. The sun god looks up, caught off guard by the glare. Right above her, an absolute storm of ice meteors rains down. Massive ice blocks crash, causing total destruction. But get this, the sun god uses the rubble to jump even higher. COA throws massive boulders to block her. Floating in midair, COA crushes the earth around the god, but the deity easily blasts out. Bursting from the explosion, the sun god darts towards COA with absolute lightning speed. Startled but fast, COA snaps up a defensive shield, just barely blocking a massive pillar of fire blasted by the god. Flames rage everywhere, and the sun god raises a fiery sword. Trust me, you and I need to see what comes next. Alright, you and I are about to see if Seo can actually survive a god's fury. With a mockery of a slash, the sun god sneers at her power trapped in such a frail, miserable frame. He asks if she ever wondered why she was cursed with this power. A normal life could have actually brought her happiness like everyone else. The sun god glares, clearly trying to crawl inside her head. He claims this is all her fault. Hearing such absolute garbage, Seoe looks completely and utterly stunned. Sensing an opening, the sun god instantly summons a massive block of ice and hurls it straight at the girl. Unable to move, Seoe takes the full impact, crashing violently through the walls of a nearby ruined building. Floating midair, the sun god just enjoys the show. As she watches Seoe struggle, she casually drops a bomb. Since her mother was a witch, the child could never escape that bloodline. Sewa just furiously grinds her teeth. Reaching out a trembling hand, she hisses that it is all absurd. Then, her entire vibe suddenly shifts. Even the sun god flinches. Seoe keeps going, demanding to know how her mother could be a witch. Is it all just nonsense? As she speaks, her vision warps and she laughs right as a blinding light erupts. Space itself warps from the raw power. That blinding orb appears exactly where the sun god was just standing. Watch closely here, notice the sheer confusion on her face as that voice echoes in her mind. He claims she knows nothing. Looking around lost, Seoe helplessly curses at this absolutely ridiculous situation. The second she turns, the sun god appears behind her, scoffing at how incredibly pathetic she is. Dying now might actually be a relief. The sun god sneers, swinging her flaming sword for the kill. By the time Seoe reacts, the blade is already rising. She leaps backward, dodging the fatal strike by a hair. The sun god freezes in confusion. A shattered, frozen bow is the only thing that actually snapped from her attack. Keeping her stance, the deity is completely shocked. An ice spear? She slowly turns her gaze toward Se-Jun. You threw that. He recognizes the ice magic instantly, but there is no time for overthinking. Target shifted. The sun god raises her sword toward Se-Jun. He drops into a solid stance, screaming threats to save his daughter from this monster. The deity finds this hilarious. She literally bursts out laughing, calling it the best joke she has ever heard. When she finally calms down, a volatile flame begins to spark within her open palm. With a tiny flick of her wrist, she triggers an absolutely terrifying and fiery explosion. Se-Jun cries out in pain, instinctively screaming his daughter's name as everything around them explodes. How did the god teleport right to his face? She sneers, "Kill me," and punches. He barely blocks the strike. Gritting his teeth, he watches his spear shaft snap in half from the god's sheer force. That single punch is so insanely heavy it launches him dozens of meters back. He slams into the dirt, rolling across the ground like a stone. Finally, he jams the broken spear into the earth to stop his slide. He is clutching his stomach and spitting blood, totally exhausted. But he is still fighting. Stick with me here. That layer of ice actually saved him. Glancing at COA, he realizes the frost stone saved his life. The sun god smirks, actually praising his resilience. A mere human ruined her master plan. Se-Jun struggles up, completely ignoring the deity's words. Her face turns sly. Let me tell you a little secret. I am only here because of you. He mocks the man. Thanks for not abandoning both of your kids. Se-Jun looks massively and totally confused. If you change the future, do it moderately. The system worked hard fixing your butterfly effect. He glances at the system guarding little COA. Ignoring the talk, he springs up and lunges recklessly with his broken spear. The god sidesteps it, still yapping his mouth off. Since you foolishly chose both, I appeared. He grabs Se-Jun's throat. You caused all of this, he snarls, hoisting the man high into the air as he trembles. Suffocating, his eyes roll back as his skin turns pale. But the sun god just keeps talking about how his wife's future death is totally unavoidable. And trust me, you and I are about to see just how twisted this divine menace really is. Alright, you and I are jumping into a battle where a child's life is at stake. Kang Cho lands a massive punch on the deity's arm, but 0 damage is taken. Suddenly, icy thorn vines erupt from the ground, tightly wrapping around him. That thorny touch instantly freezes his entire hand solid. With a casual flick, the god sends them flying. His frozen arm snaps off, but he only looks annoyed. Pathetic tricks, he sneers, watching Hyeon and Kang Cho rush him at full speed once again. He slashes his sword through Hyeon before ruthlessly kicking Kang Jo away. This is not fun, you fools. That simple move blasts them both backward. Glaring at the exhausted duo, the sun god scoffs in contempt. Attack all you want, but mortals cannot kill me. His severed hand regenerates with a blazing hot fire. I am the god of the sun and life itself, he boasts with a smug, arrogant grin. How could mortals ever slay me? Se-Jun gasps, his voice trembling with pure, unbridled rage. The deity's smugness vanishes as Se-Jun snarls. If you hurt my daughter, I will never, ever forgive you. You will not touch Koa unless I am dead. The sun god's mouth twitches in sudden, violent fury. What a touching little story, he screams. Sensing danger, Se-Jun struggles to stand up. Your arrogance ends now, the god declares, as golden flames begin to flicker within his open palm. Now pay attention here. That is a massive sphere of fire, crackling with enough power to end everything. It is literally a miniature sun, roasting the very earth as it descends toward our heroes. Bathed in brilliant flames, the god points upward. I am absolutely sick of fighting you pathetic bugs. He glances at Elizabeth's lifeless corpse, thinking the fallen moon fragment was destroyed in an instant. His vision glitches from time travel side effects. The only entertaining thing left is finally gone. The sphere drops lower, its heat multiplying. Time to end this, the god says, watching them stare helplessly. Se-Jun forces himself up. No, it cannot end like this, he thinks, stepping forward once more. As the entire area is engulfed in blazing fire, watching the world get swallowed, he makes a vow. Even if my body shatters, I will not stop. He hears a noise and sees little Koa sobbing. Seeing his daughter helpless on the burning ground, he calls her name. Her tearful eyes meet his. Se-Jun yells for her to stay back, but she screams, and thick ice instantly extinguishes the flames. A freezing gale blows away the sun god's aura, startling him as the wind surges violently upward. The older Koa tracks the blast. It launches toward the fireball, freezing everything the wind touches solid. The sun transforms entirely into a colossal sphere of ice. That is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are about to see this god finally lose his cool. Let's jump back in. The sun god sneers at her speed, but with a flick, that massive ice sphere begins to crack. Se-Jun sees what the sun god is doing and desperately yells out, trying to stop her. Completely ignoring them, the sun god gives a cold stare. Foolish thought. Koa looks up in pure panic. That giant ice sphere is falling right toward them, and her eyes shoot wide open in terror. She tries to move, but her older self, Witch Koa, yanks her back and tells her to calm down. Witch Koa looks right at her. Listen, do not try to lift that thing. It is totally useless. Destroying it will not work either. It is too big to block every single falling fragment from hitting. Koa pouts, asking what she should do. She is out of ideas, but Witch Koa has a plan. Teleported into space? Koa cannot believe her ears and just gasps. She literally cannot use teleportation magic yet. Her older self smirks. You can if you are me. She grabs Koa's hands, transferring her magic. I will handle the heavy lifting while you pump out the mana. Watch this part very closely. The sphere drops faster. The two girls lock in, and the older one finally gives the signal to go. They snap into action. A massive beam of teleportation magic erupts, shooting toward that incoming ice. Their teamwork is absolutely flawless as the combined magic wraps perfectly around that massive falling chunk. Swallowed by the spell, the massive ice sphere detonates midair, vanishing into the purple energy. The sky explodes with power. Stick with me, we just witnessed a total miracle. Alright, you and I are jumping into the moment. Even the sun god freezes. She grins and calls it very impressive. That single attack could have wiped out everyone on the battlefield. With divine power, their strength would be practically limitless. The sun god's gaze turns lethal as she stares down Koa, calculating the threat. She admits these two are seriously dangerous. If she lets them grow, they will eventually be the ones to take her life. Since that is the case, she decides to wipe them out first, just like the moon god. Uni is already aiming her bow. She aims directly at the goddess, while secretly firing off a telepathic message to the system. Is the system ready to go? Just 10 minutes ago, her name was called out by a different presence. A completely different version of Uni appeared, urging them to team up. She wants to show her the whole, unfiltered truth. She asks for her help with Se-Jun and Koa, handing over a glowing orb filled with concentrated energy. These are the memories that were wiped away. This is the past that both of them share together. Let's pause for a second. I know what you're thinking. How does this connect? Well, Elizabeth's hand is flying across the interface. She smiles, realizing that Elizabeth finally remembers every detail of her past. After becoming the system, she learned that monsters from Midgard had violently invaded Earth, plunging the world into total chaos. By merging with her separated self and her system form, she managed to stabilize the entire planet in record time. Earth was saved from destruction, yet she did not feel a single ounce of pride or satisfaction for doing it. Becoming the system meant her human emotions were completely erased. Even after saving billions, she was just mindlessly performing her duties, regardless of why the sun god had transformed her. She felt zero anger and zero joy. It was supposed to stay that way forever. But while falling through the air, Elizabeth sees an image of Se-Jun chatting with friends. Suddenly, a weird spark of happiness flickers. He is actually still alive. Elizabeth cracks a genuine smile, feeling lucky that he made it out okay. She stops. Wait, what was that feeling just now? Clutching her chest, she realizes her locked-away emotions are starting to shift. Feeling anything at all right now is totally bizarre. Her feelings were meant to be gone. Is this a system glitch or her past self trying to break through? Now, pay attention here, because Elizabeth needs to investigate. Back at the university, the hallways are packed with students. Se-Jun is staring at something, looking absolutely mesmerized by whatever he is seeing. Elizabeth, now using Uni's body, approaches him. She hopes meeting Se-Jun face-to-face will explain these strange feelings. Inside the massive lecture hall, the energy is buzzing. Students are gossiping and laughing before class starts. A normal classroom like this really exists here. Is this seat open? Can I sit here? Wait, do you really live all by yourself in the dorms? Uni sits quietly in the corner until someone suddenly walks up and tosses their bag down right next to her. It is Se-Jun. He looks over and casually says hello. Uni slowly looks up at him. Se-Jun lets out a massive yawn and instantly face plants into his bag. Wake me up when the professor arrives, he mutters. And just like that, he is dead asleep. Uni stays silent, just staring at him. Outside in the courtyard, everyone is gossiping about the incoming freshman class. Did you hear about that new girl? The crazy beautiful one? She seriously looks like a celebrity from a distance. But honestly, she acts a little weird. They can only picture her blank face. No smiles, no anger, just nothing. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Stick with me. Let's jump into a quick flashback. Se-Jun is standing by a vending machine looking completely clueless. He bends down for his drink and spots Yua. Oh, you are actually smiling, he says to her. He grabs his bottle. Yeah, I saw your mouth twitch up. Yua instantly tries to shut it down. No way. Absolutely not happening. He doesn't even bother arguing with her. Instead, he tosses a drink her way. Take this. It is a thanks for waking me up the other day, he adds. Yua quietly catches the can as he waves goodbye and walks off alone. She stares at his back, then at the drink. Meanwhile, Elizabeth continues the narration. She had another version of herself take her place. She stayed behind on Earth, living inside Yua's body for him. Let's dive into these feelings. New emotions started growing out of nowhere. Why didn't I realize it? By the time I knew it was love, my time was already running out way too fast. Being near him made my heart race like crazy. It was pure, undeniable love. Tragically, that sweet time was incredibly short. It just couldn't last forever. One evening, while Elizabeth was sitting there working quietly in Yua's body, a sudden system voice heavily echoes out. Here is the twist. Another Elizabeth appears from a different world with a massive, urgent warning about the gods. The sun god is suspicious. If you stay any longer, you are totally finished. Come back right now. Elizabeth just completely freezes up. She cannot accept it. Go back just like that? You have to be kidding. I just figured out exactly how I feel about him. I refuse to leave. I won't disappear now. I want to stay by Lee Se-Jun forever. Now watch closely. Elizabeth spirals into deep thought before her chest tightens. Boom, she conjures a glowing orb. She rips out another piece of herself to safely leave behind, thinking even half a soul is enough. I will stay by his side. Snap back to the present with our current Yu Uiwa. Story time is over. Uiwa realizes, wait, so I split my soul again just so you could stay. The other version nods and quickly replies. I wiped all unnecessary memories so the sun god wouldn't notice. Uiwa is totally confused, nervously rubbing her arm. You told me to uncover the truth and help him. But what exactly am I supposed to do? Sighing heavily, she explains. The other Uiwa drops the ultimate cheat code. Only the moon god can kill the sun god, but I am currently trapped under the sun god's absolute control. I cannot attack her, and the first Elizabeth who separated is already dead. If this keeps up, Lee Se-Jun and his whole team have zero chance of winning this fight. But there is exactly one person left who can deal real damage to her. It is Yu Uiwa. Hearing this massive reveal, our girl is in absolute disbelief. Her face is a whirlwind of emotions. Then, another epic bomb drops. The moon god's soul was split into 3 pieces, not 2. The sun god has no idea. You and I both know what that means, right? Since you are the hidden third soul, you have to step up. Snapping back to reality, Yu Uiwa finally understands. Defeating the sun god rests entirely on her young shoulders right now. Facing down this insane pressure, she stays completely calm. She summons the cursed REGRESSED bow, an epic weapon radiating absolute dark power. Crafted from the ancient tree of a completely destroyed world, the heavy curse previously blocked its strength. But this weapon was specifically forged to kill gods. Yu Uiwa activates the bow's raw energy. The legendary REGRESSED bow glows wildly, made from the world tree's remains. Since its master has her memories back, that massive curse instantly shatters into a million pieces. The ultimate weapon is finally ready. Uiwa pulls out the sky-piercing arrow. This forcefully assigns a personal status window onto whatever target it hits. And get this, the effect cannot be cancelled. Uwa asks, what does assigning a system actually change? The system answers her. Gods exist completely outside the physical rules of this world. That is why normal attacks just bounce off. Hunter skills are totally useless against them. But your reward is tied directly to the core karma of the tree of creation. For one perfect strike, its effect genuinely works on a god. Yu Uiwa quickly follows up. So, after assigning the system, do I just use my skills to finish her? The system shoots that down. No, it does not work like that. You cannot kill her that easily. You aren't the full moon god. You are just one fragment of her massive soul. Your divine rank is not high enough, but you can force the conditions that lead to her death. Uiwa grips the arrow. Her hand trembles slightly as she nervously asks one last thing. Who am I really? The system or just some cheap copy? The system responds gently. You were once Elizabeth and the system itself, but right now, you aren't anyone else at all. You are simply you. You are Yu Uiwa. Hearing that, she smiles, completely satisfied. Makes perfect sense. She knocks the glowing arrow, locking her aim straight on the sun god. Uiwa draws in massive power, eyes wide with absolute, unwavering resolve. Boom! The arrow flies out, way off into the distance. The sun god senses danger. But trust me, she is way too slow to dodge this in time. Alright, you and I are diving into a moment that totally flips the script. An arrow pierces the sun god's heart, leaving her in pure shock. Wait, where did that come from? Right after the shot, Uiwa realizes his magic is already taking effect. This all traces back to that day he was caught in an ambush by the witch hunters. Pay attention here, because we're about to see a genius system exploit to take down a deity. The arrow finds its mark perfectly. The main goal? Hacking directly into her newly granted personal system. Even if it only drags down her godhood by a fraction, it's a massive win. That tiny power drop is the first step toward making a god bleed. Ding! A system alert flashes across the screen. The sun god was just granted her own personal system, and now she is bound entirely to this world. The final quest officially begins. Your objective? Hunt down the final boss, the sun god herself. Staring at this insane alert, the sun god is stunned before laughing it off. What? Me? The final boss? That's ridiculous, she says. But Uiwa stares her down, replying that every quest in this system is designed to be cleared. Right now, you're chained to Earth and officially registered as a raid boss. You're no longer some untouchable deity floating safely in the sky. It means you are just another monster waiting to be hunted. Before her rage at being demoted even settles, a massive critical strike hits from behind. A cold blade plunges deep into the god's back. It's a total ambush. She has zero time to react. The sun god slowly looks back, her eyes burning with rage. It's Lei Shan. Gripping his sword tight, he just smirks at her. Now watch closely, the trash talk is about to peak. He tells her to quit the nonsense. What's this? A god bleeds? Hurts, doesn't it? Being humiliated like that has her absolutely seeing red. You insolent rat, she screams, casually flicking her wrist and sending Lei Shan flying across the battlefield. Meanwhile, Koa and the witch are focused on moving their massive orb. Lei Shan was thrown like a rag doll, but he won't stay down. He instantly recovers and lunges right back at her. The sun god's face darkens with fury as she thinks this is impossible. How can I actually feel physical pain like this? The only other time I felt this was against the moon god, yet now it is happening from some average human attack. Lei Shan realizes this is their ultimate opening to end her. He yells to the whole squad to listen up. Our attacks are actually damaging the sun god, we can really kill her. The second he shouts, the entire team rushes in for a massive combo attack. The sun god is furious, but her ego remains sky high. She glares at them, completely unbothered, screaming that they are all just pathetic little bugs. Her raw divine energy explodes, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. She roars that they're nothing but lowly humans. How dare you challenge an actual god? Right then, multiple other divine beings start materializing out of nowhere. Standing there and looking down on them, she shouts that even if she is bound to this world, I know what you're thinking, this is an unfair advantage, right? Well, it's about to get even worse. The squad spots this sudden mob of enemies and panic sets in. What the heck are those things? The sun god immediately orders her new glowing allies to attack and wipe out Lei Shan's crew. The team splits up, using every ounce of power to fight back. One by one, the god's minions get deleted. Their teamwork is absolutely flawless. Go-Hyung calls to Kang Tae-ho-ho, telling him to leave these goons to the others. He doesn't waste a single second. He locks eyes on the main target. Sprinting at the sun god, he maxes his power as the system flashes his skill tier. True Heart Evading Fist, a completely unique skill. Kang Tae-ho-ho knows this is the final showdown. He goes all out, launching a rapid-fire assault that gives the sun god absolutely zero room to breathe. Every single strike is deadly and packed with power. But she's finally done playing games. Right as Kang Tae-ho-ho winds up for a heavy attack, she effortlessly catches his fist and slams him face first into the dirt. Kang Tae-ho-ho lets out a brutal scream of pain, but she is far from finished. She gathers a massive orb of energy in her hand, ready to execute him. Mocking his pathetic struggle, she drops the killing blow, but wait. Suddenly, the ground beneath her is completely empty. Kang Tae-ho-ho is just gone. The sun god instantly realizes it was spatial teleportation magic. Glaring at the witches, she knows they pulled a fast one on her. Changing her target, she smirks. Fine then. My real opponents aren't these annoying small fry anyway. She launches skyward, diving like a missile. Trust me, we are definitely going to want to see what happens next. Stick with me, we're watching Koa screaming about killing those pests. But the witch stays totally calm, already planning her next move. She tells her younger self to get ready. Little Koa nods eagerly, as the witch whispers in her ear to make it strong. Stronger. Put every last drop of power into it. Following those orders, Koa charges up a massive surge of ice magic. The sun god is genuinely shocked to see her divine energy getting shoved back. She screams for the ice to shatter, but a voice echoes back asking who exactly said this was ice. Koa pushes harder. A massive boom rips through the air. The explosion echoes everywhere, choking the sky with thick, blinding smoke. Koa cheers with pure joy for the direct hit, but Witch Koa's smile vanishes as the blood drains from her face. The sun god violently bursts through the smoke. Sword in hand, she is practically vibrating with absolute rage. She screams in fury, aiming her next strike right for tiny Koa. A vicious strike comes down, and trust me, you and I are going to need the next chapter immediately. The chaos hits another level as he grabs Koa tight, while the sky turns white with the sun god's infinite army. Blood drips from Se-Jun's open wounds. He stands there helpless, watching his wife and teammates fighting for their lives. These sun-worshipping enemies are a total nightmare. You kill one, and 3 more immediately take its place. Yohua grips her bow, taking aim and sending arrow after arrow ripping right through her targets. Se-Jun tells himself there is no time to sit around. He has to stand up and fight alongside everyone. Most importantly, he must protect Koa. Panting and feeling powerless, Se-Jun grinds his teeth and curses his luck. Damn it, his body is hitting its absolute limit. His vision is blurring, and his legs have 0 strength left. Even the power of the king's ring is drying up. At this rate, he is going to pass out. But suddenly, and get this, the system pops up showing his skills. The unique skill, Deceiver, is finally activated. Boom. Just like that, Se-Jun completely shatters his physical limits. He scans the brutal battlefield to see Witch Koa going head-to-head with the sun god. He pushes to stand. Despite his shaking legs, Witch Koa and the sun god are clashing hard. Even while blocking, she is losing ground. The sun god catches her off guard and blasts her back with a heavy strike. Little Koa runs to her side, crying out in total panic. She screams for her sister, asking if she is okay. Witch Koa does not even hear her. She is totally focused. Now watch closely because this is where it gets interesting. She frowns, suddenly remembering how she just threw herself into massive danger just to save little Koa. Why did she even do that? She looks down at the little girl crying her eyes out right in front of her. She realizes she had always wanted this kid dead, thinking her own survival would be guaranteed if the child just vanished. Witch Koa stands up, looks at the crying girl, and has a sudden epiphany. She realizes not everyone has to die today. Just then, the sun god walks over, glaring at Witch Koa with a sneer. She calls them pathetic remnants of the moon. With pure, murderous intent, she raises her hand for the final killing blow. The sun god snarls that their time to vanish is now, before launching her fatal attack. Suddenly, someone jumps in to block the strike. One massive kick sends the sun god flying away. Koa's eyes light up with total relief and a spark of hope. She realizes her savior is her dad, and the sun god hisses. The sun god notes Se-Jun is finally in her way. Covered in wounds, he fiercely snaps back. He warns her again that if she touches his daughter, she is going to die. The sun god just mocks him. She asks if they are really that precious, worth standing up for with a broken and bleeding body. She offers a special gift before dropping an absolutely massive wave of crushing power right on top of them. Se-Jun has no clue how to defend. We both know this is about to get messy. The sun god screams for him to fade away along with everything he loves, launching a brutal strike at Witch Koa. Her foot stomps down hard and blood splatters everywhere. Se-Jun's eyes go wide as he stares at the ground. Koa lies there covered in blood. Witch Koa slowly fades into nothingness while the sun god stands there looking arrogant. She sneers, calling them pathetic bugs who throw their weak bodies at her like a bunch of reckless insects. After mocking them, she glares right at Se-Jun, asking him how this ending feels. Se-Jun completely freezes, his entire body shaking violently in pure shock. Alright, you and I are diving into a moment where the sun god is laughing like a total maniac. She taunts him, saying she warned him everyone would die because of his pathetic, useless choices. Se-Jun looks around in pure horror. Scattered right in front of him are the bloody, brutally murdered corpses of his loyal team and his beloved wife. He completely loses it, screaming in agony as he clutches his head. But wait, could this all just be a twisted nightmare? Right then, a strange energy orb appears in the sky, while the sun god keeps savoring her dark victory. Her face is still twisted with pure killing intent, just as cold as before. But Se-Jun stands there completely frozen, trapped deep inside his own mind and ignoring everything else. That bizarre orb just keeps glowing brightly above them. Everyone watching is totally confused, wondering what that thing even is. Feeling the energy, the sun god realizes the truth. It is the light of despair. Now, pay attention, because this twisted skill traps enemies in their own worst nightmares. The longer they stay inside, the faster their minds shatter until they go completely insane. The sun god slowly walks toward Se-Jun, studying him with narrowed eyes. With a body that trashed, he actually managed to attack me twice. I could not even predict either of those wild strikes. How could a pathetic, weak human land hits like that against a god? Did the pure despair of trying to save his daughter push his strength to its absolute maximum peak? Let's pause. A father's love really is that powerful. The sun god just smirks at the thought, finding it almost amusing. Whatever, I do not care. The only thing that matters now is finishing this. She steps right up to Se-Jun while he is still lost in his nightmare. It is time for the final blow. She glares at him with absolute rage. He is her biggest threat now, way more dangerous than any ruins or fragments. The sun god instantly triggers the oath of the sword, dead set on wiping him out once and for all. Her divine blade pulses with wild, destructive energy as she charges straight for Se-Jun. Meanwhile, Uni and Hyun are fighting to block this insane power. Suddenly, a warning pops up. Hyun's power level is too low to work. She freezes, panic written all over her face. Hyun refuses to believe it, muttering that there is no way this is happening. The future commander of arms pulled this off perfectly. Uni steps in to back her up. The system flashes again, warning that Uni is messing with the oath of the sword. She pushes hard to suppress the sun god's blade. Immediately, the divine sword reacts violently. The system announces the oath of the sword is forced into effect. Boom! The final boss is temporarily blocked from attacking anyone, well, anyone except for Hunter Hyun. Seeing the boss locked down, the squad yells for Ha-I-Ram to take her chance. She gets the memo instantly. She whips out her gun, locks onto the target, and bam! A massive explosion rocks the area. The light of despair shatters completely, its glowing fragments raining down. Ha-I-Ram cheers with absolute joy. But don't relax yet, because it is never that easy. Ha-I-Ram notices Se-Jun still hasn't moved. He's just standing there, totally blank. Suddenly, the sun god's sword shakes violently, hitting Hyun and Uni with a massive backlash. Hyun feels like her chest might literally explode. Now she finally understands what that system warning meant. Compared to using this skill on the future commander, the power level required here is completely different. While Hyun and Uni are paralyzed by this agonizing backlash, the sun god's allies rush in to finish them. Thankfully, Dio arrives just in time, dropping the enemy with one epic kick. He sprints over to check on them. Uni says she is fine, but Hyun is in bad shape. Dio looks at her, asking how much longer she can hold on. Trembling all over, she gasps out that she only has 1 more minute. Dio is stressed to the max, his eyebrows locked in a frown. He calculates their odds. They are completely out of time. If the final effect fades, he will be totally drained, too. They have to do something before the power drops. While he's panicking, a massive tremor shakes the entire space. An insanely powerful wave of energy erupts, leaving absolutely everyone in shock. Then, a crazed voice echoes out, "I can only attack one person?" Massive amounts of energy gather rapidly. And that is where we leave it. A total wipeout attack is coming. Trust me, you and I are not ready for what happens next. The sun god is trying to eliminate the entire squad in one brutal strike. Dio grinds his teeth in pure frustration. Damn it. Is she actually trying to trigger a nuclear fusion process right now? Just looking at it, you can feel the heat. That is enough power to erase an entire country. Once it fires, everything is gone. Can they even stop it? Alright, let's dive into this chaos as a familiar voice calls to Dio. It is the COA witch. The witches are standing right by Se-Jun. One hands him to Dio, demanding he wake the man up immediately. Dio takes Se-Jun's weight, asking if he really wants him awake. The witch nods. She'll hold the line. Suddenly, little COA grabs her cloak. The kid wants to fight too, but the witch quickly warns her about how dangerous this is. This level of power is unlike anything before. They could die. You might regret this, she says, but little COA cuts her off. It is fine. I can do this. Her face is set with nothing but fierce determination. She's determined to protect her parents this time. If Dad wakes up, we win. The witch stays silent for a long moment. The witch admits they really can just rely on him, but little COA panics, asking if something is wrong with her father. The sun god's nuclear energy erupts. Dio screams for everyone to look out as the ground shatters and debris flies everywhere. Total chaos breaks loose. The witch tells the girl to use her strongest attack now. COA nods, and they clasp hands. Their special skill, Eternal Winter, is finally unleashed on the world. Reality splits into two extremes. One side glows like burning lava, while the other is frozen solid like ancient ice. Elsewhere, the system begins pulling up all of Se-Jun's data. Vanguard skills, Extreme Pierce, and the Deceiver skill appear. Se-Jun stands there before the screen, feeling completely at peace. He thinks no one has to die. This sun god is just a fake. Then little COA asks him not to leave. She begs him to stay forever. Seeing her, Se-Jun's face lights up with joy as he crouches down to her level. "I promise I am never going to leave you." Se-Jun pulls her into a warm hug, whispering they'll stay forever. While he's lost in this dream, a voice calls out, "Wake up, Se-Jun! This is no time for standing around." It is Dio, desperately trying to pull him back to reality. Dio shakes him as the system warns of a total mental collapse. Now pay attention, because the Deceiver skill is officially hijacking Se-Jun's brain. This is where it gets crazy. Daeho is covered in blood and wounds. Shocked, he calls to his friend, clearly worried sick about the guy's injuries. But suddenly, Kang Daeho rushes him, grabbing his shoulders and screaming for him to wake up and stop sleeping. Se-Jun just stares back, totally lost. He has absolutely no idea what his friend is even talking about. Daeho keeps shaking him, yelling that people are in danger and this is no time for a pleasant dream. Se-Jun just points at the people behind him, asking if they don't look safe enough. He thinks Daejo is dreaming. Daeho stares in total disbelief. He closes his eyes and takes a deep breath, trying his best to stay calm. He tells Se-Jun that he doesn't know what illusion he's in, but he cannot stay there any longer. "Don't you have something to protect?" That hits home. Se-Jun freezes, stunned that he's failing everyone while stuck in this dream. His eyes snap open. Suddenly, the image of his daughter next to him starts to glitch and twist. Everyone around him begins to fade away. The fake world shatters as he finally wakes back up to reality. Se-Jun's memories from the final day of his past life come flooding back. The scene was absolutely grim. The whole city was buried under massive ice pillars, frozen solid by the witch version of his daughter. Back then, someone asked what he could possibly say to her. Se-Jun just bowed his head, begging for one chance. Now watch closely, because this memory hits hard. He begged to speak to his daughter, but the Suicide Squad refused. One member snapped that she's just a heartless monster now. They asked if he really thought she would listen. Even the Holy Sword chimed in, asking what it mattered if he was her father. "Your daughter isn't even human anymore," they claimed. as they all turned on him with harsh criticism. They told him going alone was suicide. What could one man possibly achieve against a monster like that by himself? You have no other choice. That's why you joined this execution squad, right? Se-Jun had no words to fight back. He just gripped his spear until his knuckles turned white. Suddenly, a voice tells everyone to stop talking. Let the man go in. That surprised him. Kang Daejo stepped forward to defend his choice, saying their family. Se-Jun recognized him instantly. It was the legendary Fist King, Kang Daeho. The other members were still against it. They told Daeho it wouldn't change anything. But the Fist King just kept his cool through it all. And trust me, as you and I just saw, the outcome was always going to be a fight, regardless of what he said. Alright, you and I are diving into a moment where humanity and monsters collide. The Holy Sword considers it, letting out a heavy, weary sigh. Fine, since you insist. But he warns, remember this, if you fail to talk sense into your kid, we will launch our final assault. The final battle will begin. Then, the strike team departs, leaving only Se-Jun and Daeho behind. Se-Jun asks the big question, why did you even stick your neck out for me? Daeho looks confused. Why help him? Literally everyone else was against it, so why were you the only one to step up? Suddenly, Daeho looks him dead in the eye. You have something you really want to protect, right? He grips his shoulder. Go protect it. Even if the entire world tries to stand in your way. Suddenly, the old memory shatters, instantly replaced by the brutal and intense chaos of his current life. Se-Jun feels a massive shift. I remember everything now. The fake world literally crumbles into dust. Standing alone in the endless void, he clenches his fists with every bit of his strength. Now, pay attention as he finds his resolve. The real world is descending into absolute chaos. Seiya and the Ice Witch throw everything they have against that insane attack. Fire and ice, totally deadlocked. Neither side is backing down. Suddenly, a massive, blinding flash of light erupts right in the center. A gigantic tornado sweeps up both elemental powers. Yu Eunhee is barely holding her ground, totally shocked. Two opposite forces of mana are blending together and just vanishing. Oh, I see it now. She is trying to neutralize the entire attack. But the Ice Witch claims that is completely impossible. The raw power of the attack is pushing back. Sure enough, Seiya's ice gets totally overpowered. Seiya screams out in a panic. Yu Eunhee flinches immediately, shouting her name in desperation. Suddenly, Eunhee's eyes glow a bright blue. That is enough, she mutters, before clapping her hands together. She claps repeatedly, fully controlling her insane ability. With every strike, those three massive energy streams are sliced apart. The sun god watches this happen and just grinds his teeth in pure, unfiltered rage. Yu Eunhee looks like she is physically grabbing the energy, then decisively crushes it all together. Boom! A gigantic explosion completely wipes out the attack. Debris and mana go flying in every direction. You and I can feel that shockwave. It rips the ground to shreds as a beacon of hope returns. The mother and daughter, totally exhausted, gasp for air while waiting for the thick smoke to clear. Drained of all energy, they collapse onto the dirt. But then, another flash erupts. He is still standing. He swings a brutal slash at Seiya, but a shield blocks it. Her eyes look dead. No humanity left. Suddenly, the system announces that due to the sword's sacred oath, every hunter is temporarily banned from attacking any creature except for Garm. Seiya is barely holding on. The sun god is going absolutely crazy, attacking non-stop despite the restrictions. He is losing his mind. Irem watches from afar, totally confused. Why keep hitting when the skill makes those attacks totally useless? Suddenly, a figure crashes right next to her. Irem turns to see Han completely collapsed on the ground. Her eyes are unfocused, blood dripping. Kang Cho holds Lee Se-Jun while frantically calling out as the young man's body sways. Suddenly, he snaps wide awake, eyes huge like he just dodged death itself at the very last second. Meanwhile, Han's body completely gives out, shutting down after pushing way past her absolute limits. Irem and Yuiwa panic. Irem rushes over, pulling Han up and desperately asking if she is still okay. Her whole body is trembling. Yuiwa immediately speaks to her internal system, telling it to scan Han. The system knows exactly what she means. Forcing that skill completely broke her physical body down. Yuiwa explains her own condition while looking for a cure. Since I intervened indirectly, I am fine. Is there really no way to cancel the skill? The system replies, none at all. This intense oath forces both sides to fight. The stronger the power used, the deadlier the risk becomes. By its own rules, the oath of the sword cannot be broken until one of the fighters dies. Why did it cancel on future Koa then? The system explains that it was only because it personally forced the break itself earlier. But what about Hani Ram? Trust me, we must find out. Alright, you and I are jumping into the heat of a divine battle. A voice suddenly rings out telling Yuiwa to cancel the call, as everyone turns to see Se-Jun standing tall amidst the chaos. Elizabeth says to just trust him. Yuiwa and the system look at each other with pure determination. Right then, the heavy chains locking the sword apart finally snap into pieces. The system confirms the sword's curse is broken. High above, the sun god glares down with pure hatred at little Koa. Koa and the witch try to fight back, but their combined powers are absolutely useless against the overwhelming might of a literal god. As her energy flickers and fades, the witch realizes something terrifying. The sun god isn't just strong, she can manipulate space itself. The sun god flashes a manic smile, swinging her massive blade down while her feet crush the very ground beneath her. Se-Jun is struggling to break free, even though his body feels like it is about to collapse. His mind is a spinning blur of pain, but he pushes through it, sprinting full speed toward his daughter. He swears to himself that even if his body shatters and his mind fades, he will save the girl he failed before. He charges in to shield Koa. At that same moment, Yuiwa's system finally finishes calculating all the hidden rewards. Updating the personal system now, Se-Jun's job class gets a massive temporary upgrade. His vengeance class is instantly transforming into the legendary Longinus Spear. The senior gear regains its true form, morphing directly into the ultimate weapon, the Spear of the Moon. Now watch this, because you and I both thought it was over. An epic strike suddenly cuts off the god's attack. His entrance shocks everyone. His eyes glow with a strange light, locking onto a single, critical weak point on the goddess. His entire focus narrows on that one spot. He plants his feet and grips his spear with everything he has. The system chimes. He has crossed space and time to rewrite the future. Ultimate skill unlocked. Transcendent Pierce. He has literally shattered the fate of this world. He did the impossible over and over again. Now qualified to kill a god, Se-Jun's mana explodes, reaching its absolute peak strength. His eyes turn ice cold. He pulls back for momentum, and then unleashes one final devastating blow. The spear launches forward, piercing straight through the sun god's chest. The tip stops just inches away from her fatal core. The goddess desperately grabs the spear, trying to stop him from driving it deeper, but Se-Jun refuses to back down. He grits his teeth and roars. The sun god trembles, screaming his name as they lock in a wild struggle. He loses his footing for a second, pushed back as Koa cries out. Seeing his daughter fuels his determination like never before. He steadies himself and grips tighter, refusing to let the goddess push him back even a single inch. Going absolute berserk, he drives the spear directly through her weak point. The entire space lights up with blinding energy. The system announces the sword's destruction. The moon's long-awaited mission is finally complete, at last. With the spear buried in her chest, the sun god's immense power starts to vanish into thin air. But he isn't done yet. Se-Jun grabs the goddess and brutally beats her down with every single punch, releasing years of pent-up rage and his pure agony. And that is exactly where we leave it. Seeing him lost in madness, Yuiwa runs up and gently hugs him. Someone calls from behind for him to stop, saying it is finally okay. Everyone is safe. The sun god groans weakly, still arrogant even as she struggles to sit up among the wreckage. She snaps that if she dies, the moon dies too. Unwilling to accept defeat, she grits her teeth and screams in rage. The witch running from her destiny will face a new fate. Absolute death. With those chilling words, she vanishes. The system alerts them that the sun god dungeon is cleared and the ultimate mission is finished. Remembering her threat, Se-Jun mutters, "Death." He looks over at Koa. She is lying completely unconscious on the ground. Everyone starts to panic and scream her name. A red system alert pops up. Special mission, change the future right now. Prevent Koa's 5 misfortunes. 4 out of 5 are done. The final task is to save her from pending fate. Se-Jun sprints to his daughter, holding her tight. In his arms, Koa is struggling to take even a single breath. He begs for her to stay. He asks the system if the curse vanishes now that the caster is dead. The system replies coldly. The sun god's final curse targets the entire world. This deflected fate cannot be changed. Se-Jun loses it, screaming that he did everything just to save his little girl. You and I have to wonder, was all this for nothing? Tell me, what was the point of it all? Alright, you and I are about to see the system drop a bombshell. Lifting Koa's curse is absolutely impossible. Hearing that, Se-Jun just stands there, frozen. Everyone else is losing their minds in total confusion. Se-Jun demands his final mission reward right now. The system accepts, and suddenly, the entire space begins to warp. Se-Jun thinks it through, then asks, can my reward be used to permanently shatter the deadly curse on Koa? The system says no. A reward equal to a god's death is simply way beyond its power. He refuses to give up. He mentions the reward again, realizing a direct method exists, but the system cannot say it. The system stays dead silent. This heavy silence makes Se-Jun suspicious. He realizes the quiet is basically a sneaky confirmation since information counts as a reward, too. If it speaks, does the total reward value drop? Saving her directly is a no-go, so he starts asking questions to solve the puzzle. Following that logic, Lee Se-Jun makes a new demand, change Koa's class. The system gives a blunt, cold answer. Impossible. Lee Se-Jun demands to know why. And the system explains the world already identified her as the fated witch. Every witch is born to destroy their world. That is the direct result of the sun god messing with reality. You cannot just delete a discovered witch. The one dodging her destiny has to remain alive in this world. Now, watch this trap question. Koa is the one currently dodging fate, right? The system confirms it exactly. Lee Se-Jun thinks about her class. Then he asks, can I use my reward to literally rewrite that destiny? Can I wipe out that fate from day one? The system admits he definitely has the power to alter fate, but the system cannot do it for him. This makes Lee Se-Jun incredibly frustrated as he helplessly blames himself for everything. Damn it. No matter how hard I think, I cannot break this curse. He mutters, I can change fate. What is the point then? I cannot do anything for her right now. I would rather just die in her place. That one sentence sparks a wild idea. His eyes light up. Die in her place. Previous clues suddenly echo in his brain. The system cannot change fate, but he can. Witches are born to destroy their own world. A witch must exist. And the world already spotted the girl who is evading her dark destiny. He calculates fast. It does not have to be Koa. Her being the witch is not actually a strict, unbreakable rule. If someone else takes the job, it works. He calls out to the system and it tells him to speak. He asks, can Koa's class be swapped with someone else? The system sighs, saying swapping classes between people is extremely difficult, but for someone escaping fate, it is possible. Witch is normally a female-only class, but ironically, he actually meets the insane hidden conditions for it. The system pulls out a mirror. He sees a female version of himself. Trust me, you and I will never forget what happens next. The system prompts Lee Se-Jun one last time to finally confirm his choice for the final reward. It is time to permanently swap his and Seo's job classes forever. Is this really the reward he wants? He glances at her. He flashes a genuinely happy smile and answers, yes, it is. The system grants his final wish. It starts processing the reward and updating his status. Suddenly, a massive wave of notifications pops up everywhere. Lee Se-Jun's hunter class changes from Dragonblood Warrior to Warlock. The Sun God's ultimate final curse then begins transferring over. It shifts completely onto Lee Se-Jun. The system promises him, I will not let you die. After a moment, the dimension returns to normal. Back in Hyen's arms, Koa finally wakes up. Hyen urgently asks if she is awake. The little girl slips out of her embrace and steps down. She looks all around, but cannot find Lee Se-Jun anywhere. She innocently asks, where is my dad? The system announces the special quest, Alter the Future, is 5 out of 5. Every single quest is cleared. A full year has now passed since the exact moment Lee Se-Jun vanished during the total chaos of the Sun God's destruction. South Korea has completely transformed since then, with every single dungeon entirely cleared out. The country reclaimed its original peace. The harsh discrimination against non-combat classes has now completely and totally vanished. Fighters and normal people are totally equal now. That is the result of everyone fighting together. Meanwhile, we see Hyen holding a massive box. She stands at the front door and rings the bell. A voice calls out from inside. The door swings wide open, and Seoa is the one standing there. You and I just witnessed one hell of an ending. Hyen immediately pulls Seoa into a tight, emotional hug. Alright, you and I are diving into a story where a family reunion turns into a divine gamble. Hyun arrives and gets a warm welcome from the family. Yooni says everyone is perfectly healthy and tells him to hurry inside. The entire house is beautifully decorated for a birthday party. Kay is playing with Seo, near the entrance when a voice suddenly rings out. Am I in second place or what? The new arrival is Ha-I-Ram. Everyone immediately starts chatting and playfully teasing each other like old times. Suddenly, a massive furry foot stomps right in. It is a giant bear. And wait, it actually talks. Is everybody here already? This wild entrance leaves Ha-I-Ram's group in total shock. Seo just stares with wide eyes, completely dumbfounded. A talking bear? Jiho steps out from behind the beast, laughing as he says, long time no see. Hyun just glares and snaps. Jiho, what on earth is that thing? Jiho just smiles. A gift for Seo. He looks scary, but he is incredibly gentle. Right, buddy? The massive bear agrees by letting out a few happy grunts. Yooni just sighs helplessly at the chaos. Why would you bring a literal live bear into the house? Send it back. Soon, everyone gathers around the table together. Seo turns to Jiho and asks him how Mr. Kang Taeon is doing lately. Jiho flashes a bright, confident smile. Work has been piling up recently, so he is super busy taking on commissions. Hyun suddenly remembers something very important. Now pay attention to this part. Hyun asks Yooni if they have any recent updates from the system or the company. The future company girl used way too much of her power back then. She almost vanished entirely after Lee Se-Jun disappeared. Thankfully, Elizabeth managed to pull her into a dimensional rift. So, the girl has recovered a little bit since then. Both of them are likely living peacefully out there now. As for the system, it has been absolute radio silence. Kay suddenly speaks up, saying she misses everyone. Those words make the entire room's mood drop a little bit. Jiho quickly jumps in to break the heavy silence, suggesting they all sing together. Hyun eagerly changes the subject as well. Seo-ah is waiting for us. One by one, the glowing candles are lit. Yooni gently tells the little girl, when the song finishes, make a wish and blow them out. Kay watches with excitement. Happy birthday to our lovely Seo-ah. The cheerful melody fills the room as everyone smiles at Seo-ah. Happy birthday to you. Colorful party poppers explode everywhere. Warm wishes are shared by everyone. Happy birthday, Seo-ah. Congratulations, sweet girl. Seo-ah closes her eyes to wish. Her only wish is to finally see her father again someday. You and I saw him fall, but here is where everything changes. In another dimension, Lee Se-Jun wakes up. A voice rings out, telling him he is awake. He turns his head. It is the system. Where am I right now? The system replies that this is the human realm, sitting beneath the supreme world. Lee Se-Jun is totally confused. What is going on here? Did I not literally die? The calm system immediately answers him right back. Actually, you are supposed to be dead. I am currently delaying your death with my abilities to offer a special proposal. Hearing this, Lee Se-Jun confusedly repeats the word. A proposal? The system bluntly tells Lee Se-Jun it is going to save him. He is completely stunned, pointing at himself. Save me? The system begins explaining the plan to him. Yes, I am going to trick the entire world. You will become a part of this world just like me, and I will stop your soul from entering the afterlife. But in exchange, you must lose all your emotions and humanity. Hearing this insane catch, Lee Se-Jun gasps in shock. What? Hold on. So even if I revive, I will just end up like I was after killing Aeon. The system promises that won't happen. I will use the King's Ring. That legendary piece of equipment converts the user's emotions directly into raw, destructive strength. You push that power to the absolute limit right before your life ended. Therefore, when the King's Ring swallows you, your humanity will vanish. In that state, you will become part of the system. To deceive the world, he must surrender his humanity and every single emotion. He would essentially be handing over a completely empty wallet. After that, he has to completely destroy the King's Ring to pull back all the feelings that the artifact stole from him. Lee Se-Jun hears this crazy plan and seriously hesitates. The weight of the choice is massive. Even if he actually revives this way, what happens to the sun god's deadly curse? A witch who runs from fate dies. Since his active class is literally witch, the curse will just kill him again. But the system has an answer. That can be fixed with a substitute. Just separate the female clone made by the proxy right out of his body. Trust me, you and I need to watch this gamble closely. If he fails, he is gone forever. This is not a normal death. His soul will instantly shatter into absolute nothingness. Will he take the deal? Stick with me because after this, there is nothing left, no reincarnation, no afterlife. The system only suggests this wild plan for one reason. Even with a massive time sink and a tiny success rate, it knows Lee Jun still desperately wants to live. Finishing the pitch, the system reaches out its hand to Lee Jun, officially offering him a dark alliance. It drops the final line. Let us trick the entire world together. Facing this massive offer, Lee Jun freezes, unsure how to answer. His mind flashes to Yooni, Koa, and his loyal crew, as Koa's voice suddenly echoes deep in his head. Stop thinking about dying and running away again. Making his choice, Lee Jun simply looks up and says, okay. He grabs the system's hand, officially sealing this impossible pact. I promise you, I will survive and return to my people, he vows. He swears it. Meanwhile, back at Yooni's place, watch closely because we are about to witness a massive twist. Everyone is having a blast when the doorbell suddenly rings. The whole group looks totally confused. Is someone else coming? Yooni shakes her head. No way. But Koa is already jumping up, super excited to check. She bolts to the door, yelling, coming right now. The door swings open. Instantly, Koa's eyes light up like crazy. Standing right there in front of her is a tall man. He finally smiles and speaks. Sorry, princess. Dad is late. Those words hit like a truck. Let that sink in for a second as the man says, let Dad walk you inside. Koa completely breaks down. She cannot hold it back. Tears stream down her cheeks as Koa lets out a massive scream that echoes everywhere. Hearing the scream, the whole crew panics and rushes over to see exactly what happened. Reaching the hallway, every single face drops in pure shock. It is actually Lee Se-Jun. Koa is already buried in his arms, crying. The team stares hard, checking every single detail. That is where we leave things for now. They rush him for a massive hug. Trust me, we just watched one hell of a legendary return.